The man was the son of a high-ranking official, living a life of extravagance and debauchery. But a single transfer order had flung him from the bustling city into the remote mountains. His destination? The most heavily guarded prison in the country, Haitian Women's Prison. Not serving a sentence, but taking up a new position. His new position, Warden. And this prison, a male-only zone, houses the nation's most dangerous female prisoners. Even more outrageous, he was the only man in the room. Standing before a female prison guard and a serious criminal, a man was about to deliver his inaugural speech when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if struck by lightning. His vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. In his coma, the man seemed to have become the protagonist in a novel, forced to perform an outrageous task by an unscrupulous author. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Within 10 minutes, make the defiant prisoner surrender. Fail. You'll be labeled a coward, and women will be annoyed by you from now on. Success? You'll gain an aura of authority and shock the entire crowd. This prison exudes a sense of strangeness. High walls, electric fences, and heavily armed, yet it's had 6 warden changes in just 2 years. Those who leave office safely are considered lucky. Most die in accidents, car accidents, jumping from buildings, hanging. The man's office was right under his feet, and his predecessor had hanged himself in the back room. How could this be an official hat? It was clearly a death warrant. What kind of dangerous place had the man's father thrown him into? Li Ming had just taken a breath when he heard a notice. Go for a physical examination immediately. Humph. Go in, take off your clothes, and do a physical examination. Lin, she snorted coldly, and then pushed Li Ming into the examination room. Why are you so fierce? Just check it out. Li Ming muttered as he walked in, only to find that there was only one person in the examination room. The man was wearing a white coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and had long black hair draped smoothly behind him. His foxy face was matched by a pair of long, white legs and high heels and black stockings, staring at him without blinking. Hello, what kind of examination am I here for? Faced with such a beautiful woman, Li Ming suddenly became a little restrained. Hee, I know you, Li Ming. Xiaoxi has already told me about you. You look pretty good, a handsome guy. Xiao Hong chuckled and stood up from the chair. Yes, I am Li Ming. And you are? Li Ming politely extended his hand, wanting to shake hands with this foxy woman. However, the woman pulled out medical gloves from her pocket and put them on, showing no intention of shaking hands with Li Ming. Instead, Xiao Hong lifted the door curtain. Xiao Hong said, My name is Xiao Hong. Go take a shower first. I'll give you a physical examination right away. It's getting late. Okay. Li Ming withdrew his hand somewhat embarrassedly, walked straight past Xiao Hong, and went into the bathroom. Li Ming looked at this so-called bathroom. It was called a bathroom, but in fact it was just a dozen shower heads installed on the wall, and there were no single rooms. It was the old-fashioned public mixed bathing structure. That was all fine, but the entire space was visible from beginning to end, and there wasn't even a place to change clothes. Li Ming awkwardly turned back to look at the door, only to see Xiao Hong leaning against it, staring at him with a smile. Li Ming said, why don't you step aside for a moment? I need to take a shower and take off my clothes. Oh, I know. Just take off your clothes and wash your clothes. Don't worry about me. You will have to take off all your clothes for a digital examination later anyway. Don't be shy. You will have to see it sooner or later. Xiao Hong waved her hand, looking indifferent. What? Stripped naked? Digital examination? How? It can't be the kind of digital examination I was thinking of. Li Ming opened his mouth in surprise, praying frantically in his heart that Xiao Hong would shake her head and say no. It was just a regular physical examination. But things didn't go as planned. Xiao Hong not only nodded, but also kindly explained, yes, it's what you think. You have to take off all your clothes, leaving nothing behind. Then I'll use my fingers to check you to make sure you don't have any contraband hidden on you. Don't be nervous. Everyone in this prison has been checked this way. What the hell? Am I not here to work? Are you sure? How come this is the same as the prison admission process? Are you sure you are not mistaken? Li Ming said while clutching the waistband of his pants tightly, as if he was about to be violated in the next second. That's right. That's what Xiaoxi told me. Hurry up. You're such a grown man. Don't dawdle. If you really came to jail, you would have been whipped by now. Xiao Hong still urged with a smile. Li Ming swallowed his saliva, his heart in turmoil. It was embarrassing enough for a grown man like him to take a shower naked in front of a strange beauty, not to mention that she was in a uniform, which was simply full of temptation. What if I can't control myself and have a reaction? Li Ming muttered to himself. How am I going to survive in the future? After hesitating for a long time, Li Ming found that he had no say at all. It was useless for Li Ming to resist. He couldn't bring up his father's name, could he? A real man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. I'll endure it. Okay. Li Ming agreed weakly, turned his back to Xiao Hong, and began to take off his clothes. He took off his shirt and pants one by one. Since the weather was warm, Li Ming was only wearing his underwear. Li Ming gritted his teeth and consoled himself. I'm a grown man. What's there to be afraid of? It won't hurt. Take it off. With his swish, Li Ming pulled down his underwear, without looking back at the door, turned around, turned on the shower head, and started to rinse quickly. The water temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. Li Ming quickly rinsed himself clean with a deft movement. Then, he took a bath towel from the shelf nearby, draped it over himself, and turned to look at the door. Strangely, Xiao Hong, who had just been leaning against the doorway staring at Li Ming, had left without him noticing the entire time. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief, but when he thought of the upcoming fingerprint examination, his entire body tensed up. He cried out in his heart, "Dad, oh Dad, others are cheating their fathers, but you are cheating your son. I can't be that you pick me up from the trash can. My dear Dad." After wiping himself hastily, Li Ming felt too embarrassed to walk out naked. He quickly put his underwear and pants back on, carefully pulled aside the door curtain, and looked inside. Sister Hong was still alone in the room. Xiao Hong was leaning over with her back to the door, fiddling with some examination tools. A clean disposable sheet had been laid out on the single medical bed nearby, clearly prepared specifically for Li Ming. Li Ming couldn't hide forever, so he gritted his teeth and walked out bravely. "Sister Hong, I'm fine." Next, Xiao Hong heard Li Ming's voice and turned to look at him. When she saw Li Ming putting on his pants again, she couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha, why are you wearing it again? Didn't you say you wanted to do a digital examination? Why are you so shy? Be good, I'll be gentle." Xiao Hong smiled and tidied the bed sheets, motioning Li Ming to lie down quickly. "Ahem. Okay, then hurry up." Li Ming had already made up his mind at this moment, thinking that whether he stuck his head out or hid it, he would be in danger, so he might as well do it quickly. Li Ming closed his eyes, made up his mind, and lay down on the medical bed, his whole body motionless like a corpse. "Relax, Li Ming." "Oh, no." The next second, a pig-killing scream rang out from the inspection room, echoing throughout the building. Even the prisoners in the cells heard the faint sound. "Ha ha ha, okay, it's over. You almost made me deaf with your shouting." Xiao Hong took off her gloves with a smile on her face, and looked at Li Ming curled up on the bed. Her heart was filled with joy. "Hurry up and put on your clothes. I'll take you to find Lin Shi. Lin Shi is waiting for you to eat." Xiao Hong cleaned up the tools, washed her hands, and urged Li Ming to put on his clothes. Li Ming felt like crying, but he couldn't even cry. He had thought he could just get through it, but when he was actually being interrogated, the feeling of being completely out of control and at someone's mercy made him cry out. "Xiao Hong, I'll remember you. I'll make you taste this feeling in the future." Li Mingqiang suppressed the shame in his heart and swore silently while putting on his clothes. After getting dressed, Li Ming followed Xiao Hong upstairs. The prison's office building had 8 floors, and Li Ming and Xiao Hong took the elevator directly to the top floor, the warden's office. Xiao Hong knocked gently on the door, and a pleasant voice came from inside. "Come in." Li Ming knew it was Lin Shi who had brought him to this haunted place. Li Ming and Xiao Hong walked into the office together. A table of food and wine had already been set up in the room, and Lin Shi was sitting behind the desk, writing documents with his head down. "Xiao Shi, the examination is over, and he's very healthy. I brought him to you. There's nothing for me to do now, so I'll go back to sleep first." Xiao Hong stretched and said to Lin Shi with a smile. "Well, okay, thank you, Sister Hong. Go back and rest. You've worked hard." Lin Shi responded without raising his head and continued to focus on the documents at hand. "Then I'll be leaving." Xiao Hong patted Li Ming's shoulder, gave him a meaningful look, then turned and left, considerately closing the door. "Please sit down. I'll be right there. If you're hungry, you can eat first," Lin Shi said calmly, still without looking up. Li Ming sighed and slumped down on the sofa, his face full of fatigue and confusion. "Oh, Lin Shi, what on earth did my father ask me to do here? I haven't done anything serious yet, but he gave me a physical examination first, and oh, forget it." Li Ming collapsed directly on the sofa, looking hollowed out. "Tisk, it's just a finger examination. Why are you reacting so strongly? Which prisoner here doesn't have to do what he has to do after finishing that? I can hear your loud voice even on the 8th floor." Lin Shi quickened his writing speed, finally finished the document at hand, picked up the seal and stamped it. "You also said that I was a criminal, but I am not a criminal. Why do you have to do that kind of examination on me?" Li Ming felt more and more aggrieved, and his voice couldn't help but rise a few degrees. I asked Sister Hong to make it specially for you." Lin Shi crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Li Ming indifferently. Lin Shi said, "Of course, you have to confirm your physical condition before you come to me. If you have been having affairs outside before and have contracted any disease, I would not agree even if Uncle Li asked me to arrange for you to come." "What? You asked her to do this for me on purpose?" You. I didn't provoke you. Why do you treat me like this?" Li Ming suddenly jumped up from the sofa and stared at Lin Shi in shock. Li Ming thought about it carefully. Since the first time they met, Lin Shi had always looked unhappy with Li Ming, but Li Ming had never offended Lin Shi. "Humph, of course you've offended me." Lin Shi also stood up and said angrily, "First of all, I've been in the Black Mountain Women's Prison for 2 years, and the position of warden should have been mine." Lin Shi continued, "And then you were suddenly transferred here, butted in, and took my place. Tell me, did you offend me?" I'm taking your position? What do you mean? I'm here to be the warden of this prison?" Li Ming was petrified on the spot, with a look of "I know nothing" written all over his face. God have mercy on him, Li Ming really had no idea. It was all arranged by Li Ming's father, and Li Ming was just an unlucky guy who passively accepted it. "That's right. This is your appointment letter." Lin Shi walked out of the desk and handed the document to Li Ming. Li Ming quickly took it and examined it. Sure enough, the red-headed document clearly read, "Comrade Li Ming is specially transferred to the position of director of Heishan Women's Prison, effective immediately." The signature was a series of numbers, and the document also included Li Ming's ID number and photo. Li Ming confirmed it several times and finally accepted his fate. He really became the warden of this women's prison, and Lin Shi was the deputy warden. Li Ming awkwardly handed the document back to Lin Shi and scratched his head. "I just found out about this too. I didn't mean to take your place. You should know that I didn't even know where this godforsaken place was before I came here." "Humph, I know you didn't mean it, but you took my position and became my boss. Do you think I should be angry?" Lin Shi said as he walked to the dining table and poured himself a beer. Lin Shi said, "And there's a second point. Didn't you ask me why I had to have Sister Hong give you a physical? My dad called me and said he and your dad had discussed it and wanted you to be transferred here to get closer with me. If we get along, we'll get married right away. Not only did you take my place, you even wanted to go on a blind date with me. Tell me, should I be angry? Tell me yourself." Chapter 5. Nervous? Lin Shi was getting angrier the more he thought about it. Originally, Lin Shi had a pretty good impression of Li Ming. After all, the relationship between Lin Shi and Li Ming's fathers was incredibly close, like they were in the same boat. But now, not only did Li Ming steal Lin Shi's position, but he also wanted to go on a blind date with Lin Shi. No one asked Lin Shi a single question during the entire process. With just a transfer order, everything became a done deal. Lin Shi had no choice but to accept the order. But Lin Shi thought to himself that just because he couldn't disobey the order, it didn't mean he couldn't take a small personal vendetta. When Lin Shi heard Li Ming's ghostly howling just now, he felt so relieved, as if he had been relieved of his stress. Li Ming still looked innocent. I really don't know about this, sister. Please don't misunderstand me. It's really a misunderstanding." Li Ming felt that he was so wronged. He originally wanted to go to work properly, but who knew that he would cause so many messes as soon as he arrived? Lin Shi snorted coldly and put down his wine glass. "There is no misunderstanding. Please sit down and eat, wardenly." His tone was light, but with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Shi tried to calm himself down. After all, there was still a long time to live. If Li Ming really displeased Lin Shi had 100 ways to deal with him. Li Ming heard the unkindness in Lin Shi's tone, curled his lips, stopped arguing, and sat down obediently. After all, the social etiquette was there, and Li Ming had indeed squeezed the other person out. Li Ming and Lin Shi ate in silence at the table, not saying a word. After finishing their meal, Lin Shi picked up the intercom and spoke, and soon 2 prison guards came in to clear the table. Lin Shi pointed to the next door and said, "That's your office. There's a bed inside. You usually work and rest there." After Lin Shi finished speaking, he instructed, "Tomorrow I will take you to meet the guards in each prison area. You can figure out the other things by yourself. Go out now. I want to rest." After speaking, Lin Shi waved his hand directly with a very decisive attitude. Li Ming didn't want to say anything more, so he nodded and left. Li Ming was mentally and physically exhausted at this moment. His head was dizzy, and he just wanted to find a bed to lie down. Li Ming was still muttering in his heart, "The deputy warden is too rude to me, a regular prisoner. Humph, I'll deal with you after I recover." Li Ming opened the door to the adjacent room and discovered that the layout was identical to Lin Shi's. His large suitcase was already placed beside the table. Li Ming didn't even bother to open the box. He pushed it to the bed and saw that the bed was already made out. He didn't even take off his clothes and just fell on it. "Oh, I don't know if the job of a prison warden is easy." Li Ming closed his eyes and thought about random things. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep and fell into a dream. The next morning, there was a rapid knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Li Ming was sleeping soundly when he was startled and sat up suddenly. Who is it? Stop knocking, I'm coming. Li Ming rubbed his eyes and opened the door. His eyes lit up. Lin Shi, dressed in a sharp prison guard uniform, stood at the door with a cold expression. Lin Shi glanced Li Ming up and down and nodded. Not bad, you're up early. I thought you were just staying in bed. Li Ming smiled awkwardly. Of course, I got up early to warm up, haha. But he was complaining in his heart. How could I warm up? I collapsed yesterday without even taking off my clothes, and I was still woken up by the fright this morning. Lin Shi was too lazy to talk nonsense and threw a prison guard uniform into Li Ming's arms. Change your clothes in 10 minutes and gather on the first floor for the meeting. After that, he left without looking back. Li Ming looked down at his uniform, which was almost identical to Lin Shi's. It was his first time wearing such formal attire, and he felt a little excited. He quickly returned to his room, took off his clothes from yesterday, put on his uniform, fastened his belt, put on his hat, and looked in the mirror. He really looked quite presentable. After getting ready, Li Ming quickly walked into the elevator and headed straight for the first floor. Lin Shi said 10 minutes, and Li Ming didn't dare to be late. As soon as the elevator door opened, Li Ming was stunned. Dozens of uniformed female prison guards stood neatly in the hall, listening to Lin Shi's speech with serious expressions. Dozens of eyes turned to Li Ming, and he felt his scalp tingle. He quickly straightened his back, trying to appear calm. Lin Shi noticed the movement and turned around to see Li Ming. A teasing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's just in time for you to come. Everyone meet me. This is the new warden, Li Ming. Li Ming had just taken 2 steps and was about to introduce himself when his brain felt like it had been struck by lightning. A sharp pain suddenly hit him. Before he could even scream, he fell straight to the ground as if the power had been pulled out. With a pop sound, everyone present was startled and immediately surrounded him. Lin Shi's face turned pale instantly, but he quickly calmed down. Quick, call a doctor. Dr. Xia Hong rushed over, and after a quick examination, her brow furrowed ever deeper. Lin Shi anxiously asked, how is Li Ming? Should he be taken to another hospital? Xia Hong frowned and shook her head. He's in good health, stronger than most people. But I suspect excessive stress is causing insufficient oxygen to the brain. Li Ming is fine, probably just a temporary coma. I'll continue to observe. Lin Shi was stunned. Nervous? He fainted just because he was stared at? This is too exaggerated. Lin Shi's mouth twitched, his face full of disbelief, but he couldn't help pacing back and forth worriedly. Lin Shi hesitated as he held the phone, not daring to dial for a long time. Lin Shi knew that if Lin Shi's father knew about this, he would probably be scolded. He had knocked Li Ming unconscious on the first day. This was no joke. Chapter 6. Prison Area. While Lin Shi and Xia Hong were guarding nervously, Li Ming was having an outrageous yet realistic dream. In the dream, Li Ming became the hero of a novel, controlled by an author with a unique imagination, and did strange things every day. However, Li Ming in the dream was quite clever. He could complete the ridiculous tasks every time and get rewards, which made him become stronger little by little and almost become a Superman. In the end, Li Ming even broke free from the author's control, successfully escaped from the world of the novel, and returned to reality. Before Li Ming could enjoy the joy in his dream for long, a sharp pain suddenly hit him, and all kinds of chaotic sounds mixed together, making Li Ming unable to distinguish between dream and reality. Just when Li Ming was about to be swallowed by the dream, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Li Ming! Wake up! Li Ming! Lin Shi's voice was like a rope, pulling Li Ming back from his dream. Li Ming slowly opened his eyes and saw Lin Shi and Xia Hong standing by the bed, their faces filled with anxiety. You're finally awake. Lin Shi grabbed Li Ming's hand, his tone filled with the excitement of having survived a disaster. Well, your heartbeat was a little fast just now, but the other indicators are normal. There shouldn't be any major problems. Xia Hong also breathed a sigh of relief after checking the instrument data. Li Ming was completely bewildered. Why am I here? What happened to me? Li Ming tried to recall, but all he could remember was getting off the elevator and preparing to introduce himself. How did he suddenly end up lying on a bed in the infirmary? Lin Shi patted his chest and said with fear, You collapsed suddenly. I thought you. If something really happened to you, how would I explain it to your parents? Li Ming frowned. I fainted. I have no memory of it at all. Xia Hong glanced at Li Ming and said, Maybe you were too nervous and your brain didn't get enough oxygen for a moment, so you fainted. I'm nervous, but I'm not going to faint. Li Ming scratched his head, recalling the absurd plot in his dream. How do you feel now? Are you feeling unwell? Xiaohong asked again. Nothing at all, just like usual. Li Ming stood up and moved around, his physical condition indeed fine. That's good. If it's nothing serious, don't stay in bed. It was just a false alarm, Xiaohong said with a smile, thinking that Li Ming's mental endurance was lacking. Lin Shi finally felt relieved and said with a smile, "Why don't you lie down for a while? If you don't want to rest, come with me to the prison area. Today is your first day on duty." Li Ming nodded without any pretense. "Let's go." After that fall just now, I'm afraid they will think I'm irresponsible and embarrassed. Humph, don't wait until you see the prisoner collapse again. That would be embarrassing. Lin Shi replied half jokingly and half seriously. Lin Shi had originally planned to gather the prisoners and give Li Ming a good warning, but after Li Ming fainted just now, Lin Shi didn't dare to cause any more trouble. The prisoners in Montenegro women's prison are not easy to deal with. Almost all of them are convicted of serious crimes, with sentences starting at 15 years, and many are sentenced to life imprisonment or even death penalty. When they see a man like you, especially a newcomer, they will definitely keep a closer eye on you. So you have to be extra alert, Lin Shi reminded as they walked. As they walked along, the female prison guards along the way greeted Lin Shi and Li Ming one after another. Li Ming also followed Lin Shi and finally arrived at the gate of the prison area. Li Ming knew nothing about prisons before. It was not until he stepped into here that he realized that this place was like a maze with doors one after another. The first door to enter the prison is an electronic door with a camera installed on it. It is connected to the monitoring room, and there is no keyhole. Lin Shi waved to the monitor, and the door opened automatically after the recognition was completed. Then there was another door, this time with facial recognition. Lin Shi expertly entered Li Ming's face and led him through the isolated area of the playground. The playground looked similar to a university sports field, but once inside, there was another heavy iron gate in front. Lin Shi entered a password on the control panel, and the door slowly opened, and a sense of oppression hit him. Lin Shi said, "This is where the prisoners live. The door password is automatically updated every day, and only you and I have the permission to receive the new password. Don't forget to check the notifications on your office computer every day. If you miss it, you won't be able to get in either." Lin Shi pointed to the area at the end of the corridor and said, "Further in are the various prison blocks and gates. The keys are all physical locks and are usually kept by the various guards. I have a backup set in my office." Li Ming was stunned. He had originally thought that prisons were just iron doors and bars, but he hadn't expected such advanced technology. Facial recognition, electronic doors, password doors, cameras, practically blocking every possibility for the prisoners to escape. He couldn't help but ask, what if there's a power outage? Won't the doors be useless? Lin Shi smiled and explained, "Don't worry, the prison has 3 backup power supplies buried underground. They'll keep the systems running even if the power goes out. And if the power goes out, all the doors will automatically lock. There are high voltage cables laid on the ground, so if the prisoners riot, they'll be instantly electrocuted." Li Ming was stunned. Will the prison guards also be shocked? Yes, that's why the support troops will wear insulated shoes. The voltage is enough to subdue the prisoners, but it won't be fatal, don't worry. You can also experience it when you have time. It's refreshing. Lin Shi smiled teasingly. Just as he finished speaking, a noisy sound came from the front. A group of female prisoners gathered behind the isolation fence and stared at Lin Shi and Li Ming. "Hey, is this the new male warden? He looks so young. What a man. He's quite handsome. I like him. Finally a man has come. I'm almost turning lesbian. Just looking at him will satisfy my craving. Handsome boy, come and play. How old are you? Come here, let your sister teach you something." Ha ha ha. The group of female prisoners were like hungry dogs seeing meat bones, shouting dirty words, their eyes shining, and their tone was indescribably teasing and excited. Chapter 7. Am I really being manipulated? The prison area suddenly became noisy and bustling. The female prisoners crowded to the door and looked in Li Ming's direction. This wave of commotion made Li Ming, who had just come in, feel a little embarrassed. Li Ming had never expected that these female prisoners were bolder than each other and spoke without restraint at all. When Lin Shi saw that something was wrong, his face immediately fell and he warned in a cold voice, "Shut up. If you continue to make trouble, you will all be put in solitary confinement for a month." After hearing this, everyone quieted down. However, although they did not say anything, their eyes still drifted restlessly towards Li Ming, with a joking and teasing look on their faces, as if they did not take Li Ming, the new warden, seriously. Li Ming glanced around and felt he had to say something. He cleared his throat, stood up straight, and tried to sound more authoritative. Li Mingdao said, "Hello everyone, I am the new warden, Li Ming. From today on, I hope everyone will abide by the rules. I will treat everyone equally and handle everything fairly. As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, a tattooed female prisoner sneered and muttered in a low voice. That sounds nice. Li Ming heard it, but ignored it. Li Ming maintained his composure and continued to patrol with Lin Shi while walking towards the next prison area. But after taking a few steps, a strange voice suddenly sounded in Li Ming's mind, as if it was directly embedded in his mind, making Li Ming stunned. The system prompt sounded immediately. As the warden, you have just arrived at the prison area, and you are being despised and ridiculed. This is a loss of dignity. Please establish deterrence within 10 minutes, otherwise you will lose your authority. Reward: gain the aura of authority, and everyone will be in awe of you. Penalty: trigger the aura of cowardice, and everyone of the opposite sex will think you're a pushover. Li Ming's eyes widened, and his heart skipped a beat. Fuck. Li Ming stood there in a daze, unable to believe what he heard. Not only the sound, the content of the task also appeared directly in his mind in the form of text. No matter how hard Li Ming tried to deny it, he couldn't deceive himself. This thing was too real. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Are they really giving me a mission? There's a system? Am I really the protagonist in a novel? Li Ming was completely stunned. When Lin Shi heard Li Ming's sudden exclamation, he thought that Li Ming was not feeling well again, so he turned around quickly, only to see Li Ming standing there with a strange expression on his face. Before Lin Shi could react, the guards were ready to step forward to support him, but Li Ming waved his hands, indicating that he was fine. Are you going to faint again? Lin Shi asked tentatively. Li Ming shook his head, but his mind was rapidly analyzing the situation. He checked the mission details again to confirm it wasn't an illusion, and then made a decision. Completing the mission first was the most important thing. Li Ming suddenly turned around and stared at the tattooed female prisoner who had spoken earlier, his face devoid of a smile. You, what's your name? Li Ming asked in a low voice, his eyes cold. The tattooed female prisoner was stunned. She had just been lying on the bed when Li Ming suddenly turned around and called out to Zhou Mei. She was clearly not expecting to be called out by name. My name is Zhou Mei, Zhou Mei replied timidly. Where's your number? How dare you sit down and talk to me? Li Ming stared at Zhou Mei coldly and suddenly raised his voice. Stand up. Zhou Mei was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She immediately stood up straight and whispered, My number is 3242. Who taught you that? Don't you say report when answering questions? Do it again. Li Ming's tone became more and more severe. Report to the warden. My number is 3242. My name is Zhou Mei. Sorry, warden, I was wrong. Zhou Mei practically shouted. Who said you were wrong? Your voice was too soft. I couldn't hear you. Say it again. Li Ming pressed on, leaving Zhou Mei no way out. Yes, warden. Report. My number is 3242. My name is Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei's voice trembled, but she tried her best to raise the decibel level. Li Ming nodded. That's right. Shouted 100 times at this volume. After saying that, Li Ming turned around and continued to lead the team forward, leaving the confused crowd standing there. Zhou Mei could only stand there and continue to shout the lines introducing herself, her voice echoing throughout the prison area. The prison area suddenly fell silent. The female prisoners, who had been joking around, all put away their smiles and retreated back into the cell door. None of them dared to say a word. After all, Zhou Mei was the best cautionary tale. Li Ming checked the system prompts in his mind as he walked, and saw that the task had been marked as completed, and the reward was activated simultaneously. The moment the majestic aura activated, Li Ming felt as if his body was surrounded by some energy, which then dissipated in an instant. Although he couldn't see or touch it, Li Ming knew it existed. Lin Shi and several other prison guards behind him could also sense something was different. They had originally thought Li Ming was just a blank slate warden, but now they were actually a little odd. Lin Shi looked at Li Ming's back with a complicated expression. He couldn't help but follow him, and his tone became much gentler. Not bad, you're quite ruthless. This kind of aura is what prisoners fear the most. If word spreads from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, you'll be famous tomorrow. Li Ming laughed heartily. As a new official, you have to set some rules. Send someone over later to tell Zhou Mei to stop yelling. It's okay as long as she knows she's wrong. Sending someone is pointless. You're the warden now, and Zhou Mei won't stop until you give the order. She doesn't dare to stop now, for fear that you'll come after her later. Lin Shi shook his head and added, Besides, Zhou Mei is serving a life sentence and will be here for the rest of her life. This lesson will be something Zhou Mei will remember for the rest of her life. Well, let Zhou Mei scream. It can be considered a lesson. Li Ming nodded slightly and continued to walk to the next prison area. Chapter 8. Highly Intelligent Criminals. As they entered the second prison block, Lin Shi expected to hear more commotion, but the scene was surprisingly quiet. The female prisoners didn't make a scene like they had in the previous block. Instead, they hid behind the bars, quietly observing Li Ming with curiosity in their eyes. After all, the sudden appearance of a man in this world of only women naturally breaks the daily dullness and tranquility. Lin Shi took a look at the situation in the prison area and whispered to Li Ming. Most of the prisoners in this area are serving fixed-term sentences, and the older ones will be released soon. They have always behaved well and worked hard. If they perform well, I will also help them apply for a reduction in sentence. Lin Shi said, while observing Li Ming's reaction. Li Ming nodded in response, carefully observing the prisoners. Some had gray hair, while others were still very young. They all looked quite well behaved. Although they were all plain-faced, several of the female prisoners had outstanding temperaments. If they were outside, they would probably attract many men to chase them. Lin Shi introduced Li Ming's identity as usual, but this time the atmosphere was noticeably different. No one in the cell responded, only a deathly silence. Perhaps it was the aura of authority taking effect, or perhaps they were simply being more cautious. In any case, no one dared to speak nonsense. Li Ming looked at them with some wariness and some disdain, and there was even anger and hostility in some pairs of eyes. I know that some people may not accept a new man like me as the warden, but as long as you abide by the rules and actively reform, I will definitely strive for a chance to reduce your sentence. Li Ming's words were sonorous and powerful, echoing in the prison area, but no one responded, and the atmosphere remained awkward and quiet. The female warden standing behind couldn't stand it any longer. She pulled out her baton and banged on the iron gate, shouting, "Didn't you hear the warden say anything? Why don't you thank me?" The prisoners finally spoke lazily, their voices uneven and weak. "Thank you, warden." The sound was infuriating and completely disrespectful. The female supervisor couldn't help but knock on the iron door a few more times, her anger rising. "What are you doing? A collective rebellion? Louder and more orderly. Don't you want a reduced sentence? Don't you want to get out?" Seeing that the situation was about to get out of hand, Li Ming waved his hand and stopped the female supervisor. "Forget it. They just met me. It's normal that they are not familiar with each other. Don't push them too hard." Li Ming knew in his heart that these people would eventually walk out of prison and were people with hope, so there was no need to be too harsh on them. The female warden heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. She had just witnessed Li Ming's thunderous tactics in Ward 1 and was worried about these people getting into trouble. She wasn't being mean, but she was afraid these women might get angry and offend the new warden, putting their lives in jeopardy. The female guard, Li Ming, and Lin Shi continued walking forward. Li Ming was secretly surprised. This section of the prison was obviously more crowded than the previous one, and there was a strange smell in the air. It was like the stench of spoiled seafood. Li Ming frowned at the smell, but Lin Shi and the guards seemed to be used to it and didn't react at all. After passing through the long and narrow passage, the female supervisor, Li Ming, and Lin Shi finally arrived at the third prison area, which was the most tense area. Lin Shi walked ahead and said in a low voice, "Those imprisoned here are all lifers or death row prisoners. They're generally difficult to deal with." Lin Shi pointed around as he spoke. "This area is half cells, half solitary confinement, and bathrooms. Further back is the entertainment hall, and the cafeteria is over there too." Li Ming nodded seriously, clearly paying close attention to the situation. He glanced at the cells and noticed the atmosphere was indeed different from the previous two prison blocks. Most of the prisoners were silent, and no one looked up, as if they had grown accustomed to the numbness and tranquility. Li Ming walked to a cell and looked inside. There were two female prisoners, one old and one young. The old one was reading a book, while the young one had a blank look in her eyes, as if her soul had left her body. Noticing Li Ming's gaze, the older woman put down her book and chuckled softly. Her voice was hoarse but gentle. "The new warden is here for inspection?" Li Ming was slightly surprised. "How do you know I'm new?" "Lin, she hasn't introduced me yet." The woman replied calmly. "The deputy warden personally brought his men here, so he must be a prominent figure. I assumed he was a prominent figure. I didn't expect the new warden to be a man." The woman gently patted the book on her lap and raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile. "It seems that this prison is going to be lively." Li Ming couldn't help asking the woman, "Why did you come in? Fraud, drug trafficking, kidnapping, and even murdering a police officer." The woman said calmly, as if recounting a past event worth mentioning. This remark made Li Ming's heart skip a beat. He knew the area was full of serious criminals, but he hadn't expected the other person to be such a ruthless individual with multiple criminal records. "How long have you been imprisoned?" Li Ming continued to ask. "In half a month it will be 2 years. Once my suspended death sentence is up, I'll be sentenced to life imprisonment, and I won't have to die." The woman looked at Li Ming with sincerity in her eyes. Thanks to the warden and the guards for their care. She didn't say anything, but walked up and whispered to Li Ming. It's almost time. It's time to go to the cafeteria. Okay, let's go. Li Ming nodded, put away his curiosity, and followed the team. Soon, Li Ming and his group arrived at the cafeteria. This was the first time Li Ming saw the prisoners using cutlery. The plates and spoons were made of plastic, feeling light and safe in the hand. No wonder they were standard equipment. Once the food was ready, Shi picked up the intercom and announced to all cells to let in the inmates for lunch. Then, Li Ming witnessed a spectacular scene. Hundreds of female prisoners lined up in neat rows, marching from various cells one after another. The scene was as uniform as military training. However, their eyes weren't quite so polite. Seeing Li Ming standing nearby, their eyes lit up. It was as if they weren't there to eat, but to eat Li Ming. The intense gazes of these female prisoners gave Li Ming an inexplicable chill. Chapter 9. It's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. The prisoners lined up to enter the cafeteria, got their meals and tableware in an orderly manner, and then sat at a table not far from Li Ming, eating while watching Li Ming as a snack. Some people ate slowly, not to savor the food, but with a smile on their faces, their eyes fixed on Li Ming, and they whispered about whether Li Ming was handsome or not. Li Ming's scalp was numb from being stared at. He couldn't stand this kind of sexual eye attack, so he simply stood up and walked around the cafeteria casually, trying to distract their attention. But during this trip, Li Ming actually saw several young female prisoners with outstanding looks and figures. He thought to himself, being a prison warden isn't all hard work. But Li Ming knew clearly that he could only look at them, but he couldn't have any second thoughts. Li Ming's life trajectory was destined to be parallel to these people forever, and there was no possibility of any intersection. Just as Li Ming turned around, a quarrel interrupted the relative tranquility of the cafeteria. Li Ming looked back and saw that it was the table he had just passed by. The two prisoners had already stood up. The two men were on edge, glaring at each other. The expressions on their faces didn't look like they were having a meal at all, but more like they were about to fight. The atmosphere was tense. Shi and the prison guard next to him also immediately noticed the situation and rushed towards the table where the incident occurred, ready to control the situation. What are you doing? Are you making trouble even when you're having a meal? Sit down. Eat quickly. The female guard in the second prison area shouted angrily, and her face became even darker after she saw the two prisoners clearly. One of the thin and small female prisoners spoke first. Report to the supervisor. She spit in my food. There was grievance and anger in her voice. 1746. Did you really do this? The female warden quickly turned her gaze to another short and fat prisoner and spoke in a stern tone, as if she had disliked her for a long time. Inspector, I didn't vomit. The short and fat female prisoner was very calm. She raised her hands without a trace of fluctuation on her lips, as if she didn't care about the accusation at all. 3057. You said someone vomited. Can you prove it? The supervisor stared at the thin girl and asked, trying to figure out who was lying. Look, there's saliva on the plate. It's right here. 3057 was so anxious that he almost cried. He picked up the plate and pointed at the pool of unknown liquid. The supervisor looked down and saw some saliva residue. But before he could say anything, 1746 spoke first. Who knows if she vomited it herself and wrongly accused me? You're talking nonsense. It was obviously you who vomited first. 3057 was very emotional and pointed at 1746 and cursed. The scene became chaotic again. Enough. The female warden couldn't stand it any longer and shouted angrily. 1746. Tell me the truth. The warden is still here. You'd better think about the consequences. 1746 was visibly startled when he was named, but then his eyes shifted and he changed his words. Reporting to the prison warden, she was the one who said the warden was a gigolo, and that's why I was so angry that I spit on her. What? 3057. You dare to make up stories about the warden? The warden's expression changed completely. He turned around and pointed at the food on the table. Eat this saliva. If you have even 1 grain left, you'll be put in solitary confinement for 3 days. It's unfair, warden. I didn't curse at all. I was praising the warden for being so handsome. She heard it wrong. 3057 hurriedly explained, but the warden didn't believe her at all. Shut up. If you say another word of nonsense, you won't be able to eat and will be locked up for 7 days. The female supervisor was furious, and the sound of her slamming the table made the whole cafeteria quiet down. At this moment, Li Ming suddenly heard a system notification in his mind. Mission: 2 prisoners in the prison are quarreling because of you. The prisoner who likes you is being framed. As the warden, you must seek justice for her, find out the truth, and clear her name. Mission reward. Feelings. When someone tries to deceive you, you will naturally feel it. Failure penalty. Everyone you talk to will have the first impression of deceiving you, and they will take pleasure in deceiving you. Achievement. Stupid Warden. Li Ming's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately stepped forward and snatched the spoon from 3057's hand. Warden. You. The female warden thought Li Ming was going to punish 3057, but was stopped by Li Ming's eyes as soon as she opened her mouth. Li Ming glanced at the two of them, his tone calm but extremely oppressive. One of you two must be lying to me, but I don't have the energy to find out who is lying. So, we will be confined together for 7 days. Warden, no problem. The female warden felt a chill down her spine when she heard this. As expected, Li Ming was a narrow-minded person who never went back on his word. Warden, I only did it for you. You can't lock me up too. 1746 panicked, his face turning pale and his voice changing tone. 3057, on the other hand, was delighted and sneered. It's okay to lock me up. Having her by my side is enough. It's more satisfying than locking me up for 7 days. Li Ming was unmoved and nodded lightly. That's settled then. Lock them both up together and take them away. The female supervisor immediately nodded and prepared to take the two to the solitary confinement room. But at this moment, 1746 suddenly knelt down, crying breathlessly, Warden, please, don't put me in solitary confinement. I really can't stand it. Lin Shi took a step closer at the right moment and whispered, Warden, the conditions in the solitary confinement cell are terrible. It's pitch dark. 7 days will cause problems. How about 3 days? Li Ming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then how about this? Whoever confesses first will be imprisoned for 3 days. Those who don't tell the truth will be imprisoned for another 7 days. As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, 1746 threw himself at Lin Shi's legs as if his tail had been stepped on, crying loudly, Deputy Warden, please help me, Deputy Warden. Chapter 10. 6 new wardens in 2 years. Lin Shi had no reaction to this, simply folding his arms and waiting to see the show unfold. What? You still don't tell the truth? Then you can only be put in solitary confinement. Li Ming's voice sounded like a death sentence. Whoa, Warden, I confess. I was the one who spit in her food. I just couldn't stand her infatuated look, but I didn't say anything bad about you, Warden. I just said those words to frame her. Warden, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. 1746 confessed to Li Ming while wailing. When the surrounding prison guards and prisoners who were eating heard this, they all showed surprised expressions. They didn't expect that this notorious troublemaker would actually admit his mistake. After all, the prisoners in prison are very smart. No matter how big the conflict is, they basically deny it. Today's scene is really rare. It seems that the 7-day confinement really scared 1746. In order to save his life, 1746 was willing to say anything and threw face and loyalty behind his back. Many prisoners in the cafeteria looked at him with disdain, their eyes full of contempt, and mocked 1746 in their hearts, saying that he was too cowardly and such a coward. But Li Ming didn't care about other people's opinions at all. The system's prompt sounded in Li Ming's mind, indicating that the task had been completed. Sure enough, 1746 did not lie. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction and pulled 1746 up from the ground. His tone was calm but authoritative. It's okay as long as you know you're wrong. Confinement isn't meant to torture you, but to make you reflect. If you can recognize your mistakes, I'm willing to give you another chance. Li Ming pointed at 3057 and said, Go apologize to her, and this matter will be over. I won't jail you today, but if you do it again next time, I won't show mercy. The female supervisor secretly gave a thumbs up and thought to herself, This is a great move, just a slap, and now a candy. The tension is well-paced, and the method is sophisticated. 1746, thank the warden, and apologize to 3057. The female warden urged immediately. Yes. Thank you, warden. Warden, I won't do that again. 3057, I'm sorry. 1746 hurriedly bowed and admitted his mistake, tears still lingering on his face. 3057 wanted to curse a few more times, but since Li Ming had come in person, he could only suppress his anger. Forget it. Let it be. Li Ming nodded. Excellent. Give 3057 a new meal, and everyone else stop watching and eat quickly. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, everyone lowered their heads to eat. The cafeteria became quiet, but many people still glanced at Li Ming from time to time while eating. At this moment, Li Mingza was walking around the cafeteria in a good mood. After all, he had just completed the task and received a reward, but he had not had the chance to verify the effect yet. After all the prisoners had finished eating and the prison area was inventoried, Lin Shi and Li Ming walked out of the cafeteria to eat their own lunch. Let's go eat too. Next is the prisoners' free time. The prison guards will be watching, so we don't need to watch them ourselves. Lin Shi said as they walked. Today is not a work day, and there is nothing to do. I'll take you somewhere else to look around after dinner. Li Ming nodded and said with a smile. It seems that the job of a prison warden is not that difficult. The prisoners are very cooperative. It seems much easier than I thought. Lin Shi rolled his eyes when he heard that. How long have you been doing this? You're already getting cocky? Since I came here, there have been 6 wardens. What? 6 in 2 years. Li Ming paused when he heard this, his expression changing from relaxed to shocked in an instant. An average of 4 months per person. Isn't that too short? Is it really that difficult? Li Ming asked, bewildered. Lin Shi, with a calm expression, said something chilling. Of the 6 wardens, 3 have resigned and returned home, 2 were in car accidents, and 1 committed suicide. And it's the room you're staying in now. Lin Shi said lightly. Li Ming paused and raised his voice. Wait a minute. Are you saying that the bed I sleep in was slept in by my ex who committed suicide? Have you changed the bedding? That set is still hers, Lin Shi added nonchalantly. I really thought it was new for me. It's not changed at all. Li Ming almost exploded on the spot, his face turning green, and he felt something was wrong. Ha ha, I was kidding you. Lin Shi slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. I remembered it wrongly. The bed was replaced a long time ago. The previous person in office never used that bed. Lin Shi smiled easily, as if he was telling a harmless joke, but Li Ming's heart suddenly tightened. The next second, the inexplicable feeling in Li Ming's mind emerged. The system reward, feelings, was automatically triggered. Li Ming's face instantly darkened. Li Ming knew that Lin Shi was lying. The bedding hadn't been changed at all. The blanket Li Ming used last night was exactly what the warden who committed suicide used. Li Ming's mouth twitched. He couldn't deceive himself because the system had already given the answer. Li Ming could even feel the word deception echoing in his ears. This Lin Shi is too wicked. Li Ming silently made a note in his heart and put Lin Shi's name on the revenge candidate list. Resisting the urge to turn hostile, Li Ming put away his emotions and silently followed Lin Shi into the staff cafeteria. The chefs here were quite skilled. Li Ming had already experienced this last night, and today he specially prepared a few dishes for them. The very sight of them on the table whetted their appetites. As they ate, Li Ming asked Lin Shi, why did all those former wardens end up in such a tragic way? Car accidents and suicides are just too bizarre, aren't they? Lin Shi bit his chopsticks, but his tone was very calm. I haven't always been the deputy warden. My position has changed quite quickly. In fact, if you hadn't come, I would have taken over as warden this time. My father is actually very worried and doesn't want me to take this position. Lin Shi paused and looked at Li Ming thoughtfully. I guess. Uncle Li transferred you here for more than just to arrange a blind date for us. Chapter 11, Arsenal. Li Ming rested his chin on his hand, pondering Lin Shi's words carefully, and his heart began to become complicated. Li Ming didn't care much about the blind date, but what made Li Ming puzzled was that his father actually assigned such a key position directly to Li Ming without any warning. Li Ming racked his brains, but couldn't find it sensible. Li Ming followed Lin Shi around the prison for a whole day and didn't find any danger in this place. Aside from the strange system in his head, everything else looked like an ordinary prison. Li Ming began to wonder if the rumors were too exaggerated. Li Ming still remembered the strange dream he had when he fainted. In the dream, there were systems, tasks, and a strangely evil author controlling Li Ming. But the tasks issued by the real system before him, although strange, were at least normal tasks and not the random ones in the dream. Li Ming shook his head and laughed at himself. There was no point in thinking about this now. He would just take it one day at a time. Dad couldn't really betray his own son, could he? Well, Lin Shi, we haven't seen each other for so many years. You must have been single for a while, right? Li Ming suddenly became curious. If Lin Shi had that face, the men chasing her would be lined up at the door. Why would she need her family to arrange a blind date for her? This is unscientific. Lin Shi glanced at Li Ming and said in a light tone, what's a boyfriend? My goal is the stars and the sea. I don't need such useless things. Unlike you, Mr. Li. I heard that you have been hanging out in nightclubs in recent years, and you must have touched the butts of female DJs a lot, right? Lin Shi suddenly counterattacked. Ha ha, no way. It's unfair. Li Ming laughed. You know my dad is stricter than anyone else. If I dared to mess around, I would have been beaten up long ago. Oh, then why did I hear that there's a woman named Zhang Ye who has a special relationship with you? Lin Shi said as he narrowed his eyes and observed the micro-expressions on Li Ming's face. How do you know Xiaoya? Li Ming was surprised. his heart skipping a beat as he stared at Lin Shi and asked. Lin Shi sneered, Xiaya? You're calling her that so affectionately. How dare you say you're just ordinary friends? I swear it's nothing. She is the daughter of the owner of the bar I often go to. I go there so often that I am familiar with her. We drink and chat. That's all. Li Ming quickly explained. Lin Shi snorted. I'll trust you for now. I'll find out you're lying later. Just wait. With that, she turned and walked away. Li Ming looked at Lin Shi's back, helplessly spreading his hands. Women are indeed mysterious and dangerous creatures, especially someone like Lin Shi, who can change at a moment's notice. After dinner, Lin Shi took Li Ming on a tour of the prison's various departments, introducing them one by one, from the management post and the duty room to the key defense checkpoints. When Lin Shi and Li Ming arrived at the armory, Li Ming's eyes lit up. Li Ming had been interested in guns since childhood, but he had never touched a real one. Be it Uncle Wang at home or the people who secretly protected Li Ming, no one allowed Li Ming to touch a gun. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to touch a real gun and live ammunition. Li Ming picked up the black pistol. The heavy metal texture made him fall in love with it. Although he hadn't loaded the magazine yet, he could already imagine the pleasure of firing the gun. Li Ming tried to raise his gun and aim at the target on the wall. He felt that he was aiming very steadily, and the feeling of being a natural shooter instantly came online. Li Ming's eyes flickered to the nearby shelves, where sniper rifles, automatic rifles, body armor, and various other tactical equipment were stacked. It was simply impossible to look away. This prison was truly remarkable. The equipment was far more professional than Li Ming had imagined, and the firepower was sufficient for a small-scale battle. Li Ming's eyes couldn't help but drift to Lin Shi's waist. The black pistol was clipped to Lin Shi's belt, emitting a deadly attraction. Lin Shi noticed Li Ming's gaze, smiled faintly, walked over, picked up the gun that Li Ming had just been playing with from the table, and put it back into Li Ming's hand. Lin Shi said, You're the warden, so you're allowed to carry a gun. Keep it for self-defense. Just don't fiddle with the safety. You can practice with the target, and there's plenty of ammunition. Lin Shi reminded him. Remember, you can only carry a gun in prison, not outside. Really? I can carry a gun too? That's awesome. Li Ming was as excited as a child. Teach me. I'll try firing a few shots. Tisk, you're surprised by something you haven't seen before. Lin Shi cursed with a smile and handed the magazine to Li Ming. Here, live ammunition. Don't be too awkward with your posture. I'll only teach you once. Li Ming took the magazine, loaded the bullets, and chambered the gun. His movements were quite professional. Li Ming raised his gun and aimed at the bullseye, looking serious. But just as Li Ming was about to fire his first shot, he suddenly felt a soft touch from behind him. Lin Shi had actually come close to him. Lin Shi's body pressed tightly against his back, her cheek resting on Li Ming's shoulder. She gently held Li Ming's arm with both hands, helping him adjust his posture. Lower your center of gravity and breathe steadily. Aim according to the rhythm of your breathing. Use force with your arms, and pay attention to the recoil. Remember, hold it firmly with both hands and don't let go. There will be a strong impact when you fire the gun. Lin Shi whispered in Li Ming's ear. Lin Shi's voice swept past his ears like a feather, her breath gentle but stirring. Li Ming felt his heart beating faster and his breathing became disordered. Slow down, don't breathe so fast. Lin Shi couldn't help but remind him. It's not that I don't want to slow down. You're so close to me, I really can't slow down. Li Ming replied helplessly. Li Ming is not a saint. He is just a passionate young man. Being guided closely by such a beautiful woman makes his whole body tense. Chapter 12, Male Model. Hearing Li Ming's sudden words, Lin Shi looked down and his expression changed immediately. He noticed a reaction that shouldn't have appeared. Li Ming's originally fair face suddenly turned red, and Lin Shi immediately bounced away from Li Ming's back, feeling as if he had been scalded. Li Ming, are you teasing me? Lin Shi put her hands on her hips and pointed at his nose in anger. It's unfair. You were the one who came close to me, okay? I'm a hot-blooded man, so I can't have some normal physiological reactions. Li Ming quickly turned around and defended himself with a look of grievance on his face. You. Lin Shi was so angry that she couldn't speak. She rolled her eyes at him. You weren't like this when you were a child. Why are you so bad when you grow up? You said it was when you were a child. How could I understand this back then? Li Ming put down the gun, adjusted his breathing, and then turned around with an embarrassed look on his face. Lin Shi said directly, Rogue, have fun by yourself. I'm leaving first. After that, he left the armory angrily, leaving Li Ming alone there. Li Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head, his interest in shooting instantly gone. Li Ming found a holster to put the pistol in, tied it around his waist, and turned to leave. Just as he was about to leave, the female guard from the armory stepped forward and saluted Li Ming. Warden, Deputy Warden Lin has registered you. You may carry your gun directly. Please use it safely. Li Ming nodded, but he still felt that the way people around him looked at him was not right. He felt like an animal being watched. Finally, unable to help himself, Li Ming lowered his voice and whispered to the female prison guard, "Don't treat me like the warden. Can I ask you something?" The female prison guard was stunned for a moment, but still responded with a smile. "Of course, the warden can ask, and I will tell you what I know. I have just been in the prison for a few days. Why do I feel that everyone looks at me strangely? Is there something on my face?" Li Ming scratched his head, looking puzzled. The female prison guard covered her mouth and laughed twice. She looked around to see if anyone was eavesdropping before whispering, "Warden, actually, it was Deputy Warden Lin who told us about this first." The female prison guard leaned closer and said mysteriously, "Lin, she told us that the new warden is very handsome, fair-skinned, and a former male model with a fantastic body. He said that single women like us should seize the opportunity and act first. That's why everyone is staring at you like that." Hearing this, Li Ming's face darkened. Lin Shi again. Li Ming was furious, and he wanted to confront Lin Shi on the spot. Without Lin Shi's secret propaganda, how could these people dare to stare at Li Ming like that? But Li Ming took a deep breath and endured it for the time being, recording this matter in his account book and seeking revenge sooner or later. After leaving the armory, Li Ming wandered around alone. At this moment, a burst of laughter emanated from the playground. The prisoners had just finished their meal and were enjoying their free time, basking in the sun and chatting. They seemed quite content. Li Ming walked slowly along the iron fence outside the playground, wanting to take in the surroundings. But after a few steps, the prisoners noticed Li Ming and gathered around the iron fence, their eyes full of excitement. Every time Li Ming took a step forward, the female prisoners in the iron net followed him, almost sticking to the iron net, looking like they were chasing a star. Soon, more and more people gathered, and the supervisor in the playground finally noticed something was wrong and rushed over from the door. "Everyone squat. Squat down." The female supervisor's shout echoed over the playground. The prisoners were so frightened that they quickly put their hands on their heads and squatted on the ground. Although they coordinated their movements, their eyes still secretly glanced at Li Ming. After everyone squatted, the prison guards also noticed Li Ming standing outside the iron fence and understood why these prisoners gathered. A female guard wiped her forehead and immediately saluted Li Ming. "Hello, Warden." Li Ming waved his hand and replied with a wry smile, "It's okay, let them watch. It won't be fresh after watching it for too long." After all, their eyes were on their faces, and I couldn't make them close their eyes. "Yes, Warden." The prison guard nodded in response, then led his men out of the playground and continued patrolling. Don't underestimate these prisoners because they are women. When they start fighting, they are no worse than men, and even more unreasonable when they are cruel. They have to be on guard at all times. After strolling around the playground, Li Ming felt his beautiful face was now widely known, so he returned to his office. But as soon as he opened the door, he was immediately struck by the familiar feeling of emptiness. Remembering that the previous warden had died in this very room, Li Ming felt a little uneasy. Li Ming swallowed his saliva and immediately removed all the bedding from the bed, dug out the bedding from his own luggage, and laid it on top again. He finally felt a little relieved, and lying on the bed, he closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. After all, it had been a very tiring day. As evening approached, there was a sudden, rapid knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Li Ming woke up with a start, got out of bed, and went to open the door with his hair still messy. Standing at the door was Lin Shi again. "Warden, are you awake? Someone's looking for you. Hurry up and pack up and come with me." Lin Shi's tone was calm, but there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Looking for me? Who?" Li Ming rubbed his face, looking confused. Li Ming had just arrived at the prison. Who would look for Li Ming? There was not even anyone he knew. Lin Shi replied casually. "It's a prisoner who specifically asked to see you. I can't go. He only recognizes you. Hurry up." Chapter 13. Repay. Okay, 3 minutes. Li Ming rushed into the bathroom without looking back, quickly washed his face and fixed his hair, and instantly felt rejuvenated. After washing, Li Ming immediately looked much more energetic, with a fair face, three-dimensional and handsome features, and a hint of moisture in his hair made him look even more refreshed. Lin Shi was lost in thought. Just a moment ago, he looked like a slovenly, ordinary person, but now he looked like a completely different person, handsome to an unflattering degree. Without even having time to sigh, Lin Shi quickly led Li Ming towards the counseling room. As Li Ming followed along, he curiously asked, "Why did the prisoner suddenly ask to see me? What happened?" Lin Shi rolled her eyes at Li Ming, but still explained. "She said you look like her deceased husband, and she must see you." She even threatened to commit suicide. Lin, she said. She even hit her head against the wall in the cell a while ago, and the warden had no choice but to report it to me. Be careful when you see her and try to calm her down. She's almost finished her sentence, so don't let anything happen to her. Huh? I look like her husband? That's ridiculous. Li Ming's mouth twitched, feeling it was so outrageous it felt like a TV drama plot. Don't worry about it. But if someone really commits suicide under your watch, you won't be able to keep your job as warden, Lin Shi warned solemnly. As they were talking, Lin Shi and Li Ming had already walked into the psychological counseling room. As soon as he entered, Li Ming saw the female prisoner sitting on the chair and was stunned for a moment. She was completely different from the disheveled image he had imagined. The female prisoner in front of me has fair skin but not sallow, delicate and three-dimensional facial features, neat short hair, and even a somewhat dignified temperament, which makes people forget for a moment that the female prisoner is a prisoner. The prison uniform couldn't hide her beautiful figure and the aura of her self-possessed sitting posture. Li Ming even had a momentary illusion, as if he was meeting a white-collar woman. From the moment Li Ming entered, the female prisoner's eyes hadn't moved away from his face, a hint of surprise in her eyes that was hard to conceal. Lin, she seemed to have anticipated all this and walked forward to remove the handcuffs from the woman's hands, allowing her to move freely. Deputy Warden Lin, could you please step out for a moment? I'd like to talk to him alone, the female prisoner suddenly said. Lin, she nodded without saying anything else. Before leaving, she whispered in Li Ming's ear, there's no surveillance in this room. If you need anything, just call me. I'll be standing at the door. Li Ming nodded, indicating that it was okay, and sat down across from the woman. I heard you wanted to see me because I look like your husband, Li Ming asked, secretly observing her expression. The female prisoner shook her head gently and said softly, actually, I lied to them. If I hadn't said that, they wouldn't have let me see you. Li Ming was even more puzzled when he heard this. Then why did you come to see me? The female prisoner looked at Li Ming, her expression becoming serious. I want to ask you for a favor. I won't ask you for help in vain. You can repay me in any way you want. As she spoke, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Ming's hand, her tone becoming more and more urgent. If you are willing, I can follow you. Hey, don't get excited. Li Ming quickly pulled his hand back, confused by this sudden confession. First, tell me clearly what you want my help with. The female prisoner took a breath and spoke slowly. I'm 35 years old. My husband abducted me when I was 14, and he forced me to have a child. He was a drug trafficker and was later shot dead. I was sentenced to 15 years for my role in drug trafficking. Although it wasn't voluntary, the law doesn't recognize it. I'll be released in less than 3 years. I originally wanted to spend my last few years in peace, but at this point, the female prisoner's eyes fell, and her voice began to choke up. Last month, my sister came to see me and said my daughter was doing very badly, hanging out with some shady people, and was planning to marry a gangster. The female prisoner said, she has never come to see me, but she is the only thing in my heart. I want to stop her, but I can't get out. I have no other choice but to ask you to help me. Please help me find out how she is doing and whether the man is treating her well. Before she could finish her words, the woman suddenly knelt down, her eyes full of pleading. Please, Warden. She is my only hope. I am willing to do anything for you. Li Ming quickly stood up and helped her up, comforting her while pushing her back into the chair. Don't be like this. Isn't it enough that I promised you? The female prisoner wiped her tears and raised her head, her eyes filled with gratitude. Really? Warden, are you willing to help me? It's nothing. I'm free anyway. Tell me her name, where she lives, and how old she is, and I'll help you find out. Li Ming replied. Li Ming did feel sympathy, and since the system's heart feeling was not triggered, Li Ming knew that the woman was not lying. Hearing Li Ming's agreement, the woman's eyes lit up with excitement. Then she suddenly smiled and said, Warden, thank you so much. I don't have much to give you. I can only give you my body. Before the female prisoner finished her words, she suddenly leaned down, as if she was about to do something extreme, which scared Li Ming so much that he shrank back reflexively. Hey, stop. What are you doing? Li Ming quickly held the female prisoner's shoulders, mentally frenetically calling the police. Just because there's no surveillance in this room doesn't mean Lin, she isn't eavesdropping at the door. The counseling room wasn't equipped with cameras to protect privacy, but Li Ming was now incredibly nervous. If Lin, she heard the noise and rushed in, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. At this moment, Li Ming just wanted to calm the situation down. The female prisoner smiled gently. Don't worry, Warden, this place is soundproof. Unless you shout very loudly, no one can hear you. I really have nothing else to thank you for, only myself. I've been in prison for more than 10 years, and apart from my dead husband, I've never touched another man. Chapter 14. Hidden Rules, or Liu Xiaohui. Warden. The female prisoner's eyes were red from crying, and her face was so delicate that it looked like she was about to cry. Just then, a series of task contents suddenly appeared in Li Ming's mind. Mission rewards, Special Forces soldiers' physical fitness and combat skills. Failure penalty. The person outside the door will burst in after knocking. You will unlock the achievement, Liu Xiaohui. Achievement effect. Unable to be interested in women. Holy crap. Li Ming's eyes widened. What kind of bizarre task was this? Could he not accept it? The unscrupulous author was indeed manipulating him. It was a familiar smell again. Li Ming was still surprised by the strangeness of the task, but the female prisoner did not stop. Li Ming was in a daze, still in the spot. After an unknown amount of time, Li Ming tidied up his messy clothes and sat back in his chair. Seeing Li Ming's distraught look, the female prisoner smiled secretly. She waved her hand to attract Li Ming's attention. Warden, my daughter has my surname. My name is Wang Xian, and my daughter is Wang Qian. She is 20 years old this year. She lives with my sister. This is her address. Wang Xian took a pen and wrote down the address of her sister's house, then folded the address and handed it to Li Ming. Everything is up to you. Warden, if you need anything next time, just call me anytime. Wang Xian said solemnly. I will do it, don't worry. Li Ming came back to his senses, put the address away helplessly, opened the door helplessly, and walked out of the room. He didn't want to do that, but the penalty for mission failure was too severe. He really couldn't bear it. Outside the door, Li Ming originally thought that Lin she was guarding here, but there were only two unfamiliar female prison guards at the door, and Lin she had already left. Li Ming asked after breathing a sigh of relief. Where's Deputy Warden Lin? The two female prison guards saluted and replied. Reporting to the warden, the deputy warden received a phone call and went out. I heard from the deputy warden that there seems to be a new prisoner, and she went to pick him up. Well, when did you leave? Li Ming asked again. A while ago. About 10 minutes ago. Li Ming nodded. 10 minutes ago, Lin she probably didn't hear anything. It seemed that he really went to pick someone up. After instructing two prison guards to take Wang Xian back to the prison area, Li Ming went straight back to his room. He turned on the faucet and rinsed his body, letting the hot water flow through his body, which had become agile, without him knowing when. He wondered if he had done something wrong. He was here to work and have a blind date, not to have sex with a female prisoner. But this bizarre system didn't give him the slightest chance. If he refused the mission, he would become Liu Xiaohui. How could he refuse? It's not like Li Ming hasn't had a girlfriend since he was a child. Although he didn't mess around in bars, he still had a lot of girls who liked him because of his handsome face. When he was in school, he was the most popular boy on campus. Many girls rushed to have intimate relationships with him, but he rejected them all. Apart from his first love, he had never done those things with other women. Even Xiaoya, the daughter of the bar owner, kept clinging to him and tried to get him drunk many times, but he didn't let her succeed. But what happened today made Li Ming feel that his persistence had become a joke. If you ask him how he feels today, Li Ming will definitely feel great, even a little unsatisfied. However, he is mentally confused and worried. I don't know what this system will do to him in the future. Li Ming shook off the water droplets on his hair, thought hard but to no avail, then dried his body and looked at himself in the floor-length mirror. The system's mission rewards had already arrived, and his body had evolved. The Special Forces soldier's body was indeed extraordinary, and his every move was full of strength. The combat methods and techniques had also become muscle memory, allowing him to use them at will. I have to sigh at the power of the system. It is simply against common sense. Li Ming lay back down on the bed, not thinking about it anymore. He was the beneficiary, and he hadn't suffered any loss, so why was he being so hypocritical? If you have nothing to do tomorrow, mention this matter to Lin Shi and see if he can go out and take care of Wang Xian's matter. As he was thinking, Li Ming fell asleep again. The next morning, boom, boom, boom. Another familiar knock on the door woke Li Ming up. Without asking, he knew it was Lin Shi again. This time, Li Ming was not in a hurry. He slowly walked to the door and opened it for Lin Shi. As soon as the door opened, Li Ming rubbed his eyes, stretched himself, and cried out in comfort. Sure enough, it was Lin Shi again, but today Lin Shi looked a little dazed, staring at him straight, without the heroic and cool spirit of yesterday. He didn't know what was going on. Maybe she came back late and didn't sleep well, Li Ming thought. He met Lin Shi's gaze with doubt. She didn't say anything, just stared at him blankly. Li Ming followed her gaze and looked down. Damn it. Stop looking. Li Ming covered his key parts with one hand and quickly closed the door with the other hand. There was a clanging sound that could be heard from far away. Lin Shi, whose view was blocked by the door, also came back to her senses. Her face flushed red. It was the first time she had seen such a thing with her own eyes, and it was such a close and high-definition sight. That damn Li Ming. How dare he? He opened the door without any clothes on. Lin, she said, gritting his teeth. Oh my god. I forgot I was not wearing any clothes. I fell asleep right after taking a shower yesterday, without even wearing any underwear. No wonder she looked at me strangely today. This is terrible. Li Ming turned around hurriedly and put on his clothes randomly. After he was finally dressed, he tremblingly opened the door. Lin, she was still waiting at the door, but at this time she had regained her usual cold expression. She glanced at Li Ming and saw that he was neatly dressed. Then she spoke. Meeting. You fainted yesterday, so let's reintroduce you today so everyone can get to know you. We'll be meeting at the prison gate today, and all the guards on duty will be present. Let's introduce you all at once to avoid any hassle. Be careful not to faint this time. Chapter 15. Release from prison. Li Ming agreed guiltily, and then followed Lin Shi to the prison gate. He had come in from here in the first place. The big words, Black Mountain Women's Prison, hanging on the gate were shining brightly. Everyone is here today, and everyone has things to do later, so I'll make it short. Some of you have met me yesterday, and some of you haven't. This is the new warden, Li Ming. Welcome, everyone. Lin Shi led the applause. Clap, clap, clap. Intense applause sounded, and pairs of curious eyes fell on Li Ming again. The prison guards only felt that Li Ming looked fierce and cool, and unconsciously did not dare to look him in the eye. It was like facing the dean of his school days. But Li Ming had experience this time. He raised his hand slightly, and the applause was suppressed. Hello everyone, my name is Li Ming. I'll be the warden from now on. I'm new here, and you've all been here much longer than I have. If you have any opinions or suggestions, feel free to share them with me. I'm not a pushover, and I hope we can all get along like friends from now on. Thank you. As Li Ming finished speaking, everyone applauded except the guards holding weapons. Seeing that Li Ming had finished speaking, Lin Shi did not waste any more time. All right, dismissed. Return to your posts. A new batch of prisoners will be arriving in the next 2 days, so be alert. Yes, Deputy Warden. The prison guards answered in unison and then dispersed back to their posts. What about you? Do you want to come with me to inspect the prison area, or continue to stroll around? After the prison guards dispersed, Lin Shi said to Li Ming. If I want to go out and return to the city, do I need to go through any procedures? Li Ming thought of Wang Xin and asked directly. You want to go out? Where are you going? Lin Shi asked curiously. You're leaving after only being here for a day or two. Could it be that you can't stand the environment here and want to quit? I have some personal matters to attend to. I will probably be back in a day. Li Ming said vaguely. He did not tell her about Wang Xin. He just wanted to take a look. It probably wouldn't take long. If you want to go out, that's fine. Just sign with the guard at the door and you can drive that car. But if you can come back tomorrow, would you like to help me go to another prison and bring back a group of prisoners? Lin Shi said, pointing to the jeep she drove last time. Bring back a group of prisoners? Okay, but how should I do it? You don't have to do anything. I've made all the connections. Just go there with the file, check the number of people and their identities, sign, and then bring the prisoner back with the comrade in charge of escorting him. If you're too late tomorrow, you can go the day after tomorrow. Lin Shi brought Li Ming to the office and handed the file bag to Li Ming. It just so happened that she was too lazy to go, and Li Ming was about to go out, so it was just right to assign this task to him. Okay, then leave it to me. Li Ming put away the file bag, picked up the key handed to him by Lin Shi, went back to his room to get a set of casual clothes he used to wear, and then drove out of the prison. He still walked through the forest. It was dark when he came here before, and he couldn't see the surrounding scenery clearly. This time he could see clearly that the Montenegro women's prison was actually located on a barren mountain far away from the city. No wonder Lin Shi drove her for so long. And when Li Ming turned on the navigation, he found that this was not City A at all, but an inconspicuous desolate mountain between City A and City S. He silently memorized the coordinates of the prison so as not to lose them later, and then Li Ming started driving seriously. It was afternoon when Li Ming finally arrived in City S, where Wang Xin's sister lived. According to the address she wrote down, Li Ming was already standing downstairs of her house before dark. I rang the doorbell of the unit downstairs, but no one opened it. Obviously, no one was at home. I looked up and saw that the lights in her house were not on. But he didn't have Sister Wang Xin's phone number, so bored, Li Ming simply wandered around. Strolling to the small park downstairs, there were still many elderly people exercising there at this time of year. Li Ming saw a few ants walking their dogs. His eyes lit up and he walked over quietly. Hey, have you heard? The old man in Unit 5 seemed to have gone crazy and died. He really deserved it. He was still not at peace after retirement and found a young wife. He died just after a few days of peaceful life. What do you think? Did he deserve it? An aunt said to the women next to her while eating melon seeds. Where did you get this information? I heard that it was this young wife who kept the old man awake every night and starved him to death. Pa. He doesn't even sleep every night. Does that old man have that kind of physique? Don't listen to him. He'll die of a stroke soon. And I heard he's even on drugs. This information was told to me personally by his son's colleague's third aunt's younger sister. I can't be wrong. TSK, what kind of relatives are these? They're spreading this matter everywhere. They won't even let them rest in peace after their death. Ha, what's the big deal? At least the old man is in a dead woman's body, so his life wasn't in vain. Li Ming listened to these aunts talking excitedly about other people's family affairs, and he felt more confident. He went up to them and asked, "Hello, aunties. I want to ask you about someone. She lives in the building next to us, on the east side of the 3rd floor. Her name is Wang Qian. She is 20 years old this year. Do you know her?" Li Ming stepped forward and asked. Hearing Li Ming's question, several aunts looked at Li Ming and asked tentatively, "Who are you?" I'm her former classmate. I haven't seen her for a long time, so I came here to ask about her." Li Ming thought for a moment and replied calmly, "Oh, that girl's classmate. She doesn't seem to live here anymore. She used to be here often. I haven't seen her for a long time." An aunt shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. I know. I heard that girl's mother is a criminal, so her family doesn't like her. I used to hear her family scolding her terribly. But now that she's grown up, she's become better. Last month, it seemed like they were trying to find a man for her to marry, and there was a big argument. She said she wouldn't do anything and then ran away from home. I haven't seen her since. Hey, you have to ask me about this. I know the man her family found for that girl at that time. He was in his 40s and seemed to have some money. His family ran a KTV. He offered 200,000 yuan to marry this girl. This girl was usually weak and timid, but at this time she was quite temperamental and refused to obey anything. She jumped directly from the 3rd floor window. Fortunately, she was fine when she landed. She limped away. I saw it with my own eyes. A curly-haired aunt described it vividly. What? Jumped down from the 3rd floor? Li Ming said anxiously. Yeah, when I jumped down, I hit the vegetable shed on the 1st floor. That's why I'm fine. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured. These aunts didn't know what happened after that. They only knew that Wang Qian never came back. Chapter 16, There's a Ghost. After asking around, Li Ming returned to the downstairs of her house, but no one came back from upstairs. He didn't know how to explain to Wang Xian when he got back. If she knew that her daughter was forced to get married by her sister, who knew what she would do? Li Ming waited here for several hours until late at night, but still no one came back. Li Ming looked around, and there was no one around. He was unwilling to go back like this. He had just figured out the route. From the balcony on the 1st floor, he could climb up along the drainpipe and directly reach the balcony on the 3rd floor. He planned to go up and take a look. With his current physical condition, it shouldn't be a big deal. Li Ming used both hands and exerted a little force. His body floated onto the balcony as if it were nothing. It was easier than he imagined. In less than a minute, he was standing on the balcony of Wang Qian's house. He reached out and pushed tentatively, and found that the balcony was not locked, which saved Li Ming a lot of trouble, and he entered the house easily. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and shone it in. Sure enough, it didn't look like anyone lived there. There was a layer of dust on the coffee table. Li Ming then took a look at the photo on the TV cabinet. It showed a woman who looked to be in her 40s holding a teenage boy in her arms. The woman looked somewhat like Wang Xian, so she must be her biological sister. The little boy should be her sister's child. Li Ming checked again and found no trace of Wang Qian in the living room, so he had to push open the door of the 2nd bedroom. No matter what, her family would not let Wang Qian live in the master bedroom. Sure enough, when he pushed open the door, Li Ming confirmed that this was the house where Wang Qian lived. Pink sheets and quilts, cosmetics on the table, clothes hanging on the wall, and 2 photos on the headboard of the bed. One photo is of Wang Xian when she was young, who was much younger than she is now, and the other photo is of Wang Qian, the target he is looking for. It has to be said that Wang Qian has inherited all the advantages of her mother. She has fair skin, beautiful looks, and a hot body. She also has a cold face, which adds to her beauty. Her eyebrows are exactly the same as her mother's. Li Ming was amazed. Is this an excellent gene? It turns out that beauty is hereditary. Memorizing her appearance, Li Ming then put both photos away. He planned to give the photos to Wang Xian if he couldn't find her, so he could have some memory of her. Li Ming then continued to search the room, but still found nothing, and he couldn't find any place she might have gone. Although it was obvious that Wang Qian had left in a hurry and hadn't packed her things, there was nothing in the room to begin with, so searching again wouldn't yield anything useful. Just when Li Ming was about to give up, he suddenly heard the sound of the door unlocking. Snap! As the voice fell, The door was slowly opened. Li Ming's hair stood on end instantly. Someone's back? Who is it? Li Ming held his breath and tried not to make any noise. While the person at the door had not yet fully entered, he gently pushed Wang Qian's door shut, leaving only a gap. Then he listened attentively to the movements in the living room. But what puzzled Li Ming was that the person who came in didn't make any sound. Apart from the sound of the key turning in the door, Li Ming couldn't hear the person's footsteps. This made Li Ming even more cautious. Li Ming didn't bother to eavesdrop. He lay down on the ground carefully and huddled under Wang Qian's bed. He thought that no one would notice him here. After a while, the door that Li Ming had been staring at slowly moved. This scared Li Ming so much that he almost lost his breath. Why is there no sound of footsteps from this person? Under Li Ming's nervous gaze, the door slowly opened. With the night light outside the window, Li Ming clearly saw a pair of beautiful feet walking barefoot from the living room into the room. She took every step carefully for fear of making any noise. Seeing this, Li Ming finally put down his frightened mood. So you were barefoot. I was wondering why there was no sound at all. At this time, Li Ming had already guessed the identity of the visitor and estimated that it was Wang Qian, the target of his trip. He came back stealthily, probably to get something, and he didn't know that there was no one else in the room except him. Li Ming didn't say anything. He was a little afraid of scaring her, so he continued to control his breathing without making any sound and watched Wang Qian's movements quietly. She entered the house and walked straight towards Li Ming, still cautiously. Finally, she stopped right next to Li Ming's face. At this angle, Li Ming could even smell the faint fragrance of her feet. Although her movements were invisible, Wang Qian stomped her feet in anger for some reason. Then, realizing she needed silence, she dug her toes into the floor again, trying to block out the sound. Li Ming watched her series of actions at her feet and couldn't help laughing. This Wang Qian was actually a little cute, not as cold as she looked in the photo. Li Ming was hesitating whether he should go out and talk to her now, but he thought it would definitely scare her. While Li Ming was hesitating, Wang Qian seemed to have gotten what she wanted. She tiptoed out of the house again, opened the door, and walked to the door. Wang Qian looked at the room where she had lived for many years with reluctance. This time she might never come back. But she had to leave, and took one last look at her crib, and suddenly, Wang Qian's eyes inadvertently glanced under the bed. From her angle, she could just see half a head sticking out from under the bed and a pair of gleaming eyes staring at her. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, Wang Qian looked again carefully. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly rang out. Wang Qian hurriedly ran out of the room and accidentally slipped. She fell to the ground. Wang Qian was even more frightened. She used her hands and feet to crawl towards the door, but her body was so weak that she had no strength left. Her legs couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this, Li Ming, who was under the bed, didn't care about anything else and hurriedly got out from under the bed. Wang Qian, don't run. I'm not a bad person. Don't be afraid. Wang Qian, who was outside the door, was still crawling out. She had already been frightened out of her mind. In a trance, she heard the thing inside talking and even called her name. She was so scared that she didn't hear what Li Ming said next. She just kept howling. Ghost! There is a ghost! Help! Wang Qian's screams were so heartbreaking that even Li Ming was startled. Li Ming stood up, took 2 steps at a time, rushed out of the room, and picked up Wang Qian, who was still diving on the ground. Wang Qian was lifted up by Li Ming, and her howling stopped abruptly. She just stared blankly at the figure in front of her. In the moonlight outside the window, Wang Qian discovered that this ghost thing holding her in the air seemed to be a person. Chapter 17 Jade Foot. Wang Qian, I am a human, not a ghost. Stop shouting, or everyone upstairs and downstairs will be woken up by you. Li Ming held her up and brought her closer to his face so that she could see his face clearly. But the scene that Li Ming imagined, where she would calm down and listen to him, did not happen. Instead, Wang Qian looked closely at the face less than 10 centimeters away from her, and her fear grew even greater. It's not a ghost. It's a human. He sneaked into her house in the middle of the night and hid under her bed. No matter how you think about it, he can't be a good person. Wang Qian let out another howl that could pierce the eardrums. Help! Ah! Li Ming was speechless. It was the dead of night, and if someone heard it and came looking for him, he wouldn't know how to explain it. In desperation, Li Ming slashed down with his knife, accurately chopping Wang Qian's collar. Her voice stopped abruptly, her eyes turned white, and she fainted. Li Ming let out a long sigh. Now it's quiet. He held the unconscious Wang Qian in his arms. Her body leaned tightly against Li Ming, so soft that Li Ming felt a little uncomfortable. A distracting thought flashed through his mind. Li Ming hurriedly found the light switch in the living room, turned on the light, and put Wang Qian on the sofa again. Only then did I feel relieved. Since it was already like this, Li Ming simply opened the door of the master bedroom and confirmed that there was indeed no one in the room. Then he returned to the living room and sat opposite Wang Qian, quietly waiting for Wang Qian to wake up. There are many ways to wake someone up in the Special Forces combat skills, such as pouring cold water on her head, holding her head down and diving into the water, and more intuitive and simple ones, such as slapping her a few times, pinching her philtrum, and removing her limbs, which can also wake her up with pain. There are many ways. But Li Ming couldn't bring himself to do it when he saw Wang Qian fainting. Knocking her out was already too much. If he did anything else to her, she would think he was a terrorist when she woke up. Li Ming tilted his head and thought about whether he should find something to cover her mouth first to prevent her from screaming when she woke up. Before he could do anything, Wang Qian had already woken up slowly. Holding her aching neck, Wang Qian gradually regained consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she saw Li Ming sitting calmly across from her on the sofa. She was about to shout for help, but the sharp pain in her neck made her swallow the sound back. Wang Qian looked at Li Ming in fear. Although this man looked a little handsome, he was definitely not a good person. Ahem. You're awake. I'm not a bad person, stop shouting. I'm your mother's friend, and I came to see you on her behalf. Li Ming explained as gently as possible. Wang Qian. Really? Your mother was very worried about you and gave me your address. When I got here, I heard that you were no longer here and there was no one else in the house, so I had no choice but to sneak in. Wang Qian. Wang Qian didn't say a word, just blinked and stared at Li Ming blankly. Oh, why aren't you talking? I entered your room and heard the door open. I was afraid I'd be mistaken for a bad guy, so I hid under your bed. I didn't expect it to be you back. My trip wasn't in vain. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian moved her neck and found it was not as painful as before. Then she spoke vigilantly. You know my mother? What's her name, and where is she now? Your mother's name is Wang Xian. She is serving her sentence in prison now, but she will be released soon. She really misses you very much. She knows that you hate her and don't want to see her. She said she won't blame you. When she comes out, even if you don't recognize her as your mother, she will just need to look at you from afar and know that you are doing well, and she will be satisfied. Li Ming explained. Are you really my mother's friend? You are so young, about the same age as me. How do you know my mother? You are not a drug dealer. After hearing what Li Ming said, tears welled up in Wang Qian's eyes, but she suppressed them. She did not completely believe Li Ming yet. I don't look like a drug dealer at all. It's okay to tell you. I'm actually the warden of the prison where your mother is. I'm just taking over. Your mother came to me and said she heard you were getting married to some gangster and she was worried. She didn't want you to follow her path and wanted you to find a good family, so she asked me to come and see how you were doing. That's what happened. You can rest assured now. Li Ming spread his hands and finally explained the whole story clearly. When Wang Qian heard that her mother was worried about her, she burst into tears. She bit her lips tightly, but could not stop the tears from flowing. Finally, she digested the news that Li Ming said, and then she spoke with a sob. Actually, it's not that I don't go see her. I dream of going to see her, but my aunt won't tell me where she's being held. I've begged her countless times, but she won't tell me. She always says my mom is a drug dealer and doesn't miss or care about me. Sometimes she goes to the prison to see my mom, but she never tells me. She just wants me to forget my mom, be her good niece, and then marry me off to a rich man so she can make some money and improve our lives. What she said about me and the gangster is all lies. She clearly found a rich man to come to our house and wanted to sell me out. I would rather die than obey her, so I jumped from the building and escaped from his clutches. She must have been unable to find me afterwards, so she went to the prison and said that I ran away with a man. That must be the case. Wang Qian said angrily. Li Ming suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this. No wonder no one was left in Sister Wang Xian's family. They must have been afraid that Wang Qian would bring people to cause trouble for them, so they went out to hide out of guilt. So that's how it is. Fortunately, you're okay. You were lucky not to get hurt after jumping from the 3rd floor. Then where did you go after you jumped? Why did you take so long to come back? Li Ming asked curiously. Wang Qian wiped her tears and continued to talk about what happened afterwards. I only had some scratches after falling downstairs, and I didn't feel any pain at the time. I was so scared that I could only hide behind the green belt at the entrance of the community. Fortunately, I was not discovered by them when they came out to chase me. I didn't have my phone with me, and I didn't have time to get my ID card, so I had to walk to the rental house where my classmate lived. I stayed there for a few days, and then I found a part-time job, which I have been doing until now. I came back this time to get my mother's photo, but I just found that the photo is missing. It must have been taken away by my aunt. Wang Qian stomped her feet angrily when she said this. The feet that hadn't had time to put on shoes attracted Li Ming's attention again. 2 words automatically emerged in his mind. Jade feet. Ahem. Put on your shoes first, the ground is cold. Li Ming pointed at her feet and couldn't help saying, "Ah, okay. Wang Qian suddenly remembered that she was still barefoot. Her face turned red, and she hurriedly got up to get her shoes and put them on. Chapter 18, This is her daughter. Li Ming was not idle and stared at other people's feet. Instead, he stood up and took out 2 photos from his arms and placed them on the table. These 2 photos were obviously the reason why Wang Qian came back, photos of her mother when she was young. Wang Qian, who had put on her socks, naturally noticed Li Ming's actions. When she saw him take out a photo of her mother from his arms, she couldn't help but feel happy and picked up the photo and hugged it in her arms. "So it was you who took it. That's great. This is the only photo of my mother I have." Wang Qian cherished the photo even more after it was lost and then found again. "Well, I couldn't find you when I came here. I was planning to take your photo back to your mother, so I put it away." Li Ming suddenly thought of Wang Qian's stomping of her feet in the room just now. She might have been angry because she found that the photo was missing. Recalling the situation at that time, Li Ming couldn't help but laugh. Warden, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Now I know that you are a good person. Thank you for coming to me," Wang Qian said gratefully. If it weren't for Li Ming, she might never have the chance to see her mother in her life. "You're welcome. This is what I should do. My name is Li Ming. I should be older than you. Just call me by my name." Li Ming thought to himself that there was no need for Wang Qian to thank him. Her mother Wang Xin had already paid enough compensation. Okay, brotherly. Can you take me to see my mother? I have been thinking about my mother all these years, but I only dream about her. Others say that I am a motherless child, but I would rather they say that I am a drug dealer's child, because I do have a mother." Wang Qian couldn't control her emotions when she said this, and tears fell. When Li Ming saw Wang Qian crying, he hurried to comfort her. He nodded heavily and said to Wang Qian, "Of course, we have prison visits. I certainly won't stop you from visiting your mother." That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much, brotherly. Woo." When Wang Qian heard the answer she wanted to hear, she burst into tears and couldn't control her tears at all. Years of grievances seemed to come out at this moment. No one knew how she had survived all these years. Li Ming wanted to comfort her, but since it was not appropriate for men and women to touch each other, he could only watch silently from the side. Wang Qian really cried for a long time. While crying, she told Li Ming about the suffering she had endured over the years. After crying for a while, she sat down next to Li Ming, holding his hand tightly and thanking him all the time. She was so happy to see her mother again. Finally, she was tired of crying and fell asleep holding Li Ming's hand. Seeing that she had finally stopped crying and fell asleep, Li Ming couldn't bear to disturb her, so he had to remain still and let her pull him. He carefully turned to look at Wang Qian. Her face was already red from crying, but her delicate features were still there. She was even prettier than her mother. Her slightly open mouth, red lips and white teeth seemed to have a special attraction that kept attracting Li Ming's attention. This is her daughter. Her daughter. Li Ming didn't dare to move, so he closed his eyes and leaned on the sofa to sleep. Gradually, I fell asleep. The night passed quickly. Early morning, on the sofa, a man and a woman were hugging each other tightly. Not only were they holding hands, but the man's hand was also around her to prevent her from falling off the sofa. In this kind of situation, who wakes up first becomes an important question. Live up to expectations. While Li Ming was still dreaming, Wang Qian was the first to wake up. For some reason, she had slept exceptionally well today. She was about to stretch as usual, but the moment she opened her eyes, she froze in place, not daring to move. Wang Qian's eyes widened. She tried hard to recall the plot of last night. She just remembered that she fell asleep while crying, although she was holding Li Ming's hand, but it couldn't have developed so quickly. How did I end up falling asleep in his arms? Wang Qian was frightened by her own guess and didn't know what to do. How could she get off Li Ming before he woke up? Waiting online. It's urgent. But their posture was too intimate. Wang Qian could only suppress her shock and carefully pulled her hand away from Li Ming. Seeing that Li Ming was still asleep, Wang Qian became a little bolder. She leaned on the sofa with one hand and lifted herself up from Li Ming. The most crucial thing is the other hand, which is currently being pressed under Li Ming. Wang Qian's face was red, but she didn't dare to move, for fear that if she pulled her hand away, Li Ming would wake up, which would be an embarrassing situation. Moreover, Li Ming's hands were still around her. If she stood up rashly, Li Ming's hands would surely be thrown off. What should she do? While Wang Qian was still concentrating on thinking of a solution, she didn't notice that Li Ming also opened his eyes and looked at Wang Qian in shock. He was also stunned and dared not move. Blood rushed to the brain and the body became hotter. Wang Qian had no idea how to get out of this situation. One hand on the sofa made her hand ache more and more. She couldn't hold on for much longer. She was just about to pull her hand out and stand up quickly. A short pain is worse than a long one. But at this moment, she felt Li Ming's heartbeat speed up. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 19 Ambiguous. Wang Qian's body stiffened for a moment, as if she had guessed something. Then she slowly raised her head, and her big watery eyes met Li Ming's shocked eyes. Ah! Wang Qian cried out in shame and anger. She didn't expect Li Ming to wake up so quickly. She hurriedly tried to withdraw, but she forgot that her hand was still pressing down on Li Ming. In her haste, she not only couldn't pull her hand out from under Li Ming. Instead, Wang Qian lost her balance, slipped, and fell directly on Li Ming again. Before Li Ming could react, he saw Wang Qian fall on him, and her lips seemed to be fixed, just right on his lips. The two of them were mouth to mouth, eyes wide open. Even Wang Qian, who had just panicked, seemed to be frozen in place. No one moved. Li Ming felt the warmth on his lips and Wang Qian's soft and fragrant body, and he felt like he was about to explode. Afraid of losing control of himself, he used great willpower to control his hands and slowly helped Wang Qian up. The two sat side by side, speechless. Are you hungry? How about we go out and eat something? Li Ming took the initiative to break the awkwardness and said tentatively. Wang Qian had just calmed down, but her face turned red again when she heard this, and she nodded slightly. Hey, let's go. See if there is anything else you want to take. If not, you can come with me after dinner. I have some things to do, and then I will go back to the prison. It's a good opportunity for you to go see your mother too. Li Ming stood up and stretched his stiff body, then went straight to the bathroom and washed his face. Wang Qian lowered her head and followed closely behind, washing her face roughly. She was too shy to speak. After washing up, the two went downstairs one after the other. Li Ming found a jeep parked outside the community, and Wang Qian followed him in. Not long after walking, Li Ming found a breakfast shop and had a simple breakfast with Wang Qian. Today he also has to go to another prison to pick up prisoners, and then escort them back to Montenegro prison together. Li Ming took out the file and looked at it. After confirming the location, he drove off. On the way, Wang Qian seemed to have forgotten the ambiguity in the morning and began to ask Li Ming about Montenegro prison and her mother. Unfortunately, Li Ming had only been there for 2 days, and he told Wang Qian everything he knew. There was silence in the car for a moment. Wang Qian's eyes rolled, and she began to inquire about Li Ming's information again. Brotherly, you can become a prison warden at such a young age. You must be very good at studying. Wang Qian looked at Li Ming with some admiration. She felt that those self-proclaimed excellent seniors in their school were nothing compared to Li Ming. Li Ming is not only tall, handsome, and in great shape, but also gentle and kind. He also brought her news about her mother. A series of filters were used to take pictures, which made Wang Qian completely fascinated. Originally, her personality was the same as her photo, that of a cool and arrogant sister, but after being hit by Li Ming's actions, she is now as obedient as a kitten. Hee, it's okay. Li Ming laughed awkwardly. He couldn't say that he was arranged by his father to come here. That would damage his image. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian admired Li Ming even more. He was capable, yet so humble, unlike those seniors who were pursuing her who boasted about themselves and were extremely arrogant. In her experience, Li Ming is the best man she has ever met, and she has done this and that with Li Ming. For such a young girl who is not very worldly wise, Li Ming has already planted a special seed in Wang Qian's heart, and the seed is growing rapidly and is about to bear fruit. Then brotherly, you are so outstanding, you should have a girlfriend. Wang Qian secretly glanced at Li Ming who was driving, watching his expression change, and silently made a wish in her heart. Brotherly must be single. When Li Ming heard Wang Qian ask this, he realized something was wrong. Could it be that this girl had some special feelings for him? Putting aside whether he and Wang Qian are suitable for each other, let's just talk about what her mother Wang Xian and himself did. He can't have anything to do with Wang Qian. If he really did that, he would still be a human being. Li Ming's thoughts raced. How could he say it without hurting her, and without letting her have any special thoughts about him? What happened in the morning was purely an accident. He only remembered holding hands with Wang Qian, but how come they ended up hugging each other while sleeping? And he even kissed her unexpectedly. Li Ming felt it was ridiculous, but it really happened. After some distressed thought, Li Ming decided not to lie to her and told her the truth. I'm just an ordinary person. There are many people who are better than me. I don't even have a girlfriend. I'm still single. When Wang Qian heard Li Ming say that he was single, she secretly felt happy and her face flushed unconsciously. She bit her lip lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then mustered up the courage to ask, Brotherly, what kind of girls do you like? Li Ming's hands unconsciously tightened around the steering wheel when he heard this question. He had never expected Wang Qian to be so direct. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Perhaps he was overthinking it, and she was just asking casually. I think the most important thing for two people to be together is mutual understanding and respect. Compatible personalities are crucial. Li Ming carefully considered his words, trying to make it as broad and vague as possible. Appearance is secondary. A kind heart is the most important thing. After he said that, he glanced at Wang Qian out of the corner of his eye. She nodded thoughtfully, as if applying these standards to herself. Seeing this, Li Ming thought to himself, it's over. All the girls who pursued him in the past also acted like this, and the next step was to confess their love. The car was driving smoothly on the road, but the atmosphere was becoming a little tense. Li Ming was anxious and wanted to change the subject quickly, but he couldn't think of a suitable one. Suddenly, Li Ming's cell phone rang. Li Ming answered the call as if it were a life-saving straw without even seeing who was calling. Hello? Li Ming, have you finished your business? Lin Shi's voice came from the phone. It's done. I'm driving to Qingqing prison and will probably arrive at noon. Li Ming replied, secretly grateful that Lin Shi's call came so timely. Oh, that's good. Someone from Qingqing prison called me just now. I told them that our warden would go to pick up the prisoner in person. They said they would treat you well when you arrive. So drive carefully. If you really can't get away when you get there, you still have time to come back tomorrow. Lin Shi instructed again. Okay, I understand. Don't worry. As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, Lin Shi hung up the phone first. I looked at the navigation and saw that we were very close to Qingqing prison. We should be there by noon. Brotherly, the sister who just called you had a very nice voice. Who is she? Wang Qian blinked and asked curiously. Chapter 20 Qingqing prison. Oh, she is the deputy warden of our prison. Her name is Lin Shi. You will see her when you arrive at our Black Mountain prison. Oh, Wang Qian said, looking out the window thoughtfully. Seeing that Wang Qian was lost in thought, Li Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief and sped up the car. Otherwise, the atmosphere between them would have been a bit awkward. As Li Ming deliberately hurried on his journey, they arrived at the gate of Qingqing prison before noon. Li Ming had read the information and knew that Qingqing prison was not a women's prison, but a prison for both men and women. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, whenever female prisoners entered Qingqing prison, they would be transferred to their Heishan women's prison. At this time, Li Ming had driven the car to the prison gate, and the guards with guns stopped Li Ming's car with serious faces. Hello, please register here. Please provide your identity information, the reason for your visit to Qingqing prison, the person you are visiting, and the current time. After filling in the information, go to the security booth for inspection. You can only enter after confirming that there are no dangerous items. A guard politely stopped the car and said to Li Ming while standing next to the car. Hello, comrade. I am the warden of Montenegro prison. This is the file. I have been ordered to receive the female prisoners transferred to our prison. Li Ming also explained politely. Oh, hello, sir. You're here so early. I'll notify our warden to come and greet you. The guard was stunned when he heard the words, then reacted quickly, saluted Li Ming, and then picked up the phone beside him to notify the prison. Li Ming simply took Wang Qian out of the car and looked around. It was the first time for him to see other prisons. The high protective walls outside were similar to those in their prison. The barbed wire on the wall was electrified, and no one could climb up. Anti-collision posts were also installed at the gate. There was a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. The defense force was similar to that of their prison. The difference was that the prison guards here were all men, but they were not as pleasing to the eye as in their prison. Wang Qian stood behind Li Ming, feeling somewhat apprehensive. It was her first time in a prison, and the oppressive atmosphere made her feel a bit breathless. The guards, armed with real guns, were even more frightening, constantly aiming their weapons at her in a seemingly casual manner. If Li Ming hadn't been there, they would have been even more aggressive. Li Ming and the other man didn't have to wait long. The prison gate was soon opened, and a group of people poured out from the gate. The leader was a middle-aged man with a big belly and a thick neck. If he wasn't in uniform, Li Ming would have thought he was some gangster boss. When the middle-aged man saw the young Li Ming, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly came over to greet him, rubbing his hands. Oh, this must be the prison warden Li Ming. Hello. As soon as I saw your handsome appearance, I knew that prison warden Li must be a dragon among men, and he will soar to the sky soon. I am Huang Feihu, the prison warden of Qingqing prison. I have heard of you for a long time. Please come in. I have prepared wine and food, and am waiting for your visit. Huang Feihu flattered Li Ming as soon as he saw him, leaving him confused. In terms of level, he and Huang Feihu are at the same level, so there is no need for Huang Feihu to praise him so much. Li Ming couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he had to shake hands with Huang Feihu. I've heard a lot about you, Warden Huang. You don't have to be so polite. I'm here on orders. No need for food or drinks. Let's complete the prisoner's procedures first and transfer him as soon as possible. Li Ming said politely. Hey, brotherly, I'm being arrogant and calling you brother. Our two prisons have always been exchanging resources and have had a cooperative relationship for many years. You can just ask your men to handle the formalities. Since this is your first time here, it would be unreasonable for Brother Huang not to treat you. Don't refuse. It's just a meal. It won't delay your trip. Ha ha ha. Huang Feihu put his arm around Li Ming's shoulders and said enthusiastically. Well, okay. Li Ming couldn't refuse. Huang Feihu kept pushing him inside, so he couldn't force him. Ha ha. That's right, brotherly. Who is the person behind you? Huang Feihu glanced at Wang Qian and asked curiously. She is my friend and plans to go back to Montenegro prison with me. Qian, come with me. Li Ming waved to Wang Qian. Wang Qian hurriedly followed. She didn't dare to stay here by herself. She felt safer only by following Li Ming. Oh, ha ha ha, that's perfect. Try the food in our prison. I recruited this chef specially. He used to be a chef in a 5-star hotel. If he hadn't retired, it wouldn't be my turn. Especially the squirrel fish he made. It's so delicious. You guys try it later. Huang Feihu laughed and took Li Ming and the others to the restaurant. As Li Ming walked, he felt someone staring at him from behind. He looked back in confusion and saw a figure he hadn't seen for a long time. Dong Wentao. Li Ming was extremely surprised. He didn't expect him to be here too. Judging from his clothes, he was a prison guard in Qingxing prison. Li Ming did not say anything. After exchanging a glance with Dong Wentao, who was also extremely surprised, he continued to follow Huang Feihu into the restaurant. Dong Wentao was Li Ming's college classmate, and they were in the same class, but they didn't have much interaction because Li Ming often asked for leave. Not only these classmates, but even the college counselors didn't have much impression of Li Ming. They just remembered that there was such a person. Moreover, Li Ming had always been low-key when she was in school. Except for her college girlfriend and those female classmates who liked her, she didn't have much contact with other people. Dong Wentao had an impression of Li Ming because his girlfriend in college also liked the school hunk Li Ming, which made Dong Wentao remember him. After Huang Feihu asked the two to sit down, he called the deputy warden of Qingxing prison, a middle-aged man with an equally pot-bellied name, Wang Hai, and the female prison doctor of Qingxing prison, Yang Yang, to come and keep him company. Dong Wentao and others were busy serving dishes and pouring wine. Ha ha, brotherly, this is the doctor of our prison, Dr. Yang Yang. She should be about the same age as you. You are the only man in your Black Mountain prison, and our Dr. Yang is also the face of our Qingxing prison, the only woman. Ha ha ha. Huang Feihu introduced to Li Ming. Oh, Warden. How can I compare with Warden Li? He is young and promising, but I will only be a small prison doctor in this life. Yang Yang's voice was coquettish, and his voice was full of tea flavor. He was indeed not very old, and working in a place like a prison, he was not exposed to the wind and sun. His skin was fair, and his figure was okay. His every move attracted the attention of the surrounding prison guards, especially Dong Wentao. Chapter 21 The Truth. Li Ming's angle was just right to see Dong Wentao's furtive look from behind Huang Feihu. It seems that girls like Yang Yang are very much to his liking. Ha ha, Xiao Yang, you are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't be discouraged. Maybe you will take my position as prison warden in the future. Huang Feihu laughed and teased. But there is one thing you said is very right. That is, brotherly, you are really young and promising. You have become a prison warden at such a young age. You will definitely be a big shot in the future. Maybe one day you will be transferred to a more important position. When the time comes, brotherly, don't forget your brother Huang. Ha ha ha, if you need my help in the future, just tell me. As long as I can help, I will do my best. Come on, brotherly, I'll drink it. You can do whatever you want. Huang Feihu stood up, holding a small cup of white wine, poured it into his mouth, and after drinking it, he controlled the cup to indicate that he had drunk it clean, without leaving a drop. Li Ming couldn't refuse, so he picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Brother Huang, don't worry, I will never forget you. If I have any problems in the future, I will definitely come to trouble you, Brother Huang. Li Ming replied politely. Sure. Ha ha. Xiao Yang, have a drink with brotherly. You're all young people, make more friends. Don't look at our Dr. Xiao Yang because she's skinny. She can drink a lot. No one can drink as much as her, ha ha. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yang Yang also stood up and clinked glasses with Li Ming. Warden Li, I've met Deputy Warden Lin of your prison several times, and I thought she was the clear choice for the position this time. But now that I've met you, I realize it's rightfully yours. It simply must be you. With your charisma, you'll definitely be more than just a warden in the future. You'll definitely have a bigger role to play. Xiao Yang wishes you continued success. I'll drink it, you're welcome. Yang Yang finished his words and gulped down a glass of baijiu. Li Ming was quite impressed by what he saw. This cup must have at least 2 taels of alcohol. She was a woman, and she drank it right away. It turned out that those who could sit at the table were not ordinary people. Li Ming couldn't refuse the kindness, so he had to drink another sip. Yang Yang had just finished drinking and sat down, and the deputy warden who had been silent also stood up. Warden Li, Wang Hai, can't speak. I just feel awe when I see you. I'm just like our warden. If you have anything to say, just tell me, and I, Wang Hai, will do my best. I'll do it. After Wang Hai finished speaking, he drank it in one gulp, his expression normal, as if he was drinking water instead of liquor. Ha 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 ha. Brotherly, eat your food. I, the deputy warden, have been like this for many years. Just tell me if you need anything. Huang Feihu laughed again and pushed the food in front of Li Ming. Li Ming was helpless, and he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Last time, he acquired a telepathic skill, which normally wouldn't trigger unless someone lied to him. But during this drinking party, it kept popping up again and again. The 3 people in front of him, aside from introducing themselves, didn't say a word that was true, leaving him in a state of confusion, forcing him to suppress his laughter. At the table, people were drinking and chatting, and they were all a little drunk, so they spoke more casually. Brotherly, there are many women and troubles in your prison. You must not know it yet since you just took office. If you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate. I am older and have been here for more years. I have some people under me. I can help with any minor troubles. Huang Feihu lowered his voice and whispered to Li Ming. Oh, Brother Huang, can you tell me in detail? I really don't know what is so difficult to deal with. Li Ming perked up after hearing this and asked. Lin Shi also said something similar to him, and the warden in their prison changes so frequently, there must be some explanation. Looking at Huang Feihu's expression, does he seem to know some inside story? Hee. Brother, if you ask someone else, he will definitely not know. You have asked the right person. It doesn't matter if I tell you. You will have to experience it sooner or later. Huang Feihu took another sip of wine and smiled. As for women, there are always a lot of men staring at them wherever they go. The more beautiful a woman is, the more so. Huang Feihu said as he glanced at the prison Dr. Yang Yang beside him. Yang Yang shrugged her shoulders and did not deny it. She was a little drunk and leaned her hands on the table. Her plump breasts pressed against the table, and it seemed like they would jump out in the next second. The young prison guards on the side stared at Yang Yang without looking away, swallowing their saliva continuously. Even Wang Qian, who was standing by, was stunned. She had never experienced such a scene before and felt that this sister was too unrestrained. She couldn't do it if she was asked to. She admired Yang Yang very much for being so calm and composed, even when so many men were watching her. The young prison guards present naturally also saw Wang Qian's fresh and refined appearance, but due to the identity of the prison warden Li Ming, they did not dare to look at Wang Qian for too long. They thought Yang Yang from their prison was more pleasing to the eye. Huang Feihu continued, but if a beautiful woman is imprisoned, it's going to be hard for some of her admirers. Those with connections will be bailed out before they go to jail, but there are always some cases where the circumstances are so serious that it's difficult to rescue them. So they have to wait until those beautiful women are in jail before they can make a move. Huang Feihu raised his wine glass and gave Li Ming a meaningful smile. Death sentence becomes suspended death sentence. Suspended death sentence becomes life imprisonment. Life imprisonment becomes fixed term sentence. Fixed term sentence becomes commutation. Now you understand. When those big shots above take action, you, the warden, will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. I also know all the previous wardens. There were also a few who refused to go along with them, but what was their good end in the end? I'm telling you all this because I see that you, brotherly, have become the warden at such a young age. There must be a big shot behind you, and he will know these things sooner or later. It's not like I, old Huang, am being nosy. Huang Feihu drank the wine in his hand and winked at Li Ming. Li Ming listened quietly, remaining silent for a moment. His telepathic skill hadn't triggered. What Huang Feihu had said was actually true. Are we just going to let those who break the rules do whatever they want? Li Ming thought to himself, but he didn't ask Huang Feihu this question. I have always lived under the wings of my parents and have never experienced the darkness. Although I know that darkness has always existed, it is only when I really encounter it that I feel how powerless I am. But what if those people come to provoke me? Li Ming chuckled. They are unlucky, because if they provoke me, it would be like kicking a hard rock. It's a good thing they are hiding well, but it's better not to let me catch them, otherwise. I can't afford to provoke them. But can I afford to provoke my father? Chapter 22 Special Gift. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Ming was a little drunk. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Ming offered to leave. Brother Huang, how are the procedures going? It's getting dark and we've almost had enough to drink. Let's just count the number of people and get going. Li Ming stood up first and looked at the time. Hey, brotherly, it's so late. The prisoners need to rest. Don't leave in a hurry. The formalities have been completed, but the escorting prison guards also need to rest. It's dark and the road is bad. If something happens, the responsibility will be great. It's better to leave early tomorrow morning. Huang Feihu advised. Yes, let's leave tomorrow. We have plenty of clean rooms here. Warden Li, have a good rest tonight and set off early tomorrow morning. Yang Yang also stood up and advised. Li Ming glanced at Wang Qian after hearing this. He didn't mind, but he was afraid that Wang Qian couldn't accept it. Wang Qian bit her lip when she saw Li Ming looking at her. She certainly didn't want to spend the night here. The people in the prison were all fierce and vicious, but she couldn't refuse the warden's face, so she nodded to Li Ming. Brotherly, you can make the arrangements. I'll listen to you. Seeing this, Yang Yang immediately understood that Li Ming was worried about the little girl, so he took the initiative to step forward and hold Wang Qian's hand. Qian, don't be afraid. You will stay in the same room with your sister tonight. Even though there are only men in this prison, with your brotherly here, no one will dare to bully you. Don't worry. Yang Yang put his arm around Wang Qian's shoulders. If he could deal with Wang Qian, Li Ming would definitely be able to live here. When Li Ming saw Wang Qian nod, he stopped hesitating and followed Huang Feihu's words, preparing to stay here for one night. Deputy Warden Wang Hai had already gone to clean up the room. Huang Feihu ordered Yang Yang to take Li Ming and Wang Qian to the room, and then he went somewhere unknown with the support of Dong Wentao. Li Ming didn't drink too much, but he pretended to be a little tipsy. Otherwise, Huang Feihu and the other three would keep urging him to drink, and he was afraid that drinking too much would cause trouble, so he had to pretend to be a little drunk. Yang Yang and Wang Qian each supported Li Ming and walked towards the prison's guest room, first taking Li Ming to his room. The room had obviously just been cleaned, with new bedding and aromatherapy thoughtfully lit to dispel the faint odor in the room. Yang Yang and Wang Qian helped Li Ming to the bed. Then Yang Yang squatted down and took off Li Ming's boots. He helped Li Ming lie on the bed, and then took Wang Qian out. Qian, we will share a room tonight. My room is on the top floor, and it has access control. No one can get in except me, so don't worry. The men in this prison don't have the guts to do anything stupid. What's more, we have your brotherly. You don't have to be afraid. Yang Yang comforted Wang Qian while leading the way. In our line of work, being in the prison system is almost the same as being in jail. It's hard to get promoted, so being discerning is crucial. If you want to be transferred out of this dark prison, you have to be obedient. That's why no one dares to act rashly. Wang Qian could only nod her head as she listened to Yang Yang's words. She felt that what her sister said was too profound, and she couldn't understand it. However, Wang Qian understood that her room was very safe. Yang Yang arranged a place for Wang Qian to live and took her for a walk on the rooftop. She was the only one living on the rooftop. To get to the elevator, she had to swipe a special access card. She was the only one in the entire prison who had one. Only then did Wang Qian feel relieved. She went back to her room, washed up, and lay down on the bed. Although she didn't drink, she was exhausted both physically and mentally after sitting in the car for a whole day and the mental activities. She began to breathe evenly after lying there for a few minutes. Yang Yang smiled knowingly when he saw Wang Qian fell asleep so quickly. She also went to wash up, came out wrapped in a bath towel, opened the closet, and took out a set of sexy pajamas to put on. After admiring his body in the mirror, Yang Yang did not go back to bed. Instead, he put on a loose coat over his pajamas. Then he tiptoed to open the door, and seeing that Wang Qian was still sleeping soundly, he quietly left the room and closed the door. At the same time, after Li Ming was thrown on the bed by them, he got up and went into the shower room when no one was in the room. He was exhausted from the journey and hadn't taken a shower for 2 days. In addition, I drank some white wine, and my body was hot and uncomfortable. I felt so comfortable after being showered with water. Li Ming saw that there was a large bathtub in the bathroom. On a whim, he filled the bathtub with water, intending to soak in it to relieve his physical fatigue. He reached out to test the water temperature, which was just right, so he lifted his legs, walked into the bathtub, and lay down. Li Ming closed his eyes comfortably, enjoying it very much. While Li Ming was still soaking in the bathtub, his door clicked and was gently pushed open from outside. Li Ming in the shower room didn't notice it. He was already feeling a little sleepy at this time. The visitor entered Li Ming's room, locked the door, then glanced around and saw the clothes and pants taken off on the sofa and smiled slightly. So she took off the loose coat, wearing only tight, sexy pajamas, and slowly opened the shower door. Li Ming was still enjoying himself with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard the door open. He was startled and looked up. The figure who pushed the door open and walked in slowly was none other than the prison Dr. Yang Yang, with whom he had just had dinner. She was wearing a black lace nightgown, revealing her long, slender legs and a faintly glimpsed waist. Her pink feet walked step by step from the door to the stunned Li Ming. Dr. Yang, what are you doing? Li Ming suppressed his body's restlessness and did not dare to get up from the bathtub. Warden Li, I'm a special gift from our warden. Please don't refuse our warden's kindness. I admire you very much and would love to be your girlfriend for a day. Warden Li, please have mercy on me. As Yang Yang was speaking, he had already stepped 1 foot into the bathtub. Li Ming's body tensed up, and just as he was about to refuse, his head buzzed. The system's voice came. Issued task. As the warden of Montenegro Women's Prison, it is also my duty as a warden to build good relationships with the wardens of other prisons. Failure penalty. Joint boycott and targeting by all partners. Frustrated at every turn. Earn the title, Social Terminator. Effect. Becomes annoying to everyone. Unable to socialize in any organization, and all interpersonal interactions are blocked. Chapter 23 Crazy. Mission reward. Those who are sincere will be rewarded. The task that suddenly popped up in his mind made Li Ming swallow back the rejection that was about to come out. It's the same old thing again. Every time this happens, a task pops up, forcing me to accept it, and the penalties are incredibly harsh. This time, I'm forced to cut off all social interaction and be boycotted by everyone. This must be another attempt to pinpoint my weaknesses. They're forcing me. Li Ming was still secretly angry about the system's punishment and calculations, but Yang Yang did not hear Li Ming's refusal, thinking that Li Ming had already agreed, and at this moment his whole body was immersed in water. Dr. Yang. Li Ming hadn't finished speaking yet, but Yang Yang didn't give him a chance to speak. Dong Wentao, who was ordered to guard the stairs, was far away from Li Ming's room, but in the quiet corridor. Dong Wentao and the other guards on duty exchanged glances, each lowering their heads in resignation. He pulled out his phone and found a group chat with his former classmates. It had 57 members, but he remembered their class had 58 members, and the only one missing was Li Ming. Opening the chat history in the group, some classmates were complaining about their black-hearted bosses, some were showing off how prestigious their jobs were, and some were starting businesses and their companies were doing very well. Dong Wentao really wanted to ask in the group chat, do you remember Li Ming? The invisible school hunk in our class. He's now the warden, and he's in the room next to me with the woman I've always dreamed of but couldn't have. And he's even making me stand guard for him. Can you believe it? Dong Wentao roared in his heart, but his fingers did not move for a long time. Who made it so that he wasn't the man fighting hard inside? Who made it so that he was the warden? He was just a small prison guard, and he might never be able to leave this prison in his lifetime. If he disturbed Li Ming's interest and said something to their prison warden Huang Feihu, his future would be doomed. He had finally found this decent job through connections, so how could he easily ruin the rest of his life? Dong Wentao gritted his teeth, put away his phone, turned around, and walked into 2 rooms with another prison guard at the same time. After a long time, Li Ming was checking the mission reward he had just received. Ahem, thank you for your hard work, Dr. Yang. Li Ming calmed down and felt a little sorry for Yang Yang when he recalled the madness just now. It's okay if I work a little hard, as long as you are satisfied, Commander Li. Yang Yang stretched lazily, and she also enjoyed the process. Satisfied? Of course I am satisfied. Li Ming only felt that his whole body was clear and his mind was clearer. The alcohol he drank in the afternoon had long been consumed by the intense activity. It must be said that Huang Feihu really knew how to control people's hearts. He sent the woman away without a word, and even Li Ming fell for it. Of course, Yang Yang's identity and figure and appearance were also important factors, and ordinary men probably couldn't pass this test. Dr. Yang, there's no one else here. You don't have to call me Chief Li. Just call me by my name. Li Ming stood up and sat next to Yang Yang, smiling. Okay, Li Ming. Then I won't be polite. Yang Yang moved and made a seat for Li Ming. Where is Qian? Have you arranged anything for her? Li Ming thought of Wang Qian whom he brought with him. He didn't know if Wang Qian heard Yang Yang's loud voice just now. Don't worry, she is sleeping in my room on the top floor. No one else can go up there except me. It's very safe and you can't hear any noise. Yang Yang explained to Li Ming with an understanding smile. That's good, but I'm a little curious. Why? Do you listen to Huang Feihu so much? If it's inconvenient, forget it, just ignore me. Chapter 24 Illegitimate Daughter. Li Ming really wanted to know why she was so obedient and sent away as he said. Yang Yang was not very old and was very beautiful. Even if she didn't work as a prison doctor, she would be welcome in other places. There shouldn't be such a big sacrifice. Li Ming said that if Yang Yang was not comfortable speaking, then forget it. However, he secretly used the skills he had just acquired on Yang Yang. Sincerity brings power. Yang Yang didn't look surprised when she heard Li Ming's question. Maybe her skill worked. She smiled slightly and spoke slowly. It's okay to tell you. Actually, Huang Feihu is my father, my biological father. But I'm his illegitimate daughter. My mother's last name is Yang. Since I can't expose my surname in public, I took her last name. It's actually not that bad. Even though I'm his illegitimate daughter, he treats me and my mother very well. He also specially recruited me to work as a prison doctor. He also took good care of me in the prison. He asked me to accompany you this time and asked for my opinion. He said that you have a powerful person behind you and a strong background. If I hook up with you, I will rise to the top and have a bright future. He also said that a man like you is destined to have more than one woman. He told me not to think too far ahead and that being one of your women would be enough. As for me, I have a good impression of you too. Being your woman is not a loss. Now that I have given myself to you, I feel it is even more worthwhile. After Yang Yang explained her life experience and purpose, she seemed to be closer to Li Ming. She saw that he was in a daze, as if he had not yet digested what she said. Yang Yang blinked. Dong Wentao and the other man, who were on duty outside, exchanged a glance. Helplessness was evident in both of their eyes. They turned around at the same time and returned to their previous rooms. After a long time, Yang Yang returned to the rooftop trembling. He gently pushed open the door of his room. Wang Qian's breathing was still even and she was not woken up by him. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, dragging her heavy body back to her bed. Looking at the white ceiling, she felt a mixture of love and fear for Li Ming. Li Ming was also lying on the bed at this time. The bedding still had Yang Yang's body temperature and a faint feminine scent. His thoughts were a little confused at the moment. He didn't know if his indulgence would cause any bad consequences. At the beginning, it was indeed the task that forced him to do so, but he was the one who enjoyed it. One bizarre mission after another seemed to want to turn him into a seasoned veteran like Huang Feihu. He took advantage of every opportunity, and after taking everything, he still acted like a sanctimonious warden. It seemed that he was falling further and further away from his parents' expectations. This is just the beginning, just a few days, and I don't know what I will become in the future. As he was thinking, Li Ming fell asleep. In his dream, Li Ming seemed to have dreamed that magical dream again. He was having a meal at the same table with a group of monsters with tiger heads and human bodies. They were toasting each other and having a great time. Gradually, he seemed to have changed. Through the reflection of the wine in the cup, his appearance became as hideous as theirs. The next morning, Li Ming was awakened by a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Li Ming opened his eyes, looked at the unfamiliar environment, and remembered where he was. Someone was knocking on the door. Li Ming hurriedly put on his clothes and opened the door. Standing at the door were Dr. Yang and Wang Qian, who had been so affectionate with him last night. Both had finished packing and were looking at him with smiles on their faces. Good morning, Warden Li. It's time to get up. The prisoners to be transferred have been arranged. We just need to wait for the warden to come and count the number of people, and then we can get on the car and start the transfer. Yang Yang reminded with a smile. Okay, wait for me 2 minutes. I'll pack it up right away. Li Ming nodded, turned around, and took out the warden's formal clothes. After putting them on, the tall, mighty, and handsome Li Ming reappeared in the sight of the two women. It was the first time for the two girls to see Li Ming in uniform, and their eyes lit up. Wang Qian's eyes were full of stars, and she stared at him without blinking, her face slightly red, and she looked like she was in love. Seeing the two girls looking at her like that, Li Ming coughed lightly and said, Let's go. Don't keep them waiting any longer. Okay, Warden Li. Yang Yang gave Li Ming a big wink from an angle where Wang Qian couldn't see, and then took the lead to lead Li Ming. After a while, we arrived at the prison square. Li Ming looked around and saw a group of female prisoners squatting in a line in the square. They were of different ages and all wore Qingxing prison uniforms. They were surrounded by armed prison guards who were guarding them. Huang Feihu was also among them. When he saw Li Ming and the other two coming, he hurried over to greet them. Ha ha, brotherly. Did you sleep well last night? I'm sorry for the poor hospitality, brotherly. Please forgive me. Huang Feihu narrowed his eyes, looked enthusiastic, and pretended to be nothing as he asked Li Ming about his well-being. Chapter 25. I want to improve. I slept well, thank you, Brother Huang. It's getting late. Let's count the number of people now. Li Ming replied politely, took the file bag handed to him by Yang Yang, and began to check them one by one. There were 23 female prisoners being transferred this time, and with the escorting guards, at least 3 vehicles were needed. Li Ming held the files and called out the prisoners' names one by one. Li Yanan. Arrive. Guo Ping. Arrive. Li Ming. Arrive. Tan Qingqing. Arrive. Li Ming called the last person and habitually compared the photo in the file with the prisoner himself. Looking at the photo in Tan Qingqing's file, Li Ming raised his eyebrows first, then looked at the owner of the voice. Tan Qingqing is not very old, only 24 years old, which is the best age to be full of youth. She has delicate features, graceful figure, fair skin, and extremely smooth hair. Compared with other prisoners, she is simply not from the same world. The other prisoners, who were also squatting on the ground, looked lifeless and nervous as if they were about to be transferred to an unfamiliar place. However, Tan Qingqing didn't seem to care. She looked around with her bright eyes and stared at Li Ming with interest, as if to say that it was really pleasing to the eyes to have such a handsome guy in this prison. Li Ming looked at her for a second, surprised, but he didn't show it. The minimum sentence for being transferred to the Black Mountain Women's Prison was 15 years, so she must have committed a serious crime. Li Ming collected the files and put them all into a file bag. He then signed the document handed over by Yang Yang, and the handover procedures were completed. Brother Huang, there's no time to lose. I'll be on my way right away after the handover. I'll drive ahead, and you can send some people to escort us. Okay. I have arranged everything. There are 3 cars in total, equipped with real guns and ammunition, so it will be foolproof. You drive slowly on the road, and you will arrive before dark. Huang Feihu patted Li Ming's shoulder and reminded him. Li Ming thanked her, and without further delay, took Wang Qian into the jeep he had driven. The prisoners were also taken by prison guards to 3 vehicles. Li Ming saw that everything was ready and was about to set off when he saw Yang Yang coming out from the side and stopping Li Ming's car. Warden Li, let me take your car. I'm the accompanying prison doctor, so I can handle any problems in a timely manner. As Yang Yang spoke, he opened the back door and jumped in. Let's go, Warden Li. Everything is ready. We can set off. Yang Yang blinked and said excitedly. Oh, okay. But Dr. Yang, did you also go with us when the prisoners were transferred several times before? Li Ming asked doubtfully. Of course, I'm a prison doctor after all. I've been to Black Mountain Prison a few times with Deputy Warden Len. Yang Yang took off her shoes comfortably and lay down on the back seat. As long as she wasn't in prison, she felt inexplicably happy. Li Ming didn't say anything more after hearing this. He glanced at Wang Qian beside him with a guilty conscience, stepped on the accelerator, and officially started the return journey. With Yang Yang in the car, Wang Qian was less talkative than when she first came, and returned to her cool and aloof look in the photos. In comparison, her otherworldly look was more endearing now. Because she got up too early in the morning, Wang Qian was thinking about seeing her mother after dark, so she closed her eyes and rested her energy soon after getting in the car to prepare for the evening. Yang Yang lay in the back seat, resting and replenishing the energy he had consumed last night, while chatting with Li Ming. Warden Li, I heard the prison doctor at your prison is also a beauty. And unlike me, she's a top student. Not only did she graduate from a famous medical school, she's also worked in various major hospitals. I don't know why she gave up such a promising future to become a prison doctor here, but she's quite famous. Oh, really? I've been here for a short time and haven't heard of this. Li Ming felt furious when she mentioned Xia Hong, who had examined him. What a pity. If I had her skills, I would definitely not come to prison. The hospital is the place where I can show my talents. I can be a strong woman at work and an urban beauty after work. I can make money and live a good life at the same time. What a wonderful life. Yang Yang rested her head on her arms with a look of longing on her face. You are not too old. It's not too late for you to go for further studies. Li Ming glanced at Yang Yang through the rearview mirror. The woman had taken off her uniform jacket and was only wearing a shirt that was sticking up high on her chest. Even without looking specifically, Li Ming could see the black underwear she was wearing through the gap between the shirt buttons. Alas, some things really depend on talent. To be honest, I am very slow in learning anything. After graduation, I went to the hospital for internship. The doctors of my grade were all working as assistants on the operating table, while I was still struggling around in circles. Gradually, I gave up, so I ended up in prison. Yang Yang spread her hands, indicating that she had been ambitious, but things did not go as she wished. So what are you going to do in the future? Are you going to just be a prison doctor and get by in prison? Do you have any other ideas? Li Ming asked curiously. Of course you won't always be a prison doctor. Upon hearing this, Yang Yang sat up and looked at Li Ming with burning eyes. Warden Li, I want to make progress. Although I'm a little slow in learning things, I really want to make progress. I want to be transferred out of the prison. It's too depressing in prison. Even if it's a sinecure, I'll have a stable job and residence, bring my mother over, and then, if possible, I want to have a child. After that, I want to try to climb up again and see what the world looks like in the eyes of those people. I also don't want those stinky men to stare at me with obscene eyes when they see me. I want them to respect me, even fear me. Li Ming, I want to make progress. Yang Yang suddenly said excitedly. Cough, cough. Li Ming coughed twice quickly and looked at Wang Qian in the co-pilot seat guiltily. Seeing that Wang Qian had her eyes closed and had fallen asleep without him knowing when, he breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Yang, don't get excited. I understand, I understand. Li Ming turned back and said to Yang Yang helplessly. Seeing that Li Ming had no intention of objecting, Yang Yang smiled again, gave Li Ming a wink, and lay down again. Warden Li, I don't mean to force you. It's just an obsession in my heart. I don't know why, but when I talk to you, I can't help but tell you what's in my heart, as if you were the person I trust the most. But we have only known each other for less than 2 days. It's really strange. Yang Yang scratched his hair, very confused. Li Ming felt even more guilty after hearing this, and was secretly shocked by the effect of the skill. The convoy continued to move forward. Everyone had not eaten in the morning. When they passed a supply point, Yang Yang notified the convoy to stop there and prepare to eat. After a quick resolution, the convoy set off again. Yang Yang and Wang Qian switched seats, with Wang Qian sleeping in the back seat. However, Wang Qian felt she couldn't wake up at all, and she felt even more sleepy after eating. The vehicle started moving, swaying, and sent Wang Qian into sleep again. Chapter 26 Yang Yang's Heartbeat. As the convoy moved forward, Li Ming and his companions were gradually moving away from the city. The road became more and more desolate, and it looked deserted everywhere. Li Ming looked at the navigation. At the current speed, they would arrive before dark. Yang Yang sat in the passenger seat, leaning against the car window and looking at the scenery outside, and couldn't help but sigh. Every time I pass by here, I feel that your Black Mountain prison is even worse than our Qingqing prison. It's just deep in the mountains and old forests, and it's barren and wild. Even if the prisoners escaped, they probably wouldn't be able to walk alive to where people are. It's really too desolate. It's okay. After all, a prison must be placed in a deserted place. What's more, all the prisoners in our prison are serious criminals, so we have to treat them with caution. Li Ming held the steering wheel with one hand and looked at the desolate jungle in the distance. It's boring. Staying in one place all the time will easily make your brain go crazy, and the incidence of depression will increase greatly. I just don't like it. Yang Yang closed the car window, pushed the seat back a little, and lay down more comfortably. Haha, according to what you said, there are so many prisoners in the prison, and they must all suffer from depression. Li Ming couldn't help laughing. Oh, you're right, but they didn't have a choice, so we can still choose. Yang Yang looked sideways at the handsome Li Ming in uniform, and suddenly his heart was moved. He secretly glanced at Wang Qian, who was sleeping soundly in the back seat. At the moment, she was curled up with her back facing Yang Yang, and her body was rising and falling with her breathing. Yang Yang watched for a while, and confirmed that Wang Qian was still asleep. She suddenly smiled and glanced at Li Ming. What are you doing? I'm still driving. Li Ming was really shocked and scared, secretly admiring her courage. You know, there was not only one person lying in the back seat, but there was also another car following behind theirs. Kuyan is sleeping soundly. Just concentrate on driving. The road is not good. Just don't drive off course and fall into the ditch. Yang Yang didn't care what he said. Finally, Li Ming glanced at the rearview mirror again guiltily. Wang Qian still didn't move, so he simply ignored it and concentrated on driving. Li Ming increased the speed of his car. When the convoy behind him saw Li Ming's car speeding up, they also accelerated to catch up. I don't know how long it took. Li Ming slapped his face, forcing himself to be more sober, and slowly slowed down the speed of the car. Fortunately, no one in the convoy following behind noticed anything unusual, and Wang Qian in the car was not woken up. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Don't do this next time. It's too dangerous. Li Ming said to Yang Yang in fear. Next time? I don't know when the next time will be, Warden Li. The most important thing is to live well every day. Yang Yang glanced at Li Ming with satisfaction, leaned back in his chair, and dozed off. The convoy continued to drive. Thinking of what Yang Yang had just done to him, Li Ming stopped the car slowly on the side of the road with concern. Coming to the 3 escort vehicles following behind, Li Ming opened the doors one by one and checked them. Seeing that there was nothing abnormal about the prisoners, he felt relieved and set off again. Yang Yang was overjoyed to see Li Ming's actions. Ha ha ha, do you think everyone is like you? They're not that bold. If a prison guard touches an inmate, they'll be sentenced. If they meet a pretty inmate, they'll just take a few more glances and not do anything wrong. Ahem, I'm just being cautious. This is my first time transferring prisoners, so of course I can't cause any trouble. If I can't even do this, how can I be a prison warden? Li Ming's face turned slightly red, and he explained awkwardly when he thought of what Wang Qian's mother Wang Xian had done to him. Seeing him like this, Yang Yang thought that what the two of them had just done was too much, and she didn't think much about it. The two of them chatted casually and got closer and closer to the Black Mountain prison. Finally, the convoy passed through a dense forest, crossed the bumpy road, and finally arrived at the destination. Montenegro Women's Prison. The convoy was stopped by the female prison guards on duty, and Li Ming and others got out of the car one after another. Seeing that it was Li Ming who came back, the female prison guards saluted. "Warden, you're back. Warden, Deputy Warden Lin will be here soon." "Well, the prisoners being transferred this time are on the car. Here is the list and file. You take people to check, verify the number of people and their identities, and then let the convoy in." Li Ming said lightly. "Okay, Warden, leave it to me. You've worked hard on the way here. Go in and have a rest first." The female prison guard took the file and saluted. Chapter 27 Arrival. Li Ming nodded. He didn't hesitate. He had been driving for a whole day, and Yang Yang had consumed a lot of his energy on the road. Even though he had the physical fitness of a special forces soldier, he couldn't resist the succubus sucking his yang energy. Wang Qian and Yang Yang were first taken through the inspection of the prison guards in the security room before being brought in. He still had to do the necessary examinations, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain to Lin Shi. Speak of the devil, and here he comes. Lin Shi, who had arrived late, also happened to meet him at this time. "Are you back? Nothing unexpected, right?" Lin Shi frowned slightly as he looked at the two beauties, one big and one small, following Li Ming. She knew Yang Yang, the prison doctor at Qingsheng prison, and she had dealt with her before, so it made sense for her to come along. But she had no impression of the other young girl. "Well, it went very smoothly, without any accidents. You should know this Dr. Yang, so there is no need for me to introduce him. This girl is the prisoner's family member, and she is here to visit the prisoner." Li Ming looked at the two women behind him whose eyes were fixed on Lin Shi, and he began to introduce them. "Family members of a prisoner? To visit a prisoner, you need original identification and relationship certificates, and you have to make an appointment. You can't just visit whenever you want. The number of visits is also limited to once a month for half an hour. You definitely can't come today at this time." Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, and while talking about the visiting rules and regulations, his eyes looked at Li Ming. He went out and brought back a beautiful girl. She wanted to see how Li Ming would explain it. "Ahem. Well, haha, her name is Wang Qian. She's my friend, and she came here mainly to see me. Well, second supervisor, please arrange a room and take her there to settle her down first. I'll go over to greet her after I'm done with my work." Li Ming saw that Lin Shi was so serious, and it was not good for him to blatantly break the rules in front of so many people, so he could only laugh awkwardly and change the subject. It happened that the warden of the second prison area came with Lin Shi. Li Ming directly ordered the second warden to take Wang Qian and settle her down first, and the visit could only be discussed later. "Yes, Warden." The second warden responded and glanced at Lin Shi's face. Seeing that her face looked normal and there was no change, he stepped forward and took Wang Qian towards the guest room. Wang Qian had naturally heard what Lin Shi had said about the rules and regulations, and she looked at Li Ming with concern. She only had her own ID card and no other proof of relationship. Li Ming gave her a reassuring look and pushed Wang Qian to follow the second supervisor. Wang Qian followed him nervously, looking back every few steps. In a short time, she realized she couldn't leave Li Ming. With Li Ming by her side, she felt like she had a backbone. Without Li Ming, she felt like a rootless duckweed. She was nervous and afraid, but thinking of her mother, Wang Qian gritted her teeth and followed him obediently. Deputy Warden Lin, long time no see. Yang Yang saw that the situation was a bit tense, so he spoke up to help Li Ming. "Yes, long time no see. Let's catch up later. I'll go and bring the prisoner in first." Seeing that Li Ming was defending the little girl, Lin, she didn't say much. With so many people present, she naturally wouldn't offend him. Then Lin, she directed the prison guards to check the identities of the prisoners. After verification, they opened the gate and let the convoy in. In the square, the prisoners had completed the transfer procedures and were now lined up in 2 rows, with their belongings at their feet, awaiting the next step. "Warden, as usual, we need to give a speech to these new prisoners. Do you want to do it, or should I?" After Lin, she finished sorting out the formalities and handed them back to Yang Yang. He asked Li Ming, who was standing beside him. "You come, I'll just listen. It's a good opportunity for me to learn from you." Li Ming was not good at saying these polite words, so he simply let Lin Shi come. Lin Shi nodded, walked in front of the prisoners, and clapped his hands to attract their attention. "My name is Lin Shi, and I'm the deputy warden of Black Mountain Women's Prison. The one who brought you here is the warden, Li Ming. Once you've arrived at Black Mountain Prison, You must abide by our prison rules and regulations. You must strictly follow the daily schedule and obey the instructions of the warden in each cell block. As long as you're obedient, no one in Black Mountain Prison will go out of their way to bully you. Don't be a troublemaker, or you'll end up in a terrible situation. We'll all have a physical exam together before we're assigned to our cell blocks. That's it. I hope you all behave well in the future and strive for a sentence reduction." After Lin Shi finished speaking, he simply waved his hand, and the guards from each prison area led the prisoners to line up and go to the physical examination room. "Dr. Yang, you know the rules of our prison. We won't let you stay overnight. Go back and say hello to Warden Huang for me." Lin Shi said politely to Yang. "Yes, I know. Men can't stay overnight in the women's prison. Next time I have a chance, I will come by myself. Please don't chase me away. Deputy Warden Lin." Yang smiled slightly when he heard this, without any displeasure. This has always been the rule. So many male prison guards naturally cannot stay overnight in the women's prison. She has known this for a long time. "Of course, Dr. Yang, if you come over when you have the chance, I will definitely treat you well." Lin Shi also responded with a smile. "Okay, then we'll leave now and won't delay your next work. Goodbye, Deputy Warden Lin, and Warden Li, I look forward to seeing you next time." Yang shook hands with Lin Shi, and then took Li Ming's big hand, and gently scratched his palm with his fingers at an angle that Lin Shi couldn't see. Li Ming naturally noticed Yang's little movements, but Lin Shi was right beside him, so he didn't dare to move. He shook hands lightly with Yang, and then separated. "Dr. Yang, thank you for your hard work. Be careful on your way back. Remember to call me if you have any questions." Li Ming politely sent Yang to the car and waved his hand. Goodbye. Yang waved his hands vigorously and drove out of the prison with a group of prison guards. "Stop looking, let's go. The prisoner is undergoing a physical examination. Let's go and take a look." Lin Shi reached out and pulled Li Ming's clothes, then turned around and led the way inside. "Oh, okay. How is the physical examination conducted? Is it the same as when I came here?" Li Ming asked curiously. He still remembered the experience vividly. "Humph, who were you back then? Come with me, and I'll broaden your horizons." Lin Shi Jiao snorted and pushed open the door of the physical examination room. The room was still the same room, and Xia Hong was still sitting on the same chair, but unlike last time when she was dressed sexy, this time she was wearing a white coat and a mask and disposable gloves on her hands. Only the same pair of black stilettos were still on her feet. "Sister Hong, what happened?" Lin Shi asked. "The two wardens here. They're all ready. They're showering now. They'll be out soon, and we can start." Chapter 28. As soon as Xia Hong finished speaking, the curtain of the bathroom was pulled open. The guard led the way out, followed by a line of naked female prisoners. Li Ming was slightly startled and wondered if it was inappropriate for him to be here. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he was stopped by Lin Shi. "Why leave? This is how prison is. They should expect to experience this kind of thing sooner or later if they do those illegal things. Don't leave, just watch from the side." "You are the warden," Lin Shi said lightly. Li Ming hesitated slightly when he heard this. He felt that not all prisoners were unforgivable. They also had human rights. It was a bit too much for them to be naked and seen by strange men. He glanced at the female prisoners who had already entered the examination room. They looked normal, as if they didn't care at all that Li Ming was present at the scene. Perhaps this was not the first time they had experienced such a thing. Xia Hong walked forward, took the prisoners' identification information, and asked them to stand at the inspection table one by one. "From now on, listen to my commands and do whatever I tell you to do. Finish your checkup quickly and return to the prison area to rest. Li Yanan, stand here." Upon hearing this, the prisoner, named Li Yanan, shuddered, hurried over, and stood on the examination table. "Open your mouth. Open wider. Look up. Turn around. Open your legs. Bend over." Xia Hong saw the prisoner bend down, put the file on the table, put on disposable gloves, and perform a finger examination on her. After a while, Xia Hong finished the inspection, took off her gloves, picked up the file, and made a check mark on it, then allowed the prisoner to return to the team. "You can put on your clothes after the inspection. Behave yourself," the guard on the side warned with a baton in his hand. Li Ming looked at this process and found that his original examination was indeed gentle compared to theirs. In prison, the only thing a prisoner can do is obey orders. Any resistance will result in a painful lesson. Self-esteem does not apply here. The prisoners all knew this and followed Xia Hong's instructions to conduct the inspection. Until the last one, and the most special one among these prisoners, Tan Qingqing. "Tan Qingqing, come here, it's your turn." Xia Hong changed into a pair of gloves and pointed to the examination table in front of her. At this moment, she was also the last naked prisoner in the examination room. Tan Qingqing covered her chest with one hand and her abdomen with the other. When she heard Xia Hong's instructions, she did not move and looked a little panicked. Doctor, this is my first time. Can you please not check there? Tan Xingqing's face turned slightly red, and she covered her body tightly, not wanting to be examined. Oh, a finger examination is a must. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Come here, I will be gentler. Xia Hong raised her eyebrows, but still spoke coldly. No way. Warden, I have something to tell you. Let's talk alone. When Tan Xingqing heard that there was no preferential treatment, she became anxious and hurriedly turned to Li Ming and said anxiously, if you have anything to say, you have to finish the inspection before you can tell me. Now that you are here, do you think you are outside? This is a prison. We are not playing house with you. If you don't obey, I will have to force you to obey. Lin Shi took over the conversation and scolded directly. But what I want to say is very important. Very important. Warden, you must believe me. Tan Xingqing became even more anxious after hearing this, and tears welled up in her eyes. No, there's no room for negotiation. You two, go hold her down. Lin Shi pointed at the two prison guards and ordered. No, help. Warden, save me. You will regret it. Whoa. Tan Xingqing was so frightened that she kept backing away, no longer caring about her own exposure, and gave Li Ming a feast for the eyes. Ding dong. Mission, the prisoner before you seems to be hiding something. As the warden, it's only natural for you to listen to what she has to say and investigate any suspicious circumstances. Please rescue her before the medical examination is complete and uncover the truth. Failure penalty. Earn the title of Ruthless Warden. Title effect. Deprive you of your emotions and implant a robotic mindset, leaving you devoid of all emotions, selfless, and committed to following the rules. Mission reward. One-time item, good guy card. Item effect. Can exempt one mission failure penalty. The voice of issuing the task sounded in Li Ming's mind. Li Ming had the experience of the previous times, so he did not panic and checked the task calmly. Let me save Tan Xingqing. The punishment for failure is as severe as ever. If I lose all my emotions, I will become a robot. What's the point of living then? I absolutely cannot let this happen. The mission reward is quite good, a failure exemption card, which is a good thing and will definitely be effective when used at a critical moment. Li Ming quickly weighed the pros and cons. He still had no choice this time. When the task was issued, no one intended for him to refuse to complete it. I saw that Tan Xingqing had been pressed down on the examination bed in the middle of the room by two prison guards. Her lower body was exposed, and her legs were kicking helplessly on the ground. She kept cursing and crying. Xia Hong also changed into gloves and was about to step forward. At this time, Li Ming finally spoke. Wait, Sister Hong. Everyone's eyes fell on Li Ming's face. Lin Shi was also confused. Could it be that Li Ming really wanted to save her? Xia Hong stopped what she was doing and looked at Li Ming's face, waiting for his next words. Let her go first. Since she said she has something important to tell me, it's not too late to wait. You take the other prisoners back to the prison area first and leave her behind. We'll talk about everything after we've finished talking. Li Ming said lightly. Deputy Warden Lin, is there any problem with what I did? Li Ming turned to Lin Shi and asked with a smile. Lin Shi looked at the set of white teeth in front of him and wanted to punch Li Ming and smash his white teeth into pieces. Is it possible that he can't even walk when he sees a beautiful woman? Even prisoners aren't spared? She's blatantly breaking the rules of a medical examination, and she deserves it? She's just a virgin, isn't she? What's so great about that? Lin Shi's face darkened, and he said, You are the warden. You have the final say. Why are you asking me? Li Ming heard this and knew that Lin Shi had agreed, but she was a little upset. Perhaps he had broken the rules and caused Lin Shi's dissatisfaction. But he couldn't care less now. Lin Shi could be coaxed later, but his mission could not be delayed any longer. Well, that's it for now. You all go out and leave her behind. Sister Hong, don't leave yet. Wait for me at the door for a while. I will look for you after we finish talking. Li Ming smiled at Xia Hong. Okay, as you say, Warden. I'll wait for you in the infirmary next door. Just call me when you're done talking. Xia Hong winked at Li Ming playfully and glanced back and forth between Tan Xingqing and Li Ming. It was obvious that she wanted to eat melons. Chapter 29 Bet. Li Ming and the others left the medical examination room, then sat on a chair and looked at Tan Xingqing, who was lying on the ground crying helplessly after surviving the disaster. She could tell from Qingcheng prison that Tan Xingqing was different from ordinary prisoners. Instead, she was like a naughty canary who came to the prison to experience life. Her delicate white skin and rosy white hands show that she may not have done any work since she was a child, and has always been like a young lady, enjoying the service of others. The short haircut she had just had on her head would have looked awkward on other prisoners, but on Tan Xingqing, it actually made her face look even more delicate. Without makeup, she looked no less beautiful than those celebrities on TV. Li Ming looked Tan Qingqing up and down, and waited until Tan Qingqing's emotions had stabilized, and she stopped crying before he asked, "Tell me, do you have something important to tell me? Although I saved you for a while just now, if you lie to me, you still have to check what you need to check later." Li Ming's cold tone scared Tan Qingqing so much that tears welled up in her eyes again, and she was no longer as casual as before. Tan Qingqing stood up shakily, no longer covering her private parts, and spoke aggrievedly. "Warden, I won't stay here long. My family will get me out in a few days. Please don't let them examine me. This is really my first time. When I get out, I will thank you very much. I have money. I'll give you a lot of money, okay?" Li Ming raised his eyebrows in surprise. Huang Feihu had just told him the secrets of rescuing people from prison, but he hadn't expected to run into him right after returning. Was it really such a coincidence? Or was Huang Feihu specifically reminding him? Li Ming always felt that Huang Feihu must know something, but at this time he had no way to verify it. "Oh, get you out? Judging from your appearance, you haven't been in jail for a few days. You want to leave after just a few days? What connections do you have in your family that make you so powerful?" Li Ming teased. "Really, Warden, please believe me. I will give you as much money as you want. Lend me your phone, and I can get the money in one phone call. Please, Warden." Tan Qingqing knelt on the ground excitedly, pulling Li Ming's trouser legs and begging. Li Ming quietly felt the reaction of his telepathic skill, but there was no reaction, which meant that what Tan Qingqing said was true. She was really rich, and it seemed that someone would rescue her in a few days. This made Li Ming even more curious about her. "You said someone would get you out in a few days. How? I'm the warden. How come I don't know about this? If I don't sign my consent, no one can get you out. Do you know that?" Li Ming organized his words and asked tentatively. "Well, Warden, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know how far my family has progressed. I only know that they will definitely get me out. My imprisonment is just a formality, but I didn't expect the inspection here to be so strict. If my membrane is broken by mistake during the digital examination, even if they get me out, it will be too late." Tan Qingqing's face was full of regret. She had never expected this hurdle. "Are you so confident that your family can get you out? What crime did you commit to get you here?" Li Ming became even more curious about her when he saw her so confident. He picked up Tan Qingqing's file and started looking through it. Smuggling, bribery, and financial fraud. Multiple crimes, a 25-year prison sentence, has already been stamped and is effective. How could your family get away with it so easily? Li Ming was puzzled. Tan Qingqing committed a serious crime. How could it be gotten away with just like that? He really treats his prison like his backyard, coming and going as he pleases. Are you kidding me? Li Ming just didn't believe it. He wanted to see who could snatch Tan Qingqing away from under his nose. "Warden, since I said this, I must be sure. Please believe me. Let me stay here quietly for a few days until I get out. I will definitely give you another big gift." Tan Qingqing said seriously. "No need for a big gift, and don't dream about it. No one can get you out, so just give up on it." Li Ming stood up and said bluntly, "Warden, you don't believe me. Then do you dare to make a bet with me?" Tan Qingqing saw that Li Ming was not willing to listen to her and felt overwhelmed. He really had to meet such a stubborn warden. With a roll of his eyes, he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. "Bet? Haha, interesting. What kind of bet?" Li Ming saw that the mission reward had not been distributed yet, so he simply followed her words and asked, "Let's bet on whether I can get out. Within a week, no? At most half a month. Within half a month, I will definitely leave this prison. And I will leave the prison openly and honestly." Tan Qingqing stood up and raised her hands to cover her body, frowning slightly. She no longer wanted to show this man. Li Ming's performance made her very embarrassed. "Oh, sure, what about your bet?" Li Ming asked again with amusement. Seeing Tan Qingqing's angry expression, he was actually aroused. The half-hidden look of her holding the loot made him even more excited, and his body was a little restless. "My bet. If I can't get out, I will be your dog in this prison from now on. You can do whatever you want. I'm just a young girl. You won't lose out, right?" Tan Qingqing said angrily. "Okay, no problem. What if you go out?" Li Ming asked. If I get out, you don't have to do anything. Just ensure my personal safety within the next half month. Don't let the doctor examine me, and don't let me live with those prisoners. I always live in a single room in Qingqing prison." Tan Qingqing said cautiously after thinking it over. "Well, okay. Do you have any other requests? I'll try my best to satisfy you." Li Ming smiled slightly and said indifferently, "Also, please lend me your cell phone to make a call. It won't be in vain. When I get out, I will give you a big gift. One thing is for sure, I, Tan Qingqing, always keep my word. I never lie." When Tan Qingqing said this, although she was naked, She still had such a powerful aura that Li Ming really looked at her with admiration. Okay, I promise you. Let's bet. Li Ming took out his cell phone and handed it to Tan Qingqing. After thinking about it, he felt that it was not a loss. He wanted to see how Tan Qingqing could escape from his palm. Call now, and say whatever you want to say all at once. I'll only lend it to you this time. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll come in 5 minutes. After Li Ming finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the physical examination room. After instructing the prison guard at the door, Li Ming went to the infirmary next door. When I opened the door, Xia Hong was lazily leaning on a chair, reading a book carefully in her hand. Chapter 30. Bend over in humiliation. Hey, Warden, are you done talking to the prisoner? Xia Hong noticed Li Ming opening the door and came in, put down the book in her hand, and said, Well, we're done talking. Sister Hong, I have a request. Could you please do me a favor? Li Ming had a flattering smile on his face. Help? What help? If you have something to say, just tell me directly, Warden. I will definitely listen to you. Xia Hong changed her posture, crossed her legs, and also had a smile on her face. That's right. When you examine Tan Qingqing later, just look at her. You don't need to use your fingers. I just promised her that I won't examine her. After you're done, just make a mark on the file. What do you think, Sister Hong? Li Ming explained in a low voice. This is against the rules. Our Montenegro women's prison is different from other ordinary prisons. We only hold important criminals and serious offenders here. They are all very dangerous. If we don't point out what's hidden inside, if something happens again. Xia Hong raised her finger to support her chin, indicating that it was very difficult to deal with. Sister Hong, I'm the warden. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. I plan to put her in a solitary cell and prevent her from having contact with other prisoners. To prevent her from causing trouble, just do as I say. Okay. Li Ming rubbed his hands. It was the first time for him to abuse his power for personal gain. It felt weird and a little nervous. All right, you're the warden, so I'll listen to you. Xia Hong helplessly spread her hands. She knew that Li Ming and the prisoner must have made some kind of deal, otherwise Li Ming wouldn't be protecting her like this. But no matter what ulterior motives were involved, it had nothing to do with her as a prison doctor. She had been in this prison for several years, so she naturally understood the principle of not asking questions that should not be asked. Then should we tell Deputy Warden Lin? Otherwise, if it is exposed, it will be difficult for me. Xia Hong said worriedly. Don't tell her yet. I'll tell her later. I'll be happy if you're willing to help me. Thank you, Sister Hong. Li Ming felt relieved when he saw Xia Hong agreed. Fortunately, Xia Hong was not as stubborn as Lin Shi. The main issue was resolved, and before 5 minutes were up, Li Ming started wandering around the infirmary. He had been to this room the last time he fainted. In addition to various inspection instruments, there were also many of Xia Hong's personal belongings. A golden trophy placed high in the middle caught Li Ming's attention. Seeing that Li Ming was very interested, Xia Hong followed his gaze and began to introduce. I won this trophy in a competition when I was working in a medical institution abroad. It was the first trophy I ever got, and probably the last one. Now that I'm in prison, I don't have the chance to participate in any competitions. Xia Hong walked forward and touched the trophy, her eyes full of nostalgia. I heard that, Sister Hong. You seem to be very capable and a top student in the past. Why did you come to work in a prison? The outside world is more suitable for you, right? Li Ming asked curiously. Xia Hong's expression darkened when she heard that, then returned to normal. She just shook her head and said nothing more. Let's not talk about that. No matter how good things were, they were in the past. Now I'm living a good life in our prison. Every day is quite free. I can do the things I like and read the books I like. Isn't it wonderful? I'm used to it. Xia Hong smiled slightly, as if she had let it go. Seeing that Xia Hong didn't want to say more, Li Ming didn't ask any further questions. They were still in a superior-subordinate relationship and had only met a few times, so naturally, she wouldn't tell Li Ming everything. Sister Hong, you should smile more often. You look really beautiful when you smile. Li Ming praised. He swore that he was really just giving a pure compliment. Xia Hong's face was still as charming as a foxy one, extremely attractive, but the gold-rimmed glasses on her eyes sealed Xia Hong's seductive temperament. She was wearing a white coat, which made her look pure and lustful. Li Ming believed that if she took off her glasses, that would be the real Xia Hong. She was charming and endearing, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was sudaji. Xia Hong was a little melancholy just now, but what woman doesn't like to hear others praise her? Xia Hong's mood immediately changed after hearing this, and she was very happy. Haha, Warden, you are so good at talking. You must be very popular with girls. No wonder the Deputy Warden is worried about you. In the future, you should say these things to the Deputy Warden, otherwise she will be jealous. Xia Hong blinked and teased. Oh, I'm telling the truth. I'm not exaggerating on purpose. When we first met, you were sitting on that chair and smiling at me. I was amazed by you at that time. I even stuttered when I spoke. Have you forgotten? Li Ming said while gesturing, which made Xia Hong very amused. Nonsense, I'm not laughing. That's really funny. No smile, no smile. Hey, Li Ming and Xia Hong were arguing with each other and looked at the time. 5 minutes were almost up. Li Ming asked Xia Hong to go with him to give Tan Qingqing a physical examination. Sister Hong, I'll go in first, you wait a moment. Li Ming instructed and pushed the door open first. Tan Qingqing had already hung up the phone at this time and looked at Li Ming with a smug look on her face. Warden, I've made all the arrangements. I'll return your phone to you. I hope you'll keep your word. Well, I will definitely do what I say, and you too, don't cry if you lose. Li Ming wanted to see how Tan Qingqing would get out. Could it be that she really had 3 heads and 6 arms and was omnipotent? Putting away his phone, Li Ming called Xia Hong in and looked serious in front of the two of them. Tan Qingqing, considering your special health condition, we won't perform a finger examination, but you still need our doctor to examine you with his eyes. Let's continue with the physical examination. Okay, Warden. Xia Hong agreed. She picked up Tan Qingqing's file and gestured for her to stand on the examination table. This time, Tan Qingqing did not resist and went up obediently. Open your mouth. Look up. Turn around. Open your legs. Bend over. As soon as Xia Hong finished speaking, Tan Qingqing turned around again and questioned. Warden, didn't we agree not to interrogate? Why are you bending over? Tan Qingqing covered her body with her hands, looking angry. Well, it's not a digital examination, but I still have to take a look and check it. Don't worry, I have explained everything. Dr. Xia is very skilled, so nothing will happen. Li Ming was a little embarrassed, but still explained. You. Okay. Tan Qingqing knew that it had come to this point, and there was no point in resisting. So she had to suppress her grief and anger and bend down. Although Tan Qingqing didn't turn around, she could still feel the gaze behind her. At this moment, her heart was filled with humiliation, and she wanted to bite Li Ming to death. She said all kinds of good things, but it didn't stop this humiliating inspection method. This bastard Warden. When she got out, she would definitely not let him go. Chapter 31. Do you have a fever? Despite Tan Qingqing's hatred, Xia Hong didn't hesitate to open the file and carefully examine it. After confirming that there were no problems, she nodded to Li Ming and then ticked Tan Qingqing's file. After passing this level, Li Ming and Tan Qingqing both breathed a sigh of relief. Tan Qingqing finally put the clothes beside her back on, covering up her naked body. Once upon a time, she never dreamed that this thin prison uniform could also bring her such a great sense of security. At this moment, her grievance had reached its peak, and tears kept flowing. But this was a prison, and no one cared for her fragile heart. After the inspection, Li Ming ordered the prison guard at the door to take Tan Qingqing back to the prison area, and specifically instructed to arrange a single cell for her. Seeing that Li Ming did not go back on his word, Tan Qingqing felt better. She gave Li Ming a last resentful look and then followed the prison guard. After Li Ming finished dealing with the matters here, he was exhausted both physically and mentally, but he couldn't rest yet. There is also Wang Qian waiting for her. This little girl is not a criminal and must be treated with caution. What's more, she owes Wang Xian one. Thinking of this, Li Ming quickly found the second supervisor and asked her where she had arranged Wang Qian. After a while, Li Ming arrived at the door of the guest room where Wang Qian was. Li Ming knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. After a long while, the door finally opened. Wang Qian, wearing cartoon pajamas, opened the door coquettishly. Looking at her wet hair, she must have just taken a shower and hasn't blown it dry yet. When Wang Qian saw that it was Li Ming, her face turned red and she stepped aside to let Li Ming in. Brotherly, are you done? When can I see my mother? I miss her so much. When Wang Qian thought that her mother Wang Xian was in this prison, but she couldn't see her, she felt wronged and burst into tears. Oh, don't cry. Have a good sleep tonight, and I will make arrangements for tomorrow. Now is the prisoner's sleep time, and it is not convenient for me to operate. I will let you see your mother tomorrow. Li Ming was a little flustered when he saw Wang Qian crying so hard. This was not Tan Qingqing. This girl had to be comforted when she cried. But Li Ming didn't know how to coax a child. Although Wang Qian was only a few years younger than him, in his eyes, Wang Qian was still a child. He could only reach out and gently stroke Wang Qian's hair, hoping it would work. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Ming put his hand on her, Wang Qian stopped crying instantly. Her face turned red and her body stiffened. What surprised Li Ming was that he could see Wang Qian's body temperature rising with his own eyes. Her hair, which had just been wet, was steaming from the heat of her body. This miraculous sight made Li Ming open his mouth in disbelief. Qian, you have a fever? Why is your face so red? Li Ming asked in surprise. He placed his palm on Wang Qian's forehead. But before he could put it down for even a second, the ashamed and angry Wang Qian blocked it. Oh, brotherly. I don't have a fever. You sit down first. I'm going to blow dry my hair. Wang Qian finished speaking and ran into the bathroom like a rabbit. Li Ming was left staring blankly at the bathroom door with a confused look on his face. After a while, Li Ming, who was sitting idly, almost fell asleep, and Wang Qian came out of the bathroom. But when Wang Qian came out, she had changed her clothes. She had already taken off her cartoon pajamas and was now wearing a JK outfit. The top was a cream-colored shirt with a blue and white bow tie at the neckline, and the bottom was a plaid skirt with a red and black interweaving that just hit above the knees. She exuded a full sense of girlishness. He was wearing nothing on his feet and walked towards Li Ming barefoot. She had noticed before that Li Ming's eyes always lingered on her feet unintentionally, so this time she deliberately went barefoot to show herself so that Li Ming could see enough. Li Ming did not let Wang Qian down. Looking at Wang Qian walking slowly towards him, he swallowed hard. He really wanted to ask Wang Qian if she knew how lethal she was. And barefoot? Use this to test cadres? Li Ming suddenly felt nervous. Did he make a mistake? Wang Qian was no longer a child. This outfit reminded Li Ming that Wang Qian was already 20 years old. She was an adult. Brotherly, does this dress look good on me? Wang Qian asked shyly. It looks good. But what are you doing? Li Ming asked tentatively. Could it be that this girl still has evil intentions towards him and is going to launch an attack on him again? Brotherly, I'm going to see my mother tomorrow, and I want to wear this outfit so that she can see that I'm doing well and won't worry. So I asked you to help me see if this outfit is suitable. Wang Qian smiled and saw Li Ming's nervous look. She knew that she had not worn this outfit in vain, and Li Ming would definitely like it. Oh, haha. Okay, that's great. Just wear this. Your mother will definitely be very happy to see you. She will definitely be very proud to see such a beautiful daughter. Li Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know whether to feel disappointed or relieved. Hee, that's good. Thank you, brotherly. I don't know how to repay you. Wang Qian was really grateful. Li Ming appeared in her life like a ray of light and brought her to see her mother. He was simply her chosen lover who came to pick her up on a colorful cloud. No need to repay me. I'm the warden. I'm just helping your mother with a small favor. It's my duty. It's just on my way anyway. You don't have to take it to heart. Li Ming waved his hand. He thought that Wang Qian didn't need to repay him because her mother Wang Xin had already paid her in advance. Wang Qian shook her head. In her mind, Li Ming was a kind man who did not ask for anything in return. She would find a way to repay Li Ming. Wang Qian was about to say something else, but suddenly she felt a pair of eyes falling on her feet again. She smiled slightly and had some ideas in mind. The ground is cold. Qian, you'd better put on your shoes. Li Ming saw that Wang Qian was barefoot. Although the girl's pink and tender feet were very attractive, he still asked her with concern. Well, brotherly, the ground is a little cold. How about you warm it up for me? Wang Qian's face turned red again. She didn't dare to look into Li Ming's eyes and said in a low voice. Ah. Li Ming thought he had misheard. He was told to cover his mouth? How? This wasn't good. Qian, you this. Li Ming scratched his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. Brotherly. Wang Qian gritted her teeth. Since Li Ming liked her, why should she be shy? Li Ming had so many women around him, and they were all beautiful. The way the deputy warden Lin she looked at Li Ming today was not right. The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer. Wang Qian's eyes were fierce. Chapter 32. So embarrassing. Wang Qian felt ruthless and slowly walked around the table and sat on the sofa next to Li Ming, sitting side by side with him. Brotherly. I know you like it. Please, cover it for me. Wang Qian closed her eyes and put everything behind her. She no longer cared about being shy. Under Li Ming's shocked gaze, she slowly raised her feet and stretched them tremblingly on Li Ming's legs. Li Ming was confused for a moment as he looked at Wang Qian, who covered her face with her hands, was so shy that she didn't dare to look at him at all. I like. Li Ming's face suddenly turned red. He must have been peeking at Wang Qian's feet, and she must have caught him, so she thought he liked them. That's why she put her feet over to him. Li Ming finally understood what it meant to die on the spot. This girl. Li Ming swallowed and suppressed the throbbing in his body, fearing that some strange task would pop up soon. He quickly stood up and looked at Wang Qian, who was still lying on the sofa with her face covered, and coughed awkwardly. Ahem, Qian. I'm tired after a whole day, so I'll go back and rest first. You should also go to bed early and wait for me to come see you tomorrow. That's it. I'll go back first. After Li Ming finished speaking, he ran out of the room without waiting for Wang Qian's response. Snap. following the sound of the door closing. Wang Qian in the room finally lowered her hands that were covering her face tightly. Her face turned visibly red, like a cooked crab. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. Wang Qian turned over and buried her face under her body, her trembling voice continuing to come out. Li Ming, who had fled in panic, was now on his way back to his office. Li Ming's warden's office was right next to Lin Shi's office. When passing by Lin Shi's office, Li Ming noticed that the light in her office was still on. It's so late and you're still not asleep? Li Ming hesitated for a second, but still walked forward and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Come in. The door is not locked. Lin Shi's voice came out immediately. Li Ming heard this and walked in. He saw Lin Shi writing and drawing at his desk, not knowing what he was busy with. Curious, he went forward to check, but was given a cold look by Lin Shi. What's so interesting? You're so curious. Haha, I just want to learn from you. I have only been the warden for a few days, and I don't know anything yet. Naturally, I have to ask Senior Lin for advice. Li Ming came forward with a smile. I don't dare to accept the title. You, Warden Li, are so powerful. I'm just a deputy warden. How can I dare to be your senior? Lin Shi said sarcastically. Oh, don't be angry. There are outsiders here, so I'm just pretending. We are all friends. We grew up together, so we are in the same group. Li Ming winked at Lin Shi and said flatteringly. No, who grew up naked with you? Don't recognize me randomly. I'm not in the same group with you. Seeing Li Ming's attitude, Lin Shi was not so angry anymore and rolled his eyes at Li Ming again. What's wrong? What did you talk about with that beautiful prisoner? Are you feeling fluttery because of her good figure and pretty face? You are so partial to her. I heard that you even arranged a single room for her. Are you going to keep this little lover in prison? Lin Shi said unhappily. Seeing Lin Shi's big reaction, Li Ming could only smile and slowly explain. No, you misunderstood. This time I went to Qingsheng prison, and the warden there, Huang Feihu, told me something about the resignation and accidents of the previous warden. He also specifically mentioned me during the conversation. And when I just returned to the prison, I ran into this Tan Qingqing. She insisted that she had something to tell me alone, so it wouldn't hurt anything if I listened. Guess what happened? Tan Qingqing said that she couldn't stay in our prison for more than a few days, and that people outside would be able to get her out. She spoke so confidently that I didn't think she was lying, so I agreed to cooperate with her. Then I wanted to see how Tan Qingqing would get out of the prison, who is so powerful and has such a long reach. Li Ming lowered his voice and explained to Lin Shi mysteriously. This was the first time Lin Shi heard of such a thing. His handsome brows were tightly furrowed, and he didn't speak for a long time, as if he was digesting the news. No wonder, there is such a thing. Lin Shi said to himself. What? What's not surprising? Li Ming asked curiously. Lin Shi put down his pen and spoke sternly to Li Ming. Li Ming, be careful. Don't let anything go astray. Those people dared to reach out so far. They must have something to rely on. The previous warden who had a car accident and the warden who committed suicide before him might have been killed because of this situation. But what I'm saying is no wonder. But it's another matter. Li Ming became even more curious after hearing this and hurriedly asked, What's the matter? Tell me quickly. Lin Shi rubbed his forehead, organized his words a little, and then began to explain the whole story. It happened at the beginning of last year. At that time, I wasn't even the deputy warden yet, and I had just arrived at this prison. A group of new female prisoners arrived. They completed their physical examinations according to procedure and had been in the prison for a few days when an order came from above saying that there were doubts in the cases of those prisoners and they needed to be brought back for questioning. I was responsible for escorting the prisoners out according to the order of the then warden. When those prisoners left, I heard someone say that they would never return to prison. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but after a long time, there was really no news of those prisoners. Later, out of curiosity, I checked their files, but it was as if they had disappeared from the face of the earth. Even their files had been cleared. Thinking back now, they must have been rescued by someone. When Lin Shi said this, his voice became slightly low. These criminals escaped punishment without anyone noticing. Once they are released from prison, they will definitely commit crimes again. But prison guards like Lin Shi, who were supposed to be watching over the prisoners, unknowingly helped the prisoners to escape justice under orders. This is really hateful. After listening to Lin Shi's narration, Li Ming nodded. Yes, it seems that some people were indeed bailed out by the so-called bigwigs before. But, now that I'm here, if these people dare to put their hands on this place again, I will definitely not let them go. I will make them pay the price they deserve. Chapter 33, This is Cleaner. Then Lin Shi told Li Ming some strange things that had happened in the prison in the past, and specifically told Li Ming to discuss it with her, if there was anything. If she can't bear it anymore, tell her dad or Li Ming's father. However, Li Ming has no intention of contacting his father for the time being. He is not a child anymore. How can he go home to his parents when he is wronged outside? The two chatted for more than an hour, and Li Ming's eyelids were a little droopy. Then he said goodbye to Lin Shi and returned to his office. Without even washing up, he lay on the bed for a while, and soon the sound of even breathing could be heard. The next morning, Li Ming slept until he woke up naturally today. Lin Shi did not come to wake him up. It might be because he accidentally looked at Li Ming all over last time and felt a little embarrassed. Li Ming also happily slept comfortably. After getting up and washing up, he checked the time and went directly to Wang Qian's residence. The main thing today is to arrange a meeting between the mother and daughter. When he arrived at Wang Qian's door, it was open. Li Ming went in and took a look, but did not see her. Li Ming asked the prison guard outside in confusion, and only then did he know that Wang Qian went to the cafeteria to eat with the second prison warden. Fortunately, Li Ming was also hungry, so he walked towards the cafeteria. When he arrived at the cafeteria, Li Ming saw Wang Qian wearing the same JK outfit he had worn last night. Besides the second supervisor, Lin Shi was also at the same table with her. Li Ming appeared at the door of the cafeteria. Lin Shi naturally saw him. She raised her hand and waved to Li Ming. "The warden is here. Come here quickly. Eat at our table. There are beautiful girls here, and the food tastes better." Lin Shi's voice spread in the cafeteria. All the prison guards who were eating cast mischievous glances at Li Ming. "Ahem, what are you talking about?" Li Ming's face turned slightly red, and he hurried over and sat down. Wang Qian smiled as she looked at the frustrated Li Ming. "Tisk, Kuyan just told us that you are a hero who saved the damsel in distress. You traveled thousands of miles to help Kuyan's mother find her longed-for daughter. This is a great thing. If I were the warden, I would give you a banner. It's a pity that I'm just a deputy. As for this banner, you should give it to yourself." Lin Shi spread his hands and said deliberately, You all know. I'm not a hero saving a damsel in distress. It's just my job. Let's eat." Li Ming saw that Wang Qian had told Lin Shi and the others everything, so he had no choice but to change the subject. "I'm sorry, brotherly. I didn't do that without your consent." Wang Qian lowered her head, looking pitiful. "Well, there's no need to apologize to him. It's not something to be ashamed of." Lin Shi took over the conversation and waved his hand. "Yeah, there's no need to apologize. It's nothing. Haha. Kuyan, eat quickly. You didn't eat well yesterday, so you must be hungry. I'll arrange for you to meet your mother after you finish eating." As Li Ming spoke, he took the bowl of rice handed to him by a prison warden and started eating with big mouthfuls. "Sisters, learn from our warden. When you look for a boyfriend in the future, you must find someone like our warden, who is considerate and attentive. It would be best to just find the warden as your boyfriend and get everything done in one go." Lin Shi's voice rang out, causing the surrounding prison guards to burst into laughter. Li Ming didn't say anything after hearing this, but he quickened his eating pace. Wang Qian's face turned red. She took Lin Shi's words to heart. She glanced at Li Ming secretly and then quickly lowered her head. Li Ming devoured the meal in no time and left the table when he was only 60 full. After giving Wang Qian a look, he turned around and walked out of the cafeteria. Wang Qian followed closely behind, feeling uneasy. She clasped her hands together and kept stealing glances at Li Ming's back. Li Ming naturally noticed her emotions and comforted her softly. "Kuyan, don't worry. I'll take you to the counseling room now. Your mother will be here soon. Don't worry." Wang Qian nodded and whispered, "Brotherly, I'm actually scared. My mother left me when I was very young, and if it weren't for a photo of her when she was young, I would have completely forgotten what she looked like. Now that we're about to meet, I'm afraid she's different than I imagined." "Silly girl, your mother is different from what you imagine, but she is still your mother. She has served 13 years in prison, and she worries about you and misses you every day. Don't worry about these things. When you see her, these are just useless anxieties. Let's go quickly. I'll show you soon, and then you won't have these worries." Li Ming smiled gently and quickened his pace. When they arrived at the psychological counseling room, Li Ming arranged for Wang Qian to wait there, while he took the second prison warden and went to the second prison area to bring Wang Xian over. After passing through layer after layer of checkpoints, Li Ming was now standing at the door of Wang Xian's cell. The second warden took out the key and opened the prison door without waiting for Li Ming's instructions. Wang Xian was in a 6-person cell. She looked at the electronic clock hanging on the wall. It wasn't time for exercise yet, so why was the prison door open? The prisoners in the cell looked towards the door with curiosity until they saw Li Ming's figure. Then they understood. "Hello, Warden." The prisoners greeted Li Ming with surprise and curiosity. Only Wang Xian had a look of joy and worry in her eyes, fearing that Li Ming would bring her bad news, but also afraid that there would be no news at all. She has been in this mood since she last met Li Ming. She has lost several pounds after not seeing her for a few days. Well, hello, Wang Xian, come out with me. Li Ming replied simply and asked Wang Xian to come out with her. Yes, Warden. Wang Xian walked out of the cell with an expectant look on her face, and the second warden then locked the prison door again. Warden, what did you call me? Wang Xian asked nervously. Come with me. I have already taken care of what you mentioned last time. Come with me to the psychological counseling room. Li Ming did not tell her that Wang Qian was already waiting for her there, intending to give her a surprise later. But Wang Xian was feeling uneasy. She wondered if Li Ming was hungry again. After not seeing him for a few days, he went to the psychological counseling room again. Maybe he needed her help to solve a problem again. In just 2 days, Li Ming definitely didn't help her check the matter of his daughter. Wang Xian secretly made up her mind that she would use all her skills and perform well. If he didn't mind, she would give him her whole body this time. She would ask for his help no matter what. He was the only man in the prison. Even if he wanted to trade his body for her, he wouldn't be able to find another target. She had to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, if Li Ming wasn't satisfied, she wouldn't have to know anything about her daughter. Warden, please take me to the physical examination room to take a shower. It will be cleaner this way. Wang Xian whispered behind Li Ming's ear. Chapter 34. I know you are anxious. Take a bath. Li Ming turned to look at Wang Xian in confusion. Did she hear something? Did she know that Wang Qian was here? Li Ming thought about the noise in the cafeteria earlier and nodded in understanding. It must have been one of the guards who had finished their meal who had spread the news, letting Wang Xian know her daughter had arrived. Li Ming originally wanted to give her a surprise, but now he couldn't surprise her anymore, so he could only nod. It's better to wash and tidy up. It will make me feel more at ease to see you clean. I'll take you to the physical examination room to wash up first, and then follow me to the psychological counseling room. Li Ming waved his hand and called the second supervisor over. Second supervisor, go ahead and do your work. I can take care of her myself. I'll bring her back personally when I'm done. Yes, Warden. The second warden saluted and stopped following Li Ming. Wang Xian looked at how Li Ming easily sent the second supervisor away and spoke without fear of the supervisor hearing him, with a strange look on her face. Has the warden completely taken control of the prison now? He's not afraid of being heard about his actions, even when he's secretly exploiting prisoners. He's truly a promising young man. She was secretly delighted that she had found the right person. Li Ming took Wang Xian to the physical examination room. Seeing that Wang Xian was obviously happier, he knew that she was eager to see the girl, so he deliberately quickened his pace, and soon they arrived at the physical examination room. Go take a shower. I know you're anxious. I'll wait for you here. Don't forget to dress up beautifully. Li Ming sat on the chair in the physical examination room and pointed to the bathroom. He knew that Wang Xian would definitely want to show her best side to Wang Qian when she met her daughter this time. He was thinking about going to the infirmary next door to ask the seductive Xia Hong to borrow some cosmetics. But when Wang Xian heard Li Ming's words, it took on a different meaning. I'm anxious. Why should I be anxious? It's obviously you, the brat, who's anxious. That's why you said that on purpose. Wang Xian gave Li Ming a charming look and walked into the bathroom. Ever since her ex-husband died, she had been imprisoned for over a decade. Although she was asking Li Ming for help, she did not reject it. She even felt that she had made a profit by looking at Li Ming's handsome face. Not to mention other prison areas. In their prison area alone, there were countless people who coveted the warden's body. Now that she had gotten there first, she felt inexplicably proud. Feeling the water rushing over her body, Wang Xian stroked her well-maintained figure, feeling somewhat proud. Li Ming had nothing to do, and Wang Xian needed to take a shower, so he got up and left the physical examination room, went to the infirmary next door and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Xia Hong didn't let him wait any longer and quickly opened the door for her. Warden, what's wrong? Do you have any instructions? Xia Hong returned to her usual seductive outfit today. Black stockings wrapped around her long, straight legs, and a white coat couldn't hide her explosive figure. As Xia Hong sat on the chair with her legs crossed, Li Ming keenly noticed her red-soled stiletto heels. Ahem, it's nothing. I just wanted to see if you had any cosmetics. Wang Qian's mother is taking a shower next door, and I thought I'd ask her to put on some makeup so she can meet her daughter, whom she hasn't seen in years. Li Ming smiled and explained to Xia Hong. Oh, you're quite thoughtful, but I don't really have any makeup. I don't usually wear anything, just lipstick. Xia Hong casually took out a piece of paper from the drawer next to her and threw a brand new lipstick over to her. Li Ming caught it hurriedly, but did not look at the lipstick first. Instead, he stared at Xia Hong's face. Sister Hong, your face is so beautiful. Why don't you wear any makeup? Li Ming asked in surprise. Yeah, that's nothing strange. I'm naturally beautiful, isn't it? When Xia Hong heard Li Ming praising her, her eyes narrowed with a smile. Besides, there's no man in this prison. Who am I putting on makeup for? Hearing this, Li Ming pointed at himself, feeling both amused and helpless. Sister Hong, who said there are no men? Isn't the man standing in front of you a man? Xia Hong laughed even more happily when she heard what Li Ming said. You don't count. How come I'm not a man? Li Ming scratched his head. Don't you know whether you are a man or not? You praised me for my wealth back then. Ha ha ha. You are Xiaoxi's man, and you are not my man either, so why should I show it to you? Xia Hong covered her mouth and laughed. You know about me and Lin Shi? Li Ming didn't expect that Lin Shi was such a big mouth that he actually told others about their blind date in prison. I know. I knew it the day you came. Xiaoxi even asked me to give you a thorough physical examination. Have you forgotten? Xia Hong's eyes swept towards Li Ming's crotch. Just one look made Li Ming's anus tighten. How could Li Ming forget? This was the first time he had been interrogated in his entire life. He had long since put Xia Hong, the vixen, on his revenge list, but he hadn't had the right opportunity. Well, Lin Shi and I actually knew each other when we were kids. It's not what you think. I didn't understand what was going on when I first came here. It was Lin Shi who told me that I came to the prison for a blind date with her. Li Ming explained helplessly. Then you are also the man Xiaoxi has reserved. I have taken a bath with Xiaoxi. Don't look at her as cold as ice all day long. If you can win her over, you will be very happy. Xia Hong raised her eyebrows and encouraged. Well, let's not talk about this. I'm going back first. Thank you for the lipstick. Li Ming realized that he could not win the argument with Xia Hong, so he had to thank her and fled. Warden, please come back when you have time. It's boring for me to be alone in this infirmary. Please come and talk to me more often. Xia Hong looked at Li Ming, who was running for his life, and shouted behind her. Li Ming didn't dare to respond after hearing this, and quickly closed the door. Xia Hong truly had a face like a foxy woman, and even her voice was seductive. And while she was talking, she kept looking down at his lower body. Li Ming couldn't stand it. Holding the lipstick, Li Ming returned to the physical examination room and gently pushed open the door. He thought Wang Xian would take a while to shower, as women are very slow in showering, often taking an hour or two. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Wang Xian standing in the room, putting on her clothes. Wang Xian, who is not very old, has extremely tight skin. She has not seen sunlight in the prison for many years, so her skin is extremely white, and she does not look like she has given birth to a child at all. When Wang Xian heard Li Ming pushing the door, he didn't react. After all, he was the only man in the prison, so it didn't matter who saw him. Warden, you're back. I was afraid my clothes would get wet, so I took them out and put them on. Chapter 35, but don't be impatient. Oh, okay. It's okay, you can put it on. Li Ming took a deep breath. I just escaped from Foxy and saw this scene. Who can bear it? Wang Xian had also finished dressing by this time. She turned around and stood quietly aside waiting for Li Ming's instructions. Just now I wanted to borrow a set of cosmetics for you, but unfortunately I couldn't borrow it. I only got this lipstick. Try it on. Li Ming handed the lipstick to the surprised Wang Xian. Oh, thank you, Warden. I haven't put on lipstick since I entered the prison. And it's red, so great. Wang Xian took the lipstick and looked at herself in the mirror on the wall. Red lipstick is especially suitable for people with fair skin like them. Her originally haggard face instantly felt refreshed and full of femininity after applying lipstick. Li Ming was also very satisfied. Wang Xian's already outstanding appearance became even more beautiful even with just a touch of lipstick. Li Ming didn't look at it for long. As soon as he saw it, he remembered what happened in the psychological counseling room last time. Sometimes he was also troubled by his physical fitness like a special forces soldier, which made him very uncomfortable. After Wang Xian admired her beauty in the mirror, she came to Li Ming again. She had no idea of the torment Li Ming was going through at the moment. Warden, I'm ready. Let's go to the counseling room. As Wang Xian spoke, she raised her eyebrows at Li Ming, hinting wildly. But her seductive eyes were useless now, because Li Ming didn't even look at her. When he saw her coming, he lowered his head and silently chanted Amit Ba in his heart, waiting for his body to calm down. Otherwise, he couldn't even stand up now. So how could he take Wang Xian to see Wang Qian? I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious. Sit down and wait for me for a while. I'll reply to the message. Li Ming didn't know what excuse to make, so he took out his mobile phone and pretended to slide the screen. Okay, Warden, I'm not in a hurry. You go ahead and do your thing first. Wang Xian spread her hands indifferently. Li Ming kept saying that she was in a hurry, which made Wang Xian a little unhappy. How could this man be like this? Not only did he get anxious himself, but he also had to blame it on her, making it seem like she was longing for it so much. Li Ming didn't care about so many things at the moment, and naturally didn't notice Wang Xian's strange expression. He took out his mobile phone, opened the browser directly, and searched for 4 words in the search bar. Horror pictures. Looking at the bloody and violent images popping up on his phone screen, Li Ming finally calmed down. Taking a deep breath, he slowly lowered his crossed legs, making sure nothing was amiss before standing up. Secretly admiring his own cleverness, Li Ming waved to Wang Xian. Let's go. You must be waiting impatiently. Sorry, I'm a little busy with my business. Li Ming thought that Wang Xian wanted to see her daughter very much, and he was delaying her, so he apologized to Wang Xian. Warden, I'm not in a hurry, I really am. Don't be sorry. Wang Xian was on the verge of tears, secretly wondering if Li Ming was just like this, role-playing? Should I cooperate with him? Pretend to be anxious? But it was so embarrassing. Don't be so stubborn. I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's go. It's not far. Oh, and take this roll of toilet paper. You'll need it later. Li Ming grabbed a roll of toilet paper from the shelf nearby and shoved it into Wang Xian's hands, who was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Then, he took the lead and opened the door, heading to the counseling room. On the way, Wang Xian didn't want to talk anymore. She suddenly felt that Li Ming was not a very good person. He was a little inferior, but his face was a little good-looking. However, if he was inferior, she still had to beg him. She secretly thought in her heart that she must not show a look of disgust. If Li Ming noticed it, all her efforts would be wasted. The two of them walked one after the other and came straight to the door of the psychological counseling room. Li Ming was already holding the door handle at this moment. He turned around and looked at Wang Xian, who was following behind him, and smiled mysteriously. Are you ready? I'm opening the door. Wang Xian was speechless, but she still pretended to be excited, nodded, and tried her best to cooperate with Li Ming's bad taste. Seeing Wang Xian nod, Li Ming smiled slightly, and without further delay, he pushed open the door and walked in first. Wang Qian had been waiting in the room for Li Ming to bring her mother. The longer she waited, the more nervous she became. She looked at the electronic clock hanging on the wall from time to time and felt that the days were passing by like years. Finally, after she had looked at the door with anticipation for who knows how many times, the door of the room was slowly pushed open and Li Ming walked into the room. Wang Qian stood up excitedly. She had already seen a woman following behind Li Ming, and this woman was surprisingly her mother, whom she had missed every day since she was a child. She really walked out of the photo and stood in front of him. Wang Qian burst into tears instantly and kept calling for her mother in her heart, but her voice suddenly became unresponsive. She just stared at her mother blankly, standing there in a daze. However, when Wang Xian walked into the room, she did not recognize that the girl in front of her was her daughter. She just thought that the girl was very pretty and had some similarities with herself in her eyebrows. She glanced at Li Ming with confusion, as if asking him what was going on. Was there someone else in the room? How could she possibly have used this? Could it be that Li Ming was planning to do it in threes? Such a perverted move. It scared the little girl to tears. Li Ming naturally noticed Wang Xian's puzzled look. He was suddenly stunned, and a very absurd idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that she's not her daughter? Did I make a mistake? No. It can't be wrong. But what does that look mean? Why is she so calm when she sees her own daughter? And Wang Qian, why do you just cry? Speak up. The room fell silent for a moment. Only Wang Qian's crying could be heard. Li Ming and Wang Xian stared at each other, each more surprised than the other. Finally, Li Ming couldn't hold it in any longer. Looking at the awkward atmosphere in front of him, he pointed at Wang Qian, who was crying on the spot, and tentatively spoke to Wang Xian. She isn't your daughter? Not Wang Qian. What? My daughter? Wang Qian. Wang Xian's eyes widened instantly after hearing Li Ming's words. With a stiff neck, she slowly looked at Wang Qian, who had already burst into tears. Wang Xian stared at the face that looked so similar to hers in disbelief, and then it dawned on her. This little girl was actually the daughter she had been thinking about day and night. Wang Qian. Chapter 36. What a surprise. Ku Qian. Wang Xian looked at Wang Qian in disbelief, who was crying in front of her. She couldn't control her tears in an instant. She finally understood why Li Ming asked her to hold the toilet paper, saying that it would be needed soon. She thought. It turned out that she had misunderstood. Wang Xian burst into tears of joy. She walked quickly to Wang Qian, and with trembling hands, she carefully stroked Wang Qian's hair. She was afraid that this was a dream, and she would wake up if she touched it, and she didn't want to wake up. Once upon a time, she also had such long hair. It seemed like it was the year when she gave birth to Kuyen. Child. My child. This is not a dream. Kuyen. I finally see you. My daughter. Wang Xian could no longer control herself and hugged her crying daughter in her arms. The flowing tears seemed to be telling of her longing for her daughter over the years. Wang Qian felt her mother's warm embrace and knew that this was not a dream, so she also carefully raised her hands and hugged her mother. The two women hugged each other and cried bitterly. Li Ming looked at the scene in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's correct, as long as it's correct, it's correct. It would be so embarrassing if we went through so much trouble and got it wrong. Li Ming tactfully gave the room to the mother and daughter, then turned and walked out. A heavy weight lifted off his chest, making him feel quite relaxed. Wang Xian and her daughter finally met each other, so they must want to stay a little longer. Li Ming couldn't bear to disturb them, so after instructing 2 prison guards to keep an eye on them, he walked out of the office building. I haven't inspected the prison area for a few days, so I might as well go and take a look and see how Tan Qingqing is doing. Li Ming came to the first prison area, but it was empty, without a single prisoner. Li Ming was stunned. Then he thought of something and went to the second prison area. Sure enough, it was still empty. Li Ming walked to the end and passed through the playground before he saw the prisoner. Lin Shi had brought Li Ming here before. This was where the prisoners worked. Li Ming walked into the factory area, where sewing machines were placed one after another. The prisoners were divided into groups and were busy working. Seeing Li Ming coming, the prison guards and prisoners greeted him in a mixed manner. Li Ming nodded and casually checked the prisoners' work. The prisoners now seemed to be making clothes. They are divided into groups of about a dozen people and look quite busy. Their work is not much different from the assembly line work outside the prison. They have to work about 10 hours a day. This is the so-called labor reform. You have to know that prisoners work 5 days a week, and the other 2 days are used to learn skills and rest. It sounds good, but Lin Shi said it last time, it just sounded good. Sometimes, to meet deadlines, prisoners are forced to work overtime, and they can't even quit. It's much more tiring than working in a factory outside. After all, this is a prison, and locking up prisoners isn't about providing them with retirement benefits, but about providing them with free labor. Li Ming looked around and did not find Lin Shi, but she found Tan Qingqing. The woman was now squatting on the ground with a pair of small scissors in her hand, looking at the clothes passing by in front of her with a sad face, and from time to time, she picked up the clothes and cut off the threads on them. Tan Qingqing did have a good sleep last night. After returning to the prison area, the prison guard assigned her a single cell according to Li Ming's instructions, and she slept comfortably. But as soon as I got up in the morning, the prison guards called me to wash up and eat. After eating, I was brought here to cut the thread ends. She had never done this kind of work before. After just a while, she couldn't stand it anymore. Her legs were so sore and numb that she wanted to change jobs, but the prison guards wouldn't tolerate her. This was a prison, not the outside world. She had no choice. Tan Qingqing again told the guards she wanted to see the warden, but they ignored her again. She wanted to make a scene, but when she saw the female guard raise her baton and threaten to hit her, she gave in and continued working obediently. Tan Qingqing, who was working hard, saw a figure suddenly standing in front of her. She looked up and found it was Li Ming. She jumped up in surprise. "Warden, that's great. Save me." Tan Qingqing eagerly grabbed Li Ming's hand and held it tightly, fearing that Li Ming would leave her. "Save you? What do you want to save? I've been watching you for a long time, and you're doing quite well." Li Ming smiled wickedly. Of course he knew that Tan Qingqing didn't want to work. Looking at her crystal-clear little hands, he knew that she had never done such hard labor before, and she must be feeling very uncomfortable right now. "Warden, can we talk alone? I have something to tell you." Tan Qingqing looked at the prison guard following Li Ming and couldn't say it directly, so she could only plead. "But I still have to patrol. If you have anything to say, just tell me here," Li Ming said deliberately. Tan Qingqing had been very dissatisfied and resentful from the very beginning, and Li Ming couldn't help but want to dampen her spirit. 6,725. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't waste the warden's time. Seeing that Tan Qingqing was hesitating and couldn't say anything for a long time, the second warden stepped forward and scolded her. Warden, I don't want to work. I have never done physical work in my life. Warden, can you please not let me work?" Seeing that Li Ming didn't want to chat with her alone, Tan Qingqing had to say it hesitantly. Before Li Ming could say anything, the second supervisor took over. "Don't want to work? You don't want to work? Then don't commit a crime. Who goes to prison and doesn't work? No matter what your previous status or rank was, we treat everyone the same in prison. If you behave well, the warden can help you apply for a sentence reduction and get out early. Don't want to work? You're dreaming. When your sentence is up, you can stop working. Hurry up. Don't try to be lazy. If you don't complete the task, you will be put in solitary confinement." The second warden yelled at Tan Qingqing, frightening her so much that she didn't dare to look up. She had never dreamed that prison would be so hard. She had thought she could just endure it, and it wouldn't take many days, but she hadn't expected. She couldn't even make it through a single day. Tan Qingqing burst into tears of grievance. Seeing that Tan Qingqing was silent and just kept crying, Li Ming secretly gave a thumbs up to the second supervisor and then patted him on the shoulder. Okay, second supervisor, hand her over to me. I will take her for ideological education. You can continue with your work. Li Ming suppressed his smile and instructed the second supervisor. Yes, Warden, if she doesn't listen, just hand her over to me. I've seen many people like this. After being kept for a few days, she will do it faster than anyone else. The second warden vowed. Tan Qingqing was just happy when she heard that Li Ming was going to take her away, but when she heard the second prison guard's words, she instantly wilted. This prison guard was too fierce, not like a woman at all. When she got out, she would make sure she was in trouble. The second warden didn't know that he was on Tan Qingqing's revenge list. He gave Tan Qingqing a warning look and then went back to monitor the prisoners. Chapter 37 Transaction. Let's go, Li Ming said with his hands behind his back, and then took Tan Qingqing out of the factory. While walking, Li Ming asked Tan Qingqing for information. If you don't want to work, then you have to leave early. Why is there no movement from your family? I haven't received a single call on my phone. Is the person you are looking for strong enough? After Li Ming finished speaking, he also observed Tan Qingqing's expression. He saw that although she looked sad, she did not look desperate. It was obvious that she had full confidence in her so-called family. Warden, I'm also a serious criminal now, so it's certainly not that easy for me to get out. I also want to get out early. How about, let's make a deal? Tan Qingqing looked at Li Ming expectantly, waiting for Li Ming's answer. What deal? What do you want to do? Li Ming smiled slightly. He knew that Tan Qingqing would not work honestly and would definitely beg him for help. Warden, I really can't do the work in this prison. I've only been working for an hour and my back and legs are cramping. How about, you name me a price? How much can you offer me to stay here without working? Tan Qingqing had a fawning look on her face. She didn't dare to look at Li Ming in the face at this critical moment. She was really tired from working, so she decided to hide away first. Oh, let me bid? Then 1 million. Li Ming asked tentatively. 1 million, okay. It's settled. Before I get out, don't let me do any work. I will stay in the prison area. I promise to be honest. Tan Qingqing quickly raised her hand and swore, fearing that Li Ming would go back on his word. Oh, so obedient? Then 10 million. Li Ming didn't care whether Tan Qingqing swore or not. He raised the price without blinking or blushing. That's fine too. 10 million is 10 million. I'll give it to you. But you have to promise to agree to the conditions I just mentioned. Tan Qingqing was furious. It was agreed upon 1 million, but this bastard Li Ming raised the price without hesitation. He has no credibility at all. Oh, then 100 million. Li Ming saw that Tan Qingqing had agreed to a price of 10 million. It seemed that this woman was no ordinary person. At least she had a lot of money. However, since this was his home court, he remained calm and continued to raise the price. You? Li Ming, are you done yet? Are you doing this on purpose? Are you kidding me? Tan Qingqing couldn't help herself. Li Ming was too greedy. How could he negotiate a price like that? He raised it tenfold, and he even went back on his word. Even if she agreed to it, it would still be worth 1 billion. Ha ha, don't get excited. Calm down. I'm not really short of money. If you tell me one thing, then I'll make the decision. You don't have to work for the next half month, and you can stay comfortably in the prison area. How about it? Li Ming blinked and tempted. Really? Then don't go back on your word again. Tell me what's the matter. Tan Qingqing really didn't want to work. She just wanted to fool Li Ming, but money was useless to Li Ming. Li Ming did not ask any questions immediately after hearing this. Instead, he took Tan Qingqing out of the prison area and came to the playground. The prisoners were all working. Apart from the prison guards on duty in the distance, there were only Li Ming and Tan Qingqing on the playground. Li Ming found a chair where prisoners rested and sat down with Tan Qingqing. The weather was very good today. The sun shone on Li Ming's face, making him feel warm. After a while, he felt sleepy. Even Tan Qingqing was sitting comfortably on a chair nearby, enjoying the warmth of the sun, but not long after, Tan Qingqing could no longer sit still. Li Ming, who had promised to ask her questions, seemed to have forgotten what he had promised. He ignored her and was about to fall asleep in the sun. Looking at his lazy appearance, Tan Qingqing finally couldn't sit still anymore. She moved a little and sat closer to Li Ming. Seeing that he still had no reaction, Tan Qingqing gritted her teeth and reached out to pull Li Ming's sleeve. Warden, you were going to ask me a question, why didn't you? Upon hearing this, Li Ming changed his posture and lay directly on the chair, resting his head with his hands, and spoke lazily. I don't think you'll tell the truth, so I suddenly don't bother asking. Forget it, just go back to work and pretend I never said anything. You go back on your word again, you. You deserve to go to jail. I'm so mad at you. Tan Qingqing was furious. She jumped up from her chair and pointed at Li Ming, but she didn't know how to scold him. I want to complain to you. You're going too far. Li Ming looked at the furious Tan Qingqing in front of him and couldn't help laughing. Complain against me? Who are you complaining to? I'm the biggest boss in this prison. You're complaining to me. Ha ha ha. Li Ming really couldn't help laughing. This Tan Qingqing was quite interesting. She took a long time to come up with a complaint. It was really cute. How about this? I'll give you another chance. I'll only ask once. If you lie to me, then forget it. Just continue doing your work and don't look for me again. Our bet didn't include not letting you work. Li Ming sat up, crossed his legs, and looked at Tan Qingqing with a smile on his face. Ask. Tan Qingqing's chest was heaving with anger, her face flushed red, and she wanted to chop Li Ming into pieces and feed him to the dogs. How could there be such an annoying man in the world? He had a handsome face, but his heart was black, not only black, but also extremely ugly. If Li Ming was the only man left in the world, Tan Qingqing wouldn't like him. She would rather die alone, die of old age, or die of drought, and she wouldn't even look at Li Ming. Although Li Ming didn't know what she was thinking, he could guess that she must be cursing in her heart. However, Li Ming didn't care at all. The advantage was mine. She was just furious with impotence. Li Ming shook his sleeves nonchalantly, tied his shoelaces, and finally spoke in the face of Tan Qingqing's angry eyes. You said your family will get you out. Which big boss did your family find? Tell me his name, and I will make sure you spend the next half-month in peace. How about it? Li Ming asked seemingly casually, but in his heart he was carefully feeling the changes in his sense skills. But Li Ming still underestimated Tan Qingqing. Tan Qingqing was originally furious, looking like she was about to die of anger in the next second, but after hearing Li Ming's question, she quickly calmed down and looked at Li Ming with some disdain in her eyes. Warden, you're underestimating me. Are you trying to goad me? I can tell the difference between 15 days of hard work and 25 years of hard work. You're trying to trick me. Aren't you afraid of losing? I won't let you lose and suffer any loss. Just turn a blind eye. When I get out, I'll definitely give you a big gift. At this moment, Tan Qingqing felt that Li Ming was not only annoying, but also extremely naive. He really treated her as a fool. If she was not under the control of Li Ming, would she really think that she was so easy to talk to? Chapter 38, I Love to Work. Li Ming saw that Tan Qingqing didn't fall for his trick, but instead revealed her cards to him with a look of disdain on her face. Li Ming just smiled and didn't care. It would be best if you were fooled, but if you weren't. Li Ming's mind moved, and he mobilized his skills. Those who are sincere will be successful. Effect can be actively cast on a target, allowing them to sense your unparalleled sincerity, open their hearts, and be honest with you, quickly gaining their favor. Used on women, the effect is doubled. Used on men, the effect is halved. Li Ming used the sincere heart, reward, on Tan Qingqing, and then he slowly began to explain. Tan Qingqing, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just genuinely curious about who has the ability to get you out. Even if you tell me, I have no evidence. I'm just a small prison warden. What can I do to them? Li Ming spread his hands, indicating that even if he knew, he would not dare to go against their boss. Besides, when the time comes, the boss can rescue you without my consent. I'll have to hand you over as soon as the interrogation order comes. If I don't agree, that would be disobeying orders, right? It's always been done this way. I know everything. Just satisfy my curiosity and quietly tell me who it is. It won't affect your escape, and it will also allow you to lie down comfortably for the next half-month. It's a win-win situation. What do you think? Consider it. Li Ming patiently persuaded her, looking forward to the effect of his skills. Seeing that Tan Qingqing changed from her previous disdain and vigilance to her current frown and thinking, it was obvious that she had gained some trust in Li Ming's words. At this moment, Tan Qingqing was struggling with her conscience. A black figure was shouting that she must not trust Li Ming. Li Ming was a bastard who went back on his word. If she believed him, she would never get out of prison. The other white figure smiled broadly. She recounted how, from the moment she met Li Ming, even though he was a bit erratic, he'd kept his promise of solitary confinement and refused to have a doctor examine her. He'd even thoughtfully left her his phone number, allowing her to call her family for a full 5 minutes. This suggested Li Ming was trustworthy and worth a deal. A name in exchange for 15 days of free time was a steal. The black figure trembled with anger when he heard the white figure say this. He hurriedly shouted, Tan Qingqing should think about her 25-year sentence. At such a critical moment, if she is not careful, she will spend 25 years in this broken prison and do hard labor for 25 years. Can she bear it? Before Tan Qingqing could react, the white man said it was just a name. What difference would it make if he told it to her? He was just a small warden of a small prison. What could he change? satisfy his curiosity, broaden his horizons, and make him respect him a little. Tan Qingqing frowned tightly. The two little guys started fighting while arguing, which gave her a headache. Looking at Li Ming's honest face, Tan Qingqing felt something was wrong, but she couldn't figure it out. He looked around. Armed guards, meters of barbed wire. Beyond the fence, towering black prison walls. He was wearing his Montenegro prison uniform, and his back ached. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. She had to get out of here. Out of prison. She should be sitting on a high-end custom sofa, drinking red wine, eating a fancy dinner, looking out the window at the beautiful city night view, enjoying the life of a superior person. I can't tell you. I absolutely can't tell you. It can't affect my plans to go out in the slightest. It's just work. I'll do it. 15 days of hard work saves 25 years in jail. Tan Qingqing's eyes were determined, and she didn't answer Li Ming's words. Turn around and leave. Li Ming was confused when he saw this situation. What happened? The skill didn't work? Li Ming quickly got up and caught up with Tan Qingqing and asked, Tan Qingqing, why are you leaving? You haven't answered me yet. Don't you want to go back to the prison area and not have to work? Warden, I love to work. I like to work. Please send me back to the factory and I will accept reform. Please don't bother making an exception for me. Tan Qingqing's eyes were firm. No matter how the white man in her mind made trouble, she remained unmoved. Even if she believed Li Ming's words in her heart, she would not gamble with her happiness for the rest of her life. She couldn't afford the consequences. Are you sure? I'm sure. Really not changing? I don't know what you were talking about, Warden. I have to go back to work. It's been so long. If our group fails to complete the task, you, Warden, will bear the main responsibility. Tan Qingqing quickened her pace. At this moment, she was terrifyingly strong. Li Ming, feeling both amused and helpless, took Tan Qingqing back to the factory. After a lot of testing and using all my skills, I still couldn't get Tan Qingqing to tell me the man's name. It seemed that Tan Qingqing was determined not to tell me. After returning to her workstation, Tan Qingqing looked at the pile of clothes in front of her, gritted her teeth, picked up the small pair of scissors, and worked with great speed, a completely different speed from before. The second supervisor who was watching from the side couldn't help but nodded and said to Li Mingdao, Warden, you're amazing. Your ideological education is so effective. No wonder you're the warden. You're much more capable than us. Li Ming listened to the second supervisor's praise and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He was trying to help others with the back door, but others refused to use it. This was a form of reverse ideological education. Shaking his head, Li Ming left the prison area. It seems that skills aren't 100% effective. Sincerity is the key to success. It can only make the other person feel good about her and be honest with her. However, when it comes to important matters, she won't blindly reveal the truth. Li Ming returned to the office building, looked at the time, and thought that Wang Xian and her daughter should have calmed down by now, so he was about to go and check on them. But just as I passed by the infirmary, Xia Hong came out of it. Hey, Warden. What a coincidence. Xia Hong spotted Li Ming and greeted him coquettishly. Yes, what a coincidence. Sister Hong, where are you going? Li Ming looked at Xia Hong holding the files and asked curiously. As for me, I'm going to deliver the file to Xiaoxi. Xia Hong smiled and walked side by side with Li Ming. Lin Shi? I haven't seen her since dinner. What is she busy with? Li Ming asked puzzledly. As the warden of the prison, she has nothing to do all day, just like a hands-off boss. She feels that Lin Shi is much busier than her. Hey, Warden, don't you know that our prison is holding a dance competition in a few days? Xiaoxi is busy selecting beauties. Xia Hong patted the file in her arms and continued. These files are the names of the people who have registered. Xiaoxi will select people from these people to form a team, and then let them train and perform group dances in the competition. If they perform well and get the top few places, Xiaoxi will help them apply for sentence reduction. Our prison often holds similar competitions, and you will have to be a judge then. Xia Hong gave Li Ming, the boss, a basic introduction to the daily activities in the prison, which surprised Li Ming a little. Prison Girls Group? Chapter 39, Prison Cell? No way. Prison Girls Group? Li Ming thought, there are so many talented people in the prison, it would be really interesting to form a prison girl group. Some people have said before that manhwa football is too bad, so it would be better to find a group of death row prisoners in prison to play. If they win, their sentences will be reduced, and they won't have to die. Then they will definitely do their best to have a chance to survive, and then there might be hope for manhwa football. The same goes for the prison girl group. With the chance of a reduced sentence, these female prisoners will definitely try their best, and the performance will definitely be wonderful. Li Mingguang is looking forward to it just thinking about it. Then you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll go take a look after I'm done here. Li Ming separated from Xia Hong and continued walking towards the psychological counseling room. Li Ming arrived at the door of the consultation room, greeted the prison guard at the door, and then knocked on the door. The door was not locked. Li Ming just knocked politely and pushed the door open. Wang Xian and Wang Qian sat side by side on the sofa, holding hands, with Wang Xian holding half a roll of toilet paper in her hand. When the mother and daughter saw Li Ming coming in, they quickly stood up. "Warden, you're back. I really don't know how to thank you. It's all thanks to you that we, mother and daughter, can meet again. From now on, whether you are in prison or released, if you need us for anything, just let us know, and we will go through fire and water without hesitation. You are our benefactor." As Wang Xian spoke, she pulled Wang Qian and knelt down. Seeing this, Li Ming quickly helped the two of them up. "Hurry up. There's no need to be like this. I'm the warden, and it's my duty to help you with this little thing. It's nothing. Brotherly. Thank you. If you hadn't come to find me, I might never have seen my mother in this life," Wang Qian said as tears started to flow again. "Haha, okay, stop crying. Now that mother and daughter have recognized each other, everyone is happy. You should be happy." Li Ming waved his hand. He did not think he had made much of a contribution. "You can come visit your mother often now, but next time you see her you'll have to go through the prison visiting passage. This is an exception for me, but I can't let you see her for too long. That's all for now." Wang Xian and her daughter both nodded, knowing that Li Ming had already broken the rules, so they naturally didn't dare to expect too much. "Qian, there are rules in the prison. You can't stay here all the time. Have you ever thought about where to go after you get out?" Li Ming asked. Wang Qian nodded when she heard this, and then looked at her mother Wang Xian. After getting Wang Xian's response, she began to explain to Li Ming. "Brotherly, Mom bought a house in the city a while ago. She asked me to live there and find a job nearby. I'll come to see Mom when I'm free." "That's great. Our prison has a visiting bus to the city, but it only runs once a month. You can take that bus to visit me then," Li Ming instructed. Their Black Mountain prison only allows prisoners' families to visit once a month. The location of Black Mountain prison is secretive and the roads are difficult to travel, so there is a visiting bus every month. In order to make it convenient for those families to come and visit, Wang Xian's sister also took this bus before. "Yes, I know, brotherly. Mom just told me. Thank you, brotherly," Wang Qian said with a sincere look of gratitude. "Well then, Wang Xian, it's almost time. Come back with me. Kuyan, you go back to your room last night first. I will send you back in the evening." Li Ming looked at his mobile phone. An hour had passed, so it was almost time for them to meet now. Wang Xian nodded, gave Wang Qian a reluctant hug, then calmed down and obediently followed Li Ming out of the counseling room. Li Ming took Wang Xian one after the other and walked towards the prison area. On the way, "Warden, I'm sorry." Wang Xian's voice suddenly rang out. "Huh? Sorry? What's sorry?" Li Ming asked in confusion. "It's just, you took me out of the cell this morning, and I thought, that's why I told you, to go wash up first. I didn't expect you to let me see Kuyan. I really don't know how to thank you." Wang Xian's face was already a little red from crying, and now when she thought of the misunderstanding of Li Ming in the morning, her face became even redder. I don't look like that kind of person. How could I do that kind of thing?" Li Ming said with a helpless smile. It seems that in Wang Xian's eyes, he is a big devil, who abuses his power for personal gain and is a devilish warden. "Haha, I misunderstood the warden. You are really a good person." Wang Xian smiled coquettishly. Her impression of Li Ming had reached the highest point in her heart. Not only is he handsome, he also takes good care of his mother and daughter. If he weren't already a mother, he would have pursued the warden regardless of everything. Even if he didn't get the result, it would have been worth it to have had him. Li Ming entered the prison area while chatting with Wang Xian. At this time, the prisoners were still working and there was no one in the prison area. Li Ming was about to take Wang Xian to the factory area, but Wang Xian gently pulled Li Ming back. "Warden, can you accompany me to my cell?" Wang Xian looked at Li Ming with a gentle and meaningful look on her face. "Huh? A cell? In the cell? That's not possible," Li Ming responded in a low voice. "Warden, come with me. There are no surveillance cameras in the cell. The iron doors of the cells are usually closed, so even if there were any, they would be blocked by the doors. That's why they simply don't have any. There are only cameras in the middle corridor. Once you enter the cell, no one can see you." Wang Xian's eyes seemed to be dripping with tears. She pulled Li Ming's sleeve and pulled him into her cell. Li Ming entered the cell and looked around carefully. Sure enough, the surveillance outside could not capture the inside of the cell, and there was even a layer of curtain on Wang Xian's bed. As long as it is pulled up, no one from outside can see what the person on the bed is doing. "Don't you take care of your bed curtain?" Li Ming asked curiously. "Of course I care, but the supervisor only comes to inspect at the same time every day. After that time, he will just stop caring. It would be more beneficial to do something occasionally and pull up the curtains. As Wang Xian spoke, she had already made the bed and pulled open the curtains to block the view. Warden, don't be disgusted, my bed is clean. Come up and sit down. Wang Xian hooked her finger at Li Ming, holding up the bed curtain with one hand and waiting for Li Ming to get in. Li Ming looked at the cell door with a guilty conscience. The two of them were hanging out in the cell in broad daylight. If they were discovered, his position as warden would be over. Forget it. It's not safe. It's too dangerous. Although Li Ming wanted it, he was not blinded by the beauty. It's just a momentary pleasure. If it is discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable. Warden, don't worry. I've been in prison for so many years. I guarantee that no one will come here at this time. Besides, our second ward is in the middle. No matter how loud you shout, no one will hear you. Li Ming was about to continue to refuse. There was a buzzing sound in his head. The mission details suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 40 Listening. Release task. Listen to the other party's true thoughts. Mission reward. Alert aura. Effect. When your body is in an excited state, you can freely choose whether to turn on the alert aura. The aura can detect living people and animals within a radius of 200 meters. It can remain on during the excited state and automatically turn off after the excited state. Failure penalty. Gain the title of cowardly. Effect of the title. Increases cautiousness, reduces courage, runs away when indecisive, imagines that anyone will persecute you, and likes to hide in corners. Li Ming quickly browsed the content of the task and covered his forehead helplessly. He guessed that the task might pop up at this time, but he didn't expect it to be really triggered. Li Ming shook his head and studied the task content again. The mission reward is really good, but I don't know whether this excited state can be triggered easily. Not to mention the mission penalty. He can't let the mission fail. Moreover, he has a good guy card that can exempt him from the failure penalty once. After a brief thought, Li Ming turned and came to Wang Xian. Looking at Wang Xian's affectionate eyes, he asked tentatively, Wang Xian, it's not just a matter of whether others will hear it. I'm the warden, and it's my duty to help you. You don't need to put yourself in such a difficult position to repay me. If you need anything else, you can tell me, and I'll still help you. Li Ming looked at Wang Xian's bright and charming face with a sincere expression, and a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. Young people don't know the fragrance of young women, and mistakenly regard young girls as treasures. But after hearing what he said, Wang Xian laughed even more happily. Her eyes became more charming, and she kept swallowing her saliva as she looked at Li Ming. Warden, you're wrong. I'm not putting myself in a difficult position to repay you. As Wang Xian spoke, she pulled Li Ming behind the bed curtains, as Li Ming looked at her in disbelief. Li Ming suddenly thought of the dream he had that night. Perhaps he wasn't assimilated by those people with tiger heads and human bodies, but perhaps he himself was like that. The prison area of their prison was only 400 meters in diameter. In Li Ming's consciousness, he could clearly see the prison guards on duty outside the prison area. Their skills were simply incredible and seemed like divine power. But before Li Ming had time to continue exploring, the warning halo was automatically turned off, and no matter how hard Li Ming tried, he couldn't turn it on again. Li Ming studied the skill description. It said that it could only be started while in an excited state. But what about him now? A light bulb went off in Li Ming's head. Could it be this? Li Ming thought about it carefully and felt that judging from the usual strange tasks, it was very likely. Coming back to his senses, Li Ming knew that now was not the time to study his skills, as someone might come soon. Li Ming quickly put on his clothes and considerately helped Wang Xian get back to normal. Wang Xian looked at Li Ming with resentment. She had thought Li Ming was a little white rabbit, but after eating him, she realized that he was a big tiger. She had lost miserably. I have no strength left in my body now. How can I go to the factory to work later? Warden, I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired and have no strength left. Let me rest for a while. Wang Xian begged for mercy. Li Ming smiled slightly and continued to put Wang Xian in her prison uniform. It's okay, just rest here. I'll talk to the prison guard and ask her to give you a day off. Chapter 41, he didn't wear it. Li Ming helped Wang Xian make her bed, checked his own clothes again, and made sure there was nothing wrong before he walked out of the cell. First, he went to the factory and found the second supervisor to tell her that Wang Xian could take a day off. Then he went to see if Tan Qingqing could still bear it. From a distance, Li Ming saw that Tan Qingqing's beautiful face had become wrinkled. This was what working on an assembly line was like, one after another, not allowing you to have any time to rest, and it was extremely demanding on your will and tiring on your body. She had been working from morning till now, and even though Li Ming took her out to rest for a while, for a young lady who had never done housework, she was still exhausted. It's not just the physical fatigue, The boring and monotonous work is simply torture for someone like her. Tan Qingqing picked up the clothes mechanically. Her eyes dull. She felt a little regretful. It's not that I regret not telling Li Ming the name of that big boss, but I regret how stupid I was. Li Ming didn't know who he was looking for, so why did he just freeze up in his head? He could have just said someone's name, or asked an official to borrow someone else's name to trick Li Ming into it. Why did he have to foolishly compete with Li Ming? Tan Qingqing wanted to cry, but had no tears. She cried because of her own stupidity. Li Ming looked at Tan Qingqing from afar and had no intention of going up to talk to her. He hadn't been able to get the person's name even after using his skills, so he guessed that Tan Qingqing had no intention of saying it at this time. I have to practice more. When she is too tired to bear it anymore, she will probably come to find me again. Li Ming stopped and watched for a while, then instructed the second supervisor that if Tan Qingqing couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to look for him, he should inform him in time. The second warden nodded in agreement, remembering Li Ming's instructions. He secretly thought, Tan Qingqing just came to prison. Not only is she pretty and delicate, but she's also a virgin. Could it be that the warden has fallen in love with her? But she had heard that Deputy Warden Lin Shi and Li Ming seemed to have an unusual relationship. It made no sense for the warden to give up his deputy warden for this prisoner. In terms of beauty or figure, Deputy Warden Lin was no worse than Tan Qingqing. Could it be that he had some special interest in the prisoner's identity? The second warden was shocked by his own thoughts and dared not think about it anymore. He had finally managed to get the position of warden, so he should just listen to the warden. After all, the warden was always more powerful than the deputy warden. Li Mingka had no idea about the second supervisor's brainstorming. At this time, he had already arrived downstairs in the office building and took the elevator directly to Lin Shi's office. Boom, boom, boom. Li Ming knocked on the door. It was Xia Hong who opened the door. Lin Shi was busy at his desk in the room. The warden is here, and we were looking for you. Xia Hong closed the door and smiled gently. Looking for me? What's the matter? Li Ming asked in surprise. He came to Lin Shi's office, on the one hand to see how far the prison women's team competition had progressed, and on the other hand to tell Lin Shi that he would drive Wang Qian back to the city in the evening. Before he could say anything, Xia Hong looked at her with a strange expression and laughed. That's great. Let you be a judge. Xia Hong explained to Li Ming with a smile on her face. There are quite a lot of people participating in this competition, so we need to hold a preliminary round to screen out those who are just filling in the numbers. Xiaoxi and I just discussed it and plan to let you be the judge of the preliminary round. Those who you think are good will enter the semifinals, and those who you think are not good will be passed. After all, the number of places for sentence reduction is limited. Participation in previous competitions was not high, so those who participated in the training would more or less gain some benefits. But this time, because a handsome man came to our prison, many prisoners participated, and they all wanted to show off to our handsome man in the competition. This resulted in an uneven distribution of rewards. It's very likely that after rehearsing for a long time, they won't get anything. Then the prisoners will fight among themselves and try to eliminate other teams, which will easily lead to chaos. After hearing this, Lin Shi also took over Xia Hong's words and continued to explain. That's right. To prevent those casual groups from secretly fighting for positions for the rewards, you'll be the judge. There will be no rewards in the first preliminary round. The prisoners can show off their talents in front of their handsome warden, and we can also screen out the unqualified teams. Kill two birds with one stone. Oh, and you can also enjoy the beautiful prisoners dancing for you. It's a 3-in-1 experience. It'll be so beautiful. Lin Shi glanced at Li Ming and thought to himself, this little rascal must be very happy. So many beautiful women dancing for him. In the past, this would be the treatment of an emperor. After listening to the two women's explanations, Li Ming scratched his head in embarrassment. Is her charm so great that she can make all the prisoners want to dance in front of her? Not really. Ahem. I'll listen to you. I can handle anything. I don't have anything else to do all day anyway. Just call me when the game starts. Seeing that Li Ming had accepted the task, Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction. He then picked up a thick stack of documents on the table and handed them to Li Ming. This is the list of participating teams. Take a look at it when you have time. Just familiarize yourself with the prisoners. After staying in this prison for a long time, even though there are many prisoners, each one has his or her own characteristics. Slowly, you will get to know 70 to 80 of them. But Lin Shi suddenly became serious and stared into Li Ming's eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly, releasing a dangerous light. But you mustn't think of targeting these prisoners. Don't forget who you are. You should know the consequences. I don't want to see Uncle Li having to go to the prison himself to get you out one day, and I won't let you go. Lin Shi looked at Li Ming with a warning. Although she didn't think Li Ming could do such a stupid thing, she still reminded him to prevent any problem from happening. When Li Ming heard this, he suddenly felt extremely guilty. He quickly took the document, pretended to read it, and replied stubbornly, "TSK, do you even need to tell me this? Don't worry. Even without you, my dad would have sent me to jail himself and wouldn't have saved me." Although Li Ming spoke tough, he had no confidence in his heart. He thought secretly that it was not that he wanted to have anything happen with the prisoner, but he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Who would have thought that in this world where science is supreme, there would be such an outrageous system? Dad, blame the system. Blame the mysterious power that controls me. None of this is my will. When Lin Shi saw Li Ming's answer, he rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Humph, that had better be what you say. Our prison is full of serious criminals, many of whom are even on death row or suspended death sentences. If they suddenly get pregnant, you're the only man in the prison, so you'll just have to take the blame. Lin Shi suddenly said this, but she didn't think too deeply about it. She just said it as a little joke. But Li Ming, the sky is falling. He is not wearing it. Chapter 42. You two talk. Xiaohong sat aside and watched Li Ming and Lin Shi flirting with a faint smile, and suddenly felt a little envious. She had longed for this kind of love before, but it ended in tragedy. Gradually, she let it go. Love was a luxury to her, and she didn't deserve it at all. She just wanted to be happy. If one person was well fed, the whole family would not be hungry. It was quite comfortable. Xiaohong shook her head and turned her thoughts back to the documents in her hand. Li Ming just remembered that he didn't wear it at all. If Wang Xian suddenly got pregnant, he wouldn't have to clear his name because everyone would know it was him. Li Ming's back was soaked with cold sweat. He thought he was so stupid that he only cared about enjoying himself at the moment and forgot such an important thing. Li Ming took out his phone and quickly looked up information. He knew the remedy, but there was no such medicine in the prison. It could only be found in the city. The round trip would take at least 10 hours, and he didn't know if he would make it in time. Fortunately, Li Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief when he found this emergency remedy, which works within 72 hours. The sooner you take it, the better the effect. Li Ming secretly blamed himself for being too careless. He didn't bother to argue with Lin Shi anymore. He put the information on the table and spoke directly. "Well, I'm going to be out for a bit. I've already arranged a meeting between Wang Qian and her mother. I'll drive her back to the city. If you need anything, I can buy it for you." Lin Shi and Xiaohong looked at each other when they heard this. Lin Shi was about to shake her head, but she suddenly seemed to remember something, frowned and hesitated a little. Li Ming naturally noticed that something was wrong with Lin Shi. Seeing her like this, it was obvious that there was something she was not convenient to say. Li Ming did not ask any further questions, but just said, "I'm going to drive away first. You guys take your time to think about it. When you're done, just message me. My phone is always on." Lin Shi nodded after hearing this. Xiaohong had everything she needed. The truck delivering supplies came every few days, and she had already purchased everything she needed. Lin Shi took out the Jeep key from the drawer and threw it to Li Ming. After thinking for a while, he gave some instructions. "If you go out at this time, you will definitely be back very late. I'm here at the prison. If you don't have anything else, you can come back tomorrow during the day." Li Ming smiled slightly, knowing that Lin Shi was a soft-hearted person with a sharp tongue and still cared about him. He took the key and waved to Lin Shi. "Understood, Mr. Deputy Warden." Then, without waiting for Lin Shi to reply, he opened the door and ran out. Lin Shi's little face in the room suddenly turned gloomy. That damn Li Ming. He's bringing up all sorts of issues. What's wrong with the Deputy Warden? He's just one rank below him. He'll be kicked out sooner or later. Humph. Xiaohong looked at Lin Shi, who was so angry that she giggled and couldn't help but tease her. "Xiaoxi, I really think you two are a good match. I heard that couples who fight and quarrel like this can only stay together for a long time. Why don't you try to talk to him?" When Lin Shi heard Xiaohong say this, he became even more furious. "Sister Hong, what an enemy. He's simply a jinx. With him around, nothing good ever happens to me. He's so annoying all the time. I want to punch him when I see his face. If you like it, I'll give it to you. You two can talk. I support you all the way." Lin Shi rarely complained about Li Ming. Ever since Li Ming came to prison, she felt that everything was going wrong, and she always felt that Li Ming brought her bad luck. Xiaohong shook her head with a wry smile, thinking that Lin Shi must be deeply resentful of Li Ming for taking her place. It seemed that these two enemies would not be able to become enemies anytime soon. As for herself and Li Ming, Xiaohong was even more confused. It was impossible. She didn't want to hurt anyone else. At the same time, Li Ming got the key and trotted to Wang Qian's door. The door was not locked, so Li Ming pushed it open and walked in. He thought that Wang Qian must have cried for a long time when she met Wang Xian, and she must not have slept well last night, so she must have a good sleep when she returned to her room. But Wang Qian was extremely energetic at this time. She took out a mop from somewhere and was concentrating on mopping the floor of the room. She didn't even notice Li Ming opening the door and coming in. Li Ming naturally couldn't keep watching, so he had to call out to Wang Qian. Qian. Wang Qian was so engrossed in mopping the floor that she didn't even notice Li Ming coming in. Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her. She was so frightened that she shuddered and couldn't help but scream. Ah! Seeing this, Li Ming quickly reached out to cover Wang Qian's mouth to stop her from shouting. If the prison guards outside heard it, they would think he had done something to Wang Qian. Even if he explained, the prison guards might not believe him. Li Ming quickly turned Wang Qian's body around and asked her to face him so that she could see clearly that he was a human and not a ghost. Wang Qian turned around and found that the extra person in the room was Li Ming. I finally felt relieved. Li, brother Li, it's you. I was scared to death. Why are you walking without making any sound? Wang Qian patted her chest and said in shock. Oh no, you were so focused that you didn't even hear me open the door so loudly. Li Ming wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. It suddenly occurred to him that if the scandal between him and Wang Qian were to reach her mother Wang Xian, it would be a disaster. I have to stay away from Wang Qian, at least in prison, so that no one can make up stories about me. Thinking of this, Li Ming quickly distanced himself from Wang Qian. You don't need to clean the house. Just pack your things. I'm going to the city and I can take you back. Li Ming said to Wang Qian indifferently. You clean up first. I'll wait for you at the door. Just come out after you're done. After saying that, Li Ming turned around and left the room without waiting for her response. Wang Qian stared blankly at Li Ming's departing back, always feeling that something was wrong. Li Ming was not like this to her before, but now he treated her like a plague god. Rubbing her lips that had just been blocked by Li Ming, Wang Qian thought she was overthinking it. Since Li Ming was going to the city, she would naturally follow him back. She had packed her things long ago and had almost finished cleaning her room. Wang Qian reluctantly took one last look, then picked up her backpack and left the room. When she arrived at the door, Li Ming was indeed waiting for her there, and he even drove over and waited for her to get in. Li Ming waved at Wang Qian, signaling her to get in the car directly. Wang Qian sat in the passenger seat without hesitation. Although Li Ming wanted her to sit in the back seat, that would be too obvious, so he had to give up. Li Ming drove his car and signed at the security office at the prison gate, and was then released. He stepped on the accelerator and the jeep rushed out. On the way, the vehicle was driving steadily on the mountain road, but the interior of the car was unusually quiet. Finally, Wang Qian sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere and asked, Brother Li, why don't you talk to me? Chapter 43, I like you to see. No, I was just concentrating on driving. Li Ming wiped the sweat from his palms and answered calmly. Oh, I thought, Brother Li, you hated me. Wang Qian turned sideways to look at Li Ming's expression, trying to see something from his face. Ha ha ha, how could that be? Why would I hate you? That's not true. Li Ming laughed and defended himself. Brother Li, do you know, when someone feels guilty after telling a lie, their first reaction is to burst into awkward laughter. Wang Qian looked at Li Ming with some resentment. She was not a fool, so why did Brother Li always treat her like a child? Ahem. I really didn't lie. How could I hate you? Li Ming quickly put away his smile and explained seriously. Oh, but you weren't like this before. I felt like you were different after you came out of prison. Like a stranger. Wang Qian frowned and continued to stare at Li Ming with resentment. Huh? Haven't I always been like this? Then tell me, what was I like before? Li Ming heard her say that and secretly wondered why this girl was so alert. How could she notice the difference right away? Upon hearing this, Wang Qian moved her seat back in a fit of anger, leaving enough space for her feet. Then slowly take off the shoes on your feet. Li Ming noticed her movements and panicked. What was this girl up to? He didn't have time to stop it. Wang Qian had already taken off her socks swiftly, and her pair of slender white legs were lifted up in front of the car windshield. Hey, Kuyen, what are you doing? Seeing this, Li Ming could no longer sit still and quickly spoke. Brother Li, my shoes are a bit stuffy. I want to dry my feet. Please don't look down on me. My feet don't stink. Wang Qian smiled mischievously, and seeing Li Ming's panicked look, she felt secretly happy in her heart. It seems that I am still very attractive. Brother Li can't resist and keeps looking at me secretly. Seeing that you still ignore me, I'll let you act cool again. Wang Qian smiled secretly. Ahem, how about I turn on the air conditioner for you? Li Ming didn't dare to look any further. If he continued, something bad would happen. This girl was truly lawless. Sometimes she was too timid, and sometimes she would be so bold that she didn't know where she got the courage from. No, I just want to bask in the sun. Brother Li, my feet are so cold. If you don't let me bask in the sun, how about you warm them up for me again? Wang Qian's face turned slightly red, and she crossed her long legs and moved towards Li Ming. Now, Li Ming had to look at the road while driving. At this time, her legs and feet were already within Li Ming's field of vision. Li Ming had no choice but to look, and there was nowhere to hide. Wang Qian's toes are round and small, especially her pink nails, which are neatly trimmed and shine when the sun shines on them. The ankles were so slender that they could not be grasped with one hand. Blue veins were faintly visible under the fair and delicate skin, which made Li Ming's eyes linger unconsciously. Li Ming was so mesmerized by the scene that he was driving that he couldn't afford to be distracted. He cursed her inwardly for not caring about burying someone. Did she even realize how alluring she was? Li Ming knew he couldn't watch any longer. Something was going to happen. With a fierce determination, he put the tip of his tongue under his teeth and bit it hard. Hiss! A sharp pain came, and the blood that had just surged into Li Ming's brain instantly cooled down. Li Ming slowly exhaled, and then began to persuade. Kuyen, don't be like this. You're already a grown woman. How can you just let someone cover your feet? You'll make others misunderstand you. Besides, men and women shouldn't touch each other. You have to protect yourself. Men are all bad and lustful. If you don't pay attention, what if a bad guy takes advantage of you? Your mother will definitely be worried about you. Li Ming advised earnestly. He really didn't want anything to happen between him and Wang Qian. Her mother, Wang Xian, certainly didn't mind him being with any other woman, but she couldn't have any ambiguous relationship with her daughter. If her mother knew about this, Li Ming couldn't imagine how terrible the consequences would be. However, Wang Qian did not react after hearing what Li Ming said. Instead of stopping, she became even more aggressive. Brotherly, I'm not a child anymore. Of course I know what you're talking about. But brotherly, you're not a bad person. I'm not afraid of you misunderstanding. Andy, like brotherly, you looking at me. When you peek at me, I feel itchy inside. I like your lust. After Wang Qian said this, her face was already red, but this time she did not cover it with her hands. Instead, she stared at Li Ming's profile shyly and seriously. Wang Qian spoke her mind without hesitation and was honest. But Li Ming, fuck, you this young man. Li Ming's face suddenly turned red. Even more red than Wang Qian. Li Ming thought to himself, this is what a 20-year-old girl is like. Such lethality. How can she say such words so openly? I am not much older than Wang Qian. How come in just a few years, there is a gap as big as the Yellow River between us? Li Ming really wanted to look up to the sky and scream. What on earth did I miss? His mind was in a state of confusion, and all his cognition was shattered by Wang Qian. But Wang Qian was still staring at him intently, waiting for his answer. Li Ming's brain cells were working frantically, trying to think of an answer that would not hurt her and would cover up the problem. But, Qian, you really misunderstood. I didn't peek at you. Li Ming thought about it and decided to insist that he didn't peek. He didn't admit it, even if he did look. Oh, so you were watching it openly? Wang Qian tilted her head, curled her lips, and looked at Li Ming with amusement. Her eyes seemed to speak. The only thing missing was the words, "Are you kidding me?" written on her forehead. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Li Ming suddenly choked on his own saliva after hearing Wang Qian's words. He kept coughing. Wang Qian saw Li Ming's panic and smiled shyly. He shook his head and whispered softly. Brotherly, I'm actually quite good at studying. I learn things very quickly, and I'm not clumsy at anything. I can also draw, which I taught myself. I've also learned some dancing. I can also cook, and the egg fried rice I make is delicious. Brotherly, I'm telling you this because I want to tell you. Actually, I understand everything. I'm not a child anymore. I like you to look at my feet. Chapter 44, One Pill Works. Although Wang Qian was shy, she still spoke clearly so that Li Ming could hear her feelings clearly. But Li Ming was very conflicted. Li Ming felt his blood boiling and quickly stopped the car on the side of the road, unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door, and escaped. After getting out of the car and breathing in the fresh air of the forest outside, I calmed down a little. He really didn't expect that Wang Qian, who had been as shy as a little quail in front of her before, could speak such unrestrained and fierce words. Li Ming was afraid that he would accidentally trigger the mission, so he hurriedly got out of the car to interrupt. In the car, Wang Qian saw Li Ming fleeing in panic and started laughing while sitting in the passenger seat. She suddenly felt that although Li Ming was always looking at her feet in a lewd manner, when she showed it to him, he couldn't stand it and even blushed. How could he be so cute? Wang Qian liked Li Ming even more. Brotherly, are you okay? Don't you have something urgent to do? Get in the car quickly. I won't tease you anymore. Wang Qian shouted at Li Ming's back. Li Ming took a few deep breaths after hearing this, then got back into the car, started it, and continued driving. Qian, you are still young. There are some things you don't understand. When you grow up, you will know that you will regret what you said today. Wang Qian smiled and nodded without arguing with Li Ming. That's right, brother Li, you're right, all right. Anyway, I'm only telling you this, and I'm only telling you. I don't bother with other men. I won't regret anything I say to you. Li Ming shook his head helplessly. He had no way to deal with Wang Qian, so he could only speed up. While looking at the two beautiful legs folded in front of the windshield, he stepped hard on the accelerator. The journey, which would have taken at least half a day, was shortened by half by Li Ming. It was not that he did not want to slow down, but the temptation before him was simply too great. After a short while, some changes appeared in his body. He held his strength and suppressed the messy thoughts in his mind, and finally sent Wang Qian to her destination. After accompanying Wang Qian to find the house her mother had bought before, Li Ming checked it out. It was a standard 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house with old-fashioned furniture and appliances. There was a thick layer of dust in the house, and it had not been cleaned for a long time. Li Ming asked a housekeeper to clean Wang Qian's room and took her to buy some daily necessities before he left. Brother Li, I know you have something to do later, and I won't delay you from doing your work, but when I miss you, can I call you? Wang Qian reluctantly sent Li Ming to the car and said pitifully, Sure, if you want your mother, you can call me. If there is a chance, I will let your mother talk to you. Li Ming patted Wang Qian's shoulder and said with relief, Thank you, brother Li. Next time you come here, don't forget to come and see me. Wang Qian watched Li Ming start the car and waved. Yes, goodbye, go back soon. Li Ming also waved and said goodbye to Wang Qian. Li Ming was driving alone on the city streets. Without that pair of beautiful jade feet in front of the windshield, he actually became a little worried. Shaking his head to get rid of those unrealistic thoughts, Li Ming opened his mobile phone and looked at the messages. Lin Shi's profile picture is displayed on the screen. In her office, Li Ming knew what she wanted him to bring, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Li Ming considerately asked her to send him a message, and sure enough, the message had been sent. Jade House, spicy crayfish, spicy chicken, spicy stir-fried clams, dry pot spicy duck head. More spice, thank you. Li Ming looked at the message and covered his forehead speechlessly. That's it. I thought Lin Shi had some unspeakable secrets or was inconvenienced, but I didn't expect she was such a foodie, and she loves spicy food. No wonder she was so bad-tempered all day, like a gas tank that explodes at the slightest touch. Li Ming curled his lips, but still replied to Lin Shi with an okay expression. Just now Wang Qian was inconvenient for him, and this time he was left alone. He didn't forget the most important thing of this trip. Buy medicine. Fortunately, not much time has passed. If I work hard, I can return to prison in the evening. He first navigated to the Jade building and told the waiter to pack up the dishes, and then he wandered around the restaurant. It was so lonely in the prison, and I felt a little uncomfortable when I suddenly returned to the city. Li Ming was not hard to find, as there was a pharmacy not far away. Li Ming walked through the crowd and entered the pharmacy. He thought there were already enough people on the street, but he didn't expect there were even more people in the pharmacy. Now you have to queue up to buy medicine. Many elderly men and women are waiting in line with crutches, and it is extremely difficult for them to move in the line. Li Ming looked at this scene, smacked his lips, sighed that life was not easy, and then joined the team. While waiting, Li Ming was looking around the pharmacy. A poster on the wall caught his attention. Qingqing Pharmaceuticals is sincerely looking for agents to join us for a win-win partnership. We're seeking strong partners to build a better future together. Signed by Chairman Tan Chengqing and CEO Tan Qingqing. On the poster, two women with different temperaments but equally beautiful faces are standing back to back, hugging their shoulders, leaning against each other, and smiling confidently at Li Ming. Li Ming rubbed his eyes and carefully looked at the woman on the poster again, his mouth wide open in surprise. Tan Qingqing. There was no doubt about it. This woman was the criminal she had just met that morning. It was undoubtedly Tan Qingqing. The woman taking the photo with her, Tan Chengqing, seemed to be her family member from her name. They did look very similar. Maybe they were sisters. Li Ming held his chin in his hand as he thought. He recalled what he had read in Tan Qingqing's file. She was guilty of smuggling, bribery, and financial fraud. Is smuggling about smuggling drugs? Is financial fraud about defrauding partners? The more Li Ming thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. She had vowed that her family would get her out. If she was a sister, they would definitely not let her go to jail. Li Ming thought about it, took out his cell phone, and wrote down Tan Qingqing's phone number on the poster. The last time they made a bet, after Tan Qingqing used Li Ming's phone to call her family, she deleted the call records, so Li Ming didn't know which number she called. And the number in front of me might be the number that Tan Qingqing dialed that day. After noting down the phone number, Li Ming put away his phone and continued to queue. It would be his turn next time. What medicine do you want to buy? The salesperson asked casually. That, an emergency medicine for infertility. Li Ming answered in a low voice. Oh, 20. Anything else? No, this is it. Li Ming quickly took the medicine and paid for it. After reading the instructions, he took out the medicine and threw the box directly into the trash can. Then he walked back to the Jade Building Hotel leisurely. Chapter 45. Child stretches his legs and glares. Although I wasted some time queuing at the pharmacy, the dishes I had requested were still not made. Maybe Li Ming came at the wrong time. It was dinner time, and there were a lot of people eating. Moreover, the Jade Building was one of the most famous restaurants here, so naturally there were a lot of guests. After finding a random seat to sit down, Li Ming picked up his phone and started looking through it. Since parting with Yang Yang has not contacted him. Although they added each other as friends, the chat history is still blank. When Li Ming was buying medicine just now, he suddenly thought of Yang. He and Yang didn't wear it last time, but Li Ming thought that she was a prison doctor after all, and she should understand this better than himself. After thinking it over again and again, Li Ming decided to ask. He quickly typed a line of words, but felt it was not good enough, so he deleted half of the line. However, he still felt it was not appropriate. He kept deleting and revising it, and after a while he finally decided to send the two-word message. Are you there? Li Ming's face was bitter. How could he ask such a thing? He couldn't just ask if you had taken the child stretching legs and staring eyes pill right away. That would be too heartless. But less than a minute after Li Ming sent the message, a phone call came in. Li Ming looked closely and saw that it was indeed Yang. Li Ming coughed lightly and answered the phone. Hello, Dr. Yang. Hey, isn't this our Warden Li? It's only been a short time since we last met, and you miss me already? Yang's voice was a little surprised. She thought Li Ming took the initiative to contact her because he missed her. In her heart, she secretly thought that Li Ming was a really good person, someone you could get along with. He wasn't the kind of person who would just take advantage of you and ignore you once you get your pants on. Ahem, since you went back and there's no news from me, and you didn't even report that you were safe, I just wanted to ask. Li Ming's brain was spinning frantically, thinking about how to raise the key question later. Oh, you really care about me? It was already very late when we returned to the prison, so I didn't disturb you. And today a new batch of prisoners was assigned to our prison. I was busy all day and just took a break when I saw the message you sent me. Yang stretched his body and replied lazily. Oh, so that's the case. Then take care of yourself. You must be very tired these 2 days. Go to bed early. Li Ming replied politely. He suddenly felt like a scumbag. He was the one who ate, and although the task was involved, he also enjoyed it. He ate but didn't want to take responsibility. What was the difference between him and those scumbags who played with other people's feelings? Well, of course I'm tired. The main reason is that you, Warden Li, are in such good health that my small body can hardly bear it. Besides, I had my period today, and my whole body aches. I don't know if it's you or my period. I have to have a good sleep later. Yang's voice revealed fatigue. If Li Ming hadn't sent a message, she would have gone back to sleep. Huh? Oh, then go to bed. I'm fine, just get some rest, and we'll talk later. Yeah, okay. But Li Ming hung up the phone, looking at a dilemma. He didn't expect that Yang would have her period at such a coincidence, and he didn't know how to start the conversation. After every failure, Li Ming made up his mind secretly that he would never do such a stupid thing again next time. If he accidentally got someone pregnant, he would have to bear the consequences. The main reason is that the tasks triggered recently have been too weird, and the rewards are rich and the punishments are severe, so he can't refuse, otherwise he wouldn't make such a mistake. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Yang was fine. Once she got home and gave Wang Xin the medicine, there would be no more hidden dangers, and she could finally put her mind at ease. Li Ming continued to wait boredly for the dishes he ordered, but at this moment the waiter suddenly walked towards him. Sir, your takeout is almost ready. Could you please move aside for a moment? The other tables are full, and this is the only one left. Normally, we wouldn't ask you to give up your seat, but an important guest is coming to the private room, so we had to ask the guests there to move out and move them to this table. But our manager has already said that your takeout order will be free. It will be ready in a moment, so you can just pick it up. The waiter politely explained the whole story to Li Ming, which did not cause Li Ming to feel disgusted. What's more, he even waived the bill for him. He was alone, and it was a waste for him to occupy the table. Li Ming smiled and nodded, then stood up and gave up his seat. After the waiter bowed to express his gratitude, he went to the private room to bring the guest out and moved him to this table. Li Ming felt that there must be a reason why this Jade Building was so popular. Listening to the conversation of the guests at the table that had moved out, the store manager waived their bill. Everyone was just changing seats, and everyone was happy. Why not do it? However, Li Ming was still a little curious. He wondered if some important guest would come and he would have to make room for them in a private room. Li Ming looked at the door and stared at the store manager. He guessed that the store manager would have to go and greet the important guest. Really? Speak of the devil, and he appeared. Li Ming didn't have to wait any longer. Several men and women surrounded a middle-aged man who was dressed in smart clothes, walked in a square step, and had a typical and kind smile, and walked into the restaurant. Upon seeing this, the store manager immediately ran over to greet them. While shaking hands with the middle-aged man, he invited them into the private room, acting very servile and fawning. Li Ming took a quick glance and knew that the man who was surrounded and carried into the box by the crowd was an official, and his rank was not low. If asked how he could tell, Li Ming could only say that he'd seen it so often that he could tell. The higher the rank of the official, the more standard their smile, the straighter their back, and even their gait was different from that of an ordinary person. Unless one can reach the same level as his father and achieve the state of returning to nature, everything else is more or less the same. After watching the excitement, Li Ming withdrew his gaze. The waiter had already packed the dishes that Li Ming was going to take away and handed them to him. Li Ming was about to go out with the vegetables in his hand. It was getting late, and it was time to go back to prison. Just as he reached the entrance of the hotel, a beautiful woman in a white slim dress came towards him. She had a charming figure, yet elegant and gentle. She was already tall and wore a pair of black high heels, which made her look even slimmer. From Li Ming's perspective, this woman's legs were longer than the welcoming pine tree at the entrance of the hotel. The woman passed by Li Ming, bringing with her a gust of fragrant wind. However, Li Ming's focus was not on the woman's charm, but on the fact that she had just met this woman. Li Ming carefully recalled the photo on the poster and made sure that he was not mistaken. This face, which was extremely similar to Tan Qingqing, was the other woman on the poster. Tan Qingqing. Chapter 46, Eavesdropping. Li Ming didn't expect that he would run into her when he came out to buy some vegetables. Watching Tan Qingqing walk with elegant steps into the private room that the store manager and his group had just entered, Li Ming also felt it was a great coincidence. After standing there and thinking for a while, Li Ming decided to wait and see what the situation was before leaving. He first went out to put the dishes into the car, then returned to the Jade building empty-handed, walked to the door of the box where Tan Qingqing was, and listened attentively. Unfortunately, there were too many guests around and the noise was too loud. Although the private room was not very soundproof, Li Ming still didn't hear any sound. After eavesdropping for a while without any results, Li Ming was about to give up and leave. At this moment, the door of the box suddenly opened. A figure opened the door angrily and rushed out. Ms. Tan, you have to think carefully. In our city, you have to know that what others can do, I can do. What others can't do, I can do too. What others dare not do, I dare to do. What I want to do, others dare not do. If you just leave like this, without giving me face, then no one else can do what you want except me. Think it through carefully. A man's voice came from the box, calling out to Tan Qingqing, who was about to leave. After hearing what the man said, Tan Qingqing lost her elegance. Her brows knitted tightly together, and her expression struggled. But she finally regained her composure. She turned around and spoke coldly to the man in the box. Thank you for your suggestion, Director Zhang, but I'm afraid I can't accept the conditions you mentioned. If Director Zhang is willing to help, I'm willing to double the reward. Besides this condition, you can also propose other conditions. When Li Ming heard this, he quickly pricked up his ears, fearing that he would miss any important information. The man in the room just smiled and said politely when he heard it, Miss Tan, forget about the reward. I'm an honest person and don't like those tacky things. I've already stated my conditions. If you agree, you can stay. If not, it's up to you. The man's words were full of threats. Seeing that the man was unmoved, Tan Qingqing had no choice but to walk out of the box. Li Ming passed by Tan Qingqing, who had a cold expression on her face. Tan Qingqing naturally noticed Li Ming, but she just glanced at him briefly and then ignored him. She was not in the mood to pay attention to a stranger, even though this stranger was a little handsome. Li Ming watched Tan Qingqing leave and was considering whether to follow her when the conversation in the box resumed. Director Zhang, Miss Tan will definitely come back to you. I have arranged everything. No matter who she comes to, she will be rejected. An unfamiliar voice sounded, and the tone of flattery was obviously that of a lackey. Hey, what are you talking about? We are handling official business impartially and must not let those people disrupt the social atmosphere. I have to deal with these corrupt elements who try to bribe me myself. Ha ha. Director Zhang spoke righteously, and he couldn't help laughing as he spoke. Yes, you are right. You have to come. Eat your food. The lackey's voice sounded at the right time. As Director Zhang's laughter ended, someone came out of the box and closed the door tightly. Li Ming could no longer hear any sound from inside. Seeing that there was nothing to listen to here, Li Ming walked out of the hotel quickly, trying to find Tan Chengcheng, but unfortunately he came out too late. Tan Chengcheng has long disappeared. After searching in vain, Li Ming had no choice but to find his car and drive back to the prison. On the way, Li Ming recalled the scene in the hotel. Tan Chengcheng was obviously asking the so-called Director Zhang to do something, but because the conditions were not agreeable, Tan Chengcheng left angrily. Li Ming thought about it and decided that the key point was that only Tan Chengcheng's matter would make her go out and ask someone for help. But it is obvious that Tan Chengcheng will be disappointed. Director Zhang, who is capable of getting things done, is not interested in money. If the problem cannot be solved with money, then it will be difficult to deal with. Li Ming couldn't help but laugh secretly. If he went back and told Tan Chengcheng what he saw and heard today, Tan Chengcheng would probably not be so confident anymore and would not swear that she would be able to get out. It was quite interesting to think about it. Li Ming drove the car, even though it was completely dark. However, after leaving S City, there were very few cars on the road leading to their Black Mountain prison. After all, no one would go to the wilderness in the middle of the night for no reason. After leaving the city and entering the mountain road, there was not even a single person in sight, and there was no speed limit on the road. Li Ming turned on the high beam and drove on a straight road, stepping hard on the accelerator. Feeling the vehicle speeding, Li Ming rarely relaxed his mind. He found that he could drive the vehicle easily without paying special attention. His physical fitness like a special forces soldier not only made his body stronger, but also improved it in all aspects. His reaction ability was even more amazing, just like a soldier who had been on the battlefield for a long time and had many years of experience out of thin air. Li Ming was driving at high speed, and soon he had arrived at the foot of the Black Mountain prison. Here, Li Ming could no longer drive fast and had to drive slowly. Finally, Li Ming staggered back to the prison gate. The prison guard on duty saw a car coming and shone a searchlight from a distance, blinding Li Ming so much that he couldn't open his eyes and had to stop the car. The prison guard at the door found that it was Li Ming's car that had returned and ran over to greet Li Ming. "Hello, Warden. Warden, you're back. I'll open the door for you right away." "Okay, thank you for your hard work," Li Ming said politely. "It's not hard at all. I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow, so I didn't report to you. I'm sure the searchlight must have dazzled you just now," the prison guard said embarrassedly. "It's okay, it's nothing. You did a great job. This is how our prison should be. The stricter the better." Li Ming didn't care and even praised the prison guard on duty. As the gate opened, Li Ming drove the car into the prison, parked the car, and looked up. The lights in Lin Shi's office were still on. Maybe he hadn't gone to bed yet. I secretly felt that Lin Shi was really busy all day, either getting up early or staying up late. Li Ming took the elevator with the vegetables, arrived at the office door, and knocked. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Li Ming knocked twice before Lin Shi opened the door. Unlike what Li Ming had imagined, Lin Shi was not working at this time, but had changed into a suspender nightgown. Her snow-white and delicate shoulders, slightly concave collarbone, and full and round chest deeply attracted Li Ming's attention. Forehead. "Huh? You're back? Why are you back so late?" Lin Shi's voice rang out, waking up the stunned Li Ming. "Oh, haha. I bought you some dishes from the Jade House. They won't taste good if they're left out for too long. Come and try some." Chapter 47. Have you seen enough? "Tisk, you're so thoughtful." Lin Shi rolled his eyes at Li Ming, took the dish from Li Ming's hand, and put it on the table. Li Ming followed him into the office and watched Lin Shi's movements from behind. Lin Shi's suspender nightgown was very long, covering her knees, revealing only a part of her snow-white calves. She was wearing a pair of cute slippers on her feet. She looks like the girl next door, which is very different from the usual stern and cold image of the deputy warden. "Hey, it's not too cold yet. Did you come back by plane?" Lin Shi touched the takeaway box and said in surprise. "Haha, I've been turning on the air conditioner all the way. It's good that it's not cold. Come and eat." Li Ming laughed and thought to himself that if you knew that I drove back very fast, you would be scared. "Oh, I didn't realize you were so thoughtful. Sit down. Let's eat together." Lin Shi praised Li Ming for a rare time, then fiddled under the desk and took out a few bottles of beer. "This is my treasure. I won't give it to other people. But since you bought me some delicious food, I'll give you one." Lin Shi took out another bottle opener from the drawer and opened 2 bottles. She handed one to Li Ming and took the other in her hand and took a big gulp. Li Ming was surprised to see Lin Shi acting like this. He had never thought that she actually liked drinking. She looked so quiet and gentle, but when she drank, she would just drink straight from the bottle, unrestrained and uninhibited. Li Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he took a sip as well. He usually drank a lot. The last time he drank with Huang Feihu in Qingxing prison, he was only half drunk. He thought he could drink quite well, so naturally he didn't hesitate. After taking a sip of beer, Lin Shi opened the snacks that Li Ming had bought and started eating them one bite after another. Li Ming added spicy flavor to all the dishes as she requested, and they all looked red, but Lin Shi didn't care at all. She ate with great relish, stopping from time to time to slurp, take a sip of beer, and then buried her head in her food again. Seeing how relishing the food she was eating, Li Ming followed suit and tried it. He picked up a piece of spicy duck head, and the moment it entered his mouth, his tongue began to hurt from the spiciness, and tears began to flow unconsciously. He was really crying from the spiciness. He hurriedly picked up the beer and took a big gulp, which relieved some of the pain. Ha ha ha, this is terrible. It's not that spicy. It's so delicious. You're crying. You're such a dramatic actor. Seeing that he was so afraid of spicy food, Lin Shi laughed out loud. She was so excited that she didn't care about her clothes at the moment. Her chest was shaking as if it would jump out of her collar in the next second. Li Ming was naturally attracted by her beauty at the moment. He even forgot the burning pain in his mouth and stared at her with his eyes. Seeing that Li Ming didn't respond, Lin Shi looked up and found that the lecherous Li Ming was looking at her chest. She sat up straight and shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? You rascal! Have you seen enough?" Li Ming finally reacted after hearing this and smiled awkwardly. "That's enough. No, no, I didn't look at it. I didn't look at it." Lin Shi rolled his eyes at him fiercely and spoke harshly. "If you dare peek again, I'll dig your eyeballs out and serve them to me as snacks. You filthy scoundrel." Seeing that he was caught peeking by Lin Shi, Li Ming had no choice but to smile and change the subject. "Ahem, well, I discovered something when I went out this time. You know Tan Xingqing, didn't she say someone would get her out this time, when I went to the Jadeite building to buy groceries for you? I happened to see someone who looked like her sister, Tan Xingqing. She was also having dinner there with someone named Director Zhang. I overheard some of their conversation, and I think Director Zhang might not be very clean. Tan Xingqing originally wanted to ask him for help, but the deal didn't work out. From what I heard from Director Zhang, he seems quite powerful. Is there anyone with the surname Zhang in our system?" Seeing that Li Ming had changed the subject, Lin Shi didn't argue with him, but just rolled his eyes at him again. Then he thought carefully about the person named Zhang in the system. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and hesitantly uttered a name. "Could it be Zhang Wenhai?" "Zhang Wenhai? Which department is he from?" Li Ming asked puzzledly. "The one who's in charge of us is the head of the Prison Administration Bureau. I've met him twice. He's in his 50s. He's a smooth person, and he's very careful in what he says and does. He doesn't look like a good person." Lin Shi thought about it and realized that the only person who could interfere in their prison system was Zhang Wenhai. Li Ming felt that it must be Zhang Wenhai. When he heard his bold words in the restaurant, Li Ming felt that the sky was the boss, and he was the second in command. If he was the head of the Prison Administration Bureau, then it made sense. "Do you want me to ask my dad to send someone to check on him?" Lin Shi took a sip of beer and said nonchalantly, "Well, not yet. It hasn't come to that. Let's wait until he reveals his true colors. Besides, it's not good to trouble Uncle Lin. Just leave it to me." Li Ming took over and declined politely. Obviously, Zhang Wenhai was not taken seriously by the two of them. It would be fine if he didn't provoke them, but if he provokes them, Zhang Wenhai's position would be over. Who would have thought that in a small prison, there were two second-generation officials with strong backgrounds, drinking beer and crying because of the spicy duck head? Li Ming and Lin Shi drank 2 bottles of beer each, and then ended the drinking party. Lin Shi said it was too late and he wanted to go to bed because he had to get up early the next day, so he kicked Li Ming out. Li Ming returned to his room and collapsed on his small bed. He felt drowsy and had a feeling that he hadn't done something. But he couldn't think of it for a moment, so he simply gave up and took off his clothes to sleep. When he took the mobile phone out of his pocket, he felt something in his pocket, and it was cold when he touched it. Li Ming took it out in confusion. Suddenly, Li Ming's eyes widened. He had actually forgotten the most important thing. What he took out from his pocket was the children's leg-stretching and eye-staring pills that he had bought from far away. "I was so drunk with Lin Shi that I forgot such a big thing. Drinking really ruins things." Li Ming quickly got up, washed his face quickly, sobered up a little, and then went out to the prison area. But as soon as he went out, he felt something was wrong. It was already this late. If he went to hang out in the prison area, would people gossip about him? Besides, Wang Xin was in a 6-person cell, and if he went there directly, rumors about the two of them would definitely spread everywhere in the prison tomorrow. What should I do? He had read the instructions carefully. The sooner it was taken, the better the effect. Every minute late would increase the risk. It has been more than 10 hours since the morning when they were so close to each other until late at night. The best period for taking the medicine has passed, and he dare not delay any longer, for fear that it will be too late. I had no choice but to go downstairs while thinking about how to give Wang Xin the medicine without attracting attention. Li Ming was scratching his head in worry. Chapter 48. Wipe your saliva. After getting off the elevator and reaching the first floor, Li Ming still couldn't think of any good solution, so he could only go to the prison area to take a look first. Anyway, I have never patrolled the prison area at night, so it would be a good excuse to go for a surprise patrol. Li Ming did it as he thought, and slowly walked towards the prison area. Late at night, the prison was completely silent. Apart from the prison guards on duty, there was no one else to be seen. Li Ming walked to the electronic door outside the prison area and suddenly found that he could not get in because the door was opened by the prison guard in the monitoring room, and there was no facial recognition or physical key. It was obvious that the prison guard at the monitoring room didn't see Li Ming waving at the door. He was either asleep at that time, or there was no one guarding the door at night. In short, Li Ming was stuck here and couldn't get in. What should he do? After thinking about it, Li Ming returned to the office building and went to the monitoring room to see what was going on. Lin Shi had brought him to the monitoring room before, and Li Ming found the door easily. He pushed it open and went in. A prison guard was sitting in a chair and sleeping soundly. Li Ming walked in front of her and found that the sleeping prison guard was drooling. The prison guard looked young, with a delicate appearance and wearing large black-framed glasses. He had the clearness of a college student. It seemed that he had not been in the prison for long and had a very new feeling. Patting her shoulder gently, the prison guard felt as if someone was calling her in a daze. She mumbled and opened her eyes. A man's figure appeared in front of her. She reached out to touch him with an aunt's smile, thinking that she was dreaming. She thought to herself that the male protagonist tonight was good, handsome and tall, and quite similar to their new handsome warden. But when her palm fell on the man's buttocks, she pinched it habitually and felt the elasticity. Very smooth, the touch is very real. The policewoman squinted her eyes in comfort. Just as she was about to take the next step, she thought to herself that if you meet me today, you will be in trouble with me. But Li Ming suddenly coughed and grabbed the prison guard's hand that had moved to his abdominal muscles. If you don't stop her, she will go all the way down, climb the stairs of abdominal muscles, and then... The guard felt his hand being controlled by a pair of large hands, and smacked his lips in dissatisfaction, thinking, this little man is quite naughty, trying to resist, but still giving in? Yoshi, I like it. The prison guard was just about to extend her other hand to let him see how powerful she was. She opened her eyes sleepily and looked for a position, but suddenly Li Ming took a step back, predicting her move. The prison guard raised her eyebrows and was about to continue chasing, but she was suddenly stunned. Why does the environment in front of her look so much like the monitoring room where she works? Why does the man in front of her look so much like her warden? Could it be? The prison guard rubbed her eyes hard, opened them as wide as possible, and finally saw the scene clearly, but she still pinched her thigh hard in disbelief. The pain in her thigh instantly hit her, and she knew it wasn't a dream. The guard stood up from his chair, his face a look of despair and social despair. Hello, Warden. I'm sorry, Warden. I was wrong. Whoa. Li Ming looked at the girl's 3 consecutive apologies with amusement, and quickly waved his hand to interrupt her spell. It's okay. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. You should wipe your saliva first. Chapter 49. Throwing mud. The female prison guard was stunned when she heard this, and then she felt something cold on her face. She reached out and touched it, and it was indeed saliva. Ah, Warden. She wiped her face with her sleeves, looking distressed. Not only was he caught slacking off by the warden, but he also saw him having an erotic dream with drool all over his face. What was even more terrifying was that he actually mistook the warden for the male lead, and even did it himself, and touched him. Why is there no crack in the ground? I really want to drill through it. What should I do? Waiting online, super urgent. What's your name? Li Ming couldn't help but laugh when he saw her frightened look. Warden, my name is Yi Mei, the berry and strawberry. When Yi Mei heard the warden ask her name, she thought to herself, it's over. My name has been called. I hope I won't be punished. Woohoo. I really shouldn't have stayed up late to watch the skit. Now I'm in big trouble. Oh, Yi Mei. It's a nice name. You don't look very old. How long have you been in prison? Li Ming looked at her innocent expression and couldn't help but want to tease her. I've only been here 2 months. I finally got in through the exam. Warden, please forgive me. I won't slack off again. Woohoo. Let you go? It's not impossible, Li Ming said with a smile. Really? Thank you, Warden. You're so nice. Yi Mei smiled immediately when she heard it. She didn't expect that the warden was not only handsome, but also so easy to talk to. Hey, I haven't told you the conditions yet. Don't be too happy. Oh, then tell me, Warden, tell me. Li Ming thought about it and didn't want to make things difficult for her, and he had something else to do later, so he asked, what talents do you have? Show me one, and I'll pretend I didn't see you slacking off. Talent. Can I sing a song? Okay, go ahead and sing. Ahem. Yimei cleared her throat, closed the door tightly, and then searched for the song in her mind, but she couldn't remember the lyrics for a moment. Suddenly an idea struck her, and the song slowly came out of her mouth. They threw mud at me, and I used it to plant lotus flowers. They threw stones at me, and I used them to build a small building. Oh. I don't dodge, I only have flowers in my eyes. Li Ming waved his hand to interrupt, feeling both amused and helpless. All right, stop singing. I'll spare you. Yeah, thank you, Warden. Yimei jumped up happily. Luckily, she not only watched skits, but also loved reading popular internet memes. Now it was all in use. It wasn't in vain. Oh, I'm leaving. I'm going to the prison area. Don't fall asleep again. Remember to open the door for me, Li Ming instructed. Yes, Warden. I promise to complete the task. Yimei grinned and saluted. Li Ming shook his head, walked out of the monitoring room, and soon arrived at the gate of the prison area. This time, the door opened automatically without Li Ming waving his hand. Li Ming gave a thumbs up to the camera and then slowly walked into the prison area. At night, there are correctional guards on duty in each prison block, and they sleep in the lounge at the entrance of each prison block. As soon as Li Ming entered the prison area, he was discovered by a guard, who hurried over to greet him. Warden, what brings you here so late? A prison guard looked at Li Ming in confusion. Prisoners are also human beings and have to sleep every night, so basically nothing will happen at night. This is the first time she has seen someone like Li Ming wandering into the prison area at night. Well, I'm going to the second prison area. Please help me open the door. Li Ming naturally didn't say too much to her and gave the order directly. Yes, Warden. A prison guard saluted, took out the key, and opened the door to the passage. Li Ming did not let any guard follow him. He walked to the end alone, opened the door, and entered the second prison area. The warden of the second prison area also noticed Li Ming immediately and walked over with a flashlight. Warden, what are you doing? The second warden was a bit surprised, but his eyes were full of curiosity. He thought, what the hell? The warden secretly met with a female prisoner late at night. Is this a sign of moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Facing the second supervisor's curious look, Li Ming raised his eyebrows and whispered, Take me to Tanqingqing's cell. It's 6725, the solitary confinement cell. The second warden, even more excited, nodded and whispered back, Warden, 6725 is in the back. We need to be careful when we move forward. We don't want to wake up the other prisoners, or they'll be more cautious, and it'll tarnish your reputation if word gets out. The second supervisor winked at Li Ming and looked at him meaningfully. What are you talking about? What are you thinking? I have something to ask her. You look at her a little strangely. Li Ming looked at the second supervisor and knew that she was thinking the wrong thing. As expected, a woman's gossipy heart is unstoppable. Upon hearing this, the second supervisor immediately put away his curious look. I didn't mean anything. Sorry, Warden. The second prison guard thought to himself. I was careless. I accidentally exposed myself. Hey, lead the way. Li Ming curled his lips. This second supervisor definitely didn't think seriously. Following the lead of the second prison guard, Li Ming walked deeper into the prison area. He passed by Wang Xian's cell in the middle, but Li Ming remained calm and continued to follow. He already had a plan in mind, although it was not very mature, but he had to use it. Arriving at the door of Tanqingqing's cell, the second warden shone a flashlight into the observation hole and saw Tanqingqing sleeping soundly. She was exhausted after a day's work and her whole body ached. She had never done this kind of work before, and at the end of the day, she felt like her body was not her own. She cried while working. The other prisoners saw her being so pretentious, and if the second warden hadn't been watching, they would have slapped her twice in the face in the morning. But even if she didn't get beaten, she couldn't avoid being bullied by others. She was verbally abused in a sarcastic manner while eating, which made her so angry that she couldn't eat many bites of the food. She was so angry that she was full of anger. After finally making it back to the prison to sleep, she didn't even have time to wash her face. She lay there and couldn't get up again. If she hadn't thought in her heart that if she just endured it a little longer, she would be able to get out, she wouldn't have been able to hold on to the day's work. Li Ming took the flashlight from the second supervisor and watched him open her cell door. Tanqingqing, who was sleeping soundly, did not react at all and had no idea that there were two living people standing next to her bed. Li Ming shone the flashlight on Tanqingqing's face. There were two curved tear marks on her still delicate face. She was frowning in her sleep, as if she was having a nightmare. What Li Ming didn't know was that his random guess was actually right. At this moment, Tanqingqing was sleeping, facing the mountain of clothes in front of her, crying while working continuously. She felt that no matter how hard she worked, she would never be able to finish the work. She regretted it. She regretted not wanting to expand and become stronger to create more glory. That way, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation today, suffering like this. Chapter 50 Shocking News. Li Ming nodded towards the second supervisor, signaling him to wake up Tan Qingqing. The second supervisor, however, curled his lips, thinking, why are you still pretending at this point? You don't even call your woman, and you're trying to avoid suspicion. TSK. But she only dared to think about it in her heart, and took a step forward and pushed the sleeping Tan Qingqing. Tan Qingqing felt someone pushing her, and accidentally fell into a pile of clothes. She struggled to get up from the pile of clothes, waving her hands and feet, but she couldn't stand up. In the sight of Li Ming and the second supervisor, Tan Qingqing suddenly lay on the bed and paddled in the water. Her face was full of anxiety, but she didn't open her eyes. They looked at each other, both with shock in their eyes. Seeing that Tan Qingqing was waving her arms and legs and was about to fall off the bed, Li Ming hurried forward to catch Tan Qingqing, forcibly picked her up, controlled her arms and legs, and pressed her down on the bed. Tan Qingqing, what are you doing? Wake up! Li Ming's voice exploded in Tan Qingqing's ears. Finally, Tan Qingqing was awakened from her sleep. She opened her eyes and looked at Li Ming, who was still pressing on her body, and burst into tears. Wow! Help! Tan Qingqing waved her arms and pushed Li Ming away, and her screams echoed in the prison area. The sound of the noise woke up all the sleeping prisoners. The prisoners listened to the noise coming from deep inside the prison and looked out from the observation hole curiously. Seeing this, the second supervisor stepped forward and slapped Tan Qingqing in the face while she was still crying loudly. Tan Qingqing's body tilted as she was hit, and her screams stopped abruptly. What are you shouting for? Can't you see anyone? Why are you calling for help? Are you crazy? Behave yourself. The second supervisor pinched his waist and scolded Tan Qingqing. Tan Qingqing was so scared that she immediately shut up and dared not cry out loud anymore. Li Ming, who was pushed away by Tan Qingqing, felt a little relieved when she saw her being beaten. She opened her eyes and cried for help. If the second supervisor hadn't been watching, he would have thought that someone had done something to her. Li Ming coughed lightly and gave instructions to the second supervisor. Okay, I'm glad she's awake. Go outside and wait for a while. I'll ask her a few questions. Yes, Warden. The second warden walked out of the cell obediently. She had already believed that Li Ming had no special relationship with this prisoner. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly when she opened her eyes and saw Li Ming. The second warden, with no more melon to eat, left the cell without any regrets. What are you looking at? Go back to sleep. The second warden's scolding voice came from the corridor into the cell, scaring Tan Qingqing so much that she shivered again. Li Ming felt a little sorry for Tan Qingqing when he saw her pitiful appearance. He sat opposite Tan Qingqing and spoke after thinking for a while. Tan Qingqing, I came to see you this time because I met a woman named Tan Qingqing outside. You should know her, right? Tan Qingqing was originally curled up in fear on the bed, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, making her look like a homeless canary, causing everyone to feel pity. But when she heard Tan Qingqing's name from Li Ming's mouth, she sat up from the bed, stared at Li Ming, opened her mouth, but no sound came out. It's not that she wasn't curious about why Li Ming knew Tan Qingqing's name, but she didn't dare to ask. She was afraid that Li Ming would say something bad that she couldn't bear. Li Ming looked at Tan Qingqing's reaction and knew that he was not wrong. The family she mentioned who would rescue her were referring to Tan Qingqing. Li Ming organized his words and continued to tell Tan Qingqing what he had seen and heard. Tan Qingqing made an appointment with Director Zhang to have dinner at the Jade Building, but they didn't reach an agreement in the end and parted on bad terms. Tan Qingqing slammed the door and walked out. That so-called Director Zhang also said that no one else could do this and no one dared to do it except him. He also asked Tan Qingqing to think it over carefully. If I'm not mistaken, this Director Zhang is the big boss you didn't mention. Li Ming spoke in a calm tone, allowing Tan Qingqing to hear every word clearly. As Li Ming spoke, Tan Qingqing's expression became worse and worse, and finally she began to tremble unconsciously. Seeing this, Li Ming continued. If I'm not mistaken, this Director Zhang should be Zhang Wenhai. If he's your biggest reliance, then you might be disappointed. There's a high probability that you won't be able to get out. When Tan Qingqing heard this, she clutched her clothes tightly with her fingers, tears flowed uncontrollably, and her lips trembled slightly due to the shaking of her body. Although I don't know what conditions Zhang Wenhai put forward for Tan Qingqing to do this, judging by her angry reaction at the time, this may not be a problem that can be solved with money. I'm afraid you should be mentally prepared to stay here for 25 years. Li Ming's voice was gentle, without any threat or intimidation in it. However, these seemingly gentle words sounded as cold to Tan Qingqing as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water on her in the snow. Can I make a phone call? Tan Qingqing suppressed her fear and said tremblingly. Seeing that Tan Qingqing seemed to be in a state of depression, Li Ming felt that his previous guess must be true. He was not afraid of Tan Qingqing making this call, so he took out his cell phone from his pocket and handed it to Tan Qingqing. However, the moment Tan Qingqing took the phone, Li Ming held on to it and did not let go. Facing Tan Qingqing's puzzled gaze, he whispered, "I can let you fight, but I have a condition." What conditions? Tan Qingqing said in panic. The condition is that you can make a phone call, but you have to use the hands-free mode. If you can accept that, then you can make the call. Li Ming said calmly. Tan Qingqing swallowed nervously, thinking that it would be okay to use the hands-free mode. She already believed about 80 of what Li Ming had just said, otherwise how would he know the names of Tan Qingqing and Zhang Wenhai? Seeing Tan Qingqing nodded, Li Ming let go of the phone. Tan Qingqing took the phone and entered a number. When she saw Tan Qingqing's name automatically appear on the screen, her heart became even colder. Li Ming actually had her phone number. It seemed like he wasn't trying to scam her, but that he really might not be able to leave. Thinking of this, Tan Qingqing's hands trembled even more. She couldn't hold the phone several times and let it fall between her legs. Seeing that her hands were shaking badly, Li Ming had no choice but to dial Tan Qingqing's phone number for her and turn on the speakerphone. "Hello, this is Qingqing Pharmaceutical. We are sincerely recruiting agents to join us for win-win cooperation. We are seeking strong partners to build a better tomorrow together. I am Tan Qingqing. Welcome your call. Please don't hang up. I will answer it immediately. If I am not available, I will call you back later. Thank you again for your call." Chapter 51. I promise you everything. Tan Qingqing's voice came from the phone, but it was a recorded ringtone. The ringtone continued to ring until the end. Just when Li Ming and Tan Qingqing thought that Tan Qingqing might be sleeping and would not answer the phone again, a pleasant voice came from the phone. "Hello? Is that Qingqing?" Tan Qingqing's voice suddenly rang out, cheering Li Ming up. The call went through. "Sister, it's me." When Tan Qingqing heard Tan Qingqing's voice, her tears burst out. She wanted to go out. "Qingqing, how are you now? Have you been bullied? Don't worry. Your sister will rescue you no matter what. Don't cry." Tan Qingqing's voice was a little choked on the other end of the phone. Since childhood, the two sisters have depended on each other and have been inseparable. They worked together, started a business together, and made money together. But now they are far apart, and their younger sister is even in prison. She worries about him every day. "Sister, I'm fine. You don't worry. But I really want to go out. Sister, I miss you so much." Tan Qingqing cried breathlessly. "Qingqing, please bear with it for a while. I have already contacted Zhang Wenhai today, but it didn't go well. I'm still thinking of other ways. If I really can't find anyone to help, then I will go to Zhang Wenhai for help again. He is the head of the Prison Administration Bureau, and he will definitely be able to get you out. Qingqing, don't worry. Sister will definitely not give up on you." Tan Qingqing promised seriously. "Sister, tell me what conditions Zhang Wenhai put forward." Tan Qingqing knew her sister very well. If the conditions were not so harsh, Tan Qingqing would agree without hesitation. "Don't ask anymore. Just wait for your sister. I don't believe that we can exchange you out even if we spend all our wealth. Even if it's Zhang Wenhai. With our wealth, he may be tempted." Tan Qingqing was vague, as if hiding something. "Sister, he definitely doesn't want money, right? Does he? Want your body?" Tan Qingqing listened to her sister's reaction and immediately thought of this. Apart from money and bodies, they have nothing else to offer. If money can't settle it, then they must want both people and money. "I know what's going on. You don't have to worry. If it really comes to that, wouldn't he just want me to stay with him for a few days? If I can get you back, I'm willing to do anything." Tan Qingqing's voice grew increasingly low. After returning to her residence from the Jade Building, she contacted many people, but the bigwigs who usually boasted of their connections had all become cowards. They all said they couldn't help, and some even suggested she go find Zhang Wenhai. Tan Qingqing was so angry that she almost had a regular menstruation. "Sister, no, don't do that. Zhang Wenhai is definitely deceiving you. He'll take advantage of you, and what will happen if you don't do anything? You'll fall into his trap. We can lose the money, but not your health." When Tan Qingqing heard what Tan Qingqing said, she suddenly became anxious and hurriedly tried to persuade him without caring about her own situation. "Then what else can we do? Are we going to let you stay in prison for 25 years? You're still young now, but what about 25 years from now? Your whole life will be ruined in prison. How can I bear it?" Tan Qingqing finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears on the other end of the phone. Tan Qingqing felt cold all over as she listened to her sisters crying. She looked up at Li Ming in despair, then suddenly smiled with relief, picked up the phone, and said, "Or forget it. Prison is pretty good. The warden here is handsome, the food is good, and I even live in a solitary cell. The work is a little tiring, but I'm almost used to it. In another 10 days or half a month, I'll be used to it. I'll not go out anymore. Sister, don't be fooled by him. It's useless." Tan Qingqing was extremely calm. If Zhang Wenhai wanted money, that would be fine, but he wanted her sister's body. She would rather go to jail than let her sister be violated by that beast in human skin. "Qingqing, it's all my fault that I didn't stop you. If we had stopped earlier, maybe this wouldn't have happened." Tan Qingqing beat his chest and stamped his feet in regret, but it was of no use. If he had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? "Stop talking, sister. Remember what I said. Don't be fooled by Zhang Wenhai. Come visit me more often. I'm in prison. I'm doing fine." Tan Qingqing bit her lips to stop herself from crying out loud. She was afraid that Tan Qingqing would be ruined by Zhang Wenhai in vain due to a moment of impulse. "I won't give up. I will find a way to rescue you from outside. Qingqing, wait for your sister." Tan Qingqing cried. Li Ming was still quietly listening to the sister's affectionate phone call, secretly sorting out the whole story in his mind. Now everything is clear. Tan Qingqing wants to save her sister and find Zhang Wenhai. Zhang Wenhai wants to use her body in exchange, but even if he does, he can't do it because Li Ming is there. Li Ming thought about it and kindly reminded him. "Tan Qingqing, I'm the warden of Black Mountain Prison. I heard your conversation. I didn't have to tell you, but I think it would be a shame if you were wasted by Zhang Wenhai. What I want to tell you is that even if Zhang Wenhai comes to me in person, he can't save your sister Tan Qingqing. Prison is not a lawless place. If you commit a crime, you will go to prison. You want to get her out, but it's impossible. Don't waste your time. I don't agree, and no one can take her away. Let alone Zhang Wenhai from a mere management bureau. Even if he's the top leader at a higher level, it's useless to me. So you'd better stop bothering me." Li Ming's voice was transmitted through the mobile phone to the ears of Tan Qingqing opposite, shocking her so much that she froze in place. You are the warden?" Tan Qingqing asked in shock. "That's right. Otherwise, why would Tan Qingqing call you and talk to you for so long? That's all I have to say. You can choose not to believe me and continue to try to find connections, but I'm afraid you will still be disappointed in the end," Li Ming advised. He really didn't want to see the beauty he saw today and finally be deceived by Zhang Wenhai. However, he only mentioned it to her at that time, and it was up to her whether to believe it or not. "I believe it. Warden, your voice seems very young." A gleam of light suddenly flashed in Tan Qingqing's eyes, and he asked tentatively, "Well, still young, what's wrong?" Li Ming asked in confusion, thinking that Tan Qingqing had such unconventional ideas. She was talking about serious things. What did it have to do with his age? "Warden, let's be frank. You're so young, and yet you're already a warden. You must have someone helping you. I have a humble request, and I beg you to grant it. You can ask for any conditions you want. As long as I have what I need, I'll agree to it." Chapter 52. Throw yourself into my arms. Li Ming listened to what Tan Qingqing said and naturally understood what she meant. But Li Ming didn't want to give her hope. This was a matter of principle. Tan Qingqing committed the crime first, and it wasn't a false accusation. So she deserved to be in prison. I had no reason to help her get out. Li Ming was about to refuse when his mind buzzed with a sound. A text popped up in his head. Issued a task. This touching sisterhood is truly rare. As the prison warden, it's not a bad idea to help these two sisters within your ability. Although she brought this upon herself, she's already remorseful. It's worth giving her special treatment to earn the sisters' gratitude. Please grant Tan Qingqing's request and help Tan Qingqing escape prison and see the light of day again. Failure penalty. Gain the title of unresponsive. Effect of the title. From now on, you will be forced to refuse any requests from others and will be isolated from everyone, unable to socialize normally. Mission reward. Charm aura. All women's favorability towards you skyrockets. Keep any woman within the aura's range, and she'll fall hopelessly in love with you, willing to give anything for you. You can freely select a target or cast it in a range. Li Ming looked at the mission information that emerged in his mind. The mission was as bizarre as usual. The punishment was extremely severe, and the reward was also very generous. The effect of this charm aura is simply rule-breaking. If he gets this skill, then no woman in the world can escape his clutches. It's truly terrifying. If it were usual, Li Ming would have accepted the task without hesitation. With such magical skills in hand, he would have been living a life of feasting and revelry every night. But this time, the mission was to help Tan Qingqing get out of prison. That was also breaking the rules. And it was a crime. If I really did it, what difference would it make me and the other prisoners in jail? Could I just do whatever I wanted because of my special status and background? Li Ming believed that he was not a goody-goody who stuck to the rules. Otherwise, he would not have readily accepted the advances of Yang Yang and Wang Exine. Although he had to accept it because of the mission punishment, he had long since realized that he was enjoying it in his heart. It seemed that he was happily doing those illegal activities under the pretext that the mission could not fail. Li Ming felt that he had changed and been assimilated. He did not have the right to choose before and could only passively accept the task, but this time it was different. A card was quietly floating in Li Ming's mind. It was the reward for the previous mission, the good guy card. Item effect, can exempt 1 mission failure penalty. This time is different from before. He has the right to make his own choices and the methods to deal with the punishment. So how does he choose? Seeing that Li Ming didn't respond, Tan Chengqing pleaded again. Warden, don't worry, just tell me what you want. As long as my sister can be released from prison, I'm willing to sacrifice everything. Even if it means taking me. I'm willing. As long as my sister can be released, I'll accompany you. I'm willing. Warden, please save us. Please. Upon hearing this, Tan Chengqing excitedly grabbed Li Ming's sleeve and cried, begging. Warden, I was blind and made a bet with you. I was wrong. Please help me. As long as I can get out, I won't need my sister. I will accompany you. I am willing to do whatever you want of me. As Tan Chengqing spoke, she was afraid that Li Ming would not agree. So she stood up from the mattress, put her delicate hands on Li Ming's chest, and pressed her body against him tightly. The prisoners in the prison all wear uniform prison uniforms and special underwear issued by the prison. In order to ensure the safety of the prisoners, the underwear is a special thin layer of chest wrap. Tan Chengqing pressed against Li Ming, and the thin layer of cloth could not block anything at all. Li Ming could clearly feel her soft body. Li Ming had seen Tan Chengqing's body during the physical examination. Straight shoulders, smooth back lines, a slender waist, and 2 straight, slender legs. The proportions were almost perfect. Her young body was so tender that it seemed as if you could squeeze out water. Seeing such a beautiful woman throwing herself into his arms, Li Ming naturally felt a little impulsive. But impulse is impulse. Although he couldn't restrain his natural reaction, the beauty in front of him was not a buffet that he could eat whenever he wanted. If he wanted to enjoy this stunning delicacy, the price he had to pay was extraordinary. Li Ming slowly pushed Tan Chengqing's body away and kept some distance, so that Tan Chengqing wouldn't notice anything wrong with his body and touch him more excessively. Li Ming had already made up his mind. This time, he would choose to refuse. No matter how good the mission reward was, no matter how tempting the Tan Chengqing sisters were, he couldn't let the mission dictate to him and do something dirty without any bottom line. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Don't waste your time. No matter who you look for, you can't get it out. Li Ming took the phone and hung up without waiting for Tan Chengqing to reply. The mission in Li Ming's mind also disappeared at this moment, and along with it, the prop card that exempted him from the penalty for 1 mission also disappeared. No, Warden, please let me go. I really don't want to go to jail anymore. I really can't do the work at the factory. I even work in my dreams. My body is so tired and painful. Even my hands are throbbing with pain. You can do whatever you want to me. I have money. I'll give it all to you. Please let me out. Please, let me out. Tan Chengqing fell to the ground crying, refusing to accept the reality. Her tears flowed down her swan-like neck into her collar. She looked so pitiful. But the hard-hearted Li Ming had no time to appreciate her behavior. He still had important things to do. Li Ming turned and walked out of Tan Chengqing's cell, calling out to the second warden who was wandering in the corridor. Second supervisor, go get Wang Exine and let me have a few words with her. Then pack up her belongings and move her to this cell with Tan Chengqing. Tan Chengqing is in a bad mood right now. I'll ask Wang Exine to keep an eye on her. They won't have to go to work tomorrow. Let her calm down. Upon hearing this, the second warden nodded and went to call Wang Exine. She didn't think much about it. All the prison guards knew about Wang Qian's affairs. The warden had helped Wang Exine so much, so she would surely do her best to help the warden. Soon, Wang Exine, with a curious look on her face, stood in front of Li Ming. Just now, the second warden asked her to pack her things. She was a little confused. After asking, she found out that it was Li Ming who changed her cell. She still didn't know what Li Ming wanted to talk to her about alone. Could it be that he hadn't played enough during the day and had to work overtime at night? Everyone, please click to urge me to update. Thank you, everyone. High energy warning for the next chapter. Repeat. High energy warning. Please urge me to change my tickets and queue up for the plane. Chapter 53, I don't allow you to make a sound. Li Ming ignored Wang Exine's strange look. He waited for the second supervisor and Wang Exine to put her bedding and personal belongings into Tan Chengqing's cell before he gave instructions to the second supervisor. Second supervisor, go back and rest first. I'll talk to them alone. I'll call you when I get out. Yes, Warden. Then I'll go back to the lounge at the door first. The second warden saluted and went back along the aisle. Li Ming and the other two guards walked away before he walked back into the cell. Tan Qingqing was already collapsed on the bed at this time and was dragged from the ground to the bed by the second supervisor and Wang Xian. Li Ming took a closer look and saw that Tan Qingqing was so sad about the recent blow and the hard work during the day that she actually fell asleep while crying. Li Ming shook his head, feeling a little sorry for her. She was at the prime of her life and should be enjoying life outside, heading for freedom. But the reality was that she was lying in a gloomy prison cell, about to receive a 25-year sentence. Even if she had a lot of money, what was the use? In this dark prison, money was like waste paper. Li Ming felt a little guilty, but he immediately put this emotion out of his mind. It was all her own fault. After Wang Xian finished making her own bed, she came to Li Ming's side. Looking at Tan Qingqing, who looked as pitiful as Lin Daiyu, she raised her finger and poked Li Ming. What's wrong? Why is this pretty girl crying like this? Was she bullied by our warden? Wang Xian said in a low voice with a smile on her face. She can't accept the reality. I didn't bully her. You keep an eye on her these 2 days. If anything happens, notify the supervisor in time. I'm afraid she will be unable to get over it. Li Ming said with a wry smile. Okay, the warden has given the order. I will definitely complete the task. Wang Xian blinked and her fingers climbed directly onto his shoulders. Li Ming was startled and looked towards the cell door in a hurry. It wouldn't be a big deal if Tan Qingqing was sleeping soundly, but if the second supervisor came back and discovered what they were doing, they would be in trouble. Hey, stop it, Li Ming said cautiously. Huh? You called me over here, wasn't it for this? You really just wanted me to come over and look after her. Wang Xian was surprised. Did she misunderstand Li Ming again? Ahem. Of course not. There are so many people in the prison area now. If we make any noise, it will spread throughout the prison tomorrow. Do I have the guts to do that? Li Ming lowered his voice and whispered into Wang Xian's ear. TSK, what are you afraid of? Just keep quiet. She's sleeping so soundly, she definitely won't wake up. Don't all you men like this? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Hey, don't cough cough. Li Ming fled in a hurry, not daring to get close to Wang Xian again, for fear that he would lose control and make another big mistake. Wang Xian giggled as she looked at Li Ming's panicked expression. Originally, she didn't want to do anything. She just wanted to tease him, but seeing his shy little look, it piqued Wang Xian's interest. Wang Xian did not retreat, but moved forward and leaned directly on Li Ming's shoulder. Li Ming smelled the subtle fragrance coming from Wang Xian and sighed in his heart. A young woman is indeed a young woman. It's really unbearable. But Li Ming had not forgotten the purpose of this trip. He finally took out the pill that made the child stretch his legs and stare from his pocket, and explained in a low voice to Wang Xian's surprised eyes. You recognize this, right? I bought it specially for you. I was so engrossed in it at the time that I didn't even wear it. Just eat it now, and you'll feel relieved after you finish it. As Li Ming spoke, he took out the small pill from the package and handed it to Wang Xian. But Wang Xian didn't reach out to take it. Instead, she looked at Li Ming with a reproachful look and slowly opened her cherry lips. She said to Li Ming, "Ah." Li Ming smiled bitterly, but still put the small pill directly into Wang Xian's mouth. Wang Xian moved her lips slightly and swallowed the pill, but she continued to stare at Li Ming and licked her dry lips. The two looked at each other, and it was the sensible Wang Xian who lowered her voice and spoke first. I've already taken the medicine. I bought it from far away. Don't waste it. Li Ming swallowed his saliva and spoke domineeringly. Then, I won't let you make a sound. Wang Xian nodded coquettishly upon hearing this, and also replied, Yes, Warden. The cell suddenly became quiet. Because of the stimulation of external factors, it ended successfully after a short time. Li Ming was also afraid that Tan Qingqing next to him would suddenly open her eyes. So after successfully completing the task, Li Ming leisurely left the cell. Wang Xian was not reluctant to leave. She was very satisfied at the moment. Today was the happiest day of her life in the past 10 years. Li Ming passed by the prison gate, greeted the guard, and then walked out of the prison without changing his expression. At this moment, Li Ming's worries were gone, and his body felt relaxed. This feeling of satisfaction made him addicted. Li Ming then returned to his office and washed up thoroughly. After packing up, Li Ming lay on the bed, thinking about his next plan. Suddenly, the phone dinged and the text message alert sound suddenly rang out. Li Ming casually picked up his phone and checked it, only to see a familiar name appear on the screen. Tan Qingqing. I opened the text message and there was only a short sentence in it. Warden, let's meet. You decide the time. I'll be waiting for you at Tianyi Villa. See you there. Chapter 54 Addicted. Tianyi Villa? Li Ming stared at the screen intently. He naturally knew what Tan Chengcheng wanted to talk to him about, but he had already decided not to help, so he had no intention of attending the meeting. Li Ming's finger remained on the screen for a long time, but he still did not reply to her message. She has suffered a big blow today. Let's wait until she calms down. Maybe she will accept the reality in a few days. Li Ming put down his phone, closed his eyes, and prepared to go to sleep. But the scene just now kept flashing through my mind. This unprecedented excitement was not only the first time for Li Ming, but also for Wang Xian. When she turned around and looked at Li Ming with seductive eyes, Li Ming felt as if his soul had left his body and was sucked into the vortex of her charming eyes. Tan Xingqing, who was sleeping soundly beside him and might wake up at any time, the prisoners who were resting on the other side of the wall, and the cell door that remained open. All of them stimulated every nerve of his. In order to fully enjoy this unprecedented passion, he even took the initiative to turn off his warning halo with a detection radius of 200 meters. This excitement that made his blood boil eroded his sanity like a drug, making him unable to stop. He knew. He was addicted. Li Ming didn't know how he fell asleep. He was dreaming again. In the dream, there was still a group of monsters with tiger heads and human bodies, sitting around the dining table. They were wolfing down the few delicacies on the table, but he was not among them this time. He sat high and mighty in the middle of another dining table, with countless delicacies from land and sea around him for him to pick. He picked and chose, but in the end he only had a taste. After these monsters with tiger heads and human bodies had snatched up all the delicious food on the table, they all looked at him with eager eyes. The next morning, Li Ming woke up from his sleep. He wiped his forehead and realized that his vest was soaked with cold sweat. Li Ming took a deep breath, picked up his cell phone, and checked the time. It's already 9 o'clock. After touching his stomach, he felt extremely hungry. Li Ming quickly got up, washed and took a shower. He adjusted his clothes in front of the mirror, looked at his handsome and dashing self in the mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he went out. I went straight to the cafeteria, but it was empty, with no one there. It was obviously too late. They had already eaten and cleaned up. Li Ming went to the kitchen, hoping to find something to eat and relieve his hunger. He drank with Lin Shi last night, and barely ate 2 bites of the food. Then he expended so much energy that the little energy he had taken was already used up. Li Ming looked around. The meals in prison were always made with potatoes, eggplants, peppers, tomatoes, eggs, and other ingredients cooked in different ways. They were not much different from the meals in Li Ming's university cafeteria. The main feature was that they were cheap and healthy. Although Li Ming had a limited cooking skill, his specialty was egg fried rice. He expertly heated the wok, added oil, and scrambled the eggs. He then scooped 2 bowls of leftover rice from the tray and poured them into the wok. A dish of egg fried rice, lacking in color, aroma, or flavor, was ready. Li Ming walked out of the kitchen with a plate in his hand, feeling satisfied. Only then did he realize that a gorgeous woman had appeared in the cafeteria and was looking at him with a smile on her face. Sister Hong, what a coincidence. You haven't eaten yet? Would you like to try the egg fried rice? It's freshly made and still hot. Li Ming put the plate on the table and invited. Hearing this, Xiaohong looked at the egg fried rice in Li Ming's mouth on the table and couldn't help but smile. You did it? Xiaohong asked with a smile. Yes. How about it? It looks okay, right? Li Ming looked at his work with admiration. Although it was a little rough, with too much oil, the eggs were a little mushy, the rice was fried for too long, and it was a little hard, everything else was good. Ha! Do you know how to cook? Your fried rice. You must have fallen asleep while frying it. Xiaohong couldn't help it and laughed so hard that she held the table while holding her stomach. Oh, I think it's okay. Although it doesn't look good, you can try it. It still tastes good. Li Ming saw Xiaohong laughing like this, and he didn't doubt his cooking skills. He took the plate and was about to feed Xiaohong to try it. Seeing this, Xiaohong quickly waved her hand to refuse. No. I won't eat it. I'm afraid of being poisoned. Just wait here patiently. I'll show you my cooking skills today. As Xiaohong spoke, she raised her hand to tie up her long hair, rolled up her sleeves, and walked towards the kitchen. Li Ming's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he hurriedly followed, throwing the fried rice that he had just praised so highly into the trash can. Sister Hong, you can cook too. Look at your hands. Your fingers look like they've never touched water before, and you have this skill. Li Ming asked in surprise. This is nothing. It's just cooking. Can it be harder than holding a scalpel? You are not needed here. Just go out and wait. Xiaohong washed her hands and said to Li Ming, who followed her. I'm here to help you. It would be embarrassing to let you do it yourself. Li Ming snatched the green onion from Xiaohong's hand, put it on the sink, and turned on the faucet to rinse it. The water flowed slowly along the leaves of the green onion, and when Li Ming wasn't paying attention, the water flowed all over the ground. Seeing that he was so clumsy that he made a mess of water when washing vegetables, Xiaohong snatched the green onion back with a helpless look on her face. "You'd better go out and stop causing trouble for your sister." Li Ming scratched his head in embarrassment. He was doing it smoothly just now, but why did he become clumsy when someone helped him? "Then I'm going out. Call me if you need anything." Li Ming shook off the water droplets on his hands and was about to go out. Xiaohong nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Please get out. You'll be a big help to me if you go out." Ah. Before Xiaohong could finish her words, her feet on her high-heeled shoes slipped. The water spilled by Li Ming on the ground made the already smooth floor tiles extremely slippery. Xiaohong was wearing a tight black dress with a white coat on. She was already having trouble walking, and when her foot slipped, she had no time to react. She could only helplessly reach out and try to grab something. Unfortunately, there was nothing in front of her, so she could only fall straight back. Just as Xiaohong was about to close her eyes to welcome the intimate contact with the ground, a pair of big hands instantly passed through her waist and hips and lifted her body up. Xiaohong only felt her body shake violently, her brain shaking, and then her body was easily lifted up by the pair of hot, big hands under her. However, that was not all. Those strong arms even weighed her body, as if they were holding a feather as light as a feather. His boyfriend power was overflowing. "Sister Hong, you are so light." Chapter 55, He's Not Dead Yet. "You are too thin. Eat more." Li Ming's voice sounded in Xiaohong's ears. Xiaohong then realized that she was being held horizontally by Li Ming, with one hand passing under her armpit to support her, and the other hand passing under his legs. She was being carried like a princess. Xiaohong is really famous this time. Don't be fooled by her usual carefree appearance, sexy and refined clothes, the stiletto high heels with red soles that she wears every day, and her love of saying revealing things. But she is also a virgin girl. Xiaohong nervously grabbed Li Ming's clothes, trying not to show it so obviously, and spoke stubbornly. "I'm called Slim. What do you know? You're still holding me. It's not over. Put me down now. Do you want to eat?" Li Ming looked at Xiaohong's slightly red face and chuckled. He didn't expect that Xiaohong, who always looked like a queen all day long, would also be shy sometimes. He gently placed Xiaohong on the ground, and then used the mop beside him to wipe away the accumulated water on the ground. Then he left the kitchen after completing his mission. At this time, Xiaohong looked at the palm-shaped watermarks on her upper and lower parts and stomped her feet in frustration. This little rascal. He really takes advantage of every opportunity. He doesn't indulge me at all. Xiaohong thought of Li Ming's broad and powerful arms again. She felt like a human pendant when he held her. She didn't expect that he, who didn't look very strong, could be so strong. What a strong man. Xiaohong's face flushed slightly when she thought of this. However, she knew the relationship between Lin Shi and Li Ming, and she also knew that Li Ming was sent to this prison by his parents to develop a relationship with Lin Shi, so her face suddenly darkened again. Xiaohong patted the watermarks on her body, stopped thinking about it, picked up the ingredients, and started working. After a while, Xiaohong brought over a plate of delicious fried rice with her slender waist. "Eat it, eat it. This is what egg fried rice is, okay?" Xiaohong sat opposite Li Ming and couldn't help but smile triumphantly at Li Ming's surprised expression. "Delicious, delicious. Sister Hong, you are such a great cook. Whoever marries you will be blessed." Li Ming took the plate, and his mouth was watering at the aroma of the fried rice. He couldn't wait to grab a spoon and start eating. While eating, he did not forget to praise Xiaohong. Li Ming originally thought that Xiaohong would be so proud of his praise that she would smile from ear to ear. But to his surprise, Xiaohong, who had been smiling just now, suddenly looked depressed, and a look of sadness flashed across her face. Li Ming naturally did not miss the change in Xiaohong's expression. He realized that he might have said something wrong and quickly spoke. "Sister Hong, did I say something wrong? Why do you suddenly seem unhappy?" Xiaohong waved her hand upon hearing this and quickly regained her smile. "Nothing, just some memories of the past that I can't bear to look back on." Seeing this, Li Ming was no longer in a hurry to eat. He suddenly wanted to know about Xiaohong's so-called past. He knew that Xiaohong was obviously a top student and had a better development and future outside, but for some reason she suddenly became quiet and did not live a brilliant life outside. Instead, she came to the women's prison to work as a prison doctor. Xiaohong enjoyed the gap that most people could not accept. She spent every day leisurely in prison, looking like she was enjoying life. But Li Ming keenly felt that Xiaohong was not really willing to stay in prison. She must have some hidden secrets. Li Ming hesitated for a moment, and seeing that Xiaohong wanted to brush it off with one sentence, he thought about it and decided to use his skills on Xiaohong. Those who are sincere are spiritual. As Li Ming thought about it, the skill was cast on Xiaohong. Xiaohong, who had just wanted to stop the topic, suddenly felt so aggrieved that she had to speak out. Li Ming was a man she had some feelings for, and for some reason she felt that he was very reliable. After hesitating for a long time, he finally let out a long sigh. What's wrong, Sister Hong? You can tell me about your past. I'm a very tight-lipped person, and you'll definitely feel better if you tell me. Otherwise, what if you keep it in your heart and get sick? Li Ming looked at Xiaohong with a smile. He knew that his skills had worked. TSK, you're the one who's going to get sick from holding it in. Xiaohong rolled her eyes at Li Ming. Then she slumped over the dining table, her chin resting on her arm, and turned over dusty memories. Me? We almost got married. Just that close. He also praised my cooking and said whoever married me would be blessed. So when you said that, it really brought back memories. Are all you men using sweet words to coax girls? Xiaohong pointed at Li Ming's lips that could always say sweet words. Oh, I don't. It's because the food you cook is really delicious. I just think like other people. Li Ming said with a smile. Xiaohong didn't believe it and shook her index finger at Li Ming. Li Ming didn't care and continued to ask. What happened next? Why do you say we were almost married? Xiaohong's face turned painful again when she heard this, but this time she didn't try to change the subject. Instead, she spoke slowly while recalling the past. Later, we got engaged. He's also a doctor and a highly skilled surgeon. On our engagement day, we went to a bridal shop to try on wedding dresses, and he suddenly received a phone call. It was a call from the hospital. A patient had a sudden brain hemorrhage and needed emergency surgery. The patient's status was extraordinary, and they wanted him to operate on the patient together with the hospital's top doctors. He had already taken leave. But, under pressure from those people, he decided to go back and participate in the operation. I happened to be wearing a wedding dress, so he didn't wait for me and drove back to the hospital alone. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was in a bridal shop trying on dress after dress. When I finally changed back into my own clothes, I found more than a dozen missed calls from the hospital on my phone. I was shocked and called back quickly, but what I heard was, but it's the bad news that he was in a car accident. When Xiaohong said this, her face suddenly turned pale and her expression was terrified, as if the scene at that time was right in front of her, and she couldn't stop shaking. Li Ming quickly held her trembling hand that was placed on the dining table and comforted her. It's okay, it's all in the past. The dead can't be brought back to life. It's been so long, you should let it go. His spirit in heaven wouldn't feel good seeing you like this. He would definitely want you to live a happy life. Xiaohong shook her head upon hearing this, tears welling up in her eyes as she continued speaking sadly. At that time, he didn't die. Chapter 56, Dasha B? When I received the call, he was not dead, Xiaohong said sadly, biting her lip while holding back her tears. He's not dead. Then what? Li Ming knew that this was not the right time, but he was still a little embarrassed. He thought that the man had died in a car accident, but he didn't expect there would be a follow-up. Then, I got a call and immediately took a taxi back to the hospital. But, when I got to the hospital, I discovered his injuries were severe. He had multiple comminuted fractures throughout his body, and his internal organs were damaged to varying degrees, but that wasn't a big deal. The most serious injury was his arm, which was trapped by the car door during the accident. By the time the paramedics got him out, his hand had already suffered irreversible damage. If he had received surgery in time, he might have recovered. But all the doctors in the hospital who can perform this surgery have been taken into the operating room by the family of that important person. There are no other doctors in the hospital who can perform this surgery. The only one left is me. I didn't know about it at the time. I was trying on wedding dresses in a bridal shop and had no idea he had been in a car accident. By the time I saw the call from the hospital, it was almost too late. I rushed to the hospital and immediately pushed him into surgery, but because it took so long, I tried my best but couldn't restore his hand to its original state. I could only use the most conservative treatment to save his hand. Li Ming couldn't help but interrupt when he heard this. That's great, isn't it? His life is saved, his hand is fine, and he can just recover slowly. Why did it end up like this? Xiaohong shook her head, wiped the tears from her face, and suddenly laughed sadly. Yeah, why is it like this? It would be great if he had the same idea as you. Isn't it? He survived a great disaster and has such a beautiful wife. What else can he be unsatisfied about? His body is not disabled, and he will be a good man again after he recovers from his injuries. Li Ming asked in confusion. He really couldn't guess how the man and Xiaohong separated, and what it had to do with Xiaohong's work in the prison. Logically speaking, shouldn't everyone be happy that he survived the ordeal? No, he's not what you think. He just got out of danger and woke up in the hospital bed. When he saw that his hand had been operated on, He was terrified and immediately asked to see the diagnosis. I originally wanted to keep it a secret from him, but he's also a doctor at our hospital. He asked the nurse to take his medical records while I was away. When he saw his diagnosis, everything changed. We surgeons are extremely careful about our hands, because even the slightest injury means we can't perform surgery, and that means all the skills and experience we've learned over the years are useless. This is true for ordinary doctors, let alone a genius like him. When he knew that conservative treatment for his hand meant he would never be able to hold a scalpel again, he screamed at me like crazy. He said I had ruined him. He blamed me for not going there sooner, why I didn't perform surgery right away. But I've tried my best. How could I not operate on him with all my heart? But it's too late. That's all I can do. I really have no other choice. If he doesn't receive conservative treatment, he might lose all feeling in his hand. But with conservative treatment, at least he'll be a normal person. What else can I do? Xiaohong grabbed his hair in pain, recalling the man's roar at him. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have gone to look at wedding dresses that day. I shouldn't have let him drive back alone. And I shouldn't have ignored the call from the hospital. If I had received the call that day and rushed to the scene immediately, maybe I could have saved his hand. It's all my fault. Xiaohong's emotions collapsed instantly. She kept grabbing her hair and hitting her head with her fists. Li Ming saw this and quickly stepped forward, holding Xiaohong's hands to prevent her from hurting herself. Xiaohong, don't be like this. This is not your fault. Why are you blaming yourself? He was unlucky and had a car accident. It's good enough that you arrived in time to save his life. It's obvious that he is ungrateful. Not only is he not grateful to you, but he also blames and resents you. None of this is your fault. Li Ming hugged Xiaohong in his arms and kept comforting her. Besides, this kind of person always blames others first when something goes wrong and never looks for the reasons within himself. He brings all the trouble upon himself. It's a good thing you didn't marry him. Otherwise, you would be 100 times more miserable than you are now. Sister Hong, you should be happy. This kind of person is not worth hurting yourself like this. Li Ming's gentle voice came into Xiaohong's ears. She was called out of her misery. She had been in prison for so long and had never told anyone about her past. Every night when it was quiet, she would suffer from insomnia all night long. Even when she fell asleep, that man would come to her in her dreams and accuse her. Whenever that man's face appeared in her mind, she trembled all over. But today, for some reason, Xiaohong just wanted to talk to Li Ming and felt relieved when she heard Li Ming's words of comfort. Li Ming, I'm fine. It turns out you were right. Talking it out really makes me feel better. Actually, it's been a long time since that happened. I should have forgotten him a long time ago. It's just that I can't get over this hurdle in my heart. Ever since he started blaming and resenting me, I've noticed my hands shaking. Every time I pick up the scalpel, I think back to the surgery I performed on him. Should I choose conservative treatment for safety or go all out and risk my hand being crippled? This question has been tormenting me, and since then, I've never performed surgery on a patient again. I thought, since I ruined him and made him unable to be a surgeon, then I'd ruin myself too, never being able to perform surgery again. Wouldn't that be paying off my debt to him? Xiaohong looked up at Li Ming, her eyes full of hope. She hoped to hear from Li Ming that she had paid it off. Then she would no longer owe him anything and could start over. But Li Ming shook his head when he heard this. He ignored Xiaohong's disappointed and miserable look, turned Xiaohong's face towards him, and spoke in a clear voice. You're wrong. It's not that you owe him anything. You've never owed him anything. He's the one who delayed you. He's the one who should pay the price. Pay it off. He's the one who should pay the debt. From beginning to end, you've never done anything wrong to him. Listen carefully. You don't owe him anything. You even saved his life. You saved his hand. Wake up. You shouldn't cry. You shouldn't be in pain. You should hate him. Hate him for ruining your life, which should have been colorful. Hate him for being an ungrateful person who can't be tamed. Curse him with me. Learn from me. He's a big idiot. Big Idiot B. Chapter 57 above. Xiaohong listened to Li Ming's scolding and suddenly burst out laughing. Maybe this is what attracted her to Li Ming. He was not like that man who was always serious and wore a hypocritical mask. When she was with Li Ming, although Li Ming's eyes were always scanning her body up and down, especially her legs, Li Ming made her feel very comfortable and did not make her feel offended. Instead, she felt that someone appreciated her, which gave her some confidence and pride. Ignoring his somewhat lustful nature, he had been quite interested in Li Ming during their several encounters. It was a pity. Such a good man belonged to Lin Shi. She couldn't snatch him away. Okay, I won't say anymore. You haven't finished your meal yet. Just continue eating. Xiaohong laughed and escaped from her grief. She struggled slightly, pulling her hand out from Li Ming's tight grip. Her hand was sweating. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xia Hong return to her normal self. I didn't expect that Xia Hong had so many sad things in her heart, and I don't know how she managed to get through these years alone. Sister Hong, I'm glad you're okay. I still like to see you smile more. It's so beautiful. Li Ming spoke sweet words. Xia Hong wiped her tear-stained face, and seeing Li Ming praising her again, she gave him a charming look. So, Sister Hong, you gave up on yourself and came to our prison? Li Ming asked again. Yeah, about the same. After I stopped having the surgery, I wanted to find a quieter place to work, so I came to the prison by chance. It used to be quite boring here, but after you came here for a few days, the prison seems a little less boring. Xia Hong restrained her emotions and said lightly, Oh, then I have to thank that ungrateful guy. Otherwise, how could I meet our beautiful, gentle, virtuous, and beautiful Dr. Xia Hong? Ha ha ha, Li Ming teased. Eat quickly, stop being so joking. I'm leaving now. My eyes are all swollen from crying. I'm going back to clean up. See you later. Xia Hong didn't listen to Li Ming's nonsense. She didn't have a mirror and couldn't see what her face looked like. If someone saw her, they might think something happened to her. So she quickly slipped away and went back to the infirmary to clean herself up. Seeing Xia Hong running away, Li Ming continued to eat the fried rice. But in my mind, I was thinking about the intimate contact that just happened in the kitchen. Xia Hong's figure was as good as ever, and no one knew how she maintained it. Every piece of flesh was where it should be, and she looked incredibly resistant to makeup, even without any makeup. Sometimes, a casual glance at him would make him feel like this vixen, Xia Hong, was flirting with him. Just now, he put Xia Hong on the ground and hurriedly left the kitchen to cover up his own abnormality. Foxy is indeed a foxy, and a foxy wearing gold-rimmed glasses. It's really soul-stirring. After finishing a whole plate of egg fried rice, Li Ming went for a walk around the prison area as usual after eating and drinking his fill. Today is a weekday, and there is still no one in the prison area. Li Ming came to the cell of Tan Qingqing and Wang Xian, where the two were sitting opposite each other. Looking through the observation port of the cell, Tan Qingqing still looked distraught, as if she still hadn't accepted reality. Her face was no longer delicate, and her cheeks were dark. I don't know how many times she cried. Wang Xian looked at Li Ming, who was peeking out with a smile on her face. Hey, the warden is here again? What instructions do you have this time? When Tan Qingqing heard Wang Xian's words, she hurriedly looked towards the cell door. Seeing Li Ming's face, she quickly stood up and begged Li Ming. Warden, could you please help me? I'll do anything for you. Warden. Li Ming didn't wait for her to finish and interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Tan Qingqing, I can't help you. I've made it very clear. I advise you to accept reality. Otherwise, you will be very miserable if you stay here for too long. Upon hearing this, Tan Qingqing bit her lips tightly, her face ashen. Sister, there's nothing wrong with prison. You're new here, but if you stay here for a long time, it's actually not that bad. For me, more than 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Xian saw that Tan Qingqing ignored her, but she didn't care and continued talking to herself. When I first came here, I was younger than you and just as nervous as you were. But after working in the factory for a month or so, I didn't think about anything except being tired all day, and I gradually got used to it. Now no one is bullying you, so if you can't leave, you can't leave. Whatever happens, you just have to accept it. Moreover, since our wise and brave warden came, this prison is much better than before. When she said this, Wang Xian also cast a coquettish glance at Li Ming. Originally, Wang Xian's seductive eyes were nothing, but Li Ming felt guilty, which made him very nervous. He quickly changed the subject. Ahem, our prison has a lot of activities. As long as you behave well and participate in more activities, I will apply for a sentence reduction for you. There's going to be a group dance competition soon. If you're interested, I can sign you up. Even though your 25-year sentence seems long, if you actively participate in activities, you can get out a few years early. Tan Qingqing was completely unmoved by what she heard. All that talk of getting used to it and getting a reduced sentence for good behavior was completely useless. She didn't want to spend even a single day in this dark prison. Seeing that Tan Qingqing didn't respond, Li Ming was helpless and had to give Wang Xian more instructions. Keep an eye on her and communicate more. You have experience. If anything happens, ask the supervisor to contact me. Wang Xian nodded happily. She was still full, thanks to Li Ming, and she would definitely listen to him. However, this girl was not easy to persuade. She would have to suffer a lot every day to make her give up completely. Then Li Ming left the second prison area and walked around the factory area. Seeing that everything was in order, he returned to the office along the same route. Not long after Li Ming returned to the office, there was a sudden knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Li Ming opened the door and found that it was Lin Shi. Lin Shi was holding up a cell phone. and the screen showed call in progress. Li Ming was puzzled. What did this mean? She first gave Li Ming a meaningful look, and then spoke to Li Ming in an official tone. Report to the warden. There's a call from my superior, Director Zhang from the Administration Bureau. He said he wants to talk to you about something. He's calling you. When Li Ming heard Director Zhang, he suddenly realized that it must be Zhang Wenhai's call. He hadn't even contacted him yet, but he called him first? Could it be Tan Chengcheng? She really want to find Zhang Wenhai again. Chapter 58. Have we met before? As soon as Li Ming picked up the phone, a familiar voice came from the line. Ha, it's Xiaoli, right? You've been transferred here for so many days, and I haven't visited you yet. Don't blame me, ha. I'll come to your place after I finish my work here. We can get to know each other better, so that we can start our future work together. Don't you agree? Zhang Wenhai's voice came from the phone, and Li Ming said secretly, it was indeed him. What are you talking about, Director Zhang? I should be the one who goes to see you. I wonder if you have any instructions by calling me this time. Li Ming asked tentatively. Hey, it's not really an instruction. Your prison is organizing a group dance competition in a few days. I just learned about the situation from your deputy warden Lin. Now we all emphasize humane management. Your prison is doing very well, and the prisoners are very motivated. I'm learning this advanced experience from you, and then let other prisons do it, so that the prisoners can have some entertainment. Ha. Zhang Wenhai laughed loudly and explained in a friendly tone. Oh, all the activities in our prison are organized by our deputy warden. I have just arrived and am not very skilled yet. It is all thanks to our deputy warden. I will have to ask Director Zhang for more guidance in the future. Li Ming said lightly. Hey, Xiaoli, you are too polite. We are all in the same system, and we have to help each other. Ha. By the way, I don't know which unit you were transferred from, Xiaoli. Zhang Wenhai asked casually. Oh, we are all serving the people. It's the same in every unit. If you have any questions in the future, just tell Director Zhang. Li Ming smiled slightly when he saw that Zhang Wenhai came to find out about his background. Zhang Wenhai was slightly taken aback when he heard this, then laughed. Ha. Yes, serving the people. Of course. It's all the same, all the same. Okay, I won't delay your work anymore. I'll hang up now. Let's have dinner and get close sometime, haha. Okay, Director Zhang, I definitely will. After the call was hung up, Li Mingxin's sense skills kept flashing. Zhang Wenhai didn't tell the truth at all. He must have some ulterior motive. Li Ming met Lin Shi's puzzled look and explained to her. Nothing. He must be here to find out my identity. It seems like he might be planning something. Li Ming frowned and thought, Zhang Wenhai would definitely not make this call for no reason. He suspected that Tan Chengcheng might have contacted him again, so he came to test his words. You'd better be careful with him. He is a very cunning man. Don't forget to discuss with me if you have any problems. If he really wants to do something bad, I will tell my dad. Lin Shi took the phone handed over by Li Ming and instructed. Well, don't worry. He is not qualified to rescue him from me. Li Ming smiled faintly and said confidently. Lin Shi looked at Li Ming like a fool, rolled his eyes at him, and turned away. Li Ming also spread his hands helplessly and closed the door. At the same time, the prison administration. Zhang Wenhai hung up the phone, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Director Zhang, how is it? What is Li Ming's attitude? Asked the lackey who had dinner with Zhang Wenhai that day. What kind of attitude is that? An attitude that doesn't give me face. I asked him where he was transferred from, and he actually said that they are all here to serve the people, and it doesn't matter where they come from. This little bastard. Zhang Wenhai slammed the desk and said angrily. Since he is so ignorant, do you want me to send someone to warn him? The lackey asked in a low voice. Don't worry about that for now. This kid is so young, and yet he can become the warden. There must be something wrong. Moreover, he spoke to me neither humbly nor arrogantly, and acted mysteriously as if he was very confident. Maybe there is someone behind him. We can't touch him for now. I'll find out more. Zhang Wenhai said calmly. What about Tan Chengcheng? The lackey picked up the phone and showed it to Zhang Wenhai. The message from Tan Chengcheng appeared on the phone screen. Zhang Wenhai took the phone and checked it, but he couldn't help but think of Tan Chengcheng's hot body and appearance. He had been thinking about this woman for a long time, and he must find a way to get her. Director Zhang, I've thought it over. As long as you rescue my sister first, I'll agree to your request. But I have to see my sister come out safely and stand in front of me before I fulfill my promise. Seeing this, Zhang Wenhai smiled sinisterly. The fish had finally taken the bait. Li Ming sat on the office chair and took out his mobile phone to check. He had not replied to Tan Chengcheng's message yet. He guessed that Tan Chengcheng might have gone to Zhang Wenhai again because she saw that he did not reply to her message and she was desperate. Out of kindness, Li Ming decided to ask, so he sent a message to Tan Chengcheng. Have you been looking for Zhang Wenhai? Just a few seconds after the message was sent, Tan Chengcheng sent a reply. Warden, I'm still waiting for you at Tianyi Villa. I said we'll see you there. Li Ming frowned. Tan Chengcheng was so stubborn, but he still replied. Didn't I tell you that it's useless to look for him? Have you done anything stupid? Soon, another message from Tan Chengcheng came. Please, meet me. Li Ming covered his forehead in embarrassment. Why didn't this woman listen to anything he said? He had told her so bluntly, but she still didn't give up. If she continued like this, she would definitely be controlled by Zhang Wenhai. Li Ming was torn. He really wanted to just ignore it and let her get hurt so that she would stop being so stubborn, but he couldn't bear it. Finally, Li Ming sighed deeply and picked up the car keys. Li Ming finally softened his heart and drove the car out of the prison. Li Ming opened the navigation and located Tianyi Villa. He found that it was not too far from their prison. However, it was also in the mountains. Looking at the distance, he thought that they could arrive there by noon. Li Ming stepped on the accelerator and started the journey. But the idea of climbing a mountain is like running a horse to death. Although the navigation showed that the road was not far away, it was not easy to drive on it. Li Ming staggered all the way and finally arrived at Tianyi Villa before dark. Li Ming regretted his decision halfway through the journey. It would be better to go to S City first and then walk from S City to Tianyi Villa. Although the journey was long, he would have arrived there sooner. Why bother walking on this broken mountain road that made him dizzy? Li Ming drove the car directly into the villa, then got out and looked around this so-called villa. In fact, it is called a mountain villa, but it is more like a small villa nestled in the mountains. Both the building and the decoration are extremely high-end and luxurious, and paired with the surrounding natural scenery, it is simply magnificent. Li Ming stood next to the car and called Tan Chengcheng, and the call was picked up instantly. I'm here. I'm in the parking lot. Where are you? I'll be there soon. Please wait a moment, Warden. Tan Chengcheng's voice sounded very surprised. She didn't expect that Li Ming would really come. Soon, Li Ming saw Tan Chengcheng's charming figure jogging out from inside and heading straight towards him. Looking around, Li Ming was the only one here. Then he stepped forward and spoke. You are the Warden? Have we met somewhere before? Thank you all for your prompting. You guys are so nice. Chapter 59, I am with Chengcheng. Tan Chengcheng looked at Li Ming, who was dressed in casual clothes. With his handsome appearance, tall stature, upright posture, and intimidating aura, he is intimidating just by standing there. Moreover, Li Ming is really too young. He only looks to be in his 20s. Is there really such a young warden? Tan Chengcheng trusted Li Ming more and made a secret decision. It's me. My name is Li Ming. We have indeed met once. Li Ming stretched out his hand and shook hands with Tan Chengcheng, who walked forward. Tan Chengcheng's face was still delicate, but she seemed to have dressed up specially this time. She wore a high-slit cheongsam in a bright blue color and a pair of high heels of the same color. It was not a special outfit, but it looked very special on her. She was at least 1.7 meters tall, and her long and slender thighs showed a large area of white from the side. Her waist is so slender that it can be grasped with one hand. Her chest is majestically outlined, and her figure is perfect S-shaped, even better than her sister's. Whenever Li Ming saw Tan Chengcheng, he was always amazed by her. Hey, I feel like you look familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen you before. Tan Chengcheng was not just being polite. She really felt that you looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where I had seen you before. Li Ming didn't keep the suspense any longer and reminded directly. I was standing outside the Jadeite building when you were negotiating with Zhang Wenhai. I happened to be there to buy some food that day, so we ran into each other. After hearing what Li Ming said, Tan Chengcheng suddenly realized that she had met the handsome boy when she walked out of the box. At that time, she was very angry with Zhang Wenhai, so she only took a quick glance and didn't look closely, so she didn't remember him. It's you. I really didn't recognize you. Don't blame me. I really didn't expect you to be so young. Tan Chengcheng smiled. Wardenly, let's go in and talk. I've prepared the food and wine and am waiting for your arrival. Li Ming nodded and followed Tan Chengcheng into the house. Soon, the two of them walked into a luxurious private room. Following Tan Chengcheng's order, the staff quickly served the food and drinks, then retreated, leaving the two of them staring at each other. Miss Tan, you don't have to be like this. In fact, I told you everything I should have said on the phone. I came here because I didn't want you to be deceived by him. Zhang Wenhai did call me today. He wanted to test my opinion, but I won't cooperate with him. Li Ming politely declined Tan Chengcheng's toast and said directly. After hearing what Li Ming said, Tan Chengcheng did not show any strange expression and still had a smile on her face. She moved her chair and sat next to Li Ming and drank the small glass of white wine in her hand. Wardenly, you are a sensible person, and you are also a good person. You are different from that scumbag Zhang Wenhai. I really want my sister to come out. If you can give me some conditions, I will definitely do it. Even if the conditions are too excessive. If it means accompanying you, I am willing to do it. Tan Chengcheng looked serious, and her big watery eyes looked up at Li Ming's eyes with affection. But Li Ming still shook his head. Ms. Tan, you are indeed very beautiful and have a top-notch figure, but that's no reason for me to break the law and take shortcuts. It's true that some corrupt officials take risks and bend the law for personal gain. But I won't, and I can't. I advise you to stop harboring illusions. If Zhang Wenhai is really doing something behind my back. Ms. Tan, I can tell you that not only is your sister unable to leave, but Zhang Wenhai's position has also reached its limit. I think you understand what I mean. Li Ming hit the nail on the head and didn't give her any chance. This was not cruelty, but rather helped her face reality. When Tan Chengcheng heard this, she was already a little overwhelmed with emotion, but she still took a deep breath, poured herself another glass of wine, and drank it all. Warden Li, what if Qingqing and I were to accompany you? We can both be your girlfriends or lovers. We'll be there whenever you need us. If you don't need us, we'll take care of ourselves and never cause you any trouble. And even though you might despise our money, we can give it to you. I just don't want my sister to suffer in there. She and I have been dependent on each other since we were little. Our parents died young and left us no property. We two started from scratch and worked our way up to where we are today. You know how hard it is. She did make mistakes. But we just want to survive. No bribery. Our products will be stuck and unsaleable. Without smuggling, we won't be able to get the medicine supply at all. Our medicine is all genuine. There are so many people selling counterfeit medicine on the market, but they don't arrest us. And there is no financial fraud at all. We just wanted to expand. We wanted to find some partners for distribution, but we offended someone whose interests we didn't know. They sent someone to work with us, but then they accused us of fraud. They even got evidence of bribery and smuggling from who knows where. We were set up. Warden, my sister isn't a wicked villain. She's a good person. Please help us. Tan Qingqing's tears kept flowing. Her voice was trembling a little, and she waited expectantly for Li Ming's answer. But Li Ming still shook his head. I still can't help you. If you truly haven't committed any illegal acts, then I'll definitely help you. But bribery and smuggling are definitely involved. As for what you said about someone setting you up to accuse you of fraud, if what you said is true, then I can still help you investigate. Otherwise, I can't do anything else. Upon hearing this, Tan Qingqing's eyes finally dimmed. She had shown her utmost sincerity, but still could not impress Li Ming. She didn't know what to do. Was she really going to let her sister stay in a dark prison for 25 years? Li Ming felt a little sorry for her when he saw how sad she was, but the law was unforgiving. Even if Tan Qingqing was a good person, she had done something illegal. Helping her is against the law, especially given your status. You should not knowingly break the law. Shaking his head, Li Ming was about to say goodbye and leave. Having said that, Tan Chengqing should have given up. If she continued to be stubborn, then Li Ming would have no other choice. Just then, with a ding, the mission appeared directly in Li Ming's mind again. Li Ming thought to himself, oh no, he had already used the prop card in the last mission. If he was asked to save Tan Qingqing again this time, how could he refuse? To save her or not? Li Ming's expression changed, and he quickly looked at the task content. Issued a task, poor fellow. As the warden, your prisoner's charges have hidden secrets. Do you still hold your previous opinion? As a sister who cares so much about her younger sister, you simply want her to have a less difficult time. If you don't want to break the law, why not bend your duties slightly to make her life easier in prison? Chapter 60, It's Not Impossible. Mission Reward, Great Recovery. When suffering non-fatal damage, quickly recover from the injury. Usage limit, once a day. Failure penalty, deprivation of all existing skills. Li Ming quickly checked the mission content and relaxed a little. This mission was not like the previous missions that were completely mandatory and the penalties were too high for him to bear. Failure in this mission simply means depriving you of all your skills. He counted and found that he only had 5 skills. 1. I feel it. I can feel that others are lying to me. 2. Aura of majesty. It can make you look powerful without getting angry and intimidate others. 3. The physical fitness and combat skills of special forces. For sincerity is the key to success. You can make your target feel your sincerity. 5. Alert aura. Detect living creatures within a 200-meter radius when excited. The effects of these skills are very powerful. Li Ming is naturally reluctant to give up, but can we slightly adjust the content of the mission to make it easier for him to stay in prison? It seems it's not impossible. After thinking for a while, Li Ming spoke to Tan Chengcheng, who was lying on the table sobbing. Ms. Tan, don't cry. I have a compromise. What do you think? Tan Chengcheng was still extremely sad. Upon hearing this, she suddenly stood up and looked at Li Ming. The violent movement made her chest tremble again and again. Li Ming's attention was unconsciously attracted by her. Warden Li, what did you say? What compromise? Just tell me. I can do anything. When Tan Chengqing heard that Li Ming seemed to have changed his tone, he thought there was hope and hurriedly agreed. Well, I just thought about it. Although it is impossible to let your sister out of prison, but it is still possible to let her live a more relaxed and comfortable life in prison. Li Ming retracted his gaze, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. In our prison, we work 5 days a week, have 1 day off, and 1 day for skills training. Aside from statutory holidays, everyone has to work on time. Tan Xingqing was exhausted yesterday, so I didn't let her go to the factory to work today. If she changed her mindset and just stayed in prison without being able to leave, I'm sure she wouldn't be so resistant. This is the best I can do. Also, you mentioned someone setting you up to accuse you of fraud. If you can overturn the verdict, you might get a few years off your sentence. Plus, our prison has some competitions and events that can reduce sentences. If your sister cooperates, she won't have to spend so many years in prison. When Li Ming said this, Tan Chengqing already understood what Li Ming meant and frowned as he thought about the feasibility. If there is really no way to get my sister out, then the compromise method Li Ming mentioned is indeed the best solution. If her sister's case could be overturned, she wouldn't have to spend many years in prison. Thinking of this, Tan Chengqing finally nodded. Warden Li, I agree with your approach. But my sister, she's never done hard labor since she was a child. You must take good care of her. Whether it's money or, you just ask, and I'll do my best. Tan Chengqing sat on the chair as if she had no strength left, looking at Li Ming with tears in her eyes. Compared to Zhang Wenhai, she trusts Li Ming more, not only because of his youth and mystery, but also because Li Ming is a principled man. Whether it was money or the sisters' bodies, if such conditions were given to Zhang Wenhai, he would definitely agree without hesitation, but Li Ming was not tempted at all. I understand. Don't worry, when I return to the prison, you'd better come with me. When you visit her, explain everything to her and let her accept the reality. Otherwise, she will look half dead all day long and will definitely be very sad in prison. Li Ming instructed. Tan Chengqing nodded. That was all she could do. Warden Li, please enjoy your meal. This Tianyi villa is my property. You can come anytime you are free. If you like it, I will give it to you. Tan Chengqing picked up some dishes and put them in Li Ming's bowl, saying attentively, No, I don't want it. No reward without merit. I'm not helping you for this. Li Ming took a bite of the food and smiled. Li Ming thought the compromise plan was good, and he felt relieved. He also felt a little hungry. Well, you've helped us so much. How can I repay you? Just tell me. Tan Chengqing's face flushed slightly, probably because she had thought of something. Hey, don't think too much. That's not what I'm talking about. Ahem. Li Ming saw Tan Chengqing lowering her head and blushing, and immediately realized that there was something wrong with what he said and that she had misunderstood him. He really didn't want to use this condition to get anything from Tan Chengqing. He just wanted to complete the task. After Tan Chengqing agreed to his compromise, the mission was completed, the reward was received, and he got what he wanted. However, after hearing what Li Ming said, Tan Chengqing nodded in understanding. Warden, don't worry. I know you're worried I'll use this to blackmail you, but believe me, I definitely won't. I've never had a boyfriend before, and you're my first man. As long as you make Chengqing feel comfortable in prison, I'm willing to do it. There's no surveillance in this box, so not a single word we say will be leaked. It's already late outside. You should stay here for 1 night and go back tomorrow. Tan Chengqing blushed, and her voice became increasingly low. It was obvious that inviting a man to stay overnight was too difficult for a young woman like her. Even a wealthy female boss would be as shy as an ordinary person at this moment. Ahem, you really misunderstood. There's no need to be like this. If I repay a favor, what's the difference between me and Zhang Wenhai? Li Ming explained with a wry smile. All right, I haven't asked you yet. Are you looking for Zhang Wenhai again? After hearing this, Tan Chengqing felt even more grateful to Li Ming, and she was even more certain that she had found the right person. Well, but I only sent him a message. I said that if he can really rescue Chengqing and bring her to me, I will agree to his conditions. I won't be so stupid as to go and accompany him first. Tan Chengqing took out his mobile phone and found the message to show Li Ming. Li Ming took a look and nodded. I was wondering why Zhang Wenhai would call me and test my opinion, and it turned out to be true. Before Li Ming finished speaking, Tan Chengqing's phone suddenly rang. A message came, and Li Ming and Tan Chengqing looked at it carefully. It happened to be the message sent by Zhang Wenhai. Miss Tan, the matter you mentioned is now in sight. The warden of Black Mountain Prison is my good friend. Let's meet and talk. I've booked a table of wine and food at the Jade Restaurant at 11 o'clock tonight. See you there. Tan Chengqing. Li Ming. Chapter 61 Deaf and Mute. Li Ming looked at Zhang Wenhai's message and really wanted to call him to ask, when they became good friends. How could he just say such nonsense? He really wasn't afraid of being exposed. Facing Tan Qingqing's puzzled look, Li Ming had no choice but to explain. Zhang Wenhai said that, so he must have some plans for you. He's probably using my name to ask you out, and then he has some plan to take you down. This old bastard is really brave. Li Ming could guess Zhang Wenhai's tricks with his toes, and he had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Upon hearing this, Tan Qingqing smiled. I believe you, Warden Li. I'm afraid Zhang Wenhai didn't realize we had already contacted each other. I'm afraid he won't be able to deceive me this time. Fortunately, you came here today, otherwise he might have succeeded. Li Ming nodded. Judging from the situation, Zhang Wenhai was probably planning to take down Tan Qingqing tonight. Li Ming was a little curious about what Zhang Wenhai's expression would be like if he saw him. Tan Qingqing held up the phone and handed it to Li Ming. Li Ming thought about it and replied with okay. He planned to meet this old bastard in person, but he needed Tan Qingqing's cooperation, so he asked tentatively. Ms. Tan, since he's not being honest, I plan to deal with him today. Can you cooperate with me? I'll secretly record his words and use them as evidence to get him out of office tomorrow. Is that convenient for you? Li Ming thought about it and decided that it would be best if he could record evidence, but it didn't really matter if he couldn't. Corrupt elements like him would be easily found out. However, he still wanted to see Zhang Wenhai's furious expression. Tan Qingqing nodded in agreement without hesitation. If she could help Li Ming, she was happy to do so. Besides, Zhang Wenhai had been plotting against her for a long time, and she already hated him deeply. Now that she could bring him down, she was naturally happy. Moreover, she could also witness Li Ming's power, killing two birds with one stone. Li Ming looked at the time. There was still some distance from Tianyi Villa to City S, so it was a good time to set off now. So Li Ming directly called Tan Qingqing to set off with him immediately. Tan Qingqing took the time to wash her face and put on some makeup, and in a few seconds her face, which had just been stained by tears, was restored to the image of an exquisite and successful woman, which made Li Ming marvel at her. Li Ming did not drive his car, but got into Tan Qingqing's convertible sports car with her. After getting on the road, Tan Qingqing stepped on the accelerator. The clear push on his back made Li Ming unable to help but reach out the window. I heard that when the car is going fast enough, if you feel the wind resistance outside the window with your hands, you can feel the feel of the hands of women of different sizes according to the speed. 20 miles per hour is A, 40 miles per hour is B, and 60 miles per hour is C. But now, with one kick from Tan Qingqing, he can reach at least 100 miles per hour. Isn't that huge potential? But when Li Ming stretched out his hand, he only felt the cool and damp evening breeze, with a hint of earthy fragrance. It might rain, Li Ming murmured. It should be. It hasn't rained for a long time. The weather has been very hot recently. Tan Qingqing was driving the car, and her high-slit cheongsam exposed her entire thigh to Li Ming's sight. The first time he saw her legs, Li Ming felt that they were even longer than the welcoming pine trees in the Jade Tower. Not only were they slender, but her skin was also very good, white and delicate. Three big words involuntarily emerged in Li Ming's mind. Legs play year. If these legs were covered with black stockings, with the black and white intersecting, one light and one dark, wouldn't it be so fascinating? I don't know how she maintains her skin. Her legs are even better than her face. Li Ming was amazed. No wonder Zhang Wenhai cares about her so much. Tan Qingqing was concentrating on driving and didn't notice his gaze. The car was a little quiet, so she took the initiative to speak. Warden Li, how should I introduce you to the dinner party later? Li Ming came back to his senses after hearing this, pinched his chin and thought for a moment before replying. Just say, I'm your driver. I can't speak. I'm a mute. I was worried it would be unsafe for you to drive at night, so I came here to pick you up. Zhang Wenhai called me today and heard my voice. If I speak, this old fox might notice. I'll keep quiet and wait and see what tricks he has. Li Ming clapped his hands and secretly applauded his own sudden inspiration. Tan Qingqing couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Mute? How can that work? Isn't that a bit fake? What if he tells you to wait outside and then talk to me alone? I can't refuse him. Li Ming smiled faintly and continued nonchalantly. Then just say I'm deaf and dumb. He can't really kick me out, right? Don't worry, it's okay if we get caught. This old fox is very clever. We're just testing his intentions and seeing if we can secretly record him. If we get caught, forget it. I'll naturally find a way to deal with him. You don't have to be afraid. I'm here. Li Ming thought that if the old fox Zhang Wenhai found out something, he would not play along with him. Whether it was literary or physical, Li Ming could control him perfectly. As long as he is sure that Zhang Wenhai is not a good person, then he can just wait to be punished. Tan Qingqing felt relieved after hearing Li Ming's confident words. Although she had some money, when dealing with powerful people, sometimes money was really not easy to use. Soon, Tan Chengqing and Li Ming arrived in City S, just in time. Just as they were about to drive to the Jade Building, another message arrived. Tan Chengqing picked up the phone, took a look at it, then frowned and handed it to Li Ming. Ms. Tan, the warden of Black Mountain Prison is currently at the Mingdu Hotel. You can come directly here. We are all family, and what you want to do will be no problem. We are waiting for you here. Box 1801 of the Mingdu Hotel. Li Ming stared at the message on his phone and smiled knowingly. As expected, we've moved to a hotel. Looks like this is going to be a Hongmin banquet. Let's go? Let's go? Let's see what he's up to. I'll drive. Li Ming got out of the car and exchanged seats with Tan Chengqing, then drove straight to Mingdu Hotel. The Mingdu Hotel is a landmark building in S City. It's a multi-story building with luxurious decor. It's a popular destination for international tourists. It offers a wide range of dining, accommodation, shopping, entertainment, and even foot massage services. It's considered a high-end hotel. Li Ming drove the car to the parking lot, and a staff member came to help park the car. After parking the car, Tan Chengqing walked in front and Li Ming walked behind, and they went to box 1801 under the guidance of the staff. It can be called a private room, but in fact it is a large suite. The interior is exactly the same as a hotel room, except that there is a large table with small amounts of beautiful and exquisite dishes, and, most importantly, drinks on it. The door was not closed, so Tan Chengqing knocked on it. Zhang Wenhai came out to greet us. Chapter 62 Middle Age. When Zhang Wenhai saw the beautiful, sexy, and graceful Tan Chengqing at the door, he immediately came over. Miss Tan, you're here? Please come in. The Black Mountain Prison Warden, Li Mingli, is in there. We're all family. Don't worry, I'll take care of your sister. Zhang Wenhai was so attentive to Tan Chengqing that she almost laughed out loud. Warden Li Mingli is in there? Then who's behind me? Even Li Ming couldn't help laughing at this time. Li Ming is in there. Then who am I? However, he was now playing the role of a deaf-mute person, so he definitely couldn't laugh out loud. He had to hold back his laughter and followed Tan Chengqing into the room. Zhang Wenhai was a little surprised that Li Ming followed in, and asked Tan Chengqing tentatively, "Who is this friend?" Tan Chengqing glanced at Li Ming, took a deep breath, and introduced him to Zhang Wenhai. "Director Zhang, this is my cousin, and he's my driver now. He's deaf and dumb, and he's worried about me, so he'll pick me up after this. Don't worry, I asked him to leave his hearing aid in the car, so he can't hear us talking." Oh, cousin. Hello, please come in." Zhang Wenhai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and led the two to the dining table inside. At that moment, a man dressed identically to Zhang Wenhai emerged from the restroom. He was also wearing a black executive jacket, slicked back hair, shiny leather shoes, and a bulging belly. He looked like a domineering figure, so fat that his breathing sounded like snoring, like a pig. As soon as this person came out of the bathroom, Zhang Wenhai introduced him to him. "Xiao Li, this is Tan Chengqing's sister, Tan Chengqing. Let's go to the table, and eat and talk. Xiao Li and I are in the same boat, and I was the one who promoted her. That's why I said that only I can handle your sister's affairs." Zhang Wenhai patted the shoulder of the pregnant Xiao Li and showed off to Tan Chengqing. Upon hearing this, Tan Chengqing immediately cooperated. "Director Zhang, you are very powerful. My sister depends entirely on you." Zhang Wenhai nodded with satisfaction, opened another bottle of white wine, poured a full glass, and handed it to Tan Chengqing. "Miss Tan, this is your first meeting with Xiao Li, so you should give a toast to Warden Li. Ask him to take good care of your sister. If he can take care of her during the procedural period, your sister will have a better time in prison." Zhang Wenhai gestured with his eyes narrowed. Tan Chengqing naturally understood what Zhang Wenhai meant. She was not afraid of drinking too much, because Li Ming was by her side, but she really could not hold her liquor well. If she drank this Tuoyang cup of white wine in one gulp, she would have to lie down in a while. But she thought of Li Ming's secret recording plan, so she gritted her teeth and picked up the wine glass. "Warden Li, nice to meet you. I'd like to offer you a toast. Thank you for taking care of my sister." After saying that, Tan Chengqing drank the full glass of white wine in one gulp. Seeing this, Zhang Wenhai became even happier and quickly poured another glass for Tan Chengqing. "Miss Tan, your sister's situation is simple, but it's also incredibly difficult. It's definitely illegal. We're taking such a huge risk, shouldn't you be grateful for that?" Zhang Wenhai pushed the wine glass in front of Tan Chengqing and hinted. After drinking a glass of white wine, Tan Chengqing felt a little dizzy, but she still gritted her teeth and picked up the glass again. "Director Zhang is right. I have no way to repay you. I'll do it." As she spoke, she drank up all the liquor without leaving a drop. Tan Chengqing was drunk and could no longer stand, so he fell into a chair. Zhang Wenhai was very excited when he saw this. but he still poured another glass for Tan Chungcheng. Miss Tan, I'm a big drinker. Don't worry, I'll take care of getting your sister out of prison. As long as you drink this glass of wine, I'll release your sister from prison tomorrow pending trial. I'll take her out of prison first, so she won't have to suffer in prison, right? Li Ming couldn't help himself when he heard this. Zhang Wenhai was so excessive that he just poured wine for them. The two of them didn't drink a single sip, but Tan Chungcheng had already drunk 2 glasses by herself. Looking at her condition, if she has another drink, she will have to lie down. Li Ming was about to step forward to stop him, but Tan Chungcheng somehow found the strength to hold down Li Ming's hand, then quickly picked up the wine glass and poured it into his mouth. After 3 glasses of white wine, Tan Chungcheng was completely drunk. She leaned on the chair and was unconscious. Her face was flushed. Her delicate makeup and the blush on her face made her look like a blooming flower. Just looking at it made one want to pick it, crush it, taste it, and eat it. Li Ming felt more pity for Tan Chungcheng when he saw her like this. Zhang Wenhai couldn't help but feel happy when he saw that Tan Chungcheng had already passed out without any persuasion. But there is a living person named Li Ming at the table. He rolled his eyes and winked at the big-bellied Shaoli. The big belly immediately understood, took a sip of white wine, and staggered towards Li Ming. He came to Li Ming and put his arm around Li Ming's shoulders. Brother, I need to pee urgently. I drank too much. Please help me and help me go to the bathroom. As soon as Daduzi finished speaking, Zhang Wenhai observed Li Ming's reaction. He saw that Li Ming's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard what Dadu said, and he looked confused. He finally put his doubts to rest. It seemed that this person was really deaf-mute. Moreover, with such beauty before him, his blood was boiling. He just wanted to eat this tempting flower quickly, so he spoke directly. He can't hear or speak, he's deaf-mute. You drag him into the bathroom and close the door. Then I'll carry this woman next door. If he gets anxious and wants to find Tan Chungcheng, you stop him. Half an hour will be enough. A mute person probably can't call the police. By the time he gets to the police station, I'm done for. When Tan Chungcheng wakes up tomorrow, she won't say anything. As long as she wants to save her sister, she has to listen to me. Ha! Break her virginity. Let her be so naive with me again. Zhang Wenhai laughed as he spoke, but his eyes never left Li Ming's face, trying to find some flaws on his face. But he was destined to be disappointed. Although Li Ming heard everything clearly, his expression did not change at all. He still looked at the big-bellied Xiao Li on his shoulder with confusion, mumbling some incomprehensible nonsense. Seeing this, Zhang Wenhai finally felt relieved. Since there was no reaction after such a test, it must not be fake. Only then did he reveal a sinister and obscene smile, admiring the drunk Tan Chungcheng sitting on the chair. She leaned against the chair, her chest holding the Chongsim tightly, and her waist was so tight that it could not be grasped. Her 2 long legs were pressed together and fell to the side. Her snow-white thighs seemed to glow, dazzling his eyes. He couldn't wait to tear it open to see what was inside. Thinking about how Tan Chungcheng had walked away without giving him face last time, and now she was delivered to his door and allowed to be manipulated by him. Zhang Wenhai was already very excited. Middle-aged people are no longer free from their own desires, and at his age, the situation is even more serious. He lost interest in the tigress at home years ago. Even the pleasures of going out and having fun, and the beautiful girls in the entertainment clubs showing off their skills, only barely gave him a sense of his youth. But Tan Chungcheng was different. Ever since he first saw her, her white slim-fitting dress had been deeply imprinted in his heart. Whenever he thought of it, his body actually felt a little impulsive. Moreover, Tan Chungcheng's temperament reminded him of the white moonlight whom he loved but could not have when he was young. He was determined to get Tan Chungcheng, even if it meant taking a risky move. If it weren't for Li Ming, the kid in Black Mountain Prison, who wouldn't cooperate, he would have really wanted to get her sister out. Maybe Tan Chungcheng would be so grateful that she would give herself to him, making up for his regrets from the past. What a pity. He waved his hand at his big belly and gave a direct order. Drag that guy into the bathroom and lock him up. You go in with him and stop him. I'll call you out when I'm done. Hurry up. I can't wait. I finally got my hands on this little beauty. Ha! Zhang Wenhai stretched out his claws and rubbed them, ready to attack Tan Chungcheng. Just then, Chapter 63 You Say It. Just then, Li Ming calmly took out his cell phone from his pocket, which had the recording function already turned on. He also took a close-up of the stunned Zhang Wenhai. Zhang Wenhai's eyes were filled with horror, and he quickly raised his hands to cover his face, but it was too late. With a click, Zhang Wenhai's terrified expression appeared on Li Ming's phone. You, what are you doing? Quickly grab this dumb phone. While Zhang Wenhai ordered Daduzi to grab his cell phone, he also rushed forward. But how could these 2 bloated beasts snatch the goods from Li Ming, who had the physique of a special forces soldier? Li Ming took a step back, causing Zhang Wenhai to lose his target and fall to the ground. The big-bellied man also had a ferocious look on his face and was about to crush Li Ming with a bear hug. Li Ming was not panicked. He just caught the man's arm and made a slight mistake. With a sound of bones snapping, the man's arm was easily removed by Li Ming. Then the man rolled on the ground, wailing in pain while holding his arm, and could no longer stand up. When Zhang Wenhai saw that Dadu was subdued so easily by Li Ming, he swallowed in horror and did not continue to attack. Instead, he forced himself to calm down. Big Belly is the security captain of their administration and also his brother-in-law. He was promoted by him. He used to be a gangster. Even he couldn't withstand Li Ming's attack, let alone his old arms and legs. Zhang Wenhai slowly smiled and tested Li Ming. Hey brother, you're not deaf or dumb, are you? Let's be frank. I want to buy your phone. Name your price. Zhang Wenhai's forehead was covered in cold sweat, which dripped down his face to the ground. He didn't bother to wipe it off, but just smiled nervously at Li Ming. Director Zhang, how much are you going to pay for my cell phone? This is the latest model and very expensive. Li Ming looked at Zhang Wenhai with a smile and said sarcastically. Now that he had the evidence, he stopped pretending. Thanks to Tan Xingqing's cooperation, after 3 glasses of white wine, Zhang Wenhai's true nature was exposed. Little brother, go ahead and tell me what you want. I admit defeat today. This phone is useless to you. It's better to exchange it for some money. You are still young and have a bright future. Don't try to blackmail or set up a trap. Why don't you take the money and enjoy your life? We can live in peace and I won't retaliate against you. You can take this woman with you too. Just pretend I never came today. What do you think? Seeing that Li Ming was just looking at him with a sarcastic smile, Zhang Wenhai's heart trembled again, and he added with a turn of his eyes. And Miss Tan's sister. I did this for her free of charge. Consider it my apology to Miss Tan. I just want your phone. If you have any other requests, you can tell me. I, Zhang Wenhai, still have some influence in S City. I just don't want to end up in a situation where everyone gets hurt. Don't make a mistake, little brother. Zhang Wenhai spoke to Li Ming in a tone that was half negotiating and half threatening. But Li Ming sneered, and in front of Zhang Wenhai, he moved his fingers slightly and sent out the recording and photos he had just recorded, and also thoughtfully marked the hotel room number. It wasn't until I received Lin Shi's reply with the OK emoticon on my phone that I put my phone away. Zhang Wenhai didn't know what Li Ming had done. Seeing that Li Ming still didn't answer, he made up his mind and a fierce look flashed across his face. He took a knife from the table and quickly ran towards the drunk Tan Changqing. He knew that this guy would not give up today. He could not be threatened by him unilaterally, so he had to threaten him with Tan Changqing. As for the consequences, he had no time to think at this moment. If the recording was leaked, his fate would not be good either. But although Zhang Wenhai had a good idea, his legs and feet just couldn't keep up with the pace. When Li Ming saw him running towards Tan Changqing, he did not chase him. Instead, he picked up a chair from the ground and threw it out. The chair seemed to be equipped with automatic navigation, and it hit Zhang Wenhai's back accurately, knocking Zhang Wenhai to the ground with a thud. The dinner knife in his hand also flew out of his hand, and no one knew where it went. Zhang Wenhai, whose old arms and legs were frail, was hit so hard that he could no longer get up. He lay on the ground wailing like his brother-in-law. Have mercy, little brother. Don't hit me. Just tell me what you want. How can I know what you want if you don't tell me? Ouch, my waist. Seeing that Zhang Wenhai was completely unable to stand up, Li Ming pulled a chair and sat next to him, then slowly spoke. Director Zhang, can't you recognize my voice? We just talked on the phone today. You are so forgetful. Zhang Wenhai lay on the ground, clutching his lower back, not daring to move. But after hearing what Li Ming said, he seemed to remember something. His eyes widened, and he finally uttered a name that even he couldn't believe. Li Ming? You are Li Ming? Li Ming, the warden of Montenegro prison? Oh my god, it's over. It's all over. Zhang Wenhai's face was ashen, and he had completely lost all hope of getting lucky. After hanging up the phone with Li Ming today, he immediately started asking around for information about this little bastard Li Ming. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere, without any roots or connections. No one in any of the organizations he was familiar with had any reference to Li Ming. But how could someone so young, such a young man, who could hold the position of warden, be unknown? Unless he comes by airdrop. Zhang Wenhai was shocked by his own thoughts. He'd been in office for years, practically untethered within the prison system, doing plenty of things that could have cost him his life. And at this critical juncture, a warden suddenly appeared, parachuted in from nowhere. He couldn't help but think. The more Zhang Wenhai thought about it, the more scared he became. He didn't continue to try to establish a relationship with Li Ming, but instead chose to take a risk and find someone to impersonate Li Ming. Then, He tricked Tan Chengcheng and got her drunk. That way he could get what he wanted. She wouldn't dare do anything. After all, her sister was still in prison. But now Li Ming suddenly appeared in front of him and recorded the audio to keep as evidence. Zhang Wenhai felt like the sky was falling. Have mercy, Warden Li, my ancestors. Please forgive me and treat me like a piece of shit. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Li Ming looked at Zhang Wenhai, who was throwing a tantrum and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, but smiled coldly. What are you talking about, Director Zhang? Didn't you say you wanted to come and have a meal with me and get close to me? Why are you being so distant now? Director Zhang, you should get up and eat something. It's such a good meal. What a waste if you don't eat a single bite. You won't be able to eat this food in prison when you get there. I advise you to get up and eat something hot before the people who take you away arrive, so you won't be hungry in the detention center tonight. Chapter 64. Take me. Zhang Wenhai's expression changed again and again when he heard Li Ming say this, but he finally lost his temper. He looked at the imposing Li Ming in front of him and said bitterly, Kid, don't be too happy. I did get screwed today, but don't think you're a sure winner. The evidence you secretly recorded isn't necessarily legal, and whether it can be used as evidence is still up for debate. I'm the director after all. Do you think I'll just give in by scare me? Dream on. Don't forget, this is my territory. Going against me? Be careful. Zhang Wenhai's tone was cold, and the threat was evident in his words. If it were someone else, they might really be intimidated by Zhang Wenhai, but this time he chose the wrong person. Li Ming smiled faintly, unconcerned, even scratching his ears. Did Zhang Wenhai really think he couldn't deal with him without the recording? The recording was just a pretext to punish him. He probably didn't know what Lin Shi's father did. He ate at the same table with his father. If he told him, Zhang Wenhai would definitely piss his pants. Lin Shi became the deputy warden, not because she could only be the deputy warden, but because she did not use her father's name to break the rules, but rose step by step, unlike him, who was arranged to be the warden by Old Li with a transfer order. When Li Ming was unconscious as a child, he played with several children, including Lin Shi. These people were born to be free from the rules. Good education should make them not to break the rules easily, not that they cannot. Li Ming's father had told him, if you can shine in your position, make contributions, and have the ability, strength, and courage, you can take any position you want. People won't accuse you of breaking the rules. Instead, they will support you, respect you, and love you. The key is not that you break the rules, but what you achieve by breaking the rules. When he was a child, Li Ming seemed to understand it, but now he has some understanding of it. Li Ming didn't have to wait long before a burst of hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Then a group of people rushed in from the doorway of the room. Leading the group were two men wearing navy blue uniforms with distinctive badges on their chests. They walked into the room, glanced around, and then walked towards Li Ming. Hello, you must be Warden Li Ming. I'm Supervisor Li Tao, and this is my colleague, Guoshan. We've been ordered to investigate Zhang Wenhai's case. Thank you, Warden Li, for providing the evidence. Now leave it to us. I'll take these two people with me. Li Ming shook hands with them and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. You can take the person away. If you need my cooperation, you can call me. Okay, Warden Li, goodbye. The two men acted decisively. They entered the room, said hello, and left with the stunned Zhang Wenhai and his brother-in-law. When Zhang Wenhai saw the two inspectors enter the room, he lost his previous arrogance and didn't even have the strength to resist. He allowed them to drag him away. Before leaving, he turned back and looked at Li Ming in confusion and fear. His eyes seemed to ask, why the inspectors? Why the inspectors? Who are you? Supervision, a special department responsible for supervising and reviewing officials at all levels of the Dragon Kingdom. The highest person in charge is Lin Aigua. Li Ming sent Zhang Wenhai away, then returned to the table and looked at Tan Chengcheng, who was drunk. At this time, Tan Chengcheng no longer cared about her image. She had kicked her high heels aside at some point, revealing her fair and pink feet. Looking up, Li Ming saw her slender, white legs exposed. She had unbuttoned several of her cheongsam buttons herself. Her long, swan neck collar was incredibly beautiful. Her face tilted to the side, the neckline so deep that the valley was invisible. Li Ming didn't dare to look inside closely. They were a man and a woman alone, and he was afraid that he couldn't control himself. Letting Tan Chengcheng lean on the chair was not a long-term solution. Li Ming looked at the big bed in the room, chanted Amit Ba in his heart, and then picked up Tan Chengcheng horizontally. He took 2 steps at a time and carefully placed it on the bed. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and sat beside it. Tan Chengcheng was so drunk that I couldn't carry her away, so I decided to let her sleep here for one night. Li Ming was just about to go to the next room to rest, but Tan Chengcheng may have felt Li Ming holding her and woke up slightly. Li Ming, are you awake? How do you feel? Do you want to vomit? Li Ming asked hurriedly. Just now, Tan Chengqing drank so much alcohol in a row so that he could record evidence of his crime. Li Ming knew that he was indeed indebted to her, so he became closer to her. I'm fine, just dizzy. Where's Zhang Wenhai? Tan Chengqing sat up shakily, leaned against the headboard, and asked. He was taken away by the supervisors. Don't worry, he will get what he deserves. Li Ming explained with a smile. Oh, that's good. Li Ming, you will fulfill your promise and make my sister live more comfortably in prison. Tan Chengqing became a little more sober, but only slightly. At this moment, her pretty face was still flushed, and a smile appeared unconsciously at the corners of her mouth. Her movements were also extremely slow, and her hands sank down for a long time, and she couldn't lift them up. It was obvious that she was still drunk. Yes, don't worry. I won't let her do the work in the factory. I will arrange a sinecure for her when I return. But you still have to do her work and let her accept the reality. Li Ming also leaned against the head of the bed with his hands behind his head, thinking about how to arrange it when he returned. It's not just Tan Chengqing, there's also Wang Xin. After all, she has an extra relationship with me, so I might as well arrange a leisurely job for her together, which would also be considered taking care of her. Upon hearing this, Tan Chengqing nodded, tilted her body, and lay in Li Ming's arms. It was not known whether it was intentional or the effect of alcohol. Li Ming, my sister and I have depended on each other for so many years. She and I are one person. I would rather let her suffer than suffer on my own. Now that she can't get out in the short term, I leave everything to you. When Li Ming saw Tan Chengqing falling on him, he hurriedly supported her. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Well, Miss Tan, you helped me so much today, I will definitely not treat it as nothing happened, so you can rest assured. I will also arrange for your sister to participate in the sentence reduction activities. The most important thing is her charge of financial fraud. If this charge can be removed, she really won't have to spend many years in prison. Li Ming pondered. However, he knows nothing about litigation. Well, you organize the files and evidence from the previous sentencing, and then I'll find you a lawyer. Then you can talk to her and see if we can overturn your sister's conviction. When Tan Chengqing heard this, gratitude filled her eyes, and she nodded obediently. She felt that Li Ming's appearance brought her hope, and she unconsciously wanted to listen to him. You must know a great lawyer. The one we hired for a large sum of money made solemn promises to us before the trial, but afterwards said the evidence was irrefutable and there was nothing to argue for. We could only wait and see what the court would decide. I felt like he was an undercover agent sent by the enemy. He didn't even get a single year of his 25-year sentence reduced. There's a lawyer like that? Show her his contact information. Maybe this is the breakthrough point. I think it's very likely. Tan Chengqing nodded again. She had also had suspicions, but she had no time to investigate. She was busy all day trying to get her sister out. The room suddenly became quiet. Tan Chengqing was supported by Li Ming and leaned against the head of the bed, and the two sat side by side. At this time, Li Ming thought of the famous female lawyer in his memory who was powerful and influential. She was also his ex-girlfriend, Su Qinghuan, who had fought her way through countless girls and won the first blood. Just as Li Ming was still recalling every moment he had spent with her, Tan Chengqing's voice suddenly rang out in the quiet room. Li Ming, you take me. Chapter 65 Lin Igua. At the same time, in the Montenegro women's prison, the deputy warden's office. Lin she hung up the phone with her mother, changed into her pajamas, and lay on the bed thinking about the conversation between her mother and her. First, as usual, I asked about her life, whether she was eating well, whether she was unhappy, and whether she wanted to change jobs. Then he started to blame her for being unable to get over it and ended up in the prison system. She couldn't go home all day and it felt like she was in jail. After complaining, he started to care about her love life and mentioned Li Ming, asking if her relationship with Li Ming had improved. Finally, he lectured her again, forcing great truths into her little head. He said that she was just like her father. One was an old antique, the other a small antique. After receiving a round of love from his old mother, Lin she finally hung up the phone. His eyes were dull, as if he had been devastated, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. As expected, only those closest to her can break down her defenses. The cold deputy warden's image during the day is gone. Without that uniform, she is just a young girl, budding, waiting for someone to appreciate her and let her bloom into the most beautiful red flower in the world. Could this person be Li Ming? She didn't know. Suddenly, Lin Shi, who was lost in thought, was brought back to his senses by the rapid ringing of his cell phone. She took the phone and looked at it, then immediately sat up straight in bed. The finger pressed slowly, and the call was connected. Hey, Dad, are you done with your work? Lin Shi's voice sounded somewhat excitedly. Well, I'm free now, so I'm calling you to chat. I was in a meeting just now and didn't have time to chat. You don't usually call me, and Li Ming's father always makes fun of my little cotton-padded jacket that's leaking. A man's voice came from the phone. The voice was full of magnetism and the pressure of a superior. Although he was speaking to his daughter, having held a high position for so long, he had already made this way of speaking instinctive, a way of intimidating without even getting angry. It was much more powerful than the aura of coercion given by Li Ming's system. Dad, I'm not afraid that you're busy and it affects your work. Just call me when you're free. I don't have anything to do, so I can always answer the phone. Lin Shi's voice was a little shy. In front of her father, she was always the child who never grew up. Ha ha ha, Xiaoxi, do you miss Daddy? We haven't seen each other for a while. Last time you came to City A to pick up that little bastard Li Ming, you didn't even mention your daddy. I even specifically told them that if you came, no matter what I was doing, to come in and inform him immediately, but you didn't come. You don't miss Daddy, but Daddy still misses you. The man's voice was as gentle as possible, and he rarely lowered his armor, revealing the love in his heart that had never diminished in the slightest. Dad, I miss you too. I didn't go to your place because I was afraid of delaying your work. You are doing big things. Mom and I know that you have us in your heart, and that's enough. Lin, she said to the phone with a look of reverence. Alas, girl, you have been so sensible since you were young, just like your brother used to be. If your brother were still alive, he could take care of you and your mother for me. The man's voice suddenly became low, evoking an indelible pain in his heart. Dad, my brother is also a man who does great things. Although he died, he was glorious. If one day the people need me, I will not hesitate. Lin, she said with a serious face. Hey, girl, stop talking nonsense. If you die again, how will your mother and I live? Just be quiet. I shouldn't have let you go down this path. Go to prison. Really, you are a little girl. You should just enjoy your youth, and then find someone you like and live a peaceful and ordinary life. Why do you have to go down this path? You are as stubborn as your brother, the man said dissatisfiedly. By the way, how are you and that little bastard Li Ming getting along? Do you have any ideas? I watched this kid grow up. He doesn't have any big ambitions. If nothing unexpected happens, he can give you a stable life. Besides, he's not a bad person by nature. I'm quite optimistic about him. Your Uncle Li doesn't want him to have too much contact with others. He only has this one son, and just like me, he just wants the child to live a stable life. I think it's just right for you two to be together. The man smiled again and asked mischievously. Oh, Dad, don't worry about this for now. This kind of thing will not have results in a few days. You should worry about the big things. I will just let things take their course with this little thing of mine. Lin, she blushed a little. She had just been urged by her mother, and now she was urged by her father again. She was still young, so why was she in such a hurry? It doesn't matter whether it's a big deal or a small deal. My precious daughter's lifelong happiness is also a big deal. You should get along well with that little bastard and try to take him home with us during the new year. Let Mr. and Mrs. Li be so envious that they die. Ha ha ha. The man couldn't help laughing when he thought of that scene. Oh, Dad, we haven't even started dating yet. Don't talk nonsense. Lin, she blushed. She and Li Ming had only known each other for a few days after they grew up. So how come they were talking about family matters? By the way, Dad, have you dealt with the Zhang Wenhai issue? Lin, she quickly changed the subject. She didn't want her father to tease her about her relationship problems. Hee, Dad is waiting to hold his grandson. You should hurry up. Remember that your mom and I cut the Gordian knot and made a decision immediately to get together. Why are you still shy in front of Dad? You don't have to worry about Zhang Wenhai's matter. I'll ask the people below to take care of it. These are all small matters. You are the big deal. The man smiled, and of course he would not be fooled by Lin Shi, this little girl. She was still young. Oh, Dad, I'm sleepy. I have to go to bed. Let's talk again when we're free. Bye. Lin Shi was so embarrassed that she had to hang up the phone. If her father continued to talk to her, she would blush like a boiled crab. Although her father couldn't see through the phone, she knew too well how powerful he was. He could guess what she was thinking. If they continued chatting, he would discover all the little secrets in her heart. She didn't want anything to happen between her and Li Ming so hastily. At most, they were still in the probation period. On the other end, Lin Aigua, whose daughter hung up the phone, put away his phone with a smile on his face. The moment he turned around, the kind and friendly look on his face was gone. His face was serious, with a slightly furrowed brow, and his expression was like a lion hunting, ferocious and alert, with his eyes wide open, just like an angry King Kong, and like a roaring lion, arrogant and domineering. He turned around and pushed open the door of the conference room. Inside, dozens of so-called high-ranking officials who were respected by the public were all shocked. They all stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Aigua in front of them. Hello, Chief. Well, Sorry for wasting everyone's time. Let's get on with the meeting. On the other side, in the Mingdu Hotel. Chapter 66 Choice. Li Ming, you take me. Tan Qingqing's voice was clear and pleasant, and it carried a decisive tone when it reached Li Ming's ears, startling Li Ming so much that he stood up from the bed. Miss Tan, what did you say? Li Ming swallowed his saliva. Tan Chengcheng was leaning against the head of the bed at this time. Several buttons on the chest of her cheongsam had been undone at some point, revealing a large area of snow-white and black lace underwear. Her eyes were firm. Although she was drunk, she was not unconscious. She looked at Li Ming, who escaped from the bed, and smiled slightly. Li Ming, I'm not drunk, I'm sober. You're helping my sister, and you're helping me. How can I feel at ease if you don't want anything? I've known since I was a child that everything requires an equivalent exchange. No one will be nice to you for no reason. If you don't want money and you don't want me, I really don't have anything to repay you with. And you're very handsome, and you suit my taste. If I give it to you, I won't lose out. I'm 31 this year and still haven't had a boyfriend. Isn't that useless? Tan Chengcheng lowered her head shyly. If she hadn't been drunk and wanted to kill her, she wouldn't have said such blunt words. Or, do you dislike me because I'm too old? Because I don't have a good figure? Because I'm not pretty? Li Ming felt his blood boiling as he listened to Tan Qingqing's questions. How could he dislike Tan Chengqing? From the first time he saw her, he had been stunned by her straight, slender legs that looked like works of art. Moreover, she had a face that was no less than that of a star and a perfect body proportion. There was simply no flaw to be found. Even her voice is full of temptation. She is simply the most beautiful woman in the world. But how could he mess around with Tan Chengqing? Whether it was Yang Yang, the prison doctor of Qingcheng Prison, or Wang Exine, a prisoner, they both offered themselves voluntarily without asking for any status. It was only under the threat of the mission that Li Ming ate the two women. Moreover, Yang Yang and Wang Exine were still under his control, and their relationship would not be spread out. But how could he dare to provoke Tan Chengcheng, who had an innocent identity? You have to know that he became the warden because his father asked him to come here for a blind date with Lin Shi. He was so promiscuous, sleeping with women everywhere and being affectionate with everyone. If his father knew about it, he would definitely break his legs. Li Ming was about to refuse. With a ding sound, the content of the task appeared in his mind out of thin air. Special mission, choice. It is up to you to choose the path you want to take. 1. If you reject Tan Qingqing's invitation, you will no longer receive tasks, lose the task system, be deprived of your existing skills, and continue to be a second-generation official, living a mediocre life. 2. Accept Tan Qingqing's invitation, look directly at your heart, and want what you want. The mission system will continue to be available. Mission reward, storage space, 10 cubic meters in size. Li Ming looked at the series of tasks that appeared and fell into deep thought. This was his first time encountering such a special mission. Could he choose for himself? Would he accept Tan Qingqing's kindness and continue to possess it, or would he become an ordinary person again if he refused? If you ask him if he wants to have a casual affair with Tan Chengcheng, he definitely wants to. Not only him, but which man doesn't want to? A beauty of this level, sitting in front of you with disheveled clothes, extending an invitation to you. Unless you like men, who can resist such temptation? He understood the mission, and he wanted to face his true heart. But who could be alone and free from worries? He was born destined not to act recklessly like ordinary people. His identity not only represents himself, but also his parents and his supporters who love him. Even his enemies abroad are watching him. If he gets into some scandal that he can't control, it's okay if he's embarrassed himself, but he will definitely bring shame to his parents. But as for whether Tan Chengcheng could be moved, Li Ming knew in his heart that it was likely possible, and it could even be considered a deal. It was just that he simply didn't want to become like Zhang Wenhai. While Li Ming was frantically weighing the options in his mind, Tan Chengcheng on the bed saw that Li Ming did not answer and just stood there with a serious expression. Without any hesitation, she stood up shakily, unbuttoned the few remaining buttons on her chest with her delicate hands, and the cheongsam slowly slipped off her body. Tan Chengcheng, wearing black lace underwear, stood in front of Li Ming. She placed her palm on Li Ming's cheek and spoke slowly. Don't hesitate. I don't need you to be responsible. I am willing. Li Ming wants me. Li Ming came back to her senses and looked at the sincere eyes of Tan Chengcheng in front of her. She suddenly thought of Wang Xin in the psychological counseling room, who had the same eyes, and Yang Yang in the bathtub, who also looked at him with such affection that day. Did I enjoy it at first? Was I forced into it by the system? No, he wasn't. He liked it, he wanted it. He was just using the system mission as a fig leaf, an excuse to shirk responsibility. He thoroughly enjoyed it. Even the second and third time with Wang Xin and Yang Yang. he was even more addicted. Without the pressure of a mission, he still enjoyed it. Li Ming suddenly understood. Maybe it wasn't the mission that made him what he is now, but he is just like that. Li Ming smiled slightly, slowly picked up Tan Chengcheng by the waist, and feeling the touch of Tan Chengcheng's smooth skin, Li Ming walked towards the bed step by step firmly. Li Ming was dreaming again. In the dream, those ferocious-looking tiger-headed monsters were staring at the delicacies under Li Ming's feet. The monsters couldn't help but rush forward and try to snatch his food. But he suddenly transformed into a giant tiger, even more ferocious and terrifying than those monsters, lying on the dining table. With a flick of its huge tail, countless delicacies were swept to the ground. The tiger-headed monsters, who had been so ferocious just a moment ago, all put away their fierce expressions and retreated with a fawning look on their faces, not even daring to glance at the delicious food that had fallen to the ground. Early the next morning, Li Ming slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Tan Chengcheng, who was still sleeping beside him. Her shoulders were exposed outside the quilt, and she was still holding Li Ming's arm. A few strands of her knotty hair blocked her eyes, and she frowned slightly, as if the physical discomfort she felt last night had not yet eased. Li Ming gently brushed away the loose hair on her face and looked at her stunning beauty, feeling a surge of pride in his heart. When he opened the reward for the task, a storage space of 10 cubic meters appeared in his mind. It was not too big, but not too small either. It was about the same size as the bathroom in his debauchery home. However, he was used to going everywhere empty-handed, so this space was dispensable. Just as Li Ming was still looking at the storage space, his cell phone suddenly rang. When Li Ming saw the name of the caller, his heart trembled. Pick up the phone quickly. The name that appeared on the phone screen was Dad. Chapter 67. Call me Chengcheng. Li Ming glanced guiltily at Tan Chengcheng, who was sleeping soundly beside him with her breasts half exposed. She was exhausted after tossing and turning until the early hours of the morning. She shouldn't have woken up so early. So Li Ming pulled his hand out of Tan Chengcheng's arms and answered the phone. Dad's voice came from the phone. Son, how is your job as a prison warden? If you have any difficulties, tell your father and he will help you. Old Li's voice was deep. Unlike Lin Igwa's intimidating and righteous voice, Old Li sounded a bit uninhibited and loved freedom. Dad, you've thrown me into jail. What else can I do? There's no difficulty at all. I've only been here for a few days. What difficulty could there be? Li Ming replied helplessly. That's good. As the saying goes, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, like a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son will dig holes. My son, Li Yutian, can easily become a small prison warden. Ha ha. Li Yutian laughed unrestrainedly and was very satisfied with Li Ming. Li Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he started to laugh along. Here it comes again. His father's narcissistic character can't be changed. Li Ming had no choice but to change the subject and ignore the old man's smug laughter. Dad, is there something wrong with you calling me? Upon hearing this, Li Yutian chuckled again and spoke. I was having dinner with your Uncle Lin this morning, and he told me you'd caught a corrupt official. I thought, my son has really made it big, so I have to call and offer my condolences. I hope you're not hurt. You're my only child, and if anything happens to you, your father, will die. Li Yutian pretended to be wronged and told Li Ming about his worries, which warmed Li Ming's heart. No matter what, his father always considered his safety first. He held him in his hands from childhood to adulthood, afraid that even a hair would fall from his head. Dad, I haven't lost a single hair. Don't worry. I am a grown man after all. With my skills, 3 or 2 people can't get close to me, you know. Li Ming also said with a smile. Just keep bragging. It's my fault too. I protected you too well before. Why don't you come to my place to practice someday? I'll ask your Uncle Wang to teach you a few tricks. And then I'll take you to see the troops so that you can broaden your horizons. Old Li said with a smile. Originally, Li Ming was joking with his father and didn't take it too seriously, but when he heard what his father said, Li Ming was suddenly shocked. Let me go to your place to train? And take me with you to broaden my horizons? Dad, you haven't been possessed by another spirit, have you? This isn't your character. All my life, you've never let me touch a gun, never let me go to the army, and you always change the channel when I see military programs on TV. Why are you suddenly changing today? This isn't like you. Li Ming was truly shocked. You know, Old Li had done everything he could to keep his beloved son living an ordinary life. How could he not be surprised when he suddenly changed his temper today? TSK, I just want you to broaden your horizons and learn a few tricks to avoid getting beaten. After all, you are a prison warden now. Do you think I want you to join the army? Don't even think about it. You are the only descendant of our Li family. It's good enough that we don't lock you up and continue the family line. Forget about the rest. Li Yutian strangled Li Ming's death in the cradle with just one sentence. Li Ming shrugged his shoulders. Sure enough, Dad is still Dad. Forget it. Thanks to you, I don't want to be a soldier. Being an officer is also good. Oh, it seems that my son has adapted well. Okay, work hard and Dad will give you a promotion. But don't forget to do your business. I heard that there is no progress between you and that girl Lin Shi. Li Yutian said with a smile. Dad has seen that girl Lin Shi. She's so pretty now. You two are a perfect match, and you always played together when you were little. Why not make a move now? Her dad and I are looking forward to having grandchildren. Hurry up and bring pregnant Lin Shi to our house for the new year, and let her dad sulk at home. Ha ha ha. As Li Yutian spoke, he couldn't help laughing out loud. He was so happy just thinking about it. Dad, do you have anything else to say? If you don't have anything else, I'm going to hang up. Li Ming covered his forehead with his hands. He really had no way to deal with his frivolous father. Hey, you little brat. Something's wrong. I'll send someone over in a few days to be your bodyguard, and you can pick her up then. Don't refuse. I'm worried about you being alone. You know your identity is special, and I don't want what happened to you as a child to happen again. I've put a lot of effort into choosing a personal bodyguard for you these past few days. She's just like your Uncle Wang, so treat her the same way I treat your Uncle Wang. This is an order, Li Yutian said to Li Ming seriously. He knew Li Ming didn't like having bodyguards around, but it was not up to him. Okay, that's it. She will contact you when the time comes. Her name is Huang Ying. After Li Yutian gave the order, he hung up the phone without giving Li Ming any chance to refuse. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the phone, Li Ming frowned. A personal bodyguard? Huang Ying. The name sounds like a female. Since I'm constantly triggering missions, it's really inconvenient to have more people around me. And now there is Tan Chengsheng lying next to him, who was just eaten. After that, I couldn't stop contacting her. If Huang Ying found out and reported it to Dad, and let Dad know that I didn't cultivate my relationship with Lin Shi properly, but was cheating on him, Dad would be furious. Li Ming rubbed his aching temples, but couldn't think of any good solution. Judging from my father's decisive personality, Huang Ying will probably contact him in the next 2 days, so I'm afraid I'll have to restrain myself. Li Ming was still thinking about what to do next, when Tan Chengsheng felt empty in her sleep, as if something was missing, which made her a little uneasy, so she forced herself to wake up from the dream. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Li Ming with a frown on his face. No wonder I felt empty. It turned out that Li Ming's arm, which I was hugging against his chest, was pulled back by him. She moved and stretched, but she had experienced a storm on her first trip to the sea and was almost torn apart by the wind and waves. When she moved, she felt a wave of soreness all over her body, and there was even a slight pain in some parts of her body. She couldn't help but cry out in pain. Li Ming. When Li Ming heard the sound, he noticed that Tan Chengsheng had woken up. Miss Tan, how are you? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Tan Chengsheng frowned, shook his head, moved his body slightly, and felt that the pain was not so severe. Then he looked at Li Ming with resentment and said, There's no one else here, and you still call me Miss Tan. Just call me Cheng Cheng. Li Ming was caught by Tan Chengsheng's charming glance, and he thought of the madness of last night again, and his blood rushed uncontrollably. Chapter 68, 6 Big Words. However, he knew that Tan Chengsheng's body could not withstand his torment now, so he had to take a deep breath to suppress the distracting thoughts. Cheng Cheng. Yeah, I'm fine. Tan Chengsheng covered her chest with her hands, picked up the clothes that had been thrown away last night from under her feet, and slowly put them on under Li Ming's gaze. Li Ming also swallowed his saliva, found his own clothes among the pile of clothes, and put them on. Soon, with the help of Li Ming, Tan Chengsheng finished dressing and returned to the image of the dignified and powerful woman she was yesterday. She looked at the scarlet spots on the white bed sheet, not knowing what to feel. She just asked the waiter for a pair of scissors, cut it off, and put it away. What are your plans for today? Let's go back to Tianyi Villa first. After Li Ming and the other man finished packing, he asked Tan Chengsheng. Well, Chengsheng's case files were all at the villa. I'm going to get them, and then I'll go to the prison with you to see Chengsheng. I haven't visited her these days since she was in prison because I was afraid of seeing her disappointed eyes. But now, Warden has become her secret brother-in-law, so I guess he won't make things difficult for our Chengsheng. Tan Chengsheng teased Li Ming, her face full of smiles. Ahem, I'm glad you can rest assured. I'll arrange it when I get back, but regarding our relationship, you'd better not. Li Ming hesitated to speak. Don't worry. Of course I won't say anything. This is just our little secret, and I won't tell Chengsheng either. Just continue to do your thing. But don't forget to help me find that great lawyer you mentioned. Tan Chengsheng gave him another resentful look. Well, let's go. Li Ming nodded and walked out of the hotel with Tan Chengsheng. Unexpectedly, the hotel that Zhang Wenhai had prepared for himself actually helped Li Ming. If they had not met here, but at the Jade Building, Tan Chengcheng would probably not have been so bold. It's not you who becomes chaotic after drinking. It's your own heart that becomes chaotic. Your inner desires are infinitely magnified, and the rationality that you usually use to resist desires is paralyzed by alcohol, making it impossible to fight back, and everything just happens. On the way, Li Ming drove the car at full speed and soon arrived at Tianyi Villa. Without letting Li Ming wait for long, Tan Chengxing came out with the information and handed it to Li Ming. Li Ming curiously opened it to check, and sure enough, the smuggled drugs were filmed with receiving videos, video recordings, audio recordings, photos, and even chat records with overseas drug dealers. Without special investigation, it would be difficult to obtain such complete and clear evidence. Not to mention bribery. When the big boss was investigated, he took the initiative to confess in order to get a reduced sentence. Every detail, every penny of money was clearly recorded. The key is the final financial fraud. According to Tan Chengcheng, someone approached them for cooperation and paid them a large amount of equity and franchise fees, but then turned around and sued them for fraud because the goods were seized for smuggling. The goods were sold out, and the boss was investigated. The money that person paid was wasted, and they refused to accept compensation. They just insisted that they were committing financial fraud. It shouldn't have happened this way, given the numerous suspicious points in the case. Yet somehow the verdict was handed down in court. The Tan Chengxing sisters were completely bewildered, ultimately choosing someone to take the blame. This is how Tan Chengxing was imprisoned. After reading the case file, Li Ming felt that there were many doubts. It seemed that the two sisters were set up by someone. However, since things had come to this point, she could only try to minimize the losses. Let's go. I'll drive my car, and you follow me in yours. But your car isn't good enough. You need to at least get one with a higher chassis. The road to the prison is difficult to drive once you reach the foot of the mountain, Li Ming said, looking at her car. Well, Qingqing has a Jeep, so don't worry. Let's go now. Tan Chengxing nodded. So Li Ming got in the car and started the return journey with Tan Chengxing. This time he did not take the same broken road as when he came here, but took a detour back. Although it was a detour, the road was flat, which saved him half the time than when he came here. Just after noon, the two of them drove back to the prison gate. In order to avoid suspicion, Li Mingxian asked Tan Chengxing to wait for a while he went in first, so he drove to the door first. As usual, after being stopped and inspected by the prison guard at the door, Li Ming drove the car into the prison. Tan Chengxing, who came later, was here for the first time, and the inspection was even more thorough. After explaining the reason, he was allowed to go after a while, but the car was also left outside the prison. Li Ming did not step forward to help her, but asked her to go through the formal visiting procedures to avoid being criticized by the prison guards. It wasn't until Tan Chengxing was taken into prison by the prison guards that Li Ming happened to appear. Hello, Warden. The prison guard who led the way greeted Li Ming as soon as he saw him. Who is this? Li Ming pretended not to know him, looked at Tan Chengxing who was following him, and asked the prison guard. Report to the warden. This person is here to visit, but she doesn't have an appointment. I'm about to take her to make an appointment, said the prison guard. Oh, it just so happens that I'm going there too. Leave it to me. I'll take her there. You go on with your work. Li Ming waved his hand and sent away the prison guard who was leading the way. Yes, Warden. The female prison guard saluted and retreated, but she also looked back curiously at Li Ming and Tan Chengxing every few steps. A woman's sixth sense told her that there seemed to be something wrong with these two people. Not to mention that they arrived at the prison one after the other, just looking at their appearance. Tan Chengxing is so beautiful that it makes people jealous, and Li Ming is so handsome that it makes people jealous. When the two of them stand together, they inexplicably feel like a good match. Li Ming felt a little nervous when he saw the female prison guard looking back from time to time. Could it be that he hadn't lied to her? If she knew that he had brought another beautiful woman to visit him in prison, she would definitely be skeptical again. Shaking his head, Li Ming didn't care about anything else. He took the lead and walked towards the office building, secretly bringing Tan Chengxing to the psychological counseling room. Tan Chengxing and Tan Xingxing definitely couldn't have this conversation in the prison visiting room. If other prison guards heard their warden granting special privileges to the prisoners, they would definitely invent a 10,000-word scandal about the warden and the prisoners. After placing Tan Chengxing in the psychological counseling room, Li Ming looked around to make sure no one saw him before walking towards the prison area. Today was still a working day, and Li Ming didn't see anyone around. He entered the prison area, and when he passed by Tan Xingxing's cell, he found that the two were not there. It seemed they had been called back to the prison area to work again. After all, Li Ming and the second warden had only told them not to work for one day. As he passed by the empty cell, Li Ming smelled the faint pungent smell of rotten seafood that he had smelled when he first entered the prison area. At that time, he saw that Lin Shi and the others were used to it and didn't seem to react. So he didn't ask any more questions and thought it was the smell of an unused cell. But he has been walking around this prison area for a few days, and the unused cells don't have such a pungent fishy smell, right? Li Ming was a little confused and looked around. There was indeed no one else in the prison area except him, and the cell doors were all open. Since it was on his way, Li Ming, out of curiosity, followed the source of the fishy smell and twitched his nose to try to find which cell was emitting the smell. Finally, at the end of the prison area, Li Ming finally smelled the strongest smell of seafood in the cell. He walked forward with a frown and slowly opened the door of the cell. But the 6 big words that appeared before his eyes made Ming freeze in his tracks, unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 69 Display. There were several large green trash cans in the middle of the cell, and the fishy smell was coming from the trash cans. However, Li Ming no longer needed to enter the cell to take a closer look as he knew what the cell was used for. There were 6 big words written on the wall. Sanitary napkin disposal area. At the same time, in the monitoring room, Yi Mei, who was caught slacking off by Li Ming last time, kept her eyes on Li Ming's movements when she saw him enter the prison area. Li Ming was walking, and suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He slowed down his pace and frowned, as if he was looking for something. Yi Mei knew that there was no one in the prison area at the moment, and she was even more curious about Li Ming's current actions. She pushed her black-framed glasses and stared closely at Li Ming's next move. Li Ming walked slowly for a while and seemed to have found the direction. He walked faster and faster and finally arrived at the end of the second prison area. Yi Mei naturally knew where that place was. The prisoners and guards in the prison are all female, and they use things every month, so they naturally don't throw them away randomly. Therefore, a sanitary napkin drop-off point is specially set up in the cell. The prisoners' used sanitary napkins are thrown into the trash can inside and then incinerated. However, there were too many prisoners, and even though the blood was cleaned and burned every day, the smell was inevitable. Over time, the smell of blood came into the prison through the cell door. However, the prison was full of women, so they were naturally familiar with the smell and got used to it over time. But Li Ming, a man, naturally had never come into contact with this thing, let alone used it. He had never seen it before. Yi Mei watched Li Ming open the cell door where the sanitary napkins were placed, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, what's the warden doing there? Maybe he's curious about the smell. This is so funny. Record it. We have to record this. Li Ming naturally didn't know that Yi Mei had already recorded his embarrassing situation on the screen. After he found that this was the place where sanitary napkins were put, he covered his forehead speechlessly. No wonder no one brought him here to see it. So this is... Li Ming shook his head and closed the cell door again. Fortunately, he was not too curious to ask them this question at that time. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed to death. After finding the source of the smell, Li Ming went straight to the factory where Tan Chengcheng was still waiting for him. It didn't take much effort for Li Ming to see the naturally beautiful Tan Chengcheng at a glance. She was still doing the same job, in the same place, with the same painful expression as before. Tan Chengcheng mechanically waved the small scissors in her hand, continuously cutting off the excess threads on the clothes. At first glance, it seemed like she was doing that, but within 2 minutes, Li Ming discovered the clue. When the supervisor was around, Tan Chengcheng moved very quickly, waving the scissors rapidly. She cut the threads of the clothes one by one and threw them to Wang Xin, who was the next step. Then Wang Xin also folded and packed the clothes quickly. The two of them have a clear division of labor and cooperate well, and it seems quite realistic. But as soon as the supervisor walked past, Tan Chengcheng put down the scissors instantly and continued to throw the pieces at Wang Xin one after another, but the hand holding the scissors never moved again. Wang Xin, who was in charge of the next step, did not reveal anything. She packed up the clothes that Tan Chengcheng threw over with a smile on her face. These clothes would be sent away soon anyway, so it didn't matter if there were a few extra threads. It would be a profit if she bought them. They were first-hand goods from the prison. Li Ming watched the two people's tacitly coordinated movements with a mixture of laughter and tears, thinking that Tan Chengcheng was really good at slacking off, even sneaking into the prison. After Li Ming discovered what the two were doing, he did not expose them but walked straight forward. "Warden, you're here." The second warden spotted Li Ming and hurried over to greet him. "Well, I'll take her away. I have something to ask her. You guys continue with your work and don't worry about me." Li Ming pointed at Tan Chengcheng and said to the second supervisor, "Yes, Warden, call me if you need anything." The second warden saluted sensibly, then turned around and continued his patrol. The second warden was no longer curious about why Li Ming always looked for this prisoner. She had also seen Tan Qingqing fainted from crying last time, and she knew that there was nothing to eat between her and Li Ming. Apart from eating melons, she was not interested in anything else. When Tan Qingqing saw Li Ming pointing at her, she stood up quickly, thinking that Li Ming had changed his mind. Maybe she still had a chance of getting out. Li Ming and Wang Xian beside him exchanged a brief glance and then looked away. There were so many people here and so many eyes were looking at him. He didn't dare to do anything rash. Tan Qingqing, come with me. I have something to ask you. Li Ming said lightly. Yes, Warden, Tan Qingqing answered excitedly. Then Li Ming turned and left, followed closely by Tan Qingqing. On the way, Warden, whatever you want to ask, just ask. I will tell you everything. As long as you let me out, I will work like a slave for you and do anything for you. I am yours. You don't have to treat me as a human being. What you say is one and what you say is two. I have no complaints. Please, Warden, let me out. Tan Qingqing whispered behind Li Ming. But Li Ming, who was leading the way in front, said nothing, just walked on his own and ignored Tan Qingqing. Tan Qingqing didn't get a response, but she didn't give up. She rolled her eyes and saw that there was no one around, so she stepped forward and stopped Li Ming. At this time, the two had already reached the second prison area, not far from Tan Qingqing's cell. Tan Qingqing stopped Li Ming. Facing Li Ming's puzzled look, Tan Qingqing took a deep breath, then turned her back to the camera and slowly pulled up her prison uniform from the bottom. Tan Qingqing's already fair skin, after spending so long in a prison where sunlight was rare, was even more radiant. Her slender waist, barely able to be held in one hand, had somehow gained several abdominal muscles, and her chest was a sight that even a custom bra couldn't hide. She pulled her clothes up to her collar so that Li Ming could admire them. Seeing Tan Qingqing doing this, Li Ming hurriedly reached out and pushed away her hand that was pulling her clothes. The prison uniform slowly slid down, covering the seductive body. What are you doing? There are surveillance cameras everywhere, can't you see? Li Ming was really frightened by Tan Qingqing's actions. They were standing right in the middle of the prison corridor. It was right in the area where the surveillance cameras could capture her, and she just pulled her clothes open to show him. If others saw it, they would think it was his order. Warden, please, just let me out. I'll do anything. Tan Qingqing's tears welled up again. She had finally waited until Li Ming came to see her again. Finally, she could talk to Li Ming one-on-one. She didn't care whether there was surveillance or not. She was afraid that if she missed this opportunity, she would never be able to get out again. Chapter 70 Strawberry. Tan Qingqing cried and begged, hoping deeply that Li Ming would be soft-hearted and show leniency to her. But Li Ming had a dark face and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense and follow me. If you keep doing something naughty, don't blame me for getting mad." Then continue walking towards the outside of the prison. When Tan Qingqing was scolded by Li Ming, she lowered her head like an eggplant hit by frost, crying and following Li Ming's footsteps. This isn't okay. Does she really have to be his dog? But even if she has to be a dog, she wants to be a dog outside, not a dog in a cage. Tan Qingqing thought secretly. At the same time, just as Li Ming was caught off guard, Yimei in the monitoring room was also caught off guard. She had witnessed with her own eyes how the prisoner, Tan Qingqing, had flung open her clothes and acted like a hooligan towards their warden. Their prison warden was so angry that his face turned black. But she didn't dare record this, because if she did, something bad would happen. She had only been here for a short time and was doing her job well. She would not make herself miserable. She would just pretend she saw nothing. Who can stare at the screen without blinking? It's normal to be distracted occasionally. Yimei comforted herself while deleting all the funny videos of the warden that she had just recorded and annotated. She even checked the recycle bin to confirm that there were no records, and then she felt relieved. She was just a college student who had finally gotten in. This wasn't something she should have to endure. She missed home, and she also missed milk tea, ice cream, cold beer, fried chicken, ice cola, and stinky tofu. Li Ming walked out of the prison area with Tan Qingqing with a dark face. The two went straight to the psychological counseling room. On the way, Tan Qingqing stopped nagging, but Li Ming still said nothing. Obviously, he was angry with Tan Qingqing. Finally, with the sound of Li Ming opening the door, Tan Qingqing walked into the room and saw her long-missed elder sister, Tan Qingqing. "Qingqing, you have suffered so much, my sister." As soon as Tan Qingqing saw Tan Qingqing, she couldn't hold back her tears and began to burst out. "Sister Wu, why are you here? I miss you so much, sis." Tan Qingqing rushed forward, and the two sisters were finally reunited. They hugged each other tightly and cried bitterly. Li Ming looked at the sisters, each crying harder than the other, So he had to leave the room alone and leave the room to the two sisters to reminisce about the past. Tan Chengsheng would naturally explain everything clearly, and there was no need for him to be present. Furthermore, the counseling room had no surveillance cameras and was soundproof, making it perfect. As soon as Li Ming left the room, he remembered Tan Qingqing's bold actions in the prison area. He rubbed his hair in distress and headed straight for the monitoring room. Yimei was also watching the surveillance in the office building at this time. When she saw Li Ming walking towards the monitoring room where she was, she immediately became nervous. No way. No way. Is the warden here to see her? No way. She didn't see anything. Evil spirits, retreat. 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 Unfortunately, Yimei's magic doesn't work very well. Li Ming walked straight to the door of the monitoring room. Without knocking, Li Ming pushed the door open and walked in. Warden, why are you here? Yimei swallowed, tried to appear calm, and asked Li Ming. Oh, you are on duty today? Yimei, right? Li Ming saw that the girl in front of him was the college student who drooled while sleeping last time, and he felt a lot more relaxed than before. Yes, Warden. I'm Yimei, the berry and strawberry. Yimei replied, and did not forget to add a modifier, which was so cute. Well, did you see anything special just now? Li Ming asked casually, but his eyes were fixed on the screen, looking for the previous position. Report to the warden. I didn't see anything. Yimei quickly replied after hearing that. Although she replied quickly, Yimei was very panicked in her heart. Here it comes. It's because of this. The warden won't kill people to silence them for such a thing. It's just that the prisoners harassed me. It's not you who harassed the prisoners. Can't I just pretend I didn't see it? Li Ming's brain center felt something, and his skills vibrated slightly. A special feeling arises spontaneously. This Yimei lied to him. She definitely saw it. Li Ming narrowed his eyes. Since he had been seen, he had to deal with the person who discovered the problem. Yimei, what do you think of our prison? Have you adapted to it after being here for such a long time? Li Ming smiled faintly and looked at Yimei, saying slowly. Report to the warden. Our prison is great everywhere. I love it here and have adapted perfectly. I don't want to leave at all. I want to work here until I die. Oh no, until I retire. Yimei felt a chill run down her soles when she heard Li Ming's indifferent tone. Was this a greeting? This was a threat. A threat. Help. Is there anyone here? Well, that's good. I see you're doing quite well. Isn't it difficult to find a job outside these days? Li Ming's voice was not loud, nor scary. His casual tone made Yimei almost cry. Reporting to the warden is quite difficult. I found this job with great difficulty. Warden, I will definitely do my best. I won't look at what I shouldn't look at, and I won't say what I shouldn't say. I will resolutely follow the warden's instructions. Yimei made a bitter face and answered Li Ming's words. But in my heart, I was thinking, this is not something a 20-something like me can handle. I'm bearing pressures that shouldn't be experienced at my age. Well said. If you see anything curious during work, you won't record it and post it online, right? The internet is so developed nowadays and has such a wide range of communication capabilities. If what happens in prison gets out, the impact will be huge. Li Ming's voice was slightly low, and he watched Yimei's expression closely. Warden, how dare I post this online? This is my phone, please check it. Yimei was shocked when she heard this, and a cold sweat broke out. She was secretly glad that she had deleted the video of the warden going to the sanitary napkin disposal station. Fortunately, she deleted it, otherwise she would be dead. Li Ming took Yimei's phone and checked it. Opening the album, it was filled with Yimei's daily life photos and screenshots of various gay dramas. Although there were also a few selfies of her in the monitoring room, it didn't matter, as long as it was not the video just now. He looked through it carefully again and found a photo of Yimei in the hidden album. The exposure was very large, and it was not convenient for him to look at it carefully. He quickly scanned it and finally confirmed that there was nothing. Finally, under Yimei's gaze, he opened and looked at Yimei's chat history. Apart from daily chats, there were no sensitive topics. Only then did he finish the check and handed the phone back to Yimei. Well, good performance. But, if Deputy Warden Lin asks you, you should know how to answer. Li Ming asked again tentatively. Report to the warden. I know. I didn't see anything. Yimei straightened up and answered seriously. Well, that's good. It's been a long time since we cleared the memory of our surveillance equipment. Teach me how to clear today's video. Li Ming patted Yimei's shoulder with satisfaction, and then under Yimei's hands-on instruction, he personally deleted today's video without leaving any trace, and then he felt relieved. Li Ming, who finally solved the problem, patted Yimei on the shoulder again and added her contact information before letting her go and leaving the monitoring room. Li Ming thought, don't blame him for making a big deal out of nothing. If Yimei really posted that video of him and Tan Qingqing online, and it was maliciously edited. Tomorrow's headlines might be about a prison warden seducing a female inmate and ordering her to lift her clothes. It's outrageous, and it might even be far more serious than he imagined. After all, he knew the netizens' ability to manipulate people. Yi Mei, who had survived the ordeal, now collapsed in a chair, his back drenched in cold sweat. He had been doing this for over 2 months, and today was the day he dreaded the most difficult. It was all her fault for seeing things she shouldn't have. She even recorded a video, but luckily she deleted it. Luckily. The warden is so terrible. She wants to cry. The surveillance issue was resolved, and Li Ming felt relieved. It had been quite a while, and the two sisters Tan Chungchung must have finished their chat. Li Ming returned to the door of the psychological counseling room and was about to push the door open. The elevator door dinged and slowly opened. She suddenly walked out of the elevator. Chapter 71. You are just a deputy. She spotted Li Ming's figure at a glance. She was slightly stunned, then walked towards Li Ming. When did you come back? What happened to Zhang Wenhai later? She asked indifferently. After she hung up the phone with her father, she lost her source of information and only knew that her father had sent someone to deal with it. She wanted to kill Zhang Wenhai, a scum who broke the law and enriched himself, so she was particularly curious about his fate. When Li Ming saw She walking towards him, he panicked. He was standing at the door of the psychological counseling room, and Sister Tan Chungchung was also in the room. But what a coincidence! She actually took the elevator downstairs at this time. Li Ming carefully brought the Tan Chungchung sisters here because he was afraid that She would find out and be sarcastic to him. But as luck would have it, the truth could not be hidden, and he was blocked by her at the door. Fortunately, the psychological counseling room is soundproof, and neither Li Ming nor she heard any noise inside, which led to the current scene. Upon hearing this, Li Ming pretended to smile normally. I just came back. Zhang Wenhai was taken away by the supervisory officers. He must have been frightened when he left. He didn't say a word, but the look in his eyes when he looked at me was quite strange. He must have never expected that it was the supervisory officers who arrested him, not the police. She smiled when he heard that, and a picture appeared in his mind. Zhang Wenhai must have been terrified. Everyone knew the name of the inspector, a name that could be called the king of hell's life and death chart. 9 out of 10 people targeted by the inspector were thoroughly investigated and eventually imprisoned. Therefore, once the supervisor shows up, it means that a certain official has been exposed. Don't expect to get away with it. If you can escape, escape quickly. If you can't escape, then wait for death. There is absolutely no possibility for you to overturn the verdict. The reason why the supervision department can catch people so accurately is because this special department has ridiculously great power. Regardless of their position, the inspectorate has the power to arrest, torture, and even punish corrupt officials. This is a special department established specifically to target corrupt officials who abuse their power for personal gain and pervert the law. It is precisely because of the existence of this department that the law can uphold justice instead of being obscured by evil hands. As the daughter of Lin Aigua, the highest supervisor, She naturally sets an example by working her way up from a small prison guard to her current position as deputy warden. She is very proud of this and believes that she has not brought shame to her father. But when Li Ming suddenly appeared and snatched away the position of warden that was supposed to belong to her, she was so angry. And she targeted Li Ming everywhere because she thought Li Ming was the biggest rule breaker. Li Ming's father, Li Yutian, clearly holds a special status, yet Uncle Li takes the lead in blatantly breaking the rules. He transfers the inexperienced Li Ming to prison, all for the ridiculous reason of setting them up on a blind date. This nearly made Shi, who had always adhered to her mission as an inspector, lose her composure. However, she knew that this was a joint agreement between her father and Uncle Li, so she was powerless to resist and could only vent her anger on Li Ming. However, after Li Ming worked as the prison warden for a few days, Shi had a different opinion of Li Ming. Although he knew nothing when he first came and did not look like a prison warden at all, he has performed well recently. He even brought down the scumbag Zhang Wenhai from their administration and obtained evidence of Zhang Wenhai's crimes. This made Shi's favorability towards Li Ming soar. In her spare time, she also began to consider whether Li Ming was suitable for her. However, with her cautious nature, she would definitely not agree to be with Li Ming so easily. She was still considering. Well, that's good. This Zhang Wenhai might be related to the resignation of the previous prison wardens. Now that he has fallen into the hands of the inspectors, he will definitely tell everything. Our prison system has also gotten rid of a cancer. Shi waved his hand and said excitedly, "Yeah, you. Where are you going after coming down?" Li Ming saw Shi chatting nonstop at the door of the psychological counseling room and was a little afraid that she would find out, so he changed the subject. Me? I'm fine. I was just about to go for a walk in the prison area. She was about to say that he wanted to go for a walk in the prison area, but suddenly noticed that Li Ming seemed to be a little abnormal. She sniffed and moved closer to Li Ming and frowned tightly as if she had discovered something. Why do you smell so good? Women's perfume. She frowned, looking angry, but still tried to keep his voice steady. Do I smell good? No. Li Ming was shocked when he heard that. He raised his arm and smelled it himself. Sure enough, she was not lying to him. There was indeed a fragrance on her body. Li Ming smelled it carefully and could tell that the fragrance was exactly the body odor of Tan Chengqing. Oh, it smells quite good. Maybe it's because I sat in someone else's car last night and picked up the smell after being there for a long time. Li Ming defended himself with a guilty smile. Li Ming, you're lying. You can't help but laugh when you lie. Do you think I don't know that? After hearing Li Ming's explanation, she was furious. Li Ming actually lied to her. This smell is obviously the fragrance of a woman. If you just sit in the car, it would not be so flavorful. Maybe. Li Ming, last night. She thought of this. Suddenly, he couldn't control his anger. He asked directly, Li Ming, did you sleep with that woman? The Miss Tan in the recording? Tan Chengqing's sister? Don't tell me you slept with her while she was drunk. Are you still human? She pointed at Li Ming angrily and scolded him. She didn't expect that Li Ming was so shameless. If he really took advantage of the situation and raped Tan Chengqing's sister after she was drunk, then Li Ming would never be able to get her forgiveness. Li Ming on the opposite side faced She's groundless accusations, and his face became darker and darker. He was originally afraid that She would be weird with him, so he brought Tan Chengqing in secretly to take care of her feelings. But he didn't expect that She would be so angry just by the fragrance on her clothes without even seeing her. Moreover, she started to accuse and question him, and even speculated about his relationship with Tan Chengqing. Although he was not wrong, he did sleep with Tan Chengqing, but he did whatever he wanted, so why did She blame him? Li Ming narrowed his eyes, his face calm. He waited for She to finish speaking before he slowly spoke. She, are you talking to me? You're talking to your superior with this attitude? Don't forget where you are now. Do you know that this is working hours? Also, who are you to me? My girlfriend or my fiancé? Aren't you meddling too much? Is this prison your home? I'm the warden. You're just a deputy. Do you understand? Deputy Warden Lin. Chapter 72. You have good eyesight. Li Ming was filled with anger, and he spoke every word clearly so that she could understand it. She was not expecting Li Ming's reaction and was suddenly startled by his tone and took a step back. She listened to Li Ming's scolding and questions, but for a moment she was unable to answer. Her throat seemed to be blocked, and she lost the ability to speak. She just stared blankly at Li Ming's words. Before, you relied on our old acquaintance and treated me disrespectfully, and I didn't care. But now, are you too proud to blame me like this? Do I need to report to you for everything I do? For the sake of Uncle Lin, I will not argue with you this time. But remember, this is the last time. Don't you like to do things impartially and not break the rules? If you do this again next time, I will have to exercise my power as the warden and replace you with a deputy warden. Li Ming's cold and indifferent words slapped She's face mercilessly, leaving her speechless. After a long time, She, who had recovered, turned pale and bit her lips unwillingly. She seemed to have gotten to know the man in front of her again and spoke stubbornly. You can't remove me. You don't have the final say over my appointment or dismissal. Li Ming sneered at the words. He walked slowly past She and said, Oh, you know my dad spoils me. It's just some formalities. Guess if I can replace you. But if you follow my example and ask your dad for a backdoor, then I won't be able to get rid of you. But our deputy warden Lin, who never breaks the rules, will choose to use this backdoor, or will he rather be fired than break the rules? Li Ming's voice clearly reached She's ears, making her stunned again. Li Ming, relying on his status, openly broke the rules and even wanted to remove him from his position as deputy warden. This was clearly a blatant provocation and a violation of laws and regulations. But she suddenly realized that he really had no other choice. First of all, she wasn't as high up as Li Ming. She was his subordinate. He had the right to recommend or remove her from her position. If the higher-ups agreed, then all her hard work, from being a small prison guard to her current position, would be meaningless. He could easily bring her back to her original form with just a few words. But if I go to find my father Lin Aigua, what's the difference between that and Li Ming going to his father to break the rules? Wouldn't that make me and Li Ming the same? What is the meaning of the mission of supervision that I firmly believe in? I am investigating myself. But now she was being asked to return to the grassroots and become an ordinary prison guard. This gap, even if she accepted it. But she was already the deputy warden. Why would all her hard work go to waste just because of Li Ming's words? What was the point of all her perseverance? She stood there, caught in an inner struggle. She felt a little regretful. If she hadn't been so impulsive in accusing Li Ming just now, would. But he was the one who wanted to go on a blind date with her. He was having an affair, so what's wrong with me saying a few words to him? If he wasn't having an affair, why didn't he explain? It was Li Mingxian who made the mistake. Why was she the one being wronged? She bit her lip. Seeing Li Ming's figure walking farther and farther away, she finally couldn't hold it back and a tear flowed out of her eyes. She raised her head, trying to hold back her tears and control her emotions. But she failed even though she held her head high. The tears that had been gathering in her eyes finally burst forth, pouring down uncontrollably. At the same time, Yimei, who had just survived the ordeal, hadn't had time to recover before she saw the scene on the office building's surveillance camera. Although she didn't hear any sound, she clearly saw the deputy warden pointing at the warden and cursing something. Then the warden got angry and scolded the deputy warden, finally scolding him to tears. The warden, who had left, was now walking back towards her monitoring room. Yimei just wants to say one thing now. Is this ever going to end? She doesn't want to go to this class for even a single day. Li Ming quickly walked towards the monitoring room at a corner where she couldn't see. You should know that Sister Tan Changcheng is still in the psychological counseling room, separated by a wall from Shi, who is outside the door. Although Shi doesn't know it now, if she finds out, she will definitely have something to hold against her. But Li Ming thought about it and decided that they had just fallen out, so it didn't matter even if they were discovered. She couldn't be sure that she had really slept with Tan Changcheng. It was just a guess. He was the warden, and he used to care about their childhood friendship and was very tolerant of Shi. But now Shi was getting more and more excessive, and it was time to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, he would be restricted in everything he did, and then his father sent a bodyguard. With so many eyes staring at him, he had no choice but to give Shi a shot of prevention now to avoid more trouble later. Li Ming pushed open the door of the monitoring room. Yimei had already stood up and was waiting for him. When she saw Li Ming come in, Yimei greeted him. Warden, you're back again. I've deleted the video of what just happened for you, so you don't have to make a trip in person. Don't worry, it's clean. There's absolutely no trace. Yimei put on a smile and looked at Li Ming flatteringly. She thought to herself that she had to be obedient now and not provoke the warden again. Otherwise, the deputy warden would be scolded to tears, and she would be scolded to death too. Li Ming gave Yimei a strange look. He hadn't expected this girl to be so sensible. Before he even thought of deleting the video of his quarrel with Shi, she had already done it. She had good sense. Not bad. Well, very good, keep it up. Li Ming rarely praised Yimei. Seeing Yimei's smiling face, he couldn't help but smile too. But business was more important, so Li Ming sat on the chair and watched Shi's movements. Shi cried for a while, then wiped her tears, went back the same way, got into the elevator, and then went straight back to the office. Li Ming waited for a while and did not go out immediately until he confirmed that she would not come out for a while. Then he left the monitoring room, returned to the door of the psychological counseling room, and pushed the door open and walked in. In the room, the Tan Changcheng and her sister have calmed down. Tan Changcheng's face was covered with tears. Obviously she had cried a lot, and her face was ashen. I'm afraid she already knew the outcome of her treatment. Tan Changcheng hugged Tan Changcheng's shoulders with a look of pity, wishing it was she herself wearing the prison uniform. When the two women saw Li Ming come in, they both looked at Li Ming. Tan Changcheng looked at him pleadingly, hoping that Li Ming would take good care of Tan Changcheng in prison. But Tan Changcheng was filled with hatred. She knew that if Li Ming had been willing to give in, she wouldn't have had to spend so many years in prison. It was all because of this stubborn man. How could she be so unlucky, running into this unspeakable, unyielding bastard? She really wanted to complain to him. Li Ming looked at the two sisters in the room and was about to speak. Sudden, behind Li Ming, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 73. I'll wait for you in the infirmary. Boom, boom, boom. Li Ming was startled. Who was knocking on the door? When he came in, he looked around deliberately, but didn't see anyone. How could someone suddenly knock on the door? But Li Ming couldn't help but open the door. The person knocking on the door must have seen Li Ming enter the room. If it's not open, it seems like there's a secret. Li Ming had no choice but to give the two sisters a look, asking them to sit on both sides of the table, then slowly turned around and opened the door. The person standing at the door was Xia Hong, who was wearing sexy clothes. Xia Hong was wearing a white coat as usual today, but underneath she was wearing a black lace suspender. The deep V neckline revealed her delicate collarbone, and the magnificent chest seemed to be held high by a pair of invisible hands, which was particularly eye-catching. She was wearing black stockings on her legs, and her slender long legs were straight and sexy. Her knees seemed to be hooked by something, and there was a conspicuous white hook, revealing the fair skin underneath through the stockings. On her feet were the pair of red-soled stiletto heels that Li Ming was familiar with. But the sexiest thing is the half-frame gold-rimmed glasses with a gold chain hanging on the eye sockets. Pure and majestic, sexy and charming, graceful and elegant. Li Ming, who opened the door, was stunned for a second when he saw this. He scanned Xiaohong's body from top to bottom. Then he came to his senses and asked in amazement, "Sister Hong, what are you doing?" Li Ming looked at Xiaohong, who was obviously dressed up carefully, and was very curious about how she knew he was here. "I was just sorting medicines in the medicine storeroom next door when I heard you and Xiaoxi arguing in the room. I didn't dare to come out, but when I was about to come out after you both left, I saw you coming back, so I came to talk to you." Xiaohong smiled slightly. She naturally felt Li Ming's gaze looking at her body, and also saw the surprise in Li Ming's eyes. This made her very satisfied with her outfit. It seemed that her dressing was not in vain. Xiaohong's idea was very simple. She did hear the two people arguing in the medicine warehouse just now, and she also saw Lin Shi crying alone afterwards. But if it were before, she might have helped comfort Lin Shi and scolded Li Ming, the grown man. But ever since she told Li Ming about her painful experiences, she had some special feelings for Li Ming, as if Li Ming was the only one she could trust, which made her think differently from before. At this moment, she was thinking, if Lin Shi and Li Ming broke up, then would she not be considered to be stealing Lin Shi's man? Now is a good opportunity. Even if she doesn't follow martial ethics or takes advantage of the situation, she is already so old. If she doesn't go crazy now, she will be old. She wants to give it a try. "Oh, I was wondering why I didn't see you, but I'm a little busy right now. How about you? Go back to the infirmary and wait for me." Li Ming swallowed and pointed at Sister Tan Chengqing in the room. Xiaohong naturally also noticed that there were two women in the psychological counseling room. Although she didn't see when they came in, it seemed that Li Ming was really busy, so she had to nod. "Okay, Warden, go ahead and do your work. I'll go back to the infirmary and wait for you." "Yes. Okay, I'll be there as soon as I'm done." Li Ming sent Xiaohong out the door and added this deliberately. Xiaohong glanced at Li Ming with a faint smile, and without saying a word, she left with a swaying figure. Li Ming shook his head. Although he didn't know what Xiaohong wanted to talk to him about, there was no reason for him to refuse the invitation of such a beautiful woman. Since arriving at Montenegro prison, Xiaohong was the first woman who moved his heart. One could say he fell in love at first sight or was attracted by her beauty. Anyway, when they first met on the day when Xiaohong performed a digital examination on him, he was attracted by the unique temperament of this doctor in a white coat. So Li Ming always had some special closeness to Xiaohong, intentionally or unintentionally. But because of Lin Shi, he did not express it. Now that Xiaohong has taken the initiative to find him, it would be ungrateful for him not to go. Besides, Xiaohong is on his revenge list, and he hasn't yet avenged the incident of her being pointed out. After Li Ming sent Xiaohong away, he returned to the psychological counseling room. The two women looked at him with strange eyes without saying a word, which made Li Ming feel a little embarrassed. He had no choice but to speak first. "You've said everything you need to say, right? I'm definitely not going to let you out of prison, but I will treat you with special care. I'll also help you sign up for the group dance competition. Just stay in jail and be an honest person. After all, the charges of smuggling and bribery are not false, and the evidence is solid. Behave yourself and try to get out a few years sooner." Li Ming looked at Tan Chengqing and explained directly. After all, her sister and he already had a relationship, so he would naturally not sit idly by. So Li Ming looked at Tan Chengqing again. "Ms. Tan, let's leave it at that now that we're done. It's against the rules for you to meet here, and it would be a bit troublesome if someone saw us. If you need anything else, just call me, and I'll let her know." Tan Chengqing wiped the tears that were about to well up in her eyes and nodded helplessly. "Warden Li, you must take good care of my sister. She has lost a lot of weight during these days in prison." Li Ming nodded when he heard this. He also found that Tan Chengqing had indeed lost weight. Her figure was impeccable before, but after a series of blows in the past few days, she had lost even more weight. Her originally well-proportioned and flat belly had developed several abdominal muscles, and her body looked a little thinner. Tan Chengqing looked at his sister Tan Chengqing again and said gently, "Chengqing, I'm useless and couldn't get you out, but I'll definitely help you continue the lawsuit outside. At least I have to get to the bottom of the financial fraud case. That way, plus a reduced sentence, you won't be in prison for long." Tan Chengqing bit her lip, trying to hold back her tears, but still spoke. "Sister, don't say that. You've already done enough. I don't blame you. We agreed that I would take the blame if anything happened. It's all my fault for being too greedy. It's me who got you into trouble, Sister, I'm sorry. The two girls hugged each other and cried again, both reluctant to leave each other. But there is still one person who wants to stay. Li Ming patted Tan Qingqing's shoulder and separated the two. Miss Tan, I'll take you to the door first, and then I'll come back to take her back to the prison area. Come with me. Li Ming pushed open the door and motioned Tan Qingqing to follow. No matter how reluctant Tan Qingqing was, she couldn't stay here with Tan Qingqing forever. After taking a last look at her sister who had been dependent on her since childhood, Tan Qingqing got up and followed Li Ming away. She has more important things to do. For her sister, she will do anything. Li Ming and Tan Qingqing walked side by side towards the prison gate. Tan Qingqing wiped her red face and tried her best not to let anyone see any signs of crying. Finally, at the prison gate, Li Ming stopped and prepared to say goodbye to Tan Qingqing. Before Li Ming could speak, Tan Qingqing spoke. Warden, there's no need to see me off. If there's anything I can do for you, just let me know. Don't forget our agreement. Li Ming nodded seriously. Don't worry. So, having received Li Ming's promise, Tan Qingqing walked towards the oncoming prison guard alone, and under her guidance, she walked out of the prison. Chapter 74 Squat Down. Li Ming also watched Tan Qingqing get into the car and leave the prison before turning around and going back. He also wants to take Tan Qingqing back. Li Ming returned to the psychological counseling room. Tan Qingqing was sitting on the chair with a dazed look on her face. No one knew what she was thinking about. When she saw Li Ming pushing the door in, she didn't react at all. She just looked at Li Ming with strange eyes, which made him feel uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Let's go. I'll take you back. Don't tell anyone about what happened just now, otherwise I can't help you. Don't let your sister's efforts go to waste. Li Ming said lightly. Tan Qingqing curled her lips when she heard that and stood up. I'm not stupid, so of course I won't tell you. But that prison doctor who just knocked on the door, she seems to be interested in you. She's dressed up so carefully, I can tell she's probably thinking about how to seduce you. Li Ming was slightly embarrassed when he heard this, but then he returned to normal and glanced at Tan Qingqing, who seemed a little dissatisfied. What's it to you? Go away. You've been out for so long. I'll arrange a less busy job for you when I get back. When Tan Qingqing saw Li Ming push open the door, she did not follow him immediately. Instead, there was a hint of anger on her face. Why is it none of my business? Did you sleep with my sister? Tan Qingqing directly expressed the doubts that had been bothering her. Ever since she met her sister, she had noticed something was wrong. Whether it was her gait or her mental state, she hadn't thought too much about it at first. But then Tan Qingqing explained the circumstances surrounding Zhang Wenhai's arrest and vaguely said Li Ming would definitely help her and told her to stay in jail. This only aroused her suspicions. You have to know, how could Li Ming, a stubborn man, be so easy to talk to? He wasn't after the sisters' money, nor was he after their sex, so why was he helping her? Just because he helped her with a few drinks? Was Li Ming so eager to break the rules and help them? Tan Qingqing didn't believe Li Ming was so kind. Her sister must have exchanged her body for Li Ming's. Then everything would make sense. Li Ming listened to Tan Qingqing's questioning. Although he felt that he was thick-skinned enough, his face inevitably turned slightly red, and he closed the door again. Li Ming knew that Tan Qingqing would not tell her sister about this, so Tan Qingqing was just guessing, and she could completely deny it. He calmed down and squinted his eyes at Tan Qingqing. What nonsense are you talking about? I helped you because your sister also helped me. Don't be ungrateful. If it's none of your business, don't ask. Go away, Li Ming urged. But Tan Qingqing didn't know where the emotion came from, and suddenly yelled at Li Ming again. Don't lie to me. If you really slept with my sister, don't mess with other women. My sister is a good woman. It was her first time. You can't let her down. Tan Qingqing was so angry that her face turned red. Her sister had never even had a boyfriend. If she was so lucky to get Li Ming, and Li Ming was still flirting with other women, then she felt it was not worth it for her sister. Although it was to make her life more comfortable in prison. But my sister is a virgin. Isn't she more than enough for that bastard Li Ming? Why is he still not satisfied and wants to provoke that slutty prison doctor? Li Ming looked at the angry Tan Qingqing in front of him and suddenly reached out and grabbed her. With a little effort, Li Ming grabbed the prison uniform on Tan Qingqing's chest. Then he used one hand to pull it towards himself. Tan Qingqing's already thin body was lifted up by Li Ming with one hand and pulled in front of him so that she was face to face with Li Ming. Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, stared into Tan Qingqing's eyes, and said softly, Tan Qingqing, don't mistake your identity. You are a prisoner now. How dare you talk to me like that? Have you forgotten the bet you made with me? When Li Ming said this, his voice became deeper. Now that you've lost, and you're still in my control, shouldn't we honor our original bet? You said at the beginning that if you can't get out, you will obey me and be my dog in this prison. You shouldn't have forgotten it. Li Ming pressed on step by step, and Tan Qingqing's face turned from red to white. She hadn't forgotten the bet she'd made with Li Ming, but at the time, she'd thought she'd definitely be able to get out, so she'd just been talking nonsense. It wasn't until she received the bad news and realized she might not be able to get out that she remembered the bet she'd made with Li Ming to be his dog. Tan Qingqing was frightened by Li Ming and lost her voice in an instant. She wanted to retreat with a look of horror on her face, but the clothes on her chest were still held in Li Ming's hand, so she naturally could not retreat. She could only helplessly hold Li Ming's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Li Ming saw her behavior and did not indulge her. This is how it is when raising a dog. If you don't hit it hard, it will keep testing your bottom line, and in the end it will think that it is the master and humans are just poop scoopers. But if you beat it into submission once and for all, until it's in pain, then you'll have an obedient pet, and it won't bark at you anymore. It will just wag its tail and beg for mercy, longing for your caress. This is true for animals and humans too. Li Ming looked at the frightened Tan Qingqing and pushed her to the ground. Look at Tan Qingqing, who fell to the ground in a mess. He gave a direct order. Get down. Tan Qingqing was pushed to the ground and instantly lost all her strength. She had never expected Li Ming to actually do this to her. He even mentioned the bet. Could it be that he really wanted her to be his dog? On the way here, Tan Qingqing thought about this question, but that was based on the premise that she could get out of prison. If I could really get out and be free, I'd be better off being a dog. But now she couldn't get out, and with her sister in the middle, Li Ming still wanted to do this to her? Why? Was the warden so great? And ordered me to squat down? Do you really think you're a dog? Even if Tan Qingqing falls to her death or gets beaten to death today, she won't listen to the orders of that bastard Li Ming. Die or die. Who's afraid of who? I don't believe you. Li Ming can really kill me. Of course, these thoughts were all Tan Qingqing's psychological activities. At this moment, she collapsed to the ground, tears flowing uncontrollably, and her legs were still hurt from the impact when she fell just now. Li Ming issued an order, but when he saw Tan Qingqing just standing there crying without moving at all, he narrowed his eyes, frowned, and slowly took a step forward to stand beside Tan Qingqing. Then Li Ming slowly took off his coat and threw it on a chair beside him. He loosened his cuffs and unbuttoned a few buttons on his shirt. Then, under Tan Qingqing's extremely horrified gaze, Li Ming slowly unzipped the shirt hanging from his waist, revealing a black belt. He moved his fingers slightly, and the belt made a click. Li Ming untied it. I said squat. Chapter 75. Shut up. I say, squat down. Li Ming's voice entered Tan Qingqing's ears like thunder, shocking her brain to a blank and leaving her completely at a loss. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. Tan Qingqing's voice trembled with fear. She watched Li Ming's actions, her scalp tingling. What was this man trying to do? Why was he unbuckling his belt? He had just promised her sister that he would take care of her. So how could he suddenly become like this? Was this how he took care of her? Li Ming saw that although Tan Qingqing was trembling with fear, she still insisted that he stop and remained indifferent to his instructions. Li Ming had no choice but to untie the belt from his waist. He absolutely couldn't stop now. If he stopped, then Tan Qingqing would know his bottom line and know that he wouldn't do anything to her, and then Tan Qingqing would be even more arrogant. So Li Ming could only continue. He wrapped the belt around his hand, and the long belt hung naturally along his arm, only a few centimeters away from Tan Qingqing, who was sitting on the ground and trembling. Li Ming shook his arms slightly, and his belt swayed with his movements, lightly brushing across Tan Qingqing's legs, scaring Tan Qingqing so much that she got goosebumps all over her body. Last chance. Get down. Li Ming slowed down his speech and gave Tan Qingqing a final reminder in a deep voice. If she disobeyed orders again and challenged his authority, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Tan Qingqing looked at Li Ming's behavior. Although she was extremely scared, her temperament had always been like this. She was always very stubborn. If it wasn't really dangerous to her, she wouldn't give in no matter what she said. When she begged for mercy from Li Ming before, it was just a temporary commitment. Once she is released from prison, the sky will be high and the birds will fly freely, and the sea will be wide and the fish will jump freely. Naturally, she, Tan Qingqing, will not be an obedient lover who can be summoned and dismissed by Li Ming at will. Unfortunately, she never expected that she would not be able to get out, and now she was in Li Ming's hands. Looking at the current situation, if she didn't listen to him, Li Ming's belt might hit her in the next second. Tan Qingqing was still hesitating, but her mouth was much faster than her brain. What do you want to do? You dare to hit me? Who are you trying to scare? If you hit me today, I will definitely. Before Tan Qingqing could finish her stern but timid words, Li Ming raised his eyebrows. He swung the belt in his hand violently. With a snap, Tan Qingqing felt her thigh go numb for a moment. Then a burning pain suddenly hit her. Her once fair legs were visibly bulging with a red mark the width of her waistband. It turned out to be Li Ming's belt that landed heavily here. Ah! Tan Qingqing's scream suddenly rang out in the room. She stared at the mark on her leg in disbelief. It was outrageous. Li Ming had actually dared to hit her. He was a grown man. How could he really have the same opinion as a weak woman like her? He actually hit her. Tan Qingqing's worldview shattered, and she instantly retracted her beautiful legs, which were still burning with pain. She held the wound with both hands, her face filled with horror. Shut up. Li Ming listened to Tan Qingqing's sudden scream and was filled with anger. He moved his palm slightly again. There was another snap. Under his control, the belt hit Tan Qingqing's arm accurately again. Just like before, a blood mark suddenly appeared on her slender white arm. Ah! Tan Qingqing screamed again. When she saw Li Ming's arm movement, she raised her arm to defend herself, but her flesh and blood arm could not withstand Li Ming's leather belt. As expected, Li Ming hit him hard again. She had no time to react. Her brain had shut down, and she could only scream in terror. But Li Ming ignored her thoughts and saw that she was still screaming. He raised his arm and aimed at the target, pretending to pull it out. This time, Tan Qingqing saw Li Ming's raised hand. She finally raised her hand in surrender. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I won't scream anymore. I won't scream anymore. Woo. Tan Qingqing cried and begged Li Ming for mercy. She was scared and would never dare to go against Li Ming again. But Li Ming's hands were already raised. How could he not put them down? Li Ming waved his arm again. With a snap, accompanied by Tan Qingqing's painful scream again, the sword fell heavily on Tan Qingqing's back, which was exposed to Li Ming when she turned around in fear. After this blow, Tan Qingqing completely lost the will to resist. She didn't wait for Li Ming to speak. She suppressed her screams of pain and just hugged her knees helplessly, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. She looked like a pear blossom in the rain, and I felt pity for her. Seeing that she had begged for mercy, Li Ming did not raise his hand again, but just repeated his previous instructions coldly. Get down. As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, Tan Qingqing endured the pain in her body and immediately squatted in front of Li Ming. She raised her head and looked at Li Ming pitifully, like a docile pet, waiting for its owner's praise. Li Ming felt something strange in his body when he saw Tan Qingqing like this, but now was not the right time. If he wanted to tame a hottie like Tan Qingqing, this might not be enough. Li Ming slowly tied the belt back around his waist and fastened the buttons he had just unbuttoned. Finally, he picked up the clothes he had thrown on the chair and dressed himself facing the window. Then he waved to Tan Qingqing, who was still squatting there and dared not speak. Let's go. I'll send you back to your cell. Remember today's lesson. Don't forget your current status. If you dare to disobey my orders again, the consequences of today will be what you will experience every day in prison from now on. I advise you to be careful. After Li Ming finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out of the room on his own. Tan Qingqing behind him was trembling as she hurried to catch up. She didn't think about anything at the moment, nor did she dare to think about anything. She just obediently followed Li Ming's steps and walked towards the prison area. With every step she took, she felt a burning pain from the parts of her body that were whipped. She didn't dare to say anything and could only bite her lips and endure it secretly. Originally, the distance from the office building to the prison area wasn't very far, but Tan Qingqing now felt that the road seemed endless, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see the end. She just wanted to escape from Li Ming. Even if she had to go back to work in the factory, she would be willing to do it. Unfortunately, Li Ming had already arranged the next task for her. She was destined to be unable to escape Li Ming's control. She could only live in fear under Li Ming's watchful eyes. She regretted it again. Chapter 76, Is This Beautiful? As Tan Qingqing expected, Li Ming finally took her back to the factory. The sharp-eyed second supervisor saw Li Ming coming and immediately came to greet him. Warden, you're here. Well, second supervisor, who is the current manager of the library in our prison? Li Ming asked calmly. Librarian? There isn't one yet. After watching TV at night, the prisoners borrow and return books on their own initiative. As long as there are 2 prison guards watching and checking whether the books have been maliciously damaged, they don't have to worry about anything else. So this administrator has never been chosen. The second prison guard said after thinking for a while. Oh, I was wondering why the books in the library were arranged in such a mess, without any classification. I couldn't even find a book. It turns out there is no librarian yet. So, go and call Wang Xian over. Let her and Tan Qingqing go to the library together as administrators, and be responsible for managing the borrowing and returning of books in the future. Go today and sort out the books in order. They are arranged in such a mess now. How embarrassing. Li Ming ordered, pretending to be angry. Yes, Warden. The second warden took the order and left without thinking much. It is true that the books in the library are arranged in a mess. She knows this, but usually the prisoners are the ones who rummage through them. They don't care at all. The prisoners just read whatever books they find. They think it is a library outside. But since Li Ming had given the order, she had no choice but to go and call Wang Xin over. Li Ming waited for Wang Xin to arrive leisurely, and then took the two of them out of the factory directly. On the way to the library, Li Ming and the two girls explained the librarian's job, which actually wasn't much work. Every day after watching TV together, the prisoners have an hour and a half of free reading time. Prisoners who want to read will come to the library to borrow books. It is okay to bring them to the prison area to read, but they have to report it, and not everyone can take the books back to the prison area. The two girls were only responsible for helping them find books and records. The workload was much lighter than that in the factory. They had basically nothing to do during the day when the prisoners were at work, just to tidy up. They would finish their work after a while at night, which was relatively leisurely. If Tan Qingqing had taken this job from the beginning, she probably wouldn't have such a strong malice towards the prison. If she was the kind of person who liked reading and had a comfortable personality, she would actually enjoy being a librarian. That's all. Under Wang Xin's affectionate and captivating eyes, Li Ming brought the two girls to the library. On the way here, Tan Qingqing was still a little frightened and didn't say a word. Li Ming ignored her and took them to the library before leaving. There are people waiting for him, and he has no time to deal with Tan Qingqing now. Once she figures out what's going on, she will naturally obey. After finishing the work matters of the two people, Li Ming left the prison area. On the way, he wondered if he had gone too far. In the past, he would never have whipped the prisoners, but now he seemed to have no psychological burden in doing it. The prisoners disobeyed his orders and dared to shout and question him. If he didn't deal with them, how could he be the warden? Li Ming originally thought that the mission would be triggered, but his mind was quiet, and the mysterious power that had been controlling him seemed to have disappeared. In his dream, it seemed that the unscrupulous author had been controlling his every move, and now that the task had not been triggered, could it be that his behavior had unknowingly been in line with the direction that the unscrupulous author wanted him to develop in? So there are no tasks released? Li Ming was terrified when he thought about it carefully. He felt that it was very likely, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He had nothing to regret. He held back when beating Tan Qingqing. After all, he had to consider her sister's face. He hoped that Tan Qingqing would be obedient in the future. At the same time, the library. After Li Ming left, Tan Qingqing collapsed in the chair. Although the pain in her body had eased a little, it was still burning hot. But compared to the physical pain, her psychological changes were indescribable. Logically, she should be very sad, resistant, and scared. But every time she touched the wound, she felt as if she had been temporarily freed from prison, as if she were still alive. This feeling made her unable to stop. She has been under the protection of her sister since she was a child. Although her life was hard when she was a child, she has never been beaten. After entering prison, she still remembers the slap that the second warden gave her last time. It was the first time she was beaten in her life. The last time she wanted to get out, she didn't have this feeling. But now she knew she couldn't get out, and was hit 3 times by Li Ming. This suppressed emotion suddenly burst out. Tan Qingqing pressed hard on the wounds on her arms and thighs, letting the pain fill her entire body. She closed her eyes, tilted her head back slightly, and took a deep breath. The air she breathed in felt like the free, fresh air of the outside world. It was incredibly delicious. Wang Xin, who was standing by, was stunned by the sight of Tan Qingqing, who was constantly smiling and showing a happy expression, and whose body was trembling slightly. She was extremely curious. This is beautiful. Tan Qingqing was still enjoying herself, but Li Ming had already returned to the office building. Arriving at the door of the infirmary, Li Ming first tidied his clothes before gently knocking on the door. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the knock on the door fell, it was opened from the inside. It's the beautiful Xiaohong. The warden is here, come in. Xiaohong smiled slightly and moved aside to let Li Ming enter the room. Li Ming didn't hesitate and walked into the room and sat on the chair. The chair was warm and hot. Li Ming guessed that Xiaohong must have been sitting on this chair just now, so her warmth was still on the chair. Li Ming looked around the infirmary and saw that it was no different from usual, so he started talking. Sister Hong, what did you ask me just now? Hearing this, Xiaohong twisted her graceful body and slowly sat down opposite Li Ming, crossing her legs with her high heels. Warden, I have something to worry about. We're holding a group dance competition in a few days. I have a good friend who wants to come to the prison to see me. She's a dance teacher, so why don't we invite her to teach the prisoners how to dance? What do you think? Li Ming was stunned when he heard this. Best friend? Dance teacher? It doesn't seem impossible. He was still worried about how to make Tan Qingqing stand out in the competition and get a ranking so that he could get a reduced sentence. If Xiaohong's best friend came over and taught these prisoners to dance and gave Tan Qingqing some special lessons, wouldn't that be a perfect solution? Li Ming was about to agree. Xiaohong spoke again. Besides, my best friend is even prettier than me. She used to be the school belle of the dance academy, and countless men fell for her. It's such a pity. She's about the same age as me, but she's still unmarried. She also always tells me that she doesn't like those stinky men out there who always flatter her. She likes men who are fierce, intimidating, and who can make her feel awed at first sight. What's with all that love at first sight? Even after so many years, she hasn't met anyone. What a shame. Chapter 77. After listening to Xiaohong's words, Li Ming nodded slightly. Sure, no problem. If she's free, let her come over. If it's not convenient, I can pick her up. Xiaohong was so overjoyed when she heard this that she stood up from opposite Li Ming. Her body began to tremble as she stood up. Great. Then I'll tell her to come over earlier so she can stay with me for a few more days. Xiaohong looked at Li Ming in surprise. She really liked this little man in every way. Ahem. Sister Hong, this is what you're looking for me about? Li Ming asked tentatively. What else do you think it is? Xiaohong glanced at Li Ming coquettishly and smiled sweetly. Nothing. Li Ming replied quickly. He was blaming Tan Qingqing in his heart. Didn't she say that Xiaohong dressed up carefully and was thinking of seducing him? This didn't seem like it. Li Ming was feeling disappointed. Looking at Xiaohong's sexy outfit, he swallowed unconsciously. Xiaohong didn't know whether she saw Li Ming's actions or not. She smiled slightly, walked to her bedroom, and came out with a glass of water after a while. Warden, I have nothing to treat you. Have a drink of water. You seem thirsty. You keep looking at me and swallowing your saliva. Xiaohong handed the water cup to Li Ming meaningfully. When Li Ming took the water cup, he crossed his hands and accidentally touched Xiaohong's hand. Ahem. I am a little thirsty. I am not looking at you swallowing saliva. It's just that your room is a little hot. Li Ming felt a little embarrassed when Xiaohong found out that he was looking at someone swallowing saliva, so he had to change the subject. Oh, now that you mention it, I actually feel a little hot. Xiaohong clapped her hands as if she suddenly understood something, and then she slowly took off her white coat in front of Li Ming, revealing the black lace suspenders she was wearing. The V-neck suspenders were held up high by Xiaohong. Her slim waist is faintly visible, her long black legs are straight and sexy, and she is wearing high heels, making her look like an animated character that has stepped out of reality. It is hard to believe that her body proportions are so well proportioned. Li Ming was stunned by Xiaohong's actions. He couldn't help but compare her figure to Tan Qingqing's. But the two of them were completely different styles, and he couldn't tell who was better. The main reason was that she hadn't been as frank with him as Tan Qingqing, so he naturally couldn't compare. But even at this moment, Li Ming couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly picked up the water glass and took a big gulp. This time he was really thirsty. The more I read, the drier my mouth becomes, and the hotter my body becomes. This vixen Xiaohong is really quite something, just like in the comics. Do you want a drink? How about I pour you another glass? Xiaohong looked at Li Ming with a smile and teased. No more water. I always want to go to the bathroom after drinking too much water, but the weather is really hot. Li Ming also took off his coat and only wore a shirt, which slightly soothed the heat in his heart. Huh? You said you drank too much water and always wanted to go to the bathroom? Xiaohong covered her cherry lips in pretended surprise and asked Li Ming. Yeah, what's wrong? Li Ming raised an eyebrow. Isn't it normal to always want to go to the bathroom after drinking too much? Why is Xiaohong so surprised? No, don't underestimate this. I'm a doctor. You have to trust my expertise. Come here. Lie down here. Let me check you out. Xiaohong pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, pointed to the medical bed beside her, and motioned Li Ming to lie down on it. Li Ming was stunned when he heard this. He suddenly remembered the finger examination Xiaohong gave him on the day he first arrived at the prison. His anus suddenly tightened. He quickly shook his head. No, Sister Hong, I'm fine. I'm in great shape and everything I eat is delicious. No need. Xiaohong smiled slightly. Without waiting for Li Ming to finish speaking, she stepped forward and grabbed Li Ming's hand. With a little force, she pulled Li Ming up from the sofa. Don't be afraid. We won't be doing a digital examination this time. You might have a prostate problem. If you leave it alone, it might get worse in the future. Come on, be obedient. Xiaohong grabbed Li Ming's hand and forcefully pushed him down onto the medical bed. Li Ming couldn't persuade Xiaohong, so he had to lie down reluctantly. Then Xiaohong straightened Li Ming's body and pressed her fingers on Li Ming's lower abdomen. Does it hurt here? It doesn't hurt. Xiaohong moved down another 3 inches. Then what about here? No, it doesn't hurt. Li Ming was lying on the medical bed. He saw that Xiaohong's beautiful and charming face had turned red without him noticing. She no longer had her usual smile. Li Ming's warning halo was instantly activated, and no one within a radius of 200 meters could escape his surveillance. Li Ming, did you and Xiaoxi have a fight? Do you like Xiaoxi? I didn't like. So you keep peeking at me. Do you like me? I like it. Then, will you mind that I'm older than you? No. No way. Sister Hong. Then, if Xiaoxi finds out, will she be mad at me? Am I taking advantage of someone's vulnerability? Of course not. I never liked her anyway. She was just a childhood friend. Oh well. Warden, there's nothing wrong with you. You need to drink plenty of water. If you keep having to go to the bathroom, come see me and I'll check you out. Xiaohong shook off the water droplets on her hands and spoke seriously to Li Ming. Good. Li Ming came back to his senses and agreed. And Xiaoxi, if you really don't like her, then I won't be polite. Xiaohong smiled charmingly and clenched her fists at Li Ming. Li Ming came back to his senses, his head still a little dizzy. Everything caught him off guard. He had thought about something happening between him and Xiaohong, but he had never imagined it would be like this. He also hadn't expected that Foxy would be so bold. Sure enough, Foxy was Foxy. Li Ming mechanically sat back in his chair and took the water that Xiaohong handed over to him again, still a little bit unbelieving. It feels like I just had a dream. Seeing Li Ming's behavior, Xiaohong couldn't help but smile and think. Just a warden. Take control. A piece of cake. Chapter 78, Su Qinghuan. Li Ming came out of the infirmary in a daze, still a little reluctant to leave, but now was not the time. He had just had a long talk with Tan Chengcheng last night, and was forcibly woken up by Xiaohong today. Even with his special forces physique, he was a little tired. Li Ming felt that if he continued like this, he might be drained dry by these little goblins one day. Shaking his head, Li Ming took the elevator and walked towards his office. He still has things to do. So Li Ming walked into the office, locked the door first, then washed his face to sober up, and then took out his mobile phone and looked for the familiar phone number. As Li Ming moved his fingers, a 3-character name emerged. Su Qinghuan. Without hesitation, Li Ming dialed the number directly. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as the phone rang, a busy tone came from the other end. It was obvious that Su Qinghuan hung up the phone. No answer. Li Ming was not angry and dialed again. Beep, beep, beep. No answer again. Li Ming raised his eyebrows and called the 3rd time. As expected, there was no busy tone on the phone this time, but instead a pleasant voice. Li Ming, are you crazy? Why are you calling me when I'm taking a shit? Believe it or not, I can pinch you like a shit clamp. You're just disturbing my fun. The woman's voice is gentle, yet cold and rough. It's hard to describe how these two voices blend together. She's like a fairy smoking, drinking, and having her hair permed. She relies on her natural beauty and messes it up. Ugh, when did you take your phone with you while taking a shit? Aren't you afraid of getting hemorrhoids? Are you watching some movie you shouldn't be watching while squatting on the toilet? Li Ming asked curiously. He and Su Qinghuan had been together since college, and they got along pretty well. Although Su Qinghuan eventually abandoned her boyfriend, Li Ming, in pursuit of a more exciting life as a lawyer, their relationship was still pretty good. They'd often play around and tell dirty jokes. What the hell is there to look at? What's so good about that? The men are thin and the women are ugly. Neither can compare to what we take. It will definitely become the #1 website and sweep all the charts. It's a pity that our young Master Li is a low-key person, so he is destined not to become famous by taking off his clothes. Su Qinghuan smacked his lips, looking regretful. Li Ming was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. She was still the same, not changed at all. Stop it, Qinghuan. Are you busy lately? I have a case here, and I'd like to ask for your help. Li Ming said calmly. Is there a case? Have you committed a crime? Su Qinghuan asked back excitedly. No, it's not me. I have a friend whose sister is involved in a financial fraud case. There seems to be some suspicious circumstances. Can you see if you can help her get a few years off her sentence? Friends. Men and women. Su Qinghuan asked curiously again. A woman. Li Ming replied helplessly. Anyway, they would have to communicate with each other later, so they would definitely know. Wow, it can't be your current girlfriend. You are not asking your ex-girlfriend to help your current girlfriend with the lawsuit. You really know how to have fun. Su Qinghuan's tone was full of surprise. Ahem. Stop making wild guesses. We're just friends. Will you help me or not, Lawyer Su? Are you afraid of messing up and embarrassing yourself in front of me? Li Ming directly provoked Su Qinghuan and said in a sarcastic tone. Su Qinghuan didn't fall for it. She laughed and continued. What's there to be ashamed of? The biggest shame I've ever suffered in my life is being ridden by a man. Losing the lawsuit is nothing, but if you want me to help you, please treat me, your big brother, to a meal. Where are you now? I'll fly over to find you. When Li Ming heard Su Qinghwan say this, he knew that the matter was settled, and he couldn't help but smile. It's just a meal. I'm in S-City. You can fly to S-City Airport. I'll pick you up at a certain time. Okay. See you at the airport tonight. See you there. After Su Qinghwan finished speaking, he hung up the phone and went to buy a ticket. Li Ming also put away his phone with satisfaction. He still trusted Su Qinghwan's professionalism. At such a young age, she had already become a top lawyer based on her strength. Her past record was rarely failures. She was in the limelight and was unstoppable. This small case was nothing to her. Li Ming solved another problem and lay comfortably on the bed. He planned to rest for a while. Su Qinghwan would be here in the evening, and he had to rush to the airport to pick her up. Xia Hong had just drained a lot of his energy, so he needed to get some sleep to replenish it. Li Ming had just closed his eyes when his cell phone rang again. Dingling. Li Ming opened his eyes helplessly again, picked up his phone, and looked to see who was so good at choosing the time. I saw an unfamiliar phone number on the phone screen. Li Ming frowned, but still chose to answer the call. Hello? Who is this? Hello, Chief. I'm Huang Ying. I arrived at S-City Airport at 9:17 tonight. Please give me your instructions. Huang Ying. You don't have to call me Chief, just call me by my name. I'll pick you up in the evening, just call me when you get off the plane. Li Ming frowned and rubbed his temples. Although I knew Huang Ying would arrive soon, I didn't expect her to arrive so soon. Dad is so decisive. There's no time to slow down. Yes, Chief. I'll hang up first. See you tonight, Chief. Beep, beep. As the busy tone on the phone rang again, Li Ming couldn't help but think. Why is it always others who hang up on him before he even finishes speaking? Fortunately, Huang Ying also got off the plane at S-City Airport. Otherwise, he would be too busy to handle everything. We had to answer it together in the evening. Li Ming thought secretly. He didn't know whether Huang Ying's coming was a blessing or a curse for him. His father had stuck a nail in his side, and he couldn't pull it out. If Huang Ying told his father about it, he would be in trouble. The tasks have been irregular recently, like irregular menstruation. He is really afraid that another forced task will come out of the blue. Now he doesn't have the good guy card to exempt him from punishment. When will he be able to stop being controlled by others? As Li Ming was thinking, he fell into a deep sleep. It was not until there was a knock on the door that Li Ming woke up. Li Ming opened his eyes. After a good night's sleep, he felt full of energy again. He was full of energy. He stood up to open the door, but just as he expected, the person knocking on the door was Lin Shi again. Lin Shi's eyes were slightly red, obviously from crying, but her expression had returned to its usual calm. She watched Li Ming open the door and began to speak. Warden, there's a monthly summary meeting tonight, and you need to be present to give a speech. But Li Ming interrupted Lin Shi before she could finish her words. I'm busy. I have to go out tonight. You can do whatever you want. You don't need to call me for things like talking in the future. You can do it yourself. After Li Ming finished his instructions, he closed the door and locked Lin Shi, who was still standing at the doorway, out. Lin Shi looked at the cold, closed door in front of him, his eyes becoming increasingly gloomy. Bastard Li Ming, you have no gentlemanly manners at all. Don't even think about me forgiving you again. Chapter 79, Walking into a Trap. After Li Ming turned Lin Shi away, he looked at the time, and it was almost time to set off. So he went into the bathroom to wash up, so that Su Qinghwan wouldn't say that he smelled like women's perfume. Although Su Qinghwan didn't have as many problems as Lin Shi, as an ex-boyfriend, Li Ming still cared about his image in front of his ex-girlfriend. At the beginning, Su Qinghwan broke up with Li Ming peacefully and made it very clear that her goal was to be the #1 lawyer, so the first thing she did when she got ashore was to kill her beloved. Li Ming was killed by her without hesitation. However, there was no doubt whether Su Qinghwan still liked Li Ming. She also said that if she didn't want to be a lawyer anymore, and Li Ming didn't have a partner, she would come and give birth to a big fat boy for him. If Li Ming got married and had a family, she would borrow his sperm and give birth to a big fat boy herself. It's not like I can't afford to support her, but she has a special habit, which is, she wants to be on top. When he was with Li Ming, he accidentally lost his position and was taken away by Li Ming. This made Su Qinghwan feel uneasy, and he kept bringing it up. Li Ming recalled the scenes of his previous interactions with Su Qinghwan, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After finding a set of daily clothes from his suitcase and examining himself in the mirror for a moment, Li Ming left the office and prepared to set off. At his driving speed, there was still enough time, so he drove out of the prison calmly. On the way, Li Ming called Su Qinghwan again to confirm their disembarkation time. He discovered that Su Qinghwan and Huang Ying were both getting off the plane at about the same time, so neither of them would be delayed. So Li Ming stepped on the accelerator and sped towards City S. But Li Ming still underestimated his driving speed. It was not even 6 o'clock when he entered S City. It was just getting dark. Both of them had flights at around 9 o'clock, so he was still early. With nothing else to do, Li Ming was wondering where to go to kill some time. But he wasn't familiar with S City. Besides Tan Chengcheng, the only person he knew in S City was Wang Qian. He didn't want to go to Tan Chengcheng's place for the time being. They had just parted ways in the morning. If he went to see her again, not only would her body be unable to bear it, but she would also feel uncomfortable mentally. He was not a person who didn't know how to be gentle with women. Then the only one left is Wang Qian. Speaking of which, after sending her back to her new home that day, the girl didn't contact him and didn't call him as she promised. After all, she was Wang Xian's daughter, so he thought he should call her and ask about her. After all, her mother Wang Xian was very sensible and he liked her very much. So Li Ming took out his phone, found Wang Qian's number, and dialed it. As soon as the call was made, it was connected quickly. Wang Qian's excited and joyful voice suddenly rang out. "Brotherly, you actually called me." Li Ming smiled when he heard this and replied, "Yeah, I wanted to ask you how you've been these past few days and if you have any difficulties that I can help you with." "Oh, brotherly, you are in prison. I don't have the nerve to ask you for help from so far away. I'm afraid of disturbing you. I dare not call you," Wang Qian said shyly. She wanted to call Li Ming every day these days, but she didn't dare to dial the number with her hand holding the phone. When she was alone, she thought about it. Brotherly was the warden and an official, while she was just an ordinary person, and her mother was a criminal. She was not worthy of brotherly at all. If there is anything you can show off, it is only your body. But last time she showed it to brotherly like that, and brotherly didn't do anything to her, which made her doubt her own charm. But when she went out to look for a job these days, the men outside were so eager to get their eyes on her, which shows that she is still good looking. Why is brotherly not interested in her? Wang Qian was puzzled, so she hesitated and didn't dare to contact Li Ming. Today she suddenly received a call from Li Ming and jumped out of bed in surprise. It seems she was overthinking it. She is still attractive. Look, brotherly is thinking of her. He misses me. Wang Qian was secretly delighted. "If you're bothering me, just tell me how you need me. I'll definitely help you if I can," Li Ming said with a smile. "Really? Then, brotherly, when you have time, can you come to my place? I have something to tell you," Wang Qian said in a low voice. Although her voice was very low, Li Ming could hear clearly what she meant. "Is there something? Can't you tell me on the phone? I happen to be in S City right now, very close to where you are. I'll be there now, just wait for me." Although Li Ming was confused, he still agreed. After all, the little girl is always a little special, and there are some things that I am embarrassed to say. Maybe she will be more relaxed if I say it to her face. She has no other relatives, so I must help her. Thinking of this, Li Ming drove directly towards Wang Qian's home. Wang Qian, who was standing on the bed, jumped up in surprise when she heard that Li Ming would be here soon. She quickly went into the bathroom and washed herself thoroughly. Then she ran to the mirror naked, picked up clothes from the closet, and compared them to the mirror, but she was not satisfied with any of them. Seeing the time passing by, she became anxious. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes lit up. He bent down and found a thin, flat, square card-like object from under the cabinet. Wang Qian opened it, and a pair of white ultra-thin over-the-knee stockings appeared in her hands. Her face turned slightly red. She gritted her teeth, and then without hesitation, she put it on her legs. Then she took out the simplest white off-shoulder dress from the closet and put it on. Wang Qian turned around in front of the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. She bought these white ultra-thin over-the-knee stockings specially so that she could wear them in front of Li Ming when she had the chance. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Wang Qian secretly encouraged herself in her heart. When brotherly arrived, she would definitely win his heart. After a while, Li Ming was already standing downstairs of Wang Qian's house. It was already dark and the lights were on in Wang Qian's room. Li Ming looked up and rang the doorbell. The next second after Li Ming pressed the doorbell, the unit door lock opened. Apparently Wang Qian had been waiting next to the unlocking button of the unit door, waiting for him to arrive. Otherwise it would not have been possible for him to arrive so quickly. Li Ming shook his head helplessly and walked up the stairs. Li Ming had just arrived at Wang Qian's house. Before Li Ming could knock on the door had already opened a crack, as if it had been waiting for a long time, just waiting for Li Ming to fall into the trap. Li Ming didn't hesitate and opened Wang Qian's door. Chapter 80 Gift. Open the door. Wang Qian, wearing a white dress and ultra-thin white stockings on her legs, was standing at the door, welcoming Li Ming's arrival. From Li Ming's perspective, Wang Qian's beautiful legs were wrapped in white stockings, but because they were ultra-thin stockings. Both her jade feet and beautiful legs were vaguely visible and could only be seen with the naked eye. The small toes are crystal clear, like transparent crystal candies, exuding a sweet and attractive scent. Brotherly, you're here. Wang Qian bent down with a smile and got a pair of slippers for Li Ming. But she herself was not wearing any clothes and just stepped on the carpet. Wang Qian had laid a carpet in the room at some point, and the originally shabby house now looked brand new. Li Ming looked around and felt very warm, as if a husband who had returned home from a hard day's work would find his virtuous wife standing at the door to greet him warmly, making Li Ming a little dazed. Qian, you cleaned up this room so well. Li Ming didn't dare to stare at Wang Qian's feet anymore, so he looked around the room. It became like this in such a short time. It seemed that Wang Qian had put in a lot of effort. It's okay. I thought that when Mom is released from prison, I'll feel warm and cozy when I return home. After all, this will be our home from now on. I still have a lot of ideas that I haven't had time to implement yet. When you come next time, brotherly, it will definitely look even better. Wang Qian explained to Li Ming with a smile. Seeing Li Ming changing into slippers, she couldn't help but feel a little proud, but not of the decoration of the room, but of her own body. Just after Brotherly entered the room, he stared at his feet several times without blinking, and naturally she, who was observing him intently, did not miss it. It seems that Brotherly likes his white hair very much, and his preparations were not in vain. Wang Qian welcomed Li Ming to the living room with a secret joy in her heart, and they both sat down on the sofa. Qian, didn't you say you had something to tell me? Say it now. Is there anything I can help you with? Li Ming deliberately avoided looking at Wang Qian's lower body, fearing that she would misunderstand. He looked into Wang Qian's eyes and asked, Brotherly, it's nothing actually, it's just, I miss you. Wang Qian said with her face flushed. It was too embarrassing for her to express it so directly. Hey, Qian, didn't I tell you last time that you are still young and you will meet many better men in the future? Don't think too much. I treat you as my sister. Li Ming said hurriedly. Brotherly, I'm not a child anymore. Wang Qian pinched her fingers and muttered dissatisfiedly. Ahem, let's not talk about this. As long as you don't have any difficulties, I'll be relieved. I just came to see how you are doing. It seems you are doing well now. When I return to prison, I will tell your mother that you are doing well. Li Ming changed the subject. He has always been caring towards Wang Qian, perhaps because he regarded her as his younger sister. Although his eyes were inevitably attracted to her and could not control themselves, he still restrained himself. Thank you, Brotherly. Then why did you suddenly come to S City? It's dark now. How about you stay here for one night and leave tomorrow? Wang Qian said shyly. No, I have something to do. I have to pick someone up at the airport soon, and then I have to go back to the prison. I have things to do there, so I might have to travel even further. Li Ming refused directly, sighing in his heart that this girl was too brave. He didn't know where she got such courage from. Wasn't she afraid of what he might do? Oh, okay then. How about, Brotherly, I cook something for you. I've learned several dishes recently, and my cooking skills are pretty good. I'm sure I can be a qualified wife and mother in the future. Wang Qian smiled sweetly and hinted. Ha ha ha, I believe this. Qian, you will be fine in the future, but there's no need to cook. I can't stay for long. It's still a while from your place to the airport. I'll just have a glass of water. Li Ming said with a smile. Oh, Brotherly, it's all my fault. You've been here for such a long time, but I haven't poured you a glass of water. What a stupid thing I am. Wait for me. I'll pour you some water. Wang Qian blushed and quickly got up to pour water, which made Li Ming couldn't help laughing. Once upon a time, he also wanted to have such a lovely sister, but old Li was not very good, and he only had one son in all these years. Li Ming took the cup of water handed to him by Wang Qian and drank 2 sips to relieve the heat in his body. Then, under the guidance of Wang Qian, he visited the house again. The original worn-out furniture had been replaced, and the home appliances had been replaced with new ones. Now it felt like home. After the tour, Li Ming looked at the time and realized that he had been there for a while, so he suggested leaving as he still had to go to the airport. Qian, I'm leaving first. Don't forget to tell me if you have any problems. Don't handle it by yourself. Don't make your mother worry. Your mother will be released from prison soon. Do you understand? Li Ming warned her worriedly. I understand. Brotherly, don't worry. Wang Qian nodded obediently. Well, then I'll leave first. Li Ming waved at Wang Qian. Wait a minute. Brotherly. Wang Qian blushed and mustered up the courage to call out to Li Ming. Li Ming looked back in confusion and asked, What's wrong, Qian? Li, Brotherly, wait a moment, I have something to give you. Wang Qian said with a blushing face, then hurried into the room. A moment later, she ran out of the room in a hurry, holding a small black bag, and stuffed it into Li Ming's hand. Before Li Ming could take a closer look at what was stuffed into his hand, Wang Qian, with a blushing face, gently pushed Li Ming out of the house. This action made Li Ming startled, and when he realized it, he was already standing outside the door. And then, Wang Qian's voice came from inside the room. Brotherly, that's my gift to you. Goodbye, brotherly. Li Ming weighed the light little bag in his hand and was a little confused for a moment. He had to go downstairs first, find the car that came and get in. At the same time, Wang Qian was sitting on the floor, leaning against the doorway, covering her red face with her hands. Even though Li Ming had left, she was too shy to look up. She secretly felt inexplicably ashamed of her behavior, but when she thought of Li Ming opening the gift she had given her, she became excited again. I don't know if Brotherly can understand her feelings. She has hinted to this extent. Brotherly should be able to believe her determination. Parking lot downstairs. Li Ming got into the car and took the gift from Wang Qian. I weighed it in my hand, and it was so light. He squeezed it again, but still couldn't feel what was inside. After his guess proved fruitless, he had no choice but to open the small black bag and pour the contents into his hands. But when Li Ming realized what was in his hand, Li Ming's alert aura automatically activated instantly. Blood rushed to my head. Li Ming was stunned. Chapter 81 Yellow Oriole. All I saw was the soft object that Li Ming poured into his hand. It turned out to be the ultra-thin white over-the-knee stockings that Wang Qian had been wearing just now. Moreover, when Li Ming touched it, he could feel some residual temperature, glowing and hot in his palm. Li Ming was also excited, and his alert aura was activated involuntarily. I can't control it. I can't control it at all. This girl, she actually gave this to herself. No wonder he felt something was wrong when he saw Wang Qian running out just now, but she pushed him out of the door in a hurry, and he didn't think about it too much. Now when he saw the white silk, he suddenly remembered that Wang Qian had indeed come out with bare legs. Li Ming looked at the time, put the white silk in his hand back into the black bag, and then placed it in the car armrest storage box. He then started the car and rushed to the S-City airport. He temporarily put Wang Qian behind him. She was not like other women. If he did it to her, her mother Wang Xin would come out soon, and the mother and daughter would be together in bed, whispering something. Wang Xin would hate him to death. It wasn't like he was horny. Naturally, he didn't want to have anything to do with Wang Qian, so he just pretended nothing happened and rushed to the airport. By this time, it was completely dark. Li Ming followed the traffic and arrived at the airport at almost 9 o'clock. The timing was just right. Li Ming parked the car and went to the airport arrival hall to wait. Logically, Huang Ying should have been the first to get off the plane, but he had never seen Huang Ying. He could only watch the crowd pouring out silently and wait for Huang Ying to call him. Li Ming looked at the time. It was 9:17. Huang Ying also said to arrive at 9:17, so maybe Huang Ying is already in the bustling crowd opposite. He looked around the crowd, and suddenly, a short-haired woman wearing a mask and black glasses caught his attention. This woman is tall, at least 1.7 meters tall, and she is wearing flat shoes, an ordinary army green shirt on the upper body, and jeans on the lower body. Although her clothes are not conspicuous, her figure is very conspicuous. This pair of long legs is thin and long, with smooth lines and full of power. The two legs are put together without a gap, and they are as straight as if they were drawn. The shirt at the waist was tucked into the jeans, outlining the contours of her waist and abdomen. Her already slender waist, coupled with the outline of her chest that was obviously suppressed, but still could not be suppressed, was simply invincible. Although she was wearing a mask and glasses and couldn't tell whether her appearance was as top-notch as her figure, the wheat-colored swan neck at her neckline destined this woman to be extraordinary. If you ask Li Ming how he can see so clearly, it is because of this mysterious woman wearing a mask, who is walking towards him step by step. Finally, under Li Ming's surprised eyes, he stopped in front of him and saluted. "Hello, Chief. I'm Huang Ying. Please give me your instructions." The woman's voice was clear and pleasant, and Li Ming thought that if she sang, she would definitely be able to do it. "But we are at the airport now, with so many people coming and going." Huang Ying said, "Hello, Chief." The crowd around them seemed to have been programmed to stop in surprise, their necks twisted, and they all looked at the conspicuous Huang Ying and Li Ming. Their eyes were full of curiosity. Li Ming was shocked and waved his hand quickly. "Ha, stop it. There are so many people here. Don't let anyone misunderstand me. I'm just joking, just joking." Li Ming laughed and smiled foolishly, finally dispelling the curiosity of the people around him. After exchanging knowing smiles, they dispersed and continued to go about their own business. Li Ming also wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, quickly grabbed Huang Ying's arm, and took her to a deserted corner. "Huang Ying, didn't I tell you not to call me Chief? I'm not a chief, just call me by my name. My name is Li Ming, you must know that," Li Ming said in a low voice. Commander, my mission is to protect Commander Li Ming's personal safety 24 hours a day. I must not let you get hurt. Huang Ying replied crisply. Ahem. But why do you call me chief? It's too eye-catching. Do you have to obey my orders? Li Ming asked. Yes, chief. I will follow your instructions unconditionally. Huang Ying nodded and said seriously. That's good. Then just call me brotherly. Li Ming thought for a moment and asked tentatively. Huang Ying, I'm older than you. I'd better call you sir. Does it have to be so official? Can't it be more friendly? Li Ming said helplessly. If it's just the two of us, I'll call you commander. If there are outsiders here, I can call you brother Li or Li Ming. Huang Ying thought about it and finally changed the tone. Okay, it's settled. You can call me Li Ming. There are so many people here. Don't attract too much attention. Otherwise, I will be so embarrassed. I'm not a leader at all. Li Ming spread his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, Li Ming. Huang Ying nodded. Well, that's right. I have a friend who will get off the plane around the same time. Let's wait a little longer and pick her up before going back. Li Ming looked at Huang Ying in front of him, feeling a little depressed. As he expected, this Huang Ying was just like the bodyguards who had protected Uncle Wang and his family since childhood. They were all trained by certain special departments and were specially trained to protect important people. These special guards were incredibly stubborn. He'd witnessed this since he was a kid. So many times, when the women in the bar were deeply in love and wanted to have sex with Li Ming, these special guards would always create unexpected situations and then thwart them. In the end, Li Ming would return home alone. Although Li Ming had no intention of having anything to do with those women, the behavior of the special guards made him very angry. It was as if they did not trust his character and they always tried to obstruct him. This also made the young and hot-headed Li Ming deliberately find some women to flirt with, and then wait for the special guards to rack their brains to separate the women from him. At that time, Li Ming enjoyed it. But after deliberately doing it a few times, he didn't find it interesting anymore. He knew that they were just following orders, so there was no need to embarrass them. Li Ming had grown sensible later on, just flirting in the bar, wanting to go home with Li Ming bye-bye. But while Li Ming understood, he still wasn't impressed by the special care. He always felt like he was being watched, even if it was to protect his own safety. But anyone who grew up under such surveillance would probably feel no less resentful than Li Ming. Chapter 82 CPDD. After Li Ming gave Huang Ying some instructions, he took Huang Ying back to the airport and continued to wait for Su Qinghuan. The two of them didn't have to wait too long, as Su Qinghuan happened to be on the next flight. Li Ming watched as Su Qinghuan, standing out from the crowd like a crane among chickens, walked out of the airport entrance with small steps and head held high. Then, without a single greeting, he walked past Li Ming, snapping his fingers in the direction of the exit and grudgingly uttering a single word. Walk. Su Qinghuan turned around and naturally handed the luggage in his hand to Li Ming, then walked towards the exit with a swagger. Li Ming, feeling both amused and helpless, picked up his luggage and hurried to catch up. Su Qinghuan, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so wild? Why is lawyer Su charging for speaking now? You're just spouting off word by word. Su Qinghuan didn't respond after hearing this. He glanced at Huang Ying behind Li Ming and said lightly, Is this your friend who got into trouble? Li Ming looked at Su Qinghuan and then at Huang Ying, and then he realized that Su Qinghuan had misunderstood. She thought he had brought that friend to meet her directly, and she was unhappy. Li Ming quickly explained, No, I haven't introduced her to you yet. This is my bodyguard. Her name is Huang Ying, not the one I told you about. Oh, another bodyguard. I've known you for so long, but you're always so mysterious. I don't even know what our young Master Li's identity is. Could he be the second generation of a billionaire CEO? What did I miss? Didn't I almost marry into a wealthy family? Young Master Li, tell me quickly, you said you're not a second generation of rich, not a billionaire CEO. Don't make me regret my choice. Su Qinghuan said exaggeratedly. Hey, stop it. I'm certainly not some rich second-generation CEO. Wake up, Li Ming said helplessly. Su Qinghuan has always been like this, never doing anything serious all day, but this look really won Li Ming's heart. Li Ming doesn't feel any pressure when he is with her. Su Qinghuan can always make him happy. There was a time when Li Ming thought that he would have to marry Su Qinghuan in this life. She is really Li Ming's white moonlight. But Lin Shi was different. She either suppressed him or targeted him, or she was glaring at him. She got angry at the slightest provocation and was extremely emotionally unstable. She could change her expression at any time, as if he owed her something in his previous life. There was no way to avoid her, and Li Ming really couldn't like her. A comparison between the two reveals who is better. Even though his father really wanted to match him up with Lin Shi, although Lin Shi was indeed good-looking, her personality was really not Li Ming's type. A forced marriage would probably not quench his thirst nor bring him sweetness. After Li Ming explained Huang Ying's identity, Su Qinghuan's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Just now he was walking forward on his own, not paying any attention to Li Ming, but now he turned around and took Li Ming's arm and held him in his arms. Everything seemed to be as it should be, happening naturally. Li Ming and Su Qinghuan didn't feel anything was wrong, but Huang Ying, who was following behind them, was a little dazed. She remembered all the information about Li Ming that the leader gave her when she received the task from him. The spouse column is blank. There is no romantic experience at all. But this man and woman before me look like a couple in love. Is the information wrong? Li Ming had a brief chat with Su Qinghuan, then took the two women to the parking lot and got into the car. The two women had just gotten off the plane, so Li Ming naturally had to welcome them. Li Ming and the other two women got in the car and drove straight to the city of S, intending to treat them to a good meal. On the way, Su Qinghuan and Huang Ying both sat in the back seat, leaving the passenger seat empty. Li Ming stopped Huang Ying from driving for him and ordered her to sit in the back seat firmly. Li Ming didn't think of himself as a big shot. He was just driving a car and didn't need her to serve him. Su Qinghuan also helped to pull her, and Huang Ying had to give up. Seeing that Huang Ying was still wearing a mask and sunglasses, Su Qinghuan couldn't help but start a conversation out of curiosity. "Miss Huang, aren't you bored? It's already so dark. Why don't you take off your sunglasses and mask?" Huang Ying hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then asked Li Ming for instructions. "Show Li Ming. Can I take off my mask and sunglasses?" Li Ming was stunned when she heard Huang Ying's words. Why did she have to ask him for permission? What order did her father give her? Wasn't it just to protect his personal safety? She couldn't even go to the bathroom without asking him. "Hey, you don't need to ask me. You can pick whatever you want. Although this is the first time we meet today, you don't have to be too restrained with me. I'm not arrogant. Just treat me as a friend. If you don't believe me, just ask her." Li Ming took the time to point at Su Qinghuan, who was standing beside him with a curious look on his face. Yes. Li Ming is a humble person. He is as jumpy as a husky and a little silly sometimes. You don't have to be so restrained. Relax a little. It's easy to make money with him. You just need to get by." Su Qinghuan spoke up for Li Ming when she saw that Li Ming mentioned her. She thought Huang Ying was another bodyguard hired by Li Ming's father. She had seen Li Ming's bodyguards when they were dating in college. Although she had been stopped several times by Li Ming's bodyguards at that time, she later used her intelligence to finally lead Li Ming to shake off the bodyguard's pursuit on the rooftop of the school and took Li Ming's first blood in broad daylight. Whenever she thought of it, Su Qinghuan felt a little proud. Although that was also her first blood, she did not lose out by exchanging one blood for another. Secondly, she had a strange sense of accomplishment for kidnapping a child from a wealthy family, secretly abusing him, and making his family regret it. In the dead of night, Su Qinghuan couldn't help but curl up her lips when she thought of that breezy and stinging noon. For a top student in the law department like her, this kind of experience, similar to cheating, was really something she couldn't stop. And it's legal. Su Qinghuan suddenly recalled the little moments she had with Li Ming, and her mind wandered a little. A charming smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth. After hearing what Li Ming and Su Qinghuan said, Huang Ying slowly took off her sunglasses and mask as if she had received an order, revealing a stunning face that surprised both Li Ming and Su Qinghuan for a moment. Her eyebrows are like willow leaves in early spring, her nose is delicate and round, and her lips are pink and plump. She looks like a girl from the water towns of the south of the Yangtze River, so gentle that she seems to be able to melt people's hearts. Even a beauty like Su Qinghuan couldn't help but secretly give Huang Ying a score of 99. She gave her one less point because she was afraid she would become proud. But why did Li Ming's father assign him such a beautiful bodyguard? Could it be that he was looking for Li Ming's future wife? Su Qinghuan. Danger. Li Ming naturally also saw Huang Ying's beauty from the rearview mirror, but he had seen too many beauties recently, so he was stunned for a moment and then came back to his senses. I couldn't help but look at the beauty of Su Qinghuan and Huang Ying in the rearview mirror and compare them with each other. Su Qinghuan's ability to win Li Ming's heart was naturally due to her good looks, a high-nose bridge, big, watery eyes, and cherry-like, tender lips. Each of these features is uniquely beautiful, but when combined, they create a stunning beauty like Su Qinghuan. She boasts that she's even more beautiful than Reba and Naza, and even asks Li Ming to call her by her Xinjiang name, better than Reza. Before Li Ming could tell who was stronger between the two women, Su Qinghuan had already taken the initiative. She slowly placed her hand on Huang Ying's slender yet powerful thigh and squeezed it gently. Then he spoke seductively. "Beauty, the moon can bend, and lilies can bloom. Consider your sister. Seep edd. Chapter 83. Both Men and Women. Su Qinghuan's voice echoed in the car. Li Ming and Huang Ying were both stunned. Huang Ying opened her eyes slightly, looking at the equally beautiful Su Qinghuan and her hand on her leg, and was unable to react for a moment. She felt as if she had been molested. Huang Ying forced herself to resist the urge to use a grappling move to remove Su Qinghuan's extremely dishonest hand that was still moving upwards. She shook her head and said, "Miss Su, I'm not a lesbian. Stop touching me." Huang Ying held Su Qinghuan's hand and rejected him seriously. Su Qinghuan was caught, but she wasn't anxious or annoyed. She slowly pulled her hand back and smiled charmingly. "Huang Ying, before I met you, I thought I only liked handsome men, but after seeing you, I realized that I also like good-looking appearances. It doesn't have to be a man. You are so beautiful, and you completely meet my aesthetic standards. I really want to have you." I also became gay after seeing you. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying had no choice but to look up at Li Ming's eyes in the rearview mirror, looking for help. If she were to fight, 100 Su Qinghuans wouldn't be able to touch her hair, but this female hooligan was blatantly taking advantage of him, and he couldn't do anything to her, and he couldn't just subdue her right away. After all, she was the chief's friend, and their relationship was not ordinary. All the fighting skills she had learned through years of training were useless, and she could only passively accept Su Qinghuan's harassment. Li Ming was stunned by Su Qinghuan's words for a moment, but then he came to his senses. He explained to Huang Ying with a smile. "Huang Ying, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just like that. She's never serious. She's just teasing you." Li Ming smiled. In his heart, he was thinking whether Su Qinghuan liked men or women. Others might not know, but how could he not know? "I spent 4 full years in college. Do you know how I got through those 4 years?" Su Qinghuan took Li Ming to play around the entire school. Li Ming naturally had no doubt about her orientation. Su Qinghuan also chuckled when she heard Li Ming exposing her plan. "Mr. Li, you don't know this. You know what love at first sight is. I have an impulse when I look at Huang Ying, and the more I look, the more I become gay. Now I am so strong. Miss Huang Ying, please consider me." Huang Ying said nothing when she heard this, but just kept shaking her head. Looking at Huang Ying's appearance, Li Ming couldn't help but feel less resistant to her. Seeing that she looked like a rookie, she must be a special nurse who had just finished training and was going on her first mission. Maybe it would be easier to fool her this way, otherwise she would suffer a lot if a fishbone got stuck in her throat. Listening to Su Qinghuan muttering to Huang Ying in the back seat, Li Ming drove the car into the city of S. As Li Ming expected, after a loud thunder, it started to rain slowly in the sky. Since it was raining, Li Ming had no plans to rush back to the prison tonight. So Li Ming took the 2 girls directly to Mingdu Hotel, which provided both food and accommodation and was perfect for hosting them. After getting out of the car, they ran into the hotel and ordered a table of delicious food at the restaurant on the first floor. Li Ming didn't know whether they were hungry or not, but he was hungry and in urgent need of replenishing energy, so he started to feast on the delicious food. The 2 women were not polite either. The cool rainy weather was perfect for enjoying delicious food. Su Qinghuan also ordered a bottle of red wine and started drinking with Li Ming. But Huang Ying said she couldn't drink, and the 2 men didn't make things difficult for her and just started drinking. Su Qinghuan naturally knew Li Ming's alcohol tolerance, as the 2 of them had drunk together more than once or twice. After the red wine, they drank beer. They were still not satisfied after the beer, so each of them drank half a bottle of white wine. Su Qinghuan couldn't bear it any longer. He pulled out a piece of white cloth from somewhere and raised his hands to signal surrender. The drinking party was finally over. After the 3 of them checked into 3 rooms, Li Ming and Huang Ying first sent Su Qinghuan into the room, and then Huang Ying spoke to Li Ming. "Sir, I have to go out and get my equipment and weapons. Please stay in the room and wait for me to come back." Li Ming nodded drunkenly upon hearing this. You go ahead. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to bed now. See you tomorrow morning." After Li Ming finished speaking, he waved his hand, opened the door, and walked in. He didn't expect that after not seeing her for a long time, Su Qinghuan could drink so much that he almost got drunk by her. Fortunately, his body was extraordinary, and his already strong alcohol tolerance was magnified. After drinking so much, he was just a little dizzy, but his consciousness was clear, and he was even more focused than usual. Li Ming threw his body on the soft big bed, thinking about introducing Su Qinghuan to Tan Chengqing tomorrow, and then taking Huang Ying back to the prison. Just when Li Ming was thinking in a daze and feeling a little sleepy, there was a knock on Li Ming's door. Boom, boom, boom. The sound woke Li Ming up. He rubbed his face to make himself more awake, then slowly walked to the door and opened it. He was a little puzzled. Why was there someone knocking on the door so late at night? Could it be that Huang Ying had gone to get some equipment and returned so quickly? But there's no need to tell myself that I'm back. Didn't I say we'd see each other tomorrow morning? With doubts in his heart, Li Ming slowly opened the door. Standing at the door was the extremely beautiful Su Qinghuan with a smile on her face. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she still looked drunk. The corners of her mouth were raised, and her eyes seemed to be emitting electric currents as she stared at Li Ming, who opened the door. Hi, long time no see. Li Ming looked at Su Qinghuan acting like this, and felt a sense of déjà vu. Countless memories from the past emerged again. Why are you here if you're not sleeping? Li Ming said with a smile. Su Qinghuan gave Li Ming a charming look and pushed him with both hands. She pushed Li Ming back 2 steps. Then she walked into the room and locked the door. Then he looked at Li Ming, who had a smiling face. We're all adults. Do I need to tell you? Here you go. Following Su Qinghuan's actions, the room became quiet for a moment. On the other side, Huang Ying met a mysterious man in a raincoat and took the black portable safe handed to her by the man. The two men did not have any conversation, as if they had discussed it beforehand. After a quick handover, the mysterious man disappeared into the rainy night. Huang Ying also rushed back to the hotel carrying a suitcase. It was already late, and there were not many people in the hotel. Most of them were sleeping. Huang Ying walked slowly in the hotel corridor, and from time to time, she heard some special sounds coming from the rooms. It was obvious that the rooms were not very soundproof. Although she heard it, she did not show any strange expression and continued to walk slowly towards Li Ming's room. She was thinking that she would start working tonight and be Li Ming's personal bodyguard, so naturally, she couldn't sleep in a room alone. Chapter 84, Listening to the Sound. But just when he arrived at the door of Li Ming's room, he didn't even knock on the door. From Li Ming's room, bursts of confusing sounds came out. Huang Ying was standing at the door and was stunned when she heard the sound. Then, as if she had thought of something, she walked to Su Qinghuan's room next door. I knocked gently on the door. No one answered, and no one opened the door. Huang Ying was stunned for a moment, and looked around to see that there was no one in the corridor. She casually wiped her hair, and a transparent white thread appeared in her hand. I saw that she didn't know what to do, just moved her fingers a few times. She opened the door of Su Qinghuan's room directly. Sure enough, Su Qinghuan, who was supposed to be sleeping soundly in bed, was nowhere to be seen. And the voice coming from Li Ming's room next door. It was undoubtedly Su Qinghuan. Huang Ying thought about this ridiculous scene and didn't know whether to report it. She thought of the orders she had received. Closely protect the personal safety of Chief Li Ming and never let him fall into danger. If there are any special circumstances, report them for handling. But Huang Ying didn't know whether this situation was considered a special case and whether she needed to report it. It's normal for a young couple to be passionate after not seeing each other for a long time, right? This should be okay. After thinking for a moment, Huang Ying decided to wait. After all, the thing had already happened and Li Ming was not in danger, so there was no need to make a fuss about it. Huang Ying quietly left Su Qinghuan's room and closed the door carefully. Then he opened the room that Li Ming had prepared for him and walked in. The 3 rooms that Li Ming opened were next to each other. Li Ming's room was in the middle, and Su Qinghuan and Huang Ying's rooms were on the left and right. So when Huang Ying returned to the room and sat on the bed, the sounds from next door still reached her ears clearly. Sometimes it was Li Ming, sometimes it was Su Qinghuan. Huang Ying blushed after listening for a while. If there was someone else around, she could still pretend to be calm, but she was alone in the room and she couldn't help but listen. To protect Li Ming's safety, he couldn't miss a situation like this, one she couldn't control. According to the training he'd learned, in this situation, he should lie on the wall and eavesdrop, carefully distinguishing the 2 people's positions and the content of the conversation. If he found a high-risk area involving life and death, he could break in immediately, minimize the losses. But let her eavesdrop. When Huang Ying thought of this, her face turned even redder like an apple. At this moment, she wished the instructor was here, giving her orders directly, so she could follow them without hesitation. But she was alone. It was already early morning, and the sky was gradually getting brighter. Su Qinghuan returned to his room. The 3 of them were so tired that they fell asleep one after another after lying on the bed for a while. I slept until noon. Li Ming opened his eyes first and woke up Yu. Coming back to his senses, Li Ming turned on his cell phone. It was already noon, and judging by the noise, they both probably weren't awake yet. After thinking about it, Li Ming sent a message directly to Tan Chongqing. Mingdu Hotel, I've already found a lawyer. Come over this afternoon, and I'll introduce you to each other. After the message was sent, Tan Chongqing replied very quickly. She said she was heading here now and would arrive in the afternoon. Li Ming nodded with satisfaction. There should be no problem in handing the case over to Su Qinghuan. He had fulfilled his promise and felt relieved. However, What bothered Li Ming was that the mission had not been released last night. Su Qinghuan and he were a natural fit, and he did not hesitate, so the mission was not released? Li Ming carefully recalled the occasion when he had issued the task before. Except for the first few simple tasks, the common point of the later ones seemed to be that he was very conflicted in his mind, and the tasks were released after hesitating, forcing him to make a choice. But now he did everything according to his heart, and the tasks were not released. Although some of the rewards did not bring him much improvement, each of them was a magical skill, so he naturally did not want to give up the mission rewards. Or maybe try pretending next time, and see if he can find a bug. Li Ming thought for a while, but still had no idea, so he had to get up and wash up. He had just finished washing up when there was a knock on the door. Li Ming went to open the door, and standing at the door was Huang Ying, who had regained her aloofness. She was holding a black portable safe in her hand, and saluted Li Ming with a serious face. Li Ming saw this, and quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Don't salute me from now on. I don't like it to be so official. We're not at work. I'll arrange an identity for you when we get back to the prison. And you should try not to reveal that you're my bodyguard, otherwise it'll be too conspicuous. Okay, sir, but my identity has been arranged, and the transfer order should have been passed to the prison by now. My identity is the Warden, and I only take orders from you and the Deputy Warden. Huang Ying explained lightly. Oh, that's great. I don't have to worry about it for you. The position of Warden is very good. It is a management-level position with a lot of freedom. It suits you very well. Li Ming said in surprise. He was originally considering whether to let Huang Ying be an ordinary prison guard or office staff, but he didn't expect that his father had already arranged it for him. The position of Warden was indeed vacant. The previous Warden was none other than Lin Shi, who is now the Deputy Warden. Li Ming could imagine what would happen when Lin Shi saw the transfer order that arranged Huang Ying to the position of Warden. Her expression must be very interesting. It would be fine if it was just Li Ming, but now there is another unknown person like Huang Ying. Lin Shi must be about to explode. Chapter 85. You Won't Lie to Me. Huang Ying walked into Li Ming's room and sat on the sofa waiting for Li Ming's instructions. With nothing to do, she glanced around the room, her face slightly flushed. After Li Ming finished packing, he brought Huang Ying to the hotel lobby. The two of them ate something casually to fill their stomachs. Only then did Su Qinghuan arrive late. You two got up quite early, but you didn't even call me when you wanted to enjoy the delicious food. You ate all by yourself. Su Qinghuan said with a smile. After last night's experience, Su Qinghuan was even more beautiful than when they first met yesterday. It's no wonder that men are the best cosmetic doctors for women. After being nourished by love, Su Qinghuan had a more captivating charm, which made Li Ming's heart flutter again. Li Ming said that he could really fall in love with Su Qinghuan over and over again, because she was impeccable both inside and out. I've left it for you. Come and eat it. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Li Ming pointed to the delicious food on the table that was specially left for Su Qinghuan and said lovingly, That's more like it. It's not in vain that I love you. Su Qinghuan sat down gracefully and started eating. Li Ming saw that she was eating with great relish and spoke. Qinghuan, I've already contacted the friend who needs legal assistance. She'll be here soon. I'll introduce you two to each other, and then you two can just meet up. I have to go back to the prison soon. Su Qinghuan didn't take it seriously at first and nodded lightly, but when she heard Li Ming talk about going back to prison, she was stunned. Prison? Back to what prison? Did you commit a crime and sneak out? Or are you working in prison now? Su Qinghuan was really surprised. From yesterday until now, she thought that young Master Li was still the carefree rich second generation who lived a carefree life. When did he have anything to do with prison? Didn't I tell you? Li Ming was also stunned when he heard this. It seemed that he had never told Su Qinghuan about his current identity. Of course not. What prison? Damn! Su Qinghuan exclaimed in surprise. She was not pretending. She had never seen Li Ming work before. Li Ming covered his forehead with his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then continued to explain to Su Qinghuan. Oh, I forgot to mention that I'm the warden of Black Mountain Prison now, but I haven't been there long. So it's all good, isn't it? Li Ming watched Su Qinghuan's reaction, and seeing her somewhat dazed expression, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of arrogance that belonged to a teenager. As Li Ming expected, Su Qinghuan couldn't control his expression when he heard that Li Ming had become such a high-ranking official as the prison warden. Li Ming, the handsome man he had always admired, had actually become such a high-ranking official without him noticing? This is ridiculous. Who would believe it? Su Qinghuan came back to her senses and curled her lips. She still didn't believe it. So he looked at Huang Ying, who was listening quietly beside him, and asked tentatively, Huang Ying, you're not lying to me, are you? Is what he said true? Are you kidding me? Upon hearing this, Huang Ying nodded affirmatively at her. Miss Su, he didn't lie to you. He is indeed the warden of Black Mountain Prison. As Huang Ying finished speaking, Su Qinghuan finally couldn't hold back his shock anymore. It's possible that Li Ming lied to her, but Huang Ying doesn't seem like a good liar, so it's impossible for her to help Li Ming deceive her. Doesn't this mean that Li Ming's identity as the warden is actually true? Chapter 86. Do you want to be with Chu Chu again? Fuck. Li Ming. Damn it. Why did you just tell me such a big thing? How did you become the warden? You must have used a backdoor. How much did it cost? Such a high-ranking official. How much does it cost, my god? Su Qinghuan couldn't control his inner shock for a moment and asked one question after another. Hee. Stop talking nonsense. Why spend money? It can't be based on my own strength. Li Ming said dissatisfiedly. Bah, I know every ounce of your weight and every hair on your head. How could I not see that you have the potential to be a prison warden? Your father is so rich. How about we go out together again? I'm only one step away from being a wealthy wife. Su Qinghuan said exaggeratedly. Fortunately, there were not many people around Li Mingxuan's location, and no one noticed Su Qinghuan's exaggerated expression at this time. Li Ming really couldn't stand it anymore, so he quickly picked up a piece of bread and blocked Su Qinghuan's mouth. This woman really dared to say anything and was not afraid of others hearing it. Huang Ying heard everything clearly, but she pretended to hear nothing. She had thought it through last night. Her order was to protect Li Ming's safety, and as for his private life, she would not care at all. Su Qinghuan swallowed the bread in her mouth with great effort, and then she regained the ability to speak. However, she didn't know what to say at this moment. Even though she was a top lawyer, she was at a loss for words. She suddenly thought, if Li Ming could be given such a high-ranking position, then his background must be more than just a wealthy tycoon. She had been sleeping with him for several years, and he had kept it in the dark the whole time. This man was really good at hiding things. He was so low-key. Just as Su Qinghuan came to his senses and was about to continue asking questions, Li Ming's phone rang. Hello? Miss Tan. Warden Li, I'm here. Where are you now? Oh, we're here so soon. We're in the hotel lobby now, at the table by the window on the right. As Li Ming was speaking, he saw a beautiful figure walking into the hotel gate. He waved to Tan Chengcheng and hung up the phone. Tan Chengcheng also discovered Li Ming, and also discovered the two beauties sitting with Li Ming who were no less beautiful than her. She felt a little strange in her heart, but she didn't show it. She walked slowly towards the three people with a smile. Ms. Tan, let me introduce you to this lawyer, Su Qinghuan, the exceptionally capable lawyer I mentioned. Li Ming then introduced Tan Chengcheng to Su Qinghuan. This is Ms. Tan Chengcheng from Qingcheng Pharmaceutical. You are all my friends, so please don't be restrained. I will be leaving soon and will not be involved in the case. You two can just chat. After Li Ming finished speaking, he stood quietly aside. He suddenly felt something strange in his heart, as if there was a thorn in his back. He didn't know if it was his illusion. Tan Chengcheng and Su Qinghuan glanced at each other, taking in each other's beautiful faces. Suddenly, they both smiled and shook hands. Hello, Lawyer Su. I've long heard of you. I'll leave the rest to you, Tan Chengcheng said with a smile. Su Qinghuan also smiled and nodded. No problem, no problem. Since Li Ming has asked me to help, I will definitely do my best. Don't worry. After Tan Chengcheng smiled back, he looked at Huang Ying and asked tentatively, This beauty is... Chapter 87. Come with me. When Huang Ying saw Tan Chengcheng asking about her, she knew that Li Ming didn't want others to know that he had a bodyguard. So Huang Ying took the initiative to speak. I'm the warden's driver. You guys can chat while I drive the car over. Huang Ying took the opportunity to ask Li Ming for the car keys, then carried the black suitcase out of the hotel and walked towards the parking lot. Seeing Huang Ying say this, Li Ming had no choice but to nod and give her the car keys. We'll be back in prison soon. If you need anything, just call me. Tan Chengcheng nodded. With Su Qinghuan here, she didn't know the relationship between the two and could only speak politely. Thank you, Warden Li. If you need any help from me in the future, please feel free to ask. Well, you're welcome. If the prisoners are really wronged, then helping them is within my duty. Li Ming also responded politely. Qinghuan, I'll be leaving now. I've already bought the bill. Now let's get down to business. If you need anything, just give me a call. I'm not far from City S. Li Ming instructed Su Qinghuan again. Okay, stop being so cheesy. I'm definitely going to trouble you. Just go. It's not like you'll disappear. I'm talking about the case with Miss Tan. I won't see you off. But Su Qinghuan waved goodbye to Li Ming. Li Ming nodded, said goodbye to the two women, and walked towards the parking lot. At the same time, Huang Ying, who had gotten the key and left first, was checking the outside of the car for any danger as usual, and then got back in to check the interior. This car was a prison vehicle, and only Lin Shi and Li Ming had ever driven it. Therefore, there wasn't much inside. Huang Ying checked it and found nothing dangerous. Only a small black bag was found in the armrest storage box. Out of caution, Huang Ying looked inside the opened bag. Inside the bag was a pair of silky white socks. Judging from the style, they were probably super transparent, over-the-knee white stockings. How could such a thing appear in Li Ming's car? Huang Ying frowned and thought for a moment, then put it back in its place. There's no danger anyway, so who cares? It might belong to someone else. Huang Ying didn't care. After finishing the inspection, she drove towards the hotel entrance. He happened to run into Li Ming, who was walking towards him. Huang Ying stopped the car and motioned Li Ming to sit in the passenger seat while she drove. Li Ming didn't object and got into the car obediently. He was anxious to return to the prison because he couldn't drive too fast on the way back for fear of scaring Huang Ying, so the journey would definitely take longer. If he didn't set off soon, it might be late at night when he arrived at the Black Mountain prison. It was a slow drive anyway, so it didn't matter who was driving. Li Ming was happy and lay comfortably in the passenger seat. Huang Ying stepped on the accelerator and the two began their return journey. As Li Ming expected, when the two arrived at the prison, it was already completely dark. When they arrived at the prison gate, Li Ming got out of the car and called the prison guard over. "Open the door, please. This is the new warden. I'll introduce him to you tomorrow." The prison guard at the gate looked at Huang Ying, who was driving curiously, but without checking, he opened the gate and let Li Ming and the other man in. After all, the warden has spoken, and no matter how ignorant they are, they can't be stopped and forced to check. Huang Ying drove the car into the prison parking lot and stopped. Li Ming was about to get out of the car when he suddenly seemed to remember something and paused. Then, while Huang Ying went to the trunk to get her black suitcase, Li Ming secretly opened the armrest storage box, grabbed the small black bag in his hand, and with a thought, the small black bag disappeared out of thin air. However, a black bag of the same size appeared in the storage space in Li Ming's mind at some point. Li Ming secretly cursed himself for being so stupid. How could he have put this thing in the car casually? He didn't know if Huang Ying had discovered it. But since things had come to this, Li Ming had no choice but to get off the car. He always forgot about the storage space he had just obtained. After all, he was used to going everywhere empty-handed, so he didn't care too much. This time, he was almost discovered, but it sounded a wake-up call for him. If there are things that are inconvenient to carry, they must be placed in the storage space. As long as you don't take things out in front of others, then it is the safest. After Huang Ying packed her luggage and suitcase, Li Ming took her straight to the guest room where Wang Qian had stayed last time. After putting the luggage away, Li Ming looked at the time. It was now the time for the prisoners to read freely. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he took Huang Ying straight to the prison area and introduced the structure of the prison to her. When we arrived at the prison, we saw the guards watching the prisoners in their respective cells reading books. Wang Xian and Tan Xingqing also helped the prisoners register and borrow books. Seeing Li Ming coming with an unfamiliar beauty, the prison guards and prisoners all looked over. Li Ming saw that he had attracted everyone's attention before he even opened his mouth, so he introduced Huang Ying's identity to them. "This is the new warden, Huang Ying. From now on, all matters concerning wards 1, 2, and 3, big or small, must first be reported to the warden and then in turn. Everything else remains normal. That's all. Continue reading." After Li Ming finished speaking, he took Huang Ying to the library. The guards came over and looked at Huang Ying curiously, as if wondering where this great figure had come from. He had become the warden at such a young age, and he had been airdropped indirectly. He must have a special relationship with the warden. Seeing that the guards were so curious, Li Ming simply gave orders directly. "Second supervisor, take District Chief Huang and familiarize yourself with our prison, just like when I first arrived." "Go ahead." Li Ming gestured to Huang Ying and asked her to follow the guards to familiarize herself with the environment. Huang Ying had just arrived and naturally had to familiarize herself with the environment first so that she could protect Li Ming later. So she nodded happily and left with the guards. Li Ming walked to the library and saw that Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian were doing their job quite smoothly. After all, it was not physical work and the work was very simple. So he walked up to Tan Xingqing and said, "How are you adjusting?" Tan Xingqing naturally heard Li Ming's question. She pinched the wound on her arm that was still aching slightly and suddenly wanted to go to the psychological counseling room again to provoke Li Ming a little and let him hit her with the belt a few more times. But she couldn't say it out loud, she just thought about it. Tan Xingqing glanced at the prisoners nearby and lowered her head. "Report to the warden." "I'm fine, thank you, warden." Li Ming saw Tan Xingqing acting like this and nodded with satisfaction. If Tan Xingqing continued like this, he could explain it to Tan Xingqing. Li Ming turned his gaze towards Wang Xian again. Maybe Wang Xian had long wanted to hear news about her daughter from Li Ming, but whenever Li Ming was alone with Wang Xian, he didn't bother to tell her about Wang Qian, and unknowingly got involved with her. This time, Li Ming thought it would be better to call Wang Xian out and tell him the latest news about Wang Qian. Wang Xian, come with me. I have something to talk to you about. Wang Xian's eyes lit up when she heard this. She blinked her big eyes and replied obediently. Yes, Warden. Chapter 88 put this on. Li Ming took the lead, followed closely by Wang Xian. The two of them walked through the crowd and came to the quiet second prison area. It was not yet time for the prisoners to return to their wards, and all of them were gathered at the end of the third ward, near the library. So there is still no one in the prison area. Li Ming took Wang Xian directly into her and Tan Qingqing's cell because he had gone to the monitoring room last time and had clearly seen that there was indeed no surveillance in the cell. However, it was only in the second prison area that there was no surveillance. Because the inmates in Ward 2 are all serving fixed-term sentences and will all be released in the future, they are all very obedient and proactive in everything they do. However, Wards 1 and 3 are different. One prison ward is full of serious criminals who will have to spend the rest of their lives in prison. There are the most conflicts between them. If you don't keep an eye on them, trouble is bound to arise. This is especially true in Ward 3, where the troublemakers and death row prisoners are held. One can imagine where they are kept. Some mentally ill death row prisoners may even want to die in their cells before their death date, or they may kill 2 other prisoners at the same time. Therefore, the third prison area has the most surveillance. Fortunately, there are not too many people in Wards 1 and 3, and Ward 2 is still the most crowded ward in the prison. After Li Ming entered the cell, he sat casually on Tan Qingqing's bed. Wang Xian followed and saw Li Ming's actions. She gave Li Ming a seductive look and understood what he meant, and was about to take off her prison uniform. Wang Xian thought, is the warden feeling stressed again, wanting to relieve himself? This time on Tan Qingqing's bed. How bold! Tan Qingqing would definitely notice something was wrong when she came back. But the excitement is over. If the warden is not afraid, why should she be afraid? Just as she was about to continue, Li Ming grabbed her clothes. Li Ming said helplessly, don't take off your clothes. That's not what I'm looking for you for this time. I went to S City to pick someone up today and happened to stop by Wang Qian's place, so I wanted to tell you about your daughter's recent situation. Why did you take off your clothes right away? There's nothing else on your mind except that. Wang Xian's face suddenly flushed when she heard this. She had misunderstood again. Embarrassed, she changed the subject. Warden, how is my daughter now? Is she doing well? Li Ming looked at Wang Xian with amusement, but did not expose her and continued to narrate. She's doing well now. She's cleaned up the house and has all the furniture and appliances. She even learned to cook and said she'll show you her cooking skills when you go out. Don't worry, I told her that if she needs anything, she can call me and I'll help her. Wang Xian nodded. She felt relieved to hear that her daughter was fine. The last time she met her daughter, they had resolved all misunderstandings and knew that each other was the closest person in the world who loved and cared about her. After she is released from prison after serving another 2 years, she will definitely be able to live a good life with her daughter. Thinking of this, Wang Xian looked at Li Ming with gratitude again. Warden, you are a great benefactor to us mother and daughter. If you can ever be of any use to us, please let me know. Otherwise, I don't know how to thank you. Li Ming smiled slightly and waved his hand, thinking, haven't you thanked me already, and thanked me several times? Now that Huang Ying is in prison, I'm afraid nothing will happen between him and Wang Xian anymore. Wait until there is a dance competition in the future and let her be in a group with Tan Qingqing. It would be best if they can win a place so that they can get a reduced sentence and be released earlier. This way he won't have any hidden dangers in prison. After all, having a relationship with a prisoner is something he can't justify. So Li Ming looked at Wang Xian, who was looking grateful in front of him. He pretended to reach into his pocket, but in fact he secretly took out the small black bag from the system space and held it in his hand. Feeling the touch in his hand, Li Ming slowly took out the small black bag from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xian. Wang Xian, how long will it take for the prisoners to return to the prison area? Li Ming asked, suppressing his restlessness. Wang Xian took the thing handed to her by Li Ming, but before she opened it, she calculated the time and replied, it's an hour and a half every day. It should be half an hour now. It will be back in about an hour. Good. Chapter 89. Does your dad know? Amidst the storm, Li Ming felt the changes in his body. His body, which had been feeling a little deficient, seemed to be injected with energy again. His physical strength was inexhaustible like the previous few days. While feeling happy, Li Ming looked at the white silk that he had accidentally torn into pieces, and his heart couldn't help but be moved again. But it's almost time. The prisoner will be back soon. He couldn't indulge himself any longer. After checking his clothes and finding nothing unusual, he decided to leave the prison area. Li Ming was about to reach out and take away the torn white silk when Wang Xian spoke. Warden, let me help you throw it away. It's hard to dispose of it if you take it out. As Wang Xian spoke, she put the torn white silk back into the small black bag. She already had a way to deal with it. Li Ming originally wanted to put it into the system space and throw it away after he was released from prison, but seeing Wang Xian's solemn look, he gave up and let her deal with it. Presumably, this thing should not be surprising in a women's prison. Li Ming nodded and told him to go back to the library on his own. Then he walked out of the cell and went straight out of the prison area. Wang Xian also straightened her clothes and walked towards the library with a rosy face, still holding a black bag in her hand, but she had just reached the end of the second prison area. Wang Xian turned a corner and walked towards a special cell deep inside. Wang Xian opened the cell door, and 6 big words on the wall suddenly caught her eye. Sanitary napkin drop-off area. Wang Xian obviously came here often. She casually threw the small black bag in her hand into the trash can full of sanitary napkins. He clapped his hands and turned away with satisfaction. Throwing it here, no one would notice it. And even if they did, it wouldn't matter, as Li Ming had already torn it apart violently, and it was impossible to tell what it was. After Wang Xian left the cell, she went straight to the library. And at the same time, the second warden was taking Huang Ying to familiarize herself with the terrain of the prison and happened to be walking towards the second prison area. After a while, I met Wang Xian. Wang Xian, where is the warden? Asked the second warden in confusion. They already knew that Li Ming had taken Wang Xian out, but now they only saw Wang Xian alone, so they asked. Core, the warden is out. He should be out of the prison area by now. I don't know where he went. Wang Xian replied calmly. Oh, okay, you can go back. The second supervisor waved at Wang Xian, signaling her to go back to the library. After Wang Xian disappeared, the second supervisor continued to take Huang Ying to the second prison area. Director Huang, this is the situation in our prison. The prisoner just now is the warden's subordinate. The warden helped her find her daughter, so she is very grateful to the warden. She behaves very well, and it seems that she will be released from prison in 2 years. The second warden chatted casually with Huang Ying. Huang Ying nodded lightly and had some impression of Wang Xian in her mind. The second warden brought Huang Ying to the junction of the second and third prison areas. She stopped Huang Ying and pointed to the cell at the end and introduced it softly. This is a place for prisoners to put sanitary napkins. It is cleaned once a day, but there is still some smell. However, you won't care about it after staying here for a long time. District Chief Huang, shall we go and take a look? We are all women, and sanitary napkins must be thrown here. I will take you to see it, asked the second prison guard. Huang Ying naturally had no objection. Any woman would need to use this kind of place, and she was no exception. So, under the guidance of the second warden, she slowly walked into the cell where the sanitary napkins were placed. There were still several large green trash cans in the room, but the rest of the room was empty and there was nothing to see. After getting familiar with the place, the two were about to leave. But the sharp-eyed Huang Ying found a familiar black bag in a trash can. Huang Ying was slightly stunned and stopped. She asked the puzzled second supervisor. Second supervisor, what is this black bag? The second supervisor was also stunned when he heard this. What black bag? Where else can there be a black bag here besides used sanitary napkins? The second supervisor followed Huang Ying's gaze and found a small black bag in the trash can. She frowned slightly, endured the smell, and walked forward to pick up the black bag. After all, there were only 2 of them here. If she didn't take it, would the warden be allowed to take it? The second supervisor opened the black bag and the contents fell to the ground. The 2 of them looked over at the same time. What is this? It's so thin and torn into pieces. The second supervisor picked it up in confusion and showed it to Huang Ying. Huang Ying also frowned and took the torn white silk. She had just thought she was seeing things. She had only asked the second supervisor because the black bag looked familiar to her. Unexpectedly, after opening it, she discovered that the white stockings were exactly the same as the ultra-thin white stockings she had found in Li Ming's car, except they were torn. But how did the things in Li Ming's car appear here? And they were torn. Huang Ying suddenly thought of the prisoner Wang Xian who had just passed by, and Li Ming who had left without saying goodbye. An extremely absurd idea suddenly popped up in Huang Ying's mind, shocking her so much that she froze in place. When the second supervisor saw Huang Ying didn't say anything, she also looked at the white silk by herself, and finally found that at the end of the white silk, it looked like a pair of torn white stockings. The second supervisor exclaimed in surprise. Director Huang, look, are these white stockings? How could they be here? Our prison doesn't allow these things. Could it be that a prisoner has hidden them? Do you want to check? Huang Ying was still in shock, but when she heard the second supervisor's words, she quickly came back to her senses. Well, forget it, it's not a big deal. Maybe it was accidentally brought in the sanitary napkin. Don't worry about it. Huang Ying tried to cover up. Seeing that Huang Ying had spoken, the second supervisor naturally didn't think too much about it. It wasn't a big deal. So the second supervisor rolled up the torn stockings into a ball and threw them back into the trash can. He clapped his hands and turned to leave. Huang Ying mechanically followed the second supervisor forward, but her heart was like a raging storm, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. She was imagining a drama that would completely destroy her worldview. The warden and the female prisoner. The chief and the criminal. Li Ming and Wang Xian. Even if she deliberately didn't think about it, how could the things in Li Ming's car appear in the cell? It didn't make sense. And when she saw it, the stockings were still intact, but now they were torn into pieces. This really made her think too much. She really wanted to ask Li Ming what was going on. But she was just the bodyguard protecting the leader. No matter what, it's not her turn to ask. Huang Ying was struggling and had already reached the entrance of the prison area. After the second warden sent Huang Ying here, she said goodbye and returned to the prison area. She still had work to do later. Huang Ying left the prison area and slowly walked towards the residence arranged for her by Li Ming. His expression still couldn't hide his shock. What should we do? Is this considered a special case? Should we report it? Chief, what on earth have you done? Does your father know about you doing this? Chapter 90 Lifestyle Issues. Huang Ying returned to her room in a conflicted mood. After much thought, she still felt that she could not arbitrarily accuse Li Ming. So she decided to go to the car and take another look. Maybe it's just a coincidence that there are 2 identical black bags and 2 identical white silks. Huang Ying did what she thought. She tiptoed to the parking lot and looked at the Jeep she drove back today. It's still in the original position, probably no one has moved it. So Huang Ying raised her hand and wiped her hair again, and the transparent white silk appeared in her hand again. A mere car door lock wouldn't faze her. Huang Ying grabbed one end of the thread with one hand and gave it a gentle shake. The thread, as if alive, slipped through the crack of the car door. With another tug, the door swung open. The whole process happened quickly. In just a few seconds, Huang Ying opened the car door and got in. Huang Ying took a deep breath, placed her palm on the armrest storage box, and prayed silently in her heart that the black bag was still there. But things always turn out for the worst. She slowly opened the lid, only to see that the black bag that was originally inside had actually disappeared. The only person who took it was Li Ming. At the same time, Li Ming has returned to the office. When he passed by Lin Shi's office just now, he found that the light in Lin Shi's office was still on, but he did not go to chat with her as usual. After all, he had just had a conflict with her, and Li Ming didn't want to indulge her temper, so he let her digest it herself. Li Ming returned to the office, took a shower, and changed his clothes. After cleaning himself up, he lay down on the bed and began to recall the madness he had just experienced with Wang Xian. After he crawled through the bed curtains, he looked at Wang Xian wearing Wang Qian's white silk stockings, and in a trance he actually thought that the person in front of him was Wang Qian herself. Similar looks and figures, and very impactful white stockings. His mind couldn't help but recall Wang Qian's pink and tender feet. Li Ming could only say that they were indeed mother and daughter. Just now, he had completely mistaken Wang Xian for Wang Qian. The warning halo opened involuntarily again. Everyone in the office building is under his surveillance at this moment. Although he can't hear any sound, Li Ming can see everything clearly from his perspective. Li Ming was about to turn off the halo, but his mind suddenly moved, and the scene of Lin Shi's office next to him suddenly appeared in his mind. I saw Lin Shi still writing and drawing at the desk. I don't know what she was busy with. Maybe she was a little tired. She stretched hard, and the clothes on her chest were pushed up high. It was obvious that she had considerable capital. The last time Li Ming secretly checked it with his naked eyes, he found that it was at least sea level. Lin Shi wore a prison guard uniform all day, hiding her good figure. But Li Ming remembered that Xia Hong also said that she and Lin Shi had taken a bath together. I heard there was another surprise. Li Ming naturally didn't ask in detail at that time, but he was still very curious. Under Li Ming's gaze, Lin Shi stretched and stood up from her chair. She checked her phone and saw that it was already late. So she walked towards the bathroom while unbuttoning her shirt, starting from the collar. 1, 2, 3. Finally, she unbuttoned all the buttons on her chest. Under Li Ming's gaze, Lin Shi walked into the bathroom, still wearing only her underwear. Her perfect figure was definitely among the top among the women she had ever met, but what made Lin Shi outstanding was not only her model-like figure, but also her cool temperament. Her usually cold face always makes people wonder what expression she would have if she conquered him. Or would it still be this cold and arrogant expression? Li Ming just put himself in the situation and imagined it for a moment, and his body shuddered. and he dared not think about it anymore. Lin Shi turned on the faucet and reached out to test the water temperature. Just as Lin Shi put her hands behind her back and was about to unhook her underwear, Li Ming finally gritted his teeth, forced himself to control himself, and turned off the warning halo. Let the erotic image in your mind shatter and disappear. Li Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He hadn't figured out how to treat Lin Shi yet, and couldn't bear to watch any longer. Her status was different from others. If he was just greedy for her beauty, and he had to swallow his anger in front of Lin Shi, then even if he finally got Lin Shi's body, he probably wouldn't be very happy. With Lin Shi's father Lin Igor around, Li Ming was destined not to take complete advantage of Lin Shi and then walk away. Uncle Lin had watched him grow up, so naturally he had to be responsible for Lin Shi. However, he has already owed a lot of romantic debts. Even if Lin Shi is a beautiful and charming flower, he cannot act rashly. Moreover, Li Ming asked himself, does he really like Lin Shi? Li Ming shook his head. Perhaps he simply liked Lin Shi's appearance. Love at first sight is ultimately not as good as long-term affection. He didn't like Lin Shi's personality. After Li Ming figured out the key, he closed his eyes and began to rest, trying not to think about the erotic scenes that affected him. But what he didn't expect was that at this moment, his personal bodyguard, Huang Ying, was holding a cell phone in his hand, with an encrypted phone number quietly displayed on the screen. Her hand remained on the dial button for a long time without moving. She didn't mean to tell anyone. She just wanted to confirm the mission again. The commander had personally told her that his mission was to protect Li Ming's personal safety. Or, what the chief meant by reporting and handling special circumstances is lifestyle issues other than safety. Huang Ying had been holding the phone for a while, but she still hadn't made up her mind. It was already very late, and she was afraid of disturbing the leader's rest. So Huang Ying didn't move for a long time. Finally, she just sighed, moved her fingers away from the phone, and gave up reporting. Let's wait and see. Maybe it's not what I thought. If I misunderstood, then I've made a big mistake. Huang Ying comforted herself by talking to herself. As Li Ming expected, Huang Ying was carrying out a special care mission for the first time. Of course, her abilities are beyond doubt, whether it's bare-handed combat, dagger fighting, gun shooting, special reconnaissance, etc., she excels. But her only weakness is that she is too stubborn and takes things too seriously. If she doesn't understand the specific content of the task, she will be very anxious, fearing that she will not complete the task assigned by her leader. This is both her shortcoming and her advantage. It was because of her tenacity that Li Ming's father allowed her to protect Li Ming. Huang Ying does things, and Father Li Ming is assured. Chapter 91 Avenge the Previous Shame. The next morning, Li Ming woke up from his dream. He dreamed that he was handcuffed and his parents looked at him with disappointment. Although their eyes were filled with tears, they still pushed him into the cell with determination. He struggled helplessly, roared, and wanted to say something to his parents, but he couldn't utter a word. He could only look at his father with expectant eyes, hoping that he could save him. But Dad's usually doting face had changed. He looked embarrassed and obviously hesitant. At this time, Lin Shi suddenly appeared. She looked at Li Ming coldly, and then said something to Mom and Dad. Just like that, Dad no longer hesitated and turned and left. Li Ming fell into the dark abyss and could no longer escape. Li Ming suddenly woke up and sat up from the bed. His usually handsome face was now covered in sweat, as if he had just washed it. Beads of sweat trembled as he moved, condensing together, sliding down his throat, and finally falling into his pajamas, wetting another area. Li Ming heaved a long sigh, finally getting rid of the fear in his dream and waking up. His clothes were already soaked with cold sweat, and even the bed sheets had human-shaped sweat marks, which showed how panicked and frightened Li Ming was just now. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Li Ming wiped his face and said after surviving the disaster. He didn't even dare to think that if such a day really came, his father would ignore him as he did in his dream and send him to jail with his own hands for the sake of justice. Or he could continue to pamper himself as usual and pull himself out of jail. Li Ming shook his head and stopped being overly anxious. He picked up his phone and saw that it was just 5 o'clock in the morning. He hadn't woken up so early in a long time. Li Ming got up from the bed, took off his pajamas, and walked into the bathroom with his muscular body naked. He turned on the faucet and let the hot water wash over his body. After washing up, he put on the warden's uniform and adjusted his clothes in front of the mirror. The warden, a handsome and elegant man, blinked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction, acknowledging his handsomeness. Li Ming smiled slightly, pushed the door, and walked out of the office. It was the first time he had gotten up so early in all the days he had been in prison. When he passed by Lin Shi's office and didn't notice anything moving, Li Ming took the elevator and went downstairs directly. As soon as the elevator door opened, What he saw was the same as the first day he arrived at the prison, with dozens of prison guards standing in formation in the hall. Lin Shi stood in front of the team and spoke. Huang Ying, whom he brought back yesterday, had changed into a prison guard uniform and stood beside Lin Shi with an imposing look. The elevator door dinged open, and the eyes of all the prison guards shifted to Li Ming's face as he walked out of the elevator. Lin Shi was the same. She looked back and felt that this scene was familiar, but this time, Li Ming would not faint again. Li Ming smiled slightly, walked forward confidently, glanced at the prison guards present, and under the awe-filled eyes of the prison guards, he slowly spoke. "Good morning, everyone." "Hello, Warden," the prison guards answered in unison. Li Ming nodded and said to Lin Shi, "You guys keep going. I want to listen." Lin Shi gritted her teeth when she heard this. She realized that Li Ming had become powerful in the prison without her knowing. Many prison guards looked at Li Ming with awe, and they used to look at her in the same way. Lin Shi felt a little depressed, but this was obviously not the place for her to lose her temper, as the prison guards were waiting for her to speak. She gathered her emotions and continued. "In the next few days, we'll wait for the specially invited dance teacher to arrive. We'll set aside 2 hours every day at noon to organize dance practice for the prisoners. A lot of people will be participating this time. Each prison guard should supervise the prisoners in their own cell. If there are any troublemakers, we'll kill them first to scare the monkeys. Don't be polite. Put them in solitary confinement if they need to. Tell them that anyone who causes trouble at this time will have it against them. Don't make mistakes. You all should cheer up and don't be lazy. If nothing goes wrong, it's fine. But if something does happen due to your negligence, don't blame me for being impartial." Lin Shi's cold voice spread throughout the hall, frightening the prison guards. "Director Huang, you have just arrived and are not familiar with the business yet. For the time being, just familiarize yourself with the duties of the district director. The position of district director in our prison has been vacant for a long time. I am very glad that you can come," Lin Shi said politely to Huang Ying again. After Huang Ying exchanged some pleasantries with him, Lin Shi turned to Li Ming. "Warden, I have said everything I want to say. Do you have anything else to say?" When Li Ming saw Lin Shi asking him, he thought for a moment and then smiled at everyone. "I'm fine. Everyone's done a great job. I want to commend them. I've been here for so many days, and everyone has been dedicated to their duties and performed very well. I've decided to give each of you a bonus after this dance competition as a reward. Just keep up the good work, everyone. That's all. Let's adjourn." As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, the prison guards cheered. "Thank you, Warden. Warden, you're so handsome. Warden, I love you. The Warden is so nice." The atmosphere in the hall was suddenly very lively, and the prison guards were all very happy. Unexpectedly, the Warden would give them a bonus, which was a treatment they had never received before. Compared with Lin Shi's high-pressure orders, Li Ming's recognition and reward method was obviously more popular. The prison guards all stared at Li Ming with admiration, and some even had their eyes rolling around with an anti-smile on their faces, and no one knew what they were thinking about. Lin Shi looked at them smiling at Li Ming infatuatedly, and his face turned dark. She didn't know why she was so angry, but she was just furious. Looking at the noisy scene in the hall, she frowned and roared. "What are you arguing about? It's vacation time? Nothing to do? What's the point of making such a commotion? Dismiss. Everyone should go back to their jobs." As soon as Lin Shi finished speaking, the hall suddenly became quiet and silent. The prison guards looked at each other and replied in a sullen tone. "Yes, Deputy Warden." Then they scattered like birds and beasts and trotted away. Li Ming looked at Lin Shi's angry expression and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Lin Shi must have been jealous because she saw that she was loved by the prison guards. They were originally her subordinates, but now they were standing on Li Ming's side. Naturally, she would feel uncomfortable. However, Li Ming saw through it but didn't say anything. Since Lin Shi had been targeting him all the time, he was happy to let Lin Shi suffer a loss. Li Ming's eyes turned and he looked at Huang Ying beside him and spoke in a deliberately kind tone. "Director Huang, come with me. I'll take you to the prison area to familiarize yourself with it. Everything is in good order in our prison, and work is going well. Let's go." Then Li Ming took Huang Ying and slowly walked out of the office building. He ignored Lin Shi and just left in Lin Shi's angry eyes. "You bastard. Isn't it my credit that everything is in order? Damn Li Ming. Damn Li Ming. You bastard. I'm so pissed. You gave me the bonus without even consulting me. You just left without saying a word. Do you think I don't exist? You bastard. Li Ming. Remember this." Lin Shi's roar echoed in the hall, and it took a long time to subside. Chapter 92 Genius? Li Ming was in a good mood and took Huang Ying for a stroll outside the playground. Today is the prisoners' day off and they don't have to work, so Li Ming didn't go into the prison area. Anyway, The prisoners would come to the playground to bask in the sun after dinner. The weather is very good today, the sun is shining brightly, and everyone feels warm. Li Ming turned around and looked at Huang Ying, who was wearing a prison guard uniform. This woman, like him, was a natural clothes hanger. She was tall and had a well-proportioned figure after long-term exercise. Unlike other women with fair skin, her skin was wheat-colored and looked very healthy. The prison guard uniform fit her perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for her. The bulging waist bag attracted Li Ming's attention. Li Ming pointed at her waist and asked, "What's in that waist bag of yours?" "The weapons and equipment you retrieved that day." Huang Ying nodded when she heard that and opened her waist bag for Li Ming to take a look. "I saw that this waist bag, which didn't look very big, contained a small pocket-sized silver pistol, 2 magazines filled with ammunition, and 2 special-style grenades next to it." After seeing it clearly, Li Ming's pupils shrank slightly. He was carrying this grenade with him? He wasn't going to the battlefield, right? Li Ming could carry weapons, but he had no use for them in this prison, and he was not allowed to carry them outside the prison. After carrying them for 2 days, he suddenly felt that they were useless, so he simply returned them to the armory. Anyway, he was surrounded by fully armed guards and prison guards, so if anything happened it would not be his turn to draw his gun. Looking at Huang Ying carrying a grenade, he felt that it was useless. To be honest, the prison was really safe. There's a guard every 3 steps at the gate, a sentry every 5 steps, and even a prison guard with a sniper rifle on the observation tower. No one in this day and age would be stupid enough to do something as stupid as a prison break, right? The ammunition in their prison arsenal is surprisingly plentiful. Without a platoon of fully armed Special Forces soldiers, it's unlikely they'd be able to capture the prison. However, Li Ming became interested in Huang Ying's equipment and asked curiously, "District Chief Huang, I've always wanted to know if anyone in your line of work has ever killed anyone." Huang Ying looked at Li Ming with a curious look on his face and raised the corner of her mouth and explained something to Li Ming in a light way. "Warden, our job is primarily protection. Most of our training is simulation. We rarely get sent on missions to annihilate the enemy, and we're rarely deployed to the battlefield. Only when the target we're protecting is attacked and we're forced to retaliate. Does that involve killing people?" Li Ming nodded in sudden realization. He thought about it and realized that special care must focus on protecting the target. Special missions involving killing people must be done by special professionals. Li Ming was still imagining the plots from those movies in his mind, but Huang Ying continued. "But, Warden, if you ask me if I've ever killed anyone, I'll tell you. There's a confidentiality agreement involved, so I can't comment." Huang Ying smiled slightly and blinked at Li Ming, as if she had said everything, yet as if she had said nothing. However, Li Ming was shocked when he heard this. It involves a confidentiality agreement, so why keep it secret? Isn't it because he killed someone that he signed the confidentiality agreement? Who would have thought that Huang Ying, who looked so graceful and heroic, had actually killed someone? Although Li Ming was born in a special family, he really did not understand the nature of his father's work. In order to protect him, his father ordered everyone to keep their mouths shut about Li Ming since he was a child, so that Li Ming could live like an ordinary person. When he was a child, the toys I bought for him were all kinds of toy guns, tanks, airplanes, and cannons that other children bought. But when it came to Li Ming, there were all kinds of plush dolls, educational puzzles, and various building blocks, where there were all kinds of storybooks and literary works. How could Li Ming, who was still a child, like these things? It was not until he grew up that Li Ming began to understand his father. His father wanted to isolate him from the dangerous world and live a stable life as an ordinary person. Li Ming did grow up according to his father's expectations and became an ordinary person. Like ordinary people, he could only read the news on his mobile phone about the situation in their dragon country. He would get excited occasionally, and then things would return to normal, as if the tense and turbulent situations in the news were very far away from him. But if he calmed down and thought about it, he would say that Lin Shi's older brother often took Lin Shi to their home to play when they were young, but since some time ago, Lin Shi's brother seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and no one mentioned him anymore. Li Ming knew that there were only 2 possibilities in this situation. The first possibility is that Lin Shi's elder brother has entered a confidential unit and cannot show up in public. The second type is death in the line of duty. Li Ming came back to his senses and stopped thinking about it. Those things were still far away from him. As long as he took care of his own little piece of land and kept a good eye on the prison, he would be considered a winner. Li Ming waved at Huang Ying and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll take you to a nice place." Li Ming gestured to Huang Ying to follow him, then turned and walked behind Huang Ying. Although Huang Ying was a little curious about where Li Ming was taking her, she didn't ask much and just followed silently. After a while, Li Ming and the others arrived at a special building. The 3 words on the door made Huang Ying slightly stunned. Arsenal. That's right. Let me show you the equipment in our prison. Li Ming smiled slightly, greeted the female prison guard, and walked in with Huang Ying. The equipment in the armory is quite complete, including pistols, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, bulletproof vests, grenades, and other combat equipment. It is like a small arsenal. Huang Ying couldn't help but be slightly surprised when she saw the full picture of the armory. She didn't expect that the weapons in a prison were so strong. Seeing Huang Ying follow in, Li Ming picked up the pistol he had brought back, loaded it skillfully, aimed at the distant bullseye, and quickly fired, emptying the magazine. 8 bullets burst out. After the gunshot, Li Ming proudly pointed at the target in the distance and said to the extremely surprised Huang Ying, "Well, I hit the target with all 8 shots. That's a perfect score. Isn't that what a sharpshooter is?" Huang Ying heard this and looked at the target in the distance with some disbelief. Indeed, all 8 shots hit the target, and the accuracy was extremely high, even more accurate than some ordinary soldiers. But according to the information the commander gave her, Li Ming had never even touched a gun since he was a child. How could he have such a perfect shooting posture and accuracy? Could it be that in such a short time in prison, Li Ming had already mastered such excellent marksmanship? Was Li Ming a shooting genius? Huang Ying asked with some disbelief. "Warden, how long have you been practicing to achieve this level of performance?" Li Ming looked at Huang Ying's shocked expression and couldn't help but sigh at the power of the mission reward. Chapter 93. Linger. It's not that he has been practicing for a long time. He has never practiced at all. It was completely a reward from the system, a special forces soldier's physical fitness and combat experience, allowing him to acquire such marksmanship for nothing. He had tried it last time when Li Ming gave him the gun. As long as he held the gun in his hand, it was as if he had opened an 8-fold scope in his mind, and he could shoot wherever he pointed. He didn't even need to aim specifically to hit the bullseye. This result was just a casual one for him. If he works hard, he can achieve the same result as in the movie where 8 bullets leave only 1 bullet hole. But he was afraid of scaring Huang Ying, so he showed off his skills a little bit. "I haven't practiced for long, just these few days. You're definitely talented," Li Ming replied calmly, but he couldn't help but feel a little surprised in his heart. "I acted so well. I acted so well in front of Huang Ying." After Huang Ying was surprised, she took down an automatic rifle from the wall. In a dazzled state, she disassembled the gun and then quickly reassembled it. After skillfully loading the magazine, she handed it to Li Ming. "Warden, would you try this again?" Li Ming looked at the automatic rifle handed to him and raised his eyebrows. "Did you get into the exam? I thought I only knew how to shoot a pistol." Li Ming was thinking in his mind, but his hands did not stop moving. After taking the automatic rifle handed to him by Huang Ying, he also imitated Huang Ying's actions, disassembled it, and then restored it to its original state. He reloaded the magazine into the rifle. Li Ming then placed the rifle on his shoulder and aimed through the sights at the distant target. It was as if he had practiced this action thousands of times, like flowing water. Li Ming moved his fingers slightly, and a series of fire snakes spurted out. The magazine was emptied again very quickly. As the smoke from the smell of gunpowder dissipated, the 2 men's eyes turned to the target in the distance. Despite Li Ming's high frequency of shooting, his accuracy was still terrifyingly high. Not a single bullet missed the target, and every shot hit the center of the bullseye. Huang Ying was stunned, her mouth opening slightly in surprise. Remember, this is an automatic rifle. It fires continuously in bursts. To achieve this result, Li Ming is undoubtedly a sharpshooter. And most importantly, Li Ming had never touched a gun in a few days. If others wanted to reach this level, they would have to use tens of thousands of bullets, and they might not even be able to do it. But Li Ming achieved it so easily. Li Ming finished firing the bullets and put the automatic rifle aside. Looking at Huang Ying's shocked expression, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. However, maybe he had exposed his strength a little bit. He had tried his best to hold back. Otherwise, he can draw a circle in the center of a bull's eye with an automatic rifle. It's that accurate. Don't ask. If you ask, it means he was born to shoot. Ha. It's okay. I've hit the target. Our prison has plenty of ammunition. I came here to practice when I have nothing to do. It turned out to be worth the practice," Li Ming said with a faint smile. Huang Ying smiled bitterly after hearing what Li Ming said. "Warden, your training is definitely in vain. You're a sharpshooter. Your shooting accuracy surpasses 90% of the population." Huang Ying was really shocked. She secretly made up her mind to contact the leader tonight. Li Ming had such a talent that she must let the leader know. It was also a good opportunity to confirm the content of her own mission. Am I that good? It's just a coincidence. Li Ming found that he seemed to have gotten carried away. He thought that this level was just the basic operation of an ordinary soldier, and he just seemed to have learned a little faster. He didn't expect that this level of accuracy was already rare in Huang Ying's eyes. Pretending to be big, exposed, Li Ming secretly thought that he should not show off. Even if his shooting was very accurate, it would be useless. However, Li Ming, who had always been low-key, immediately adjusted his mentality and changed the subject. Chief Huang, you can wear any combat equipment here if you like this bulletproof vest. I tried it on, and it doesn't affect my movements at all, and it's not too heavy. I can even wear it for daily activities without any problems. Huang Ying shook her head upon hearing this. No need, Warden, I'm already wearing one. I suggest you wear one when you leave prison. It'll be safer if you run into danger. The equipment suitcase Huang Ying retrieved contained more than just a pistol and grenades. It contained a complete set of specialized equipment for special protection. The bulletproof vests were custom-made, specifically designed and adjusted for the physical characteristics of a woman's chest, making them much more advanced than the bulletproof vests in the arsenal. After the two of them finished visiting the armory, Li Ming took Huang Ying back to the playground. At this time, the prisoners had finished their meal and were lazily basking in the sun in a group on the playground. On the rare day off every week, the prisoners greedily enjoyed the long-lost sunbathing. Although the prisoners gathered in the playground, it was not as chaotic as imagined. Li Ming also saw Wang Xin and Tan Qingqing sitting on the chairs beside him and looking at him. Tan Qingqing was biting her lips with a sullen expression. She looked at him as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Li Ming was a little confused. Tan Qingqing didn't look like this before. She used to be like a proud little peacock, but now she looked like her feathers were stripped off, and she looked weak and helpless. Li Ming wondered if he had beaten her too hard last time. Had it left a psychological scar on Tan Qingqing? He'd find a chance to talk to her again. He hadn't told her yet that Tan Qingqing and Su Qinghuan were trying to overturn her case. Li Ming looked for a while and then planned to go back to the office building. But Huang Ying was left in the prison area to continue familiarizing herself with the second supervisor. Anyway, the prison was very safe, and Huang Ying felt more at ease, so she did not insist on following Li Ming. This made Li Ming very satisfied. Huang Ying was much more sensible than those who had protected him before. Li Ming, who was bored, passed by the infirmary and suddenly remembered the examination Xia Hong gave him last time. One can only say that he is worthy of being the lead surgeon. Xia Hong's technique is on par with the firearms proficiency he gained as a reward from the system. The technique alone is enough to make people linger and remember it vividly. However, Li Ming would naturally not take the initiative to ask Xia Hong for another examination, as that would make him look like someone he was not. Just as Li Ming was thinking about Xia Hong and was about to walk past the door of the infirmary was suddenly opened. Xia Hong, dressed in a white coat but still sexy and charming, happened to open the door and walked out of the infirmary with a tray and a syringe in her hand. Seeing Li Ming passing by the door, Xia Hong's eyes lit up and she greeted Li Ming. "Warden, what a coincidence, we met by chance." "Yeah, haha, I was just about to go back to the office, but I didn't expect you to open the door suddenly. What are you doing?" Li Ming looked at the tray in Xia Hong's hand in confusion. There were syringes and glass bottles of medicine in it, which were obviously just used up. Chapter 94, Bandit. "Warden, a prisoner complained of a stomachache. I gave her some painkillers, but they didn't relieve the pain. Seeing that she was in severe pain, I had to give her an injection." Xia Hong pointed to the infirmary, and Li Ming only then saw that there was a figure lying on the medical bed in the room. Her face was pale, her hands were covering her abdomen, her body was shaking with pain, and her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was experiencing unbearable pain. The guard from the third prison area was also watching over her with a frown on his face. Li Ming looked at the prisoner and suddenly felt that he looked familiar. He walked closer and saw that this prisoner was actually the prisoner on death row with a 2-year reprieve that he saw when he first entered the prison area. At that time, the prisoner immediately guessed that he was the warden, which surprised Li Ming a little and made him remember her. But why is she in so much pain? "Sister Hong, what's wrong with this prisoner? Why is he in so much pain?" Li Ming asked with a frown. The preliminary examination showed that she had a stomach lesion. However, in our prison, we eat on time, so such a serious stomach problem should not occur. I don't have the relevant equipment here. If her pain still does not ease, she may need to be sent to an outside hospital for a detailed examination. Xia Hong said lightly. "Gastric disease? It seems to be quite serious. Let's send her directly to the hospital outside." Li Ming walked forward and carefully looked at the female prisoner with a painful expression. She should not be pretending. After all, the expression on her face can be deceiving, but the continuous cold sweat has soaked through the thin prison uniform, which cannot be deceived. "Yes, Warden, I thought so too. Based on my experience, I'm afraid he will need surgery. It's better to send him to a hospital outside. Xiaohong took off her gloves and spoke as she packed the medicines she needed to take with her. Li Ming nodded and told the 3 supervisors beside him to drive the transfer vehicle to the door. The prison has special vehicles for transporting prisoners, which are equipped with simple medical equipment and are similar to ambulances outside. After a while, the 3 supervisors returned to the infirmary with 3 prison guards. Warden, the vehicle has been arranged. Shall we set off now? Well, let's set off immediately. Carry her into the car. Then bring your weapons and equipment, and don't be careless. Li Ming instructed. The prison guards agreed and took action. After carrying the prisoners onto the car, Li Ming took several prison guards to the armory to collect equipment. In special circumstances when escorting prisoners, prison guards can carry weapons out of the prison. Even Li Ming brought out the pistol he had just used. Li Ming was a little worried. He planned to drive behind them just in case. He also called Huang Ying in the prison area. District Chief Huang, there is a prisoner who needs to go to a hospital outside for medical treatment. I am a little worried and plan to follow him. You come with me. Li Ming ordered directly. Huang Ying naturally had no problem with this. Her mission was to protect Li Ming, so she would naturally follow him after he left the prison. Yes, Warden, I'll be there right away. After Li Ming hung up the phone, he drove out the jeep and waited for Huang Ying to come over. However, before Huang Ying came, Xiaohong got into the car first. Sister Hong, are you going too? Li Ming asked in surprise. Of course I have to go. If anything happens to the prisoner on the way, I have to rescue him, and I have to stay by his bedside at the hospital. Xiaohong smiled slightly and explained to Li Ming. In fact, she should have sat in the escort car in front and stayed with the prisoner. But the prisoner had received a painkiller injection and the pain had eased a little, so she simply got into Li Ming's car. Ever since she gave Li Ming a massage on impulse last time, she couldn't sleep at night. The scene at that time kept appearing in her mind. She secretly blamed herself for being too bold, and now she was embarrassed to face Lin Shi. Also, she had already done that for Li Ming. But why did Li Ming seem to have no reaction and didn't come to find her? Xiaohong couldn't help but resent Li Ming. Was this little rascal going to turn his back on her? Was she being taken advantage of? Even if it was a manual transmission, he couldn't just pretend it didn't happen. This little bastard. Oh, that's right. Let's go together, Li Ming said with sudden realization. There was nothing wrong with Xiaohong going along, as the prisoners would have to rely on her as a doctor if anything happened to them. Without making them wait any longer, Huang Ying arrived soon. After Huang Ying got into the car, Li Ming stepped on the accelerator and quickly chased after the escort vehicle that had already left. On the way, Li Ming told Huang Ying the whole story. He was a little worried that the criminal might be up to something and be rescued by his accomplices on the way, so he followed him with concern. However, Huang Ying and Xiaohong did not care at all after listening to Li Ming's narration, but instead smiled. Xiaohong suppressed her laughter and spoke first. Warden, you've watched too many movies. Haha, prison breaks don't happen these days. That prisoner really has a stomach ailment. It's not some stunt. And no one would dare rob our heavily armed escort vehicle in broad daylight. After Xiaohong finished speaking, Huang Ying also took over the conversation with a smile. Dr. Xiao is right. Putting aside the strict control of firearms and ammunition in manhwa, even if they really came to break into the prison, and assuming they got their weapons and ammunition from nowhere, those untrained criminals would be no match for our fully armed prison guards. Even though our prison is staffed by female guards, they are all trained and regular staff. You don't have to worry too much. Huang Ying was secretly laughing in her heart. She was thinking that if Li Ming didn't come with her, the prisoners in the escort vehicle in front might be safer. But if Li Ming came with her, if there were foreign mercenaries lurking secretly, it would be a good opportunity to attack Li Ming. Thinking of this, Huang Ying perked up and carefully observed the surrounding environment. After listening to the 2 women's explanations, Li Ming realized that he had indeed made a big deal out of nothing. He was thinking about the crimes that put the prisoner in jail: fraud, drug trafficking, kidnapping, and even killing a policeman. Such behavior is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. She dared to kidnap and kill police officers. Isn't she a gangster? She might be able to break into a prison too. That's why he followed her so cautiously. But now think about it. Even if organized gangsters faced well-trained and fully armed prison guards, they probably wouldn't dare to act rashly. What's more, although their Black Mountain prison is located on a barren mountain between City A and City S, as a first-tier city in Dragon Country, gun control is naturally extremely strict. It is really a fantasy to want to gather a group of criminals here who are qualified to break into the prison. Thinking of this, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief and put his mind at ease. Chapter 95. Take off your shoes. Really? As expected, the vehicle drove slowly on the road safely and unimpeded. Just after noon, everyone arrived at the hospital. Li Ming and others had just gotten off the car when a group of people rushed out of the hospital gate, including doctors and nurses. They pushed the sliding medical bed out of the hospital and hurriedly carried the prisoner onto the bed. The three accompanying guards took out a pair of handcuffs from their waists, handcuffed the prisoner's left hand, and handcuffed the other hand firmly to the bed. Only then did they feel at ease and let the doctors and nurses take the prisoner to the hospital for examination. Several other prison guards also hurriedly followed. The firearms and equipment they carried attracted the attention of the patients waiting for treatment and their families around them, and they all made way. Seeing that he and others had attracted the attention of the crowd, Li Ming quickly led his men to catch up with the doctors in front. It was not until he reached the door of the examination room that he was stopped by the nurse. "Officers, we can't go in here. There are so many of you. It's not convenient. You'd better pick 2 people to follow us, and the others should wait outside first," a young nurse advised. Of course, she saw a group of female police officers in uniform and armed with weapons, but the hospital also has its own rules. With so many people here, it would be difficult for them to carry out their work. Upon hearing this, Li Ming stepped forward and gave instructions to several armed prison guards. "Third supervisor, please return to the car first. District Chief Huang and I will just watch over you. I'll call you if there's anything else." "Yes, Warden," the prison guards agreed and turned back to the car. Seeing that there were only 3 people left, and the handsome man in front was the warden, the nurse stopped trying to stop them and led the 3 people into the examination room. Although the prisoner they brought was no longer in as much pain as he had been in the morning, he was still very weak. He looked at Li Ming and the other 2 coming in and pleaded in a broken voice. "Warden, I don't want to die. I only have a few days left. I don't have to die. Save me." Li Ming showed no expression when she heard this. The crimes she committed were enough to make her deserve death several times over. However, according to the law, in a few days her death sentence with a 2-year reprieve would be changed to life imprisonment. Naturally, Li Ming would not deliberately make things difficult for her. She had already been put on the testing equipment under the doctor's arrangement. Li Ming and the other 2 waited quietly on the side. After a while, an older male doctor came over with the test report. "This must be the warden." "Hello." The male doctor greeted Li Ming politely. "Hello, doctor. How is the condition of our prisoner?" Li Ming asked politely. According to the examination results, this patient should have a gastric stromal tumor, but it's still in the early stages, so a small operation can be done to remove it. The operation is not too dangerous and can be done in a short while. How about arranging her to a special ward first, and then I will push her in for surgery when I'm ready, said the male doctor. Upon hearing this, Li Ming glanced at Xia Hong, who was standing beside him. Xia Hong understood what he meant and took the test report from the male doctor. She checked it carefully and nodded to Li Ming after confirming that it was correct. Li Ming then spoke. "Then I'll trouble you, doctor. We'll go to the ward first. You can notify us when you're ready. However, this prisoner is very dangerous. Doctor, please be careful when performing the operation." "Haha, it's okay. This operation requires general anesthesia. No matter how dangerous it is, you have to be careful. Don't worry." The doctor laughed and turned back into the examination room. Then the nurse inside pushed out the prisoner, who was curled up on the bed. Led by the nurse, several people came to a special ward. This was a ward specially reserved for prisoners in the hospital cooperating with the prison. It was not adjacent to other wards and was located in the innermost part of the hospital. Obviously, the danger posed to the prisoners was taken into consideration, so it was separated separately. When Li Ming and the other 2 arrived here, they casually sat on an empty bed nearby. The operation still needed some preparation, so there was no point in standing. Huang Ying and Xia Hong sat next to him, one on each side, and opposite them was the female prisoner, who was still screaming in pain. However, the female prisoner nowadays no longer reads books with a faint smile and looks calm and relaxed as before. "Warden, thank you," the female prisoner said weakly. "Don't thank me. I'm just following the rules. You should take a good rest." Li Ming replied indifferently, then pulled open the curtains and looked outside. Outside the window was the hospital parking lot. Li Ming had already seen the car they were driving, which was now parked behind them. The 3 supervisors were also in the car and had not gotten out. "Warden, although her operation was done very quickly, she needed general anesthesia, so we probably have to wait until she wakes up before we can leave the hospital and return. The earliest we can do that is probably tomorrow morning." Xia Hong thought for a moment and said to Li Ming, "Well, it's not a good idea to let them wait in the car all the time. It will take a whole night. Why not let them go back to prison first?" Li Ming asked Huang Ying tentatively. Huang Ying shrugged her shoulders when she heard this, indicating that it didn't matter. It was just a prisoner to guard, so it didn't require so many people. She alone was enough. "Warden, I think it's okay. This is a hospital, it's very safe, and we're here to watch over it. Why don't we let them go back to the prison first, and then come back to pick up the prisoner tomorrow when he wakes up? After thinking for a moment, Li Ming felt that Huang Ying's idea was a good one. So he called the third supervisor directly and told him to go back first and come to pick up the prisoner when he woke up tomorrow. After the three supervisors and others received the call, they obeyed orders and drove directly back to the prison. In the hospital, about an hour later, the nurse who brought them here came over to inform the prisoner that surgery was ready. One of you can help me push her into the operating room. You don't have to come all at once, just one person can do it. When Li Ming heard what the nurse said, he instinctively stood up and was about to go forward to help, but Huang Ying reached out to stop Li Ming. Warden, I'll go. It's safer for you to wait here. Huang Ying gave Li Ming a meaningful look. Li Ming instantly understood and stopped moving forward with a wry smile. Huang Ying was afraid that something might happen if she went alone, so it would be better for her to stay in this room, which was relatively safer. Li Ming thought that Huang Ying looked down on him too much. If she knew that he had the body and combat awareness of a special forces soldier, she would be shocked. However, the origin of his abilities was unknown, so he certainly couldn't expose them too much. He had no choice but to listen to Huang Ying and stay in the ward. After Huang Ying and the nurse pushed the prisoner out of the ward, Xia Hong and Li Ming, who hadn't had time to change into casual clothes, were the only ones left in the room. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. The two exchanged glances, and Xia Hong blushed first. She averted her gaze slightly and lowered her head shyly, obviously thinking of what happened with Li Ming last time. Sister Hong, are you tired of standing? Take off your shoes and sit on it. Chapter 96 Ambiguity. Xia Hong is still dressed sexy as usual, with a low-necked black suspender top and a black hip-hugging leather skirt. She is still wearing high-heeled shoes with stilettos, revealing her white insteps. She is also wearing a white coat, looking capable and charming. She didn't know what kind of disgusting scene she was thinking about when she lowered her head, and she was suddenly shocked when she heard Li Ming's words. Do? What? Xia Hong's face flushed, and she looked at Li Ming in surprise. Sit on the bed. Aren't you tired wearing high heels? You're just waiting anyway, so just take off your shoes. Li Ming looked at Xia Hong like a frightened little rabbit, and had no idea what she was thinking. He just felt that Xia Hong, the vixen who usually made his blood boil, suddenly became like a different person, being shy all the time. Wasn't she very brave last time? Li Ming patted the bed beside him and motioned Xia Hong to sit over. Xia Hong finally realized what was happening. She had just been imagining a romantic drama that would last at least 2 hours. She was the female lead, and the male lead was none other than Li Ming. She raised her hand and fanned her face. She felt very hot, maybe even red, but there was no mirror here. After walking so much in high heels, I am indeed a little tired. Xia Hong obediently sat next to Li Ming, and with a kick of her toes, she took off her high heels, revealing a pair of streamlined, slender, white jade feet. Her nails were painted with red nail polish, and the high arches of her feet made her look very feminine. Unlike Wang Qian's pink and tender feet, Xia Hong's jade feet were like crystal clear white jade, and her cold white skin made people unable to help but admire them. It was the first time that Li Ming saw Xia Hong's jade feet, and he was really captivated by them for a few seconds. Xia Hong naturally noticed Li Ming's undisguised gaze. She curled her toes slightly, feeling a little shy, but did not retract them. Instead, she stood still and let Li Ming watch her at will. Li Ming, that day, why didn't you come to me after that? Xia Hong asked in a low and resentful voice. I went out to the prison to do some work that afternoon and just came back last night. It was too late, and I didn't notify you. Li Ming explained in a panic. He was watching intently when he suddenly heard Xia Hong ask a question and quickly turned his gaze back. Oh, so when you came to the door of the infirmary today, were you just passing by, or did you come to see me on purpose? Xia Hong secretly looked at Li Ming's face from the side, trying to judge whether Li Ming was lying. After all, when she opened the door, Li Ming was there. Xia Hong, whose mind was now filled with the sweet love she imagined, naturally couldn't help but think too much. She also imagined a scene in her mind where Li Ming was standing at the door, hesitating whether to knock and go in to watch her youth drama. But Li Ming really didn't intend to go in to look for Xia Hong at that time. He was just passing by. But he naturally wouldn't say that. Li Ming just smiled slightly, moved closer to Xia Hong, and spoke slowly with his lips against Xia Hong's cheek. Of course, I came to see you. I've been drinking a lot of water these past 2 days, and I wanted you to check me out. Xia Hong listened to Li Ming's explicit love words, but she did not feel that Li Ming was abrupt. Instead, her almond eyes were full of spring, and her eyes were full of joy. Her face flushed with shame. She dodged the hot breath from Li Ming and said lovingly, "Then, wait until we get back to prison." When Li Ming saw Xia Hong acting like this, flames instantly rose in his chest, and his blood rushed to his head again. But this is not a good place to do things. Huang Ying may come back at any time, so he naturally dare not act rashly. He still has to keep the people sent by his father in mind. Li Ming nodded with a smile, looking at the little woman like Xia Hong. His heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Who could have imagined that the vixen who had examined him before would now show such an expression in front of him? He really couldn't blame him for falling in love with every girl he met. He had never been in that situation himself and had no idea how irresistible such temptation would be to a real man. It seems I can get revenge soon for what Xia Hong did to me. Just when Li Ming and Xia Hong were flirting in the special ward. At the same time, Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengcheng were sitting in a cafe. Two beauties with very different styles, but equally stunning, were sitting opposite each other. But for some reason, Tan Qingqing's usually dignified and generous face was slightly red at this time. "Miss Tan, what do you think of my suggestion?" Su Qinghuan's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Tan Chengcheng clasped her hands together. Her ears were slightly red, and after meeting Su Qinghuan's eyes, she quickly looked away, appearing flustered and shy. "Lawyer Su, your request." Tan Chengcheng hesitated to speak, as if she was embarrassed to say it out loud. "Ha ha ha, Miss Tan, forget about the money. You are Li Ming's friend, so I will definitely not charge you any fees. But I can't help you for free. Miss Tan, you are so beautiful, and my heart is moved. We are both women, and I can't do anything to you. What are you afraid of?" Su Qinghuan looked straight at the other party with a sharp gaze, and gently held Tan Chengcheng's hand on the table. Tan Chengcheng felt like she had been electrocuted. She hurriedly pulled her hand out of Su Qinghuan's hand, and her face became even redder. "Lawyer Su, this can't be right." Tan Chengcheng's voice was trembling. Zhang Wenhai before was fine. Although he was ugly, old, lustful, and bad, he was still a man after all. But now, sitting across from him, staring at him with a beaming smile, Su Qinghuan, although incredibly beautiful, with delicate, fair skin and a fantastic figure, was definitely a stunning beauty that would leave men paralyzed. But she was a woman. Tan Chengcheng was panicking. Seeing this, Su Qinghuan smiled again. She was not in a hurry. She had not expected that there were so many beauties around Li Ming. Huang Ying in front had already made her heart beat faster, and Tan Chengcheng behind was equally beautiful. They were all her favorite types. Su Qinghuan said that even if she couldn't eat such delicious food, she would still take a few bites. In the hospital, special ward. After Li Ming and Xia Hong flirted for a while, they heard the sound of a hospital bed sliding on the ground outside the door. Li Ming quickly opened the door to check. Sure enough, it was Huang Ying and the nurse pushing the prisoner who had completed the operation and walking towards them from the corridor. Seeing this, Li Ming stepped forward, took the bed from the nurse, and checked the prisoner's condition. The female prisoner, who had been under general anesthesia, had no expression on her face, as if she was soundly asleep. The wound on her chest was not big and was covered with a layer of gauze. Her clothes had also been changed into a sterilized hospital gown. The nurse who followed behind sent the female prisoner to the ward and gave her careful instructions. The operation was successful. "Warden, please sign it. Once the patient wakes up, you can take her back." Li Ming took the document handed to him by the nurse and found that it was a disclaimer for the prisoner to apply for humanitarian rescue surgery. He signed his name without hesitation. Xia Hong also came forward and took care of the prisoner professionally. The nurse took the documents, turned around, and left, leaving only the three of them and the still unconscious prisoner in the room. Chapter 97 Upgrade. The three of them looked at each other. There was nothing they could do at this point, so they could only wait quietly for the prisoner to wake up. The prison guards were driven back by Li Ming, which meant that from now on until the prisoner woke up, someone had to be guarding here. Otherwise, if the prisoner suddenly woke up and accidentally escaped, it would be all over. Li Ming thought about it and realized that he was the only man here, so he would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the night watch. It's better to let Huang Ying guard it first and go to rest first, and then replace her in the evening. And Xia Hong, as the accompanying prison doctor, she probably won't leave the ward and will have to rest in the ward. Li Ming thought of this and said to Huang Ying seriously, "Chief Huang, you stay with the prisoners first. I'll go see if there's a place nearby where we can rest. I'll come back to take your place at night. We can't both be on duty at the same time. Someone has to be on duty at night." Huang Ying frowned and thought for a moment, then agreed. "Okay, Warden, it's really useless for both of us to stay here. There's a special ward next door. I just checked, and there's no one in it. You can go there to rest. I can rush over if anything happens." Li Ming was a little surprised when he heard this. The one next door must be better. It would be convenient if anything happened. He turned around, opened the door of the ward, and went to take a look at the special ward next door. Sure enough, there was an empty special ward, which seemed to be a place specially reserved for them by the hospital. The layout of the room was also the same, with 2 medical beds quietly placed in the middle of the room. Li Ming didn't hesitate and took off his shoes and lay down on it. He wanted to replace Huang Ying early in the evening, so he decided to go to bed early. Li Ming had been running around among the women recently, which had consumed a lot of his energy. It was rare for him to be quiet, and soon the sound of even breathing could be heard. Li Ming dreamed again, but this dream was different from usual ones. He seemed to have come to a mysterious space, surrounded by a vast expanse of white with no end in sight, and his appearance was reflected like a mirror under his feet. Li Ming somehow felt that there seemed to be something in a corner of this space that was sensing him, and he instinctively moved towards that direction. But after walking for a long time, Li Ming found that the scenery around him was still the same vast expanse of white. He was a little panicked. He was afraid that he would never get out again. So Li Ming bit down hard on his arm. I tried to wake myself up from the dream, but unfortunately, the opposite happened. Li Ming found that he felt no pain at all. No matter how hard he tried, his arm was still intact. He tried to shout into the distance again, but no matter how hard he tried, there was still no sound in the space, only silence. He forced himself to calm down and quietly felt the call from his heart. He knew there must be something waiting for him ahead. So Li Ming started to jog, and he found that he didn't feel tired at all in this space. He ran faster and faster. At the beginning, his feet were crossing each other rapidly, but later Li Ming was no longer satisfied with the current speed. He began to run on all fours, which was completely contrary to the running posture of human anatomy, and he was actually much faster than before. Li Ming forgot about time and just kept running. Finally, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed, and he came to a lush forest. He moved back and forth quickly between the towering trees. When he got here, he could feel every cell in his body cheering, as if he belonged here. Before Li Ming could fully appreciate it, a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of him. The huge creature turned out to be a spotted tiger. It stared at Li Ming ferociously, its bloody mouth gaping and drooling on the ground. Its sharp canine teeth shone with a cold light, and the white mist rising from its breath seemed to be filled with a wild and murderous aura. Li Ming was startled, and he stepped back in a hurry, trying to escape from the tiger in front of him. For some reason, the tiger just looked at Li Ming jokingly and did not chase him. Finally, Li Ming exited the forest and returned to the vast white space. He could feel something calling him from behind the tiger, but there was no way he could slip past the tiger's nose. When Li Ming was in distress, he suddenly looked down. On the mirror-like ground, there stood a gigantic black tiger, no less powerful than the one just now. It was staring at him with a look of surprise. Seeing this, Li Ming hurriedly retreated, but the black tiger followed him like a shadow. No matter how hard Li Ming ran, he couldn't get rid of the black tiger. As he ran, Li Ming realized that something was wrong. Li Ming suddenly stopped, and the black tiger also stopped. Li Ming raised his hand tentatively, and the black tiger raised its hand as well. Li Ming stared at the scene in disbelief. He finally realized that this huge black tiger was actually himself. At this moment, Li Ming's body suddenly changed. His body continued to expand, and strength emerged from nowhere. His original human arms suddenly disappeared, replaced by a pair of black tiger claws. His distorted face was reflected in his amber vertical pupils, and the undulating muscles under his mane were exactly the same as the rise and fall of his chest when he was breathing rapidly. He spun around abruptly, the hair on the back of his neck instantly standing up, his black tiger fangs slightly exposed, and the twitching curve of his mouth matched his terrified expression. As he raised his trembling palm, his tiger claws tore through the air, and even the sharp claw tips emitted a cold light. Finally, Li Ming completed the transformation, and now he was exactly the same as the reflection of the black tiger on the ground. In the mysterious space that had been silent and without any sound, a tiger roar suddenly sounded. Roar! After roaring, Li Ming found that he still couldn't speak. The only sound he could make was the roar of the black tiger. Li Ming had no choice but to accept his black tiger body. There was no disharmony at all. Although he was on all fours, he could move his limbs as easily as with his own arms. Li Ming tried to move and attack, and everything was done with ease. He thought calmly for a moment and knew that he had only one way to go, which was to return to the jungle. Now I am trapped in this mysterious space, and I don't know when I can get out. The only thing I can do is to find out the true presence of the gorgeous tiger in the jungle. Sure enough, when Li Ming returned to the jungle, the tiger was still standing there with its fangs bared at him. But this time, Li Ming didn't want to retreat. The explosive power in his body gave him confidence, and he felt that the tiger opposite him was not so scary. When the tiger saw that Li Ming did not flee this time, it attacked Li Ming actively, as if provoked. Li Ming concentrated his mind to avoid the tiger's claws. Then he seized the opportunity and attacked the tiger's throat with one claw. The tiger couldn't dodge in time, and Li Ming slashed its throat with the blow, and blood flowed all over the ground. As Li Ming looked at the tiger struggling on the ground, a voice suddenly rang in his head. System upgrade completed. The mysterious space shattered instantly, and Li Ming in the ward also woke up. Chapter 98, Daydreaming. Li Ming opened his eyes slowly in the ward. The system voice flashed through my mind. System upgrade completed? Could it be that the dream I just had was a test for system upgrades? Li Ming sat up and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He really thought he would never wake up from the dream. He was terrified. Luckily, I woke up. It was just a false alarm. Although Li Ming heard the sound of the system upgrading, he didn't notice any changes. He came back to his senses and looked out the window. It had become completely dark without him knowing. I picked up my phone and saw that it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Li Ming didn't care about the system anymore. He quickly put on his shoes and went to the next ward. I said I would come over to replace Huang Ying, but I didn't expect that half the night had passed by the time I opened my eyes. Even in the hospital, there was a sense of complete silence at this time. Li Ming gently turned the door handle of the next ward, and the sound was heard from far away. He pushed open the door and saw Huang Ying was not resting in the room. She was sitting on the hospital bed looking at him. Xia Hong was lying on one side, breathing evenly, obviously asleep. Li Ming walked forward cautiously and said to Huang Ying embarrassedly, "Huang Ying, go to sleep. I'll watch over you. I accidentally overslept just now." Huang Ying smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, "It's okay. I'm not sleepy anyway. If you didn't sleep well, you can sleep a little longer. No need to sleep anymore. Go now that you're awake. You can still get a few hours of sleep before dawn." Li Ming whispered, "Okay, I'll go then. Call me if you need anything." Huang Ying thought for a moment and decided that something might happen during the day. Since there was nothing to do right now, it might be a good idea to get some sleep. So, Huang Ying cautiously left the room and went to rest next door. He and Xia Hong were the only ones left in the room. The prisoner was still in the same state, and it was obvious that he would not wake up for a while. Li Ming sat in the position where Huang Ying had just sat, looking at Xia Hong, who was sleeping on her side beside him, and couldn't help but have some wild thoughts again. At this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded in Li Ming's mind. "The target Xia Hong meets the requirements. After conquering the host, you will receive a rich treasure chest reward." Li Ming was suddenly shocked. He thought the mission had been triggered, but he didn't expect these words to appear in his mind. "The goal is right. Are you not even pretending anymore? Just asking me to capture Xia Hong? There are also treasure chest rewards." He guessed that the rewards might be random, and you get whatever you get. Is the system really upgraded? What made Li Ming happy was that the previous mission penalties seemed to have disappeared, and only the rewards were mentioned. Wouldn't that mean he was free, no longer forced by the system? It was like the emancipated serfs singing their praises. Although I don't understand why the system triggered the upgrade, it seems that there are no disadvantages now. As for the strategy for Xia Hong, even without the system, Xia Hong would have been his target long ago. Although Xia Hong was fast asleep, her face, tilted to the side, was still delicate. Li Ming had already been moved. Xia Hong seemed to have a natural talent. Even if she did nothing, her face alone could seduce people. Or how could one say she had a face that looked like a foxy woman? Li Ming had nothing else to do, so he looked at Xia Hong carefully. Her gold-rimmed glasses had been removed, making her look less royal than usual, but more intellectually beautiful. She looked like a girl next door taking a lazy nap, and one couldn't help but want to playfully touch her tall nose. But Li Ming was just thinking about it. Of course, he would not disturb Xia Hong's rest. Even when Xia Hong's sexy lips opened slightly, as if tempting him to kiss her, he restrained himself. "There's plenty of time left," Xia Hong said, "when we get back to prison." When Li Ming thought of this, the warning halo suddenly turned on automatically. He quickly turned off the halo out of embarrassment and didn't dare to think about it anymore. He thought about the system upgrade again. Could it be that his recent actions, which followed his heart, had earned the system's approval, and that the system no longer had to force him to make a choice, had triggered the conditions for the upgrade? After thinking about it, this is the only reasonable one. However, now that the system upgrade is beneficial to him, he is not too worried. He had survived that weird and disappointing system before, so naturally, he is even less bothered by it now. Li Ming was still lost in thought, but Xia Hong, who was still fast asleep on the bed, quietly opened her eyes and glanced at the stunned Li Ming. She smiled slightly, and while Li Ming was in a daze, she secretly poked Li Ming's lower back with her finger. Li Ming was stunned at first, but when he felt Xia Hong's movements, he turned his gaze back to Xia Hong's face. Seeing her looking at him with a smile on her face, Li Ming couldn't help but smile in response. Sister Hong, you're awake. Did I disturb you? No. I slept well. Xia Hong sat up from the bed, curled up her knees, and leaned against Li Ming's side. You should know that Xia Hong was wearing a hip skirt. With her long legs tucked up, the hip skirt stuck tightly to Xia Hong's body, revealing her figure. I often woke up in the early hours of the morning in prison, but I'm used to it. But ever since I talked to you in the cafeteria that day, I've been sleeping a lot better these past few days. I don't miss that bastard anymore. Instead, I miss you all day long. I don't know what magic you have. Am I too love-brained? But I'm a Scorpio. I heard that once a Scorpio falls in love, it's like a moth to a flame, and there's no turning back. Xia Hong put her head on her knees and whispered with a melancholy look on her face. Sister Hong, there's nothing wrong with being in love. It's not good to be too rational. You'll think too much and worry too much. It's better to follow your heart. At least you won't regret it in the future. Li Ming said gently. TSK, since I'm in love with you, of course you think it's good. You even want me to be crazy about you, go crazy for you, be wild for you, and bang my head against the wall for you. Xia Hong gave Li Ming a cold look. Then she was amused by her own words, and laughed so hard that her body shook, revealing her beauty, which was a feast for Li Ming's eyes. The warning halo that he had just closed was automatically turned on again, and blood rushed to his head. Xia Hong smiled for a moment, wondering why Li Ming didn't say anything. She glanced over and saw Li Ming's embarrassing situation. Her face suddenly flushed. I don't know what she was thinking about, but she suddenly became quiet and didn't dare to move. The room was silent for a moment. Only the beeping sound of the female prisoner's ECG monitor could be heard. Xia Hong's heartbeat quickened, and her body temperature gradually rose. This wasn't her infirmary, but a hospital. This unfamiliar environment further stimulated her psychologically. She had the man she loved beside her, and he was radiating his masculinity without a care in the world. Coupled with the close contact between the two of them last time, it made her fantasize. Xia Hong was still brainstorming, but Li Ming swallowed his saliva. Staring at Xia Hong's white and tender thighs and crystal-clear jade feet, he couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Sister Hong. Chapter 99 Do Nothing. Sister Hong. Li Ming's voice trembled a little, and the beautiful scenery before him made him unable to control himself. What are you doing? Xia Hong watched Li Ming staring at her legs and swallowing his saliva, his face instantly turning red, as if bleeding. She is still a virgin. How can she stand being looked at like that? Don't look at how bold she was last time. Xia Hong is just a coward. She looks like an experienced driver on the outside, but she is still a little girl at heart. Her ex-boyfriend and she worked in the same hospital. The surgeon must have been extremely busy, so the two of them had never done anything intimate. Even though they were engaged, they had only hugged each other twice. Only after actually trying it did I realize how intense this is, a physiological emotion that cannot be controlled. If she hadn't been mentally strong and hadn't had many years of experience as a surgeon, she would have probably given up and fled last time. This time, Li Ming stared at her legs. She felt weak just thinking about it. There is also a female prisoner who is in a coma, and no one knows when she will wake up. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. At the same time, it's still Mingdu Hotel. Su Qinghuan was holding a laptop, his fingers moving rapidly, and no one knew what he was busy with. Tan Chengsheng sat obediently aside waiting for Su Qinghuan. Finally, after a moment, Su Qinghuan closed his laptop and said confidently to Tan Chengsheng, who was looking at him expectantly. That lawyer is indeed suspicious. He's not well known in our circle, but he's handled quite a few cases. Lawyers who have faced him say that they're always confused and win inexplicably. He barely makes a difference. He even gives up on cases he could have won. There must be something fishy going on. If we find him, get him to tell us his employer's name, and then investigate whether that employer has any special relationship with the plaintiff who's suing you for financial fraud. We can apply for a retrial, and a sentence reduction won't be a problem. But how can I get him to tell me the name of the person behind this? Tan Chengsheng frowned, worried. Don't worry, the world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit. This lawyer is not a good guy either. He will be happy to give that person up if given a little sweet treat. I have asked someone to contact him, so just wait for good news. Su Qinghuan smiled confidently. That's great. Lawyer Su, thank you. Upon hearing this, Tan Chengsheng suddenly understood and expressed his gratitude to Su Qinghuan. Thank me. How do you thank me? It's so late. How about we? Su Qinghuan gave Tan Chengsheng an evil smile and asked tentatively. This. Lawyer Sue, can it be changed to someone else? Tan Qingqing's face instantly turned red again. She was really embarrassed. What's there to change? We're all women. What are you afraid of? Just think of it as sleeping with your best friend. Su Qinghuan pressed on. That really do nothing? Tan Qingqing's face flushed, and he lowered his head and muttered softly. I won't do anything. Su Qinghuan raised his hand and vowed. We really sleep separately, and don't touch me? Tan Qingqing covered her face, not knowing how ashamed she felt. Absolutely. Don't touch. Su Qinghuan smiled evilly again, raised his hands, and made a promise. Oh well. Tan Qingqing finally nodded, then turned around and slowly unbuttoned his collar under Su Qinghuan's gaze. Oh, Lawyer Su, don't. Special note, Su Qinghuan is not a lesbian. In the hospital's intensive care unit, Huang Ying did not sleep after coming to the next room. She picked up her phone, edited a message, and sent it to a specially encrypted number on her phone. As soon as the message was sent, the phone rang and Huang Ying quickly picked it up. Hello, Chief. I am Huang Ying. Huang Ying said with a serious expression. Well, Huang Ying, you said my son is a good shooter? But except for the few days he went to prison, he has never touched a gun before. Is he really as good as you said? Li Yutian asked in confusion, crossing his legs, holding a glass of beer in one hand and a cigarette in the other, tilting his neck to hold the phone between his head and shoulders. Report to the chief. I saw it with my own eyes, it's absolutely true, and I found that the warden has a special relationship with a lawyer named Su Qinghuan, but it's not written in the information. It seems that his relationship with Deputy Warden Lin she has not made any progress and is rather cold. And Huang Ying said here, with a slight hesitation. Anything else? Go on. Li Yutian took a puff of cigarette and ordered slowly after hearing this. Also, the warden seems to be having an affair with a female prisoner. I can't explain it clearly. Chief, I'm just guessing and have no evidence, so I'm hesitant. Huang Ying slowly recounted to Li Yutian what she had experienced in the past 2 days, completely selling out Li's life. Finally, Li Yutian drank the beer in one gulp, laughed, and said to Huang Ying, I know. I've known about Su Qinghuan's matter for a long time. I have great confidence in my son. He won't do anything rash. You should continue with your previous task and protect his personal safety. You don't need to report anything else. You must ensure his safety. If you encounter danger that you cannot handle, call me immediately. Li Yutian ordered seriously. Yes, Chief. Huang Ying straightened her body and looked extremely solemn and serious. Well, but it's a pity that this boy and that girl Lin she don't have a spark of chemistry. Huang Ying, if you have a good impression of my son, I won't stop you. If you become his wife in the future and can always protect him, that would be great too. Ha ha. Li Yutian laughed. Commander, I will obey your orders. Huang Ying's face turned slightly red, but she still answered seriously. Hey, this is not an order. You young people should deal with relationship matters on your own. I will never force you. I have let my son be an ordinary person since he was young. Now that he is old enough to get married and have children, if he has someone in his heart, I will not stop him. So be it. Protect my son. After Li Yutian finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Huang Ying listened to the busy tone on her phone and slowly put it down. Her face was solemn, but she still spoke seriously. Yes, Commander. Chapter 100. Do you still have confidence? Li Yutian hung up the phone with a slight smile on his face. He remembered his good son who followed him around and called him dad when he was a child. He liked that delicate little baby no matter how he looked at him. As expected of my son, he's so skilled after just a few days of handling a gun. He must be my son, Li Yutian. Ha. But he's not like me when it comes to women. Everyone knows that when I was young, Li Yutian was loyal to his wife and never got hurt. Why does my dear son seem to be trying to have 2 relationships at the same time? Su Qinghuan. Lin Shi. After Huang Ying hung up the phone, she lay on her side on the bed. This time, the chief made it clear that all they had to do was protect the warden's safety, and nothing else needed to be reported. She felt a lot more relieved. Although she had just sold out Li Ming completely, she did not feel guilty. After all, the leader was the most important. Huang Ying breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. Then she felt a little sleepy and closed her eyes to rest. Suddenly, a strange sound came from somewhere in the room. Huang Ying frowned and woke up instantly. She carefully identified the direction of the sound and found that it was coming from the air conditioning maintenance passage on the ceiling of the room. But the sound was intermittent and she could not hear it clearly, so Huang Ying stood up and observed the direction of the passage. Finally, it was discovered that this passage was connected to the room where Li Ming was. Huang Ying thought that Xia Hong must have woken up and was talking to Li Ming. The voice came from the maintenance passage on the roof. After finding the source, she didn't think any more about it and lay back on the bed. But when she closed her eyes, she inexplicably thought of that night at the Mingdu Hotel, listening to the duet between Su Qinghuan and Li Ming, and she actually. Thinking of this, Huang Ying blushed and sat up again. Huang Ying took a deep breath for a moment, suppressing the throbbing in her heart. She looked at the wall separating her from Li Ming and Xia Hong's room, lost in thought. She wanted to listen. Huang Ying didn't know if she was controlled by a mysterious force. She picked up a cup from the cabinet beside her and slowly walked to the wall. Then Huang Ying trembled as she pressed the cup against the wall and listened closely. The conversation between the two people on the other side of the wall reached Huang Ying's ears. As the Oriole listened, it opened its mouth wide. She really wanted to call the chief again and ask him, "Do you still have faith in your son?" Huang Ying bit her lip. The commander's orders vaguely echoed in her mind. "Just keep him safe, don't report anything else." "Chief, you didn't let me say this." Xia Hong found the prisoner awake first, asked about his condition, and then told Li Ming that he could return to prison. Although it was still early in the morning, Li Ming was afraid that the night would be too long, and he called the prison and ordered the guards to drive over to pick him up right away. The sooner the prisoners are transferred, the safer they are. Xia Hong felt a little weak in the legs as she put on the high heels. It was the first time she felt that high heels were so difficult to wear. It would take a while for the prison guards to drive to the hospital, so Li Ming didn't wake Huang Ying, letting her sleep a little longer. Huang Ying had been with him since she got off the plane and hadn't gotten a full night's sleep yet. Li Ming had turned off his alert aura early this morning, and he hadn't specifically observed Huang Ying's movements, so he didn't notice that Huang Ying hadn't slept at all and had even eavesdropped on his and Xia Hong's actions. Meanwhile, Huang Ying lay quietly on the bed with her eyes closed. Within 2 minutes, even breathing sounds could be heard. Early the next morning, it was the third warden who came to the hospital with prison guards, fully armed, and took the prisoner to the car with ease, and then started the return journey. Li Ming followed behind in the car, with Huang Ying and Xia Hong still in it. Unlike the way here when the three of them chatted all the way, on the way back to the prison, the three of them didn't have the energy to chat and were silent all the way. Finally, at noon, the two cars returned to the prison one after the other. Li Ming was relieved when he saw the prison guards taking the prisoners back to the cell. He doesn't have to worry about anything else. Xia Hong will handle the subsequent treatment and dressing changes of the prisoners. Li Ming returned to the office feeling relieved. Huang Ying and Xia Hong were also tired and went back to rest. Li Ming first took a shower and cleaned himself up before lying down on the bed. Thinking about the ambiguous relationship with Xia Hong, I slowly fell asleep. I slept until the next morning. Li Ming didn't open his eyes until his cell phone rang. Su Qinghuan's name was displayed on the phone. Li Ming picked up the phone without hesitation. "Hello, Warden Li, what are you doing?" Su Qinghuan asked. I just woke up. Why are you calling me so early? Is there something wrong?" Li Ming asked puzzledly. "Yes, there is something wrong. Good news. We found the mastermind behind this. There was indeed something fishy about that lawyer. We spent a little money to find out the name of the man behind this. And guess what happened next?" Su Qinghuan said mysteriously. "What's wrong? How would I know? Tell me quickly," Li Ming said unhappily. Ha. Later, it turned out that the man behind the scenes who bribed the lawyer was actually the plaintiff who sued the sisters for financial fraud. Not only that, this plaintiff was originally in the pharmaceutical business. He contacted the sisters' smuggling partners and deliberately set a trap for them, hoping to kick them out and establish a monopoly for himself. He not only bribed Cheng Cheng's defense lawyer, but also bribed the judge who presided over the trial. The people I'm looking for found transfer records in his account that bribed the judge and lawyer. This can be used as evidence to request a new trial. With me here, the financial fraud case he filed will never be established. Besides, he can't take care of himself now, let alone keep accusing Tan Qingqing. In my opinion, the charge of financial fraud will definitely be dropped. As long as Cheng Cheng complies with the contract and pays some liquidated damages, the problem will be solved perfectly. Su Qinghuan's triumphant voice came from the phone, as if saying, "Praise me, praise me." Li Ming was indeed surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that it could be resolved so quickly. It turned out that professional matters should be done by professionals. Chapter 101 I really don't understand. But, what the hell is Cheng Cheng? When did you two start calling each other so affectionately? Li Ming was a little confused and asked doubtfully. Amazing. When lawyer Su takes action, it goes without saying that he's got the upper hand. But, why did you call Cheng Cheng? Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone suddenly smiled evilly when she heard this, turned her head to look at Tan Cheng who was lying beside her and staring at her resentfully, and she laughed. "What's wrong with calling me Cheng Cheng? We are good sisters and best friends now. It's not normal to call me Cheng Cheng. She also calls me Qinghuan." Okay. You are so capable, and you have the final say? I will go and tell Tan Qingqing the good news later, Li Ming said helplessly. He had no way to deal with Su Qinghuan. This woman had too erratic a personality. Li Ming never knew what vicious words Su Qinghuan would come up with next. After Su Qinghuan told Li Ming the good news, he hung up the phone. She patted Tan Qingqing's shoulder and smiled slightly. Qingqing, don't worry. The next step is to go through the procedures. I am 99% sure that I can reduce your sister's sentence. Don't get up today, just stay with me. Su Qinghuan smiled and laid his claws on the panicked Tan Qingqing again. Oh, Qinghuan. No. Get up and have breakfast. How about I take you to try all kinds of delicious food in S City today? I have to reward you well. You have helped me so much. Tan Qingqing dodged Su Qinghuan's attack with a blushing face and said hurriedly, Oh, no food can compare to your delicious taste. Come on, hurry up. Su Qinghuan smiled evilly again. Qinghuan, stop. Giggle, it's itchy. Stop it. Li Ming knows you're such a bad person. Li Ming hung up the phone and got up. After tidying himself up, he put on his uniform and left the office. Of course I have to tell Tan Qingqing about such great news. It just so happened that I saw that Tan Qingqing seemed to be in a bad mood, so for her sister's sake, I had to show some concern for her. So Li Ming went straight to the prison gate. He waved at the camera at the door, and the door opened. Li Ming gave a thumbs up and walked straight into the prison area. Yi Mei in the monitoring room saw that the devil warden had entered the prison again, so she quickly cut off the screen and deliberately avoided watching. Yi Mei has learned to be smart now. Her main point is, if I can't see, I won't be anxious. No matter what the warden does, I can't see it. Even if I do see it, I will pretend not to see it. She just couldn't believe that since she was so sensible, the devil warden would still bully a little prison guard like her. The prison area was still empty. The prisoners must have gone to work again, but Tan Qingqing and Wang Xin were definitely in the library. Li Ming found Tan Qingqing directly without any effort. At this time, she and Wang Xin were bored and reading a book. The books in the library had already been sorted by them. They looked clean, tidy, and orderly classified, and it was obvious that they had put a lot of effort into it. But there is only so much work to do here, and once you finish it, boredom begins. The two of them were so bored that they started to read literary works. Li Ming's arrival made both of their eyes light up, and they were waiting for Li Ming to call their names. But this time, it was Wang Xin who was disappointed. Li Ming had already decided not to favor her anymore. Things were different now. With Huanging around, he would definitely have to be more restrained. Li Ming came in front of the two of them, straightened his back, and stared at Tan Qingqing with sharp eyes. Tan Qingqing, come out with me. I have something to ask you. Tan Qingqing's body trembled. A strange look flashed across her eyes, and she replied softly. Yes, Warden. Li Ming didn't pay much attention to Wang Xin. Under her resentful gaze, Li Ming took Tan Qingqing out of the prison area and came to the psychological counseling room. Tan Qingqing looked at the familiar house and couldn't help but recall Li Ming's actions towards him last time. She pinched her arm, which no longer hurt, and missed that special feeling. When she had some free time these 2 days, Tan Qingqing tried it herself. She took a book and hit her arm hard, but the bruises she made had no effect at all. After discovering this, Tan Qingqing missed Li Ming even more. Warden. What do you want to call me for? Tan Qingqing asked softly, somewhat excited and somewhat fearful. Good news. Your sister and the others have found evidence that can clear your charge of financial fraud. You will soon be able to have your sentence reduced. Are you happy? Li Ming smiled slightly and said to Tan Qingqing. He thought that Tan Qingqing would be very happy to hear the news, but Tan Qingqing's performance made him confused and worried. Tan Qingqing was indeed happy for a moment when she heard this. After all, no one wants to spend so many more years in jail. But even though her sentence was reduced, she still couldn't get out. For her now, there probably wasn't much difference between being in jail for 10 years and 20 years. So after being happy for a moment, she calmed down again, and her eyes suddenly glanced at the belt around Li Ming's waist. Seeing his reaction, Li Ming followed her gaze to his belt and explained to Tan Qingqing with sudden enlightenment. Tan Qingqing, I won't hit you, don't worry. I hit you last time because you were disobedient. If you have always been so obedient, I'm not a pervert. Why would I hit you? Don't be afraid. Li Ming slowed down his voice and explained gently. He was a little worried about Tan Qingqing's mental state. Could it be that she was sent to prison and beaten by him, which caused her to be traumatized and develop some mental illness? She used to be a hot little pepper, not like now. She is so timid and dares not say a word. The high-spirited and confident Tan Qingqing, who had made the bet with him, seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Li Ming thought that his gentle explanation might make Tan Qingqing let down her guard, return to her previous self, and not be so afraid of him. But what Tan Qingqing heard was completely different from what Li Ming had imagined. Tan Qingqing's eyes were filled with anxiety. She wanted to say something, but didn't dare to. Her face was hesitant and struggling, and her face was slightly red. She looked cowardly, wanting to say something, but not being able to. In the end, she even had a bitter smile on her face. This made Li Ming confused and bewildered. Could it be that Tan Qingqing is ill? Should she really get some psychological counseling? Li Ming and Tan Qingqing looked at each other for about 10 seconds. Finally, Li Ming awkwardly shifted his gaze. He could not stand Tan Qingqing's strange look anymore. Not only was it strange, but Li Ming seemed to see determination, desire, shame, and pleading. Li Ming scratched his head in confusion, unable to figure out what Tan Qingqing meant, so he had no choice but to ask directly. Tan Qingqing, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy about the sentence reduction? What does that look in your eyes mean? I really don't understand. Chapter 102 Xinjia. Li Ming's words had just fallen. Tan Qingqing looked up at Li Ming and found that her body seemed to have begun to change the moment she made up her mind. At this moment, a system voice suddenly came into Li Ming's mind. Target Tan Qingqing meets the requirements, and the host can capture her. Get a treasure chest after success. Although Li Ming heard the system's prompt, he didn't care anymore. Looking at Tan Qingqing squatting on the ground, he was shocked. Did the kid hit his head? I didn't hit his head. Why is everyone like this now? This is outrageous. A black line flashed across Li Ming's forehead. He really couldn't believe it. But Li Ming was stunned, but Tan Qingqing was not. She seemed to have broken through that layer of reserve and looked at Li Ming's belt firmly, as if she had liberated her nature. Li Ming followed her gaze. I immediately understood what she meant. Li Ming was very conflicted. Tan Qingqing's transformation must have been caused by him. He was indeed a bit impulsive last time, but he never expected that Tan Qingqing would become even more crazy now. She actually liked that feeling? Originally, he thought that he had subdued Tan Qingqing in one go, but now it seems that she has never surrendered, and instead has become even more aggressive and arrogant. Tan Qingqing felt anxious as she saw that Li Ming hadn't made any move. She had finally waited for the chance to be alone with Li Ming, and she didn't want to miss it. Warden, do you remember our previous bet? Now I can't get out, you win. From now on in this prison, I'm yours. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's aura of alert instantly activated. He suddenly felt a little irritable. He frowned tightly, and his palms wanted to raise uncontrollably. He knew that Tan Qingqing was serious. Not a single word she said was a lie. And facing Tan Qingqing's pleading, Li Ming opened the door and sent Tan Qingqing, who was covered in wounds and walking unsteadily, back to the prison area. Under Wang Xian's strange gaze, Li Ming fled in panic. He quickly returned to his office. I rushed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and washed my face. Let the cold water slide down your collar. Li Ming seemed to be a little more sober at this time. He threw himself on the bed, his eyes blank. His mind recalled the madness in the psychological counseling room. Just ask, how could a man say no? Such a beauty, kneeling on the ground, calling out to him. Owner? When Li Ming heard these two words, his sanity collapsed. Later, I was no longer satisfied with just venting my emotions psychologically. Instead, he actually touched the scars on Tan Qingqing's back. Seeing her looking back with tears in her eyes and trembling, Li Ming lost his mind. Now, Li Ming lay on the bed, still couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. In the system space in my mind, a red treasure chest was emitting a mysterious light. In the library, Wang Xian and Tan Qingqing sat opposite each other. With Wang Xian's experience, she had some guesses about what Tan Qingqing had encountered. But Tan Qingqing was not sad at all. Instead, she was extremely happy and excited. He no longer looks depressed as he has these days, and is full of energy as if he has been injected with chicken blood. Wang Xian really didn't understand Tan Qingqing's mentality. Could it be that she was completely subdued by the Warden and was willing to give up everything? But speaking of which, the Warden is indeed very powerful. She has a lot of say. At the same time, at the prison gate, Xia Hong was standing there looking up. Her best friend Xinjia is coming today? As a dance teacher, Xinjia was specially hired by Li Ming to teach the prisoners how to dance. She was also able to catch up with her best friend Xia Hong, killing two birds with one stone. The two women haven't seen each other for a long time. Xia Hong has been in prison and rarely returns to the city. Even if she returns to the city, Xinjia may not have time because she still has to teach her students. So the two met less and less frequently. But fortunately, the two women did not become estranged because of meeting less frequently. Instead, they missed each other more. Since their school days, Xinjia and Xia Hong have been close friends who can talk about anything. The bond between the two women is so strong that it can be said that they share nothing except men. Even Xia Hong's ex-boyfriend was only started after Xia Hong discussed it with Shenjia and got Shenjia's consent and blessing. Although the final result was not satisfactory, it was enough to prove the friendship between the two girls. Shenjia's students had just graduated, and the first thing she wanted to do when she had some free time was to come and see Xia Hong. She felt so sorry for what Xia Hong had been through, and she didn't know how Xia Hong was doing in prison. This was Shenjia's first time in prison. The bumpy road and remoteness had already made her dislike the Montenegro women's prison. She didn't know how Xia Hong could endure it. She clearly had a better future, but she would rather stay in prison than go out. It makes her sad every time she thinks about it. This time she came with the intention of persuading Xia Hong. She really couldn't bear to see Xia Hong waste her best years in prison. The two of them have been beautiful since they were young, and they should have lived in the praise of others. But Xia Hong just couldn't let it go. For a mere crooked tree, she had to give up the entire forest. She, Shenjia, wouldn't be like that. No matter what the wind blows, she, Shenjia, will always be picky. When she finds a man she likes and who makes her truly feel something, she will give it a try. At least she won't have any regrets. Even if there is no good result, she doesn't care. Although they only had sex once, he has had sex countless times after becoming a woman. She is a woman of the new era. She wants to come to the prison to save Xia Hong. Instill her ideas in Xia Hong. This time, I must rescue Xia Hong from prison no matter what. My red baby, here I come. As Xia Hong waited anxiously, a car slowly drove over from a distance. Finally arrived at the prison gate. The car door slowly opened, and a beautiful figure got out of the car and smiled brightly at Xia Hong, who was happy and excited inside the door. Red baby, here I come. Jia Jia, come in quickly. This way, this way. Xia Hong gestured to Shenjia to go through the security room passage for inspection, and then she went to meet him. As usual, the prison guards checked Shenjia and let her in. The two girls hugged each other tightly, missing each other so much. Chapter 103, So Pure. Hong Hong, you've lost weight. Is it because the food here is not good? You look haggard and have dark circles under your eyes, Shenjia said, while touching Xia Hong's face with concern. Xia Hong's face turned slightly red, thinking that she had been thinking about Li Ming every night these days. As soon as she closed her eyes, she saw the erotic scenes. How could she sleep? Of course, she had dark circles under her eyes. Jia Jia, I'm feeling really good here. A patient had surgery these past 2 days, and I was busy running around, so I didn't sleep well. Come in with me first, and I'll tell you in detail later. I'll show you around our prison later, and you'll understand. Xia Hong took Shenjia's hand and walked towards the infirmary. She had to put her luggage away first, and then take her around the prison. The two chatted all the way and finally arrived at the infirmary. After putting their luggage away, Shenjia looked around the infirmary. Is this Hong Hong's workplace? Simple medical equipment, a medical bed, a few white coats, and a strong smell of disinfectant in the room. The conditions are simply terrible. Xia Hong, a talented surgeon, had fallen to this point. It was simply unbearable to watch. Shenjia also saw the trophy that Xia Hong had won in a competition abroad. She still remembered how high-spirited, happy, and excited Xia Hong was at that time. A bright future was already beckoning to her. But, because of that stinky man, our promising future was ruined. Now she's a crappy doctor in prison, and there's a chance she won't be able to leave for the rest of her life. It's so despicable. When Shenjia thought of this, she gritted her teeth and wished she could cut Xia Hong's ex-boyfriend into pieces. After Xia Hong arranged Shenjia's luggage, she came to Shenjia and saw her gritting her teeth at her trophy. She instantly knew what she was thinking. Xia Hong smiled slightly and said to Shenjia nonchalantly, Jia Jia, stop looking. I'm not interested in that anymore. After experiencing the dull life in prison, I've long lost interest in the world of fame and fortune outside. Besides, it's pretty good here too. Meals are on time. The work is easy every day, the salary is good, and all the insurances are complete. Others would fight tooth and nail to find a job like this. I'm so content. Shenjia curled her lips when she heard what Xia Hong said. She didn't believe it was as good as Xia Hong said. For ordinary people, it was indeed a good job to have such a job, but for Xia Hong, it was decadence, a waste of talent, and self-degradation. Hong Hong, are you really willing to do this? Do you still remember your original dream? Didn't you say that you wanted to be a world-renowned super surgeon? Shenjia said with a disappointed look. Xia Hong blushed when she heard that, and waved her hand and smiled. Oh, isn't that what we said when we were younger? World-renowned? Ha ha ha, I'm already awesome enough just to be famous in our own prison. Xia Hong also remembered her original lofty ambitions, but she is no longer the same person she used to be. You could say she has fallen into depravity or lost her ambition due to pleasure, but now she has become accustomed to her current uneventful life. Even if you ask her to return to her original position, I'm afraid she will refuse. What's more, now there is Li Ming. When Xiaohong thought of this, a smile appeared on her face again. Xinjia frowned as he watched Xiaohong behave like this, feeling puzzled. It seems that Xiaohong has let go of that stinky man, but why is she still so lacking in ambition? Could it be that she has stayed in her comfort zone for too long and doesn't want to go out anymore? Xiaohong then took Xinjia for a stroll around the prison. Although Xiaohong was a prison doctor, she couldn't just take anyone into the prison area, so she just wandered around the playground and the office building. The greening in the prison is very good. The prison guards usually have nothing to do, and they are all women, so they like to fiddle with some flowers and plants. There is also a small garden behind the office building with a pavilion in the middle. It is the season for flowers to bloom. Flowers of various colors are vying for beauty, and birds are chirping nonstop on the green grass. Xiaohong brought Xinjia forward and sat inside the pavilion, leaning against a nearby pillar. It was quite relaxing. Even Xinjia was affected, closing her eyes and enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. But after enjoying it for a while, Xinjia reacted. I came here to rescue Xiaohong, but how could I have been assimilated by her? No matter how comfortable it is, this is still a prison. How can it be as comfortable as being in a high-end hotel outside, drinking coffee, chatting about gossip, working out, traveling, or taking a vacation overseas? Fallen. I have fallen. Xinjia shook her head and wanted to teach Xiaohong again. Xiaohong, however, predicted her action and spoke first. Jia, are you tired from work now? How many students did you teach in the last batch? I'm fine. The last batch of 30 people all had zero basic knowledge, and I was kept busy until graduation. This time I plan to take a break. After I go back from your place, I plan to find a place to spend my vacation and relax. It would be best if we go together. You have a vacation too, so come with me. If you enjoy the freedom outside, you might not want to go back to prison. Xinjia said excitedly. Xiaohong was a little amused when she heard this. Jia, I'm a prison doctor, not a prisoner. I've always been free. This is just my job, just like you teaching students. Although I don't make as much as you, I have no place to spend my money here. Instead, I've saved a lot of money. The work is easy, just like picking up money. I don't know how great it is. After hearing this, Xinjia finally understood what Xiaohong meant. She was trying to shut him up and prevent him from being brainwashed. Xinjia glanced at Xiaohong coquettishly, but gave up for the time being. If she didn't say it now, she would have to say it sooner or later. After the two of them sat in the small garden for a while, Xiaohong remembered that she had to take Xinjia to meet Li Ming. After all, she was the dance teacher specially invited by Li Ming and was also paid, so she couldn't just accompany her. So Xiaohong took Xinjia directly into the office building, took the elevator, and went straight to Li Ming's office. The two came to Li Ming's door, and Xiaohong knocked first. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Li Ming in the room had just released his libido. Although his body was satisfied, he felt a little empty. He fell asleep unknowingly. When he heard a knock on the door, he suddenly woke up again. He stood up, rubbed his temples, and went straight to open the door. With a click, the door was opened by Li Ming. The two beautiful flowers standing at the door instantly woke Li Ming up. So pure, Li Ming's heart suddenly moved. Even though he had just seen a beauty like Tan Xingqing, the strange woman standing in front of him with a smile on her face still made Li Ming unconsciously praise her in his heart. Who is this? Li Ming asked doubtfully. Chapter 104, Best Friends for Life. Li Ming stepped aside and let the two women walk into the office. Then he looked at the pure and beautiful woman in front of him. She was wearing a white dress with a long and straight neck, stretched and straight shoulders and back, a slender waist that could be held in one hand, and smooth and natural muscle lines. Her legs are straight and slender. Her skin is fair and tender. She looks like a lady from a wealthy family, with an outstanding temperament. Seeing this, Li Ming looked at the woman's figure and guessed her identity. This posture and temperament were obviously maintained by years of dance practice. Then she should be the good friend and dance teacher that Xiaohong mentioned. Really? As Li Ming expected, Xiaohong took the lead in introducing the woman's identity to Li Ming. Warden, this is my good friend, Xinjia? She is the dance teacher I mentioned to you before. With her guidance this time, the dancing level of our prisoners will definitely rise several levels. Xiaohong secretly winked at Li Ming, indicating that Li Ming should say something nice to give her face. Li Ming understood instantly and said with a smile, "Oh, welcome, welcome. It's an honor for Black Mountain Prison to have Teacher Xin come to teach here. You must be tired after coming all this way. I'll give you a welcome banquet tonight. You still have time to go back to work tomorrow. Go ahead and teach. The prison is very safe. There are prison guards everywhere. You don't have to be afraid." After Li Ming finished speaking, he looked at Xinjia with a smile on his face. This woman looked really pure, especially when she stood with Xiaohong. One was extremely charming, and the other was as pure as a white lotus that had just graduated from school. The two women standing together were extremely impactful. At this time, Xinjia was also looking at Li Ming. I was extremely shocked. She originally thought that the warden must be a middle-aged man with a big belly, maybe even bald, with a face full of fat, and even 2 scars on his face. This image of a prison warden fits her imagination of the prison warden. But what's going on with this young and handsome guy in front of me? Are prison wardens now no longer selected based on qualifications, but on appearance? Although Li Ming was very handsome, Xinjia felt that Li Ming was particularly captivating when she first saw him. She felt a little uneasy and a little scared. Although Li Ming was smiling and looked very kind, she felt a little scared of him. Xinjia couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It was the first time she had this feeling. She felt that her magnetic field was suppressed. Warden, hello. I'm not tired. I can come anytime. Thank you for inviting me. It's a good opportunity to catch up with Xiaohong. Our Xiaohong thanks you for taking care of her. Xinjia was a little nervous at first, but she managed to control herself later. Xiaohong, if you have nothing to do later, why don't you take Teacher Shin for a walk? Or you can ask District Chief Huang and go into the prison together. I'll go ask Deputy Warden Lin about the competition. Li Ming smiled politely at Xinjia, then said to Xiaohong, Okay, Warden, we'll leave first. But Xiaohong waved to Li Ming and took Xinjia out of Li Ming's office. As soon as he left the office, Xinjia heaved a sigh of relief, which made Xiaohong feel a little strange. She asked in confusion, Jia, what's wrong? Why do you look so relieved? Xinjia shook her head and said in a low voice, Hong, why is your warden so young? And so scary? He's truly worthy of being a warden. I'm a little scared just looking at him. Scary? No. The warden is so kind and friendly. He doesn't have any airs at all. How can he be scary? Xiaohong asked doubtfully. I can't explain it either. Although he was smiling, I just felt that he was very majestic, and I couldn't help but feel nervous in front of him. Xinjia scratched his head, feeling a little puzzled. Xiaohong didn't take it seriously at first, but suddenly she seemed to think of something and her expression suddenly became serious. She brought Xinjia into the elevator and then carefully tested it. Jia, you didn't fall in love with our warden at first sight. I remember you said you like men who are fierce, intimidating, and who can make you feel awe at first sight. You wouldn't be. Xiaohong was a little nervous. She and Li Ming had already gone through this and that. If her only best friend also fell in love with Li Ming, then it would be all over. Oh, Hong, what are you talking about? How can I really fall in love with him at first sight? I was just teasing you. Your warden is so handsome, let him stay with you. If you work hard to win him over and become the warden's wife, I can also benefit from it. Xinjia blushed and hurriedly explained. She was also the type who was flirtatious but timid at heart, just like Xiaohong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been single for so many years. Although Li Ming did give her some different feelings, it wasn't love at first sight. Xiaohong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It was good that her best friend didn't like Li Ming. She could compete with Lin Shi for a man, but she couldn't bring herself to do that to her best friend. Could it be that it was really like those whispers they had shared before, that the two women would find the same husband and stay together forever, being best friends for life? The two women chatted and laughed as they got off the elevator and headed back to the infirmary to pack their bags and make their beds. They planned to sleep together tonight, to catch up on their relationship and discuss their recent situations. The last time they slept in the same bed was last time. At this time, in Li Ming's office. He sat on the chair, and his consciousness came to the system space, where a red treasure chest was quietly placed. It was the reward he received after successfully conquering Tanqingqing. After the system upgrade, it became much more convenient. Not only was there no punishment, but he could also draw his own rewards. The pleasure of opening a blind box made Li Ming excited. Li Ming tried to take the red treasure chest out of the system space, but failed. It seemed this treasure chest could only be opened in the system space, but just by looking at it, one could tell what was inside was definitely something special. It was Li Ming's first time opening a treasure chest, and he wanted to do something metaphysical. He washed his hands and face, then took out his phone to check the calendar, found a good location, and finally, clasped his hands together in front of the air, prayed, and then opened the treasure chest. His consciousness sank into the treasure chest, and his mind moved slightly. Without any effort, the treasure chest suddenly vibrated and trembled, then continued to expand. Red light emanated from the inside out, and finally a burst of colorful smoke rose up. The treasure chest disappeared from then on. There was only a round, shining sphere in the space, floating quietly and mysteriously. Chapter 105 Blow with Your Mouth. Li Ming observed the round sphere with a faint glow in his mind, but did not see anything special about it. So Li Ming directly used his consciousness to contact the round sphere. Suddenly the ball trembled violently and exploded. The system's voice also sounded in Li Ming's mind. Congratulations to the host for receiving the skill reward of becoming proficient in various languages. Automatically learn all languages. Li Ming was stunned. The unboxing process looked so grand and cool, but the final reward was just this. What's the point of being proficient in a language? In this day and age, isn't it enough to just use a mobile phone to translate? This system seems a bit old-fashioned and can't keep up with the times. Li Ming curled his lips and looked down on the reward this time, but it was better to have it than not. Maybe it would be useful in the future. At least he could be a translator now. It seems that after the system upgrade, the rewards have actually decreased. Li Ming could only think so. He would not admit that it was just bad luck that prevented him from drawing the good stuff. After Li Ming adjusted his appearance in front of the mirror, he walked out of the office and planned to find Lin Shi to put the group dance competition on the agenda. Arriving at Lin Shi's door, Li Ming knocked. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Lin Shi's voice came from the room. Li Ming didn't hesitate and walked in. In the office, Lin Shi was sitting at his desk, writing and drawing something, and looked quite busy. When Lin Shi saw that the person who walked in was Li Ming, she was stunned and then frowned. Warden, do you have something to talk to me about? Lin Shi's voice was a little cold and distant. Her impression of Li Ming had become extremely bad recently, so naturally, she didn't look in a good mood. Li Ming didn't care when he heard this. Lin Shi had never been like this. He just walked up and sat on the sofa and said to Lin Shi lightly, Deputy Warden, the dance teacher I specially invited has arrived. She'll be teaching the prisoners dance tomorrow. We can start planning the competition. Have you made all the arrangements? Seeing Li Ming's businesslike demeanor, Lin Shi was furious. There were only the two of them in the room, and Li Ming was still pretending. However, she was now the deputy and was under Li Ming's control, so she gritted her teeth and spoke. It's all arranged. There are preliminary rounds, semi-finals, finals, and the grand final. Finally, the champion will be selected. All teams that reach the finals will receive varying degrees of sentence reductions. You'll be the judge for the preliminary rounds. The guards can vote for the semi-finals. Both guards and prisoners can vote for the grand finals. The team with the most votes wins. Teams will consist of at least 2 people and up to 6 people. The rosters have also been compiled. Once the prisoners have practiced for a few days, the preliminary rounds can begin. Well, the preliminary round is just a simple screening. Let's schedule it for 3 days later. I will directly eliminate the teams that are just playing for fun to avoid too many people and the competition being too long, Li Ming ordered. Although Lin Shi has a bad temper, his ability is unquestionable. After the two of them perfected the details of the game, the room became quiet. Li Ming thought about it and realized that Lin Shi didn't dare to go against him recently. After all, they were childhood playmates, and the elders of both families were good friends who shared the same ideals. He didn't want things to get too awkward, so he wanted to take the initiative to ease the atmosphere. But before Li Ming could speak, Lin Shi's voice sounded first. Warden, please leave if you are all right. I have something else to do. Li Ming was stunned when he heard this. He was just about to calm down with her, but he didn't expect Lin Shi to actually kick him out. Li Ming raised his eyebrows and instantly threw his original thoughts out of his mind. Sure enough, Lin Shi still had the same taste as before, and he still hadn't dealt with her well. So Li Ming's eyes turned, and an idea came to his mind. Deputy Warden, I'm a little thirsty after talking for so long. Pour me a glass of water, Li Ming said lightly. When Lin Shi heard Li Ming actually order her to pour water, she gritted her teeth and could hardly contain her anger. However, she thought of the last time Li Ming threatened her, so she bit her lip and suppressed the urge to explode. She slowly took out a cup from the cabinet, filled a glass of cold water from the water dispenser beside her, and brought it to Li Ming. Then he turned around and sat back in his chair without saying a word. Li Ming found it a little funny to see her gritting her teeth, but his expression remained unchanged. He picked up the water cup, took a sip, then suddenly frowned and put the cup down again. Deputy Warden, the water is too cold. I can't get used to it. Please give me a hot cup. Li Ming's voice was calm and without any ripples. But when Lin Shi heard this plain voice, it almost made her explode on the spot. Bastard Li Ming, he did it on purpose. Now he's turned the tables and is targeting me specifically, right? Lin Shi clenched his fists tightly, his palms bearing deep red marks from his nails. His body was trembling slightly, and he looked like he was about to explode. But Lin Shi didn't know what she was thinking about. Although her silver teeth were creaking, she still calmed herself down. She stood up and took an empty cup, filled it with hot water for Li Ming, and slowly placed it in front of Li Ming. Warden, This is hot water. Drink it. Lin Shi said in a cold and ruthless voice, suppressing his anger. Li Ming smiled slightly and nodded at Lin Shi. Then he picked up the hot water, put it to his mouth, and took another sip. But Li Ming's face suddenly darkened. He put the cup down heavily, looked at Lin Shi in front of him, and said angrily, "Deputy Warden, the water is so hot. You want to scald me to death? Are you trying to murder your superior? You've had enough of the Deputy Warden's position, haven't you?" Li Ming's words had just fallen. Lin Shi's face flushed instantly. It wasn't because she was shy, but because she was angry at Li Ming. Rage surged up, and blood rushed to her brain, almost exploding. She raised her finger and pointed at Li Ming, about to say something, but she clenched her teeth tightly, and the curse in her heart still did not come out. "Warden, then I'll mix cold water and hot water together, and the water won't be hot anymore. Try it again." Lin Shi's face flushed red. He suppressed his anger and tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. Seeing how patient she was, Li Ming was really impressed by her. It seemed that she was really reluctant to give up her position as Deputy Warden. She could endure it even when forced to this extent. But before Lin Shi could finish his words, Li Ming interrupted him. "Who told you that you can mix cold water and hot water together to drink? You, blow it to me with your mouth. Give it to me when it's cold," Li Ming said in a devilish voice, and it was obvious that he was trying to make things difficult for him. Lin Shi, who was suppressing his anger, was dazed for a moment when he heard the words. He couldn't believe that such words could be said by a human. Then the next second I couldn't hold it any longer. "Li Ming, you've gone too far. You're not a human being." Chapter 106 Teacher Shun. "Come here. Li Ming, don't go too far. I have been tolerant enough. What else do you want? Do you believe me?" Lin Shi's angry roar finally broke out. This Li Ming is going too far. He's so blatantly trying to make things difficult for her. Did he really think she had no temper? The worst that could happen is a fight to the bitter end. "What do you mean? Can't I, the warden, give you orders? Deputy Warden Lin? If you are so dissatisfied, why don't you go to logistics, so that you don't work with resentment and affect the unity of the prison? What do you think?" Li Ming interrupted Lin Shi's roar and said lightly. Lin Shi looked at Li Ming's face and wanted to grab him and tear his disgusting face into pieces. But Li Ming actually threatened her again. He knew that she couldn't bear to give up her current position, right? Lin Shi stared at Li Ming intently, wishing she could bite him to death with her eyes. However, she still used great willpower to control her emotions. She turned her anger into tears that slowly flowed out of her eyes. The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. She was clearly the victim, so why did Li Ming bully her so confidently? It was true that she had treated him badly when he first came, but later on, she began to consider him. He was the one who didn't clean himself up first, so why should she be wronged? A grown man, yet he was so petty. What kind of person was he? After Li Ming finished speaking, he witnessed Lin Shi's expression change from being furious to crying in grievance. She just stared at him without saying a word and kept crying, which made Li Ming feel that he had gone too far. It won't get out of hand. Li Ming coughed, pretended that there was a message on his phone, took it out and took a look, then stood up, ignored Lin Shi, and walked out of her office, closing the door for her. After leaving the office, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He was not very good at bullying people. If Lin Shi hadn't looked so dissatisfied and angry, he wouldn't have kept pestering her. But he felt pretty good watching Lin Shi cry. It was Lin Shi who had been causing trouble for him when he first arrived. If she stopped opposing him later, that would be fine. But if she still maintained this attitude, Li Ming said, she would suffer the consequences. After dealing with Lin Shi, Li Ming, feeling refreshed, went straight into the elevator and went downstairs. I planned to arrange for the kitchen to prepare a meal in the evening. After all, Xinjia just came over, so I have to prepare a meal for her anyway, not to mention that she is Xiaohong's good friend. So Li Ming went straight out of the office building and went to the kitchen to give instructions. Then he walked leisurely towards the prison area. Just now, when he passed by the infirmary, he found that there was no one in it. Li Ming guessed that he must have entered the prison area. As expected, as soon as he entered the prison area, Li Ming saw Huang Ying, Xiaohong, and Xinjia chatting about something in front. Li Ming walked closer and listened, and found that they were talking about teaching the prisoners to dance. Naturally, several people saw Li Ming and hurriedly greeted him. "Warden, you've come at the right time. We have just discussed with District Chief Huang, and will call out the prisoners who will be participating in the competition in a while. Let them practice for a while today and get to know each other. Xinjia will also show off her skills and perform a dance for us." Xiaohong took the lead in explaining to Li Ming. "Oh, that's great. I also want to admire Teacher Shin's dancing. Have you chosen the location? Where will she teach?" Li Ming asked. "Warden, it's in the TV hall behind the third prison area. It's spacious there. and they're also there during the games. Huang Ying took over. Then he took a few people and walked directly towards the third prison area. After a while, they saw groups of participating teams in the hall. Tan Qingqing and Wang Xin are also among them. Tan Qingqing and Li Ming had just done something indescribable this morning. Her body was naturally different from usual at this moment. After all, she has become a real woman now. Wang Xin supported Tan Qingqing, who looked a little strange, and looked at Li Ming and his group without blinking. Li Ming felt their gazes, but did not look in their direction. Instead, he found a place on the edge and sat down, waiting to watch Shunjia's performance. The second warden was currently comparing the names of the participating prisoners with those of the prisoners who had arrived. After confirming that they were correct, he asked the prisoners to sit down. Shunjia also came on stage to introduce herself. Hello everyone. I've been invited by the warden to teach you how to dance. I'll do my best and hope you all get a good ranking. If any of you have dance lessons and can dance but don't want to be taught by me, you can tell me. It's completely voluntary, so don't worry. I'll give you a short performance, and today we'll just get to know each other, and we'll officially start learning tomorrow. Time is limited, only 2 hours a day, so please take it seriously. Thank you. Xinjia was not at all stage frightened. After finishing his speech, he bowed to everyone, then got ready to start his performance. Shunjia's dance moves are light and graceful. Her skirt flutters like a butterfly's wings, and her every move is full of the charm of a professional dancer. The prisoners who were originally whispering in the hall were now staring at the stage with bated breath. Even Li Ming, who was standing next to them, sat up straight unconsciously. When the song ended, applause broke out. Li Ming looked at Shunjia on the stage with satisfaction. She was indeed a professional and different. Every movement is very standard, and her good figure is fully displayed when her body twists, but it does not make people have any blasphemous thoughts. Li Ming was very satisfied. When Shunjia came down from the stage and walked towards him, Li Ming called Shunjia. Teacher Shun, come here. I have something to tell you alone. Li Ming smiled and spoke. Xiaohong, who was standing by, was slightly stunned, with a strange look in her eyes, but she did not ask any questions. She watched Shunjia, who was also a little confused, follow Li Ming towards the library. After Shunjia followed him into the library, Li Ming closed the door. Facing Shunjia's puzzled eyes, Li Ming said lightly, Teacher Shun, you dance very well. I have something to ask of you, but I hope you can keep it a secret and don't tell anyone, including Xiaohong. I wonder if that's okay. Warden, what's going on? Go ahead and tell me. I haven't heard anything yet, and I don't dare promise you anything. Shunjia was a little flustered when she heard this. Why did Li Ming call her out alone on their first day together and ask her to keep it a secret? His mysterious tone made her imagine some strange scenarios. Could it be that Li Ming is just like the other men out there, saying he fell in love at first sight when he saw her dancing and wants to confess his feelings to her? But someone with the status of a prison warden shouldn't be so uncultured. The warden is handsome and has a high status. He doesn't look like he's short of women. Maybe she's overthinking it. Shunjia swallowed her saliva and comforted herself. Chapter 107, Room 3021. Li Ming naturally didn't know that Shunjia was imagining all kinds of plots. He smiled slightly and said to Shunjia, who looked confused, It's nothing, actually. I just want you to look after 2 prisoners for me. I want them to get a high place in the competition, so I want you to give them some special training. After the other prisoners go back, these 2 prisoners will come to work in the library where we are now, and then you can teach them well. As for asking you to keep it a secret, I don't want to cause any criticism. After all, it involves the prize for the final competition. I hope you can do me a favor. Li Ming explained to Shunjia seriously and sincerely, and after Shunjia heard the whole story, he suddenly understood. I thought it was a very secret matter, but it turned out to be just special care for 2 prisoners. She was the dance teacher hired by Li Ming, so she naturally obeyed Li Ming's orders. Therefore, Shunjia nodded without hesitation. Warden, if that's all, then I have no problem with that. I can promise you that I will do my best to make them both stand out. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Shunjia was not only beautiful and had a good figure, but she was also very tactful, which saved him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he would have been worried about how to get Tan Qingqing and Wang Xin to the top few places. Now that's good. With Shunjia's special care, there should be no problem. After the 2 of them reached an agreement, Li Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he started chatting with Shunjia. Shunjia's special temperament, which came from years of dance practice, was indeed very attractive, and Li Ming was no exception. But admiration aside, she is Xiaohong's best friend, and he hasn't even got a plan to conquer Xiaohong yet, so naturally he won't think about anything else. Teacher Shin, I'm sorry to bother you this time. I won't let you help me in vain. If you have anything I can help you with in the future, I will do my best. You can contact me at any time. Here is my phone number. After Li Ming gave Xunjia's phone number, Xunjia was flattered and saved it. She hadn't expected that such a small favor would earn such a big promise from Li Ming, such a young warden. Just thinking about it, she could tell how big this favor was. Thank you, Warden. Don't worry, I will make sure they both stand out. This is my territory, there will be no problem. Xunjia smiled sweetly and promised Li Ming directly. Li Ming was also very satisfied. The two looked at each other, with a look of collusion. After chatting for a while, Li Ming opened the door. The prisoners had already started practicing, but Tan Qingqing and Wang Xian did not do anything. Li Ming brought Xunjia with him and inadvertently pointed at Tan Qingqing and the other girl. Xunjia immediately understood and nodded. So Li Ming completed his mission and left the prison alone. At the same time, S-City, Su Qinghuan and Tan Shansheng had submitted materials to the relevant departments and successfully applied for a court review. The two stood at the door of the court. Tan Shansheng couldn't help but give Su Qinghuan a big hug with joy and excitement. Qinghuan, thank you so much. I didn't expect things would be settled so quickly, Tan Shansheng said excitedly, holding Su Qinghuan's hand. We are friends. You don't have to thank me. You should thank Li Ming. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have come here. Su Qinghuan smiled slightly without taking credit for it. Both women were stunningly beautiful, with graceful figures and very different styles. They were perfect with no flaws to be found, attracting the attention of all the men around the court. Yeah, fortunately, I have him, otherwise I don't know what to do. How about I ask him out tonight and have dinner together? Tan Chengcheng was a little hesitant. She didn't know whether she should ask Li Ming to come over. The warden was in such a high position, he must be very busy, and she might disturb him. Su Qinghuan smiled evilly when she heard that, and whispered in Tan Xingqing's ear in a mischievous way. You want to treat me to a meal, don't you? You want to thank me in person? I'm too embarrassed to say it. Oh, Qinghuan, you are laughing at me again. Don't talk nonsense. It will be bad if others hear it. He is the warden. Tan Xingqing's face suddenly turned red, and he looked around. Tan Chengqing secretly blamed herself for being useless, as Su Qinghuan accidentally tricked her into revealing her relationship with Li Ming. Who made Su Qinghuan reveal her relationship with Li Ming right away? She also said that she had been in love with Li Ming since college. Then, while she was touching her, she asked her how she and Li Ming met, and then she insisted that Li Ming had slept with her. At first, Tan Chengqing refused to admit it, but she couldn't stand Su Qinghuan's repeated bombardment. The gold medal lawyer is indeed a gold medal lawyer. In the end, Tan Chengqing still couldn't keep the secret. Thinking that Su Qinghuan was also Li Ming's woman, and since she didn't mind, it would be okay to tell her, Tan Chengqing still confessed to Su Qinghuan. But Tan Chengqing didn't expect that after confessing to Su Qinghuan became even more excited. Tan Chengqing thought to himself, fortunately Su Qinghuan was a woman, and nothing happened between them, otherwise, he would have been eaten up completely, with not even a bone left. What are you afraid of? The warden is very powerful. I'll call him. 2 beautiful women are waiting for him here. I don't believe he won't come. Su Qinghuan took out his cell phone and directly dialed Li Ming's number. After a brief busy tone, the call was connected. Hello? Qinghuan. Li Ming was sitting in the office, checking the list of participants for the group dance competition. When he saw Su Qinghuan's call, he picked up the phone. Wardenly, what are you doing? Are you busy? Su Qinghuan asked in a soft voice. Not busy. Just tell me if you have something to say. Li Ming stood up, holding the phone, looking out the window at the playground outside. I'm glad you're not busy. Cheng and I have successfully applied for a review. Cheng wants to thank you and invites you to dinner tonight. Wardenly, would you please do me the honor? Su Qinghuan said with a smile. But I have a dinner party today. There are guests in the prison and I want to entertain them. Li Ming said with some difficulty. He had already ordered a table of dishes to be prepared for Xunjia to have dinner in the evening, but he didn't expect that Su Qinghuan would call him on the same day by such a coincidence. Wow, 2 stunning beauties invited you to dinner together, but you didn't come. Have you ever quit drugs? Su Qinghuan laughed exaggeratedly. How about tomorrow? Li Ming asked tentatively. Hey, there's a surprise today. As for tomorrow, I don't know. Cheng and I are at the Mingdu Hotel, room 3021. We look forward to welcoming you. Bye. After Su Qinghuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Li Ming was left listening to the busy tone on the phone and swallowing his saliva. 3021? Room number? What do you mean they're together? Chapter 108 Propose in Public. Li Mingguang just thought about it, and his blood started boiling. There's something wrong with these two. Why are they suddenly so close? Is Su Qinghuan up to something weird again? Tan Chengqing also accompanied her in doing things? Li Ming could empathize with Su Qinghuan's lively behavior. He was even afraid that Tan Chengcheng would be led astray by Su Qinghuan. But I have a dinner party in the evening, and I'm too busy to handle it. Li Ming thought about it, and suddenly an idea came to him. How about moving up the dinner with Xinjia, and then rushing to Mingdu Hotel after dinner? At the speed I drive, it won't take long. But I have to find a way to get rid of Huang Ying. Although this pretty follower is quite sensible, I can't drive all the way with him. Li Ming frowned. He couldn't think of a good solution for the time being, but the dinner must be moved forward. He turned around and walked out of the office and went all the way to the kitchen. After instructing them to prepare the dishes as soon as possible, he called Xia Hong directly. Warden. Xia Hong answered the phone in surprise. Sister Hong, it's almost time for you to come back and call Teacher Shen and District Chief Huang. The food will be ready soon, so let's hold this welcoming banquet early today, Li Ming said lightly. Oh, okay, we'll go back soon. Although Xia Hong was surprised, she still agreed. Without letting Li Ming wait for long, Xia Hong and her group arrived at the cafeteria. After we sat down, the dishes were brought out one by one. Xia Hong glanced at the people at the table and looked at Li Ming with a hesitant look. Li Ming noticed Xia Hong's gaze and asked in confusion. What's the matter? Sister Hong, it seems like you have something to say? Xia Hong bit her lip and spoke even though she was a little hesitant. Warden, why don't you call the deputy warden? It's been a few days since your last quarrel. I think we should call her. Xia Hong was very conflicted. She was afraid that Lin Shi and Li Ming would reconcile, but she was also afraid that they would not reconcile. Before Li Ming came, Lin Shi and Xia Hong had always had a good relationship, but after Li Ming came, the two became a little distant. The main reason was that Xia Hong was a little envious of Lin Shi. Seeing Lin Shi and Li Ming flirting with each other, she felt uncomfortable, so she unconsciously avoided Lin Shi. And now she has snatched Li Ming away, and she feels even more embarrassed to face Lin Shi. But Lin Shi is the deputy warden after all. Xia Hong always felt it was not appropriate not to call Lin Shi in such occasions. Li Ming shook his head upon hearing this. He knew that Lin Shi would definitely not come. She had just been made to cry by him this morning. How could she bring herself to come out for dinner if he asked her to? It would be better to ignore her and let her digest it herself. No need. I called her. She's busy with the competition and won't be joining us. Let's eat. This time we are not only holding a welcoming banquet for Teacher Xinjia, but also for our District Chief Huang. District Chief Huang has been here for a few days, so it's a good opportunity for us to have a meal together and get to know each other. When I'm not around, you can just find District Chief Huang if you have any problems. Li Ming said to Xia Hong and Xinjia. Thank you so much, Warden. Don't worry, I will teach them well. I will definitely not let you down. Xinjia picked up the teacup and offered Li Ming a cup of tea, using tea instead of wine. Li Ming didn't prepare any drinks. It was still working hours, so he didn't mind. However, Huang Ying and the others still had to go to work. Naturally, he couldn't drink too much. After exchanging pleasantries, the couple began to eat. No one was polite. The prison chef's cooking skills were very good. Xinjia couldn't help but praise him. At this time, she began to believe what Xia Hong said. In this prison, the food was good, the work was leisurely, and it was very comfortable to do nothing all day. No wonder Xia Hong didn't want to leave. Even she wanted to stay. The warden was handsome and easy to talk to. Although he looked a little intimidating, after getting to know him, she realized that Li Ming was not arrogant and spoke very casually, which really made her feel a little moved. But Li Ming is the warden, and he is different from those bootlickers outside who are chasing her. Naturally, he will not rush to chase her. It is unknown whether Xia Hong can get the upper hand by being close to her. Such a high-quality boy is too hard to find. After the meal, both the host and the guests were very happy. Li Ming suggested that Huang Ying take the two girls for a walk to help digest their food. Although Huang Ying was a little confused, she did not refute. The first lesson she learned since elementary school was to obey orders. Regardless of his status as the warden or the chief, he had to obey Li Ming's orders. No doubt about it. The prison was quite large. Even though Xia Hong had taken Xinjia on a rough tour, there were still some places they couldn't enter without Huang Ying's guidance. It was Xinjia's first time in the prison, so she was naturally very curious. Without hesitation, she followed Huang Ying around to visit. And Li Ming. He pulled out the car keys he had prepared long ago, and while Huang Ying and the other girls were gone, he trotted to the parking lot, got into the jeep, and, under the surprised gaze of the prison guards, sped away from the prison. Finally got rid of the yellow warbler. He thought about the time when he was at home and had to battle wits and courage with his bodyguards all day long. He didn't want to be stared at by so many pairs of eyes, so he tried to get rid of the bodyguards many times, but unfortunately, he was found every time and failed. But Li Ming is no longer the same person he used to be. As the warden of a prison, he is watched wherever he goes. How can this be disgraceful? Li Ming's lips curled up into a devilish smile. He stepped on the accelerator and drove with full concentration. The downhill road was all downhill, and the tires of the Jeep were off and off the ground. If anyone saw him, they would inevitably praise him as the Black Mountain driving god. With Li Ming's extreme operation, they finally arrived in City S just as it was getting dark. Li Ming slowed down his car as he entered the city. He followed the flow of traffic and slowly headed towards Mingdu Hotel. But to Li Ming's surprise, the usually wide driveway was actually a bit congested today. Li Ming finally drove the car into the parking lot, got out and walked towards the hotel. Only then did he discover the source of the traffic jam. I saw that the entrance of Mingdu Hotel was covered with a red carpet, with a large bouquet of red roses placed in the middle, and next to the roses were a group of lit candles, which were neatly arranged in the shape of a heart. The protagonist of this scene was a handsome guy driving a sports car. He was kneeling on one knee, facing the direction of the hotel entrance, holding a small square box in his hand. Li Ming guessed that there should be a diamond ring inside. It was a scene of public proposal, but Li Ming couldn't find the heroine. The area was completely filled with onlookers, blocking the way. No wonder there was a traffic jam. The power of the onlookers was simply too great. Traffic was completely paralyzed. Anyway, Li Ming was only a few steps away from the hotel, so he just followed the crowd to watch the fun. The candles are lit and the atmosphere is right, but why hasn't the heroine come yet? Li Ming was a little confused. Chapter 109, Don't Eat Coriander. Not only Li Ming was confused, but the crowd of onlookers present were also very confused. But the handsome guy kneeling on one knee did not look anxious at all, and looked at the door of the hotel with a pious and excited look on his face. Finally, after everyone's eager anticipation, a beautiful figure finally arrived. She had long black hair that reached her waist and a delicate face. She wore a cheongsam embellished with silver threads, and the shimmering light perfectly outlined the woman's delicate body. She seemed thin, but her chest was incredibly full, and her hips were not plump, but the size was just right. Seeing her like that, one couldn't help but want to slap her from behind, to see if they could create a wave. As soon as the woman appeared, the whole place fell silent. Everyone stared at the beautiful woman as she slowly walked to the handsome man who was kneeling on one knee. The handsome guy's eyes lit up, thinking that his sincerity had touched the woman. With tears in his eyes, he excitedly opened the square box in his hand, and a diamond ring shining brightly was placed in front of the woman. "Rian, it's so great that you can come out. We've known each other for so long. 2 months ago, from the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. I think about you and miss you every day. I wish I could see you every moment of every day. Rian, be my girlfriend. I will always treat you well and give you all my love. Rian, promise me." The handsome guy had a face full of affection, with tears in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was really moved. But what the beautiful woman said next broke the handsome guy's heart. "I'm sorry, I can't promise you. I came out just to tell you that I only think of you as a brother and don't have any other special feelings for you. I'm so sorry. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 months. I'm very grateful, but gratitude is not love. I didn't expect you to think too much. I'm so sorry." In the man's desperate eyes, the woman slowly reached out and closed the lid of the diamond ring. Then, ignoring the man's attempts to keep her, she turned around and went back to the hotel. The onlookers sighed at this. Li Ming was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that such a handsome and wealthy guy would fail in confessing his love in public. Although the beauty is indeed quite good and as exquisite as a TV star, according to what the handsome guy said, they have known each other for 2 months, and during this period the handsome guy has always been very caring towards her. If the woman did not have that intention, she should have rejected him long ago. But now this handsome guy has fallen for her ambiguous relationship, and she is now righteously rejecting him? Then what about the ambiguity of the past 2 months? Could it be the legendary one who doesn't eat cilantro? A Haiyan hunter? When the onlookers saw the man sitting back in the sports car in a dejected manner, they knew there was nothing exciting to watch, so the crowd dispersed, and from time to time someone pulled out a few roses from the huge rows. But the man no longer had the heart to check. His face was filled with confusion and despair. Finally, the male friends who had recovered from their shock slowly came forward to comfort them. "Forget it. We can't find anyone with our conditions. I've seen a lot of people like her. She's just being so distant and close to you, just trying to keep you hanging. You bought her so many brand name bags and gifts, and she happily accepted them, calling you brother all the time. But now, as soon as you want to confirm your relationship with her, she immediately backs off. What a scumbag. It's not worth it." The other friends also followed suit and began to condemn the exquisite woman. But the frustrated male protagonist shook his head at this time. and slowly spoke in the disappointed gazes of everyone. No, don't blame her. I was too abrupt. It's only been 2 months. If it had been longer. A year. Li Ming walked slowly into the hotel and only heard this. He shook his head secretly and was also surprised at the man's train of thought. It was obvious that this woman had put him in a fish tank, treating him like a fish, just one of the spare tires. And he actually wanted to become the official wife. Forget about a year. Unless all the other fish died, you would still be just a fish no matter how long. You would never be able to escape. Li Ming didn't think about it any further, as he had a surprise waiting for him. Naturally, he had no time to watch other people's fun. According to the room number Su Qinghuan said, Li Ming was found on the 3rd floor, 3021. Swallowing nervously, Li Ming walked forward and slowly knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Li Ming knocked twice, but the door still didn't open. Li Ming couldn't help but take out his cell phone in confusion and called Su Qinghuan. Where are the 2 girls? Where's the surprise they promised? Why haven't they come back yet? The call was quickly picked up by Su Qinghuan. Hello, Li Ming? What's the matter that makes you call me? Su Qing's voice sounded with a smile. Hey, didn't you ask me to come? I'm already at the door of your room, knocking but no one opens it. Li Ming said with a sneer. Wow, our Warden Li is really here. Where's your dinner? Su Qinghuan asked in surprise. The dinner is over. By the way, where are you? Li Ming asked curiously. Hee, we are buying good things. I didn't tell you that you made the right decision to come today? Wait at the hotel, we will go back after we finish shopping. After saying that, Su Qinghuan hung up the phone mysteriously. Li Ming was confused. What he bought was so mysterious that he couldn't tell anyone. However, the 2 women did not come back, and he could not enter the room. So he had to go back to the hotel lobby, ordered a cup of coffee, and sat by the window waiting for the 2 women to come back. The layout outside the window has now been almost cleaned up by the staff, the crowd has dispersed, and the place has returned to its former tranquility. Li Ming tasted the coffee, took off his hat, and put it on the table beside him. He had escaped in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to get his usual clothes. He was still wearing the warden's uniform. Fortunately, it was not much different from an ordinary police uniform. Besides the gold badge on his shoulder, it wasn't too conspicuous. Few ordinary people recognized the golden badge on his shoulder, so passers-by just glanced at it and looked away, mostly mistaking him for an ordinary policeman. Li Ming was naturally happy about this. He quietly sipped his coffee and waited for the 2 girls to return. But suddenly, a waiter from the hotel came to Li Ming and handed him a note. Li Ming took it doubtfully and saw a string of numbers displayed on it, which was obviously someone's contact information. Li Ming looked at the number in front of him with some amusement. Could it be that someone had taken a fancy to him and was flirting with him? But the waiter didn't wait for Li Ming to continue guessing and gestured for Li Ming to look behind him. Li Ming also turned his head curiously. At the elevator entrance, a stunning beauty wearing a silver cheongsam with long flowing hair was standing there, waving at Li Ming. Chapter 110 Take It All. The woman smiled at Li Ming, an elegant and gentle smile that neither seemed abrupt nor dignified and reserved. Then the woman pointed at the note in Li Ming's hand, waved at Li Ming, and then turned around and stepped into the elevator that happened to be open. Just like that, she disappeared from Li Ming's sight. Li Ming was confused. This woman, wasn't it just now? The one who publicly rejected the handsome, rich, and successful man's confession doist, he eats cilantro? What's going on? Is the fish tank empty and he's trying to fill it with himself? Looking for a new sponsor? But isn't it a bit too rash? Isn't she afraid that he just saw the drama between her and the tall, rich and handsome guy? Or maybe she was particularly confident in her appearance and thought that even if someone saw her, no one would reject the advances of such a stunning beauty. Just like Jiang Taigong fishing, whoever is willing to take the bait will do so. Li Ming gritted his teeth. He refused to believe it. Wanted to keep him in a fish tank? Dream on. Unless her fish tank was the Pacific Ocean. Li Ming casually wrote down the number on the note and added the woman's chat method. But when I sent the friend request, it was not approved immediately. Li Ming was about to finish his cup of coffee when he received a message from the woman through a friend. Then a message came. Hello, I'm Lu Ruyan. It was just a simple sentence, but Li Ming didn't know how to respond. Why did I feel a little nervous, as if he was the one who took the initiative to chat with me? Secretly admiring the woman's ability, Li Ming still responded politely. I'm Li Ming, hello. Li Ming thought, I'll just say a name and throw the question back. Let's see how she responds. But what surprised Li Ming was that Lu Ruyan did not reply immediately. It was only after a few minutes that Li Ming received the message alert tone. He hurriedly opened his cell phone to see what Lu Ruyan said. But the screen still didn't show Lu Ruyan's news, but the weather forecast. Light rain tonight and tomorrow afternoon. Li Ming rubbed his forehead, feeling both amused and helpless. He thought to himself, this Lu Ruyan, what a high level she is. She made him completely stunned. Now he couldn't help but have some special thoughts about Lu Ruyan. Although Li Ming knew very well that Lu Ruyan was just hanging him up, he still felt itchy in his heart. This was very scary. Li Ming is surrounded by beautiful women all day long, and many of them have a good relationship with him. If he is like this, an ordinary man would be seduced by her and become a cunt. Li Ming smiled slightly and simply muted the sound alone to avoid being affected by Lu Ruyan's emotions. It was just a matter of not eating coriander, and it was not something that Li Ming took too seriously. Sure enough, after muting her, Li Ming no longer wanted to pay attention to her messages. He asked the waiter to order 2 plates of garlic oysters. Li Ming enjoyed the food while waiting for Su Qinghuan and the other girl to come back. Li Ming had just finished eating. He saw Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengqing each carrying a small bag and walking in from the hotel entrance. Before Li Ming could say hello, the sharp-eyed Tan Chengqing had already discovered where Li Ming was. The 2 women smiled at each other and walked towards Li Ming's table. Looking at the 2 plates of empty oyster shells on the table in front of Li Ming, Tan Chengqing couldn't help but blush. She didn't know what she was thinking about. However, Su Qinghuan pulled Tan Chengqing to sit down openly, pointed at the oysters on the table, and teased. Warden Li, there are only 2 plates. Are they enough? How about 2 more? Li Ming was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Su Qinghuan dared to say anything. I'm full. I won't come anymore. Warden Li, Chengqing asked you to come here to treat you to a meal, and you're already full. How can you eat more? Don't force yourself, or you'll tire yourself out. Su Qinghuan's eyes were full of spring, and she threw a coquettish glance at Li Ming. Tan Chengqing was listening on the side, and without waiting for Li Ming to answer, she shyly pulled Su Qinghuan's arm. Oh, Qinghuan, let's not stay here anymore. Let's go back to the room first. Tan Chengqing blushed, lowered her head slightly, not daring to look into Li Ming's eyes, and said in a low voice, Ha 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 Chengqing, why are you so anxious? Let's talk more? Foreplay is very important. Su Qinghuan couldn't help laughing out loud when he saw Tan Chengqing's blushing face. Li Ming looked at the 2 women in this posture, swallowed his saliva, and whispered tentatively, You? Upon hearing this, Tan Chengqing's face turned even redder and she lowered her head even lower. She didn't know where her image as a strong woman had gone. Su Qinghuan took over Li Ming's words and nodded lovingly at Li Ming. I know everything. Cheng is my sister now. The 2 of us, together I think you won't mind. Warden Li. Before Su Qinghuan could finish her words, she couldn't help but giggle. Tan Chengqing didn't even dare to see anyone. Even her ears turned red. She just grabbed Su Qinghuan's sleeve, as if she was going to faint from shyness in the next second. After hearing what Su Qinghuan said, Li Ming was sure that he was not wrong. As expected, Su Qinghuan knew about him and Tan Chengqing. Not only did Su Qinghuan not get jealous, but he even dragged Tan Chengqing along. Li Ming could only say, This is very Su Qinghuan. She hadn't changed at all. When they were still in school, Su Qinghuan had told him that it was too tiring for her to be alone and that she wanted to find a sister to share her life with. But firstly, there was no suitable candidate, and secondly, Li Ming was a pure college boy at the time. Naturally, he sternly rejected Su Qinghuan's idea. Only then did Su Qinghuan give up. But unexpectedly, after so much time, Su Qinghuan still hadn't forgotten her original evil intentions and actually persuaded Tan Chengqing to be with her. When Li Ming thought of this, his blood boiled and his brain went blank for a moment. Eating these 2 plates of oysters today was a wise decision. Otherwise, even my strengthened body wouldn't be able to handle it. There are also troubles when there are too many women. Li Ming couldn't help but sigh. Su Qinghuan and Li Ming, who had already revealed their true feelings, naturally felt a surge of affection. After chatting for a few words, they got up and went to their rooms at the urging of Tan Chengqing. Li Ming also followed behind, his eyes fixed on the small black bags held by the 2 women, not knowing what was inside. Maybe the surprise Su Qinghuan mentioned on the phone is inside. Li Ming was very much looking forward to it and suppressed his rising emotions. Silently recite the normal mind in your heart. Normal mind. Being in this state all the time is not a good thing. If you get too emotional, it will backfire and you will lose face in front of the 2 women. This kind of thing must not happen. At this moment, Li Ming wanted to take out his mobile phone, find a horror movie to watch first, and then press it. But several people had already entered the elevator, so they had to give up. Chapter 111, so that's it. Room 3021. Su Qinghuan took out the room card and swiped it. The door opened with a beep. The 2 women walked in first. Li Ming glanced around and made sure that no one was paying attention. He then quickly entered and locked the door. When the 2 girls saw Li Ming locking the door, They both smiled, but they didn't seem to mind. Instead, their faces turned slightly red as they thought about what would happen next. Even Su Qinghwan, at this moment, standing in the room, facing the ambiguous atmosphere that is gradually rising, her face is slightly flushed, her face is charming, and her eyes seem to be able to drip water, which is captivating. Seeing this, Li Ming's alert aura was released instantly. The same was true for Tan Chengqing. When she was alone with Li Ming, she was not so shy, but now that Su Qinghwan was there, her emotions instantly exploded. Last time, she was under the influence of alcohol, but today, she wasn't drunk. Not only was she not drunk, she was incredibly sober. Her feelings for Li Ming, the man who took her virginity, were very complicated. It wasn't love. It was limited to appearance. More than anything, she felt gratitude for Li Ming's help. Overall, she didn't reject Li Ming. Moreover, after the last time they had sex, she would occasionally miss the pleasure she had felt at that time. This unprecedented experience made this dignified and powerful woman completely fall in love with her. And now, both women looked at Li Ming with emotion. Li Ming shuddered violently and swallowed his saliva, just about to take action. At this time, Su Qinghwan spoke first. "Warden, please watch TV for a while. Chung, and I need to take a shower." After Su Qinghwan finished speaking, he glanced at Li Ming and pulled Tan Chengqing into the bathroom. Even at this moment, the two of them did not forget to hold the black bag tightly in their hands. At the same time, Huang Ying took Xinjia and Xia Hong to tour the prison. When they completed their mission and were about to return to the dormitory, they accidentally glanced at the parking spaces in the parking lot. The jeep that was originally parked quietly here has now disappeared. Huang Ying's heart tightened. She frowned and turned to go to the office building. "I took the elevator straight up to the door of Li Ming's office." Huang Ying stood at the door and knocked. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The room was silent. Li Ming is gone, and the jeep has also disappeared. Could it be Li Ming is out of prison, and he hasn't called me yet? Huang Ying's heart trembled. She quickly took out her phone, found Li Ming's phone, and called him. Beep, beep, beep. Fortunately, Li Ming was turning on the TV at this time, listening to the laughter coming from the bathroom from time to time, and his mind was wandering. He found out as soon as Huang Ying called. Li Ming picked it up without hesitation. He can sneak out, but he can't disappear, otherwise things will get serious. "Hey, District Chief Huang. Warden, where are you?" Huang Ying breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Li Ming answered the phone. I'm in S-City, doing some personal business. I'll be back soon after I'm done. You don't have to worry," Li Ming said lightly. "Warden, why didn't you call me when you went out? My job is to protect you, but you..." Huang Ying felt a little resentful. Li Ming deliberately sent her away, making it clear that he didn't want to take her with him. How could she complete the task assigned by the leader like this? Ha, it's okay, I'm safe. You just need to stay in prison and help teacher Xinjia organize prisoner training tomorrow. I'm not in prison, and you can't be there without me. That's it. I'll call you if anything happens, don't worry. I'm hanging up." Li Ming hung up directly after he finished speaking, without giving Huang Ying a chance to continue muttering. Su Qinghwan and Tan Chengqing were about to come out, so Li Ming had no time to deal with Huang Ying. Li Ming took off his coat, took a deep breath, supported himself on the edge of the bed with his hands, and started doing push-ups. But he had an unusual physique, and even after doing hundreds of push-ups, he had no reaction and just thought of it as warming up. Li Ming took off his uniform, folded it neatly, and put it aside. He then took out a bathrobe from the wardrobe and put it on. He looked in the mirror and straightened his hair, which was a little messed up by the hat. After he was ready, he took a deep breath and sat back on the bed. At this time, the two women were almost done washing up. Huang Ying in prison pouted when she heard the busy tone after Li Ming hung up the phone. Li Ming abandoned her, making her feel useless and abandoned. This was a bit of a blow to Huang Ying, who always considered herself an elite, but who made her have a superior like Li Ming. She shook her head and planned to go back to the dormitory. After all, she had no other choice. If she had known this would happen, she would have installed a positioning system on the jeep. At this moment, the door of the deputy warden's office was suddenly opened. She walked out from inside. She no longer looked like she had been crying that morning, but her face still looked pale and defeated. "District Chief Huang, the warden is out." She asked indifferently. Huang Ying was stunned when she heard this, but still answered. "Yes, Deputy Warden." She nodded and asked again. "Do you know where he went?" Huang Ying shook her head and replied. "I don't know. He didn't say." She's expression remained unchanged as he gave instructions to Huang Ying. "District Chief Huang, come in with me. I have something to ask you." Then she turned around and went back to the office. Although Huang Ying was confused, she followed him into the office. She naturally knew the relationship between Lin Shi and Li Ming, and she also knew that Li Ming didn't seem to be interested in Lin Shi, but she really didn't expect what Lin Shi asked her to do. After entering the office, Huang Ying closed the door casually, and then Lin Shi began to ask, Huang Ying, I know you were also transferred here by Uncle Li. Uncle Li transferred you here. Was it to cultivate a relationship with Li Ming? Was it to arrange a blind date for you two? Lin Shi looked a little uncomfortable, but this problem had been bothering her for a few days, and she had to talk it out. Today, Li Ming was not here, and it was just the two women, so she had to ask Huang Ying. Huang Ying looked at Lin Shi's expression and suddenly realized that it was her arrival that had caused Lin Shi to misunderstand her. She had thought that she was also sent here for a blind date with Li Ming. However, she had signed a confidentiality agreement when she came, so naturally, she could not tell Lin Shi the purpose of her visit. So Huang Ying could only shake her head. Replied to Lin Shi, I'm sorry, Deputy Warden, I have nothing to say. When Lin Shi heard Huang Ying's answer, he felt as if something in his heart was broken, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. No comment means, does that mean acquiescence? She, like me, was arranged to go on a blind date with Li Ming. I'm not the only candidate. Lin Shi looked at the woman in front of her with delicate face and tall figure, who was no less beautiful and graceful than herself, and felt mixed emotions. I see. No wonder Li Ming is being so difficult with me now. It turns out he already has other candidates. Chapter 112 Flight 3021. Lin Shi's mind was in turmoil. Li Ming had been making things difficult for her today, but she could still hold it in because she thought of Huang Ying's existence. She thought that even if Li Ming was angry and upset, he would eventually come back to her and would not dare to act rashly with her like before. But now that Li Ming has a beautiful woman like Huang Ying as her second choice, she has become a little less confident. That's why she always gave in to Li Ming, trying to smooth things over. But Li Ming, the bastard, was so unreasonable that he not only didn't appreciate her good intentions, but even made things worse. He actually asked her to cool the hot water with her mouth. This was a huge humiliation for the always arrogant Lin Shi, but she still couldn't help it. In the end, she cried out of grievance, but Li Ming did not come to comfort her. Instead, he just walked away. This made Lin Shi even more sad. Could it be that Li Ming really liked Huang Ying? Was he no longer her only option? Lin Shi felt bitter, thinking about Huang Ying's performance in the past few days. No matter what Li Ming asked Huang Ying to do, she had no complaints and was extremely obedient. In Lin Shi's opinion, she even seemed to be trying to curry favor. Huang Ying, who is so sensible, obedient, well-behaved, beautiful and graceful, is indeed much better than her. As a subordinate, he yelled at Li Ming, gave him orders, and was arrogant and disrespectful to Li Ming. It was indeed inappropriate. But they were childhood playmates, and her father and Li Ming's father were best friends. Was it really wrong for her to be less polite to Li Ming? Lin Shi covered his forehead, feeling a splitting headache, and fell into a vortex of self-justification. District Chief Huang, please go back first. Lin Shi waved his hand and asked Huang Ying to go back. Huang Ying nodded without saying anything more. She naturally saw that Lin Shi was in a bad mood at the moment, but she couldn't comfort Lin Shi because it was not within her job scope. Huang Ying turned around, opened the door, took the elevator, and returned to her dormitory. On the way, she was thinking that Lin Shi was still jealous of her. That was because Lin Shi didn't know how popular Li Ming was with women. From what she knew about Su Qinghuan and prison doctor Xiaohong, both of them were extremely beautiful women. If Lin Shi didn't make changes, she was afraid that she would not be able to win Li Ming's favor. But Huang Ying could never have imagined. Li Ming's popularity with women goes beyond this. At this moment, in room 3021 of the Mingdu Hotel, Li Ming was on full alert, and the sound of water in the bathroom had stopped. I don't know what the two of them were doing in the bathroom, and from time to time there were shy screams. But they were all Tan-Qing-Qing screams. Su Qinghuan kept giggling coquettishly. Li Ming felt itchy and wanted to rush in to take a glimpse. Finally, after Li Ming's eager waiting, the bathroom door finally opened. Li Ming looked over immediately. Su Qinghuan came out first. She was wearing a light blue slim-fitting uniform that outlined her graceful curves. The black collar flower at the neckline was delicate and small. The A-line skirt of the same color on her lower body was playful yet elegant. Her slender legs were wrapped in black stockings, and her black high heels made a crisp sound. Following closely behind, Tan-Qing-Qing arrived, sporting the same flight attendant outfit in a different color. Her lavender uniform perfectly showcased her elegant demeanor, and unlike Su Qinghuan's black stockings, she wore a pair of knee-high white stockings, embroidered with a white bow, that tightly wrapped around her slender legs. Her already slender legs were even more striking, and a pair of purple high heels accentuated her impressive height. The two women walked out of the bathroom side by side and slowly walked towards Li Ming, who was wearing a bathrobe. Li Ming's eyes widened as he watched, and he froze in place, unable to bear the excitement. Su Qinghuan walked closer and spoke first when he saw the stunned Li Ming. "Dear passenger, welcome to Flight 3021. We are the flight attendants, Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengcheng. To ensure the safety of this flight, please turn off your cell phones. Please follow the instructions of our crew for safe takeoff and landing." Su Qinghuan smiled evilly and gave Li Ming a gentle admonition. "I don't know when." As the weather forecast said, it started to rain outside the window. The raindrops hit the window with the wind, making crackling sounds. Many people did not sleep well that night. Lin Shi stayed awake all night, tossing and turning, feeling constantly distressed and resentful. Huang Ying held the cell phone in her arms, waiting for Li Ming's call at any time, always ready. Xia Hong and Shun Jia chatted in private in the infirmary all night and didn't sleep well. Tan Qingqing was lying on the bed in the cell, pressing the scars covered by her clothes from time to time, with a look of happiness on her face. Wang Xin felt a little lost, as if she felt Li Ming was estranged from her. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, who was in the same hotel, was holding her phone, looking at the message she had sent to Li Ming on the screen, her brows slightly furrowed. Why hasn't he replied to me yet? Did it take too long? Did he leave? He's not going to mess around this time, is he? Looking at his uniform, he's a high-ranking guy. He's so young and has such a great background. He's only worthy of us. Don't you think so, sister? Opposite Lu Ruyan, there was a figure wearing a silk dress, her perfect body curves faintly visible, and her graceful figure could be seen even from the back. She turned around when she heard Lu Ruyan's question. A stunning beauty who looked exactly like Lu Ruyan, as if they were carved from the same mold, suddenly appeared. "Ruyan, is he really as good as you say? He has such a high level at such a young age. And he is also handsome." The woman also replied softly. "Sister, it's true. I'm not exaggerating at all. When I was at the hotel entrance, I was still thinking about taking that stupid man's diamond ring away, but when I saw that Li Ming, I changed my mind instantly. If we can get a man like this, that really everything is enough." Chapter 113 Twin Top Gold Diggers. Lu Ruyan vividly described to her sister how handsome and heroic Li Ming looked in uniform. His sister was also a little fascinated by it. "Ruyan, if it's really as you say, then we must not let this man go. All our efforts have been to find a reliable and powerful backer. If we can hook him, we won't have to show up in public and ruin our reputation." "Yes, sister. Maybe he is the person we have been looking for. You should take action this time. If we two sisters join forces, I don't believe he won't take the bait," Lu Ruyan said excitedly. "I will take action, but not now. If we sisters act together, we will be too conspicuous. I'm worried that we will scare him away. After all, people of such status are very cautious. You fight with him first, and when the time comes, I will make him fall into our hands in one fell swoop. If he is really worthy, we might lose our lives this time. Be sure to be cautious. If you find something wrong, evacuate immediately and don't let him take advantage of you," Lu Ruyan's sister warned seriously. "Don't worry, sister. I understand. These men of status attach great importance to a woman's virginity. We keep our bodies clean just for this day. It would be great if we can get ashore this time. We won't have to be called gold diggers anymore." As Lu Ruyan spoke, a feeling of grievance welled up in her heart. Everyone is born a gold digger. They just want to find a good home. The two sisters looked at each other, their eyes full of determination. A night passed. The sky is starting to clear up again. After arriving at the hotel lobby and washing up briefly in the sink, Li Ming became handsome again. Li Ming had been emitting the aura of a superior from the inside out. Wearing the hat of his uniform, he was even more awe-inspiring. Passers-by didn't even dare to look at him. Li Ming came to the table where he sat last night, called the waiter over, and ordered some breakfast. While waiting for the meal, Li Ming picked up his mobile phone to check the messages. Lu Ruyan's message was clearly visible, and judging by the date, it was sent last night. Li Ming smiled slightly and asked her to pull again. He muted her himself. What else could she do? Li Ming simply deleted the message without even looking at it. "I am full now, and I am not very interested in her anymore." After a while, the waiter brought breakfast over. Li Ming ate breakfast leisurely, but suddenly he felt a fragrant breeze coming. Then a figure actually sat directly opposite Li Ming. Li Ming looked up in surprise, and the person before him was none other than Lu Ruyan, whom he had just been talking about. Li Mingning could clearly see that she was dressed up carefully. Her delicate facial features were already outstanding, and coupled with her amazing makeup skills, no one would doubt that she was a star on TV. But how did she suddenly appear? Lu Ruyan sat opposite with a faint smile, just looking at the surprised Li Ming without saying a word, as if waiting for Li Ming to speak first. Li Ming looked at her for a few seconds, but he couldn't help but speak out of curiosity. Miss Lu, what a coincidence. Are you coming to have breakfast too? Lu Rian smiled slightly, not showing her teeth, and shook her head dignifiedly. I'm not here for breakfast. I'm here to see you. Li Ming didn't expect her to say that. He was slightly stunned and then replied. Looking for me? What do you want from me? Li Ming knew clearly that Lu Ruyan wanted to hook him, but he was still curious about how this top-level person who doesn't eat coriander would make a move. Mr. Li, the first time I saw you yesterday, I felt you were extraordinary. I admired you deeply, so I took the liberty of giving you my contact information. But then I took a call, which delayed our conversation. After I hung up, I realized I hadn't replied to your message yet. I felt really guilty. Then, you didn't reply to the message I sent you either, so I knew you must have misunderstood. So I came here today to apologize. Lu Rian's face showed sincerity and her tone was sincere. She sat upright while speaking, looking terrified, which made people feel pity. If Li Ming didn't have the ability to sense things, he would have known immediately that Lu Rian was lying to him, and he might have really been fooled by her. With such acting skills, it would be a pity if he didn't go into the entertainment industry. But Li Ming naturally would not expose her and just watched her performance quietly. Oh, haha, it's okay, it's nothing. I was busy yesterday and didn't even look at my phone afterwards. I'm not much of a chatterbox, so you don't have to apologize. You're being so formal. It makes me feel embarrassed. Li Ming laughed and said with a smile. Mr. Li, it's great that you don't mind. I feel relieved now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep well. I kept thinking about you while lying in bed last night. As I thought about it, I felt that I couldn't miss you, so I came down early in the morning to wait for you. I didn't expect that we are really destined to meet, and I actually happened to be waiting for you. Lu Rian looked surprised, without any scheming, as if she was really a simple-minded girl. What surprised Li Ming was that the skill that triggered her heart didn't even indicate a lie. This really surprised Li Ming. Could it be that her acting skills could fool the system? Or was it really as she said? She came down early to wait for me. She didn't want to miss me. Maybe she didn't want to miss this big fish like me. Li Ming's mind was filled with thoughts, but in reality, only a second passed before he put his thoughts aside, his expression unchanged. Li Ming smiled slightly and replied, Miss Lu is truly a person of great temperament. Since I graduated from school, I have never seen someone as simple-minded as Miss Lu. Really? I've always been like this, and I'm afraid I won't be able to change it in the future. But, Mr. Li, judging from your clothes, you should be a policeman. Lu Rian changed the subject and asked tentatively. Li Ming naturally knew that she was trying to find out his identity. What happened before was just an appetizer. Now she was going to get serious. I guess so. I work in a prison, so it's different from ordinary police officers. Wow, it's a prison. No wonder. Lu Rian covered her cherry lips, her face showing shock. But she only said half of the words. Li Ming. Chapter 114, ask him to come to the room. Li Ming saw that she looked surprised, which didn't seem like an act, so he asked again. What's the matter? No wonder. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian calmed down her surprise, blushed slightly, lowered her head slightly, and said shyly. No wonder. The moment I saw you, I felt you were very powerful. Prison is so scary. It must be very hard for you to work there. It's okay. Li Ming felt that it was no wonder that the tall, rich and handsome guy came into her fish pond last night. With his admiring face and slightly lowered head shyly. If Li Ming hadn't had a preconceived notion, he might have been intimidated by her. Mr. Li, I'm really glad to meet you. You saw my friend confess his love to me at the hotel entrance yesterday, didn't you? Actually, we have nothing. He pursued me unilaterally, and I disagreed. He repeatedly confessed his love in front of everyone, trying to force me to be with him. But I made it clear to him yesterday that there is no connection between us anymore. But I'm afraid he will continue to pester me. And as a weak woman, there's nothing I can do. So, can I call you if there's anything? Lu Rian looked up pitifully. Her eyes seemed to be a little tearful, and she seemed to be about to cry, which made people feel pity for her at first sight. If it were another man, he would definitely comfort the poor girl at this time, or even hug her in his arms. But the skill reminder that kept popping up in Li Ming's mind really disrupted the atmosphere of a hero saving a beautiful woman. It's all fake. This Lu Rian is indeed a top-tier gold digger. Her skills in seducing men are so perfect that she can even teach classes. Li Ming felt that she didn't need to risk her life to flirt with men. She could just start a live broadcast to teach some practical experience. It would definitely go viral. Li Ming felt amused in his heart, but he couldn't show it on his face. If he laughed out loud in such a scene, it would be such a spoiler. Li Ming could only forcefully control his expression and spoke to Lu Ruyan. No problem, Miss Lu. Just call me if you have any problems. If he really pesters you, I will certainly not sit idly by. However, the prison where I am is quite far from here, and I have to go back in the afternoon. If you have any emergency, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you in time. Otherwise, I can help you contact my friend in the police station to warn that guy. Li Mingyi said righteously with a serious face. Well, no need. After all, we've known each other for 2 months. If he doesn't bother me anymore, then forget it. Thank you, Mr. Li. Lu Ruyan's expression froze for a moment. Then she quickly made up for it. Lu Ruyan thought, if I let the police find that scapegoat, wouldn't I be exposed? Why didn't Li Ming come and comfort me? Could he not even take advantage of the situation? Could he be a super straight man? Okay then, let's see if he comes first. But Miss Lu, you are so beautiful. What do you do for a living? Li Ming asked curiously. He wanted to see what Lu Ruyan would say. She couldn't say that she was a gold digger. I used to work as a clerk in a company, and now I'm applying for the civil service exam at home. I'm not from here, but I happened to come to this city recently to travel and see the world. Big cities are really great. I really want to live here forever. Lu Ruyan looked out the window at the hustle and bustle of traffic, her eyes revealing a longing look. However, out of the corner of her eye, she was watching Li Ming's expression. Since she had hinted at this, Li Ming should have understood. Why don't you tell me where your debut is? Invite me to take a look. Oh, it's good to take the civil service exam. If you pass, you will be able to get a job. Then you can buy a house in this city in installments. It won't be a problem. You should work hard. I believe that a beautiful girl like Miss Lu will definitely succeed. Li Ming smiled slightly and said politely, Ahem. Mr. Li, I'll go back to my room first and get something. You can eat slowly. I'll be down in a while. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she walked towards the elevator in her high heels, looking a little dejected. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, he waved goodbye to Li Ming. Only after the elevator door was completely closed did Li Ming laugh out loud. Lu Ruyan really treated him like a fish, setting hooks everywhere. But Li Ming didn't fall for her tricks, and just played along with her since he had nothing better to do. He had a telepathic skill, and it was really a cheat. If she wanted to trick him, it would be harder than climbing to the sky. Anyone who has a red light flashing in his head might be worse than Li Ming, unable to even pretend. At the same time, Lu Ruyan, who had trotted back to the room, was complaining to her sister in a frustrated manner. Sister, I can't take it anymore. This bastard won't take the bait. He never fell for any of my tricks in the past. He's such a straight man. A beautiful woman like me sought his protection, but he actually said he would help me call the police to warn that scapegoat. I said I longed for life in the city, but this bastard actually told me to pass the civil service exam and buy a house in installments. What the hell is this? How did he get such a high position with no emotional intelligence at all? Lu Ruyan became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and she wished she could immediately block and delete Li Ming and never see him again. However, Lu Ruyan's twin sister, who had been listening quietly, did not react at all. She thought for a moment and then said to Lu Ruyan, Ruyan, I think he did it on purpose. He might have known your intentions and said these words to fool you. Our previous routine was no problem against ordinary men, but someone of his status would definitely be cautious in his words and actions. This further proves that Li Ming's identity is not simple. It seems we need to think of another way. Lu Ruyan was stunned when she heard this. Then she calmed down and thought about it. It seemed to make some sense. If Li Ming was really so easy to be fooled, he was probably just like that. Letting them sisters commit themselves to such a brainless man would be a huge loss. But sister, the smarter he is, the harder it will be for us to take action. We are stuck in a vicious circle. How can we make him fall in love with us? Lu Ruyan said distressedly. Well, Ruyan, just ask him to come to the room. I'll test whether he is really so principled. If he has any dirty thoughts, that's easy to deal with. I'm just afraid that he will remain unmoved and have no desire for us at all. Then we'll have to think about it carefully. The woman said to Lu Ruyan with a determined look. Sister, you're so violent right off the bat? What if he takes advantage of you? He said he works in the prison system. Although he looks quite handsome, working in a place like a prison, he might be a dark and vicious person. Lu Ruyan said worriedly. Chapter 115 Itchy. Ruyan, just hide in the closet, silence your phone, and then call him up. I'll pretend to be you, so he won't notice. If he gets wild at that moment, you can rush out and record the video. Get something on him. He won't dare to leave him out in the cold. With the internet being so developed these days, the more senior you are, the more you need to be aware of your public image. If we can get something on him, we might be able to use it to our advantage. The woman stood up and took out a cheongsam from the cabinet that was exactly the same as the one Lu Ruyan was wearing and put it on. After dressing up, she really looked exactly like Lu Ruyan. The two of them stood in front of her, as if looking at each other in a mirror. They were undoubtedly twins. Okay, then you better be careful, sister. This straight guy Li Ming is not easy to deal with. Also, what reason should I use to ask him to come up? Is it too abrupt? Lu Ruyan said in a dilemma. Just say you accidentally fell and sprained your ankle and need his help. I'm sure he won't refuse to come. The woman thought for a moment and said calmly. Okay, I'll try. Lu Ruyan picked up the phone but didn't send a message. She was afraid that Li Ming wouldn't read it, so she just made a voice call. Li Ming had almost finished eating by this time and was thinking about whether to go back to prison first or wait until Tan Qingqing and the other girl woke up. Before he could think it over, Lu Ruyan called. Li Ming was a little amused. Hadn't he scared her away? Why was he calling again? Still not giving up? Even though he was such a straight man, she still had a way. Li Ming answered the phone out of curiosity. Hey, Miss Lu, what's the matter? Mr. Li, I just twisted my ankle in the room accidentally. It hurts so much. Can you come and help me? I don't have anyone else to ask for help. Please. Lu Ruyan's voice, trying to endure the pain, came from the phone. Li Ming was slightly taken aback. What kind of trick was this? The system prompted that this was a lie. However, Li Ming, a skilled and courageous man, was naturally not afraid. He wanted to see what other tricks Lu Ruyan had up her sleeve. Okay, which room are you in? I'll come find you. I'm in 2021. Thank you, Mr. Li. Li Ming smiled slightly after hanging up the phone. What a coincidence. The three of them slept in room 3021 last night, and Lu Ruyan's room 2021 happened to be right downstairs from them. He wondered if Lu Ruyan had heard anything last night. When Li Ming went upstairs, he asked the waiter if there was any medicinal wine for bruises and injuries, then went to the hotel bar to get a bottle, and then slowly walked into the elevator. When he reached the second floor, Li Ming found room 2021 with ease. He saw that the door was not closed tightly, but there was a gap. However, he still knocked on the door gently. Boom, boom, boom. Miss Lu? How are you? Li Ming asked loudly. Mr. Li, please come in, I'm fine. A woman's voice came from the room. Li Ming didn't hesitate after hearing that, and pushed the door open and walked in. I saw Lu Ruyan sitting on the edge of the bed, with a delicate white little foot on the bed, held in her jade hand. She was covering her ankle with a look of pain on her face. Brotherly, there's no one else in this room, so I won't be polite with you. Can I call you Brotherly? You can also call me Ruyan. All right, then I won't be polite. I'll call you Ruyan. This is the medicinal wine I just picked up downstairs. Are you seriously injured? Do you want to go to the hospital? Li Ming walked forward and pretended to look at Ruyan's injuries. But apart from the slight redness of her skin, nothing else could be seen. However, Lu Ruyan's posture at this time exposed her body to Li Ming's eyes. Li Ming couldn't help but look a little dazed. However, he still took a step back with great fortitude, not daring to look again. Ruyan naturally noticed Li Ming's little action. She smiled slightly, looked up, and whispered to Li Ming. Brotherly, I don't think I need to go to the hospital. Applying some medicated wine may be enough. I just sprained it. Now I dare not exert force. It hurts so much to walk. Otherwise, Brotherly, if you don't mind, can you help me apply some medicated wine? It's not very convenient for me to bend over in this dress, and there are some things I can't reach. Ruyan's face was rosy. Although she frowned a little because of the pain, this painful little expression, coupled with the flushed face, made her even more seductive. Li Ming couldn't help swallowing. I'll help you. Li Ming looked at the white, smooth, delicate legs before him. Although he was in awe of her beauty, he was also secretly wary. He didn't know what tricks she was up to yet. Could it be a simple honey trap? Was she testing me with this? Well, thank you, Brotherly. Ruyan nodded shyly and moved her feet towards Li Ming, indicating that Li Ming could start. Li Ming was in a dilemma holding the medicinal wine. At this moment, he missed the system's tasks very much. Unfortunately, the system had been upgraded and would no longer force him. Seeing Su Yan's big, watery eyes looking up at him, Li Ming finally gave in. The warning halo suddenly opened. At this moment, Li Ming was slightly stunned. A layer of cold sweat appeared on my back. He didn't look back, but in his mind, the living person hiding in the closet in the room appeared clearly in his mind. And this person is actually Lu Ruyan. If the person in front of me is Lu Ruyan, then who is in the closet? The world has finally gone insane, and I can't understand it. Is this a bug? Two Lu Ruyans. Li Ming was really frightened. He couldn't help but stop moving. Feeling Li Ming's movement pause, Lu Ruyan on the bed asked doubtfully, Brotherly, what's wrong? Is it because my feet smell bad that you dislike me? Ruyan said with a smile. She glanced at Li Ming secretly, as if she had discovered some changes. Her eyes lit up, and she struck while the iron was hot, pulling her legs back and kneeling on the bed, closer to Li Ming. She thought to herself that this trick really worked. It seemed Li Ming wasn't as straight as her sister said he was. He was just pretending. Her sister had good taste. Li Ming was indeed handsome, young, and of high status. He perfectly matched the requirements of the two sisters. If they just let it go and pushed the boat along, Li Ming would surely fall at her feet. She'd seen a lot of men before her. How could this one be any different? Lu Rian had no idea how horrified Li Ming was at this moment. She thought Li Ming was bewitched by her beauty. Brotherly, thank you for coming. My foot doesn't hurt anymore after you pressed it. And your big hands are warm. Warm. Everything feels good, but it's a little itchy. I still won't let you press it. Chapter 116 Lu Ruoyu. She knelt on the bed and slowly moved her body closer to Li Ming, and an ambiguous atmosphere instantly arose in the room. Li Ming could smell the faint fragrance on her body. It was the scent of a girl, sweet. But Li Ming really wasn't in the mood for any flirtation at the moment. He was still carefully studying the motionless Lu Ruyan in the closet in his mind. He had no idea what was going on. Until the system's voice sounded again in my mind. The target Lu Ruoyu meets the requirements. After conquering the host, you will receive a rich treasure chest reward. As soon as the system voice fell, Li Ming reacted. He looked in disbelief at the woman kneeling beside him, with a rosy complexion, bright eyes, white teeth, and a graceful figure. Lu Ruoyu? This woman isn't Lu Rian, but Lu Ruoyu? So, are they twins? Could it be that the person in the closet now is Lu Rian? Was it Lu Rian or Lu Ruoyu who just chatted with me for a long time downstairs? Li Ming's mind was in turmoil as he carefully looked at Lu Ruoyu in front of him, trying to compare her with Lu Ruyan in his mind. But whether it's their facial features, chest size, or slim figure, they are exactly the same. It's impossible to tell them apart. Li Ming, who had always believed that Lu Ruyan was under his control, finally broke through. Which of the 36 stratagems was this? It's really exaggerated. Li Ming in the room was stunned. Lu Ruoyu was not stunned. Seeing Li Ming's surprised expression, she already had some guesses in her mind. This Li Ming is indeed very handsome, and at such a young age, he has become such a high-ranking official. He is definitely the most high-quality man the two sisters have ever met. She doesn't want to miss out on such a high-quality stock. Even if she takes the initiative, if she can get him in her hands, then it won't be a loss for her. She might even make a lot of money. The surprised expression on his face when he saw me approaching him wasn't fake. Maybe he was just a little man and had never had a girlfriend. This gave him a lot of points. Lu Ruoyu's mind was filled with far-reaching thoughts in an instant. Her eyes were determined, and she had already made a decision in her heart. Lu Ruoyu pretended to stand up, twisting her waist slightly. She exerted force with her legs from her kneeling position, wanting to stand up from the bed. But as if she had forgotten the pain in her ankle, she cried out in surprise. He fell straight towards Li Ming. Li Ming watched Lu Ruoyu's actions with his own eyes. Although he was already alert, Lu Ruoyu rushed towards him and did not give him a chance to react. She pushed Li Ming down on the bed. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time. Lu Ruoyu's eyes are full of spring. Her face is charming, like a peach, so charming and ready for you to pick. The only thing missing is 2 words written on her face. Kiss me. But Li Ming looked at the beauty in front of him. Although his body was not in good condition, his mind was very clear. Lu Rian in the closet was still listening, and he would not let anything happen between him and Lu Ruoyu. Maybe this is a trap, waiting for him to do something out of the ordinary. Brotherly, Lu Ruoyu said in a low voice with rapid breathing. Rian, get up quickly, are you okay? How could you be so careless? You just injured your ankle and you forgot about it so quickly. Get up quickly. Let me see if the injury is more serious. Li Ming suppressed his emotions and said calmly. Lu Ruoyu, who was lying on top of Li Ming, couldn't help but freeze when she heard this. This stunning beauty of hers was intimate with you, and she was shyly calling you brotherly. That's all you said? Li Ming, something's wrong with you. You must be pretending. Lu Ruoyu was stunned for a moment, but she was unwilling to give up. After all the hard work, it had come to this point, and Li Ming had taken all the advantage. She couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. So Lu Ruoyu gritted her teeth secretly and was about to try harder. But Lu Ruyan, who had been listening intently in the closet, heard such an explosive plot. She gripped her phone so hard that her fingers turned white. My sister was taking the initiative. Why didn't Li Ming fall for it? How can you tolerate this? Li Ming, are you a man? My camera is already on. And you're saying this? He looks so fair, could he be gay? The two sisters were filled with thoughts, waiting for Li Ming to reveal his true nature so they could do something to Lu Ruoyu. Then Lu Ruyan could take out her phone and record it as a threat. If Li Ming ever treated them badly, this video would be their leverage. If Li Ming truly treated them well, This video would never see the light of day again. The two of them had a good discussion, but how could Li Ming be fooled? Without waiting for Lu Ruyu's next move, he got out from under her first, then slowly helped Lu Ruyu up and let her sit on the bed. Li Ming squatted down and picked up her little feet again, examining them carefully. Oh, Rian, look, it seems to be even redder than before, and a little swollen. Sit still, I'll give you some more medicinal wine. Li Ming said as he poured more medicinal wine into his hand. Then he placed Lu Ruyu's jade feet on his knees, admiring them while rubbing the affected area. This series of actions, coupled with Li Ming treating her already sensitive feet in such a way, made Lu Ruyu a little restless. This time her face was really red, but how could her ankle be any redder or swollen? She had clearly put on the blush herself. How could I not know if it was swollen or not? It was my own foot. This Li Ming is such a straight guy. He definitely did it on purpose. Ah, brotherly. No need. I don't feel any pain anymore. It's okay, my ankle is okay. It's really okay. Let me go. I'll walk for you and show you. I can still jump. Lu Ruoyu's feet were held by Li Ming. She felt itchy and sensitive. She was so anxious that she almost wanted to say that she was not injured at all. But Li Ming turned a deaf ear to him and pretended not to hear anything. He thought to himself, you came to me on your own initiative. I will cooperate with you and see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Moreover, Li Ming discovered that Lu Ruoyu's feet were particularly ticklish. The more he tickled, the more excited Li Ming became. He just had to apply more medicinal wine to her itchy areas. Massage her. For a moment, the only sounds in the room were Lu Ruoyu's laughter and screams. If there was a third person present, he would definitely be distracted by what he heard. And coincidentally, there really was a third person in the closet. Li Ming moved quickly and grabbed Lu Ruoyu's feet in just 1 second. Then Lu Ruoyu screamed uncontrollably and laughed hard. But Lu Ruyan in the closet didn't see Li Ming's actions. She just heard her sister's screams that she was trying to suppress. She was shocked for a moment and thought that Li Ming had taken the bait. She endured it secretly, waiting for her sister's voice to get louder and louder. In a flash, Lu Ruyan pushed open the cabinet door with a snap. She raised her phone and started filming Li Ming, who was doing whatever he wanted. Chapter 117 Confess and Be Lenient. But when Lu Ruyan really saw the scene in front of her, she froze in place for a moment, her mouth wide open, at a loss as to what to do. She had originally thought that her sister and Li Ming had already, that was why her sister made such a soul-stirring sound. But, what is this? It's just a foot massage. Sister, you just... Lu Ruyu was also startled by Lu Ruyan's sudden appearance. Her face was filled with panic. 2 large words suddenly appeared before her eyes. It's over. Her sister must have misunderstood her voice, so she held up her phone and came out to record it in one go. The pose is very cool, but the timing is wrong. It's over. Exposed. The 2 sisters stared at each other in amazement, not knowing what to do for a moment. Li Ming watched as Lu Ruyan actually came out on her own initiative and even recorded the video with her mobile phone. He had no choice but to put down the jade feet in his hands reluctantly, then stood up righteously, pretending that he knew nothing at all, and said to the woman angrily with some annoyance, "You two, what's going on? Are you twins? And why are you holding your phones? Are you trying to secretly take a picture of me? What are you two up to? Are you setting me up? Don't you even notice what the clothes I'm wearing are for? How could I possibly fall for your tricks? Now, both of you come with me and explain everything to the police station." Li Ming pointed at the phone in Lu Ruyan's hand and scolded her harshly. He didn't care how shocked the 2 women were at the moment. He just threatened them. He had to scare them first. How could he let them go so easily if they dared to set him up? The 2 women finally realized the reality. They exchanged a hurried glance, trying to find a solution, but Li Ming hadn't done anything to them yet, so the video recording was useless. What could they do? Besides, Li Ming's identity was that a prison guard was also a police officer. Regardless of his position, it would be easy for him to deal with the 2 of them. After all, it was the first time for the 2 women to experience such a scene. Even the top gold diggers couldn't help but have a blank mind and couldn't say a word at this moment. Seeing that the 2 girls were frightened by him and didn't say a word, Li Ming narrowed his eyes, struck while the iron was hot, stepped forward and snatched the phone that was still recording in Lu Ruyan's hand. After carefully checking to make sure that nothing useful was recorded, he threw the phone on the bed. Li Ming reached out his hand and wiped it towards his lower back. At an angle invisible to the 2 women, his palm reached into the system space. He took out the handcuffs that he had placed in the system space when he went to the hospital last time. Under the horrified gazes of the 2 women, he shook the silver-white handcuffs in his hand and then gave a cold order. "Do you want me to put it on for you? Or do you want to put it on yourselves?" Seeing Li Ming take out the handcuffs, Lu Ryu on the bed suddenly reacted. Not caring that he was barefoot, he quickly climbed down from the bed and knelt at Li Ming's feet with a thud. Officer Li, don't do this. We don't want this. Actually, we wanted to. We wanted to have you as our backer and follow you, but we sisters saw that you didn't react, so we resorted to this desperate measure. We do like you and want to be your girlfriend. Please don't misunderstand. Please forgive us. We like you too much. Lu Ryu was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She confessed without even being asked. They had never expected that today, their first time, they would be caught so completely. They almost went straight to jail. After Lu Ryu finished speaking, she looked at Lu Rian again and blinked at her frantically to hint at her. Lu Rian also reacted suddenly, stepped forward, pulled Li Ming's trouser legs, and knelt down. Brotherly, what I said is true. When I saw you last night, I fell in love with you at first sight. We did this because we like you. Brotherly, please forgive us. Lu Rian's eyes were also glistening with tears, as if they were about to fall. Both girls looked up at Li Ming with such pitiful and innocent expressions, and both of them were stunningly beautiful, and they were identical twins. These beauties both knelt before him and begged for his forgiveness. Li Ming said. Even he couldn't stand it. His disappointing warning halo automatically opened again. But even though he couldn't stand it, there was no way he would just let them go. If he didn't have the system, they would have recorded his crazy and ugly behavior, and then he would really be controlled by them. So Li Ming was very sober at this moment. He opened the handcuffs, grabbed Lu Ryu's delicate hand with one hand, and handcuffed it with a snap. Then, ignoring the two women's crying and begging for mercy, he pulled Lu Rian's trembling little hand over and handcuffed it to the other end of the handcuffs, and handcuffed the two women together. Li Ming then spoke indifferently. No matter what excuses you give, your actions constitute a crime. An attempted honey trap and attempted extortion and threats against police officers. And it seems this isn't your first time doing this, right? You've definitely scammed people before. Multiple crimes, and the circumstances are serious. Do you have any idea how many years in prison this kind of crime will cost you? Lu Rian and Lu Ryu looked at each other tremblingly, and it was Lu Ryu who spoke first. How many years? Li Ming heard this, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He said to the two sisters indifferently, multiple crimes, serious circumstances, a minimum sentence of 10 years. If you commit multiple crimes, it will be even more, and there will be confiscation of property and fines. This is just my opinion. Once it goes to court, I'm afraid it will be much more. Li Ming's words were cold and ruthless, but he was holding back his smile in his heart. He wanted to scare these two people. In fact, he only had a vague idea of the situation. However, if he really sent them to the police station, the consequences would probably not be much less than what Li Ming said. The two women listened to Li Ming's ruthless judgment, and their hearts were completely dead. Tears welled up in their eyes. Officer Li, brotherly, don't arrest us, please. Believe us. We really didn't mean to make the video to threaten you. We just wanted to leave a way out for ourselves. Lu Ryu cried and explained anxiously. Yeah, brotherly, let's be honest. We've lied to others before, but we really didn't mean to lie to you. When I saw you yesterday, I told my sister that you were so high-ranking and handsome, so we both wanted to get in touch with you. We don't want to be gold diggers. We also want someone to rely on. That's why we took the initiative to contact you. We originally wanted you to fall in love with me and then become your girlfriend, but you didn't take the bait. We had no choice but to resort to this last resort and ask you to come into the room. Lu Rian wiped away her tears, collapsed on the ground, and cried pitifully. Chapter 118 Showdown. Later, I thought, if you are a lustful person and want to do something to me after entering the room, I can't resist, so I can only let my sister hide in the closet. If you hear any special noise, you can come out and record the video. This way, I can stop your violence and also leave you with a handle. That's why. Lu Ryu took over her sister's words and continued to explain. Woo-woo, it's all my fault. I heard my sister humming. I thought, woo-woo, and then I rushed out. I really didn't mean to take a video of you to blackmail or threaten you. Lu Rian wanted to slap herself twice. She made a big mistake just because she didn't hear clearly. Now, not only did I not find a backer, I also got myself and my sister into this. What a huge loss. Li Ming listened quietly to the two women's explanations, feeling whether his telepathic skills had any reaction. In the end, he found that the two women were indeed scared by him and were telling the truth. At the beginning, the two of them really wanted to use themselves as a backer and wanted to be their girlfriend. But in the end, they backfired and were accused of honey trap and blackmailing police officers. Li Ming thought about the whole thing and couldn't help but sigh. What a coincidence. He looked at the twins who were handcuffed together and supporting each other crying. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have wanted to laugh out loud. If it weren't for the system's skills, no one would believe that these two top gold diggers actually fell in love with him. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to film it like this. But now that Li Ming knew the whole story, he didn't want to make things difficult for the two women. Although they had cheated others before, no one called the police. They must have been willing to be cheated, just like the rich second generation who was taken advantage of yesterday. He hadn't suffered any loss, and had actually taken advantage of Lu Ruiyu. Thinking about it, Li Ming had no reason to embarrass them. Furthermore, the twins wanted to seduce him and make him their woman. Li Ming swallowed his saliva. Such stunning twins. He might as well have fallen into Lu Ruiyu's trap early on. Then maybe he could have captured 2 more targets. But now that things have turned out like this, he can't go on. Li Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He couldn't do anything to threaten the two women for the time being. He was about to ask them to let them go and put an end to it. Lu Ruiyu, who was lying on the ground, spoke again at this moment. Brotherly, as long as you don't arrest us, you'll let us do anything. We both wanted to be with you. As long as you don't let us down, we two sisters are willing to be with you. Lu Ruiyu's voice was filled with determination and resolve. She looked at Li Ming expectantly, hoping that he would agree. After all, they were twin sisters, a rare sight to behold, and so beautiful. They also meticulously kept their figures in top shape. And while they were gold diggers, they weren't just any gold diggers. They were top tier. They were chaste, and both sisters were still virgins. She didn't believe it, even after hearing this. Li Ming still wasn't tempted. When Lu Ruiyu heard her sister say this, she shuddered and looked at Li Ming expectantly. Brotherly, my sister's thoughts are my thoughts. We are both innocent, and this is our first time. Please don't look down on us. If you protect us, we will really be with you wholeheartedly. When Li Ming heard this, his body trembled. What these two women said was actually true. They had been dealing with so many men, but they were still virgins when they returned. And they really wanted to follow him. Are there still such foolish women these days? And they came as a pair. They weren't afraid that he would take advantage of them and then walk away. You know, as long as there was no evidence, the two women would definitely not be able to do anything to him. Let me shelter them. But what can I do to protect them? I can't even take them to prison and open a single cell for them to live in, Li Ming thought helplessly. So Li Ming thought for a moment, organized his words, and then spoke to the two women on the ground. Okay, I know what you said is true. I will let you go, but I can't protect you. You don't need my protection. You are rich and beautiful. Isn't it enough to live an ordinary life? Why do you have to seek protection? You should have savings, right? Don't be a gold digger anymore. You should know that you won't be able to run into me every time. If you are caught next time, no one will let you go. After Li Ming finished speaking, in front of the two women's surprised eyes, he took out the key, untied the handcuffs from their hands, and put them back in his back pocket. Looking at the twin sisters who had regained their freedom after a false alarm, Li Ming swallowed his saliva and finally suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He waved his hand and said to the two girls again, "That's it. I'm leaving now, but don't forget what I said. If you keep fishing, we'll meet in prison sooner or later, but next time you'll be prisoners." Li Ming smiled slightly, thinking that the rain would stop and the sky would clear up, so he would just treat it as a misunderstanding. Li Ming was about to turn around and leave after he finished speaking, but the two women who were still sitting on the ground reached out and grabbed Li Ming's pants at the same time. Li Ming turned around and looked at them in confusion, not knowing what the two women wanted to say. He had already let them go and given them advice. Could it be that they still wanted to follow him even though he had made it clear that he would not protect them? Lu Ruiyu and Lu Ruiyu looked at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. They slowly stood up and spoke to the tall and handsome Li Ming. "Brotherly, thank you. We were ignorant before and didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Now that we have been caught by you, we regret it so much. From now on, we will not be gold diggers anymore. If possible, we really want to take the civil service exam. Maybe then we can work under Brotherly." Lu Ruiyu wiped the tears from her face and finally smiled. "Yes, Brotherly. Although I have never been a clerk, I really want to take the civil service exam. I'm not lying to you," Lu Ruiyu also said. Li Ming couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. These two women really wanted to take the civil service exam. Not to mention whether they could pass or not. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to work under him. He was afraid that if he left today, the three of them would never have the chance to see each other again. However, Li Ming did not spoil the fun. He spoke seriously to the two women. "I understand. I wish you success. Get ashore soon." The two girls responded with smiles upon hearing this, and their favorable impression of Li Ming increased a lot. After all, if it were someone else, no one would believe that two top gold diggers share the same dream of becoming a civil servant. Chapter 119. Caught. After Li Ming and the other two looked at each other and smiled, Li Ming was about to leave the room. He turned and walked towards the door, waving goodbye to the two women. But as soon as Li Ming turned around, the two women grabbed Li Ming's clothes at the same time. Li Ming felt the movements of the two women, and he looked back again in confusion. Are your eyes full of questions? What else? Something else? We've already exchanged glances, showing our agreement. Why are you still holding me back? The Lu Rian sisters looked at each other again, and this time both girls blushed slightly. Some people say that twins have telepathy, and what one of them thinks or does, the other will also feel it to some extent. Moreover, if twins do something at the same time, their senses will accumulate, and their excitement will become more excited, and their sadness will become more sad. Of course, there is no scientific basis for this. It can only be said that the two sisters have had the same living environment and the same people to contact since childhood, and their logic in judging things is also similar, so such a coincidence occurs. This is the case with the two sisters of the Lu family right now. After the two girls looked at each other, they seemed to understand each other's thoughts clearly, so their faces flushed, and they were obviously a little shy. They met Li Ming's puzzled gaze, but Lu Ryu, who was born first, spoke first. Brotherly, you're such a good person. This is the first time we've met someone as upright as you. You can leave without regrets in such a situation. We believe you will never treat us unfairly. And, if you just leave like this, wouldn't it make us sisters look unattractive? Lu Ruyu's words were very sincere, and they were absolutely her innermost thoughts. She and her sisters had seen many men, but none of them was not a sex-hungry ghost. Even if they appeared to be righteous at the time, the deep desire for them hidden in their eyes could not escape her eyes at all. But Li Ming was different. She had been observing him since he entered the room, whether it was when she took the initiative to seduce him, or when he refused the sisters' offers of sex with him, or when he didn't take the opportunity to threaten them into having sex with him. Instead, he let them go and didn't pursue the matter any further. All of this made her trust Li Ming very much. She felt that Li Ming was the one that they sisters could entrust their lives to, the destined person they had always wanted to find. Lu Ruyan has similar ideas to her sister, but she doesn't think as much as Lu Ruyu. She is a person who believes more in her feelings. Her sixth sense told her that she must not miss the person in front of her. If she missed this time, there might not be a next time. So Lu Ruyan also spoke charmingly. Yeah, brotherly, are you scared? At the same time, Montenegro Women's Prison. Xia Hong and Shun Jia were confronting each other in the infirmary at this moment, and the atmosphere was inexplicably weird. Both women were still wearing pajamas at this time, and the thin pajamas naturally could not hide their explosive figures. Shun Jia's expression was somewhat embarrassed and stiff, while Xia Hong didn't dare to look up, deliberately avoiding Shun Jia's gaze, for some reason. Why did the two people who were sleeping soundly suddenly end up in this situation? Is their sisterhood of many years going to come to an end today? You should know that the two have become best friends since school days and can talk about anything. Even Xia Hong only felt comfortable dating her ex-boyfriend after getting Shun Jia's consent. Shun Jia is the same way. Whenever a particular guy catches her interest, she'll discuss it with Xia Hong and ask for her advice. Although Shun Jia often loses interest in these guys before Xia Hong can express her opinion, the two besties always keep each other informed, their sisterly love evident in words. But now, in the infirmary, Xia Hong, you'd better explain yourself clearly. Shun Jia's face was a little solemn. Looking at Xia Hong, whose face was unnaturally flushed and extremely attractive, she was very angry. Jia, I'm fine. I just had a dream. Oh, don't think too much. Xia Hong felt a little guilty. She didn't dare to look into Shun Jia's eyes. She clasped her hands together and fiddled with her fingernails. You are still dreaming. Don't lie to me. I am your best friend. Why are you hiding this from me? Shun Jia became even angrier when she heard this. How could Hong Hong, who was so well-behaved and obedient before, become like this now and even lie? Oh, what should I say? Xia Hong's face turned red, and she really didn't know how to explain to Shun Jia. She had a long conversation with Shun Jia last night. It was so late that she didn't know when she fell asleep. As a result, she fell asleep. As usual, Xia Hong dreamed of Li Ming again. Then she thought of her time with Li Ming in the infirmary and the special ward of the hospital. Then, my brain, already a little hazy from staying up late, mistook Shun Jia, who was sleeping soundly beside me, for Li Ming. This scared Shun Jia, who was standing by, and woke her up immediately. Looking at Xia Hong's actions, he mumbled something to himself, but didn't know what to say. Shun Jia blushed after hearing this. She wanted to wake Xia Hong up, but Xia Hong was sleeping so soundly that she didn't wake up and even moved around randomly, making Shun Jia blush. She had no choice but to pull herself away from Xia Hong's arms. Seeing Xia Hong immersed in it, She finally curled her lips and couldn't bear it anymore. A slap landed hard on Xiaohong's body. Xiaohong screamed out, and this sound made Shunjia even more angry. Xiaohong finally woke up and looked at the scene in front of her. She was also confused. Damn, so embarrassing. I was caught in a dream by my bestie. What should I do? Waiting online. It's urgent. Chapter 120. It's good to have more people. Oh, it's just a dream. I don't believe you haven't had it. Xiaohong thought about the plot of the dream. She definitely couldn't tell Xinjia more about it. She had to evade the question. Xinjia stared at Xiaohong's pretty face with a strange look on her face, trying to see something on her face. She always felt something was wrong. Although she didn't hear clearly what Xiaohong mumbled in her dream, she kept repeating two words. Maybe it's a person's name. Could it be that his Hong Hong has found someone again? To the point where she doesn't mind dreaming about him? But she has been in prison all the time. Where is the man? Could it be that he is really the warden? Could it be that her best friend Hong Hong is secretly in love with the warden and is even dreaming about him? Xinjia was just guessing. She couldn't see it in the dream, and Xiaohong didn't say anything, so she could only give up. But this time she was secretly cautious. When she met the warden, she wanted to pay close attention to see if Xiaohong had any abnormal behavior. If Xiaohong really is interested in the warden, she has to help and add fuel to the fire. After all, Xiaohong hasn't been in a relationship for a long time. She is very worried about her. She even thought Xiaohong would never fall in love again and would live a lonely life. Every time she saw a news report about a woman who had committed suicide due to love trouble, Xinjia would immediately think of Xiaohong, and then she would immediately contact her and only feel relieved after confirming that she was safe. Over time, in Xunjia's heart, Xiaohong's lifelong event was even more important than her own. She was really afraid that something might happen to the simple Xiaohong. When Xiaohong came to the prison, she also thought that maybe in prison, where she could not contact other people, she would not be reminded of the past, and Xiaohong might return to her previous state. Seeing that Xiaohong didn't say anything, Xinjia let her go. The two looked at the time and got up together to wash and change clothes. Today was the first day of class. Xinjia was also very excited. Hotel. It was not until noon that Li Ming returned to the hotel lobby. First, he asked the waiter for 4 plates of oysters. While waiting, Li Ming's consciousness sank into his mind, and he quietly looked at the 2 new red treasure chests in his mind. As he expected, Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengcheng did not receive any reward because they had been friends with him before. The newcomers Lu Rian and Lu Ryu are the ones who meet the target of the strategy. Doesn't that mean that in order to get more treasure chests, you have to develop more women? Li Ming licked his lips and recalled the days he had been in prison. It was as if some strange switch had been turned on, and women came to him one after another. Moreover, each of them is a stunning beauty with a hot body, which made him addicted, and he enjoyed it very much. As the saying goes, once there is a first time, there will be countless times after that. Although Li Ming had just won over 2 women, he did not feel too excited. But it's already noon. Why is there no movement from Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengcheng? Li Ming thought while eating, why not go back to prison first? He has been out for so long. It is time to go back, otherwise Huang Ying will definitely be worried again. After eating the oysters, Li Ming was about to leave the hotel and go to the parking lot to return to the prison. Su Qinghuan happened to walk out of the elevator slowly. Su Qinghuan was wearing a black suit skirt, the standard outfit for lawyers today. The skirt was just above the knees, revealing her long, slender legs. She was wearing a pair of high heels of the same color, which made a clicking sound as she walked. As soon as she got out of the elevator, she saw the extremely conspicuous Li Ming sitting by the hotel window. Seeing that Li Ming had not left yet, her eyes lit up and she walked over with a swaying figure. Oh, our distinguished guest has been off the plane for so long, but hasn't returned yet. Could he be waiting for me? Su Qinghuan sat opposite Li Ming, teasing Li Ming with a rosy face. I woke up and stayed in the room, but I was afraid of waking you up, so I came out to sit down. I'm having something to eat too. Would you like some too? Li Ming said with a smile. Speak of the devil, he appears. I didn't expect Su Qinghuan to come down as well. I won't come. You can make up for it yourself. I have to go back to city as soon. I have a lawsuit going to court tomorrow. Don't miss me too much. If you can't help it, just find Cheng. Su Qinghuan laughed. I finally got what you wanted. I don't know what kind of magic potion you poured on Tan Chengcheng that she was actually persuaded by you. Li Ming said with a wry smile. He really didn't expect that Tan Chengcheng would cooperate with Su Qinghuan so well, and to such a large extent, as if she had been brainwashed by Su Qinghuan. Su Qinghuan laughed even harder when she heard that, and then she said to Li Ming in a mysterious tone, "It wasn't my magic potion that made her fall in love with you. Didn't you sleep with her first? Cheng told me that it was her first time. You ate her clean, so it's normal for her to have feelings for you. I didn't try to persuade her. I just said that I'm your woman too, your ex-girlfriend. Cheng Cheng wanted to thank you, so I said that we could all do it together. You'll definitely be very happy. Cheng Cheng thought about it and agreed. You, Warden Li, are so impressive that a beauty of Cheng Cheng's level would offer herself to you. After listening to Su Qinghuan's explanation, Li Ming was still a little bit incredulous. That's it. I didn't realize Ten Chengcheng was so open-minded. Su Qinghuan has always been wild. If Li Ming hadn't stopped her, she would have found a concubine for Li Ming long ago. Su Qinghuan looked at Li Ming's surprised expression, smiled slightly, moved closer to Li Ming, and whispered, "How was it? Did you have a good time last night? I told you it would be more fun this way. Your bodyguard Huang Ying was pretty good last time too. Bring her over if you have a chance, and I'll help you out. To be honest, I've fallen in love with this feeling just this once. Let's do it again if we have the chance. I guarantee you'll be blown away by the pleasure." After Su Qinghuan finished speaking, he blew a breath gently towards Li Ming, who was listening attentively. A fragrant breeze blew on Li Ming's face, which made Li Ming, who was already itching to listen to it, shudder again. He quickly retracted his head and coughed. This was a hotel lobby, and there was no guarantee someone would be peeking at this handsome couple. The more people came and went, the harder it was for Li Ming to suppress his anger. The crowds are really exciting. Chapter 121. Don't be here. Ahem, don't talk about this here. Be careful not to be overheard with so many people here. Li Ming touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Oh, our Warden Li doesn't like crowds of people. Su Qinghuan raised his eyebrows and suddenly smiled evilly. His expression changed, and the warning aura suddenly turned on. The two of them were sitting in the corner of the hall by the window. Although it was not an eye-catching place, it could not hide their natural beauty. Needless to say, Li Ming, dressed in uniform, was definitely the highlight of the crowd, while Su Qinghuan, who was fully made up, was even more beautiful and attracted the attention of many men in the hall. From time to time, someone would secretly look in the direction of the two of them, especially lingering on Su Qinghuan's face. In such an environment, Su Qinghuan still dared. Even though the two of them were sitting at a table where others couldn't see Su Qinghuan's movements, but there were still so many guests and service staff coming and going in the hall. Even Li Ming, who was quite familiar with Su Qinghuan's temperament, was still worried about her. He suddenly remembered that in order to help Li Ming escape the surveillance of the bodyguards, Su Qinghuan took Li Ming directly to the rooftop of the tallest building in the school in full view of everyone. Then, in broad daylight, he untied his school uniform, spread it on the ground, and pounced on Li Ming. He forcibly took Li Ming's first blood. All these manifestations struck the then inexperienced Li Ming's mind like lightning, leaving him with an indelible memory. Li Ming, who now thinks he has experienced many women and has had many exciting experiences, is still powerless to resist when he meets Su Qinghuan. Under Su Qinghuan's devilish gaze, Li Ming finally calmed down. Qinghuan, what time is your flight?" Li Ming asked with a trembling voice. "Oh, there are still 3 hours." Su Qinghuan looked at his watch, the corners of his mouth curled up again, and he looked at Li Ming affectionately. "Let's go. I'll take you to the airport." Li Ming swallowed his saliva, and after his body calmed down, he walked towards the parking lot with Su Qinghuan with a smirk. Li Ming found his car, and after Su Qinghuan got in, he stepped on the accelerator and drove straight towards the airport. This was not the first time Li Ming had walked this road. He should have known the route, but for some reason, he got lost this time. Before he knew it, the two of them had driven the car to the suburbs. When they arrived at a remote road, there was only wasteland all around, and no vehicles or people were seen. Li Ming stopped. Su Qinghuan looked at Li Ming with a smile on her face and took off her high heels again. Li Ming searched for the way in the suburban wilderness for 2 hours. Finally, he remembered to turn on the navigation and found the correct route. He sent the weak-kneed Su Qinghuan to the plane in time. Fortunately, he was not late. Li Ming secretly felt lucky. He would definitely turn on the navigation system next time he drives. Don't take the wrong road again. So, satisfied, Li Ming slowly drove the car towards the prison. On the way, he was thinking that when he had time, he should go back to City A to visit his mother. He had been away for so long, but his mother didn't call him, and he didn't call her either. He felt inexplicably guilty. No one knows a child better than his mother. He was really afraid that his mother would guess something, which would be disastrous. Li Ming was driving while daydreaming, and he drove to the prison before dinner. After parking the car, Li Ming did not go to the prison area first, but returned to the office first. He planned to wash up and then start opening the treasure chest. The red treasure chest in my mind that contained the strategy to conquer the sisters Lu Ryu and Lu Rian was quietly lying there. If Li Ming hadn't wanted to try his luck after burning incense and taking a bath, he would have been unable to resist opening it in the hotel. Li Ming rushed into the bathroom, and after a series of operations, he slowly walked out wearing a bath towel, wiping his still dripping hair. I took out a brand new shirt from the suitcase, put it on, and lit a stick of incense. I was ready. Rubbing his hands, Li Ming didn't hesitate and let his consciousness sink into his mind. Let's try it first. After the dazzling special effects, a round pill-like object appeared in the treasure chest. It looked just like the Luwei Dihuang honey pill. Li Ming raised his eyebrows and probed his consciousness doubtfully. A series of system voices rang out of nowhere in my mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the functional medicine, the 10-hole tonic pills. Effect: enhances physical performance and significantly increases endurance. Continuous high-intensity exercise will only make you stronger. Li Ming was stunned when he heard the system voice, and then he couldn't help but feel happy. Whatever you want comes true. This 10-ingredient tonic pill is just right for him. He's been through a lot lately, and even with his strengthened body, he still feels a little exhausted from time to time. Now that he's taken this 10-ingredient tonic pill, wouldn't it be even better? Not to mention 2 people together, he can also handle 4 people together next time. Li Ming excitedly took out the pill that was floating in his mind. He secretly thanked himself for being well prepared, otherwise he might not be able to get such a good treasure. He took the pill in his hand, stared at it, and didn't find anything unusual. It was not much different from a large Chinese medicine honey pill. It smelled very sweet. After observing it for a while, Li Ming no longer hesitated and threw the pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, turning into a sweet liquid that flowed down his throat and was swallowed into his stomach. Li Ming felt his body suddenly become hot and full, as if it was filled to the brim with nowhere to vent. Li Ming stood up involuntarily, tore off the shirt he had just been wearing, and walked into the bathroom. He turned on the faucet and started to rinse himself. He felt extremely hot all over, and his mouth was extremely dry. He was very surprised at the medicinal effect of the 10-herb tonic pill. The warning halo suddenly opened. The surrounding scenes were all captured in Li Ming's mind. I saw Lin Shi next door, was drinking beer alone at this time. Judging from the bottle next to him, he had been drinking for a while. Her face was flushed, and she was wearing the same suspender nightgown from last time. Her face was full of drunkenness, but she was still mechanically holding the bottle of wine to her mouth and drinking it. The wine flowed down her lips to her cheeks and neck. It was because she had wet her thin nightgown and was sticking it tightly to Lin Shi's body. Li Ming could vaguely see that Lin Shi seemed to be wearing only a nightgown. Chapter 122 My life is over. In Li Ming's mind, Lin Shi was completely exposed to his sight. No matter which angle, Li Ming could see it clearly. The warning halo was so unreasonable. At this moment, his body was feeling extremely hot and uncomfortable, and seeing this situation made his blood boil. Even the cold water poured on his head could not relieve the pain at all. He did not expect that the effect of the 10-fold tonic pill would be so strong. A ball of fire in his chest seemed to be about to explode, burning and growing, constantly eroding his will. Li Ming struggled to take his eyes off Lin Shi, afraid that if he continued looking, he would lose control. But it was too late. It said that men are animals controlled by their lower body. Li Ming didn't believe it before, but this time he believed it. A warm current directly attacked his defenseless brain from bottom to top, and then his consciousness was immediately controlled by it. Li Ming opened his mouth wide and swallowed the cold water, but it did not relieve his burning desire at all. Apart from Lin Shi's body, he could no longer think normally. Finally, Li Ming, growing increasingly agitated, was no longer content to simply contemplate the drunken Lin Shi in his mind. His body trembling, he began to walk step by step towards the door. It felt as if a will deep within Li Ming's heart was instigating him, controlling him. This will, itchy and tingling, rushed straight into his brain, exciting him so much that he couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this moment, Li Ming completely lost his composure. His hand touched the door handle of the office. With a click, he opened the door. Li Ming, who had just taken a shower, was naked and covered in water droplets that slowly flowed down his strong body. Every step he took left a watery footprint on the ground. Finally, he arrived at Lin Shi's door. This time he didn't knock. Li Ming, whose mind was controlled by desire, pushed the door open and walked in. And in the room, Lin Shi's consciousness was already somewhat blurred, and his nerves paralyzed by alcohol allowed him to briefly escape from the vortex of self-affirmation. Ever since her conversation with Huang Ying, she has been struggling and switching back and forth between self-blame, confusion, entanglement, fear, resentment, and even envy and jealousy. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Lin Shi chose to numb herself with alcohol. She had been drinking alone since noon. She had no interest in her usual tedious work today. She just wanted to get drunk, so that she could forget her troubles. As she continued to drink, she became happier. She forgot about that annoying Li Ming and all the times he had oppressed and harassed her. The more she drank, the happier she became. A smile unconsciously formed on her lips. The happier she became, the more she drank. Finally, she was completely drunk, collapsing on the sofa. Her nightgown, soaked by the spilled alcohol, clung to her body. She had a slightly drunken smile on her lips. When she heard the door open, she habitually turned her head to look. However, her body, which was already anesthetized by alcohol, was not obedient. Instead of looking towards the door, she raised her head high and looked at the ceiling. She was also confused and thinking, why did her office door disappear? Who came in? She drunkenly shook her head and tried to look around, but unfortunately her body refused to obey her commands. She only moved slightly before giving up completely and collapsing in the same place like a pile of mud. Although she was drunk and almost unconscious, Li Ming, who had already closed the door and walked into the room, was still full of energy. He walked straight towards she step by step, as if she on the sofa could soothe his unbearable heat and discomfort at this moment, like a person who had been thirsty in the desert for several days and found a source of water when he was on the verge of death. Without hesitation, he strode over to Shi and stood still. He looked at her drunken face, leaning against the sofa, looking up at his beautiful face with confused eyes, and her perfect figure, as if sculpted by a master. Li Ming swallowed hard, then uncontrollably stretched out his evil hand towards Shi. At the same time, in the monitoring room, Yimei was still slacking off while watching the surveillance camera, but when her eyes swept over Li Ming returning to the office, she shuddered, put away her phone, and stared at the screen intently, fearing that if something went wrong, the devil Warden would come to deal with her again. Seeing that Li Ming had entered the office and had not come out for a long time, Yimei thought that the Warden had gone to rest and would not come out tonight. She felt relieved and opened the website of the gay drama again, and then started watching the foreign TV series about two men. She was watching intently. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she found that the Warden's door was slowly opening. It was obvious that the Warden was about to come out again. She was just about to put away her phone and carefully watch the Warden's movements, but the next scene shattered her three views. The devilish Warden of the past was now naked, not wearing anything, and what was that? She must be dreaming. Yimei's brain suddenly went into a state of panic, and she couldn't help but compare the Warden with the man in the gay drama next to him. It was obvious that the Warden's heroic appearance won. What other gay dramas does she watch? The biggest gay drama is The Prison Warden. But what was the Warden doing? Didn't he know there were surveillance cameras in the corridor? He just came out like that? Was he doing it on purpose for her to see? Was the Warden interested in her? What temptation? Or exhibitionism? Yimei was still brainstorming, but Li Ming in the surveillance footage walked step by step to the deputy warden's office next door and then pushed open the door. With Yimei's disbelieving eyes, he just pushed the door open and walked into the deputy warden's office. He even closed the door behind him. Yimei rubbed her eyes in disbelief, slapped her face, and even pinched her thigh. When she felt the pain in her thigh, Yimei finally believed that she was not asleep or dreaming, and this was reality. The Warden, the deputy warden, it really is. But, could you please not be so blatant? It's making it very difficult for me. Oh my God, what did I see? I hope the Warden won't come and silence me. Yimei opened her eyes wide, her mouth dropped open, and stared blankly at the closed door of the deputy warden's office. Four words popped into her mind. My life is over. Chapter 123 Shi's Nightmare. In the room, Li Ming picked Shi up from the sofa and held her tightly in his arms. Feeling the fragrance of Shi's body penetrate his nostrils, Li Ming felt even more hot and unbearable. He carried Shi step by step into her bedroom. It was the first time he entered Shi's bedroom. The structure was similar to his bedroom, except that Shi's bed was covered with pink sheets and quilts, which was full of girlish atmosphere. This is very different from the image of the cold deputy warden in the past. I didn't expect that Shi, who always has a cold face and loses his temper easily, also has such a side. After all, no matter what her position or identity is, she is still just an innocent little girl at heart. And now, Li Ming is about to help her grow from a little girl into a real woman. Shi was held by Li Ming, and her consciousness became slightly clearer. She saw Li Ming's face in a trance, but her brain, which had been paralyzed by alcohol, could not continue to think. She did not resist, but instead hung her hands on Li Ming's body. She thought it was a dream. It was not the first time she had dreamed of Li Ming. Every time Li Ming deliberately made things difficult for her, she would see him in her dream, and then be woken up by Li Ming in anger. Shi already had experience, but this time she was drunk, so it would not be so easy to wake her up. Looking at Li Ming's handsome face, strong upper body, slightly bulging muscles, and well-defined shoulders, Lin Shi had to admit that Li Ming also had a style that matched her aesthetic taste. Lin Shi thought, "Why do you always peek at me? This time I want to take a good look at you too. Not only do I want to look, I also want to take action." When Lin Shi thought of this, his hands unexpectedly started to move. His palm slid across Li Ming's cheeks. Lin Shi was intoxicated. Li Ming, who was already unconscious, felt Lin Shi's actions and could no longer bear it. He threw Lin Shi directly onto the bed and looked at her drunken face. Her flushed face was as attractive as a flower bud about to bloom. The suspenders on her shoulders had fallen off to one side, revealing her fair shoulders completely. Li Ming finally lost the last bit of his sanity. Until late at night, Li Mingkai gradually regained his sanity. When he saw Lin Shi, who had been tortured by him and whose face was pale and full of pain, he suddenly woke up. "I actually slept with Lin Shi?" Li Ming tried hard to recall what had just happened. He remembered that after taking the 10-ingredient tonic pill, he felt an unbearable heat, and then he went into the bathroom to take a shower. Then the alert aura activated. He saw the drunk Lin Shi, and his consciousness was dazed. He regained consciousness at this moment. Li Ming looked around in shock. Lin Shi's suspender nightgown had been torn to shreds. It was obviously him who did it. There was a pool of bright red blood on the pink bedsheet. Without thinking too much, Li Ming knew what it was. He stiffly turned his gaze to Lin Shi again. Even though her face was pale and her body was covered in bruises, it still couldn't hide her outstanding figure and fair, tender skin. Moreover, he finally saw what Xia Hong had said about Lin Shi's surprise. But now is not the time to think about that. He slept with Lin Shi. What should he do? Or is it just his unconscious, crazy behavior? I don't know what Lin Shi will think when she wakes up. Would you think that it was you? Li Ming thought of Lin Shi's harsh temper in the past, and his heart sank. It's over. This time it's a big deal. Even he can't fix it. If Lin Shi wakes up and calls his father, Lin Aigua, and tells him that Li Ming's father would definitely know, and then Li Ming's mother, and then I would have to be tried by all 3 judges. I might even be forced to get married immediately by my parents and Lin Shi's parents. Although I wouldn't be sent to jail, but I ate Lin Shi while she was drunk after all. If Lin Shi sobered up, who knows what she would do? Moreover, he had been deliberately making things difficult for her these past few days. Lin Shi must have hated him to the core. Now that something like this had happened, would he be unable to think straight for a while? Li Ming didn't dare to think any further. He swallowed hard, forced himself to calm down, and thought about how to deal with the aftermath. Suddenly, he remembered the treasure chest in his mind. Li Ming's eyes lit up, pinning his hopes on the mysterious power within the treasure chest. If this 10 herbs tonic pill was so powerful, perhaps it could possibly solve his current predicament. Li Ming's consciousness sank into his mind, and there were 2 red treasure chests lying in his mind. After opening a 10-fold tonic pill, there was only 1 treasure chest left. It seems that after I conquered Lin Shi without realizing it, the system rewarded me with another one. Li Ming was a little surprised. He didn't bother to burn incense and bathe anymore, and directly opened the 2 treasure chests at the same time. He was looking forward to finding something powerful that could help him. After a series of dazzling special effects, all the treasure chests disappeared. Instead, 2 system voices sounded in Li Ming's mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time item. Complete invisibility, undetectable by any means, for 1 hour. One-time item, death immunity. Immunizes 1 fatal injury and restores 30 of your physical strength. Li Ming stared at the 2 disposable items in his mind in shock. Although he was amazed at their incredible abilities, not only could they render him invisible for an hour, they even had something like a resurrection armor. However, no matter how incredible the items were, they couldn't help him in the current situation. Could he possibly perform a suicide pistol act in front of Lin Shi to apologize for his crime, and then come back to life under her shocked gaze? That's ridiculous. Li Ming shook his head, still unable to think of any solution, mainly because he couldn't figure out Lin Shi's attitude. If she really couldn't get over it, Li Ming didn't know how to explain to her father, Lin Aigua. Just when Li Ming was frowning and didn't know what to do, Lin Shi, curled up on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were empty and lifeless, and she felt waves of severe pain all over her body, and tears couldn't help but flow from the corners of her eyes again. She didn't know how she managed to hold on. Maybe it was the effect of alcohol. She was really drunk at the beginning and had no defense against Li Ming at all, letting him do whatever he wanted. But when her body felt severe pain, she realized that she was not dreaming at all. This is reality. She was drunk and was carried into the room by Li Ming. She woke up instantly at that moment. She stared at the very familiar face in front of her with wide eyes. But how could she deal with Li Ming at this moment? She shouted Li Ming's name loudly. But Li Ming turned a deaf ear to it. This was the first time Lin Shi had experienced this kind of thing. He only resisted for a moment before he completely lost control. Just tears flowing uncontrollably. A beautiful bright red flower suddenly bloomed on the bed sheet. Chapter 124 Self-Strategy. During the process, Lin Shi even fainted several times, as if she had been hit by a car, and her body almost fell apart. She didn't know how she survived. She couldn't help but wonder, are other men as powerful as Li Ming? Lin Shi, who had survived the ordeal, moved her body slightly, but the pain in her body made her cry out in pain. Lin Shi's voice had become hoarse without him noticing, and it was weak and hoarse. But even this slight sound instantly awakened Li Ming's thoughts. He hurried towards Lin Shi, only to see that Lin Shi had woken up at some point, her eyes open with tears in them, and she met his gaze. Li Ming couldn't understand her look for a moment. It was too complicated. But he couldn't wait any longer. Li Ming pulled the quilt over and covered Lin Shi with it. Then he helped her sit up and leaned against the headboard. Lin Shi didn't say anything and let Li Ming help her sit up. Then they looked at each other in silence. Only Lin Shi's tears kept flowing. Lin Shi, I'm sorry. Li Ming looked at Lin Shi guiltily. Now that Lin Shi has woken up, the situation is set in stone. Li Ming has no choice but to take it one step at a time. Lin Shi stared at Li Ming intently upon hearing this, as if she had just met him for the first time. She had never imagined that Li Ming could do such a thing to her. Not to mention the relationship between their families. Judging from Li Ming's recent behavior after coming to the prison, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would take advantage of someone's misfortune and force himself on her. But she couldn't believe it anymore. Li Ming had truly caused her irreparable harm. She didn't know how she was going to face Li Ming, the man who had forcibly taken away her virginity. Tell Dad? No, she couldn't. She was Lin Igwa's daughter. If anyone knew that Lin Igwa's daughter was, it would be a lifelong stain. She absolutely couldn't bring shame to her father. And for someone like me, Li Ming, my blind date. If she could let go of what happened, maybe she and Li Ming would get married. If they could get married, then it would make sense for her to give her virginity to Li Ming. But would Li Ming marry him? Their relationship was already so strained. Lin Shi's mind was in turmoil. She found that she couldn't muster up the anger she should have felt. She was only confused. And she found that she didn't reject Li Ming. It was as if Li Ming was the one who got her virginity, and she felt that it was acceptable. The process was just too rough, completely disregarding her feelings. Li Ming abused her like a mad dog, and she had no power to resist. Lin Shi couldn't bear it and fainted. Then he was woken up by Li Ming, and after waking up, he fainted again and again. Over and over again. The anger in Lin Shi's heart vanished as he fell unconscious. Now she looked at Li Ming in front of her with a guilty look on his face, as if he was waiting for her to curse or beat him up without any complaints. Lin Shi didn't know what to say for a moment. After saying sorry, Li Ming saw Lin Shi just staring at him blankly, without any reaction. He felt a pang of anxiety. If Lin Shi hit him or scolded him, that would be fine. This meant that Lin Shi's reaction was normal. But he was afraid that Lin Shi would remain silent like this. After going through something like this, he didn't say a word and showed no emotion. Could it be that he was upset? Li Ming knows too well about Lin Shi, a proud little princess. If she can't bear it, she will really commit suicide. He panicked and frantically thought of a solution in his mind. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Thinking of the skills he already possesses. Those who are sincere are spiritual. If I use it on Lin Shi, maybe it can also open her heart. Let her feel my regret and my determination to apologize. Then wouldn't that solve the problem? However, he discovered it the last time he used it on Tan Qingqing. This skill wasn't 100% effective. Tan Qingqing was so obsessed with getting out of prison that even after using this skill, she still didn't say Zhang Wenhai's name. So this can only be considered an auxiliary skill, and it will be very effective when used at special times. But now that Lin Shi has suffered such a great mental trauma, I don't know if it will be useful. Li Ming thought about it, and he had no better idea. He had to give it a try? With a thought, the skill was cast on Lin Shi. Afterwards, Li Ming quietly observed Lin Shi's expression, hoping that she would change. Unfortunately, Li Ming's plan failed. Lin Shi was still the same, staring at him without blinking, with confusion in her eyes. Li Ming swallowed his saliva and spoke tentatively. Lin Shi, I was impulsive. That's why. Why don't you hit me a couple of times, or scold me a couple of times? Don't be silent. I am sorry for you. If you have any requests, you can ask for them. If I can make it up to you, I will definitely not hesitate. After Li Ming finished speaking, he looked at Lin Shi again, hoping to see a turn for the better. However, he didn't know that after he used his skills on Lin Shi, some subtle changes had already taken place in his heart. Lin Shi listened to Li Ming's sincere words. For some reason, she, who was not particularly angry to begin with, suddenly felt the urge to forgive Li Ming. Wasn't she drunk at the time, and she mistook Li Ming for the one in her dream, and then she took the initiative to touch Li Ming. Li Ming was also an upright young man. Even when she stuck to him and taught him how to shoot a pistol in the armory last time, he had changed. What's more, he had been in this women's prison for so long. As a grown man, he must have been unable to bear it. This time, he was drunk and he just wanted to carry him to the bed and let him rest, but he thought he was dreaming. He took the initiative to do it to him. Thinking about it this way, I'm afraid I really can't blame Li Ming entirely. After all, I'm very confident about my figure. Li Ming definitely wouldn't be able to resist such an act of me. Thinking of this, Lin Shi, who had completed his self-strategy, finally spoke softly. Forget it, it's not all your fault. I have my reasons too. I drank too much. But, you've already. Lin Shi suddenly paused and looked at the bright red blood on the pink bed sheet at her feet, as if Li Ming's madness at that time was still vivid in her mind. Lin Shi frowned again and continued. You can't tell anyone about this, and you have to be responsible for me. As soon as Lin Shi finished speaking, Li Ming reacted. Chapter 125 Warden. Don't. Did it work? Was Lin Shi really no longer angry with him? And Lin Shi didn't blame him for treating her like this, and even took the initiative to say that she had her own reasons. Is this really still Lin Shi? Li Ming was a little bit incredulous. He was ready for the next series of storms and rain, but he didn't expect Lin Shi to be so loud and so quiet. Just with such a light sentence, it was over. She really changed. Upon hearing this, Li Ming hurriedly replied. I will take responsibility, Xiaoxi. Don't worry, you are my woman no matter what, and I will never give you any trouble again. Let's go back to the way we were before, okay? Lin Shi felt better after receiving Li Ming's promise. She nodded slightly and spoke in a low voice again. I was wrong before, too. I shouldn't have targeted you. Even though you were the warden, you didn't use your position to do anything to me. But I still felt resentful and kept picking on you. It was indeed my fault. Last time when you were mean to me outside the counseling room, I realized that you had been tolerating me and that you were only tolerating me out of our past friendship. But I didn't know what was good for me. I also want to apologize to you. I'm sorry, Li Ming. Lin Shi showed guilt on his face, lowered his head slightly, and finally let down his psychological defenses. Upon hearing this, Li Ming hurriedly comforted her. Don't be sorry. I did give you a hard time later, didn't I? So, let's call it even now. From now on, we'll be good friends and discuss things together. Even though I'm the warden, I still don't know anything, and I still have to rely on you. Li Ming tentatively moved closer to Lin Shi, raised his arm, and gently wrapped it around her shoulders. Seeing that Lin Shi didn't react, he exerted a little force and held her in his arms. Lin Shi also leaned against Li Ming's chest, as if it was supposed to be this way. At this moment, she was secretly glad that perhaps this was a good thing. Although she had a relationship with Li Ming by accident, the two of them resolved their previous misunderstandings and reconciled. Besides, if I became Li Ming's woman, I guess Li Ming wouldn't like Huanging anymore. Li Ming hugged Lin Shi's shoulders for a while, and Lin Shi had already let it go. She said her whole body ached, but she still wanted to take a shower. Upon hearing this, Li Ming immediately helped Lin Shi to the bathroom, considerately filled the bathtub with water for her, and then stepped out. After closing the bathroom door, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, this stage is over now. Lin Shi has become one of his women. Lin Shi wasn't as open-minded as Su Qinghuan. If Lin Shi knew he had another woman, who knows what she would think? Although Lin Shi seemed to be conquered by him and was obedient and well-behaved, Li Ming couldn't guarantee that she would always be so understanding after she recovered. While Lin Shi was showering, Li Ming started looking for his clothes. But then he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have walked directly from his room to Lin Shi's office while showering. Didn't that mean he had just opened Lin Shi's door naked under the surveillance camera in the hallway? Li Ming's heart tightened. This was bad. It must have been recorded by the surveillance room. Li Ming thought about this and hurriedly found a piece of clothing from Lin Shi's room to cover his body. Then he opened the door of Lin Shi's office and ran back to his room in 2 steps. When he opened the door, he saw he had already torn off his shirt and thrown it aside. Li Ming frowned. Lin Shi had just said that this matter could not be told to anyone else. If someone saw it, it would be difficult for him to explain. If Lin Shi knew that she went there naked from the beginning, she probably wouldn't think that it was because she was drunk and took the initiative to touch Li Ming that caused such consequences. No normal person would go to someone else's room naked, except for exhibitionists. Li Ming first took out clothes and pants from the suitcase and put them on, then found her cell phone. She wanted to ask Yi Mei if she was on duty again today. However, He put the phone down again just as he took it in his hand. In order to prevent Yi Mei from pretending to be stupid, he had to go there in person before he could feel at ease. After getting dressed, Li Ming left the room, took the elevator, and went straight to the monitoring room. At this moment, in the monitoring room, when Yi Mei saw Li Ming getting on the elevator, she already knew Li Ming's destination, which was here. She looked grim and distressed. She took off her big black-framed glasses and wiped them again and again, feeling extremely nervous. She witnessed the whole thing with her own eyes. Li Ming walked into the deputy warden's office naked, and then slipped out of the deputy warden's office naked in the middle of the night. Although he used clothes to cover his eyes when he came out, it was self-evident what happened in between. The warden slept with the deputy warden for several hours. The deputy warden didn't move at all. It was obvious that the two of them were willing and in love with each other. Yi Mei really wanted to ask the warden, who was getting closer and closer to her. Am I part of your play? Can't you go in with your clothes on? I can't see you going through all the twists and turns in there. You can do whatever you want. Why do you have to let me see? Do you think this is exciting and fun? Look in my eyes. Tell me, why baby Wei? Answer me. Yi Mei looked like she had lost all hope in life. But she could only chirp in her heart, as the warden was already at the door. Yi Mei forced herself to control her facial expression and put on a cute smile. There was a click. The warden didn't knock again and just walked in. What a poor man. Good evening, warden. How did you find time to come and see me? I just woke up and I don't know anything. Warden, please deduct my salary. I've been slacking off again. Yi Mei spoke first, with a rogue tone as if to say, I'm slacking off and I don't know anything, so just deduct my salary, and said to Li Ming with a smile. Even at such a serious moment, Li Ming almost laughed out loud. Yi Mei was completely confessing. Obviously, he saw it, but he pretended not to see it even though he saw it, and refused to admit it. He had a scoundrel attitude of, if you don't, you can deduct my salary. Li Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He ignored Yi Mei and went straight to sit in front of the surveillance camera. He skillfully operated the mouse and keyboard and found today's video recording. But when he opened it, he found that the video recording had been blank since he returned to the prison. It was still blank until now. Only then did he realize that Yi Mei had deleted the video. This girl was still as sensible as ever. Li Ming smiled with satisfaction, then turned around and looked at Yi Mei, who looked very attentive. He carefully scanned it from top to bottom, and then, under Yi Mei's horrified gaze, stretched out his devilish hand towards her. Warden, don't. Chapter 126. I promise to be obedient. Yi Mei saw Li Ming reaching out his hand to her, and thought that Li Ming wanted to silence her. Screaming in horror. Warden, no, I didn't see anything. Just shake me. Yi Mei kept backing away, dancing and waving her hands until she reached the wall. She stopped and leaned against the wall, crossing her hands on her chest, looking frightened. Li Ming frowned at this series of actions. Am I really that scary? What else can I do to you? Is it necessary to scare you like this? Li Ming coughed and said seriously, why are you yelling? I just wanted to get your phone. Are you so scared? Come back here. After hearing what Li Ming said, Yi Mei realized that her reaction was indeed a bit too much. The image of the devil warden in her mind was really too terrifying. Even the usually fierce and strict deputy warden was eaten up by him, let alone herself, an unknown little strawberry. Yi Mei swallowed her saliva, slowly lowered her hands that were protecting her body, and then, with a frightened expression on her face, she walked slowly towards Li Ming step by step, as if she was going to the execution ground. Li Ming raised his eyebrows. He was already secretly thinking about how to get Yi Mei in his hands. This girl was staring at him all day long and knew too much about him. If he sold himself out, even if there was no evidence, it would still be a cause for gossip. Finally, Yi Mei, who had been hesitating for a long time, returned to her previous position and took the initiative to hand her phone to Li Ming for inspection with a smile on her face. Li Ming was not polite and took the phone to check it as usual. With the experience from last time, this time Li Ming easily found the hidden album, browser history, chat history with best friends, and storage space of various network disks. After checking them carefully, he felt relieved. Then he opened the private photo of Yi Mei that he had glanced at last time. In the photos, Yi Mei is posing coquettishly. Her black frame glasses are taken off, and the fabric of her clothes is very scarce. In some photos, she is not even wearing any clothes, which perfectly shows her beautiful figure. Under Yi Mei's blushing gaze, Li Ming directly sent these photos to his own account. Then he turned off his phone and slowly spoke to Yi Mei, who looked panicked. Yi Mei, there are some things you can't tell others. You know that, right? You've been doing very well recently, and I'm very satisfied with you. You're also very sensible. I hope you can keep it up. If you have any difficulties in the future, whether in prison or outside, you can tell me about them. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. You understand what I mean, right? Li Ming took Yi Mei's cell phone and tapped it rhythmically on his palm, his eyes slightly narrowed, his face serious. Although his words were gentle, the threat was self-evident. Yi Mei watched helplessly as Li Ming sent her explicit private photos to his account. Even if Yi Mei didn't care about the leak of the private photos, she could still understand the implicit meaning of Li Ming's words. Listen to the Warden. He will protect you. If you don't listen to the Warden, he will punish you. Simple and clear. Yi Mei, with her clever little brain, naturally understood Li Ming's meaning immediately and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Warden. I won't say anything. I know nothing. Thank you for your concern. If you have any questions, please tell me. I will definitely take care of it for you. Yi Mei thought to herself, the devil Warden finally revealed his cards to me. He had forwarded all my private photos. He was trying to find something to hold against me and use me for his own purposes. But, Warden, you don't have to do that. You are the boss in the whole prison. If I don't listen to you, who should I listen to? The monitoring room works so well, she hasn't done enough. If I get fired, where can I find such a good job? My classmates from the same class are either making milk tea in a milk tea shop or working as marginal anchors. My current job is a distant dream for them. I, Yi Mei, will be obedient. That's good. There's an old saying that goes, he who knows the times is a hero. Please do your best for me. If you have anything in the future, just text me directly on your phone. Li Ming nodded with satisfaction and handed Yi Mei's phone back to her. Yi Mei was flattered to take the phone, but she couldn't be happy. I should have known not to take those crappy private photos. Not only is the photographer expensive, but now the Warden has seen everything. I'm afraid he even knows where the moles on my body are. Now standing in front of the Warden, even though I was wearing a uniform and wrapped tightly, I felt cold all over, as if I was not wearing any clothes, and I didn't feel safe at all. But he also saw the Warden's body, and now that he is looking back, it seems that he is not at a disadvantage. Yi Mei comforted herself in this way, and she seemed to feel better. Thank you, Warden. I know. Next time if you have something to say, just tell me on your phone. You don't have to come in person. Yi Mei muttered softly. Huh? Are you not happy with me coming over? I disturbed you from watching that gay drama, didn't I? Li Ming said unhappily. He had seen Yi Mei's browser history clearly. Whenever she had free time, she would watch that gay drama with 2 male protagonists, and from morning to night, more than 10 episodes a day. So they're asking you to come watch a drama for a fee, right? Watching a drama is fine, but what good can a drama with 2 men do? Ahem. Warden, I'm not dissatisfied, no? It's just that you, a grown man, always come to me. If people find out, they will think we have some special relationship. This is not good. Yi Mei looked up at Li Ming, and seeing that Li Ming was not angry, she rolled her eyes and explained with a smile. She really didn't want Li Ming to come to her. Every time he came, he would punish her. Now he has escalated to using threats and inducements. She didn't know how many times he would come. He might do something heinous to her. She was just a small prison guard guarding the prison gate. This was not something she should have to endure at her age. Li Ming curled his lips when he heard this. He naturally knew that Yi Mei was talking nonsense and trying to fool him, but he did not expose her. As long as the tasks assigned by her were completed, he would naturally not care about these trivial matters. So Li Ming stood up, ignored Yi Mei, and walked out of the monitoring room on his own. She should have finished washing by now. She had hurt herself badly. Her originally fair and tender skin was now covered with bruises. If someone didn't know, they would think she had been beaten. Even Li Ming, the instigator, felt a little bit sorry when he saw it. One can imagine how badly he had hit Lin Shi when he was unconscious, leaving him with bruises all over his body. Chapter 127 Absolutely impossible. Fortunately, Lin Shi was drunk at the time. Otherwise, given his condition after taking the 10 herbs tonic pill, he didn't know if the consequences would be even worse than they were now. It might not be so bad that he managed to capture Lin Shi by accident. Li Ming came to Lin Shi's door again. Without knocking, Li Ming pushed the door open and walked in. The bathroom door was open. It seemed that Lin Shi had finished taking a shower and returned to the bedroom. He slowly approached Lin Shi's bedroom door and peered inside. Lin Shi was selecting clothes in front of the wardrobe, still wet with water. Her slender figure left Li Ming with no flaws. Perky wasn't enough to describe Lin Shi. Li Ming hadn't expected her figure, once covered by the loose prison guard uniform, to be so exaggerated. However, the obvious scars on her body still made him wonder. When Lin Shi heard the sound of Li Ming opening the door, she knew that Li Ming had returned. She turned her head slightly, covered her chest with her hands, looked at Li Ming, and then continued to search in the closet. The suspender nightgown she usually wore had been roughly torn to pieces by Li Ming, making it impossible to wear anymore. Lin Shi had no choice but to pull out a loose white dress from the closet and put it on to cover up her alluring beauty. It also blocked Li Ming's fiery gaze. Although Li Ming and Lin Shi had done it more than once, those were all instinctive reactions of the body when he was in a daze. Now that he was conscious and saw such a tempting beauty, he naturally had some fantasies again. However, Lin Shi was already exhausted, and Li Ming was not an animal, so he naturally knew how to be gentle and considerate to women. After controlling his emotions, Li Ming walked forward to help Lin Shi change the bloodstained sheets on the bed. During the process, Lin Shi seemed to have accepted the reality and was extremely calm. He cooperated with Li Ming's actions, tore off the bedsheet, and carefully kept it. Afterwards, Lin Shi was so considerate as to pour a glass of water for Li Ming. Li Ming was surprised and took a sip. The water temperature was neither too hot nor too cold, which was exactly what he wanted. Lin Shi also looked at Li Ming drinking water with a burning gaze as if waiting for Li Ming's comments. Last time the water was sometimes hot and sometimes cold, so this time she deliberately lowered the water temperature. Seeing that Li Ming had no reaction after drinking it, she looked away and slowly sat down on the bed. Li Ming was a little confused about Lin Shi's thoughts at this time. He always felt that the feeling Lin Shi gave him was different from before. He said, pouring him a glass of water. This was something that the previous Lin Shi could do. If Li Ming had not witnessed the whole process with his own eyes, he would even think that this person was not Lin Shi, but someone who had changed his appearance and came here deliberately to plot against him. Li Ming felt a little uneasy, not knowing what Lin Shi was doing now, so he had to sit next to Lin Shi and wanted to talk to her again. But before Li Ming could speak, Lin Shi spoke in a hoarse voice. Li Ming, now that we're like this, you're not allowed to have any other thoughts about Huang Ying. You said you'd be responsible for me. I'll tell my dad about the progress we've made in our relationship when I get a chance. I'm sure both my dad and Uncle Li will be very happy to hear this news. Lin Shi's voice was soft, and although it was a little hoarse, she no longer had the domineering tone of the past. Instead, she spoke softly like a young wife. Once they all know about our relationship, I'm sure our wedding will be on the agenda. By then, I won't be the deputy warden anymore. I'll just listen to my dad, stay at home to take care of my husband and children, and be an ordinary person. You take care of the outside affairs, and I'll take care of the inside affairs. Just like my mom and your mom, I'll be a good wife and mother. Our parents wanted us to be ordinary people, living a peaceful and happy life. But although I was unwilling to accept this and was determined to climb the ladder with my own abilities, after working for 2 years, I was only able to get the position of deputy warden. And that was all. Maybe my father was afraid that I would be wronged, so he secretly manipulated me to get promoted bit by bit. The higher my position, the harder I worked, fearing that I was unworthy of my current position and would bring shame to my father. Over time, I became a workaholic and especially hated those who had connections and privileges, because I knew very well that I was unworthy of my position, even though I was constantly working hard to learn how to be a good deputy warden. I never dared to admit that I was one of those who broke the rules. When Lin Shi said this, tears had already flowed down her cheeks again. She didn't know whether it was because of the relationship with Li Ming today, but she just felt that Li Ming was worthy of her trust, and she wanted to let it all out. The secret that she had hidden in the deepest part of her heart for a long time was finally revealed by her. Lin Shi gave the surprised Li Ming a relieved smile. Saying these words made her feel much more relaxed. At this moment, she had already thought about her future world with Li Ming. Every day, when Li Ming came home, she would prepare meals, prepare dishes and chopsticks, and have dinner with Li Ming. The two of them would live in harmony and be happy, without the current pressure. Just thinking about it made Lin Shi feel very warm. Lin Shi looked at Li Ming expectantly, waiting for Li Ming to come over and gently hold her in his arms and comfort her. But Lin Shi is destined to be disappointed. After listening to Lin Shi's heartfelt words, Li Ming sighed secretly in his heart. If these words had been said to him when he first arrived at the prison, maybe the two of them could really live the peaceful life that Lin Shi imagined. But now I have been deeply involved in it and cannot extricate myself. I am destined not to have a peaceful life with Lin Shi. Not to mention other things. Just look at the women I am having relationships with now. Even yesterday? Su Qinghuan, Tan Chengcheng, Lu Ruoyu, Lu Ruyan. It's only been 1 day. If Lin Shi knew that he had entanglements with so many women, she probably wouldn't think so. In Lin Shi's impression, she just had a little affection for Huang Ying, but she didn't know that Huang Ying was the one he was most distant from among the women around her. In this situation, let Li Ming live the kind of life that Lin Shi described. It's too late. Li Ming frowned and thought for a moment. Then under Lin Shi's expectant gaze, he slowly shook his head. He couldn't agree to Lin Shi's request, even if it was just to fool him. If Lin Shi really believed it and told them about his parents' relationship, then endless troubles would ensue. He couldn't let go of the women around him. What's more, since he has a system, how could he stop here? There is no reward for conquering a woman he has had sex with. If it were the Li Ming of the past, perhaps he could. But now Li Ming. How could he hang himself on this tree like Lin Shi? Absolutely not. Chapter 128. No one should think too highly of it. Li Ming slowly shook his head in front of Lin Shi, and then spoke seriously under Lin Shi's incredulous gaze. Xiao Shi, let's not tell our parents about our relationship yet. This has already happened and cannot be undone, so I will be responsible for you, but not in marriage. The ordinary life you talk about is not what I want. Maybe you can be a good wife and mother, but I can't be the good man or husband you imagine. If our parents knew about this, they would indeed force us to get married, but I don't want to. Forcing things won't bring happiness. Let's wait until we calm down and get used to each other. If you still want to do this after you truly understand who I am, then I will definitely not refuse. But you don't understand me at all right now. Li Ming carefully considered his words. He couldn't tell Lin Shi directly that he had many women. He was afraid that Lin Shi would not be able to accept it at this sensitive moment, so he could only say it in a tactful way. Li Ming's euphemistic words sounded like a blatant rejection to Lin Shi. Lin Shi's expression suddenly changed. He had a gentle expression just now, but now he looked extremely embarrassed. Li Ming actually rejected her. Rejecting her sincere desire to live with Li Ming was like shattering her last bit of bottom line. She was so sincere, so serious, and so sacrificing for her dream. And she also forgave Li Ming's atrocities against her without holding a grudge. She'd given so much, and yet Li Ming still rejected her? Was it because she was too tolerant of Li Ming, making him think she was easy to bully? That was why he kept breaking his bottom line and not taking her seriously? Or, Li Ming is just a scumbag, taking advantage of everything and denying everything even after pulling up his pants. He even did this to her. Maybe this is really Li Ming's nature? Lin Shi's mind was in turmoil, and her expression became more and more ugly. She no longer felt that she could trust Li Ming. The door of her heart that she had just opened to him was pushed back by Li Ming himself. Lin Shi has a good figure, a good family background, good looks, and the ability to do things. She has everything and lacks nothing. No man can refuse a woman like her. But there is such a man as Li Ming. He has an older family background than her, is very handsome, and has good abilities. He has everything he wants, but it just so happens that this person got her body. Lin Shi clenched her fists tightly, and the veins on her fingers even bulged from exerting force. She really wanted to ignore everything and pounce on Li Ming to teach him a severe lesson. Was I just being ruined by Li Ming in vain? Lin Shi, who was furious, finally spoke. Li Ming, you'd better think it through. I've already lowered my boundaries. Don't go too far. Do you think you can just let it go after you slept with me? Act as if nothing happened. This was my first time. If you don't marry me, you're ruining me. I won't let you go. Li Ming frowned upon hearing this. Lin Shi was indeed still Lin Shi. This was her true self. However, letting him get married? At least not yet. Li Ming would never compromise. I'm sorry, Lin Shi, I really haven't thought about getting married yet. I won't be irresponsible to you. It's just that the method is different. Maybe you should calm down and we can think about it in the long run. I will find a way to make it up to you. Before Li Ming could finish his words, Lin Shi could no longer control his temper and interrupted him. Compensation for what? How can you find a solution? Can you go back to yesterday? The damage you've done to me is irreversible. You know that. Li Ming, let me tell you something. Either you marry me or I'll tell my dad. Not only will I tell my dad, I'll also call the police to arrest you. Since you're so unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. You destroyed me, and I'll make you pay. Lin Shi's face was fierce, and her threatening intentions were not concealed at all. She really had misjudged Li Ming. She had never expected that Li Ming would keep saying that he would take responsibility, but in the end he would not even want to get married. Could it be that he thought she, Lin Shi, was one of those casual women out there? Since you, Li Ming, did that to me, don't blame me for being too harsh. You were the one who wronged me first. Even your father, Li Yutian, might not indulge you this time. Li Ming frowned after hearing Lin Shi's threats. His worst fears had indeed come true. Lin Shi was such an extreme and impulsive woman. If Li Ming's answer didn't meet Lin Shi's expectations, she would explode immediately. There was no room for explanation. If he told her that he had multiple women, Lin Shi would definitely do something extremely extreme. This was also the reason why Li Ming had never wanted to provoke Lin Shi. If it weren't for the 10 wholesome tonic pills that appeared in the treasure chest, Li Ming would never have attacked Lin Shi. He couldn't even dodge. Now it stuck to my hand. Li Ming had no choice but to suppress his emotions and control his tone to persuade him. Lin Shi, calm down. I told you I would make it up to you, and you don't know me well enough. Are you sure you're going to marry me so rashly? If you really understand me in the future and can accept my shortcomings, there's still time to talk about marriage. Li Ming tried to persuade Lin Shi earnestly, trying to calm her down, but unfortunately, things did not go as Li Ming had imagined. Lin Shi was not comforted by what he said. Instead, he gritted his teeth and became even angrier. Her body couldn't help but tremble, her blood surged up and down, and her rationality was gradually replaced by anger. Lin Shi thought, what does Li Ming mean? He's acting as if she, Lin Shi, is the one who's been begging him to marry her. He was the one who ruined her first. What a bastard. Does he really think he's easy to bully? If Lin Shi is not good, then no one else can be good. Thinking of this, Lin Shi could no longer bear it. She picked up the mobile phone beside her and called the police in front of Li Ming without hesitation. At this time, she no longer considered the consequences. Li Ming was startled when he saw Lin Shi's actions. He quickly grabbed Lin Shi's hand to prevent him from dialing. Then he yelled at Lin Shi. Lin Shi, can you calm down? Don't forget who you are. Are you going to call the police? Can you calm down and let's talk it out? I'm here and I'm not running away. I didn't say I'm not responsible for you. Is it necessary to get to this point? Lin Shi's hand was grabbed, but she showed no sign of calming down and struggled frantically. She no longer cared about what Li Ming said. Her heart was filled with anger, and she only wanted to make Li Ming pay the price. Chapter 129, you will definitely regret it. Let me go? Bastard. You can stop me for a while, but can you watch me every moment? Don't give me a chance, or I won't let you off easily. If you have the guts, kill me and be done with it. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Li Ming. Lin Shi widened his eyes, stared at Li Ming, and roared angrily. Seeing Lin Shi acting like this, Li Ming was a little confused about what to do. He knew that Lin Shi had lost his temper again, completely dominated by his emotions. Li Ming wanted to snatch the phone from Lin Shi's hand, but Lin Shi held the phone tightly and insisted on calling the police. Lin Shi fell on the bed after struggling, but she still held the phone tightly in her hand. No matter what Li Ming said, she would make the call. Seeing her persistence, Li Ming thought to himself, this dog system is really harming me. Li Ming didn't have time to think about it. He rushed forward and snatched the phone from her tightly grasped hand, then threw it away. The phone hit the wall and rolled to the ground, making a crackling sound. Although Lin Shi's cell phone was taken away, she still did not give up. She looked at Li Ming angrily, aimed at her arm, and bit it. Lin Shi didn't hold back at all when he bit Li Ming's arm. He bit Li Ming's arm hard, even though he was furious. Li Ming really didn't expect Lin Shi to be so crazy. He couldn't dodge and was bitten by Lin Shi fiercely. The pain came immediately. Li Ming clenched his fists tightly in pain. He endured the pain and spoke. Lin Shi, can you calm down a bit? You can't solve the problem like this. At worst, I'll go to your father and apologize, and let you do whatever you want. What can we discuss? Don't be like this. But Lin Shi still had a fierce look in his eyes, and he didn't give in at all. Instead, he pushed harder. She no longer cared about what Li Ming said. Li Ming had not agreed to marry him just now, and now, she, Lin Shi, didn't want it either. Li Ming's blood instantly flowed out from the corner of Lin Shi's mouth, and he looked like a crazy man who was fighting to the death. Seeing this, Li Ming knew that Lin Shi had gone completely crazy. If he didn't stop her, he would bite his hand off. In a hurry, Li Ming pinched Lin Shi's chin with his other hand. With a little force, Lin Shi accidentally let go of his mouth. But Lin Shi licked his lips and was about to attack Li Ming again. But Li Ming, who was on guard, would never let her bite him again. He easily dodged Lin Shi's attack and pushed Lin Shi back onto the bed. But Lin Shi refused to accept it. He grabbed Li Ming's clothes with his claws and fangs and wanted to pounce on him and bite him. Li Ming saw this and knew that if he didn't subdue Lin Shi, she wouldn't stop. He grabbed Lin Shi's swan neck and pressed her down on the bed. Lin Shi suddenly felt short of breath and used her hands and feet to continuously attack Li Ming. But how could she deal with Li Ming with her strength? Li Ming simply ignored her attack. Li Ming's arm was still bleeding at this moment, and the blood even flowed down his arm to Lin Shi, who was pressed under him. Even though Li Ming didn't want to take action, he was still very angry. He didn't expect Lin Shi to be so crazy. If he didn't control her, he was afraid that Lin Shi would really bite off a piece of flesh from his arm. Li Ming didn't think too much about the pain just now, but now Li Ming is in a dilemma and doesn't know how to end it. However, even though Li Ming controlled Lin Shi, she had no intention of giving up. Even if she couldn't beat him, she would use her nails to grab Li Ming's body tightly, and she would scratch Li Ming until he was covered with bruises. Li Ming was helpless as he saw that he couldn't control Lin Shi, but Lin Shi would not let him slow down at all. If you give her a chance, she would definitely pounce on you and bite you again. In desperation, Li Ming felt the wounds on his body that were constantly scratched by Lin Shi. His eyes turned fierce, and he spoke in a cold voice. If you don't stop, you will regret it. Regret? You bastard, come on. Would I be afraid of you? If you don't come, you are not a man. If you have the ability, kill me. There is no regret in my Lin Shi's dictionary. Lin Shi struggled and roared. Li Ming frowned upon hearing this. Without further hesitation, he held Lin Shi down with one hand and grabbed the loose dress she had just put on with the other. He pulled hard, and the dress ripped and shattered with a sound. Lin Shi's movements were slightly stiff for a moment, but his brain was still filled with anger, and he had no idea what was going to happen next. Li Ming was also sober this time, when facing such a sexy and attractive Lin Shi. Last time, he was sober and instinctively acted towards her without any feeling. But this time, Li Ming glanced downward, a flame gradually rising in his eyes. The drug power that had not yet been completely consumed rushed into Li Ming's brain again, controlling him. So Li Ming turned her body over and folded Lin Shi's hands behind her back, restraining her and preventing her from moving. Then, it was already getting light, and the night passed quickly. As usual, we should have a morning meeting today. But Lin Shi did not notify them, and the prison guards were happy to go back to their jobs. After all, the morning meeting was filled with Lin Shi's accusations and various demands on them, so they didn't want to have a meeting. Sometimes when the prison guards get together, they can't help but say bad things about the warden and the deputy warden, but most of them are dirty rumors about the two of them, saying that they are having an affair. After all, the deputy warden said bad things about the warden to them when the warden was not here. Maybe they did it on purpose to sever the relationship between the two wardens, and then they can secretly engage in an ambiguous relationship in prison. One of them is the chief and the other is the deputy. One is a talented man and the other is a beautiful woman, and both of them are in high positions at such a young age. It is obvious that they both have good backgrounds. No one would believe that they have no relationship. Over time, the prison guards tacitly accepted the ambiguous relationship between the two, and they would always chat about their gossip when they got together privately. It was the same today. The second warden and two prison guards walked along, whispering to each other, saying that maybe the deputy warden had been dealt with too harshly by the warden last night. So he didn't get up today, so he didn't attend the morning meeting. But what the second supervisor didn't know was, her random guess actually became a reality. In Lin Shi's room, Li Ming slowly opened his eyes. You may think this chapter is toxic. I will explain it later. Don't leave and read it again. After all, Lin Shi is different from other women. Thank you, everyone. Everyone is different, and it's hard to please everyone. Some like it, some don't. Please read on. Chapter 130. You go back first. The previous chapter has been slightly modified because everyone said it was poisonous. If you are interested, you can take a look. Li Ming raised his hand slightly, feeling the dull pain in his arm. He suddenly used a skill that he had never tried since he got it. Great recovery. When suffering non-fatal damage, the injury is quickly recovered. Usage limit, once a day. He had never been injured before, so naturally there was no place for this skill to be used. But this time, Lin Shi scratched and bit his arms and body. Although the injuries were minor, it would not be good if he went out and let others see the wounds. So Li Ming's mind moved, and the great recovery technique immediately fell on him. Li Ming only felt itchy at the wound, and budding tissue was visible to the naked eye. However, after a few seconds, not only the blood marks left by Lin Shi's scratches on his body, but even the deep teeth marks from his bites had returned to normal. Now there was only the blood scab that had flowed out before on the surface of the wound. Li Ming looked at the wound after it healed and was secretly amazed. This skill was really powerful. It was a waste of his talent. However, this skill could only be used by himself, which was really a waste. That's not the only skill he has. Last time, he opened a treasure chest and got 2 one-time items. One grants invisibility for an hour, and the other grants death immunity. These are simply magical skills. They could be incredibly useful if used in the right places. But this magical skill was given to him. As a warden in a mountain prison with so many armed prison guards guarding it every day, it was extremely safe. He really had no place to use this magical skill. He couldn't turn on the invisible light to peek at the prisoners taking a shower. Li Ming shook his head. He would not use it casually. Maybe in the future, if he encountered any situation, he could rely on this tool to solve the problem. Li Mingchong breathed a sigh of relief and stopped thinking about it. His gaze slowly fell on Lin Shi, who was still sleeping soundly beside him. There's something indescribably strange in his eyes. Yesterday, after Li Ming no longer had any concerns, Lin Shi resisted at first, but later Lin Shi's resistance became weaker and weaker, and she no longer stared at him with vicious eyes as if she wanted to eat Li Ming. Instead, she gradually became gentle, with tears in her eyes. After Li Ming discovered that this method was unexpectedly effective for Lin Shi, he no longer held back. After experiencing a double blow to his mind and body, Lin Shi finally fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that she was asleep, Li Ming did not disturb her any further. He withdrew and lay down beside Lin Shi. Looking at Lin Shi, whose face was still delicate, he also fell into a dream in a daze. That's all. Li Ming, who had just woken up in the morning, looked at Lin Shi so strangely. He still couldn't figure out whether Lin Shi had accepted the offer or was still unwilling to accept it. He couldn't just leave without figuring out Lin Shi's attitude. Otherwise, based on Lin Shi's madness yesterday, who knows how much trouble he would get into. Li Ming thought about it, then carefully got up from the bed, found the clothes he had thrown aside, and put them on. After he finished dressing, he also rummaged through Lin Shi's closet. He had torn Lin Shi's clothes twice yesterday, and Lin Shi woke up and had nothing to wear. He rummaged around and found a white dress. He opened it and took a look. It was similar in style to Lin Shi's pajamas, but it was slightly translucent. Lin Shi would definitely look very sexy in it, hazy and looming. Li Ming liked this style. Just as Li Ming held up her dress to face the sunlight outside the window, Lin Shi on the bed seemed to hear some movement and slowly woke up. She looked at Li Ming under the bed, who was looking at her clothes intently with a strange expression on his face. Lin Shi couldn't help but frown, but then relaxed immediately. After experiencing the ups and downs of last night, Lin Shi felt that she should be furious, but when she opened her eyes, her heart was calm. Not only was she not angry, she even felt inexplicably happy. Last night, Lin Shi completely forgot her identity, her dreams and aspirations, her anger and pressure. At that moment, she was nothing, just an ordinary woman who couldn't be more ordinary. This feeling quickly corroded her mind like poison, and she had no resistance. She was addicted, she was intoxicated, unable to extricate herself. She wished she could sink into it forever, never wanting to wake up again. The only drawback is that the pain in my body is real, and I am happy in the pain. Lin Shi quickly reviewed last night's experience in his mind and spoke to Li Ming under the bed in a calm voice. Li Ming, give me the clothes. Li Ming hadn't noticed that Lin Shi had woken up. The sudden voice startled him slightly, and he turned around to look at Lin Shi on the bed. Lin Shi's face was calm, and she had obviously calmed down. She struggled to sit up from the bed, leaned against the headboard, and looked at Li Ming indifferently, with no sadness or joy in her eyes, and no ripples. Okay, I'll help you. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief at Lin Shi's expression. At least now it looked like Lin Shi had let it go. Without a big fight, there was room for negotiation. Li Ming quickly took the clothes and helped Lin Shi put them on. Looking at the scars on Lin Shi's face and body, he felt a little guilty. He had lost his mind at the time. Lin Shi cooperated with Li Ming very well. He no longer had the crazy anger of last night. There was no emotion in his eyes. Li Ming looked at him with a strange look, unable to figure out what Lin Shi was doing. She glanced at Li Ming, who was a little nervous, and couldn't help but laugh. Are you scared? Weren't you very fierce yesterday? You took advantage of me and got all the benefits, and you're still not satisfied? Are you worried that I'll call the police again? Lin Shi raised her hand to straighten her messy hair and looked out the window. The weather is very good today. The sunlight has shone into the house through the windows, which makes people feel very comfortable. Forget it. You go out and let me be alone for a while. Lin Shi's voice was calm, and Li Ming could not hear any emotion in it at all. He frowned slightly. Although Lin Shi did not look as crazy as he did last night, he was still a little worried. So Li Ming thought about it and said it tentatively. Xiao Shi, I still say the same thing. I will make it up to you. If there's anything you need from me, I'll definitely spare no effort. I hope you can give me a chance to make amends for the harm I've caused you. Believe me, I'm definitely not the kind of person who will abandon you after having sex. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi, who was standing by, nodded calmly and replied slowly. I understand. You go back first. Let me be alone for a while. Chapter 131. I don't know whether I should tell you this or not. Li Ming looked at Lin Shi at this moment and couldn't tell what he felt, but seeing that she seemed to have returned to normal, he probably wouldn't call the police again. Li Ming swallowed his saliva and decided to trust her first. So he picked up Lin Shi's mobile phone from the ground beside him. The quality of the phone was very good, and it was not broken by him. After confirming that the phone was not broken, Li Ming handed it to Lin Shi, who was lying on the bed. Lin Shi took it without any reaction and waved to Li Ming. Only then did Li Ming leave Lin Shi's room and return to his office. However, Li Ming was still worried when he returned to the office. Li Ming immediately picked up his phone and searched for a video on the browser that could activate his alert halo, but Li Ming had little experience and couldn't find one after clicking on several. In desperation, Li Ming had an idea. He suddenly remembered Yi Mei's photo. When he opened the chat history with Yi Mei, The explicit photos he sent to himself suddenly appeared. The Yimei in the photo and the Yimei in reality are completely two different people. The contrast is huge. In real life, Yimei looks dull, wearing black-framed glasses that obscure 50% of her beauty. She looks like a recent college graduate, and I wonder if the prescription of her glasses is too strong. Looking at her through her glasses, I always feel like her eyes are magnified. Her two cute big eyes are twinkling, giving her the clarity of a college student. It's easy to give people the impression that she's not very smart. But the photos of Yimei and Li Ming's phone are not that simple. Her already outstanding face, without her glasses and full makeup, makes her look extremely beautiful. Her figure may seem a little thin at first glance, but she is thin where she should be thin, and definitely not thin where she shouldn't be thin. Li Ming had never expected that Yimei's figure hidden by the prison guard uniform was actually so hot. Although she was not very tall and was petite and cute, she looked extremely sexy in this photo, which made Li Ming's eyes light up. Thanks to the photographer's high-definition camera, Li Ming had a feast for his eyes. Yimei was in the monitoring room, so Li Ming didn't look closely. However, since he was the only one in the office, he didn't worry and magnified the details. After a while, the warning halo automatically turned on. When Li Ming found that the halo was turned on, he put down his phone first. After all, Lin Shi was more important. Little Yimei, I'll watch it when I have time. Li Ming controlled the warning halo and looked towards Lin Shi's house, but the scene in front of him left him stunned. Lin Shi was standing in the bathroom, looking at her body in the mirror. The white dress that Li Ming helped her put on was long gone. She looked at her haggard self in the mirror, but she did not look sad. Instead, she showed a strange smile. Li Ming really didn't know what Lin Shi was thinking at the moment. He just felt that Lin Shi's smile made him a little creepy. He was so frightened that he couldn't maintain the alert aura even with such visual enjoyment. The aura automatically closed with a snap, and the scene in his mind disappeared. Li Ming came back to his senses. The photo of Yimei on his phone no longer had any appeal to him. He took a deep breath, then went to the bathroom to wash up and wake himself up. Then he changed into the warden's uniform and planned to go to the prison area to take a look. I don't know if Huang Ying saw his car coming back. She had to show up in the prison area and see how Tan Qingqing and Wang Xian's dance practice was going. Lin Shi, this is all we can do for now. Li Ming rubbed his aching forehead. Of all the women, Lin Shi was the most difficult one for him to deal with. Moreover, she now had something on him. He could only hope that Lin Shi could come to terms with it and stop getting stuck in that dead end. This damn system, this damn tonic pill, has caused so much harm to people. If I had known this earlier, I would have opened the treasure chest directly in the hotel. Neither Su Qinghuan nor Tan Chengcheng, nor the two sisters Lu Riyan and Lu Riyu, would cause him so much trouble. After a sigh, after Li Ming finished packing, he opened the office door and headed straight for the prison area. Entering the prison area with ease, Li Ming went straight to the hall where the prisoners watched TV. From a distance, he heard the prisoners' laughter. It was obvious that some prisoners were practicing dancing. As expected, when Li Ming got closer, he saw that Shun Jia and Huang Ying were both there, as well as a group of prisoners participating in the dance competition, and Wang Xian and Tan Qingqing were also mixed in. When everyone noticed Li Ming's arrival, they all saluted Li Ming. Huang Ying also came forward to greet him. Warden, you're back. Is everything all right? You must take me with you next time you go out. If you go out alone like this, I won't be able to carry out my mission. Huang Ying came close to Li Ming and whispered a warning, with a hint of complaint in her voice. Haha, okay, I got it. I just had something urgent to do this time. I will definitely take you with me next time. Li Ming laughed and passed it off perfunctorily. He didn't forget what Su Qinghuan said. She wanted to help Li Ming deal with Huang Ying, but Li Ming didn't have this idea for the time being. After all, she was someone sent by his father. No matter how beautiful she was or how good her figure was, he couldn't touch her casually. What's more, Huang Ying is from a special department. Li Ming estimated that he, a half-baked special forces soldier with no actual combat experience, would not be able to defeat Huang Ying even with Su Qinghuan. If Huang Ying got angry, Li Ming would be fine, but Su Qinghuan would probably be hung up and beaten by Huang Ying. Don't doubt it, Huang Ying can definitely do it. After a brief conversation between Li Ming and Huang Ying, they walked up to Shun Jia, who was teaching the prisoners dance moves. Shun Jia was wearing a white dance costume that clung tightly to her body, revealing her perfect figure. As expected of a professional dancer, Shun Jia simply stood there doing nothing, exuding an elegant and ethereal aura. Shun Jia naturally noticed Li Ming coming over. The strange dream that Xia Hong had appeared in her mind. She didn't know whether the person Xia Hong was dreaming about was Li Ming. However, Xia Hong was not here at the moment, and she had no way of observing Xia Hong's performance. Shun Jia could only smile and politely greet Li Ming. Warden Li, are you here to inspect our work? Li Ming replied with a smile on his face when he heard this. It's not really an inspection. I'm just taking a look. How is Teacher Shin adjusting? If there's anything inappropriate, please tell me. This is a prison after all, so there are bound to be some inconveniences. Please bear with me, Teacher Shun. Xinjia shook his head and nodded. Li Ming was confused and had no idea what she meant. Xinjia met Li Ming's puzzled eyes and did not let Li Ming guess blindly, so he began to explain. Warden, I have a little idea, but I don't know if I should tell you or not. Chapter 132, A Group of 5. Li Ming was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then smiled at Xinjia. Teacher Shin, just say what you want to say. Don't be shy about saying it. After hearing what Li Ming said, Xinjia finally felt relieved and spoke slowly. Warden Li, I feel like the dance skills of the groups that have signed up in this prison are so uneven. Some teams only have one person who can dance, and the rest have absolutely no skills at all. And dance is all about fundamentals. Learning a dance with zero basic skills is definitely going to be difficult, and that's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is to dance well, and your figure must be presentable. There are also some older prisoners in the team. Their figures are a bit out of shape, and they don't pay attention to their diet and weight control. They can't perform the dance moves at all, and there are quite a few such prisoners in the team. With all due respect, from my professional perspective, they can only do square dancing. They are not on the same level as those teams with good figures and appearance. I'm afraid they won't get any ranking even if they participate. Xinjia considered his words and whispered to Li Ming. After listening to Xinjia's words, Li Ming also glanced at the prisoners who were rehearsing dance moves on the side. Xinjia was right. Not all the prisoners who signed up were young, beautiful girls in their 20s or 30s. Some of the overweight prisoners would gasp for air just by moving around. It was really inappropriate to let them participate in the competition. How about moving the preliminary rounds forward? Just pass out these unqualified prisoners and let Xinjia teach the remaining elites? But Li Ming looked at Tan Qingqing and Wang Xian in the crowd again. I don't know how the two of them will dance. If the other team is too strong, it will be much more difficult for them to get the sentence reduction reward. So Li Ming waved to Xinjia, pointed in the direction of the library, and motioned her to follow him to the library. Xinjia had the experience last time, so she was not too surprised this time. She nodded to Li Ming and followed Li Ming to the library. Huang Ying was sensible and stayed where she was, guarding the prisoners with other prison guards. After Li Ming and Xinjia entered the library, they closed the door casually. Xinjia looked at the handsome Li Ming in front of her. She felt an inexplicable sense of tension when she was alone with the warden, as if her magnetic field was suppressed by Li Ming, and she felt panicked. You know, Xinjia has been studying dance for so many years, and even when she performed solo in large-scale competitions, under the gaze of thousands of people, she has never felt like this. Why did she feel a little guilty when she looked at Li Ming? Xinjia thought about what she had told Xiaohong at the beginning. The necessary conditions for the boyfriend she wanted to find were that he should be intimidating without being angry, and make her feel awe at first sight. But Li Ming in front of her actually gave her this feeling. Moreover, he was handsome and tall. He looked very handsome in uniform, which was much better than the male models in KTV. If it weren't for the possible relationship between Xiaohong and Li Ming, she really couldn't help but feel a little moved. But she couldn't do anything to steal her best friend's man. He was just a man, not as important as her best friend. Thinking of this, Xinjia suddenly wanted to test the relationship between Li Ming and Xiaohong. So Xinjia's eyes turned, and a plan came to his mind. Warden Li, can I ask if you have a girlfriend now? Xinjia smiled slightly and asked Li Ming. Girlfriend? Not yet. Why does Teacher Shin ask this? Li Ming asked in confusion. He originally wanted to ask Xinjia to come over and ask Tan Qingqing and Wang Xian if they had any hope of getting a ranking, but he didn't expect Xinjia to suddenly ask this question. Could it be that Xinjia has taken a fancy to me? Is she going to confess her feelings to me? Is my charm so great now? Are all the beauties lining up to send me off? Xinjia didn't show any strange expression when she heard this, and continued speaking calmly. Then, I wonder if the warden has any ideas about our Xiaohong. Our Xiaohong is a pure and innocent young lady who stays in prison all day. I'm worried that she won't be able to find a boyfriend. I see that you, the warden, are handsome and elegant, and our Xiaohong is also beautiful and stunning. If the two of you were together, wouldn't it be a match made in heaven? If the warden has any ideas, I can help. Xinjia blinked at Li Ming and carefully observed Li Ming's facial expression, trying to see something. But Xinjia was destined to be disappointed, because Li Ming was no longer a rookie who could be seen through so easily. Dealing with so many women, Li Ming had already unconsciously developed an impeccable facial expression. He smiled slightly and instantly knew in his heart that Xia Hong had not told Xinjia about their relationship. Otherwise, Xinjia wouldn't have asked this. If she knew that he and Xia Hong had done everything except the last step, she would be shocked. So Li Ming said with a serious face, "Teacher Shun, Dr. Xia Hong is indeed very beautiful and has a fantastic figure, but she has her own ideas. Things like love should be left to nature. If two people are destined to be together and the other person is the right one, then nothing can stop it. I believe in fate. So, let's talk about the prisoner." Xinjia looked at Li Ming's serious expression and didn't see anything on his face. Instead, she felt that Li Ming was a good person to get along with. He had principles and could even reject a beautiful woman like Xia Hong. He was really a good person. Xinjia smiled slightly and had a better impression of Li Ming. "Okay, then, Warden, why did you call me over here? What do you want to talk about?" Seeing that Xinjia was fooled by him, Li Ming continued to ask, "Teacher Xin, let me ask you for help again. If I move up the preliminary rounds, eliminating the weaker teams and leaving the elite, do you think Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian still have a chance to get good results?" After hearing what Li Ming said, Xinjia raised her hand to support her chin and began to think. She had already met Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian. Wang Xian was also the type with no basic skills. It was obvious that she had never practiced dancing. However, Tan Xingqing had a good foundation. It was obvious that she had taken dance classes, and her body was very familiar with the dance moves, which showed that her basic skills had not been neglected for too long. If it's a one-on-one match, it's really difficult to get to the top of the team among so many teams. But if we add 2 more people to their team, maybe. Thinking of this, Xinjia spoke to Li Ming. "Warden, I have another idea. During the preliminary round, although the weaker teams will be eliminated, if there are any strong individuals among them, they can still be retained. Let them blend into the existing teams with insufficient numbers and make up all the standard 5-person teams. This way, Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian's team, with 3 more strong members, should have no problem taking the top few places." Chapter 133 Destined? Li Ming's eyes lit up. He felt that Xunjia's method was really good. Most of the small groups that signed up are prisoners in the same cell, so naturally their dancing skills vary. If they can be broken up and reorganized, and 3 more dancing masters are added to Tan Xingqing's team, it will be no problem for them to stand out in this competition. Li Ming thought about it and decided, this is feasible. Let's do it. Moreover, it is not too surprising that Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian won the competition. After all, there were 3 other people. Okay, let's do it. In this way, the preliminary round will be held in advance, and then the teams will be disbanded and redivided. I think the preliminary round will be scheduled for tomorrow. What do you think, Teacher Xin? Will it be too hasty? Li Ming asked. Warden, there's no need to rush. Some people still wouldn't be able to learn anything even if they were given another half-month. It'll be done tomorrow. Then you can pick out those with good dancing skills and good figures and looks. You can't go wrong. Leave it to me from then on. When the competition officially begins, I guarantee you'll have a group of excellent prison girls. Xinjia is full of confidence. When it comes to her profession, this is her territory. Even if it is a student like Wang Xian with no basic skills, she can make her learn a few dances, which is definitely enough to cope with the competition. Li Ming nodded, very satisfied with Xunjia's assurance. He would be the only judge for tomorrow's preliminary round, so whoever he wanted to be on the stage could be on the stage. With power in hand, one could be so willful. After Li Ming discussed the details with Xinjia, it was finalized. After talking about the competition, the two began to chat casually. Warden, you just said that you believe in fate. Actually, there is something I didn't say, which is, I also believe in fate. Do you think we are destined to be together? Xinjia smiled slightly, showing a row of white teeth to Li Ming, which made Li Ming a little dazed. Xinjia's face is not only pure and beautiful, but when she stands there, she looks like a pure campus beauty from an art school. With the tight dance costume she wears, Li Ming can't help but dream back to his youth. Logically speaking, Xinjia and Xia Hong are good friends and are about the same age, but these 2 stunning beauties look younger than the other. If Xinjia were to go to university with this look, no one would have guessed she was a teacher. So pure and tender. Xinjia asked Li Ming questions with a smile on her face, which made Li Ming feel ashamed and afraid that he was not worthy of her. However, it was only for a moment. After all, this was reality, and his identity was self-evident. If Li Ming spread the word that he was going on a blind date, the line of ladies from wealthy families who were purer and more youthful than Xinjia would probably stretch from their prison to his hometown in City A. Li Ming reacted immediately and replied with a smile. Teacher Shun, I can't really explain fate, but I know that letting things take their natural course is the best arrangement. With conditions like Teacher Shun, there must be a lot of men who like you. Shunjia nodded calmly upon hearing this, without denying it. Yeah, there are a lot of people who like me, but there's not a single one I like. For those of us who study dance, the first impression we get from most people is that they're easy to pursue, willing to pay you for anything, and have messy private lives. There's even people who often drive up to our school gate with a bottle of Red Bull on the front of their car and harass us. While it's possible that some girls don't really respect themselves, most girls still disdain them. Over time, we dancers have become very picky about men. After all, there are so many men around us that if we don't discern them carefully, we can easily fall into the hands of men with bad intentions. I'm a bit of a standout among them. Maybe it's because I'm quite attractive to men. From childhood to adulthood, whenever I went shopping, there were always people coming up to me asking for their contact information. After seeing so much of this, I even developed a subtle aversion to men. Of course, my orientation has definitely not changed. I'm just waiting for my destined person to appear. I guess fate will bring us together. Shinjia's face was full of longing. After all, no matter how young she looked, she was almost 30 years old. Her family always urged her to find a boyfriend quickly. Seeing that she had never been in a relationship, they thought she liked girls. Shinjia's mother asked her about her relationship status several times in a serious and indirect way. If Shinjia hadn't repeatedly promised to find a good son-in-law for her, she would have been forced to go on a blind date by Shinjia's mother. Li Ming couldn't help laughing when he heard Shinjia say that. He didn't expect that Shinjia was really waiting for fate to come, and the destined person would suddenly appear and live with her forever. Li Ming was just trying to deal with Shinjia's nonsense, but Shinjia actually took it seriously. I don't know whether to say that Shinjia is naive or too serious. However, Li Ming did not break Shinjia's yearning and followed her words. Of course you can, but I think sometimes, even though fate may bring you two together, you still need to fight for it to be together. After all, reality isn't a TV show. There aren't so many unexpected situations that could cause sparks to fly between the male and female protagonists. While talking to Shinjia, Li Ming was ready to end the topic. He opened the door of the library and walked out. After all, he and Shinjia had been alone in the library for so long, and there were prison guards and prisoners watching outside. Naturally, he couldn't stay here forever. But Li Ming grabbed the door handle of the library and twisted it hard. The imagined scene of the door being opened by him did not happen. Puzzled, Li Ming twisted the door handle again and again, but the library door, which used to be so smooth, did not move at all at this moment, and no matter how hard he twisted it, he could not open it. Shinjia, who was standing behind Li Ming, couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw this scene. Warden, what did you just say? Reality isn't a TV show. There aren't so many unexpected situations. Does this count as an accident? Now, don't tell me what you mean. You want us to have some sparks, right huh? Shinjia suddenly laughed out loud. She didn't expect that the library door would suddenly be unable to open. Such a dramatic scene would be nothing under normal circumstances. But Li Ming had just finished speaking and the reality was so unexpected. It was such a coincidence. Li Ming stopped what he was doing awkwardly after hearing that. He judged that the lock core was broken and he was afraid that he couldn't open it even with the key. He had no tools at hand, so Li Ming had no choice but to take out his mobile phone. Oh my god, I didn't expect the door to break down so suddenly. I'll call them to fix it. Teacher Shen, please sit down and rest for a while. I'm afraid it won't be open for a while. Shinjia spread her hands, indicating that it didn't matter. There was no difference between staying here and being outside, but such a coincidence could happen. Could it be? Li Ming was the one she had been waiting for. It's destined. Chapter 134. I'll teach you. Li Ming took out his cell phone and called Huang Ying outside. Huang Ying was watching the prisoners practicing dancing when her cell phone suddenly vibrated. She took the phone out of her pocket, looked at the warden's phone number displayed on it, and looked towards the library behind her in confusion. Of course she knew that Li Ming had taken Shinjia into the library, but why did he call her when they were so close? Huang Ying picked up the phone quickly after being puzzled. Hello? Warden. Director Huang, the library door lock seems to be broken and cannot be opened now. Can you find some tools and try to pry the door open? Li Ming's voice came from the phone. Huang Ying raised her eyebrows upon hearing this and replied, Okay, I'll try to open it from the outside. Please wait a moment. After Huang Ying finished speaking, she walked straight to the door of the library. The door locks in prisons are not ordinary household door locks, but special locks with high security that are difficult to destroy by force and difficult to pry open. Huang Ying turned the door handle, but the lock core did not respond. It must be damaged inside. Even she could not open such a broken lock. Warden, the door can't be opened from the outside. The lock core must be broken. Please stay inside first. I'll go get the tools. Huang Ying said into the phone after assessing the situation. Well, that's all we can do. Go ahead. Li Ming hung up the phone helplessly. It would take time to open this kind of lock. Maybe they would have to stay here for a long time. Teacher Shin, let's just stay here this time. We never know when we'll be able to go out. The library has no windows, so don't be afraid. If you're bored, just read a book to kill time. Li Ming turned around and sat on the chair and said to Shun Jiadao opposite him. It's all his fault for having such a foul mouth. If he had known such a coincidence would happen, he wouldn't have said anything about the accident. Shun Jia covered her mouth and smiled at Li Ming. Warden, I'm fine. I have nothing to be afraid of with you here. If I have to say anything, it's that I'm afraid of you. Are you afraid of me? Am I that scary? I think I'm pretty approachable. Li Ming touched his chin. After hearing what Shun Jia said, he felt that he had started to act like a prison warden recently. Coupled with the majestic aura skill he had acquired earlier, the two auras combined together might make strangers feel a little scared when they saw him. Hee, now you seem quite approachable. The first time I met you in your office, even though you kept smiling while talking to me, I still thought you looked very fierce. Maybe it's because I have a preconceived notion that anyone who can be a prison warden must be ferocious. I didn't expect there would be such a young and handsome prison warden like you. Shun Jia explained. Haha, I'm glad you're not afraid anymore. To be honest, based on our age, I have to call you Sister Shun. Usually, in private, I call Dr. Xia Hong and I Sister Hong. Except when we are at work, I'm not a big shot. We are all friends, so there's no need to be formal. Li Ming said with a faint smile. Wow, that's really great. I don't mind if you call me Sister Shun, but do you really have no feelings for our Xia Hong? Our Xia Hong is a super beauty. If I were a man, I would definitely love her to death. Shun Jia tried again. Seeing that Shun Jia was still determined to find out more, Li Ming remained calm. Since Xia Hong didn't tell Shun Jia about her relationship with Li Ming naturally wouldn't say anything. Li Ming smiled slightly and teased. Sister Shun, you're also a super beauty, right? Shouldn't I love you to bits? Love is something that depends on fate. You can't just fall in love with everyone you meet. When Shun Jia heard Li Ming say this, she temporarily believed Li Ming. Otherwise, if the two of them really had a relationship, she probably wouldn't be able to remain calm like Li Ming. Just like Xia Hong, worthy of being called Xia Hong, she blushes when asked. Now she dares to have that kind of dream behind her back. If she dares to dream today, she will dare to steal a man tomorrow. When she gets back, she will find Xia Hong and torture her severely. She must make her tell her who the male protagonist in the dream is. Thinking of this, Shun Jia stopped testing Li Ming and said with a generous smile, Warden, if you love me to death, I would love it. I don't like other men because they are not good enough. How can I bear to reject such an outstanding man like you? Besides, we are alone in a room together, isn't this fate? Shun Jia couldn't help laughing as she spoke. Li Ming scratched his head and couldn't help laughing. The door lock didn't break earlier or later, but had to break when he finished speaking. It was so disrespectful. But looking at Shun Jia sitting on the chair with her legs together, her back straight, one hand between her legs, and the other hand covering her mouth with a giggle, her dance costume fully revealed her figure, and as she giggled, her slender body trembled slightly. Li Ming couldn't help but feel itchy. Sister Shun, I heard you were the school belle, right? To be honest, I was also the school hunk back then. But our school is not like your dance academy, where there are so many beautiful girls. To be the school belle, the gold content is definitely extremely high. When I saw your dance performance that day, I was completely mesmerized. It was really amazing. Li Ming made no secret of his admiration for her dance, which made Shun Jia feel a little shy. It's okay. Practice makes perfect. After all, I have been practicing for so many years. If you practice, you can do it too. Maybe you will be better than me. Shun Jia said with a smile. Me? I can't do it. My bones are very hard, and I have no flexibility at all. You dancers are too soft. Some of the movements scar me, but you can do them easily. You have to be a girl. Li Ming waved his hands. He really couldn't do it. Let alone difficult movements. He couldn't even do a split or a bend. How can a man say no? How can you know if you don't try? Come on, I've got nothing to do anyway. So I'll teach you some basic stretching exercises. Even if you don't practice dancing, stretching your muscles is pretty comfortable. When Shun Jia heard what Li Ming said, his occupational disease immediately came back. He stepped forward, grabbed Li Ming's arm, and started to teach him the moves. Li Ming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. He had not expected that Shun Jia was so addicted to being a teacher. How could he, with his old arms and legs, do any basic movements? But Shun Jia kept pulling him, and it was not known whether Shun Jia had sprayed perfume on her body. The fragrance kept drilling into Li Ming's nose. Li Ming was afraid that he would accidentally turn on the warning halo, so he had to stand up and follow Shun Jia's movements. Chapter 135. Sister Shun, be careful. Xinjia waited for Li Ming to stand still before she began to teach him basic skills. Come on, kick your legs first and see how high you can kick. Kick like me. As Xinjia spoke, she stood on one leg. With a swish, she kicked her other leg above her head. A perfect standing split appeared before Li Ming's eyes. Xinjia held her beautiful legs raised high with one hand and waved to Li Ming with the other hand. It's very simple. Come on, try it. Li Ming felt his scalp tingling as he watched Xinjia's movements. How could he kick so high? Flexibility was not a requirement in the physical fitness of a special forces soldier. But Xinjia was standing steadily on one leg, waiting for him to learn, so Li Ming had no choice but to go ahead with it. Li Ming first tentatively lifted his leg, feeling that his pants would not be torn, and then he kicked upwards fiercely. With a swish, Li Ming kicked out fiercely, causing a gust of wind to sound. It was so fast, accurate, and ruthless. But unfortunately, Li Ming's flexibility was really not good enough. He couldn't get up even with his shoulders. He had no choice but to get stuck here and look at Xinjia. When Xinjia saw that Li Ming could kick so high for the first time, and his legs were steady and very powerful, a light flashed in his eyes. What a talent! You can tell at first glance that she's a good dancer. Xinjia let go of her legs and quickly walked to Li Ming's side. She held Li Ming's raised legs with one hand and helped Li Ming to continue pushing upwards. Warden, hold on. You're in pretty good shape. It's impressive that you can kick this high for the first time. Just follow my hand and keep lifting it. You might even be able to get it over your head. Li Ming looked at Xinjia, who was pushing his legs upwards with encouragement. He tried to continue lifting his legs upwards, feeling both amused and helpless. But even though Xinjia tried hard, his stiff hamstrings couldn't hold up and he couldn't move up any further. Sister Shun, it's only this high. I try my best. I've never been very flexible since I was a child. Upon hearing this, Xinjia smiled slightly, but did not stop. What's wrong? It's all pretty good. I just don't have enough strength in one hand. Stand still and look at what I can do with both hands. Xinjia said as she stood in front of Li Ming and lifted his legs onto her shoulders. She grabbed them with both hands and slowly lifted them towards the top of Li Ming's head. Li Ming was helpless. He didn't expect Xinjia to be so serious, so he had to cooperate. But don't be fooled by Xinjia's slim figure, which makes her look fragile. She is actually very strong. Li Ming only felt that his legs were being pushed up by a huge force, and they were actually being lifted up above his head little by little, with his calves getting closer and closer to his face. But Li Ming already felt as if his hamstrings were about to tear, sending waves of pain through him. He knew he had reached the limit. If he lifted it any higher, not only his hamstrings, but even his crotch would rip. Li Ming could feel that his pants had reached their limit. It was the hottest season, and he was only wearing underwear underneath his pants. If his pants tore, how would he face people? Li Ming was about to call for a halt, but despite all his calculations, he was still a step too late. There was a crack. Xinjia was stunned. Then she looked down. Li Ming's torn crotch was exposed in front of Xinjia. In her sight, through the rip of his pants, she could clearly see what Li Ming was wearing today. Xinjia's face suddenly flushed. In panic, she quickly let go and tried to put Li Ming's legs down. But Li Ming also felt the tear in his crotch, and he was in a panic, but he didn't expect Xinjia to suddenly let go. You used the wrong strength with your feet. His body could no longer stand steadily, and he fell straight onto Xinjia's body. Hey, Sister Shun, be careful. Li Ming had only said half of his words. Xinjia, who was already frightened by seeing Li Ming, was not paying attention for a moment and watched Li Ming fall towards her without any defense. While Li Ming's body was falling continuously, he was still trying to save himself, fearing that he would hit Xinjia. The leg that had been standing on the ground suddenly exerted force. Li Ming's body was pushed forward by force, and he shifted his position forward again. At the moment when Li Ming thought he would not hit Xinjia, Xinjia, in panic, accidentally misstepped and fell straight down, falling to the ground before Li Ming. Li Ming was no longer able to save the situation. He could only close his eyes. Then I felt my butt hit something. Li Ming happened to be sitting on the shoulders of Xinjia, who was lying on the ground, and his two legs were on the left and the right, just like that. The pants were pulled even wider by Li Ming's actions, and were torn from Li Ming's crotch to his right knee. The place where Li Ming's pants were torn was facing Xinjia, who was staring at Li Ming with wide eyes. Xinjia looked at the scene in disbelief. She was stunned. After they fell to the ground, they were both stunned, looking at each other speechlessly. In the end, it was Li Ming who first realized the awkward position of the two people, and he quickly stood up. He reached out and helped Xinjia, who was lying on the ground in a daze, up. Oh, Sister Shun, this, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. My pants are of poor quality. I couldn't stand for a moment. Li Ming's face turned slightly red, and he explained awkwardly. He never expected that falling down would be a bad thing, but it was such a coincidence that he fell on Shunjia, who was riding. At this time, Shunjia, who had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points, finally came back to his senses. Just now her mind was full of the scene in front of her, and it might be because it was too close. Shunjia even smelled a scent she had never encountered before. Her mind froze in that instant, unable to think anymore. Her body frozen in place. If Li Ming hadn't helped her up, she probably wouldn't have come back to her senses. Although Shunjia and Xiaohong were about the same age, they were both pure and innocent, like Xiaohong. They had never experienced such a scene before, and their performance was even worse than Xiaohong's. At this moment, her face suddenly turned red, not much different from the color of a cooked crab, and her ears were even redder than before. She pursed her lips tightly, her eyes still in shock, and then she heard Li Ming's apology. Shunjia suppressed her shock and shyness, looked up and made eye contact with Li Ming, then immediately lowered her head again. When he lowered his head, his sight fell on the torn part of Li Ming's pants. Shunjia was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. She hurriedly wanted to turn around and not look, but her mind moved, but her feet didn't move. Shunjia turned his upper body, but his lower body remained motionless. Li Ming watched Shunjia's actions with his own eyes, thinking to himself that this was not good. Really, even though Shunjia was very flexible, she couldn't control her balance at this time and accidentally fell towards Li Ming behind her. Chapter 136, I Don't Blame You. Seeing this, Li Ming instinctively took a step forward and hugged Shunjia, who was about to fall. Shunjia was so dizzy that she hadn't figured out what was going on before she fell into Li Ming's arms. Feeling Li Ming's body temperature and the strong male hormones, Shunjia was drunk. Sister Shun, how are you? Are you okay? Sister Shun. Seeing that Shunjia remained silent, Li Ming thought she was frightened and asked with concern. This series of accidents happened, not to mention Shunjia. Even Li Ming was a little overwhelmed. Now his pants are still broken, and when Huang Ying and the others open the door and see Li Ming like this, there is really no way they can explain it to him. The dizzy Shunjia felt Li Ming's call and finally came back to her senses. She hunched her shoulders in Li Ming's arms, terrified like a frightened little rabbit, her lips trembling slightly, but she still suppressed the throbbing in her heart and replied, "No, it's okay, help me up." Shunjia forced herself to calm down, otherwise her legs would go weak and she would definitely make a fool of herself. She couldn't let Li Ming hold her like this anymore. The scent on Li Ming's body seemed to have a magical effect, making her heart beat wildly. Which bastard said that women don't have physical throbbing? At this moment, her hands and feet were numb, she had no strength in her body, her mind was blank, and her heartbeat was getting faster and faster. She couldn't help but breathe in the fresh air. Although she couldn't see the mirror on her face, it was so hot that it must have turned red. Today was the closest she had ever been to a man in her life. And it was also the most embarrassing and shy moment in her life. The scene she saw at that time kept appearing in Shunjia's mind. She secretly regretted why she was so addicted to it and had to teach Li Ming the splits. Now, how could she face people? Sister Shen, are you okay? Is it hurting anywhere? Are you injured? Li Ming asked with concern. Although he accidentally sat on Shunjia's shoulders in such an ambiguous posture, Li Ming didn't have time to think about those useless things. Instead, he was really concerned about Shunjia. After all, he was the one who fell down accidentally. If Shunjia was injured, he would definitely feel bad. It's okay. I'm not hurt, I just fell. Your pants are torn. It's all my fault. Shunjia's face flushed red. She struggled out of Li Ming's arms, stood opposite Li Ming with her back to him, not daring to look back. Oh, I don't blame you. How could I blame you? My pants are not of good quality. I'll be fine after changing them. Sister Shun, it's a blessing that you are not injured. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to Sister Hong. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Li Ming then looked down at his pants. There was indeed a huge hole. It was torn from the crotch all the way to above the knee. He didn't know why the quality of these pants was so poor. This was a uniform. He didn't feel bad about his pants, but Huang Ying and the others would open the door and come in soon and see that his pants were torn, so they would definitely think too much. It was just a bit troublesome. Sister Shun, I have to apologize to you too. I'm so sorry about that accident just now. I accidentally lost my balance and bumped into you. Li Ming said a little embarrassedly. After all, if he had used a little more force, he might not have sat on her shoulders, but directly on her face. That would have been even more embarrassing. It was a scene of social demise. I don't blame you. It was all an accident. If I hadn't been so intent on teaching you the moves, you wouldn't have fallen. We're even now. Shinjia replied with a red face. That's good. Sister Shin, please sit down and rest for a while. I'll find a way to fix my pants. Today is such a coincidence. Maybe we are really destined to be together, huh? Li Ming scratched his head and tried to ease the atmosphere. It was too awkward. There were only two of them in the room. If they didn't say something, the temperature would drop. Yeah, I didn't expect it. Maybe there is a will of heaven. Shinjia took a few deep breaths, adjusted his emotions, and then said. So Shinjia turned around, prepared herself mentally, and then looked at Li Ming's torn pants. Li Ming bent down and tried to tie a knot at the hole to block it, but it was difficult for him to do it alone, unless he took it off. But since Shinjia was here, he naturally couldn't take off his pants, so he clumsily split his hips slightly, pulled his pants up to his waist, and barely tied a knot. But as soon as Li Ming relaxed his legs, the knot just tied undid automatically. There was no needle and thread in the library, not even any tape. He was in a difficult situation. When Li Ming was worried, Shinjia finally couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to step forward. Warden, let me help you. Stand still. If you move, the broken parts won't line up, and you won't be able to tie the knot. Even if you manage to tie it, it won't be aligned and there will be holes on the side. Shinjia whispered. If it weren't for the fact that Li Ming was really difficult to deal with by himself, and it was unknown how long the door lock would take to open, she would never have helped. She was thinking that if the door didn't open, she couldn't just stare at Li Ming with his crotch torn. Is this okay? Li Ming was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Shinjia to really want to help. The main reason was that this position was too awkward. As a grown man, it was definitely okay, but as a woman, Shinjia, wasn't it a bit ambiguous? Come on, there's no need to worry about whether it's good or bad. There are no tools here. We can't just leave you like this. Just stand there and don't move. Shinjia took a deep breath. At this moment, she had calmed down. She wanted to help Li tie it up quickly. The two of them could read quietly for a while, waiting for people outside to rescue them and escape from such an awkward atmosphere. So Shinjia walked up to Li Ming, bent down, aligned the two torn sides of Li Ming's pants at his knees, and then pinched them together to tie a knot. Sure enough, Shinjia's tie was better than Li Ming's. Both sides were very even, and there were no big holes. Shinjia started from his knees and went all the way up. After tying a few knots, she finally reached Li Ming's crotch. At this point, Shinjia was a little hesitant. But then she thought about how she had seen it before, and the bottom was already tied, so one or two more wouldn't make a difference. Shinjia gritted her teeth and squatted down in front of Li Ming. The main reason was that it was difficult for her to operate in this position while bending over. Li Ming realized something was wrong, so he closed his eyes and kept thinking about horrific pictures, horror stories, and murder and dismemberment. Pity. Chapter 137. It has to be you. Unfortunately, Li Ming still underestimated the efficacy of the 10 herbs tonic pills. He thought to himself that something was wrong, and quickly opened his eyes and grabbed Shinjia's knotted hands. Sister Shun, no? No need, this is fine. You shouldn't be able to see anything. I'll go out and change when the door opens. Li Ming swallowed his saliva and looked down at Shinjia's beautiful face. It was hard not to think too much. Shinjia has a face like that of a pure school beauty. When she looks up at you, no matter if she is an ordinary or third-rate man, none of them can stand it. Shinjia saw Li Ming suddenly hold her hand tightly, looking a little nervous. She raised her head slightly, as if she had discovered something. Her face flushed again, and she was about to pull her hand away, wanting to say something. But it happened in the blink of an eye. The library door slammed shut with a loud bang. As soon as the sound reached Li Ming and Shinjia's ears, the door opened. Li Ming and Shinjia looked at it in surprise instinctively. Huang Ying, standing at the door, was holding a sledgehammer, while the second supervisor was holding an axe. Apparently, the second supervisor had thrust the axe into the crack of the door, and Huang Ying hammered it in. With their combined strength, the door flew open. Li Ming, who was lost in thought, naturally didn't notice the faint movement outside the door. Shinjia, who was concentrating on her studies, was even more so. The two looked at the suddenly opened door in shock, forgetting for a moment how ambiguous their current posture was. Under the astonished gazes of Huang Ying and the second supervisor, the two suddenly realized that something was wrong with their posture. Shinjia quickly pulled her hand out of Li Ming's, her face red as if blood was about to drip out. She naturally knew that Huang Ying and the second supervisor at the door had obviously misunderstood her relationship with Li Ming. Maybe they even thought she was giving Li Ming. Thinking of this, Shinjia couldn't bear the huge impact, and his mind went blank again. Li Ming also reacted and realized that the two people at the door must have misunderstood. He pretended to be calm and acted as if nothing had happened. He gave the second supervisor an order. Second supervisor, my pants are torn. Go get me a pair of pants with my number on them from the storage room. The second warden didn't even bother eating the melon when she heard the order. She knew that the warden wanted to get her away, but she still had to obey the order. So the second warden put down the axe in her hand and saluted Li Ming. Yes, warden. The second supervisor took the order and left. On the way, she was still thinking that she and District Chief Huang came too quickly. If they had lingered a little longer, they might have seen some shocking news. I never thought. Teacher Shun has only been at the prison for 2 days, and he's already taken down the warden. And it's so exciting. Could it be that Teacher Shun forced himself on the warden refused to comply? And then the two of them tugged and accidentally tore his crotch. This is so exciting. And she was not the only one who saw it. District Chief Huang also saw it. District Chief Huang was there to hold up the sky when it fell. She had a great time eating the melon this time. The second supervisor left with an excited look on his face, but Huang Ying was stunned. She knew that Li Ming was very popular with women. Su Qinghuan and Xia Hong were both very fond of Li Ming. But what about Xinjia? Isn't Xinjia Xia Hong's best friend? Is that even possible? Li Ming is taking advantage of both of them? And he's so bold as to do it in broad daylight in the library. Could it be that the lock of this library door was broken by you, the warden, on purpose? Huang Ying's shock was even greater than anyone else present. She already knew quite a few of Li Ming's little secrets, but every time she did, she discovered something new, constantly shattering her worldview. Huang Ying was holding the sledgehammer and had forgotten to put it down. She stood there in a daze with her mouth slightly open. Seeing this, Li Ming coughed heavily, interrupting Huang Ying's random guesses. Hey, District Chief Huang, isn't the hammer heavy? The door is open. Just put the hammer back. Thank you for your hard work. Li Ming stepped forward and said to Huang Ying. Huang Ying came back to her senses after hearing this, slowly put away her shocked expression, put down the hammer, and replied, Warden, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. You continue. After Huang Ying finished speaking, she grabbed the axe brought by the second supervisor in one hand and the sledgehammer in the other, and fled. Only Li Ming, disheveled in the wind, and Shun Jia, dumbfounded, were left behind. Li Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at the fleeing Huang Ying, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She was afraid she had misunderstood too deeply. She really thought something was going to happen between him and Xinjia. However, he didn't have time to explain to her at this moment. Li Ming left the library and saw that the prisoners who had been practicing dancing in the hall had disappeared, leaving only Tan Qingqing and Wang Xian looking at him strangely. Although the two of them didn't see what Li Ming and Xinjia were doing, they probably guessed something from Huang Ying's attitude. If we put their own relationship with Li Ming into context, it's not hard to imagine the relationship between Li Ming and Xinjia. That's why they look at Li Ming so strangely. Now it was all a misunderstanding, and he couldn't explain it. Li Ming glanced at the two of them and returned to the library helplessly. Ahem, Sister Shun, Teacher Shun. The prisoners are all done practicing dance today and have already returned to the factory. If you are free, go back first. I'll be waiting here for the second supervisor to bring some pants over. Li Ming said to Shun Jia, who was standing with his back to her. Shun Jia was still brainstorming, too shy to look back. After hearing this, she nodded as if relieved, and without saying a word, she covered her face and ran out. Just like Huang Ying just now, he fled in panic. Now he was the only one left in the library, and he finally laughed helplessly. There are surprises everywhere, every day. He hasn't dealt with Lin Shi's matter yet, and now there's Xinjia. How can he explain this? It's okay for him to explain. The key is that others have to believe it. Outside the library, Wang Xian and Tan Qingqing looked at each other, smiled knowingly, and then slowly walked into the library. Wang Xian looked at Li Ming's torn pants, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and said to Li Ming, Warden, it has to be you. Teacher Shun is so beautiful and has such a good temperament, and she has fallen in love with you. I really admire her. When Li Ming heard this, he realized that even Wang Xian said so, not to mention others, so they must think so. He explained with a wry smile. Don't talk nonsense. It's not what you think. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. There's nothing going on between me and Teacher Shen. Don't spread rumors. Wang Xian looked at Li Ming's reaction, chuckled again, and continued. Warden, there are no outsiders here. Qingqing and I are both yours, and you've kept it a secret from us. If you don't want us to tell anyone, then, Warden, why don't you stay with us? Chapter 138. My life is like walking on thin ice. What are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense. Li Ming's face changed when he heard this. What was wrong with Wang Xian now? Was she so ignorant? Tan Qingqing was still here, and she said this. Could it be that the two of them were communicating with each other? Or was it the last time when I sent Tan Qingqing back home, and Wang Xian guessed something? Li Ming was not afraid that Wang Xian would know about his relationship with Tan Qingqing. After all, he had done her a favor. But on the other hand, if Tan Qingqing knew about her relationship with Wang Xian, it would be a disaster. Last time, Tan Qingqing was upset that he was having affairs with other women after sleeping with Tan Chengchen. If Tan Qingqing knew that Li Ming was not only the prison doctor Xiaohong, but also had some special relationship with the prisoners, she would be furious. Li Ming quickly looked at Tan Qingqing, but the furious or suspicious look that he had imagined was not there. Instead, her eyes were calm, and she had a sweet smile on her face. Seeing Li Ming looking at her, Tan Qingqing didn't let Li Ming guess and started to explain directly. Warden, Sister Wang Xian has always taken good care of me. Last time, she noticed something was wrong with me and told me about her daughter. I know Sister Wang Xian is yours, so I told her about my situation as well. You don't have to worry. I'm already yours. I will never betray you. As Tan Qingqing spoke, her face turned slightly red and she slowly lowered her head, looking like a well-behaved kitten. If Wang Xian hadn't been watching with a smile on her face, Li Ming would have wanted to raise his hand and touch the kitten's head. Hearing what Tan Qingqing said, he was also surprised that Tan Qingqing was actually so obedient and sensible now. Last time in the psychological counseling room, he was impulsive and followed Tan Qingqing's wishes, and then he went even further. He didn't expect the effect to be so unexpectedly good. Li Ming nodded to Tan Qingqing, but didn't say much. She looked at Wang Xian again. Wang Xian, there are so many people in prison and they talk a lot. Don't talk nonsense. If someone accidentally overhears, it could be a disaster. In this group dance competition, you should follow Teacher Shin carefully. If you win a place, you will soon be able to go out and reunite with your daughter. You must be careful at this critical moment. The second warden will come to bring me pants soon. Just do what you need to do and don't let anyone notice anything unusual. Li Ming gave serious instructions to the two women. Got it, Warden. I'll study hard. Wang Xian looked at Li Ming with some resentment. Although she was surprised that Li Ming would arrange for her to participate in a team competition to reduce her sentence, but from the tone of Li Ming's voice, she was afraid that he would never contact her again in the future. Her worries had actually come true. For a 35-year-old woman who had been imprisoned at such a young age and had been there for more than a decade, the stimulation brought by Li Ming's appearance had already made her unconsciously dependent on him. She could no longer clearly recall the drug dealer. Only Li Ming's image lingered in her mind. She didn't know if it was liking, love, gratitude, or some other special emotion, but she knew she was deeply trapped. A woman's sixth sense is often very accurate. She already felt that Li Ming treated her differently than before and was afraid that nothing would happen between them again. After all, she was a prisoner. Naturally, she couldn't naively expect more. But wasn't Tan Qingqing also a prisoner? Wang Xian bit her lip, feeling somewhat unwilling. Being released from prison was good, but it also meant she would no longer receive Li Ming's special care. She might even never have the chance to see Li Ming again. How could she accept this? She suddenly thought of her daughter Wang Qian. Her status was definitely not worthy of Li Ming. But if her daughter... Wang Xian stopped thinking about this, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and woke up in shock. She secretly blamed herself for what she was thinking. How could she let anything happen between her daughter and Li Ming just for her own selfish desires? Even if Li Ming was a good man, he would definitely not be in love with only one woman. She and Tan Qingqing were already two of them, and they were still prisoners. Li Ming might have provoked many more people outside the prison. If she thought so, wouldn't it be like taking out her beloved baby and throwing it into the wolf's den? Wang Xian suddenly woke up and no longer dared to think about it. She also gave up the idea of having anything happen with Li Ming. Her daughter was the most important thing to her. So Wang Xian and Tan Qingqing ended their conversation with Li Ming and started to organize the books in the library. Li Ming was also sitting on a chair waiting for the second supervisor to come. With nothing to do, Li Ming looked at the knots tied on his pants by Xinjia. The pants that were originally torn looked more fashionable and trendy when viewed this way. She was indeed an artist. Not only was she a good dancer, but the knots she tied were also very beautiful. Soon, the second supervisor came jogging with his pants held up. Warden, these are your pants. Try them on. If they're not the right size, go change them. Li Ming nodded and took the pants. He asked Wang Xian and Tan Qingqing to go out with the second supervisor, and then he changed his pants. The size was perfect, exactly the same as the pants he had just taken off. Li Ming picked up his pants and finally walked out of the library slowly. Looking at the second supervisor whose excited expression had not faded, Li Ming raised his eyebrows. Second inspector, follow me. After Li Ming finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the outside of the prison area. The second supervisor was slightly stunned, his expression stiff for a moment, and then he quickly caught up with Li Ming's pace. Li Ming led the way in front without saying a word, while the second supervisor's heart beat faster and faster as he walked. She seemed to be happy too early, although it was District Chief Huang and she who saw that scene together. But if the sky falls, it won't necessarily be District Chief Huang who will bear the brunt of it. A little discipline from herself is the first to bear the brunt. Okay. Realizing the potential consequences of uncovering the warden's secret, the second warden began to tremble with fear. At this moment, she desperately hoped that District Chief Huang would show up and share the firepower with her. We should eat the melon together. Why is she left alone to suffer the bitterness? The second warden followed Li Ming out of the prison area with a sad face and came to Li Ming's office. Her heart was getting colder and colder. As expected, they were all in the office. When she was in school, every time she was called to the office by the teacher, nothing good happened. I never thought that after working for so many years, I still can't avoid being called to the office. My life is like walking on thin ice. I moved forward with a heavy burden. Li Ming returned to the office. Sitting behind the desk, he looked at the second supervisor who was standing there a little nervously. He deliberately ignored her all the way just to give her a warning and let her not be so excited. If he got caught in the act, even the second supervisor who always performed well would have to be punished. Chapter 139. Continue later. Li Ming threw the pants in his hand onto the desk and squinted his eyes at the second supervisor. The second supervisor was so frightened by Li Ming's eyes that he didn't dare to look up. He swallowed his saliva secretly and was very nervous. It had been 2 minutes since the two of them entered the office, but Li Ming still didn't say a word. The second supervisor was even more frightened. She thought to herself, if I stick my head out, I'll get a knife. If I hide my head, I'll get a knife too. You're going to chop me anyway, so why don't you just do it quickly? Why are you so silent? Cutting flesh with a blunt knife is like taking her life. It's so painful. Finally, my feet were numb from standing by the second supervisor's station, and I couldn't help but secretly glance at Li Ming's expression. Li Ming finally spoke. Second warden, you've been in our prison much longer than I have. You should understand better than me that some things can't be spread carelessly. There are no secrets in our prison. If it spreads from one person to another, there will inevitably be deviations. If you say that I accidentally tore my pants while Teacher Shun and I were in the library, then after it spreads around the prison and reaches my ears, it might become a gossip about Teacher Shun and me. You understand what I mean? Li Ming's voice was calm, not a scolding tone, and the tone he usually used when talking to the second supervisor was no different. However, these words startled the second supervisor, who thought that what was coming had finally come. Yes, warden, I won't say anything. I didn't see anything. The second warden quickly straightened up and saluted in response. Well, second supervisor, I've been in our prison for a while now, and you've always performed well. I've seen it all. Among the supervisors, I'm most optimistic about you. I like to promote capable people. If you perform well, the supervisor position may be a possibility. However, I do have a small flaw. I don't like people who talk too much. I always feel that such people are a serious threat and might cause disaster at any time. Second supervisor, what do you think? Li Ming leaned forward slightly with his arms on the table, giving off a very oppressive feeling. His voice was a little lowered, making the second supervisor both surprised and scared. This was pure bribery and intimidation. Was the warden trying to make her his confidant and promote her? Or was he just promising her a big deal and threatening her to stay quiet? If any strange gossip got to the warden's ears, she'd have only one fate. The warden regarded him as a serious threat and secretly dealt with him. No more trouble forever. Thinking of this, the second supervisor shuddered again and quickly promised. Warden, you're right. I will continue to work hard, perform well, and not let you down. I will do whatever you say, warden. I have no complaints and will never say a single word. Li Ming looked at the second supervisor standing straight in front of him and knew that she had understood what he meant. He nodded with satisfaction and was about to let her go back to work. But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on Li Ming's office door. Boom, boom, boom. Li Ming and the second supervisor both turned around in confusion. The second warden didn't wait for Li Ming's instructions. He went to the door and opened it. Standing at the door was Lin Shi, who was wearing the uniform of the deputy warden. Deputy Warden Lin. The second warden saw the person in front of him clearly and greeted him hurriedly. Lin Shi was slightly stunned when he saw the second supervisor, then nodded lightly, and walked into Li Ming's office with 2 iron lunchboxes in his hands. Warden, you haven't had breakfast yet. Let's eat together. Lin Shi ignored the surprised looks of Li Ming and the second supervisor, calmly placed the lunchbox on Li Ming's table, and said softly, I didn't eat. Second supervisor, now that everything is fine, go back and work hard. Li Ming waved at the second supervisor who was standing at the door with her eyes wide open in disbelief, gave her a warning look, and then spoke. Yes, Warden, I'll be going back first. The second supervisor responded in a daze, then walked out through the open door, not forgetting to close the door of Li Ming's office. Standing at the door of Li Ming's office, the second supervisor was still in a trance for a long time. She really couldn't believe her eyes. What did she see? Deputy Warden Lin, who has always been cold-blooded and ruthless, actually prepared meals for the warden, thoughtfully packed them in a lunchbox, and sent them to the office for him to eat with the warden. She also prepared food for the warden and handed him chopsticks. There was no trace of her usual indifference on her face. Instead, she had the expression of a well-behaved and obedient newlywed bride. She almost had the word virtuous wife written on her head. What had she missed? Judging by the deputy warden's reaction, their relationship was a foregone conclusion. She really wanted to go back to the two guards who had gossiped with her about the warden and the deputy warden that morning and tell them all about the big news she'd just seen. But I have just been warned by the warden. The second warden thought of the warden's threats and broke out in a cold sweat. The warden's nagging confidant was exactly himself this morning. If she hadn't happened to see the warden and teacher Shun being ambiguous in the library today, she would probably, sooner or later, become a thorn in the warden's side and be quietly dealt with by him. Thinking of this, the second supervisor no longer dared to stay. She trotted out of the office building. I secretly feel lucky that I haven't caused any big disaster yet. She went straight to the factory and found the two prison guards she had always been friendly with that morning. She took them aside and gave them a serious explanation before finally feeling relieved. She had swallowed the relationship between the two wardens and didn't want to talk about it again. At the same time, in Li Ming's office, she placed the food on the table and handed it to the somewhat dazed Li Ming. After smiling at Li Ming, he spoke generously. Eat it, it's not poisonous. I made it myself. I'll let you taste my cooking skills. It's not as good as the ones in restaurants outside, but it's still worth eating. Come on, give it a try. She picked up some dishes and put them in Li Ming's bowl, looking forward to Li Ming's performance. Li Ming swallowed his saliva without hesitation. His heartfelt skills did not respond. The food was indeed not poisonous. She did not lie to him. Li Ming didn't know what to say for a moment. After picking up the food and taking a bite, his eyes lit up. The food made by she was surprisingly delicious. Xiaoxi, your cooking skills are so good, it's really delicious. She smiled with satisfaction when he heard this. His former coldness and madness were gone. He gently picked up some more dishes for Li Ming. As long as you like it, my dad has never eaten the food I cook. Eat more. You must be exhausted last night. You need to replenish your energy. I've eaten and drunk enough. I'll continue later. Xi's pleasant voice reached Li Ming's ears, causing him to stop eating suddenly. The chopsticks in his hand slipped out of his hand and fell on the table. Crackling. Chapter 148. Eat quickly. Continue. Continue what? Li Ming asked in surprise with his eyes wide open, his voice a little intermittent. Upon hearing this, Shi didn't say anything, but smiled gently at Li Ming again, picked up the chopsticks that Li Ming dropped, wiped them with a tissue, and handed it back to Li Ming. Eat quickly, it's getting a little cold. It won't taste good if it's cold. Seeing that Li Ming was stunned and didn't move his chopsticks, Shi smiled and said, Xiaoxi you. Li Ming swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Shi's performance and attitude at this time, which really made Li Ming jump with fear again. Abnormal. Very abnormal. Li Ming thought that Shi would go into a cold war with him, or become even more angry, or accept the reality and take a long-term view. But she never expected. Shi really became the image of the good wife and mother she described, gentle and considerate, without any reluctance in her eyes, and Li Ming could even feel Shi's extreme seriousness from her eyes. The gentler Shi was, the more worried Li Ming became. He was shocked and afraid of Shi, and he couldn't do anything about Shi. However, there was one thing he was sure of, that is, if he had the chance, he really wanted to compensate Shi. Having sex with Shi was definitely not part of his plan. She was different from other women. He had forced her into his own hands. Even though he couldn't control his consciousness at the time, he had truly hurt Shi, and not just once. The previous grudges with Shi also disappeared with this. He no longer had any reason to blame Shi for making things difficult for him. Instead, he owed Shi. Thinking of this, Li Ming solemnly put down his chopsticks and spoke to Shi with a serious face. Xiaoxi, you don't have to be like this. If you have any ideas, just tell me. Shi smiled and shook her head when she heard that, straightened the hair around her ears, and spoke gently. I don't have any thoughts. I just suddenly came to my senses. Since things are already like this, we might as well accept each other openly. We haven't even been in a relationship yet, so getting married would be too hasty. I just want to treat you well from now on, treat you as my boyfriend, and cultivate our relationship. And I was wrong yesterday too. I was too impulsive and bit you. How is your wound? Li Ming listened to what Lin Shi said, secretly sensing the movement of the skills. But to Li Ming's surprise, what Lin Shi just said was true. The skills that he felt in his heart did not react at all. Lin Shi was actually so nice. She treated him like her boyfriend completely, and she even reflected on her mistakes, which made Li Ming flattered. The guilt I felt towards Lin Shi was about to overflow. My wound is fine, it's healed. Xiaoxi, you really don't blame me anymore? Li Ming asked tentatively with concern. Well, if I have to ask if it's weird or not, I still blame you a little, but before, I was too stuck in a dead end and attached too much importance to the first time. Actually, if I think about it, after that, you treated me like that. I suddenly realized the fun in it. Not only am I not mad at you, but I actually feel a little. I can't explain why. Anyway, it's like this now. I don't reject it, I actually like it. Lin Shi spread his hands and shrugged at Li Ming, indicating that he really had suddenly come to his senses and had no other intentions. Li Ming swallowed and digested Lin Shi's words. Even though he couldn't believe it, his skills would never deceive him. Lin Shi was actually conquered by his accident? Xiaoxi, what did you just say? Continue after you've eaten and drunk enough. What did you mean? Li Ming too asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Shi smiled gently again, picked up the chopsticks to pick up a piece of food for Li Ming, and then whispered in Li Ming's ear. It's just as you imagined. I want to try again. Consider it your way of making it up to me. You won't refuse me, will you? After Lin Shi finished speaking, her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. She thought she wouldn't be shy or embarrassed. After all, she was the deputy warden. But this matter seemed to have nothing to do with her position. At this time, she was just an ordinary woman, and this was exactly the feeling she wanted. Eat. Eat quickly. Today I will sacrifice my life. Li Ming picked up the chopsticks and was about to make a promise to Lin Shi and Joy, but Lin Shi quickly raised her hand to cover his lips. Oh, stop talking nonsense. Eat quickly. Lin Shi stopped Li Ming's bold words in time. Even if she wanted to be more open-minded, she was a virgin and could not stand Li Ming's bold words. Okay. You eat too. Li Ming was very excited. It was as if the big stone in his heart disappeared in an instant, which made his appetite very big. However, he did not just focus on eating by himself. He diligently put dishes into Lin Shi's lunchbox. If the second warden hadn't left yet, he would have been even more shocked by the heartwarming scene before him. She had been at Black Mountain Prison even earlier than Lin Shi, but she had never seen Deputy Warden Lin, who usually had a cold face, smile like this. It was astonishing, as if flowers that could only be seen in tropical regions had bloomed in the desert. At the same time, Xinjia, who had left the library earlier, has now returned to Xiahong's infirmary. The two of them were sitting opposite each other. This scene made the two of them feel somewhat familiar, but the person with a red face last time was Xiahong. But this time, it was Xinjia. The roles of the two were reversed. Xiahong looked at the blushing and shy Xinjia with a serious face. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and asked, Jia, what did you do? Your face is so red. Do you have a fever? Let me feel it. Xinjia felt even more embarrassed when she heard this. She quickly stopped Xiahong's outstretched hand, took a few deep breaths, and then calmed herself down and replied, Hong, I'm fine. I don't have a fever. I just came back in a hurry. I ran a little hot. Xinjia lowered her head awkwardly and didn't dare to look directly at Xiahong. She was afraid that Xiahong would see through her mistakes. She didn't have the nerve to tell Xiahong about the ambiguity just now. After all, she felt a little embarrassed just thinking about it. If she were to repeat it to Xiahong, it would be like a large-scale public execution. But the more Xinjia acted like this, the more suspicious Xiahong became. She was studying medicine, so she didn't know what it looked like after coming back from running. It was obvious that Xinjia was lying. Xinjia's face and body were flushed as if she was drunk, and her shyness was so obvious that it was almost overflowing. How could she not recognize him? After all, every time she thought of the ambiguous relationship between Li Ming and her face and body were exactly the same as Xinjia's at this moment. Obviously, he was moved. Chapter 141, Take It Out for a Walk. But this is a prison. Apart from Li Ming, there is no man in the prison. Is Xinjia in love? With whom? Could it be that Xinjia likes women? Was he molested by the criminal? It can't be with Li Ming. When Xiahong thought of this, the corners of her eyes couldn't help but jump, and she quickly asked again, Jia, what's going on? Don't try to scare me. You ran back with your face covered, and your face was so red. Someone who didn't know would think you were in love. Don't try to lie to me. Tell me now. When Xinjia heard Xiaohong ask this, she quickly looked in the mirror. Seeing her red face in the mirror, she knew she couldn't hide it anymore. It was too obvious. I didn't expect that my face would look like this when I was shy. I'm so useless. Xinjia sighed, turned around and faced Xiaohong's puzzled eyes, and finally spoke. It's nothing. Just now in the library, I was teaching your warden how to stretch, and he accidentally ripped his pants. And then the library door happened to be broken. When the prison guards opened the door from the outside, they happened to see this scene. I felt a little embarrassed, so I ran back. Xinjia told Xiaohong some things half-truthfully. After all, a person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. If he didn't say anything, it would seem like he had a secret. After listening to Xinjia's explanation, Xiaohong's expression of doubt turned into a strange one, and she thought to herself, it really is Li Ming. She said that there were no other men in the prison, and unless Xinjia changed his orientation, otherwise, Li Ming would be the only one left. Looking at Xinjia's shy look, it's really just that she ran back out of embarrassment. Could it be that Xinjia also has a secret crush on Li Ming? If this is true, what should I do? One is the man I like, and the other is my best friend. Xiaohong frowned tightly, took Xinjia's hand, and asked seriously, Jia, don't lie to me. Do you have any thoughts about our warden? How is that possible? Don't make wild guesses. We've only just met a few times. What could I possibly think? It's just a misunderstanding. You still don't believe me? I'm sure I don't have any thoughts. Who would go to prison to look for a man? Ha ha. Xinjia's eyes were panicked for a moment, but she immediately returned to her usual carefree self. She didn't know why, but when Xiaohong asked her about Li Ming, she felt like she was being caught. She and Li Ming had only had this one incident, so it shouldn't be considered as anything serious. Xiaohong keenly noticed the panic that flashed across Xinjia's eyes. Based on her understanding of Xinjia, she was afraid. Xinjia really had some special thoughts. Even if she didn't admit it, her behavior had already betrayed her. Xiaohong's eyes darkened. She knew that Xinjia was not trying to lie to her, but Xinjia herself had not yet realized that this relationship had already begun to take shape. Thinking of this, Xiaohong felt she should go talk to Li Ming. It is not surprising that Xinjia falls in love with Li Ming, such an outstanding man. After all, many prison guards have privately expressed their love for the warden, but they dare not take that step because they know that such an outstanding man as Li Ming is not someone they can covet. But Xinjia was different. She graduated from a prestigious university, had a fantastic figure, majored in dance, and was stunningly beautiful, like a fairy. She was also kind and innocent, and had never had a boyfriend. She was even more pure than she was. Li Ming probably wouldn't be able to resist a woman like this. Xiaohong wanted to talk to Li Ming and tell him not to let his best friend get too deeply involved. After all, she and Li Ming were only one step away from. If Li Ming could be made to show distance from Xinjia, given Xinjia's personality, she would definitely take the initiative to withdraw from the relationship. Then she could tell Xinjia about the relationship between her and Li Ming. This way, Xinjia would not be hurt, and she would not have to worry about whether to have a best friend or a man. Thinking of this, Xiaohong returned to normal and smiled at Xinjia. If you have any ideas, you must tell me first. Our warden may be handsome and prestigious, but she works for the prison system after all. She is destined not to accompany you shopping, watching movies, and dating like ordinary people. You can't stay in prison forever. If you can't stand the loneliness, don't have any other thoughts. Your parents want you to find a good family and start an ordinary family. Our warden is not suitable for you. Xiaohong advised Xinjia earnestly and also pointed out the interests involved. Seeing Xiaohong so serious, Xinjia also returned to normal. Her face turned pale again, and she smiled and waved her hand. I know, don't worry. I'm not obsessed with looks, and handsomeness alone won't catch my eye. I've been practicing dancing for half a day, and I'm exhausted. I'm going to rest inside and change clothes, and you can continue with your work. After Xinjia finished speaking, she opened the bedroom door on her own, took off her dance costume, and closed the door. Xiaohong was still a little worried when she saw the closed door, so she walked out of the infirmary and did not go to Li Ming's office immediately. Instead, she turned and went to the physical examination room. After entering the medical examination room, he closed the door and made sure that no one was there before he picked up his phone and called Li Ming. Beep, beep, beep. In Li Ming's office. At this time, Li Ming and Lin Shi had finished their meal. Lin Shi was cleaning up the lunch boxes and chopsticks they had used. After cleaning up, she looked at Li Ming, who was staring at her intently. She naturally understood what Li Ming's eyes meant. After all, she said it herself. However, at this moment, Lin Shi was actually a little nervous, fearing that it would not meet her expectations. She missed the feeling of freedom and being defenseless at that time. But now that it has come to this, Lin Shi naturally will not back down. He will take it out for a walk no matter whether it is a mule or a horse. So Lin Shi walked to the door first and locked the door of Li Ming's office. Then she turned around and looked at Li Ming with seductive eyes. At this time, Lin Shi was wearing the uniform of a deputy warden. The somewhat loose uniform covered up her perfect figure, but the skin exposed outside the uniform was all fair and translucent, and her appearance was even more amazing. Then, for some reason, as Lin Shi took a deep breath and walked towards Li Ming, she slowly put away her smile and showed her usual cold expression again. As he got closer to Li Ming, Lin Shi slowly raised his hand. Under Li Ming's surprised eyes, Lin Shi unbuttoned his collar. 1, 2, 3. Finally, she unbuttoned the uniform jacket. Lin Shi's perfect figure tightly wrapped in the shirt is also revealed. Even through a thin shirt, Li Ming could imagine the scene inside from the folds of the clothes. Lin Shi, who was wearing a uniform and had a cold expression, was actually 3 times more beautiful than last night. Li Ming just watched and couldn't help but imagine whether Lin Shi's expression would remain as cold and indifferent as it was now. This face must have an exceptionally beautiful singing voice. Chapter 142 Aunt? As Lin Shi took a step closer, she was now in front of Li Ming. Li Ming looked at the cold and beautiful woman right in front of him and could no longer control himself. A warm current rushed from bottom to top, directly to the top of Li Ming's head, and the warning halo was instantly opened. Li Ming was just about to hug Lin Shi in his arms and enjoy this beauty to his heart's content. But at this moment, the phone rang rapidly. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Lin Shi was stunned and looked into her coat pocket in surprise. The ringtone was her cell phone ringing. Who would actually call me at this time and in this place? It really ruins the mood. Lin Shi frowned slightly and let Li Ming hold her in his arms. Then she took out her cell phone from her pocket. She looked at the string of unfamiliar numbers and became even more confused. Not everyone has her number. Unless she dialed the wrong number, there shouldn't be any unfamiliar calls. Despite her doubts, Lin Shi decided to answer the call. She first raised her hand to stop Li Ming's big hand, and then signaled Li Ming not to be anxious and wait until she answered the phone. Li Ming finally calmed down, but he still didn't pull his hand away and was still holding Lin Shi. Lin Shi didn't care and slowly pressed the answer button. Hello? Who are you? Lin Shi asked in confusion. Is that Lin Shi? Did you recognize my voice? A woman's laughter came from Lin Shi's cell phone, and Li Ming, who was standing next to her, also heard it clearly. Sorry, I didn't hear it. Do we know each other? Lin Shi frowned and thought about it. He really didn't know who the woman opposite him was. Xiaoxi, I'm your aunt, Zhou Linlin. You can't even recognize my voice. The woman's voice suddenly sounded aggrieved. Aunt. We haven't seen each other for so many years. How could I remember I was still a child when we last met? Lin Shi suddenly remembered that he really had an aunt. However, her aunt was rather mysterious, often disappearing without a trace. She had only seen her a few times, and that was when Lin Shi was a child, when her aunt came to her house to visit her mother and also to see her. This made Lin Shi know that he had such an aunt. However, when Lin Shi asked his mother what his Aunt Zhou Linlin did, his mother remained silent. Lin Shi was young before and did not understand what this meant. But now she naturally knew that her aunt must be unusual and might work in some confidential unit. Lin Shi was really surprised when he heard his Aunt Zhou Linlin calling him. What kind of kid are you? The last time we met, you were already in junior high school. It's only been a few years, and you didn't even recognize your aunt. Woohoo! I'm going to complain to your mom. Zhou Linlin's aggrieved voice left Lin Shi and the eavesdropping Li Ming speechless. Oh, aunt, you are so grown up now. Why are you still the same as before? I just didn't recognize you at first, but I will recognize you when we meet. Lin Shi said helplessly. Xiaoxi, how come you are still so cute? Okay, come and see your aunt some other day, and your aunt will forgive you. Oh, by the way, I called you to tell you that your aunt has been transferred to the Prison Administration Bureau as the director, but I don't have the phone number and information of the boy from the Li family in my file. Please send me his phone number later. Zhou Linlin changed her tone, immediately changed her expression, and laughed sweetly. Aunt, you are the director now? You are my boss. Lin, she said in surprise. Even Li Ming was so surprised that his hands, which had been moving around just now, suddenly froze and stopped. Isn't the director of the Prison Administration Bureau Zhang Wenhai the one who was forced to step down by them? This position became vacant, but it turned out that Lin Shi's aunt was transferred there? Yes, I got a sinecure this time, and plan to retire in S-City. This position is good. There is nothing to do all day, and it's relaxing. You have to come often in the future. You are my only niece, and we live close to each other. If you don't come, I will complain to your mother, Zhou Linlin said lazily. What? Aunt, how old are you and you're already retired? If I remember correctly, you are only in your 30s, about 10 years older than me. You are so young, Lin, she said helplessly. She had no way to deal with her Versailles aunt. In his memory, this young aunt was very cynical and mysterious. To be honest, Lin, she was not very familiar with her. You're already over 30 and you're still young. I, your aunt, am already an old woman. You are the one who is really young. I heard that you were on a blind date with that kid from the Li family. Tell me how it goes. Zhou Linlin's voice suddenly became excited, and she was obviously very curious about her niece's emotional issues. This is okay. Aunt, I have something to do. I'll send you his phone number later. I won't talk to you for now. I'll go to S City to see you when I have the chance. Goodbye, Aunt. Lin, she spoke faster and hung up the phone without waiting for Zhou Linlin to reply. She herself didn't know how far the relationship with Li Ming had developed, so naturally, she wouldn't say much to her aunt. She had to quickly find an excuse and hung up the phone. Then he met Li Ming's equally curious gaze. Lin, she then explained with a wry smile. My aunt, we haven't seen each other for many years. The last time we met, I was just in junior high school. She is 10 years older than me. To be honest, I'm not very familiar with her. I didn't expect that she would be transferred to Zhang Wenhai's position. It's really a coincidence. After hearing Lin Shi's words, Li Ming couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Was Zhou Linlin's transfer to this position just a coincidence? Their prison had changed wardens so frequently in the past, and yet there was still no result. Judging from Zhang Wenhai's appearance, he was probably just a pawn in the open, and the big fish behind it hadn't surfaced yet. However, since Zhang Wenhai stepped down, their prison has been relatively peaceful, and he almost forgot about this matter. Zhou Linlin's transfer this time might be related to this matter, otherwise there wouldn't be so many coincidences in the world. However, Li Ming didn't have any clues right now, so he could only take things one step at a time. Or, he could wait for his father to call him next time and ask him if there was any deeper meaning behind his being sent to the prison. Thinking of this, Li Ming came back to his senses. At this moment, he was holding a stunningly beautiful and graceful beauty in his arms. Such a beautiful day is definitely not the time to think about messy things. There's an old saying that goes, when life is good, enjoy it to the fullest. If he doesn't have any idea with such a beautiful girl in his arms, it would be a waste of such a gift. Li Ming is no longer the person who would only react when forced by the system. Now, Li Ming felt Lin Shi's soft and relaxed body, and his blood was boiling again. Chapter 143, just give it a try. Li Ming and Lin Shi looked at each other, and both understood what the other meant. After Lin Shi hung up the phone, she turned off the phone directly, not wanting anyone to disturb her anymore. Lin Shi had already forgotten her identity as the warden at this time. This time, she once again experienced the feeling of not having to think about anything, forgetting her worries, and just thinking of herself as a woman. She couldn't help but think secretly, no wonder so many women would take the initiative to find men. It turns out that this kind of thing is not only liked by men, but women like it too. Just then, dingling. A rapid cell phone ringing sounded in their ears again. Li Ming came back to his senses and picked up the phone that was thrown on the table. When he saw the name of the caller, he was about to hang up. But Lin Shi stopped him. Don't hang up, look who it is. Lin Shi's voice trembled a little. Yes, Xiao Hong, Li Ming replied after hearing this. Answer it. What if something happens, Lin Shi said again. Xiao Hong usually wouldn't make a phone call easily. If something happened to a prisoner, it would be a bit unreasonable for the two warden to still be here wiping the tables and cleaning up. After all, the tables can be wiped at any time, and there is no need to rush. Li Ming heard Lin Shi say this. After swallowing, he answered the phone. He suddenly felt a little guilty. Although Xiao Hong and he were just like ordinary superiors and subordinates, and no one noticed anything, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't say anything nonsense during the phone call. What if Lin Shi heard something secret? Li Ming couldn't help but shudder, but Lin Shi asked him to answer the call. If he didn't answer it, wouldn't it seem like something was wrong? After hesitating for a second, Li Ming chose to answer the call, secretly thinking, Xiao Hong, please don't talk nonsense. Li Ming answered the phone, and Xiao Hong's voice came out. Warden, are you in the office? Li Ming adjusted his breathing slightly, trying his best not to let Xiao Hong hear anything unusual, and then he replied. Yeah, what's wrong? Sister Hong. Then I'd better go to your office and talk. Are you busy now? Xiao Hong asked again. I have something to do right now, so it's not very convenient. How about, let's talk about it another day? Li Ming asked tentatively. It would be best if Xiao Hong just hung up the phone. Otherwise, if there's something that can't be said over the phone, then it's definitely. Li Ming swallowed again, feeling extremely nervous. Oh, Then I'll tell you over the phone. It's about my best friend Xinjia. She just came back and seemed a little strange. Her face was red. I asked her what was wrong, and she said she was in prison just now and was accidentally locked up in the library with you. Seeing her state, I began to suspect that she has fallen in love with you. Xia Hong's distressed voice was heard clearly by Li Ming and Lin Shi. Lin Shi couldn't help but turned back and frowned, looking at Li Ming suspiciously. But Li Ming naturally wouldn't reveal any flaws. After all, there was really nothing between her and Xinjia. As long as Xia Hong didn't talk about her own affairs, Li Ming had nothing to fear. He calmed down a little and replied, "No way. The library door just happened to be broken. We were only there for a few minutes. You must be overthinking it. Besides, District Chief Huang, the second warden, and the prisoners practicing dancing were all here. It shouldn't be possible. Don't overthink it." In the medical examination room, Xia Hong held the phone with a distressed look on her face. She hoped that what Li Ming said was true, otherwise she didn't know what to do. So she thought about it and spoke again. "Warden, Xinjia has been my best friend since we were in school. Don't just think of her because she's pretty. You must keep your distance from her. If she falls in love with you, then I—" Before Xia Hong finished speaking, Li Ming was shocked when he heard half of it. He interrupted her without even finishing listening. "Ahem. Sister Hong, don't worry, I'm not some celebrity idol. It's not that easy for you to like me. Don't worry. Besides, Teacher Shun and I have only met twice. Don't overthink it. I promise everything will be fine." "Oh right. This is the thing you want to tell me, right?" "Ah, that's all. I feel relieved when you say that. There's nothing else. It's just, last time in the hospital, didn't you say you wanted to find me for a checkup? Why didn't you come?" Xia Hong's voice suddenly became somewhat ambiguous and charming. In the physical examination room downstairs in Li Ming's building, Xia Hong's face also began to turn red, just like Xinjia's just now. After they returned to the prison, Li Ming seemed to be very busy again, and he was nowhere to be found. She waited and waited, but Li Ming didn't even come to check on her. This made Xia Hong start to worry. This time, she couldn't help herself and asked. But what she didn't know was that Li Ming on the other end of the phone was with Lin Shi at the moment. Li Ming was startled when he heard Xia Hong ask this. He thought to himself that this was not good. He looked towards Lin Shi Wang, and it was just as he expected. Lin Shi turned around again. His suspicious eyes were no longer concealed, and he frowned as if he had guessed something. But she couldn't ask questions at this time, so she could only purse her lips tightly and continue listening to the conversation between Li Ming and Xia Hong. But Li Ming was feeling extremely bitter at this moment. He had just calmed Lin Shi down, but now Lin Shi suspected his relationship with Xia Hong. This was simply adding fuel to the fire and making things worse. Li Ming's eyes rolled as he quickly thought of a solution. Suddenly, he thought of what happened last night. As his offensive intensified last night, Lin Shi's hatred for her weakened. Perhaps. And now is a good opportunity for him to test it out. The time, the place, and the people are all right. How could he not be willing to give it a try? Li Mingxin made up his mind and decided to give it a try. One punch is enough to prevent 100 punches from coming. No sooner said than done. Li Ming did not forget to say to Xia Hong, "I've been a bit busy these past 2 days. I'll come find you when I'm free." Upon hearing this, Xia Hong's face became even brighter and more charming. She rolled up a strand of hair with her fingers and kept wrapping it around her fingers, making it into circles. For some reason, just hearing Li Ming's voice made her feel itchy inside, and she couldn't wait to see him. She was like a young girl who had just fallen in love. Once she found someone she liked, she would miss him all the time. When she was dating her previous boyfriend, Xia Hong had never felt this kind of concern, not to mention that Li Ming was so bad, and the last time was even more. For a conservative woman like her, it is not an exaggeration to say that all these shocks have caused her to rebuild her worldviews. She was looking forward to Li Ming's arrival. Chapter 144. Dissatisfied with real name authentication. Xia Hong didn't know what Li Ming was doing at the moment. She smiled slightly, and then spoke. "Okay, I'll wait for you then. You should come for a follow-up checkup. You should listen to the doctor. Have you been drinking more water recently?" Li Ming took the time to wipe the sweat from his head and looked at Lin Shi, who was staring at him with a resentful look on his face, biting his lips tightly, not daring to make a sound. Li Ming knew he had made the right bet. This trick worked, and Lin Shi was very concerned about her reputation, so she definitely didn't want Xia Hong to find out. So Li Ming couldn't hang up the phone anymore. He had to keep chatting with Xia Hong. Otherwise, when Lin Shi recovered and questioned him, he would have a hard time explaining himself. Why not just go all out? Li Ming's eyes were determined, and a bold idea made him tremble all over. Of course, Xia Hong understood what Li Ming meant, and she didn't reject it in her heart. In her last dream, the male protagonist was Li Ming. She had already accepted Li Ming without realizing it, and without any bottom line. Even though Li Ming said such explicit words bluntly, she did not feel it was abrupt. Instead, she enjoyed it and was just a little shy and worried. She was worried that Shunjia would see through her relationship with Li Ming. After all, she still wasn't sure whether Shunjia liked Li Ming or not. She planned to wait until Shunjia left and then find a chance to confront her. At this time, Lin Shi, hearing Xiaohong's answer, even though he bit his lips tightly and dared not make a sound, his eyes widened at this moment, and the shock in his heart was incomparable. It was just a suspicion just now, but now it's confirmed. How dare Li Ming? He talked about this topic with Xiaohong right in front of him, and Xiaohong actually cooperated. They had an affair without anyone noticing. Didn't Li Ming like Huang Ying? When did it become Xiaohong? Just act as if nothing happened. This series of blows almost made Lin Shi's brain crash. How dare Li Ming do that? Is he really bullying her because she's easy to talk to? I'm here to date you, not play one-on-two with you. Lin Shi was just about to get angry and let Li Ming know how powerful she was. But at this moment, I couldn't muster the strength. At the same time, the Bureau of Prisons. Lin Shi's aunt Zhou Linlin was sitting on a chair in the director's office at this moment. She waited and waited, but Lin Shi didn't send Li Ming's phone number. Zhou Linlin curled her lips and simply picked up the phone to call Lin Shi's mother, her elder sister. Beep, beep, beep. The call was picked up quickly. Hey, sister, Xiaoxi is not behaving well now. Not only did she hang up my phone, but she also sent me the phone number of that kid from the Li family. Xiaoxi was so cute before. Now that she has grown up, she doesn't even kiss her aunt. Zhou Linlin pretended to be aggrieved. Haha, you two have only met a few times. Why would I kiss you? When Xiaoxi had her birthday when she was little, I remember you gave her a toy snake as a gift that scared her. It would be strange for me to kiss you. It's your fault for being so frivolous. Lin Shi's mother didn't indulge her sister at all, and she hit her in the heart as soon as she came up. Ha, that was a long time ago. Xiaoxi must have forgotten it long ago. By the way, is there any chance between Xiaoxi and that kid from the Li family? I heard that the handsome boy is quite good looking. If Xiaoxi doesn't like him, why not give him to her aunt me? Zhou Linlin had a weird smile on her face. While talking, she lifted her legs directly onto the desk, looking cynical. Pooh. Can you be serious? You are already a grown-up. If you don't have a boyfriend, find one yourself. Don't think about our Xiaoxi. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you tell others about it? The blind date your brother-in-law found for you will be back in a few days. Don't forget to go. You are already grown up. Now that you are back, don't leave. It's time to start a family. Don't make me worry. Lin Shi's mother's voice became lower and lower. She didn't know what she was thinking about, but she was moved by the scene. Oh, I know. It's just a boyfriend. Why would I need a blind date? I can't trust you and your brother-in-law's judgment. You have to find your own boyfriend. Okay. You keep nagging me when I call you, so I won't say anymore. I have to get busy. Bye. Zhou Linlin hung up the phone directly. It was like this every time. When she called her sister, she would start nagging her after just a few words. It's not that she doesn't want to find a boyfriend. It's just that those men are all a bunch of ugly and none of them is worthy of her attention. Given her status, ordinary men are not even worthy of carrying her shoes. If you want to be with her, you have to be at least as good as her. This alone is not enough. You have to be at least handsome, humorous, considerate, and strong in all aspects. Her requirements were just so high, and those men couldn't even meet them. So how could they possibly catch the eye of Miss Zhou? Zhou Linlin snorted, threw her phone on the table, put her hands behind her head, and closed her eyes to rest. This position is good in every way, except it's a bit too idle. There's really nothing to do. Transferring myself here is a waste of talent. I might as well go to training camp. It's just a minor injury. Why make such a fuss? I'm still in my prime. If I really come back and get married, all the hardship I've endured over the years will be in vain. What a bunch of old fogies. What's wrong with being a woman? If I were a man, I'd definitely pull you off your horse so I can sit on top. I'm Zhou Linlin. I don't agree with the real name authentication. After a long time, the warden's office. At this time, Li Ming and Lin Shi were sitting opposite each other. There was no emotion on Lin Shi's face. Li Ming's expression was a little dull. I don't know what kind of blow I received. The atmosphere in the office is very weird. Finally, Li Ming licked his dry lips and spoke softly to test the waters. Xiaoxi, are you serious about what you said? Chapter 145 Surprise. Seriously. Lin Shi said lightly. Her voice was calm, and only after receiving Lin Shi's confirmation did Li Ming dare to believe it. The surprise came so suddenly. Li Ming's mind was still echoing with Lin Shi's bold words. Li Ming, I can accept your relationship with Xiaohong, even with Huang Ying, but you must marry me. I'm very satisfied with your performance, but your wife must be me, and only me. You are the only man who can get me. So no matter what the occasion, Whenever you mention your wife, Li Ming, it must be my name, Lin Shi. This is my bottom line, and it's also my reputation. People in our circle, you should know that it doesn't matter how many you have in private, but in public, there can only be one. This is my condition. If you agree to my terms, I will forgive you and I won't stop you from being with other women, but don't break the rules. First, you must not have a child. Second, you must not get her sick. Third, you must not bring her home. You should know the rules. If you feel uncomfortable, you can treat it as a marriage alliance. But when I need you, I want you to be available at my beck and call, even in a woman's bed. I finished what I'm saying. Do you agree or disagree? Lin Shi said this calmly to Li Ming, who was gradually becoming dumbfounded. She was sure that Li Ming would never refuse. Although the young people of their generation are very open-minded, a woman as considerate as her is definitely a rare find. Lin Shi did not say this on impulse. For second-generation people like Li Ming and her who have special identities, their private lives are naturally extraordinary. It can only be said that the countless movies and novels depicting their lives still lack some imagination. The plots that ordinary people think are shocking are just their daily lives. Lin Shi accepted it very quickly. Although she had imagined living with Li Ming like ordinary people, raising a family and taking care of their husband and children, it was obvious that Li Ming was no longer the person she had imagined. She did not find it too incredible. Instead, she felt that the current Li Ming was more in line with his identity. The shock she felt at that time was simply that Li Ming didn't take her seriously enough to be so blatant. While being with her, he was also flirting with another woman. However, after Lin Shi enjoyed it, she quickly accepted this fact. If she doesn't object, then there's no problem. At least Li Ming wasn't eating secretly outside. Xiaoxi, are you serious about what you said? Li Ming asked tentatively. Seriously. Lin Shi said lightly. I agree. Of course I agree. Xiaoxi, you are really so kind. Li Ming suddenly jumped up from the chair, quickly came to Lin Shi and hugged her in his arms. He was really excited. He didn't expect that the problem that had been bothering him was solved just like that. He really wanted to apologize to Lin Shi. He had misunderstood her so deeply before. Lin Shi was not as unromantic as he thought. She was so considerate. She has a good figure, is beautiful, has a straightforward personality, is gentle and considerate, understanding and reasonable. Li Ming can even find 100 reasons to praise Lin Shi. Now that he is asked to marry Lin Shi, he is naturally extremely happy. As long as it doesn't delay him from getting the treasure chest, he won't have any other complaints. As for the rules that Lin Shi mentioned, although he had just learned about them, there was nothing unacceptable to him. Lin Shi can accept it, so why should he, a grown man, refuse? After Li Ming hugged Lin Shi and loved her for a while, he gradually calmed down. Lin Shi did not resist Li Ming and even smiled. The fact that Li Ming was willing to marry her showed that she was still very important in Li Ming's heart. After all, her position as the legal wife could not be shaken by anyone. Okay, since you agree, it will be easy. I will tell my parents when I get a chance, and then get married as soon as possible. Don't mess around during this period. I don't want anything to go wrong with our wedding. Lin Shi reminded again. Xiaoxi, don't worry. Actually, I didn't want to marry you before for this very reason. If I had known you were so understanding, it wouldn't have gotten to this point. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Li Ming felt very guilty. He had caused too much harm to Lin Shi. Fortunately, the result was good now. He would definitely make it up to Lin Shi in the future. Needless to say, I was wrong too. And looking back, if you hadn't done anything to me back then, I'm afraid we'd still be fighting. Now it's like this. It's pretty good. Lin Shi straightened her messy hair and gave Li Ming a relieved smile. The rift between the two was completely resolved. Li Ming was so deeply moved that his breathing became heavier, but Lin Shi stopped him. He quickly said hello to Li Ming and left with his lunchbox. Back in the deputy warden's office, Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief. She had a deep understanding of Li Ming's strength. If she were alone, she would not be able to handle Li Ming's troubles. I have been doing it too frequently these past 2 days and my health has been in a state of emergency, so I naturally cannot accompany Li Ming anymore. Lin Shi returned to the bathroom, took a quick shower, and then lay down on the bed to rest. Not long after, he fell asleep. In the dream, Lin Shi had become Li Ming's wife. The two of them went in and out of various occasions openly. Wherever they passed, people gave way. Everyone envied the two of them for their handsome man and beautiful woman, and their powerful combination. Lin Shi also smiled happily. In Li Ming's office, solving Lin Shi's worries really made him extremely excited. He didn't feel tired at all. The effect of the 10-ingredient tonic pills was terrifyingly strong. Li Ming thought about it. Since he was going to marry Lin Shi, among all the women in his life, Xia Hong would probably have the biggest reaction. Wang Xian naturally had no thoughts. She was still a prisoner and might even bless Li Ming if he heard about his marriage. Her daughter Wang Qian might be unhappy, but Li Ming had no other thoughts about Wang Qian yet. She was not his woman at all. This is especially true for sisters Tan Chengqing and Tan Qingqing, both of whom were willing to have relationships with him. Yang Yang also said at the beginning that he did not seek any formal status, and he would be satisfied as long as she became one of his women. Su Qinghuan didn't care about the so-called marriage at all. To her, it was just a piece of paper. It would only be useful during a lawsuit. She didn't mind Li Ming having other women at all. She even wanted the more the better. Li Ming felt that Su Qinghuan was purely lustful. She not only liked male beauty, but also female beauty. Sisters Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu also had no complaints. From the beginning, they had positioned Li Ming as a noble man who could help and support the two women. They had never considered marrying Li Ming. They just wanted a solid backer to protect them from the wind and rain. By this calculation, only Xia Hong might be sad. Li Ming was also a little distressed. He had just told Xia Hong that he didn't like Lin Shi. If Xia Hong knew that they were about to get married, who knows what she would think? Moreover, Xia Hong had been hurt once and was finally persuaded by Li Ming. If it happened again, would she never be able to get over it? Sister Hong, how can I tell you this without hurting you? How about I come and apologize? Chapter 146. It's better to give you a good deal than to give him a good deal. Li Ming had no good solution for the moment, so he could only do this for now. This kind of thing still needs to wait for the right opportunity. Or start with her best friend, Xinjia, if Xinjia is also accepted. No. Sister Hong just warned him to stay away from Xinjia. If there is anything ambiguous between him and Xinjia, Xia Hong might not be able to accept it. We can only take a long-term view. Li Ming came back to his senses and shook his head in distress. It's not good to have too many women. It would be better if all of them were as considerate as Lin Shi. Li Ming picked up his cell phone and was about to check the time when a call came in. Looking at the unfamiliar number displayed on it, Li Ming was a little confused, but he still picked it up. A familiar voice suddenly came from the phone. Hello? Is that Li Ming? The owner of the voice was a woman, and Li Ming felt that the voice sounded familiar. It's me, who are you? Li Ming asked doubtfully. My name is Zhou Linlin. I'm the current director of the Prison Administration Bureau. I'm also Lin Shi's aunt. You may not have heard of me before, but it doesn't matter. Just ask Xiaoxi and you'll find out. Zhou Linlin explained to Li Ming with a smile in her voice. Li Ming suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this. He said that the voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. It turned out that the person was his aunt Zhou Linlin, who had just called Lin Shi. Oh, Director Zhou, I've heard of you for a long time. Li Ming said politely. He was a little uncomfortable with suddenly talking to Lin Shi's family. Lin Shi's aunt, wasn't that his aunt as well? Li Ming heard everything that Lin Shi and Zhou Linlin had on the phone just now, and he had some understanding of Zhou Linlin. Hey, what Director Zhou, aren't you so unfashionable? Either you call me aunt, or you call me Sister Linlin. Just call me Sister Linlin. It makes me look younger. Zhou Linlin said with a smile. Okay, Sister Linlin. Li Ming also smiled. That's right. Finding your phone number was really not easy. I had to go to my brother-in-law to get your number. My niece Xiaoxi, I specifically asked her for your number. She said yes, but guess what? She didn't send it to me. Oh my god, it's like she's afraid I'll do something with her boyfriend. She's grown up. She's become so ungrateful. Zhou Linlin kept complaining, and Li Ming was left in a state of confusion. He thought that it was not that Lin she didn't want to send it to him, but that after what happened between them, she finally forgot about it and didn't send it. However, Li Ming naturally would not tell the truth and just listened to Zhou Linlin complaining on the phone. Finally, Zhou Linlin might have said that she was tired, and Li Ming heard the sound of drinking water on the phone, a slurp. Only then did it stop. Hey, Shaoli, why don't you say anything? Don't you think so? Give me some advice. Zhou Linlin said dissatisfiedly. Yes. Sister Linlin, you're right, but, Sister Linlin, you called me. Is there something wrong? Li Ming asked tentatively. Zhou Linlin was in high spirits just now, and he didn't want to interrupt her. Now that she had finally stopped, he hurriedly asked, fearing that Zhou Linlin would stop and continue complaining. What's the matter? Oh, yes, I almost forgot. There is a meeting in 2 days. I have just been transferred here. The prison warden of each district in our city must come to the meeting and get to know me, the new director. I will message you when the time is set. After the meeting, don't leave when others have left. I have something to tell you. Zhou Linlin also suddenly realized and almost forgot the important matter. Okay, I will definitely be there, but, Sister Linlin, what do you want to tell me? You can't tell me now. Li Ming was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know what Sister Linlin, whom he had never met before, wanted to say to him. Well, It's not that I can't tell you, but I've never seen you, and I'm afraid you're not handsome enough, huh? Zhou Linlin suddenly laughed out loud, not knowing what she was thinking about. Li Ming was even more confused after hearing this. He had thought that it might be related to the latent cancer in the prison system, and his help was needed. Zhou Linlin might have been transferred to this position because of this. However, this kind of thing should have nothing to do with being handsome or not. Could it be that the big boss is a nympho who only likes handsome boys and wants him to seduce her by selling his body? Li Ming was puzzled and had to ask directly. Sister Linlin, what's going on? What does this have to do with being handsome? Zhou Linlin felt a little embarrassed when Li Ming asked this, but she still explained. Oh, this is a private matter. I'm old, and Xiaoxi's mom, my sister, wants to arrange a blind date for me. The guy will be here in a couple of days. I don't like him very much. You can go with me and pretend to be my cousin. Let's disgust him to death. I know he's a bad guy as soon as I saw his photo. He's very cunning. If I let you pretend to be my boyfriend, you will definitely not be able to fool him. Let's do something dirty and disgust him, and he will give up. What do you think? Are you willing to help me with this? Zhou Linlin on the other end of the phone was no longer sitting in the chair, but had gotten on the desk at some point. She was now sitting there carefree, with an excited look on her face. It is obvious that she is very confident in the plan she designed and is not afraid of disgusting that scheming man. Is this okay? If you don't like him, why don't you just say it directly? After listening to Zhou Linlin's explanation, Li Ming covered his face and said helplessly. He thought to himself how come he could be found for everything? Such a melodramatic plot would surely be discovered at a glance, not to mention someone with a deep mind. He didn't want to end up just trying to attract attention, and then he would be embarrassed along with Zhou Linlin. He didn't really want to help. Besides, this person is Lin Shi's aunt. It won't have a good influence if he messes around with her. Oh, it's not as easy as you say. If it were that easy to get rid of him, I wouldn't need your help. This man is the best match my sister has carefully selected for me. He's young and holds a high position. He's also very capable. Although his family background is ordinary, he climbed to his current position on his own. Doesn't he sound like a good match? Zhou Linlin sighed and continued. What a shame. This is exactly why I don't like him. It certainly wasn't easy for this man to climb to his current position. He's too calculating and too good at disguising himself. He'll do anything to achieve his goals. He's always calculating, even going on a blind date with me. Although I'm with him, he definitely won't treat me badly. After all, I'm his key bargaining chip for the next step up. But I don't like this kind of trash man. He uses me as a stepping stone. Bah. It's better to give him a good break than to give you a good break. Chapter 147 Cousin? Ahem. Sister Linlin. I get it. Isn't it enough for me to help you? After all, you are my elder. Please don't. Li Ming helplessly interrupted Zhou Linlin's lewd words. What do you mean by it's better to give me a good deal than to give him a good deal? What's wrong with giving me a good deal? He made it seem like I was too miserable. Ha ha ha, I just said that. Hey, grown men don't care about those little things. Anyway, just promise to help me. And I won't ask you for help in vain. I owe you this time. Just tell me if you have any problems, and I'll help you. Zhou Linlin patted her chest and promised. Okay, but you still didn't tell me what it has to do with whether I'm handsome or not. Li Ming asked doubtfully. I'm not pretending to be your boyfriend. He's just a cousin. Do you need to be handsome? After Li Ming asked this question, he didn't expect that Zhou Linlin would become shy instead. She explained a little embarrassedly. Oh, it's mainly because I'm obsessed with looks. If you're too ugly, I won't use you. Even if you're my cousin, ugly ones won't do. Otherwise, could you please take a photo and send it to me, preferably high definition, and censored, no Photoshop or beauty filters. It would be best if you could go shirtless and show off your muscles. I prefer to see 8-pack abs. Do you have any? Zhou Linlin hadn't finished speaking yet. Li Ming raised his eyebrows and hung up the phone directly. Li Ming rubbed his forehead speechlessly. He didn't expect that his Aunt Lin, she was so lustful. She started talking in such lewd words, comparable to Su Qinghuan. If she were an ordinary person, it would be fine, but she was Lin Shi's aunt. Maybe soon he would have to call her aunt. It was really not appropriate. To avoid embarrassment in the future, Li Ming hung up the phone directly and pushed back the rest of Zhou Linlin's harsh words. I am not a casual person. How can I take photos of others casually, with bare chests and 8-pack abs? He really has 8-pack abs and his face is so handsome, but I just want to have everything but not take photos. I am good looking and can do whatever I want. I believe Zhou Linlin will be very satisfied when she sees him. Prison administration. Zhou Linlin continued to ask Li Ming for photos, but suddenly she heard a busy tone on her phone and then she realized what was happening. This little bastard actually hung up on her. How disrespectful of elders. What are you talking about? You are my elder, bah. This stinky boy. His temper is really similar to Lin Shi's. Maybe we can really get together in the future. At least our tempers are compatible. As Zhou Linlin thought about it, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of her mouth again. It seems that the following life is not too boring, otherwise she would not be able to stay here. Life will be more colorful with some spice. Time flies and the years pass by. The next morning, Li Ming got up early. Today is the day for the preliminary round of the dance competition, he ordered. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. Although the preliminary round was nothing interesting and the prisoners had not practiced for a few days, it was still nice to feast the eyes. After Li Ming finished packing, he left the office, but he did not go downstairs directly. Instead, he went to Lin Shi's office next door and knocked on the door. As soon as the door was knocked, Lin Shi opened it for him. Lin Shi hadn't finished cleaning up yet, so he turned sideways to let Li Ming enter first, and then went into the bathroom again. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Although it was the first time that Li Ming called her today, it seemed as if they had experienced it many times. The two looked at each other and smiled. Li Ming sat on the chair and waited quietly. Lin Shi also went to the bathroom and tied her hair in front of the mirror. Soon, Lin Shi packed up, put on his uniform and hat, and stood in front of Li Ming in a dashing manner. Lin Shi saluted Li Ming and smiled slightly. "Warden, let's go. I've packed everything. Today's preliminary round will begin after the prisoners finish their meal. The other prisoners will continue to work in the factory, and the participating groups will stay to compete. Also, I've already given the order. As you said, if there are particularly outstanding prisoners in the eliminated teams, they can be merged into other teams to form groups of 5, and then have a rematch. This will indeed make the viewing experience much better." Lin Shi reported the details of the game to Li Ming one by one. Li Ming looked at Lin Shi with a serious face and was very satisfied. Lin Shi was now well-behaved and obedient, and he liked her more and more. "Okay, Xiaoxi, I get it. Let's go. Let's go to the cafeteria first to eat something so we don't watch the game on an empty stomach. Then we'll go to the prison area. By then, the prisoners will have almost finished eating." Li Ming grabbed Lin Shi's little hand and placed it in his palm, stroking it gently, obviously loving it very much. Lin Shi blushed slightly, nodded, pulled her hand out of Li Ming's hand, and pulled Li Ming into the elevator with her. Even if she accepted Li Ming in her heart, Lin Shi was still a little shy. Li Ming had never made such ambiguous moves before. It was like the two of them got married first and then fell in love. Although the procedure was not quite right, Lin Shi still liked the way Li Ming treated her. The two of them came to the cafeteria side by side. In the surprised eyes of many prison guards, Lin Shi not only helped Li Ming prepare the meal, but also ate with Li Ming face to face. There is no longer the tension between the deputy warden and the warden as in the past. The guards thought, is this a sign of ending the pretense? A showdown? Just openly dating? Especially the second warden who was eating at the moment. She was full of complaints in her heart. She had just warned her yesterday not to talk nonsense outside, but she was so scared that she specifically ordered the two prison guards who were on good terms with her not to tell anyone. But early this morning, these two came over to eat side by side, without even pretending. Deputy Warden Lin was even more so. "You always have a stern face, but why aren't you stern today? What's so happy about it? Look at you smiling. Why don't you tell everyone about it, and make them happy too?" However, these were just what the second warden thought in her mind. The reality was that she buried her head in eating, fearing that Li Ming would discover her whereabouts. The prison guards who were eating watermelon next to her were not informed by her. "But you two are too ostentatious. You can't see me, the second supervisor muttered to himself. "Second supervisor, come here for a moment." Li Ming's voice suddenly rang out in the quiet cafeteria. Cough, cough, cough. The second supervisor was muttering that she couldn't see me when she suddenly heard Li Ming calling her. She was so frightened that she couldn't swallow her food and kept coughing. The warden is coming." The second supervisor tried hard to hold back his tears, immediately ran to Li Ming's side, saluted, and replied, "Well, don't be anxious. I called you here just to ask you if you have seen District Chief Huang, Dr. Xia, and Teacher Xin. Why didn't I see them come to dinner?" Li Ming asked indifferently. Report to the warden. They are behind you." Chapter 148, Is This Your Girlfriend? Later, after hearing what the second supervisor said, Li Ming looked back in confusion. Really? At this moment, Huang Ying was with Xia Hong and Xin Jia, and the three of them were standing at the door of the cafeteria. And the expressions of the three of them are extremely wonderful. Huang Ying's face was full of admiration. The three of them had been at the door for a while, watching Lin Shi and Li Ming eating face to face and chatting happily. Lin Shi also looked at Li Ming with tenderness. She really admired Li Ming from the bottom of her heart. I didn't expect that Lin Shi, who was so difficult to deal with, could also be captured by the warden. The expressions and performances of the two of them clearly showed that their relationship had made great progress. Huang Ying, who thought she knew Li Ming's little secret, was full of admiration when she saw Li Ming maneuvering between Xia Hong, Su Qinghuan, Xin Jia, and the most difficult Lin Shi. Xin Jia looked at Lin Shi with a strange look. It was the first time she saw Lin Shi since she came to the prison. She had heard about the existence of this devilish deputy warden from Xia Hong and other prison guards a long time ago. But hearing is believing. The woman in front of me, with her delicate face, three-dimensional features, stunning appearance, and gentleness and consideration, is by no means a ferocious and terrifying devil warden. Seeing her and the warden glancing at each other and smiling while eating, she actually felt that this woman was really a good match for the warden, like a match made in heaven. No wonder the warden had no reaction to her daughter Xia Hong. It turned out that she already had someone in her heart. But why did she feel a little uncomfortable when she saw how affectionate they were? Xin Jia frowned slightly and couldn't help but think of the accident with Li Ming in the library. Her face flushed slightly again. Xia Hong, who worried Li Ming the most, looked at Li Ming looking back at her. Her face, which had turned pale at some point, became even paler now. Her fingers tightly grasped the white coat, and the blood disappeared from her fingertips due to the force. Her beautiful eyebrows were wrinkled into a ball. She no longer looked like the seductive Xia Hong in the past. She wanted to act strong and pretend that she didn't care. After all, she knew from the beginning that Li Ming came to the prison to have a blind date with Lin Shi and cultivate their relationship. She was the one who intervened and wanted to snatch the man Lin she had intended for. But Li Mingming had called her yesterday, saying he missed me. He had also done so many ambiguous things with me. I had helped him in the infirmary. I had taken off my shoes in the hospital. But how did it come to this? Didn't Lin Shi and Li Ming already break up? Hadn't I already successfully snatched Li Ming away? How could this happen? Has he been lying to me and cheating on my feelings all along? When Xia Hong thought of this, she couldn't control her emotions for a moment, and tears instantly filled her eyes. Her face met Li Ming's gaze with a miserable expression. Li Ming turned his head and naturally looked at Xia Hong first. Seeing Xia Hong's pale face, he was shocked. He knew that Xia Hong must have guessed something because she saw him and Lin Shi having a good chat. He was just about to stand up and say something, but he didn't expect Lin Shi to be one step ahead of him and stand up first. Lin Shi stood up, attracting the attention of Xia Hong and others. She smiled slightly and slowly walked towards the three people standing at the door. Sister Hong, come with me. I have something to tell you. Lin Shi waved to Xia Hong, brushed past the three of them, and walked out of the cafeteria. When Xia Hong heard Lin Shi call her to talk, although countless emotions surged in her heart, she gritted her teeth and swallowed back her tears without being noticed by Xin Jia and Huang Ying who were standing beside her. After Xia Hong nodded, she turned around and followed Lin Shi's pace. The two of them disappeared from Li Ming's sight one after the other. Only the prison guards in the cafeteria were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Lin Shi led the way, and Xia Hong followed behind her without saying a word. The two of them walked all the way to the garden behind the office building, and then Lin Shi stopped. Lin Shi looked around worriedly again, and only felt relieved after making sure that there was no one else here. He smiled slightly and sat on the bench in the garden. Xia Hong had calmed down by now, and sat down with Lin Shi with an expressionless face. The two of them sat on either side, leaving a large empty space in the middle. Only then did Lin Shi slowly speak. Sister Hong. Li Ming in the cafeteria watched Lin Shi take Xia Hong away, but he did not stop him. Perhaps it would be more effective if Lin Shi confronted Xia Hong than if he talked to Xia Hong himself. Li Ming came back to his senses and waved to Huang Ying and Xin Jia. Director Huang, Teacher Xin, please come over and have dinner. We have to be busy with the competition soon. Huang Ying and Xin Jia nodded, got their food, and sat down at the table next to Li Ming to eat. Seeing that there was nothing more fun to watch, the prison guards all sped up their eating. Soon, only Huang Ying, Xin Jia, and Li Ming were left in the cafeteria. I don't know what Lin Shi and Xia Hong were talking about. Everyone had finished their meal, but they still hadn't come back. Huang Ying looked at the time and then spoke to Li Ming. Warden, I'm going to the prison area to arrange for the prisoners for the competition. You guys wait here for the deputy warden and Dr. Xia. I'm going to be busy now. Li Ming naturally had no objection to hearing this and nodded. Huang Ying left first. This time only Xin Jia and Li Ming were left. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Li Ming spoke first. Sister Xin, I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. I've already told them not to talk nonsense. Don't worry. No, it's okay. I don't take it to heart. It's all a misunderstanding. If I hadn't insisted on teaching you, you wouldn't have fallen. We're even now. Xin Jia didn't dare to look at Li Ming and replied in a low voice while slightly avoiding his gaze. That's good that you don't mind, Sister Shun. I feel relieved. After today's game, I may not be in prison forever. As for those two prisoners, I'll leave everything to you, Sister Shun, Li Ming whispered. I know, there will definitely be no problem. You just focus on your own thing. I can't say anything else, but I am very confident in this aspect. Xinjia smiled slightly and was not very worried. It was obvious that he was confident. Li Ming nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. He also admired Xinjia's confident look. She was like a proud white swan. Xinjia also happened to have a slender swan neck. Her body proportions were simply born for dancing, and she deserved her confidence. After the two finished talking about business, the atmosphere became a little subtle again. Xinjia glanced at Li Ming, with some hesitation on her face, but she couldn't resist her growing curiosity and asked Li Ming, Warden, that Deputy Warden Lin just now, is she your girlfriend? It seems to me that your relationship is a little unusual. Chapter 149 Another Accident. Sister Shun, it's okay to tell you. Actually, Lin Shi and I have known each other since we were young, and our elders are also good friends. After I came to this prison, there were some minor frictions with Lin Shi, so we were always at odds. I happened to talk it out with her yesterday, and now we're back together. I didn't mean to hide it from you yesterday. Li Ming explained seriously. Oh, it's okay. The relationship between you two, who have been childhood sweethearts, is something I envy. It's just a pity that we were separated. Ha ha ha, it seems I have no chance. Xinjia laughed and didn't take it too seriously. After all, they had only seen each other for a few days. Even if there had been some minor incidents, their feelings were not that deep. Xinjia easily let go of the slight resentment that had just welled up in his heart. She had thought about it seriously when she went back yesterday. She and Li Ming were indeed not suitable for each other, no matter how handsome and outstanding Li Ming was. But Xia Hong was right. She couldn't stay in prison forever. She was an urban beauty and was destined to travel around the city. Her parents at home also wanted her to find a good family and live an ordinary life. Being with Li Ming was inevitably a bit too lonely. She probably couldn't stand the feeling of being alone at home and not seeing Li Ming for 10 days or 8 days. She was a social animal and definitely couldn't do it alone. So Xinjia, who had come to terms with things, envied the childhood sweetheart relationship between Li Ming and Lin Shi. She didn't have such a childhood sweetheart, only Xia Hong as a good friend. But she is not gay, and her orientation cannot be changed. Otherwise, wouldn't it be wonderful for her and Xia Hong to live together? Yeah, I have to say it, we are really destined to be together. Surprises happen one after another. If you don't know us, you would think we are filming a TV series. Li Ming also smiled slightly and shook his head. Sometimes reality is much more absurd than TV dramas. Hey, Warden, please don't say anything. If you continue, what if something unexpected happens and Deputy Warden Lin happens to see it? Then you'll have another conflict. Don't dare to say anything careless. Xinjia covered her mouth, not knowing what she was thinking about, and laughed so hard that her body shook. When Li Ming heard this, he also imagined some scenes in his mind. Although Lin Shi clearly said that she would not care if he found other women outside, she still couldn't bring it to the front of the stage. In Lin Shi's view, that would be a naked challenge to her status. Lin Shi's meaning was simple. In public, there could only be her. In private, she didn't care about anything else. Even if Li Ming found 100 women, as long as they didn't get the child sick, she could accept it. This is the charm of Lin Shi, which makes Li Ming love her very much. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? Li Ming and Xinjia smiled at each other and ended the topic tacitly. Although Li Ming liked Xinjia very much, he didn't have to sleep with every one of them. What's more, Xia Hong was her best friend. He felt a little uncomfortable, so he didn't take the initiative. So after waiting for a long time but Lin Shi and Xia Hong didn't show up, he decided to go out and take a look. Li Ming took Xinjia out of the cafeteria and looked around. The prison guards had already returned to their respective positions. The prisoners in the prison area should still be eating, so the competition could not start for the time being. Moreover, the weather was really good today and the sun was very bright. So Li Ming had an idea and took Xinjia to the small garden pavilion behind the office building. It was the season when birds were singing and flowers were blooming. Li Ming had been in prison for a long time, but he had never been to this small garden. Since they had nothing to do and they didn't want to sit there, they just strolled around. Xinjia was better than Li Ming. Xia Hong had brought her here last time, so she walked slowly towards the pavilion with Li Ming as if she was familiar with the place. Just as the two of them were getting close to the pavilion, a familiar voice clearly reached their ears. After a quick look, Xinjia and Li Ming realized that Lin Shi and Xia Hong were also in the pavilion in front. Li Ming was just about to take Xinjia forward, but the content of the conversation between Xia Hong and Lin Shi made them stop suddenly. They looked at each other in shock. Xiaoxi, is everything you said true? Xia Hong said in surprise, unable to hide the shock in her tone. That's right. Sister Hong, I shouldn't have told you this, but I don't care about Li Ming's other women, nor do I want to care. But Sister Hong, you've been taking good care of me these past 2 years since I came to prison. I treat you as my sister, so I'm telling you. Our family background is indeed extraordinary, so Li Ming and I both bear the responsibility of carrying on the family line and strengthening the family. Li Ming won't have me as the only woman. Right now, I know there are only you and District Chief Huang. I don't know how many others there are out there, and I don't know how far you've progressed. But, Sister Hong, if you give up on Li Ming because of me, I don't think that's necessary. After all, who knows how many more women he'll harm in the future. Besides, Li Ming is already pretty good in our circle. I used to think he was a good, monogamous man, but then I realized I was too naive. Even my parents wanted me to have more children, not to mention he's a man. So, I've said everything I need to say. Sister Hong, think about it for yourself. If you choose to follow Li Ming, you're destined to never be his wife in public, nor will you be able to live an ordinary family life. This is an unchangeable fact. Choosing to continue following him also means you have to accept the fact that he has other women. Your man is not just yours, but shared with other women. Sister Hong, can you accept that? Lin Shi's words ended here, and the voice clearly reached the ears of Xia Hong, Xinjia, and Li Ming. The three of them were stunned where they were, unable to accept this explosive news for a while. As the person involved, Li Ming reacted the fastest and looked at the stunned Xinjia with an embarrassed expression. I secretly regretted bringing Xinjia here. I didn't expect that the accident I just mentioned in the cafeteria would happen again. He heard it so clearly, so Xinjia naturally understood what Lin Shi meant. Just yesterday, he told Xinjia that he and Xia Hong had nothing to do with each other, but it was exposed within a day. Moreover, Xinjia heard the explosive news that he had multiple women. It was simply a way to make Li Ming feel socially devastated, and he had no desire to live. Facing Xinjia's expression of shock, Li Ming could only force out an awkward smile. But what shocked Xinjia was far more than that. After listening to Lin Shi's explanation, Xia Hong in the pavilion in front finally came to her senses from the news that overturned her worldview. Xia Hong had a conflicted look on her face, and her usually charming face was now twisted into a knot. Can she really accept Li Ming like this? Chapter 150, Let Xia Hong Go. Xiaoxi. I don't know either. Although I really like him, but I have never thought of sharing him with others. And it's not just you. You said he has other women. Do you really not mind him like this? Xia Hong was conflicted and still wanted to ask Lin Shi what he thought. As a woman herself, she was very curious about how Lin Shi could accept this. According to traditional concepts, couples should be together for life, and this is not ancient society. Men having 3 wives and 4 concubines has long become history. But in today's social environment, can these people with so-called special identities act so recklessly? Lin Shi didn't show any strange expression when she heard that. She smiled calmly and sat closer to Xia Hong before she spoke. Sister Hong, this world isn't as simple as you think. There are many things happening all the time that you can't even imagine, in places you can't see. The more you know, the more you get used to them, and you don't even think they're a big deal. There are many bastards who rely on their own power and wealth to prey on ordinary women, using all sorts of methods and refusing to give up until they achieve their goals. Do they really receive the punishment they deserve? No. If you like each other because of feelings, then don't worry about anything else. Just follow your heart. He didn't force you or use any tricks on you. It's just the purest emotional attraction between the two of you. This is already the best result. And if it's you, Sister Hong, not only wouldn't I mind, I think it's pretty good too. It's much better than Li Ming going out and messing around with some questionable women. Xia Hong scratched her head in distress after hearing what Lin Shi said. She couldn't accept it for a moment. She asked again, Xiaoxi, these words of yours are truly your own thoughts, not something Li Ming asked you to say. Lin Shi smiled again when he heard that, then shook his head and said seriously, of course he didn't ask me to say this. If he were to tell you something, you'd definitely find it harder to accept. It would be better if I were to say it. These are completely my own thoughts. I welcome you to join us. Sister Hong. Xia Hong swallowed nervously. Lin Shi's words today completely destroyed all her previous fantasies about Li Ming. Yesterday, she was still worried about what her best friend Xinjia was thinking about Li Ming, but today she got such shattering news. But Xia Hong thought carefully about the various experiences she had with Li Ming, whether it was the first time they met or until now. Li Ming had never made her feel uncomfortable, and she could also feel Li Ming's undisguised love for her. Although it was a little bit erotic, it was not excessive. She also liked the way Li Ming looked at her, and the way he breathed rapidly and muttered her name. There is no doubt that she likes Li Ming. Looking at Lin Shi's earnest and sincere invitation, she thought of how she and Lin Shi had always gotten along very harmoniously before Li Ming came, even taking a bath together. After Li Ming came, he rescued her from the abyssal nightmare of her ex-boyfriend, causing her to develop a strong dependence on Li Ming. All her past nightmares were replaced by an ambiguous relationship with Li Ming. All these things came flooding back to her mind. Xiaohong bit her lip and finally nodded. Okay, Xiaoxi, if you don't mind, then naturally I don't mind either. As long as Li Ming still wants me, then I am willing to be with him. Although Xiaohong's voice became lower and lower, Li Ming and Xinjia still heard it clearly. Xinjia's already shocked expression dropped to a state of dread. She hadn't expected that Xiaohong, who had always been stubborn, would actually agree to share Li Ming with another woman. What on earth is so charming about Li Ming that Xiaohong is so devoted to him? Could it be that he has saved Xiaohong's life before? Could it be that Xiaohong, who was talking inside, had been taken away and replaced by someone else? Is this still the Xiaohong she knew? Xinjia turned her neck stiffly and looked at Li Ming, who suddenly looked happy, with a look of disbelief and curiosity on her face. Although she and Li Ming had some ambiguous actions yesterday, she later inadvertently recalled her special feeling at that time, and the shock did make her a little shaken. But if she were to face the choice Xiaohong is making now, 2 or more women would share one Li Ming. She would definitely refuse without hesitation. Even if there was only one man left in the world, Xinjia would not agree to share a man with so many women. Xiaohong is not afraid of getting sick. She wanted to go up and scold Xiaohong to wake her up, but it was obviously not a good time. Not to mention that Li Ming was here. The fact that Xiaohong could make such a decision must mean that she was deeply in love with Li Ming. If she broke in at this time, it might backfire, so Xinjia held back. After hearing this, Xinjia didn't want to listen anymore. She didn't make a sound and quietly returned the same way. When Li Ming saw Xinjia walking back, he came back to his senses, suppressed the surprise and excitement in his heart, and slowly followed Xinjia's back and walked out of the small garden. Neither of them spoke a word on the way. Li Ming was a little embarrassed, but even he did not expect that Xiaohong actually liked him to this extent. Even after Lin Shi told her so frankly about their relationship and the many women who might be involved with him outside, Xiaohong still chose to follow him without hesitation. If Xinjia hadn't been beside him, he might have rushed in and hugged the sensible Lin Shi and the thoughtful Xiaohong in his arms. After secretly giving Lin Shi a thumbs up in his heart, Li Ming didn't know how to talk to Xinjia in front of him. After all, he had just lied to Xinjia yesterday. The two of them walked all the way to the cafeteria entrance before Xinjia stopped. Xinjia took a few deep breaths before calming down and turned to Li Ming and said, "Warden Li, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything about what just happened and won't spread it around. But don't blame me. Xiaohong and I are best friends. When we get back, I'll definitely persuade her to leave you. She's still young and has a lot of life ahead of her. She'll meet many men in the future. It's undeniable that you're truly outstanding in every way. But I think Xiaohong wouldn't be doing too badly even if she wasn't with someone as outstanding as you. She's been hurt once before, as you should know, and I don't want her to be hurt again. You are too dangerous. I can't leave Xiaohong with you. She's very innocent, and her heart is like that of a little girl. You're so handsome, have a good family background, and hold a high position. You'll definitely never be short of women in the future, and I hope you can. Let Xiaohong go." Chapter 151 Swing Supremacy. Xinjia spoke to Li Ming one sentence after another with a serious expression. She was really worried about handing Xiaohong over to the handsome warden in front of her, although she didn't understand Li Ming as well as Xiaohong did. But, no matter what, Xiaohong was the one who made the sacrifice. In Xinjia's mind, Xiaohong can definitely find a man who is devoted to her. Even if he is not as handsome as Li Ming or does not have a high status like Li Ming, at least she can live a normal life. But if she followed Li Ming, he had so many women, maybe one day he would get tired of Xiaohong and kick her away. It wouldn't matter if Xiaohong died, but the main thing was that Xiaohong, who had been hurt before, really couldn't bear such a severe blow. She didn't dare to imagine what Xiaohong would be like by then. Would she become completely hopeless and commit suicide? Would she never recover from the blow? Or would she shave her head and become a nun? Xiaohong, who should have been in the spotlight, should not have been deceived by a man like this. She, Xinjia, must stop Xiaohong. If Xiaohong persists, she will find Li Ming's shortcomings and let Xiaohong see them with her own eyes. Only in this way can Xiaohong change her mind and completely leave the human trafficker Li Ming. Xinjia secretly made up his mind and looked serious. As for Li Ming, after hearing Xinjia's comments on him, he felt a little out of place. Xinjia asked him to let Xiaohong go, as if he was some evil devil who did all kinds of evil. But he and Xia Hong truly liked each other. He fell in love with Xia Hong at first sight when he first came to the prison. In fact, Xia Hong was the only woman he had ever taken the initiative to flirt with, which was enough to prove that Li Ming liked and valued Xia Hong. Although he did have relationships with multiple women, Xia Hong definitely had a place in his heart. He was not an ungrateful, cold-hearted scumbag. So how could he say that it was too dangerous and too unreliable to leave her to him? Besides, he and Xia Hong are in love with each other, so why would he talk about letting Xia Hong go? Li Ming scratched his head with a wry smile. He knew that Shun Jia and Xia Hong were good friends and had a special relationship. It was normal for him to worry about Xia Hong, so Li Ming had to explain. Sister Shun, it's actually not as serious as you think. Sister Hong and I are in love with each other. Although I lied to you yesterday, I never lied to Sister Hong. My relationship with the deputy warden was only reconciled yesterday, and we've made progress. If Sister Hong is willing to follow me, I will definitely not let her down. No matter who it is, I will treat everyone equally and won't show favoritism. Li Ming said this very seriously. But unfortunately, Shun Jia didn't listen to Li Ming's nonsense at all at this time. She suddenly remembered a sentence. I would rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than believe a man's broken mouth. She has her own judgment on right and wrong, and she will keep an eye on him. Shun Jia did not respond to Li Ming's words. She just shook her head slightly and ended the topic. Li Ming did not continue to explain. He knew that his few words would not be able to change the impression of him in Shun Jia's mind. The two waited in the cafeteria for a while before Lin Shi and Xia Hong finally arrived. There was no trace of flaw on the two women's faces. If Li Ming and Shun Jia hadn't overheard the inside story, they would have thought nothing had happened. Shun Jia looked at Xia Hong with some resentment, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Xia Hong kept stealing glances at Li Ming. Although she didn't show any expression, she was paying too much attention to him. Lin Shi smiled slightly, looked at the time, and said to everyone, "Let's go. They should be ready by this time. Let's go take a look." Li Ming nodded calmly, and the few of them walked into the prison gate together with their own thoughts. After passing through the prison area, several people arrived at the competition venue. At this time, chairs and a stage had been set up in the entertainment hall, and dance music was ready on TV. The prisoners lined up in groups, and the prison guards were on high alert, fearing that the prisoners would cause trouble at this critical moment. Everything is ready, just waiting for Li Ming and others to come and announce the start. Li Ming nodded with satisfaction and sat in the judge's seat with a few women. He had the final say in today's preliminary round. If he said someone advanced, they advanced. If he said someone was eliminated, they were eliminated. After exchanging a glance with Lin Shi, Li Ming nodded, indicating that the competition could begin. Then the music started. At first, Li Ming thought it was very interesting and watched the prisoners' dances in their entirety. However, after watching several teams in a row, Li Ming frowned and waved his hand to signal the elimination of the prisoners before they finished their performances. It's not that he is too ruthless. It's just that the performance of these unqualified prisoners is too bad. Not only is there no aesthetic sense, but the movements are also messy. There is absolutely no uniformity. There is not even a team of younger people to be seen. It is not pleasing to the eyes. Li Ming found it more and more boring the more he watched, and he really didn't want to be a judge anymore. However, he couldn't just quit and run away, so he had to watch with a dull attitude. He also underestimated the prisoners' enthusiasm for this competition. He hadn't noticed it before, but now there are suddenly so many teams. After asking Lin Shi, he realized that many teams did not accept Shinjia's guidance. These teams are generally older, and they started out in a chaotic manner, focusing on participation, and then they were directly eliminated by the impatient Li Ming. Just like that, the progress of the game was constantly accelerated by Li Ming, and finally it was Tan Qingqing and Wang Xian's turn to play. When Li Ming saw that it was the two of them, he finally perked up a little. As the music started, Tan Qingqing started dancing with Wang Xian. Li Ming didn't know before that Tan Qingqing not only had a good figure, but also danced well. She really had some basic skills. No wonder her body flexibility was so good. Although Wang Xian was a little behind, she was able to keep up with Tan Qingqing's movements after 2 days of Shun Jia's guidance. The performance of the two was the best among all the teams he had seen today. After the two finished their performance, Li Ming directly announced their advancement. Tan Qingqing and Wang Xian bowed to express their gratitude and then left the stage. With so many prison guards watching, the two women naturally did not dare to act recklessly and obediently returned to the group of prisoners. After watching it, Li Ming had more confidence in the two women. The other teams were so weak that these two women seemed more powerful. The competition continued, and Li Ming continued to eliminate teams, but suddenly 2 beautiful figures appeared on the stage, which made Li Ming, who was already drowsy, perk up. Li Ming had never seen these two prisoners before. Otherwise, he would have had an impression of them, because the two prisoners standing on the stage at this time did not look like locals, but had some exotic style. With a high nose bridge, thick eyelashes, big eyes, deep and three-dimensional facial features, fair skin, tall stature, slender thighs, and a spectacular outline that cannot be covered up by the thin prison uniform. They are obviously a pair of sisters from the western regions. Li Ming's eyes lit up. He sat up straight and looked carefully at the two women on the stage. Exotic? Swing? Chapter 152 Guya, Asha. As the music started, the two women smiled at Li Ming and began their performance. The two women, who were already gifted with graceful figures, danced gracefully to the music. They coordinated with each other in perfect harmony, and a dance from the western regions was presented before everyone's eyes. Even Xinjia, who was standing by, admired it a little. Xinjia thought of the task Li Ming had assigned her, and nodded slightly to Li Ming calmly, indicating that these two people were good seedlings. If they were combined into the team of Tan Qingqing and the other two girls, there would be no problem in winning the first place. Although Li Ming was watching the dance very seriously, he certainly did not miss Xinjia's hint. He instantly understood what Xinjia meant. So Li Ming picked up the list of participating prisoners and looked at the information of the two women. Guya and Asha. Both women were sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment and would be released after serving only 3 years. However, the list of contestants did not state what crime the two women had committed to be admitted. Out of curiosity, Li Ming asked Lin Shi, who was standing beside him. Xiao Shi, why haven't I seen these two prisoners before? What crime did they commit to get them here? After hearing this, Lin Shi thought for a moment and then told the two women's crimes one by one. Guya and Asha are from the western regions. They are different ethnic groups, but come from the same region. Their case is charged with intentional homicide. They killed their adoptive parents together, but because there were other hidden circumstances, they were given mitigating circumstances and were sentenced to 15 years in prison. When Li Ming heard this, he looked at the two women who were dancing on the stage with some surprise. He didn't expect that they looked weak and gentle, but they had killed their adoptive parents to get in. Although there are many prisoners in their prison, only a small number of them are charged with murder. Most of them are charged with economic crimes such as fraud. That's why Li Ming was a little surprised when he looked at the two women. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. You can't tell anything by looking at their appearance. The two women were charged with intentional homicide, which made Li Ming a little worried. He didn't know whether they would agree to join Tan Qingqing's team. However, he couldn't eliminate the two women directly. The strength of these two beautiful prisoners was obvious to all, so he had to let them advance first, and then Li Ming would talk to them privately. Thinking of this, Li Ming waved his hand to interrupt the two women's dance. After the music stopped, Li Ming directly announced that the two women had advanced. When Guya and Asha heard Li Ming's announcement, they hurriedly bowed to express their gratitude. Their two big watery eyes kept staring at Li Ming. When they reluctantly left the stage, they kept looking back at Li Ming. After Li Ming noticed the two women's gazes, he touched his face in confusion, thinking that there was something on his face. Could it be that he was too handsome, and these two prisoners fell in love with him at first sight? Before Li Ming could continue to indulge in his narcissism, the next group of contestants took the stage. The game lasted until the evening before it came to an end. This was the result of Li Ming deliberately speeding up the pace. The prisoners' enthusiasm for this competition really surprised him. No wonder Lin Shi wanted to add a preliminary round to eliminate some people. Several groups of contestants performed quite well, but what impressed Li Ming the most was the exotic couple from the western regions in the morning. After the game, the prison guards and prisoners returned to their respective jobs, and Xinjia and Xiaohong also returned to the infirmary hand in hand. Lin Shi and Li Ming walked around the prison area and found nothing wrong, so they returned to the office building. When they arrived at the deputy warden's office, Lin Shiwan declined Li Ming's idea of following him in, and shyly pushed Li Ming's door open and closed it. Her body had not yet recovered, and she didn't dare let Li Ming in. Two people, a man and a woman, staying together alone would definitely not do anything serious. Lin Shi was very foresight. Li Ming, who was turned away, touched his nose and was not unhappy. Lin Shi helped him a lot today and helped him deal with Xiaohong. He just wanted to go in and talk to Lin Shi and thank her. Unexpectedly, Lin Shi had the wrong idea and simply refused to let him in, so he happily went back to the office. After Li Ming returned to the office, he turned on the computer on his desk and checked the prisoner's file. After a while, Li Ming found the verdicts of Guya and Asha. It's similar to what Lin Shi said. It is indeed intentional homicide. The two are only 28 years old this year and have been in prison for 12 years. Doesn't that mean they had killed someone and gone to prison when they were 16 years old? Surprised, Li Ming read it carefully again. It turns out that Guya and Asha were orphans from an orphanage. When they were 10 years old, they were taken away from the orphanage and adopted by the foster parents. They thought they would have a happy life and the warmth of a family. But no one expected that the two little girls would fall into the abyss. The foster parents' true colors were immediately revealed the moment they brought them home. They assigned all the housework to the two girls and would severely beat them if they made any mistakes. The two 10-year-old girls had become servants of the family. If it were just like this, the two girls could still tolerate it. After all, they served their foster parents well and did their housework. After all, their foster parents provided them with food. However, as the two little girls grew up, they became more and more beautiful, and their outstanding looks attracted the attention of their adoptive father. From time to time, he wanted to touch the two little girls who were no more than 10 years old. At first, their adoptive mother tried to stop him, but as time went by, she acquiesced to his behavior. Finally, the two girls, who had finally reached the age of 16, secretly overheard the conversation of their adoptive parents one night. The adoptive father said that they were already 16 years old and it was time to take action. After he had eaten the two girls clean, he would sell them to others as wives. The children he had raised for several years could finally be exchanged for some money. Although their adoptive mother was a little dissatisfied with their adoptive father's insistence on sleeping with the two girls before selling them, which would result in a lot less money, she did not dare to confront the adoptive father too much and had to let him do what he wanted. The couple decided to take action against Guya and Asha tomorrow, but they didn't know that Guya, who got up to go to the bathroom, happened to hear the conspiracy of these two devils. Guya suppressed her fear, quietly returned to her room, woke up Asha, and told her everything she had heard. The two girls were terrified and wanted to call the police. However, they were worried that their adoptive parents would not honestly confess their guilt. They might be beaten up again and then sold off. The two terrified and desperate women kept trying to find a solution until late at night, but they couldn't think of anyone who could help them. After all, they are just two 16-year-old girls. Even if they run away secretly, who would believe them? I'm afraid someone will still contact their adoptive parents and send them back home. Time passed by minute by minute. The two girls' hearts were beating faster and faster. My heart is getting colder and colder. Chapter 153, Good Opportunity. Finally, the two 16-year-old girls looked up at each other at the same time. In the darkness, their eyes, which had already been filled with tears, gleamed coldly in the moonlight outside the window. The two women decided to go all out and get rid of their adoptive parents once and for all to prevent any future trouble. Even if they were caught and sent to prison, they didn't want to suffer the cruel hands of this devilish couple again. So, that's what happened. The two women turned on the gas in their home and let it fill the house. They closed and sealed all the doors and windows without leaving any gaps, then covered their mouths and noses and quietly escaped from the room without making any sound. After the two girls left the room, they went downstairs. They did not run, but sat quietly on the flower bed downstairs, staring at their so-called home where they had stayed for several years without blinking. They held each other's hands tightly, without any fear of impending murder, but with faces full of tension and worry, fearing that the gas leak would not kill their adoptive parents. The two girls kept staring at the window of their adoptive parents' room, observing the movements in the room. As time went by, the two girls' faces became more and more excited. It had been so long, and those two devils must have been poisoned to death long ago. At this time, the sky was already slightly bright, and it was almost time for the two devils to get up. If there was no movement in their room by then, it would prove that the two women's plan was successful. Then they would go back and turn off the gas, then call the police and say their adoptive parents had died of gas poisoning. They would have escaped in their room and maybe even get away with it and be completely free. Not only would they inherit the property of these two devils, but they would also be able to regain their freedom. Just thinking about it made them excited. As the sky was about to brighten, the two women became more and more excited, with twisted smiles on their faces. But, at this moment, in the room that the two women had been staring at, the lights suddenly came on. Then there was a loud bang. Flames shot up into the sky. The explosion was heard from far away. The rows of cars parked downstairs all felt the vibration and sounded the alarm. Accompanied by the continuous screams of the crowd who were instantly awakened, the two women finally came to their senses. The excited smiles on their faces had been replaced by shock. Both women's mouths were wide open, their pupils reflecting the blazing flames and billowing smoke from the building above. Just like that, Guya and Asha's adoptive parents were engulfed in the explosion and flames, dead beyond death, and the two 16-year-old girls were taken away by the police who arrived later. What followed was interrogation, investigation, conviction, And finally, the two women were imprisoned together in the Montenegro women's prison where Li Ming was. Although the two women had their reasons, they also committed intentional homicide and the evidence was conclusive. Even if they were given a lighter sentence, they were still sentenced to 15 years in prison. When Li Ming saw this, he rubbed his forehead and sighed. If the people who adopted them back then were a pair of truly kind-hearted foster parents, perhaps the two girls wouldn't have ended up like this. But now that things have come to this, there is nothing more to say. Li Ming turned off the computer directly. He wanted to go to the prison area to meet with the pair of prisoners to see if they would listen to him. In order to ensure a reduction in the sentences of Tan Xingqing and Wang Xin, if they cooperate, everyone will be happy and they can get out sooner. But if these two prisoners don't cooperate, he won't be polite and may even have to resort to some other means. So Li Ming came back to his senses, stood up and walked out of the office, heading straight to the prison area. Passing through the empty prison area, it was already time for the prisoners to eat. Li Ming looked around but did not see Guya and Asha, so he had to call the second prison guard who was maintaining order in the distance. "Second supervisor, come here," Li Ming said indifferently. The second supervisor was a little afraid of Li Ming and hid far away when she saw Li Ming coming. However, Li Ming had a special liking for her, and she couldn't escape even if she hid so far away. When the second supervisor heard Li Ming's call, he hurried over and said with a smile, "Warden, I'm here. What are your instructions?" Li Ming nodded and glanced at the prisoners who were eating. He still didn't see Guya and Asha. He didn't even see Tan Xingqing and Wang Xin. So he asked the second warden directly, "Second supervisor, why didn't I see Guya and Asha coming to eat? They are also prisoners in your cell block, right?" The second supervisor was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then immediately replied, "Warden, you're talking about those two Western prisoners who dance so well, right? They've already finished eating and are probably getting ready to watch the news. You can find them in the entertainment hall." Hearing this, Li Ming picked up his phone and checked the time. It will soon be time to watch the daily TV news. He has been in prison for so long, but he has never caught up with the prisoners watching the news. This time he can join in the fun. So Li Ming waved his hand and asked the second supervisor to continue with his work, and he went to the entertainment hall alone. The stage and stools that were set up during the day have all been put back in place by the prisoners. At this time, many prisoners are sitting on the stools, staring at the TV screen boredly. There was still some time before the news started. As one of the few entertainment activities every day, the prisoners were very active in watching TV. After all, they could not leave the prison, and watching the news was an important channel for them to obtain information from the outside world. Li Ming searched among the sitting prisoners and saw Guya and Asha, the people he was looking for. The two women were obviously several levels more beautiful than the other female prisoners next to them. They stood out from the crowd and were easily discovered by Li Ming. Li Ming did not hesitate and walked forward. Amid the greetings of the prisoners, he came in front of the two women. Guya and Asha were surprised to see the warden coming to them and quickly greeted Li Ming. "Hello, Warden." Li Ming nodded lightly and replied calmly, You two come with me. I have something to ask you." Li Ming pointed at the two women and took the lead, heading straight for the library nearby. If taking them to the prison area seemed too contrived, taking them to the library would be perfect, as it wouldn't interfere with watching the news. The two women exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with confusion and uncontrollable surprise. They certainly didn't know what Li Ming wanted them to ask, but they had been dreaming about the handsome warden for a long time. They have been in prison since they were young and have been dependent on each other. Naturally, they have never been in love. After so many years in prison, Li Ming is the only man they have seen. He is tall, handsome, and charming. He is like a beam of light shining into their hearts, making them think about him day and night. Initially, the two of them had no enthusiasm to participate in the dance competition, but after Li Ming arrived, they immediately signed up with great enthusiasm. "I just want to take a few more glances at this handsome warden, and with their looks and figures, if they are accidentally noticed by the warden." Thinking of this, the two women who were following Li Ming excitedly exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Being alone with the warden. Good opportunity. Chapter 154. I admire you very much. When Li Ming brought the two girls to the library, Tan Xingqing and Wang Xin were also sorting books there. "Hello, Warden." When they saw Li Ming walk in with two beautiful prisoners, they hurriedly greeted Li Ming in unison. Of course, they would not reveal their flaws in the presence of outsiders. "Well, you guys go out first. I have something to talk to them about. Don't let anyone in until I go out." Li Ming didn't hesitate and gave the order directly. "Yes, Warden." Tan Xingqing and Wang Xin followed the order and walked out of the library. Before leaving, they glanced at the two exotic beauties in front of them, with some strange looks in their eyes. Wang Xian had been in prison for a long time, and she could tell at a glance that the two female prisoners had a strange way of looking at the warden. She had also heard a little about these two women. After all, there were very few people from the western regions in their prison. She had heard before that these two beauties from the western regions were imprisoned for murdering their adoptive parents. Although she didn't know the inside story, the prisoners were always wary of these two crazy beauties in their private conversations. No one deliberately bullied them, and they were also well-behaved. Like Wang Xian, they had spent many years in prison without causing any trouble. However, at this moment, the two beauties from the western regions were somewhat uncontrollably excited and restless. As a woman, Wang Xian knew exactly what they were thinking. She wasn't worried about Li Ming, but rather a little envious of them for having the warden's favor. Maybe these two girls from the western regions will also have some meat today, Wang Xian thought secretly. After Tan Qingqing and the other girl walked out of the library, Li Ming closed the door to prevent the prison guards and prisoners passing by from eavesdropping. Thanks to Huang Ying's hammer last time, the library door was broken and the lock had been removed. Now the only thing that could be guaranteed was that the door would not open by itself. Li Ming turned around and looked at the two female prisoners who seemed a little restrained and nervous and kept stealing glances at him. He smiled slightly and spoke to comfort them. Don't be afraid. I called you here to tell you something. You danced very well in today's competition. I think you're very capable. However, there are only two of you. Although you passed the preliminary round, subsequent competitions require at least 4 people to form a team, and a standard team requires 5. Have you two ever considered forming a team with others? After all, the opportunity to reduce your sentence is rare, and you two alone definitely don't meet the competition rules. Li Ming whispered to the two women, intending to test their opinions. If they had an idea, that would be great. But if they disagreed, he would force them to do so. But what Li Ming didn't expect was that when Guya and Asha heard what he said, they looked at each other and swallowed, as if they didn't understand what Li Ming meant. After a few seconds of silence, the taller Guya was the first to speak. Warden, Asha and I are not participating in this competition to reduce our sentences. We have been in prison for so many years, and to be honest, we have long been used to it. Even if we were allowed to go out, we would not know where to go for a while. We are participating in this competition entirely because of you, Warden, Guya said a little shyly. Needless to say, both women were stunning Western beauties, their eyes wide and almost speaking. However, Guya was half a head taller than Asha, and her proportions were even more exaggerated. Her prison uniform pushed her chest upwards. While other prisoners wore baggy uniforms, on her, it exposed her fair, tender skin around her waist, comparable to the fashionable, prison-style navel-bearing outfits. And Guya's waist was incredibly thin. It was hard to imagine how she had managed to achieve the figure depicted in the painting. Asha, on the other hand, was unlike Guya's fiery nature. Both her appearance and figure were filled with wildness and strength. With her slightly tanned skin, straight long legs, a soft waist, and a full hip line, she exuded a strong sense of power. Being stared at by Asha, Li Ming even had the illusion that he was prey on the grassland, locked in her sight, with no telling when Asha would pounce. Asha waited for Guya to finish speaking, and then she spoke to Li Ming. Guya is right, Warden. We've been keeping an eye on you for a long time. Ever since the day you arrived, we've both been in love with you and ourselves, but we've never had the chance to talk to you. We participated in the dance competition specifically to meet you, hoping to catch your attention, but we never expected you'd actually come to see us. As soon as Asha finished speaking, Guya said excitedly again, Yes, Warden, I was so surprised and happy to see you standing in front of us just now. I never thought our wish would come true. We sisters have never been in love before. We were sent to prison very early. At first, we didn't feel how difficult this women's prison was, but as we got older, we began to have fantasies about men. The first time we saw you, we were already in love with you. We were so greedy. Warden, you are so handsome. We admire you very much, Warden. The series of words from the two women shocked Li Ming, who thought he had experienced many ups and downs and would not be easily surprised. Although he had heard Lin Shi say a long time ago that there were some hungry prisoners in their prison whose eyes would light up green when they saw him and they wanted to swallow him in one gulp, Li Ming didn't feel much after being there for so many days. After all, his identity as the warden prevented the prisoners from doing anything rude to him. But this time, the two beauties in front of him, with different styles, looked at him devoutly, as if waiting for his charity, and did not hide their desire and admiration for him. This left Li Ming at a loss as to what to do. It was undeniable that both women were impeccable beauties, and their exotic charm made them even more attractive to men. However, if he just casually agreed to their wishes, Would they gossip when they returned? If the news got out among the prisoners, it would surely spread throughout the entire prison. He would have no regrets then. Besides, Lin Shi had just warned him not to mess around, so he naturally wouldn't take the risk of doing something so dangerous as with the prisoners. Even if the two women in front of me are so attractive. So, Li Ming shook his head firmly, and in the disappointed eyes of the two women, he slowly said, "You two, stop thinking about those useless fantasies. This is a prison, not your home. Besides, you've both been in jail for so many years. If you get a good ranking in this competition, you'll be out soon. There are plenty of men out there. You've endured it all these years, so 1 or 2 more years won't make a difference, right? You saw the 2 prisoners who just walked out of here. They were also competing in pairs. Starting tomorrow, you'll be combined into one team. The 4 of you will practice dancing together and strive to get a good ranking so you can get out early. That's it. Do you have anything else to say?" Li Ming cut the Gordian knot, not giving the 2 women a chance, nor himself a chance, and gave a direct order. Chapter 155, Rebellion Against Tiangang. When Guya and Asha heard this, their faces darkened and they looked at each other with unwillingness on their faces. The 2 women naturally knew that if they got a rank, they would be able to get out in no time, but what would that mean? They watched the news every day, and they knew the men outside, but how could they be as good as the handsome warden in front of them? They are not so hungry that they can just wait for any man to come. The reason they are so proactive towards Li Ming is entirely because this man is their warden. Only the identity of prison warden could bring these 2 female prisoners a special feeling, and just thinking about it made them drool. Guya and Asha really want to say something to Li Ming. "Warden, you really don't know how attractive you are when you look so handsome in your uniform. It's not that the 2 of them are too proactive, but that you, the warden, are too seductive. You make them unable to stop." Guya bit her lip. She didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. If she didn't capture Li Ming today, she might never have another chance next time. Guya made up her mind and raised her eyebrows at Asha. Asha received Guya's eye signal and nodded slightly. He knew that in this situation they had to use Plan B that they had agreed upon, otherwise they would really miss this hard-earned opportunity. After Li Ming finished giving the order, he was still waiting for the 2 women's response, but for some reason, they seemed not to understand. After looking at each other, they turned around and faced Li Ming at the same time. Li Ming was just about to continue asking the 2 women what they meant, but the 2 women didn't give Li Ming a chance to speak. Guya and Asha took a step back at the same time, then simultaneously pulled up their thin prison uniforms and pretended to take them off. Li Ming was shocked by this action and was about to raise his hand to stop it, but he alone could not stop 2 women doing the same action. He could only watch them take off their tops. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, Li Ming had to turn around and confirm that the library door was still closed and could not be seen from outside. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at the 2 women in front of him with stubborn faces, feeling a little helpless. He didn't expect that he had underestimated their ferocity and that they could do such a thing. Li Ming shook his head and still tried to persuade them. "What are you doing? Get dressed quickly. I told you not to do that. We're going to start watching the news soon. Don't mess around. Otherwise I'll open the door and you'll be embarrassed. Put on your clothes now and I'll pretend nothing happened. Just compete well and try to get out of jail soon, okay?" Li Ming took a half step back, moved closer to the door behind him, and said to the 2 women in a half-coaxing and half-threatening manner. He wanted Guya and Asha to give up this bold idea, but he still underestimated the determination and perseverance of these 2 women. Asha smiled charmingly at Li Ming. Then through the prison uniform, she took off directly at Li Ming's face. Seeing that Li Ming subconsciously caught it, Asha spoke. "Warden, you men are allowed to be lustful, but we women can't? Let me be frank with you. We too have our eyes on you. If you don't obey us sisters today, when the door opens, we will say that you forcibly took off my clothes and wanted to do something bad to me. We sisters fought hard but couldn't resist, and then you touched me all over. I'm sure no one else will believe your explanation. Even if you use your status as the warden to suppress it, so many prisoners and guards outside are watching the news. Even if they believe you, they can't help but think too much about it privately. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid even you, the warden, will be overwhelmed. Ha ha ha. So, why don't you just obey us, sisters? Cooperate with us obediently. Not only will we let you, the warden, leave here comfortably, but we will also keep this secret. You must trust us, sisters. If you don't cooperate, we sisters really can do anything." Asha's voice slowly entered Li Ming's ears, shocking Li Ming so much that he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Li Ming's face was full of shock, and he opened his mouth slightly, somewhat unable to believe that these words could be said by the 2 half-naked women opposite him who were covering their chests. Was he being threatened? Or were they being threatened by two women? Were they trying to take advantage of him? How come something that sounded reasonable at first became so weird after the genders were changed? Shouldn't I be threatening them both, then taking advantage of them, and not letting them tell anyone? The current situation is against Tiangang. Li Ming could only say that they were worthy of being two witches who could kill their adoptive parents, and then remain calm and sit downstairs waiting for their death. This really seemed like something they could do. After Guya and Asha laid their cards bare with Li Ming, they no longer looked timid and afraid of the warden, but instead had devilish smiles on their faces. Li Ming looked over and found the two women's smiles somewhat frightening, but more importantly, he found them quite cute. Well, Li Ming sighed, shook his head and smiled helplessly. If it were someone else, they might really feel threatened by the two of them, and faced with this situation where he was sure to win, he would probably give in to them reluctantly. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong target. They were facing Li Ming. Li Ming really didn't want to cause any trouble now. He didn't even want to provoke the obedient Wang Xian and Tan Qingqing for the time being, let alone these two mentally unstable prisoners. He couldn't guarantee that these two sickly female prisoners would have sex with him and then go to the prison to spread the news. How could Li Ming let the two of them take advantage of his weakness? So Li Ming's eyes became fierce, and he threw the clothes in his hand back to Asha. Under the astonished gaze of the two women, Li Ming rushed forward and approached the two women. They still wanted to continue to dodge Li Ming, who was rushing towards them, but unfortunately Li Ming no longer wanted to hold back. He grabbed the arms of the two women with one hand each and pulled them towards himself. The two women immediately lost control of their bodies and were embraced by Li Ming. Before the two women could recover from Li Ming's series of actions, Li Ming pressed them against the wall without any mercy. With a bang, they became dizzy and almost fainted. Before the two women could react, Li Ming quickly snatched the clothes from their hands and put them back on them. This is not over yet. Li Ming directly put the two women's hands behind their backs and exerted a little force. The two women then felt the pain and came back to their senses in an instant. Warden, spare me. It hurts. It hurts. Warden. No, we don't dare to do it again. We don't dare to do it again. Chapter 156. The Warden is not good enough. The two women felt the pain in their arms and immediately begged for mercy, no longer showing off their previous arrogance. Warden, be gentle. It's about to break. Asha turned around and begged for mercy with tears in her eyes. We really don't dare. Woo-woo, we just like you and want to be intimate with you. We don't mean to threaten you, Warden. Please spare us. Guya turned around and pleaded pitifully. Yes, we really didn't mean to threaten you. It's just that you wouldn't cooperate with us, so we resorted to this desperate measure. We really like the Warden, and we were afraid we wouldn't have another chance, so we acted impulsively. Please forgive us. Li Ming had no expression on his face as he listened quietly to the two women's explanations. In fact, he knew that the two women were not lying. They just wanted to have something happen with him, but unfortunately the timing was not right, and he couldn't guarantee that the two women would not say anything when they returned. So even if these two exotic beauties invited him like this, Li Ming couldn't be moved. After suppressing the special feeling in his body, he thought about it and let go of the hands holding the two women. Okay, the news is about to start. Get ready and follow me out to watch the news. I'll let you go this time, but it won't be so easy next time. You don't want to be put in solitary confinement, do you? Li Ming threatened in a cold voice. When Guya and Asha heard that they were going to be put in solitary confinement, their expressions immediately changed. Both girls turned around, knelt on the ground, pulled Li Ming's trouser legs, and begged for mercy. Warden, don't put us in solitary confinement. That's not a place for people. You can ask us to do anything. We'll obey you. Just don't put us in solitary confinement, please, Guya said as she hugged Li Ming's thighs. In fear, she hugged him tightly to her chest. Li Ming could even feel her body trembling with fear. Yes, Guya is right. We listen to you. You can do whatever you want to us. Although we have never had a boyfriend, we have learned from others in prison how to make men feel good. Warden, please don't leave. Let us help you. Asha also knelt on the ground, holding Li Ming's legs with one hand, and with the other hand directly pulled Li Ming's belt, almost succeeding through his pants. Li Ming panicked and quickly grabbed her restless hand and sternly refused her. That's enough. You don't have to do this. Just do what I tell you to do. Be honest and don't do these little tricks. Your current mission is to cooperate with those two prisoners, train well, and get the competition rewards. If I find out that you are pretending to obey, then I don't need to say anything more. Li Ming pulled away the two women who were kneeling on the ground like dogskin plasters, took a step back, turned around, and covered his own. So Li Ming could only turn around and try not to look at the two women's current appearance. The two women on the ground saw that Li Ming could control himself and even refuse them, so they looked at each other in disappointment and stood up unwillingly. They didn't expect that Li Ming was such a gentleman. He was different from what the prisoners said. Didn't they say that if the two of them were together, even the gods in heaven would come down to earth to spend the night with them? How could Li Ming be so tolerant? Could it be that the warden is not capable? But Asha just. Guya and Asha looked at Li Ming's back, their expressions becoming a little strange. After suppressing the impulse in his heart, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to look at the two women. Seeing their strange expressions, Li Ming didn't think much about it. He waved to them and was about to walk out of the library. The two women gave up temporarily. They had tried both soft and hard tactics, but the warden refused to accept any of them. They had no other choice. They absolutely did not want to be put in solitary confinement, so they could only wait for next time. Li Ming pushed open the door of the library. At this time, the entertainment hall was already full of prisoners. The news was about to begin. Huang Ying and the prison guards were also guarding here to maintain order. Li Ming first asked the two women behind him to go back and find a place to sit. Then, after looking around, he came to Huang Ying and sat on the stool with her to watch the news. The content of the news was more or less the same. Li Ming couldn't continue reading after a while. However, Huang Ying on the side was watching it seriously. When she mentioned the wars between countries, she frowned from time to time, which surprised Li Ming. However, after thinking of Huang Ying's identity, he nodded in understanding, thinking that Huang Ying's experience would not be too ordinary. Li Ming felt bored after watching for a while. He began to glance at the prisoners beside him. Guya and Asha were still very conspicuous. The faces of the two women were definitely among the best in the prison. They were frustrated by Li Ming and naturally had no intention of watching the news. At this time, they were also secretly looking at Li Ming. Li Ming exchanged glances with them and then immediately looked away. Thinking about what had just happened in the library, he felt a little amused. There are really all kinds of capable people in prison. They just come in and send people to prison. No one can stop them, especially two of them. This is only Li Ming. If it were any other man, he would have fallen for it. As expected, it's not easy to be a cadre, and the male warden of a women's prison is even more difficult to evaluate. Dad must have trusted him so much to send him here personally. Dad, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame that unscrupulous system that controls him. Li Ming shook his head to sober himself up and crossed his legs to avoid being discovered by Huang Ying. His gaze continued to scan other prisoners, and the figures of Tan Qingqing and Wang Xin came into his sight again. The two women were very close to Li Ming. Perhaps because they were going to work in the library soon, they sat at the outermost corner, very close to the library. Li Ming looked at the two women, and his mind flashed back to all the things he had experienced with them. His physical excitement increased instead of decreasing. In public, Li Ming quickly bit the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to calm down. He knew he couldn't sit here any longer. If he thought of something inappropriate again, with prison guards all around him, they would inevitably notice something unusual. So Li Ming stood up and prepared to leave the prison area. But after Li Ming stood up, he looked at the nearby library, then at Tan Qingqing and Wang Xin who were watching the news, and at the other prisoners who were quietly staring at the big screen. Li Ming swallowed his saliva. A bold idea suddenly came to his mind. No matter how hard he tried to avoid it, he couldn't suppress this evil thought that gave him goosebumps. Chapter 157. Yu and Tan Qingqing together. Li Ming stood for a moment, and finally took a step forward. However, Li Ming was not heading towards the exit of the prison, but was heading straight towards Tan Qingqing and Wang Xin. After standing in front of the two women, Li Ming ignored the surprised looks of the other prisoners. He looked calm and serious, without revealing any flaws. He raised his hand and pointed to the library behind him, then spoke to the two women. Come here, you two. I have something to ask you. Upon hearing this, Tan Qingqing and Wang Xin quickly stood up from their stools. Yes, Warden. Wang Xin and Tan Qingqing secretly exchanged a glance, feeling a little excited. Calling them over at this time, could it be? Did the warden not eat those two beautiful Western region women just now? Or was he tempted by those two women and had some idea, so he called them over now to pamper them? Wang Xin and Tan Qingqing were both a little excited as they followed Li Ming slowly towards the library. The prisoners and prison guards passing by all looked at them, curious about what the warden wanted them to do. However, it was time to watch TV, and prisoners were not allowed to talk to each other, so they all watched silently as the few people walked into the library. After Li Ming closed the door inside, the prison guards and prisoners withdrew their gazes and continued to focus their attention on the TV screen. And in the library, Li Ming sat on the chair, quietly looking at the two women in front of him. Just now, when he was outside, A bold idea suddenly came to his mind. He couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart, so he called the two women in from the bottom of his heart. Looking at Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian, who were standing there and staring at him with seductive looks, Li Ming swallowed and spoke softly. You all saw what happened to those two prisoners just now. I've already made arrangements. Tomorrow, you two will join them and form a team to compete in the upcoming competition. They dance very well, and with the four of you, plus Teacher Shin's special care, I think a sentence reduction won't be a problem. Wang Xian's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was worried that she was not a good dancer and was holding Tan Xingqing back. She didn't expect the warden to be so thoughtful and actually arranged two more capable people for them. It was simply great. Wang Xian took a step forward and said with a flicker in her eyes, Thank you, Warden. You're so thoughtful. I don't know how to thank you enough. You've been helping me from the very beginning. I'll never be able to repay you in my lifetime. Wang Xian moved behind Li Ming, massaged his shoulders attentively, and whispered seductively in Li Ming's ear. Upon hearing this, Li Ming thought to himself that it was Wang Xian who had to win. Young women are really sensible. She understood everything without him even giving any advice. But Wang Xian is Wang Xian after all, and Tan Xingqing is not someone who is easy to talk to. Wang Xian is willing, but it is not known whether Tan Xingqing is willing or not. Li Ming did not reply and turned his gaze to Tan Xingqing again. Tan Xingqing saw Li Ming looking at her, and her face suddenly turned red. The library was so quiet, so she naturally heard Wang Xian's words clearly. However, what Li Ming didn't expect was that Tan Xingqing suddenly knelt on the ground as if she had thought of something. Li Ming was about to speak out of surprise, but Wang Xian behind him raised her hand to cover Li Ming's mouth, then leaned close to Li Ming's ear, and a breathtaking voice followed. Warden, please stop talking. Li Ming was stunned when he heard the words, and his body began to feel hot. A hot current rushed into his mind again, and the warning halo was instantly activated. Li Ming watched Tan Xingqing's actions and took out his phone to check. The news broadcast was only half an hour a day. 10 minutes had already passed outside, so there was only a little more than half of the time left. After the time was up, the prisoners would be free to move around and borrow books to read. If the three of them were still in the library at that time, it would be too late. Given his unusual physique, he probably wouldn't be able to finish it even if he watched a few more news reports, let alone more than 10 minutes. Dear viewers, today's news ends here. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow at the same time. As the news program ended, all the prisoners stood up and began their daily free activities. The door of the library was also opened at this moment. Li Ming walked out of the library refreshed, but Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian did not follow him out. They stayed in the library and started their work. The timing was just right. Under the dual stimulation of the prisoners and prison guards outside, as well as Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian, Li Ming completed his goal faster than he had imagined. After everything was resolved, Li Ming happily left the prison area and went straight back to the office. After entering the office, Li Ming first took a shower to avoid leaving any traces, then looked at his muscles in the mirror, which had become angular without him knowing when, and smiled with satisfaction. He himself thinks his body is handsome, not to mention those women. It is just like the body of the male protagonist in those novels on the phone that makes people want to lick the screen, so good. If I were a woman, I would probably be completely fascinated by her. No wonder Guya and Asha have been coveting me for a long time. Li Ming finished his shower and went back to bed. He was a little tired after being a judge all day. He secretly thought that he would not do it next time no matter what the judge said. He thought it would be a feast for the eyes, but he didn't see many contestants with good looks and figures. He remembered seeing many beautiful female prisoners, even without makeup. Could it be that none of them wanted their sentences commuted? Did they not participate in the competition? Li Ming, feeling somewhat bored, closed his eyes and was about to go to sleep. But at this moment, the rapid ringing of the cell phone suddenly rang. Li Ming was frightened. Li Ming hurriedly reached for his cell phone and saw a woman's name clearly on the screen. Zhou Linlin. Lin Shi's aunt. She's calling me again so late. Could it be that her blind date has arrived? Chapter 158, Mistresses. Li Ming sat up from the bed, leaned against the headboard, and answered the phone. Hello? Sister Linlin. Upon hearing this, a pleasant voice immediately came out from the other end of the phone. It's me. I'm calling you to tell you that there's a meeting at the City Administration Bureau tomorrow. You'd better come early. I can't wait to see you. Oh, and don't bring Xiaoxi with you. The blind date I told you about will be in City tomorrow night, so it won't be convenient to bring Xiaoxi with you. Zhou Linlin specifically reminded Li Ming. She already knew her niece's temper. She was as old-fashioned as her father. If she knew that she was going to act out a drama with Li Ming, she would definitely not agree. She might even call her mother to complain. So she specifically instructed that she must be kept in prison. Tomorrow? So soon? I see. I'll go there early then. Li Ming said calmly. Yes, tomorrow the wardens of all the prisons in our city will be here. You can follow me then and let them know that I am protecting you. You can also get to know them by the way. It will be easier for you to carry out your work in the future. If you have any problems, just mention my name and I will clean up the mess for you. How do you think I am being considerate? Zhou Linlin asked for credit. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Li Ming replied with a helpless smile. With his status, there is naturally no need to mention anyone's name. But when dealing with these prison wardens, it is more convenient to mention Zhou Linlin's name. After all, the county magistrate is not as good as the current manager, and Zhou Linlin's position belongs to their immediate superior. Otherwise, Zhang Wenhai would not have made such a boast before, saying that in city, he dared to do things that others dared not do. Ha ha ha. No problem, no problem. Just act well when the time comes, and don't be too fake. Help me, and I won't treat you unfairly. Zhou Linlin said excitedly. Sister Linlin, don't blame me for being nosy. Even if we finish the show and scare people away, when Linxi's parents find out, they will definitely come after you. If this blind date is gone, there is still another one. You can't always ask me to be your cousin, right? Otherwise, why don't you think of a way to solve the problem once and for all? Li Ming reminded. He felt that Zhou Linlin's actions were pointless. Linxi's parents were not stupid and would definitely know about Zhou Linlin's tricks. They would still have to arrange a blind date for her. Unless she found someone she liked and fell in love with, it would not be so easy to fool them. Oh, I know. It's okay. I might slip away before they find my next target. I'll take it one step at a time. Just help me fool this guy this time. Okay, I still have to notify the other wardens, so I won't say any more. Remember to come early. Zhou Linlin hung up the phone as soon as she finished speaking. Li Ming put down his phone and shrugged helplessly. Since he had to get up early tomorrow, he might as well go back to sleep. At the same time, in the infirmary, Xiaohong and Shunjia were sitting opposite each other. After returning to the infirmary, Xiaohong found that Shunjia was different from usual. He kept looking at her strangely, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Xiaohong asked directly in confusion. Jia, what's wrong with you? Is there something you want to say? Is there anything we can't talk about? Stop hiding it. Upon hearing this, Shunjia's eyes became even more resentful. Shunjia thought, it was obviously you who hit it first and didn't tell her a word about such a big thing with Li Ming. If she hadn't heard it by accident, you would have been someone else's mistress. After biting her lip, Shunjia decided to confront Xiaohong. If she didn't bring this matter to light, Xiaohong would definitely not give up on Li Ming given her love-minded mind. So, Shunjia suddenly held Xiaohong's hand and said earnestly, Hong, actually, as women, why do we look for men? Isn't it to have a complete family, a shoulder to lean on, to support each other, to care for each other, to love each other? If we can't stay together forever, then this man isn't suitable. He's not the right one. Love is a matter between two people. Do you think I'm right? Shunjia looked at Xiaohong with anticipation, hoping that Xiaohong could understand her good intentions. But Shunjia was still disappointed. After listening to Shunjia's words carefully, Xiaohong showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. She also put her other hand on Shunjia's hand, applied a little force, and then said seriously, Jia, you have someone you like, right? If I'm not mistaken, do you, like our warden? What you just said is both right and wrong. I thought about what I said to you last time, and I don't think I need to overthink it. Although our warden is from the prison system and can't be lumped together with ordinary people, and probably doesn't have many opportunities to eat and watch movies. But if you really don't care about these things and just really like him, then our warden is handsome, has a high position, and is a very nice person. He is simply the dream lover of countless women. Being with him, even if we can't share our joys and sorrows together normally, as long as he has you in his heart, that's enough. The warden isn't an ordinary person, so how can we expect him to have the same expectations as ordinary people? So, if you really like him, Jia, then I also agree. After all, I've never met a man more outstanding than our warden. It's understandable that you like him. As Xiaohong spoke, a happy smile appeared on her face. Because Xiaohong was putting herself into her own feelings as she spoke. In her opinion, she really loved Li Ming very much, and she wouldn't mind sharing him with other women. Linxi also said that Li Ming's identity was not an ordinary person, and with society's open-mindedness nowadays, she was not against it. What's more, if she was to share Li Ming with her good friend Xinjia, she would be even more happy. At this time, she no longer rejected Xinjia's liking for Li Ming. Instead, she had some intention of bringing them together and wanted Xinjia to join them. So, Xiaohong earnestly told Xinjia her views. She planned to wait until Xinjia was sure that she could not care about these things and still liked Li Ming, and then confess her relationship with Li Ming to her. By then, Shen Jia would be the same as herself now, and maybe she would be more willing to accept it. But if Shen Jia cared about the idea of two people supporting each other that these ordinary people have, then she would not persuade Shen Jia anymore. Maybe it would be more suitable for her to find a husband who is devoted to her. There is no doubt that Xiaohong hopes Shen Jia can find a good home. Chapter 159. It's crazy. And Shen Jia, listening to what Xiaohong said to her, and looking at the happy smile on Xiaohong's face, she felt it was particularly dazzling. Is that what she meant? Was she being too cryptic and Xiaohong not understanding? What does it mean that she has someone she likes? And what does it mean that she likes Li Ming? What does this have to do with anything? And judging by Xiaohong's attitude, could it be that her Hong Hong wants to drag her into this? Make her join Li Ming's harem? No way. Shen Jia swallowed in horror. She really couldn't believe that Xiaohong's love brain was so serious. It was clearly Li Ming, that scumbag, who had 3 wives and 4 concubines. But why did everything seem as if it was natural to Xiaohong? It's all about self-aggrandizement, no boundaries. And he's trying to drag her into this? Xiaohong had previously said she and Li Ming weren't a good match, and now, in less than a day, she's already strongly supporting her? Could it be that Li Ming and Lin Shi had poisoned her Hong Hong with some kind of insect and made her a part of their play? Thinking of this, Shen Jia forced herself to calm down. She knew that she had to confront Xiaohong. Otherwise, looking at Xiaohong's appearance, she was simply hopeless. So Shen Jia shook his head solemnly at Xiaohong and said solemnly again, Xiaohong, wake up. Listen to what you're saying. I don't like your warden, nor do I have anyone I like. What I mean is that you should find a man with whom you can share the rest of your life, instead of following Li Ming and becoming one of his countless lovers. Shen Jia's voice slowly reached Xiaohong's ears, causing Xiaohong, who had just been immersed in it, to suddenly look shocked. Xiaohong opened her mouth slightly, feeling extremely surprised that Shen Jia knew about her relationship with Li Ming. However, it was only for a moment before Xiaohong came back to her senses. Xiaohong was a little shy and didn't dare to look at Shen Jia. She lowered her head slightly, her face flushed, and spoke in a low voice. Jia, you know everything? I didn't want to tell you so early because I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it. Shen Jia, who was standing by, didn't know what to say. She could only interrupt with a frustrated look on her face. Xiaohong, what do you mean I can't accept? If I don't tell you, will you match me with Li Ming and let me be his mistress with you? How did you become like this now? You are so beautiful and have such good conditions. You can find any man you want. Do you have to degrade yourself like this? Shen Jia suppressed his anger and continued to persuade Xiaohong, hoping that Xiaohong could turn back from her wrong path. But Xiaohong only lowered her head when she heard this. She didn't know how to express her feelings for Li Ming to Shen Jia. For someone like her who had experienced the trauma of dying once before, she had no resistance to Li Ming's light that could pull her out of the abyss. She just wanted to ignore everything and throw herself into it wholeheartedly. Even if it meant getting a bloody head, she was willing to do it. Jia, I'm sorry I really can't live without him. When I was most sad, he saved me. He also replaced the terrible nightmares I had every day with an ambiguous relationship with him. He even cured my insomnia and made me completely forget my previous unhappiness. I really like him. When you came to the prison this time, didn't you say that my complexion had improved? It was all thanks to Li Ming. There was a time when I thought my life was like this and I would never like anyone again. But Li Ming's appearance was like a ray of light, instantly illuminating the darkness in my heart. Jia, I know you are doing this for my own good, but I really like him and love him very much. Also, actually, when you ran back from the prison yesterday, your face flushed with shyness. I knew at once that you were also attracted to him, but you just wouldn't admit it. If it were in the past, I would definitely not let anything happen between you and Li Ming. But now, Li Ming has more than one woman anyway. If you have feelings for him, I also want to be his woman with you. When Xiaohong said this, she slowly raised her head and looked directly at Shen Jia, whose eyes were wide open in shock at her bold words. And Shen Jia frowned tightly and finally uttered a word after a long time. You are really crazy. Li Ming went to bed early last night, so he woke up early too. Because Zhou Linlin specifically instructed not to bring Lin Shi with her, Li Ming went into the bathroom to wash up as soon as he opened his eyes. Today is a formal occasion and there is a meeting, so Li Ming naturally has to wear his uniform. After everything was tidied, Li Ming quietly slipped out of the office, even opening and closing the door carefully for fear of waking Lin Shi. Only after he got into the elevator and watched it descend to the first-floor lobby did Li Ming breathe a sigh of relief. It was obviously not something sneaky, but Li Ming felt a little guilty. If Lin Shi knew that he was fooling around with her aunt, Even the sensible Lin, she would not be able to accept it. This was her own aunt. Li Ming left the office building and went directly to the parking lot. It was still very early, and except for the prison guards on duty, the other prison guards were still resting. This was a good opportunity for him to leave the prison gate quietly. But just as Li Ming arrived at the parking lot, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared. Next to the Jeep that Li Ming often drove, there was a tall and pretty beauty standing. Like Li Ming, she was dressed in uniform and looked like she was ready to leave the prison with Li Ming. "Huang Ying, why are you here?" Li Ming exclaimed. Huang Ying smiled slightly. Seeing Li Ming's surprised look, she was very satisfied. Ever since Li Ming threw her in prison and left her alone last time, she had become more cunning and used a little trick to intercept calls coming in from outside the prison. Yesterday, she knew that Li Ming was going to S-City for a meeting in the next 2 days, as well as the content of all the conversations between Zhou Linlin and Li Ming. Last night, she learned the specific time, so she finished washing up early in the morning and went to Li Ming's car to wait. As she expected, Li Ming also came to the parking lot early in the morning, and he didn't want to call her and set off alone. At this time, Huang Ying looked at Li Ming's surprised expression and smiled secretly in her heart, but she did not show it. She said lightly, "Warden, aren't you going to S-City for a meeting today? I've been waiting for you for a while." Li Ming looked at Huang Ying in amazement. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how Huang Ying knew it, so Li Ming asked directly, "Huang Ying, how did you know I was going to a meeting?" Huang Ying heard this and answered honestly without hiding it from Li Ming. "Warden, I intercepted all calls to the prison and happened to hear that you were going to be released, so I came here to wait for you. You must take me with you. This is my mission. Please don't make it difficult for me." Li Ming listened to Huang Ying's explanation and frowned slightly. He intercepted the call to the prison. Fortunately, no one except Zhou Linlin had called him in the past few days, otherwise, Huang Ying might have known his secret. "It doesn't matter what happens between Lin Shi and me, but this kind of thing can't get to my dad's ears. This Huang Ying looks like she needs a lesson too." Li Ming frowned and got into the car with a somewhat unpleasant expression. He did not say a word until the two drove out of the prison. Then Li Ming spoke coldly. As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, Huang Ying's face showed fear, no longer as proud as before. She slowly parked the car on the side of the road and looked at the indifferent Li Ming with complicated eyes. Chapter 162 Choices. "Huang Ying, after you return to prison this time, you can go back to where you came from. I will ask my father to find me a bodyguard. Thank you for your protection these days." Li Ming's cold voice reached Huang Ying's ears. Huang Ying was instantly horrified when she heard this. She slowly parked the car on the side of the road, turned around, and stared at Li Ming with an extremely complicated expression. Warden, why? Did I do something wrong?" Huang Ying bit her lip and asked unwillingly. "You have to know that for her, if Li Ming replaced her, it would be equivalent to a mission failure, which would be even more shameful than failure. All her skills and abilities were specially trained to protect Li Ming and execute the orders of the leader. But if she were replaced during this peaceful mission, it would be a stain on her life. She simply couldn't accept it. This was like an international thief stealing a wallet on the street, only to be discovered and arrested by the police. She hadn't even used all her skills yet, and she was replaced like this? How could she accept this? You did nothing wrong. You were trying to complete the mission. From your perspective, it's true. But I don't like it. You should understand what I mean," Li Ming said in a low and cold voice. Huang Ying's surveillance has touched his bottom line. He doesn't want to be monitored all day long. What's more, if the woman outside calls him, he will hear it clearly. To put it bluntly, Huang Ying is still his father's person, not his. He can no longer allow this thorn in his side to stare at him all day long. After hearing this, Huang Ying immediately thought of the reason why Li Ming wanted to replace her. Is it because I intercepted the phone calls from outside into the prison? But if she doesn't use some special means, Li Ming will definitely not take her out of prison this time. Her mission is to protect Li Ming, but Li Ming didn't even take her with him and sneaked out alone. How can she complete her mission? Huang Ying said a little aggrievedly. "Warden, if you call me every time you go out, I won't." Li Ming interrupted Huang Ying without waiting for her to finish. "I know, that's why I said you didn't do anything wrong, but I can't stand someone monitoring my phone calls, even if it's for my protection. You should go back." After Huang Ying was interrupted by Li Ming, she felt torn after hearing what Li Ming said. She suddenly remembered a saying on the internet. "If you lift the bricks, you can't hug me. If you put the bricks down, you can't support me." No matter what she did, it was wrong, and she was distressed. Huang Ying frowned and spoke with some grievance. "Warden, why don't I just stop intercepting the calls? Next time you go out, take me with you. I'm here to protect you. If you keep leaving me behind, I won't be able to complete my mission." Huang Ying looked at Li Ming with pleading eyes, hoping that Li Ming would give in and let her continue with the mission, but it was obvious that Li Ming would not be easily moved by her 2 words. Li Ming slowly shook his head and looked at Huang Ying. In fact, he was not rejecting Huang Ying in his heart, but rather the father behind Huang Ying. After all, she was sent by her father and did not belong to him. If she really wanted to stay, Li Ming carefully considered his words and then probed Huang Ying. Huang Ying, the reason I want you to leave is not just because you tapped the phone, but also because you said I wouldn't take you out. Have you ever thought about why? If someone else had a beautiful bodyguard like this following them around all day, they might be very happy, but why don't I want to take you with me? Huang Ying listened to Li Ming's question and began to think seriously about why the warden was unwilling to take her with her. She was usually very obedient and followed the warden's orders unconditionally, except, last time, she called the chief in the hospital and reported the warden's recent situation. Could it be that the chief spoke to the warden on the phone and said that she was the one who informed on him? Then the warden became wary of her and refused to take her with him when he went out. Counting the days, the last time Li Ming went out alone was after he made a phone call to the leader. When Huang Ying thought about this, she suddenly realized that the warden didn't take her with him because he was afraid that she would follow him out and find out something and then tell the leader. The intercepted phone call this time also involved the warden's privacy, so the warden was so angry and insisted on letting her go back. Huang Ying figured it out and quickly made a promise to Li Ming. Warden, I get it. You're afraid I'll tell the commander. The last time I called him at the hospital, he told me to just protect your safety from now on. You don't have to worry about me telling him about your privacy. My duty is to obey orders, and I will never disobey them. Huang Ying said this with a serious look and a firm vow. But she didn't notice that Li Ming's face was getting darker and darker. Li Ming thought, as expected, Huang Ying had indeed informed Dad about this. Fortunately, it happened before the hospital. At that time, she only knew Su Qinghuan, and his father had known about Su Qinghuan for a long time. Fortunately, Huang Ying didn't know about her other women, otherwise, Dad would be furious. Li Ming secretly rejoiced, but he was even more furious when he looked at Huang Ying. Huang Ying, it's good that you know. You even reported me to my dad. How could I dare to take you with me when a humanoid camera like you is here? You obeyed orders, but were you obeying my dad's orders or mine? Well, I'll give you a chance to choose. The first choice. If you obey my father's orders, then fine. When we get back to prison this time, I'll have him replace you. You didn't protect me anyway, and you didn't even know I was out of prison. You're such a dereliction of duty. Or, you choose the second option. From now on, you must obey my orders. My orders are more important than my father's. If you can do that, I'll let you stay and continue to protect me. I can also take you with me when I get out of prison. Consider it for yourself. I will never let someone who isn't my own stay around like a time bomb. Think about it carefully, and don't say I didn't give you a chance. Li Ming's face was serious. He wasn't trying to scare Huang Ying, but he really wanted to replace her. When the bodyguard was replaced by someone else, Li Ming would find various reasons to replace him again. He would not stop until he found a sensible person from his own group. Otherwise, he has too many secrets. If his father hears them, he might be afraid that he will mess around and transfer him back home. Once he gets home, he will definitely be watched by bodyguards, both openly and secretly. Then it will be a nightmare for him to get the treasure chest, which he absolutely cannot tolerate. When Huang Ying heard the 2 choices Li Ming gave her, she frowned and looked embarrassed. Chapter 161, Bastard? In Huang Ying's mind, as long as the leader's orders and Li Ming's orders did not conflict, she would obey them. But now Li Ming asked her to make a choice. She knew what Li Ming meant, which was to ask her to take sides. Should I choose to follow Li Ming unconditionally and be his man, or continue to obey the leader's orders? Huang Ying couldn't help but think of what the leader said to him last time. The chief told her clearly that as long as she protected Li Ming's safety, she didn't need to report anything else. It seemed that even if she chose to stand on Li Ming's side, it would not conflict with her own mission. Anyway, she didn't want to report to the chief anymore, so maybe she didn't need to worry about it anymore. And she thought back to when she was in the hotel, listening to Li Ming and Su Qinghuan next door fighting for half the night, and also when Li Ming and Xia Hong were in the hospital. Both times left a deep impression on her. This was something she had never experienced before, and every time she thought about it, her body would tremble, and when she couldn't sleep, it made her do shameful things. She wanted to follow Li Ming, maybe, not just to carry out the mission, but maybe he also missed the intoxication and excitement of eavesdropping. Li Ming escaped from prison on his own many times, perhaps with Su Qinghuan, or another woman. She also wanted to be involved, even as a bodyguard. Once upon a time, she also imagined herself as the heroine in the play, and this strange feeling made her unable to stop. Thinking of this, Huang Ying's gaze gradually became firm. She looked straight at Li Ming, accepted the salute, and said solemnly, "Warden, I choose the second option. From now on, I will obey your orders without hesitation. Please allow me to stay and protect you." After Huang Ying blurted out her choice, she felt a lot more relieved. Perhaps this choice was her true thought. She doesn't care how many women Li Ming has. She is just a bodyguard responsible for protecting Li Ming. As long as she thinks this way, she can enjoy it with peace of mind. Li Ming, who was silently staring at Huang Ying and constantly sensing the changes and skills in his heart, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the skills he sensed did not respond after Huang Ying made her choice. Huang Ying did not lie to him and actually chose to continue following him. Li Ming couldn't help but smile and return to his usual self. He waved at Huang Ying and said softly, "I believe you. Since you choose to stay, you are mine from now on. Don't worry about my dad. If he calls you and assigns you any tasks, notify me immediately." Huang Ying nodded and agreed after hearing this. "Yes, Warden. Then when you leave prison next time, you must take me with you. No matter what, your safety must not be compromised." "Ha ha ha, I get it. Don't worry, I will definitely take you with me. Let's go to the meeting," Li Ming said with a smile. After taking Huang Ying as his own, the heavy burden on his chest finally fell to the ground, and Li Ming was extremely happy. Huang Ying then started the car and drove Li Ming to S City. The two of them resumed their previous harmony. Because the two of them got up very early, Li Ming and the other man had already arrived at the prison administration before noon. This was Li Ming's first time here. The administration bureau was similar to other units, deserted with few people around. However, the area was quite large, and there were several office buildings in the compound. As soon as the vehicle arrived at the gate of the administration, the gate was opened. The uniformed police officer on duty in the nearby booth came over, saluted Li Ming's vehicle, and said politely, "Hello, Chief, please cooperate with us to register." Li Ming nodded and motioned Huang Ying to go down to register, and then the vehicle drove into the administration bureau. After they parked the car, they walked into the lobby of the administration. Under the guidance of the staff, Li Ming and Huang Ying found the venue for today's meeting. Conference hall. At this time, many people had already arrived in the hall. "Huang Feihu, why have you been so quiet recently? You haven't come to drink with us. I heard that a male warden has been transferred to the Montenegro women's prison. Have you heard about it? It's really strange that a women's prison has a male warden. I don't know what the higher-ups think." A sturdy man with a face full of flesh, fierce eyes, and a height of at least 1.8 meters, spoke. "Ah, ha ha ha, I'm busy recently and don't have time to drink with you. The arrangements from above naturally have their reasons, but I dare not say too much. Our newly transferred director is also a female comrade, so we just have to obey orders." Huang Feihu laughed and said perfunctorily, if Li Ming were here, he would have recognized Huang Feihu, the warden of Qingqing prison where Yang Yang was staying. And standing behind Huang Feihu was a pretty figure, none other than Yang Yang. Yang Yang's eyes were fixed on the door of the conference hall at this time. She knew that Li Ming would definitely come to attend the meeting that all prison wardens in S City had to attend, so she came to attend the meeting today under the leadership of Huang Feihu, just to see Li Ming again. After their last separation, Li Ming hadn't contacted her much for so many days. Yang Yang was afraid that the impression of her in Li Ming's heart would fade, so she dressed up specially, hoping to renew her relationship with Li Ming here. So, as Yang Yang waited anxiously, Li Ming finally arrived at the door of the conference hall and slowly pushed it open. As the door opened, all the wardens looked towards the door. A young, handsome, tall, dignified and imposing figure slowly walked into the hall, attracting everyone's attention. This person is Li Ming. He thought he had arrived quite early, but he didn't expect that at this moment in the hall, a rectangular table was already filled with people sitting in front of it, and the people brought by the prison wardens didn't even have a place to sit and could only stand behind them. The only seat left was the main seat at the table, which belonged to the director. Although there were rows of empty seats in front of the big screen on the other side, no one went there. They would rather stand and gather around the square table. Li Ming brought Huang Ying into the conference hall. After a quick look around, he found the only people he was familiar with, Huang Feihu and the prison doctor Yang Yang. Huang Feihu and Yang Yang naturally noticed Li Ming coming in, and Huang Feihu quickly stood up to greet him. "Hey, brotherly, you're here. Long time no see, brotherly. You're still as handsome and elegant as ever. Ha ha ha. I missed you so much the last time we met. Due to my busy official duties, I didn't have a chance to catch up with you. After this meeting, brotherly, you must do me the honor of having dinner together." Huang Feihu, with a friendly smile on his face, trotted to Li Ming with Yang Yang, took Li Ming's hand and shook it. His flattering attitude made the other prison wardens who were still sitting on the throne look confused. "What's going on? This lackey-like figure, is this Huang Feihu? This young man in the warden's uniform. Could he be? Everyone add this to your bookshelf and click on the reminder button. The exciting part will come soon. The prison doctor is online. Chapter 162, The Proud Huang Feihu. Brother Huang, long time no see. You came so early. Li Ming, whose hand was held by Huang Feihu, also greeted him. Haha, brotherly, you don't know that we're all close by? Unlike Black Mountain Prison, which is so far away, the prisons in City S are all scattered around the city, while your Black Mountain Prison is in the mountains. Brotherly, you're here so early. You must have been up very early. Come and sit down and rest for a while. Huang Feihu pulled Li Ming towards the table. The table was originally full, but now only the main seat reserved for the new director and the seat where Huang Feihu had just sat were left. Huang Feihu took Li Ming to the seat where he had just sat without any hesitation. Regardless of Li Ming's refusal, he pushed Li Ming onto the seat, and he stood behind Li Ming, looking more like a competent bodyguard than Huang Ying. Li Ming sat in his seat, feeling both amused and helpless. He didn't want to sit at this table at first, as there was a large screen and rows of chairs in the conference room next to him. He didn't really need to hang out with these prison wardens, but Huang Feihu insisted on bringing him here, and he couldn't refuse Huang Feihu, so he had to sit down reluctantly. At this moment, all the prison wardens finally reacted. Looking at Li Ming's youthful appearance, the prison warden's uniform on his body, and Huang Feihu's fawning flattery, they all knew that Li Ming's identity was not simple. But everyone was sitting, and no one except Huang Feihu stood up to greet them. Now he felt embarrassed to express his goodwill to Li Ming. If he showed any flattery at this time, wouldn't he be looked down upon by other prison wardens? Then he would be no different from the lackey Huang Feihu in front of him. But if they don't show any sign of intimacy, maybe the young warden will hold a grudge against them, feel humiliated, and secretly plot against them. So all the prison wardens were silent, not knowing whether to stand up or not. This scene still did not escape Huang Feihu's eyes. He patted his belly and laughed, attracting everyone's attention. Then he spoke. Everyone, don't just stand there. Are you shocked by my young brotherly? Ha ha, let me introduce you. This is the warden of the Black Mountain Women's Prison, Li Ming, whose name you've all heard of. Weren't you just praising our brotherly for his promising young age? Why are you so reserved now? Our brotherly is easygoing. Everyone can speak freely, haha. Huang Feihu burst into laughter and introduced Li Ming's identity to the prison wardens, thus promptly resolving the current awkward situation. All the prison wardens looked at Huang Feihu with gratitude, and then everyone stood up and greeted Li Ming. Li Ming passively greeted the prison wardens, and he finally understood why there were so many people. It turned out that the number of prisons near S City was the largest in the entire Dragon Country. According to his previous thinking, 2 or 3 prisons in a city would be too many. Unexpectedly, due to the special location of S City, it was relatively remote in the early days, with inconvenient transportation. There were gullies and mountains everywhere in the area, and it was part of a mountainous area. This terrain was suitable for building prisons and was helpful in preventing prisoners from escaping, so many prisons were built at that time. Later, the city developed rapidly. The city became more and more prosperous, transportation became more convenient, high-rise buildings rose from the ground, and the ravines and mountains became 5A-level scenic spots. However, no matter how well the city developed, these prisons were not relocated or abolished, so the current situation has come about. After Li Ming exchanged greetings with the other prison wardens, they all sat down. Huang Feihu still stood behind Li Ming, chatting with other prison wardens. Although he had no seat, he was not unhappy at all. Instead, he laughed out loud from time to time, with a proud look on his face. The warden with a fat face who had been talking to Huang Feihu before Li Ming entered the door also put away his usual casualness. He glanced at Li Ming from time to time and was secretly shocked. Huang Feihu is about the same age as him, and they both worked hard to get to their current positions, so he was even more shocked when he saw the extremely young Li Ming. He and Huang Feihu knew too well how difficult it was to get to this position, and Li Ming was about the same age as his son, but he was already at the same level as himself. It was obvious that he must have a huge backer behind him. Huang Feihu was so blatant in his flattery. Maybe he had made a big bet on Li Ming. No wonder Huang Feihu hadn't been hanging out with them recently. It turned out that he had clung to a powerful figure. He gritted his teeth secretly and could only continue to be polite to Huang Feihu with envy and jealousy. But in his heart, he was cursing Huang Feihu for being disloyal and wanting to take such a huge benefit for himself. Huang Feihu was extremely proud at the moment, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. He was much more informed than others. Ever since the previous director Zhang Wenhai was dismissed, Huang Feihu has been asking around and actually managed to find out some inside information. In the past, Zhang Wenhai was a man who could call the shots in their prison system, and no one dared to disobey him. Such a powerful director Zhang was taken down quietly, without even a hint of news. How could Huang Feihu not be surprised? He knew that a big shot had taken action. So after asking around, he happened to contact the lackey who had helped Zhang Wenhai in the past. Surprisingly, this lackey was not exposed by Zhang Wenhai and escaped the disaster. Huang Feihu bribed this lackey with a huge sum of money and told him the inside story. It was not until Huang Feihu heard the name of Black Mountain Prison Warden Li Ming from his lackey that he suddenly realized. If it was Li Ming, then everything would be logical. It seems that Zhang Wenhai's backing is nothing compared to Li Ming's, so he was taken down so easily. This also made Huang Feihu secretly proud of his sharp vision. He sent Yang Yang to Li Ming in time, which was considered as taking advantage of Li Ming's strong support. Otherwise, he would not have received the envy and jealous gazes of his old friends like now. Yang Yang behind Huang Feihu was also looking at Li Ming with a smile, but she did not go forward to talk to Li Ming. After all, she, a small prison doctor, was not qualified to speak here. She turned her gaze to Huang Ying, who was also standing behind Li Ming. Huang Ying's beauty made her eyes light up. Yang Yang couldn't help but think that Huang Ying might also be one of Li Ming's women. Otherwise, with such a beautiful woman around him, if he didn't have some other thoughts, he would still be considered a man. Even she, a woman, almost fell in love with Huang Ying. I just don't know if there will be a chance to rekindle her relationship with Li Ming this time. After all, they haven't seen each other for so many days, and she misses Li Ming's model-like figure. Finally, amidst the greetings of the prison wardens, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. The sound of the door opening attracted the attention of everyone present, and everyone turned to look. Chapter 163. There's a generation gap. A figure in uniform suddenly walked in from the doorway. She looked dashing, with a delicate face and tan skin that didn't look dark. Instead, she exuded a sense of vitality. Her steps were firm and powerful, as if carrying an invisible aura. The uniform was perfectly straight on her, outlining her graceful yet resolute figure. Her eyes are bright and lively, and the corners of her mouth are slightly raised with a faint smile, giving people a feeling of friendliness and reliability. Li Ming looked over and felt that the woman's face was somewhat similar to Lin Shi. If he guessed correctly, this woman was Lin Shi's aunt, Zhou Linlin, who had called him. When the prison wardens saw the uniform of the visitor, they all stood up hurriedly and saluted in unison. "Hello, Director." Zhou Linlin waved her hand upon hearing this, smiled slightly, and spoke. "You're welcome. My last name is Zhou Linlin. Please be at your leisure. Please take a seat." After everyone took their seats, Zhou Linlin immediately saw the unique and handsome Li Ming and the stunningly beautiful Huang Ying behind him. Her eyes lit up, and then she saw Huang Feihu standing next to Li Ming without a seat. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and with a turn of her eyes, a plan came to her mind. Zhou Linlin smiled and walked straight to Li Ming. Under the stunned gazes of the prison wardens, she slowly pulled Li Ming's arm. "You must be Li Ming, right? Don't take up other people's seats. There are still seats here. Come, sit there with me." Zhou Linlin pulled Li Ming's arm, pointed to the only seat reserved for her at the table, and said to Li Ming with a smile. Li Ming also didn't expect that Zhou Linlin would be so considerate and let him sit in her seat right away, in front of so many prison wardens. It was simply too bold. Before Li Ming could say anything, he felt a huge force coming from Zhou Linlin's hand pulling his arm. He was surprised to be dragged up from his seat by this huge force, and was shocked. I didn't expect that Zhou Linlin, who looked slender, actually has so much strength. However, with so many eyes watching him, Li Ming naturally did not have the time to think about those things. Although he stood up, he still spoke. "Director Zhou, that's the seat reserved for you. How can I sit there?" Although Zhou Linlin had told Li Ming to follow her today when they were on the phone yesterday, so that everyone would know she was protecting him, it was not a good idea to make such a big deal out of it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Linlin gently patted Li Ming on the back and then smiled. "I am the director. You have to listen to me. Go and sit down. And you sit down too." Zhou Linlin pointed at Huang Feihu and motioned him to sit down. Then she pulled Li Ming to the main seat and pressed Li Ming down on the seat. She stood beside Li Ming and slowly spoke to the shocked wardens. "Hello everyone. I will be the director of the administration from now on. I called you all here just to get to know each other. Nothing important. I like to be straightforward and don't like to beat around the bush. I hope everyone here will not beat around the bush with me in the future, otherwise I will be very unhappy. You should all know the consequences of the previous director. You should learn from them and never make principled mistakes again. Otherwise, Zhang Wenhai's fate today will be your fate. I don't need to say more about the rest." Although Zhou Linlin still had a smile on her face, The words that came out of her mouth made the prison wardens, who had not yet recovered from their shock, terrified again. They did not expect that the new director would not only not show goodwill to them and win their hearts, but instead use a strong stick to intimidate them, which scared them so much that they drooled. Everyone was afraid to speak, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on their backs. Zhou Linlin smiled with satisfaction when she saw that the effect she wanted was achieved. She was in no mood to flatter these prison wardens. She just wanted them to behave themselves and not cause her any trouble. Otherwise, everyone present was up to something. If she wanted to investigate, she would probably have to replace all these prison wardens. After Zhou Linlin finished speaking, she patted Li Ming's shoulder again and asked with a smile. Warden Li, I've said everything I want to say. Do you have anything else to say? Upon hearing this, Li Ming looked at Zhou Linlin awkwardly. He clearly saw the mischievous look in Zhou Linlin's eyes and knew that Zhou Linlin was helping him establish his authority, so he naturally would not undermine his own efforts. So Li Ming shook his head slightly and said lightly, I don't have anything to say, Director Zhou. I believe everyone will take their work seriously and responsibly and will not commit any illegal acts. Zhou Linlin nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this and said to the prison wardens, All right then, we've said everything we need to say. It's getting late, so let's all move to the cafeteria. I've prepared meals for everyone, so eat before you leave. That's it. Li Ming, come with me. After Zhou Linlin finished speaking, she walked out of the conference hall in a swift and decisive manner. From the moment she entered the conference hall, she explained everything in just a few minutes, leaving everyone present stunned. The prison wardens who attended the meeting didn't even get a chance to say a word before the meeting ended so abruptly. The prison wardens only remembered Zhou Linlin's warning and Li Ming from Montenegro prison. It was obvious that he had a close relationship with the new Director Zhou, and Director Zhou personally led him to sit in the main seat. The deep meaning of this was self-evident. No one present was a fool, and they all deeply understood what Zhou Linlin meant. So the meeting ended in this strange atmosphere. No one had the appetite to eat. They all left the place dejectedly and went home. Only Huang Feihu and Yang Yang went to the cafeteria with excitement on their faces and ate their meals leisurely. Yang Yang also took out his phone and edited a message for Li Ming. Li Ming and Huang Ying, who followed Zhou Linlin, went all the way to Zhou Linlin's office. Only when there were no outsiders around did they speak. Sister Linlin, aren't you being too careless? This will have a bad impact. Li Ming shrugged helplessly, feeling incredible about Zhou Linlin's decisiveness. TSK, what bad influence can there be? These people are more clever than each other. I don't bother to pay attention to them. But Xiaoli, your handsomeness is beyond my expectation. No wonder my Xiaoxi refused to send me your phone number. She was afraid that I would snatch him from her. Ha! The more Zhou Linlin looked at Li Ming, the more handsome he seemed. He was much more handsome than the blind date her sister and brother-in-law had found for her. Xiaoxi is indeed more important than me. She didn't introduce such a handsome boy to me, but kept him for her daughter. As her sister, I feel, my feelings have faded. My feelings have faded. Woo. As soon as Zhou Linlin entered the office, she lifted her legs onto the desk and stared at Li Ming. She felt wronged and actually squeezed out 2 tears from her eyes. Li Ming lost control of his expression for a while, and he really had no way to deal with this Aunt Lin she in front of him. Sister Linlin, please don't. We are of different generations. Everyone add it to the bookshelf. There will be more exciting things later. Everyone will get rich. A new month has begun, and what readers want to read will be here soon. Chapter 164, Room Number. Upon hearing this, Zhou Linlin couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the sky cleared up immediately. She shook her head and pointed at Li Ming and smiled. Hey, what's wrong with being of different generations? That's exactly what we want. Ha ha ha. Xiaoli, just look at my figure and appearance and you'll know I'm not much older than you. If you and my Xiaoxi don't work out, I have a warm embrace here to take you in any time. If you can't be Xiaoxi's husband, you might as well be Xiaoxi's uncle-in-law, ha. As soon as Zhou Linlin finished speaking, she burst into laughter at her own words, completely different from her decisive and heroic image just now. Sister Linlin, if Xiaoxi's mother, your sister, heard what you said, they would definitely break off relations with you. Li Ming replied with a wry smile. She had felt on the phone before that Zhou Linlin's train of thought was somewhat surprising. She had never expected that hearing about her was not as good as meeting her in person. Now it seems that she was still too conservative. Zhou Linlin was as bold as Su Qinghuan. What's wrong? This is called keeping the wealth within the family. Huang Ying, don't you think so? Zhou Linlin turned her gaze to Huang Ying, who was standing pretty beside her, and asked. I don't know, instructor. Huang Ying was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then immediately answered. When Zhou Linlin asked Huang Ying, Li Ming was still wondering how she knew Huang Ying's name. He hadn't even introduced Huang Ying's identity to her. Did they know each other before? But the next moment, I heard Huang Ying calling Zhou Linlin. Instructor? Huang Ying is a professionally trained special care worker. To be Huang Ying's instructor, could it be that Zhou Linlin isn't just any ordinary person? Zhou Linlin just giggled and said to Huang Ying again, "Hey, Huang Ying, you're still so boring. It's been 2 years since I last visited you. You've gotten a bit prettier than you did then. But, back then, you were living in the open air all day long. You're nowhere near as neat, and pretty as you are now. So, how did you end up with Xiao Li? Are you on a mission?" A trace of reminiscence appeared in Huang Ying's eyes. She nodded at Zhou Linlin and didn't say much, just uttered 4 words. "Yes, instructor." Zhou Linlin also nodded slightly and did not continue to ask questions. She knew Huang Ying's identity and naturally understood the rules. So Zhou Linlin looked at Li Ming, who was puzzled, and explained with a smile. "We've known each other for a long time. I was an instructor in their training camp for a while. Don't make a fuss. The blind date I mentioned to you on the phone was supposed to come tonight, but my sister just messaged me saying it's been changed to tomorrow night, so I'm afraid you'll have to stay in S City for another day. Is there anything urgent in prison? If not, you can stay here with me. There's a guest room in the back, so you can move in if you don't like it." Li Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but did not ask about the previous entanglement between the 2 women. After all, Huang Ying was his now, so he could ask her slowly when he got back. So Li Ming replied, "I don't have anything to do, so I'll just move out. By the way, Sister Linlin, are you hiring here?" Li Ming suddenly thought of Yang Yang, whom he had just met. He naturally had not forgotten what Yang Yang had said to him, but there were too many women around him recently, and he was a little overwhelmed, so he did not contact Yang Yang much. When he saw Yang Yang just now, he remembered Yang Yang's wish. She wanted to make progress. If she was transferred here and assigned a sinecure, she would probably be very satisfied. At least she had walked out of prison. Moreover, the iron rice bowl here was enough for her to eat for the rest of her life, and the treatment would definitely be much better than her current one. That was why Li Ming asked Zhou Linlin, "Recruiting or not?" Yes or no? That depends on your performance. If you give me some effort tomorrow night, I can hire a few people and even set up a department to support them." When Zhou Linlin heard Li Ming's question, she immediately understood what Li Ming meant. This kind of small matter could be solved with just a word from her, and it didn't require any effort at all. Li Ming smiled when he heard this and made an assurance to Zhou Linlin. "Thank you, Sister Linlin. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. I'll follow your instructions. I'll do whatever you say. I won't argue." "Ha ha ha. Okay, that's what I want you to say? You're handsome, speak well, and are so sensible. Xiaoxi is so lucky, my sister and brother-in-law. Why don't you introduce you to me first? My niece is still young. Why are you in such a hurry?" After finishing the serious business, Zhou Linlin became lazy again and started to speak rudely. "Ahem. Well, Sister Linlin, it's nothing, so I'll leave first. I'll come again tomorrow." Li Ming couldn't stand Zhou Linlin's teasing anymore and said goodbye. "Well, okay, you can see but not eat. So just leave if you want to, otherwise your sister will be jealous. Whoever you want to arrange to come here to work, just let her come directly. My place is big and there are too few people, so 2 people can fit in everywhere." Zhou Linlin curled her lips and reminded Li Ming. "Okay, thank you, Sister Linlin." After hearing what Zhou Linlin said, Li Ming felt relieved and could explain to Yang Yang. After Li Ming and Huang Ying said goodbye to Zhou Linlin, they left the director's office and headed towards the parking lot. After getting in the car, Huang Ying drove as usual and Li Ming sat in the passenger seat. "Warren, where are we going today?" Huang Ying asked. "Mingdu Hotel, the one we went to last time, the old place." Li Ming took out his cell phone and said without raising his head. "Yes, Warden," Huang Ying responded. Huang Ying's face flushed slightly, and a strange feeling arose spontaneously. She didn't know if she would have the chance to relive it again tonight. Li Ming was checking his phone at the time and did not notice Huang Ying's abnormality. He originally wanted to send a message to Yang Yang to tell her the good news, but as soon as he opened his phone, he saw that Yang Yang had sent him a message first. "Warden Li, I'm alone, waiting for you at the Mingdu Hotel. If you're free, please come find me. It's been a while since we last met, and Yang Yang misses you very much." After Li Ming opened it and took a look, an intriguing smile slowly appeared on his face. Yang Yang was still so sensible. He had obviously not helped her in any way, nor had he helped her make any progress, but Yang Yang still trusted him and was not afraid that he would take all the blame and run away. Li Ming moved his fingers slightly and sent a message. "Room number. Chapter 165A room." In a moment, Huang Ying drove Li Ming to Mingdu Hotel. After Li Ming got out of the car, he suddenly thought of the twins Lu Ryu and Lu Ruyan. He wondered if the two girls were still staying in the hotel. Last time we said goodbye, they said they wanted to go back and study hard and apply for the civil service exam. However, it is not that easy to pass the civil service exam. It would be better to take this opportunity to arrange them directly under Zhou Linlin to save them from all the trouble. After all, he had exhausted the two women. Although they did not take the initiative to ask for anything, Li Ming was naturally not an ignorant person. When there was a good place available, of course he would think about these women. So Li Ming saw Huang Ying going to park the car and not coming back yet. So he walked towards the hotel and called Lu Rian. The phone was connected immediately after ringing twice, and Lu Rian's surprised voice came from the phone. Hello? Brotherly. Well, Rian, are you and Ryu still in Mingdu Hotel? Li Ming asked with a faint smile. Brotherly, we're still here. We've been looking for a house these days. My sister and I have done some research, and we want to rent a house in S City and live here long term. It won't interfere with our studies anyway, and staying in a hotel is too luxurious. Besides, this place is close to Brotherly. If he misses us, it would be convenient for him to come and see us sisters. Lu Rian's delicate voice was full of hints. It was obvious that after experiencing that special feeling last time, she had already tasted the pleasure and could not stop. Li Ming felt Lu Rian's enthusiasm and swallowed his saliva. He also thought of the beauty of the last pair of one-to-one replica twins. He licked his lips and whispered, I'm in the hotel now, but I have to meet a friend first. Are you still in the room from last time? After I meet her, I'll come find you. I have a surprise for you then. Lu Rian was even more delighted upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Li Ming to come find them so soon. It seemed like Li Ming still really liked them. And speaking of surprises, Lu Rian on the other end of the phone couldn't help but look at the packaging bag on the bedside table and exchanged a glance with Lu Ryu, who was listening at the side. Both of them blushed and spoke to Li Ming Dao in a charming voice. Brotherly, we have a surprise for you too. It's a super surprise custom made for you. I don't know if you'll like it. We're still in the same room as last time. My sister and I will clean it thoroughly. See you there? After Lu Rian finished speaking, she hung up the phone without waiting for Li Ming to continue. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Li Ming felt his blood boiling and almost turned on his guard. I am in the hall now, with so many people watching me. I can't behave strangely. So Li Ming took a deep breath and suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. His eyes couldn't help but scan the hall. When he passed by the table where Su Qinghuan was flirting with him, his mind was full of thoughts again. He knew that he was being carried away by passion and needed a doctor to check him out urgently. So Li Ming didn't bother to stay in the lobby. Seeing Huang Ying park the car and walked over, he took Huang Ying to open a room next to Yang Yang's, and then took Huang Ying into the elevator. When checking in, Li Ming also thought about the last time Huang Ying eavesdropped on him and Su Qinghuan next door. At that time, his alert aura was on full blast, so he naturally knew what Huang Ying, who was eavesdropping with her ear against the wall next door, would do next. But he naturally wouldn't expose it. He just didn't expect that Huang Ying, who always had a calm and expressionless face, would be like them men and could hear the sound. But since Huang Ying liked to listen, Li Ming wouldn't mind. Moreover, Huang Ying was now his own. He was having fun in the room, so why not let her listen? Women also need comfort, whether it's psychological or... And with Huang Ying listening, Li Ming felt even more excited and stimulated. He had to admit that there were countless moments last time when he imagined Su Qinghuan in front of him to be like Huang Ying. He certainly couldn't ignore Huang Ying's beauty. It was just that he wasn't sure of Huang Ying's thoughts before, but now. Thinking of this, Li Ming decided to open a room next to Yang Yang for Huang Ying. Yang Yang had sent the room number long ago, and Li Ming found the destination with ease. However, he did not knock on the door immediately. Instead, he took Huang Ying to the room next door which he had just opened. He planned to place Huang Ying here, and then go next door to meet Yang Yang to reminisce about the past. But Li Ming overlooked something. Huang Ying's face had turned red at this time, and she walked a little shyly. After Li Ming opened the door, Huang Ying took several deep breaths, suppressed the tension in her heart, and followed Li Ming in. Her mind was already in a state of flux, and she almost lost control of her expression. The warden, actually, brought her to a hotel room. Could it be that the choice the warden asked her to make in the car also included this? The warden's own person, this kind of person? His own woman? The warden actually didn't even let her go. Although she was ready to obey the warden's orders, shouldn't she communicate with him emotionally and be mentally prepared for this kind of thing? I just took her to the hotel and booked only one room. Just so openly. Seeing how skilled the warden was, he must have done this with countless women before, which was why he was so calm. But this was her first time. Huang Ying was a little confused for a moment. No matter whether she had undergone special training or not, as long as she was a woman, She would be at a loss when facing such a situation for the first time, and she would be extremely nervous and panicked. Huang Ying was no exception. Now she could only stand behind Li Ming with her head down and a flushed face. Without saying a word, Li Ming walked into the room, took a quick look around, and was about to explain to Huang Ying, but when he turned around, he saw Huang Ying with her head down and a red face. Her already special and exquisite, stunningly beautiful face becomes even more alluring with this blush, like a flower in bud about to bloom, making people want to open it and see how beautiful this pink flower is. Li Ming couldn't help but be fascinated by what he saw. The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. However, Li Ming, who had experienced many storms, was the first to come to his senses. He looked at the feminine Huang Ying and thought about his previous behavior for a while. Then he suddenly realized. Huang Ying must have misunderstood. She thought I only booked a room because I wanted to be with her. That's why she's so shy and yet so attractive. Li Ming looked at Huang Ying and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Huang Ying just lowered her head shyly, but she didn't seem to want to refuse. Could it be? Think of this. Li Ming's alert aura instantly activated. Chapter 166 Huang Ying, Obey Orders. At this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded in Li Ming's mind. The target, Huang Ying, meets the requirements. After conquering the host, you will receive a rich treasure chest reward. As soon as the system voice fell, Li Ming swallowed again. To be honest, he hadn't really thought about what would happen between him and Huang Ying today, but judging by Huang Ying's expression, maybe he really would have a chance. Li Ming thought about Huang Ying's actions next to him last time, and his heart couldn't help but surge. It's still a bit early to go find Yang Yang at this time, so why not? Give it a try? If he took Huang Ying in, she would truly be his own, and he wouldn't have to worry about her telling his father about it. He could also get a rare beauty like Huang Ying, which was simply killing two birds with one stone. Isn't that wonderful? The more Li Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. He really couldn't suppress this exciting idea, so he had to cross his legs and decided to test Huang Ying's attitude first. Huang Ying, come and sit here. There's no outsider here, so don't be so reserved. You don't have to treat me like a superior when it's just the two of us. We're all young people, so just be casual. Come and sit here. Li Ming said calmly to Huang Ying, who was avoiding his gaze. Huang Ying became even more nervous when she heard this. Come on, let me sit next to him. This is the first step. The second step should be on the way. But Li Ming had already given the order, so of course she couldn't refuse. So Huang Ying nodded, her face slightly red, and she slowly took small steps and moved to Li Ming's side, sitting next to Li Ming on the bed. Even Huang Ying herself didn't realize that the bed was so big. Li Ming just asked her to come and sit, but she took the initiative to sit next to Li Ming. It was obvious that she had automatically filtered out Li Ming's words in her mind and imagined it as the famous scene of the Warden taking advantage of his female subordinate. When Li Ming saw Huang Ying sitting so close to him, he was even more surprised. He didn't expect Huang Ying to be so sensible. Was she moving closer to him to facilitate his next move? Li Ming could feel the hot air emanating from Huang Ying's body, mixed with her fragrance, constantly drilling into his nostrils. The excitement made his blood boil, and he almost couldn't control himself. But this alone was far from enough to represent Huang Ying's level of acceptance of him. So Li Ming had an idea, leaned down on the bed with both hands, lifted his body with a little effort, and sat closer to Huang Ying. At this moment, Li Ming's shoulders were already pressed against Huang Ying's. With a slight sway, Li Ming could even feel the firm muscles of Huang Ying's arms. If he wanted, he could easily embrace the stunning beauty beside him. Huang Ying felt Li Ming pressing even tighter against her, and her heartbeat suddenly sped up. Boom, boom, boom. It seemed as if it was going to burst out of her throat in the next second. After she sat on the bed, she placed her hands on her thighs, nervously pinching the corner of her clothes. She also felt the touch of Li Ming's shoulder. At that moment, her body suddenly stiffened, and her hands exerted even more force. Her fingertips turned slightly white, and her face could no longer maintain its usual expressionless look. A trace of panic crept onto Huang Ying's face, making her look even more attractive. The room was silent for a moment, save for the gradually increasing sounds of Huang Ying and Li Ming's breathing and heartbeats. The stalemate lasted for about a minute. Li Ming saw that although Huang Ying was a little nervous and her body was stiff, she did not mean to refuse, so he became bolder. Li Ming pretended to stretch casually, raised his hands above his head, and then let them fall naturally. His arms just happened to fall behind Huang Ying, tightly sticking to her back. Huang Ying's body trembled violently, her hands clenched into fists, her body stretched straight, not daring to relax at all. There was only a buzzing sound left, echoing in a straight line, and I could no longer think normally. Li Ming saw that Huang Ying was indifferent to him like this. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and simply hugged Huang Ying's slender waist from behind. Li Ming suddenly wanted to check out the small silver pistol Huang Ying was carrying. If he remembered correctly, Huang Ying should also be carrying 2 special-shaped grenades. Such dangerous weapons naturally needed to be carefully inspected, so he searched along Huang Ying's waist. Huang Ying naturally sensed Li Ming's movements. She bit her lip and widened her eyes. Countless thoughts flooded into her mind. Here it comes. I finally got it. The second step is to get started. The third step. What's next should she refuse to appear less reckless? But this person is Li Ming. If he doesn't let her move, should she move, my duty is to obey orders. Obey orders. When the 2 of them were released from prison, they could still vividly remember the promise they made to the warden in the car. From now on, I will obey your orders without hesitation. Please let me stay. The warden just asked her to sit down, and she absolutely could not disobey the warden's order. Huang Ying thought of this, suppressed her trembling body, and closed her eyes tightly. At the same time, Yang Yang in the next room was running hot water in the bathtub in the bathroom. She also got some rose petals from somewhere. As Yang Yang waved his hand, rose petals flew into the bathtub. The last time she gave herself to Li Ming was in the bathtub, so every time she took a bath in the bathtub, her mind would unconsciously recall the scene at that time. She felt some anticipation and some faint fear in her heart. The last time Li Ming made her suffer from physical pain for several days. If she had not seen the bad situation and escaped from Li Ming's room in time, she might have died there. Don't be fooled by her sexy and glamorous appearance all day long. In fact, she has a secret that she hasn't told Li Ming. She is afraid that Li Ming will think she has ulterior motives, so she pretends to be experienced and caters to Li Ming, so that Li Ming can accept her kindness without any psychological burden. Actually, Chapter 167 read, Orange. Actually, it was in the bathtub. It was her first time. However, the little bit of blood mixed into the water in the bathtub and Li Ming didn't notice it. She just bit her lips tightly and secretly endured the severe pain at that moment. Dong Wentao and another prison guard who were guarding in the corridor heard the heart-wrenching sound. It was not intentional by her, but she really could not bear the pain. Li Ming and she both drank a lot of alcohol, and she was able to hold on to the end under the influence of alcohol. But in the end, he sobered up, but Li Ming still had no intention of giving up, so she had no choice but to risk her life to accompany him. After all, the opportunity was hard to come by, and if she wanted to leave her shadow in Li Ming's heart, she had to use all her tricks. In the end, Yang Yang did flee in panic, but Li Ming was very satisfied with her performance at that time, so her efforts were not in vain. After that day, Yang Yang suffered from body pain for several days. The warden Huang Feihu knew how difficult it was for her, so he gave her a few days off and told her not to disturb anyone. Only then did she recover. When Huang Feihu left today, he warned her earnestly that Li Ming's identity might be more honorable than they thought, and his performance in the meeting room had proved it. She also knew that the newly appointed director Zhang Wenhai had offended Li Ming, which led to his extremely miserable end. This made Huang Feihu respect Li Ming even more. He only regretted that he only had Yang Yang, his only illegitimate daughter. Why didn't he have more children? With such a good opportunity in front of him, he could only urge Yang Yang to make Li Ming satisfied. Li Ming was truly a big shot with connections everywhere. If he clung to Li Ming's thigh, he would definitely not suffer any loss. Yang Yang also agreed with a smile. Not to mention Li Ming's noble status, she also liked Li Ming's handsomeness very much. Last time, she didn't feel much except pain. But this time, she secretly vowed to kill Li Ming on the spot. There are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is plowed to death. She doesn't believe that she can lose to Li Ming. At the same time, Room 2021. Lu Ruyan and Lu Ryu were about to enter the bathroom to take a shower. Both of them were only wearing silk pajamas. Under the thin fabric, the 2 women's perfect figures were faintly visible, seductive, and charming. Sister, do you think Brotherly would like these? Lu Ruyan picked up the packaging bag on the bedside and asked shyly to Lu Ryu, who was sitting on the bed and painting her toes with red nail polish. Lu Ryu paused slightly while painting her toenails and nodded shyly at Lu Ruyan, replying in a sweet voice. He's definitely going to like it. What man wouldn't like this? Didn't you see it last time? When Big Brotherly saw the little whip, his eyes lit up. This time, we're so well prepared, he's going to be charmed to death. I guarantee that after today, Big Brotherly will never forget us sisters. As Lu Ryu spoke, she pointed to the orange nail polish beside her. Ruyan, put this on later so that Brotherly can't tell which one of us is the older sister and which one is the younger sister. The one with red toenails is the older sister, and the one with orange toenails is the younger sister. That way, there won't be any mistakes. When Lu Rian heard this, she covered her mouth and laughed. Sister, I think Brother Li just likes to confuse the two of us to tell which one is the older sister and which one is the younger sister. I don't know if men like to be able to tell the difference or not. Lu Ryu held her chin and thought for a while. She was a little unsure whether Big Brother Li liked to be able to tell the difference or not. But Lu Ruoyu's mind raced as she came up with a foolproof plan. She smiled at Lu Rian. Rian, I have an idea. We'll wear stockings of the same color. If Big Brother Li can't tell them apart, we'll just keep wearing them. If Big Brother Li can tell them apart, then we can. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? When Lu Rian heard this, her eyes lit up and she nodded heavily. Sister, you're really smart, you're really quick. But when Brother Li called, he said he had a surprise for us, so it couldn't be. These things too. Lu Rian opened the package in her arms and took a look. Whenever she thought about the purpose of these things, her face would turn red and she felt a little unbearable. Fortunately, her sister was with her, otherwise she wouldn't dare to do it alone. That shouldn't be the case. But if that's the case, then it means we've found out what Big Brother Li likes, and if we prescribe the right remedy, he'll definitely be inseparable from us. But then again, based on my understanding of Big Brother Li, he shouldn't be so cruel. Lu Ryu said with a blushing face. In the minds of the two sisters, Li Ming had an extremely good image. Not only did he not pursue the mistakes they made, he also remained calm. How could such a good person take the initiative to give these things to them? Even if Big Brother Li really liked her, he wouldn't tell them. Big Brother Li is just that kind of person. Lu Rian seemed to be thinking about what she heard, then reached into the bag, took out the items one by one, and placed them neatly on the bed. That is to say, Li Ming is not here at this moment. Otherwise, his warning halo will definitely be activated in an instant. Although Li Ming's alert halo was still on, he did not notice the actions of the two women in room 2021. He didn't even notice Yang Yang, who was in the bathtub next to him, because he was concentrating on Huang Ying's reaction. My heartbeat is getting faster and faster, and my breathing is getting more rapid. The moment Huang Ying closed her eyes, Li Ming seemed to have received a hint and became even more daring. He went straight in and found Huang Ying's waist bag containing a pistol and grenades. After a moment of hesitation, Li Ming took it off. As the weapon left her body, Huang Ying's body trembled even more violently. At this moment, she suddenly thought of her previous instructor, Zhou Linlin. She still remembers that one of the training subjects in the training camp was sniping and lurking. She was holding a sniper rifle, lying on the ground in the primeval forest, staring at her target through the sniper rifle scope. The key point of this training program is that no matter what happens, you must not move around and expose your position. Even if snakes, insects, rats, or ants crawl over your body, or mosquitoes bite you, or a python entangles you. Unless your life is in danger, you must not move. And her instructor at that time was Zhou Linlin. She still remembers clearly what Zhou Linlin said to her. Huang Ying, snakes, insects, rats, and ants are not scary to you. You are extremely brave, patient, and resilient. I'm afraid nothing can reveal your position, unless, right now, there is a handsome man lying on top of you, blowing gently into your ear, and saying some sexy and seductive words. I'm afraid a little novice like you will be ruined, haha. When Huang Ying heard Zhou Linlin's words, she sneered in her heart, thinking that she would never be affected by a man in the execution of the mission. Not to mention a man. Even if all the men in the world came together, she would not lose her breath. But today, Huang Ying finally understood that what instructor Zhou Linlin had said to her earlier had hit the nail on the head. Chapter 168 Warden, please order me. Li Ming felt Huang Ying's body trembling in his arms, and thought that Huang Ying was nervous and scared. He never expected that she was actually excited, and her body kept secreting dopamine. She didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. On the way to the hotel, she was still wondering whether she would have the chance to review the last operation today. But I didn't expect that I would become the heroine. When Li Ming untied her waist bag containing her weapons, he inevitably touched the itchy flesh on her waist. The strange touch made her toes curl up in her shoes, digging hard into the ground. The itchy and numb feeling quickly spread throughout her body, causing her to bite her lip unconsciously. And Li Ming was still constantly testing Huang Ying's level of acceptance. So Li Ming gently scratched Huang Ying's waist with his fingertips, with a force that was neither too light nor too heavy, just enough to tickle her. Huang Ying was in a state of high tension. She felt the itch on her waist, and it broke through all her defenses. She got goosebumps wherever it passed. But she still couldn't move, because the warden hadn't let him move. Li Ming, who had been observing Huang Ying, did not expect that Huang Ying was so sensitive. He just tickled her lightly, but Huang Ying had such a big reaction. The hot air exhaled by Li Ming blew on Huang Ying's face, causing Huang Ying to subconsciously turn her head, revealing her delicate collarbone. Huang Ying didn't dare open her eyes. She was afraid that if she did, she would lose control of herself. Even if she didn't think about it, she knew she must be in a terrible state. She wanted to calm down, but she couldn't. Her mind was filled with this unprecedented feeling, controlling her whole body. This made her extremely insecure, and she wanted to sink into the arms of the warden beside her. She was also looking forward to Li Ming's next move. The abnormality in her body had made her limbs weak, and she could only passively enjoy this ambiguity like a lost lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But to her surprise, Li Ming did not continue to be so presumptuous around her waist, but gently pulled his hand back from her waist. Huang Ying also felt that Li Ming's magical arm that was around her back was slowly being withdrawn. Huang Ying was puzzled. The soft bed trembled again. Li Ming actually left her side and disappeared. She could no longer feel Li Ming's presence. Panicked, Huang Ying hurriedly opened her eyes to check. She hadn't even finished enjoying this special experience when Li Ming left like that. Could it be that Li Ming, seeing her in action, had misunderstood her intentions, thinking she wasn't willing? Huang Ying was frightened and quickly opened her eyes to look for it. Li Ming had already stood up from the bed beside Huang Ying, and then turned around and stood in front of Huang Ying, who was sitting with her eyes closed. Huang Ying opened her eyes in panic and saw the scene before her. Li Ming saw Huang Ying open her eyes and stare at him, and he couldn't hold back any longer, just when he was about to make a move. But Huang Ying, who had just been like a helpless little quail, came to his senses at this moment. His face turned red. She raised her head slightly to Li Ming and spoke slowly. Warden, Warden, please order me. At the same time, at the gate of Montenegro Women's Prison, a large bus slowly drove over from a distance and stopped at the prison gate. Then, under the watchful eyes of the prison guard at the gate, the car door slowly opened and the crowd got off the car one by one. A woman wearing a black JK suit, white super transparent stockings on her legs, tall figure, fair skin, beautiful face, a pair of long legs, and fair and translucent skin also got out of the car. This person is Wang Qian, who came to the prison last time. She dressed up specially today and put on the same pair of white stockings that she gave to Li Ming last time. She wanted to take advantage of the prison visit she had scheduled today to see Li Ming again. Last time, after she gave her taken-off stockings to Li Ming as a gift, she thought Li Ming would understand her sincerity and hints, but Li Ming seemed to have disappeared. There was no news from her for so many days, and he had not even called her. This made Wang Qian feel a little frustrated, and she began to doubt her own charm. However, she stood in front of the mirror countless times, looking at her perfect body with a scrutinizing gaze, and she really couldn't find any faults at all. Every piece of her flesh was very obedient. She was at the best age, and her body was at its peak at the moment. There was no reason why Li Ming would not like it. So she secretly made up her mind to give it another try this time. She even went to the same store again and bought a pair of white, super transparent stockings of the same style and color, wanting to wear them for Li Ming to see. Li Ming couldn't pretend to be confused this time. Since she has already hinted at it proactively, I believe Brother Li will be able to feel her sincerity and accept her. Thinking of the scene of herself snuggling in Brother Li's arms, Wang Qian smiled confidently, followed the crowd into the prison and underwent security check. Before meeting Brother Li, she of course had to meet her mother Wang Exine first. After all, the opportunity to visit a prison was rare, and she had been looking forward to it for a long time. After successfully passing the security check, Wang Qian followed the prison guard to the visiting room to wait. Because there were quite a few people who had made appointments to visit the prison, Wang Qian had to wait for quite a while before she saw her mother, Wang Exine, being led by a prison guard, finally arrive from behind the huge glass. The mother and daughter finally met each other through the glass. After looking at each other, their eyes were red. But Wang Exine inside looked at her precious daughter from top to bottom until she saw the super transparent white stockings on Wang Qian's legs. Wang Exine was shocked. This color, this style, she seemed to have just seen. And I haven't seen only. She also wore. She was also wearing the same pair of stockings with Li Ming. An idea that shattered her worldview suddenly popped up in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more afraid Wang Exine became. Cold sweat wet her back. Chapter 169 Tell Mom. Wang Exine forced a smile on her face, trying not to show any abnormality. She sat on the chair and motioned Wang Qian opposite her to pick up the phone. Wang Qian really didn't notice anything unusual about her mother. She nodded, quickly picked up the phone and put it to her ear. The same was true for Wang Exine on the opposite side. Although she had 100 doubts in her mind at the moment, She couldn't just come up and ask Wang Qian about the stockings. Facing her daughter who had been lost and found with great difficulty, she was extremely cautious. Qian, how have you been doing recently? Are you used to living in this house? Wang Xian asked Wang Qian in a hoarse voice. Mom, I'm doing well. I've renovated the house and changed the furniture. Now I'm just waiting for you to come back. Brother Li is also very helpful to me. He even came to our house last time to see if I need any help. Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine with Brother Li here. In order to reassure Wang Xian, Wang Qian specifically mentioned that Li Ming was taking care of her. She knew that her mother Wang Xian was very confident in the Warden Li Ming, so she mentioned it specifically. However, she did not expect that Wang Xian's heart was even more in turmoil at this time, and her worry reached the extreme. So Wang Xian pursed her lips, looked at her beautiful and obedient daughter Qian opposite her, and asked tentatively, Qian, does your big brother Li often visit you? He's a big shot, so he's probably very busy. We can't always trouble him. Mom will be out soon. Qian, please wait for me. If anything happens, you must tell me. Don't let me worry, okay? And when Wang Qian heard what Wang Xian said, she didn't know what she was thinking about. Her face turned slightly red, and then she nodded with some resentment in her reply. Mom, Brother Li doesn't go there often. He's a very busy man and usually doesn't make any noise. Last time, I heard Brother Li say that you would be released from prison soon. Don't worry, Mom. I will wait for you to come out. Wang Xian looked at her daughter Wang Qian's resentful and blushing face. As someone who had experienced this, she could see that her daughter might have some thoughts about the warden. But she has already been with Li Ming. How could that be possible if my darling Kuyan also liked Li Ming now? Wang Xian was anxious, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't know how far Kuyan and Li Ming had gone. But looking at Li Ming's behavior in prison, her, Tan Qingqing, and their dance teacher Xinjia, and even, there were other women she didn't know about. With Li Ming's handsomeness and status, how could he possibly be attracted to a few women who are not presentable? There have been rumors in the prison about Li Ming's scandal with Deputy Warden Lin Shi, and even rumors about him with District Chief Huang and prison doctor Xiaohong. She knew there was no smoke without fire, and she was afraid that Li Ming had more women than she had guessed. How could she rest assured that Kuyan and Li Ming? And the most unacceptable thing is that she has had many contacts with Li Ming. How could she face Kuyan and Li Ming? Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. She really couldn't bear such a big blow. When Wang Qian saw that her mother was stunned and didn't know what was going on, she shouted on the phone, Mom, what's wrong with you? You really don't have to worry about me. I've come this far all these years, so I don't mind waiting for you one last time. When you're released from prison, we'll start over. We'll be happy every day from now on. When Wang Xian heard her daughter calling her, she came back to her senses, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't even dare to ask Kuyan if she and Li Ming had done anything they shouldn't have done, for fear that she wouldn't be able to bear it. But when she saw the white stockings on Kuyan, they were obviously the same pair as the one Li Ming gave her last time, and she suddenly remembered, when Li Ming gave them to her last time, the stockings didn't look new, but seemed like they had been tried on by someone. There were some wrinkles. At the time, she hadn't thought much about it, thinking that Li Ming had put it in his pocket and it was inevitable that it would get wrinkled, but now thinking about it, could it be that the pair of shoes I wore last time were worn by Kuyan? And how did Li Ming get such intimate clothing as Kuyan? This is self-evident. The thought in her mind made Wang Xian's scalp tingle, but Kuyan was still waiting for her reply. So Wang Xian had to suppress her emotions and asked in a trembling voice, Qian, tell me the truth. Do you like your big brother Li? I know your big brother Li is a very good person, very handsome, and he helped us meet. He's our benefactor, but you're still young, and your big brother Li, he's a big shot. We, ordinary people like you can't date a big shot like your big brother Li. Even, have you ever thought about it, if your big brother Li was with another woman, would you be able to accept it? Or if he had more than one girlfriend, would you be able to accept it? Qian, listen to your mother's advice. No matter how good your brother Li is, he's not right for you. I'm not trying to stop you from liking boys, but he really isn't the right one. Wang Xian became increasingly agitated as she spoke, and finally couldn't hold back any longer, blurting out her true feelings. She truly didn't want to see her daughter suffer in the future. Li Ming had too many women, and he wasn't suitable. He couldn't. She could accept Kuyan being with any man, but not Li Ming. When Wang Qian heard her mother's words, her face suddenly turned red at first. She didn't know how her mother guessed that she liked brother Li. She was very shy when she was asked so bluntly. But the more she listened, the colder her heart became. The blush on her face disappeared completely. She had indeed thought about this problem, but she always subconsciously ignored it. Li Ming's attraction to her was too strong, and she had no time to think about those things. But now that she heard her mother say the same thing, Wang Qian began to think seriously about it. Can she really accept that Li Ming has another woman? That's right. Brother Li is so outstanding, there must be a lot of women who like him. Although I have a good look and a good figure, but there will always be women who are better than me. Will Brother Li really be able to concentrate on loving only her by then? If Big Brother Li cheated on me, how would I deal with it? Wang Qian fell into deep thought, but she forgot that Li Ming had not accepted her yet and had no intention of taking her as his woman. The conversation between mother and daughter ended in silence in this strange atmosphere. Mingdu Hotel, room 3077. Huang Ying looked up at Li Ming and slowly uttered those words. Warden, please, order me. Li Mingben was trying hard to suppress his body's restlessness, but when he heard Huang Ying's words, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He slowly raised his hand and stroked Huang Ying's cheek, then gently took off the hat on Huang Ying's head. Huang Ying's soft short hair hung down naturally, neat and feminine. Looking at Huang Ying's rosy face and her watery and charming big eyes, Li Ming smiled evilly and spoke directly. Yellow Oriole. I'm very angry now. Chapter 170. Call me instructor. Huang Ying felt a little confused and awe-inspiring when she heard this. But she didn't understand what Li Ming meant and was very angry. Is the warden really unhappy with her? Is he even angry? Although she had always been well-trained, only her instructor Zhou Linlin had told her about some ambiguous things between her and men. Although Zhou Linlin was older than her, she had never been in a relationship, and what she told her was just theoretical talk. When it came to the key points, even Zhou Linlin was vague. So from the beginning to the end, Huang Ying had only a vague understanding of these things between men and women, and only occasionally had a few dreams that made it difficult to understand the situation. In the days since then, Huang Ying often reminisced about the last experience. The seeds planted in her heart have now blossomed and borne fruit. It is these unforgettable feelings that prompted Huang Ying to be defenseless against Li Ming. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for Li Ming to subdue Huang Ying. But now, Huang Ying was a little confused when she heard Li Ming's order, because she didn't know how to do it, and she didn't know what to do next. So Huang Ying swallowed her lips and said in a low voice embarrassedly, Warden, I can't. Li Ming was slightly surprised when he heard this, but he immediately smiled excitedly and gently stroked Huang Ying's head with his palm. He didn't expect Huang Ying to be so simple, and this simple nature of not knowing anything made Li Ming love her even more. It's okay. I'll teach you. Don't call me Warden, call me instructor. Huang Ying nodded with a blushing face. She really enjoyed Li Ming stroking her hair. This intimate action gave her the illusion that her father also liked to stroke her hair when she was a child. But her father died too early, and she was too young to remember much about that time. So when Li Ming stroked her hair, she felt even more obedient and accepting of Li Ming, as if it made up for the lack of fatherly love in her heart. Teacher, instructor, please teach me. Huang Ying's heartbeat kept accelerating, and tears started to fill her eyes. Li Ming looked at this scene and had the illusion that his body was about to explode from his own surging blood. I don't know whether the effect of the 10-ingredient tonic pills is too strong, or the attraction of the yellow warbler is too strong. Li Ming, who had already exhausted a lot of energy with Lin Shi, felt like he was 18 years old again. He only felt that he hated the sky for not having a handle and the earth for not having a ring. Li Ming, unable to remain calm any longer, slid his hand down Huang Ying's cheek and onto her chin. With a slight push, he lifted up Huang Ying, who was shyly lowering her head, and made her look into his eyes. Huang Ying seemed to be able to see the blazing flames in Li Ming's eyes. She was also infected by Li Ming, as if she was burned by flames. And at this time, in room 3066, Yang Yang was sitting on the TV cabinet in front of the TV. She was wearing a bathrobe and her face was a little flushed, probably because she had just taken a hot bath. Originally, Yang Yang was soaking comfortably in the bathtub filled with flower petals with his eyes closed, missing and looking forward to Li Ming's arrival. But as I was soaking in the water, some special sounds suddenly came from somewhere. Yang Yang woke up instantly and opened his eyes to check. But the bathroom is a closed environment and relatively soundproof, so she couldn't tell where the sound came from. I looked at the time, and it wasn't even dark yet. I didn't know where the young couple came from, but they must have been away for a long time, so they couldn't wait until night. But this is the freedom of the young couple. Even if the noise is a little loud, she has no right to interfere. Maybe when Li Ming comes over, the noise in my room will be even louder. At first, Yang Yang didn't pay much attention to it, and even looked at the time with interest. But as time goes by, Yang Yang also gradually felt it was incredible. Chapter 171. Take another bath. The more Yang Yang listened, the more surprised he became. In the end, he didn't even bother to take a bath in the bathtub. He hurriedly wiped himself clean and walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. As soon as the bathroom door was opened, the sound became even more obvious. Yang Yang followed the direction of the strange sound and came to the TV cabinet where the TV was, then stopped. And at the same time, in Montenegro prison, Wang Qian had already met her mother Wang Xian. After all, the prison has limited visiting hours, and the mother and daughter talked about some awkward topics, so time passed quickly. When Wang Xian was brought back by the prison guards, she looked at Wang Qian with an indescribable feeling. She wondered if her daughter would ignore her advice and have something happen to her with Li Ming, or if she had already. After all, that pair of white stockings was too dazzling, and Wang Xian couldn't help but think about it. She has now lowered her expectations and only hopes that Qian can turn back from her wrong path and no longer like Li Ming. Then she still has room for redemption. For the sake of her daughter, she could never see Li Ming again in her life, but her daughter Qian could not change her mind. She was the most aware of Li Ming's attraction. If it weren't for Qian, she might not be able to help but contact Li Ming again after she was released from prison. She even thought about becoming an invisible person. As long as Li Ming could think of her occasionally, she would be content. After all, the stain on her body can never be washed away in her lifetime, and she doesn't expect to find another man after she is released from prison, because she knows that she will never meet a man better than Li Ming. After eating all the delicacies from land and sea, how could she bear to eat coarse vegetables? That's why when she found out that Wang Qian also liked Li Ming, she was so excited, even desperate. If it were her, it would be difficult for her to refuse Li Ming, let alone her precious daughter, Qian, who was young and inexperienced in the world. Wang Xian didn't know what to do and could only mechanically follow the prison guard back to the prison area. Wang Xian returned to the library in a daze, and Tan Qingqing immediately noticed that something was wrong with Wang Xian. The two girls are now as close as sisters and can talk about anything. So when Tan Qingqing saw Wang Xian like this, she hurried forward to ask. Of course she knew that today was a prison visit day, and Wang Xian had just gone to see her daughter, but why did she suddenly become like this normally? She should be happy. Besides, Wang Xian wasn't like her who had to spend so many years in prison. After this competition, Wang Xian would be out soon. Mother and daughter reunited, a happy occasion for everyone. Why did she suddenly become like this? Could it be that the mother and daughter had a quarrel? But that shouldn't be the case. Not to mention how much Wang Xian missed her daughter Wang Qian. Now that they have reunited after a long separation, Wang Xian would never say anything that would make Wang Qian unhappy. Moreover, Wang Xian often talked to her about Wang Qian's understanding. How could the mother and daughter quarrel like this? Tan Qingqing was puzzled and stepped forward to persuade him. Sister Wang Xian, what's wrong? Did something happen? Don't panic. The warden will help us if anything happens. Just calm down, we can definitely solve it. Tan Qingqing held Wang Xian's stiff arm and tried to persuade her with concern. But when Wang Xian heard what Tan Qingqing said, she felt even more helpless and desperate. Tan Qingqing, like her, had already placed the position of prison warden in the deepest part of her heart. She even asked them to work together to make Li Ming satisfied and leave. They were all willing to do so. Li Ming's charm was so great. How could Qian escape? If one day in the future, Qian knew about her relationship with Li Ming, how would the two of them face each other? Wang Xian was so anxious that tears burst out. Looking at Tan Qingqing, who was looking at her with concern, she bit her lip and finally said helplessly, Qingqing, I suspect Qian seems to be with the warden. Wang Xian was halfway through her speech when tears started to drip down her cheeks. She choked up and couldn't utter the rest of the words. But this half has already made Tan Qingqing understand what Wang Xian meant. She was shocked when she heard that. Then, I don't know what he thought of, but he gradually calmed down. Tan Qingqing looked at Wang Xian solemnly, then gently raised her hand and patted Wang Xian on the back. She knew how big a blow this was to Wang Xian. Once upon a time, after she found out her sister Tan Changcheng had a relationship with Li Ming, she found it just as hard to accept as Wang Xian. She even pointed at Li Ming's face and yelled angrily. But didn't she have to accept this reality later? Moreover, she shamelessly fell in love with the harm Li Ming had done to her. Of course she knew that she and her sister Tan Changcheng had become Li Ming's women, but her sister never said a bad word about Li Ming. Instead, she always said that it was a good thing that the warden was there to help. In prison, Li Ming not only did not treat her badly, but also always took good care of her, whether it was transferring her to the library so that she didn't have to do physical work, or cooperating with her so that she could taste the freedom in prison. In addition to all the other things, she couldn't hate Li Ming at all. This is even more true for her sister Tan Changcheng. Both sisters are very grateful for Li Ming's presence. Otherwise, she would be doing endless physical labor in prison, living in a daze all day long, wasting her life. And her sister will run around outside trying to find a solution for her, but she might even be cheated of her money and sex, and all her efforts will be in vain. The current result was already the best possible outcome, so she naturally wouldn't demand more from Li Ming. The situation Wang Xin is facing now is much more serious than what she faced back then. After all, this kind of thing. Tan Qingqing thought about it and comforted him. Sister Wang Xin, you said it was just a suspicion. Don't be too sad. When we meet the warden, I'll ask him for you. He won't lie to us. If it's just a misunderstanding, then everyone will be happy. If it's really as you say, it's a done deal, then we can only find a way to solve it. Being sad and upset won't solve the problem. Also, although the warden is a bit lascivious, I think he's still very principled. We should trust him first and not just jump to conclusions. Even if Ku Yen likes the warden, there's still room for change. Sister Wang Xin, you have to be strong first. Ku Yen is still young. She might like the warden one day and another celebrity idol the next. It's unpredictable. Once we meet the warden, we'll know everything. The most urgent thing is to cheer up and wait for the warden to come. After listening to Tan Qingqing's advice, Wang Xin thought about Li Ming's every move. She still remembered that it was because of Li Ming that she was able to reunite with her daughter. Perhaps she really shouldn't have wronged Li Ming so hastily. She believed in the warden's character. Everything will become clear once we meet the warden. Wang Xin calmed down temporarily when she thought of this. She leaned against the headboard helplessly, her thoughts drifting back to the past. She was only a teenager that year. There were only 2 children in her family, her sister and her. Their parents were very patriarchal, so they didn't like the 2 sisters, especially her. Originally, their parents had hoped to have another son, but Wang Xion's birth shattered their hopes, so naturally, they didn't treat Wang Xion well. They usually beat or scolded her, calling her a jinx. This also made Wang Xion lose all attachment to her family. She was a mischievous person at a young age and started fooling around with a group of gangsters. But if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. One day, she went to the street as usual, and her beautiful face happened to be noticed by a drug dealer passing by. The drug dealer was a desperate man who had his head on his belt, so naturally he had no scruples. He took advantage of Wang Xion being alone, knocked her unconscious, tied her up with ropes, put her in a snakeskin bag, and abducted her openly. Her parents didn't even call the police. They were completely unfazed by the sudden disappearance of a living person from their home. They even thought Wang Xion had run away to work in a big city, or had run off with some bastard gangster. Anyway, Wang Xion was usually a troubled person. In this way, the drug dealer abducted Wang Xion to the drug den, imprisoned her, and rudely took possession of her. Wang Xion's frail body naturally made it impossible to resist. Facing an adult many years older than herself, she was helpless. Fortunately, this drug dealer wasn't too inhumane. Not only did he bring food over, but he also let Wang Xion go after knowing she was pregnant. But it is of course impossible to let her go free. In order to keep an eye on her, the drug dealer actually takes her with him to transport drugs every day, day to day. Finally, after Wang Qian was born safely, the drug dealer took Wang Xion with him to sell drugs again. But this time the news leaked out, and they were wiped out by the drug police in one fell swoop, leaving only Wang Xion and Wang Qian in her arms. Later, Wang Xion was involved in drug trafficking, but due to some insider information, she was sentenced to 15 years in prison. The police found her daughter Wang Qian through her sister and handed her over to her to be Wang Qian's guardian, which led to the current situation. Wang Xion recalled her tragic experience. I couldn't help but shed silent tears again. Mingdu Hotel. At the door of room 3066, Li Ming looked around and confirmed that there was no one in the corridor. So he knocked on Yang Yang's door with confidence. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, Yang Yang in the room still had a dazed look on his face when he heard a sudden knock on the door. She shuddered. Chapter 172 Yang Yang makes progress. Yang Yang hurriedly pulled down her bathrobe to block the tempting scenery. Hearing the knock on the door, she knew it must be the warden Li she had been thinking about. But if I open the door now, will Li Ming notice anything unusual? And I was only wearing a bathrobe. I haven't had time to take a shower yet. How come this is such a coincidence? However, even though Yang Yang had a lot of thoughts in his mind, only 1 second passed. Naturally, she would not let Li Ming wait outside the door for long. Without caring about anything else, Yang Yang ran to the door of the room and opened it directly. Through the gap in the door she opened, she found that the figure standing at the door was indeed Li Ming. Surprised, Yang Yang pulled the door open, then turned sideways, raised his hand slightly, and smiled at Li Ming. Warden Li is here. Please come in. Although Yang Yang didn't know why Li Ming came here wearing only a bathrobe, and she was not afraid of being seen by others, she naturally didn't mind it and invited Li Ming in with a smile. When Li Ming saw the door open, he quickly walked into the room. After Yang Yang closed the door, Li Ming turned around and looked at Yang Yang, whose whole body was flushed. I don't know if it's because she just took a shower, but the skin exposed outside the bathrobe is particularly pink and tender. Her already fair and slender legs are exposed outside, and there are even some water droplets on her legs, which have not been wiped dry. It is obvious that she just came out of the bathroom, so the water droplets are not dry yet. A face as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water, and a beauty that could not be contained by a bathrobe, made Li Ming's blood, which had just cooled down, begin to heat up again. Just now, Li Ming was too engrossed in instructing Huang Ying next door, and he had turned off the warning halo early, so he didn't pay special attention to Yang Yang. He just glanced at him and knew that Yang Yang was taking a bath in the bathtub. Then he withdrew his mind and concentrated on instructing Huang Ying on her housework. It was also because of this that he missed Yang Yang's previous action. Otherwise, Li Ming might have come out of Huang Ying's room even earlier in his excitement. Li Ming has always known that the sound insulation of this hotel is not very good, but he is not planning to change hotels. He also doesn't know whether other guests in this hotel have the same bad taste as him and prefer hotels with poor sound insulation. At midnight, he also heard a special sound coming from somewhere, but the sound lasted for a very short time and was mixed with some angry curses from time to time, which made Li Ming very dissatisfied. But if the sounds in your room are heard by others, they will probably enjoy it and have wild thoughts, just like Huang Ying. However, if the women in other rooms heard it, they might secretly blame the men around them. Li Ming didn't care. He was not Superman and could not save all the women in the world. He could only do his best and take care of those around him. The extremely beautiful Yang Yang in front of him was waiting for him to save her. So Li Ming sat on the bed with a smile and spoke to Yang Yang. Dr. Yang, it's been a long time since we last met. You're still as beautiful as ever, and judging by your complexion, you seem even more beautiful than before. Yang Yang walked to Li Ming's side. Listening to Li Ming's praise for her, Yang Yang smiled sweetly and also sat on the edge of the bed and smiled. Warden Li, you're even more impressive than last time. This morning at the administration, I was practically paralyzed by your impressive demeanor. If it weren't so crowded and inconvenient, I'd have asked you to go to the restroom with me. Yang Yang tidied up the hair around her ears and threw a coquettish glance at Li Ming, with her seductive look not concealed at all. Haha, that's too much. I didn't do anything. We were just chatting casually. You're flattering me too much. Li Ming shook his head and smiled, knowing that Yang Yang was praising him out of habit, and he didn't take it too seriously. It's true, Warden Li, when you pushed open the door and walked into the conference room. If everyone didn't know that the newly transferred director of the management bureau was a woman, everyone would definitely make a mistake and would definitely take you as the director. Yang Yang smiled sweetly again, his eyes full of admiration. She herself knew that what she said was a bit exaggerated, but she also knew that such polite words, whether true or false, would be better than nothing as long as they were said. Everyone likes to be praised and admired by others. As long as Li Ming heard it, no matter whether he believed it or not, Yang Yang's goal had been achieved. As Yang Yang expected, although Li Ming did not take it seriously, he was very pleased with Yang Yang's eyes. They were all adults, so they naturally understood the meaning behind his words and would not expose it. Li Ming raised the corner of his mouth slightly and waved to Yang Yang. Yang Yang then sat closer to Li Ming sensibly. Li Ming gently placed his hand on her leg, feeling the smoothness of her skin, and then spoke. Dr. Yang, remember what you said to me in the car on the way back to Black Mountain Prison last time? You said you wanted to be transferred out of the prison, to have a stable job and a place to live. You also said that prison was too depressing and not suitable for you. You wanted to stay in the city, right? Yang Yang's eyes lit up when she heard this. She didn't expect Li Ming to actually take her words to heart. She was right. Li Ming wasn't the kind of bastard who would just ignore her after putting on his pants. He really took her to heart. And now Li Ming mentioned these things again. Could it be that? Yang Yang guessed something, his face full of emotion and excitement. She tightly grasped Li Ming's hand, nodded excitedly, and then spoke tentatively. Yes. Warden Li, what are you talking about? Li Ming felt Yang Yang's excitement. He raised his other hand and patted Yang Yang's hand, which was holding his hand too tightly due to excitement, signaling her to relax. Then he explained directly without keeping her in suspense. Dr. Yang, what do you think of working at the prison administration? The pay here should be much better than in your prison. It's in the city, so transportation is convenient. Although it's a little different from what you wanted, it's still a way out of prison. If you want to stay here, then I can help you arrange it. As Li Ming finished speaking, Yang Yang became so excited that his whole body was shaking. That's the prison administration. This job is simply too good to be true. Countless people have tried their best to get a job there, but they all have no idea how to do it. She never thought that one day this surprise would be placed before her, and she could choose whatever she wanted. Not to mention that the treatment was much better than their prison. The working environment, status, and intensity were all worlds apart. There was no comparison at all. Although she wanted to improve herself, she had never expected that this day would come so soon, so unexpectedly. So this is Li Ming's power. Is this the power behind someone who can become a prison warden at such a young age? If she really went to the prison administration, she would be truly out of prison and have endless possibilities. Maybe she can really climb up a little bit. She wanted to see what the world looked like through the eyes of those people. She wants people to respect her and fear her. She is eager to improve. Chapter 173. Huang Ying likes it. Warden Li, are you telling the truth? Yang Yang asked Li Ming excitedly again. It wasn't that she didn't believe Li Ming. She just wanted to get confirmation from him. After all, this surprise was too big, so big that she thought she was still dreaming and not awake. Really, as long as you like it, if you want to go, you can come over anytime. I will help you arrange it. Li Ming smiled confidently, and seeing Yang Yang's surprised expression, he also felt inexplicably happy. Although his identity is very special, he rarely abuses his power for personal gain. However, seeing that Yang Yang was so moved by his words that he wanted to work like a slave for him and would do anything for him, Li Ming also tasted the power. This was just something he and Zhou Linlin decided upon casually, but it was a trivial matter for him. But for an ordinary person like Yang Yang, it might not be possible even if he tried his best in his entire life. Warden Li, I don't know how to thank you enough. I didn't expect you to actually write down what I said to you. I'm deeply humbled and have no way to repay you. As long as you give me a word and I can be of any use to you, I will do my best. Yang Yang grabbed Li Ming's hand, pressed it against his chest, and made a serious promise to Li Ming. Her eyes were firm, tears welling up in her eyes due to excitement, and her face was flushed with excitement. Coupled with Yang Yang's already beautiful face, Li Ming couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and the alert aura was also turned on at this time. Li Ming felt the strength in her hand. Even without using her skills to judge, she knew that these words were indeed spoken from Yang Yang's heart. He was definitely not lying to him. His words were as firm as the tearful vows made by a bride at a wedding ceremony. Li Ming smiled slightly, patted Yang Yang's shoulder, and said gently, Dr. Yang, last time, after it was over, didn't I tell you that since there weren't any outsiders around, it was just the two of us, you didn't have to call me Warden Li. Why be so polite? Just call me by my name. Are you feeling awkward again after not seeing me for so many days? Upon hearing this, Yang Yang was brought out of her excitement by Li Ming's gentleness. She felt Li Ming's big hand on her shoulder. Yang Yang licked her lips and no longer hesitated. Li Ming, you're so kind. I never regret following you. Although we haven't been in touch much lately, I've learned a lot and want to try them all with you. I told you last time in the car, enjoy life to the fullest and live every day to the fullest. Tonight, I won't run away. As Yang Yang finished speaking, she slowly stood up from the bed and walked in front of Li Ming. She looked at Li Ming with burning eyes, and her eyes became more and more fiery. Meanwhile, Huang Ying in the next room had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. But thanks to the lack of soundproofing in the hotel, a familiar sound woke her up from her sleep again. Huang Ying instinctively looked to her side, but Li Ming, who was supposed to be there, had disappeared and no one knew where he had gone. Huang Ying looked at the neatly folded uniforms at the head of the bed. Li Ming's uniform was still there, which proved that Li Ming had not left the hotel. This made her feel a little relieved. After all, her main task is to protect Li Ming. If Li Ming disappears from her side, she will be truly derelict in her duty and lose her ambition because of playing with things. Huang Ying sat up from the bed, found her cell phone, thought about it, and decided to call Li Ming to ask. Although the noise from next door affected her call to Li Ming, she couldn't care less about it at the moment. After all, Li Ming was out of her control. According to her previous training, knowing Li Ming's current location was the first priority. So Huang Ying no longer hesitated and directly dialed Li Ming's number. Beep, beep, beep. Li Ming's cell phone suddenly rang. Huang Ying was listening attentively to the voice on the phone, but the sudden ringing of the cell phone made her slightly stunned. Huang Ying instinctively turned her head and looked at the wall at the head of the bed. It seemed like the sudden ringing of the cell phone was coming from the next room. And what came was not just the ringing of the cell phone, but the sound that never stopped, mixed with Li Ming's cell phone ringing. so Huang Ying could hear it clearly. Huang Ying's mind raced. Her lips parted slightly as she stared at the wall behind her in disbelief. A bold guess suddenly occurred to her mind. The phone that was buzzing next to my ear was suddenly picked up as the ringing of the phone next door stopped. "Hello, Huang Ying." Li Ming's voice came from the phone. Huang Ying, who had been staring at the wall of the next room with her eyes wide open in shock, also heard Li Ming's voice on the phone. The sound reached Huang Ying's ears through Li Ming's mobile phone, and it was much clearer than through a wall. Huang Ying swallowed in shock. She knew that Li Ming must have many women, but, in such a short time, how did Li Ming manage to bring one of his women to the next door? And then, who was the woman next door? Warden, you are. Huang Ying's voice was intermittent. She really didn't know what to say. Her little brain was unable to process the information it received. In comparison, after years of training, her body wasn't as good as the warden's. Although now wasn't the time to think about it, Huang Ying couldn't help but think. It doesn't really matter to Huang Ying who the woman next door is. Although she has become one of the warden's women, she has a clear understanding of her own position and has never expected the warden to give her any status. She was just stunned by Li Ming's actions for a moment and didn't know what to do. Listening to the voices next door, she guessed that the warden was still safe, so she felt relieved. As for the rest, next door, 3066. In the room where Yang Yang and Li Ming were. Li Ming held the phone in one hand, and Huang Ying's voice rang in his ears. Li Ming smiled evilly, and the warning halo was turned on. Huang Ying, who was staring blankly at the wall next door with a shocked expression, appeared in her mind. Li Ming answered the call without any concealment and had no intention of hiding it from Huang Ying. He knows. Huang Ying likes. Chapter 174, Don't Hang Up the Phone. The moment the phone rang, Yang Yang turned around and gave Li Ming an inquiring look. After checking the name of the caller, Li Ming gave Yang Yang a reassuring expression and signaled her to continue without stopping. Yang Yang naturally understood what Li Ming meant in an instant and gave Li Ming a seductive look shyly. Although she was surprised at Li Ming's boldness and recklessness, she naturally had to obey Li Ming's orders and continued to do what she was doing as if no one was around. Seeing that Yang Yang was so sensible, Li Ming smiled and answered the phone. Li Ming guessed correctly. Huang Ying, she really liked it. Huang Ying unconsciously lifted the quilt, exposing her perfect figure that could make countless men fall for her. What Huang Ying didn't know was, Li Ming next door had his alert halo on at the moment, and Huang Ying's every move did not escape his eyes. Li Ming smiled evilly again, thinking to himself that his guess was right. It was a familiar smell. The last time he and Su Qingwan were together, Huang Ying had acted just like that, and he had been willing to cooperate. But now, in the same hotel, in different rooms, history was always surprisingly similar. An evil thought suddenly occurred to Li Ming, a veteran of many battles, and he clenched his fists. An evil voice whispered in his ear, instigating him. Finally, excited, Li Ming whispered an order to Huang Ying on the phone. Huang Ying, don't hang up the phone. Huang Ying next door was already feeling a bit unbearable at the moment, and hearing Li Ming's order made her even more itchy. Huang Ying, who always obeyed orders, naturally would not disobey Li Ming's order at this moment. She suppressed her emotions and replied tremblingly. It's the warden. Li Ming shook his head and gave another order. No, just call me instructor. Li Ming's order made her anticipate something. She bit her lips tightly, flames rising in her eyes, and answered in a suppressed voice. It's the instructor. Li Ming heard Huang Ying's trembling voice coming from the phone, and then he nodded with satisfaction. Li Ming then smiled evilly. The bold idea just now came to his mind again. He suddenly took out the phone he was talking on, and regardless of Yang Yang's angry look, he slowly put it to Yang Yang's ear. In his mind, he was observing the movements of the yellow oriole next door. The smile on his face became more and more unbridled. As time passed and the night deepened. Montenegro Women's Prison. In the office of the feared deputy warden, Lin Shi sat on the sofa, looking indifferently at the beautiful girl opposite him who was a little reserved, with a little weirdness in his eyes. The girl was wearing a black JK suit. I don't know if the size of the clothes was too small or if it was intentional, but the girl's slender waist was just slightly exposed. The short skirt covered her knees, revealing her fair legs. She was wearing a pair of white, over-the-knee super transparent stockings on her legs. With her outstanding face and tall figure, she looked like a pure school beauty who had just walked out of school. And this pure school beauty is Wang Qian, who came to visit the prison. Wang Qian clenched her fists and placed them flat on her knees, somewhat afraid to look Lin Shi in the eye. Last time, she was a little scared of this beautiful sister. She was also the deputy warden and had an awe-inspiring air. Everyone was afraid of her, let alone a little girl like her who had never seen the world. Wang Qian could only sit stiffly on the sofa, waiting for Lin Shi's questions. Lin Shi was also a little confused and looked at Wang Qian strangely. Logically, the visiting bus should have left, but Wang Qian did not take the bus back. Instead, she found the second warden she met last time and asked him to take her to the warden's office. The second supervisor naturally knew Wang Qian, so she did not stop her and took Wang Qian directly to the office building. But the second warden didn't know that Li Ming was not in prison. After she brought Wang Qian to the door of Li Ming's office, no matter how hard she knocked, no one came out to open the door. Obviously, Li Ming is not in the office. Just when Wang Qian didn't know what to do and was about to call Li Ming to ask, the door of the deputy warden's office was pushed open from the inside. It was Lin Shi who pushed the door open and walked out. She saw Wang Qian and the second supervisor at the door, which led to the current situation. The second warden was sent away by Lin Shi, and Wang Qian was brought into the office. She didn't know why Wang Qian came here to look for Li Ming. If she didn't leave the prison at this time, she would have to spend the night here. Could it be that she also? Lin Shi looked at Wang Qian with some suspicion. Seeing that she looked pitiful, Lin Shi couldn't bear to scare her, so he asked softly, "Qian, what do you want to talk to the warden about? He's not in the prison. If you have anything to say, you can tell me." Lin Shi's rare gentle voice made Wang Qian less scared. She looked up at Lin Shi, hesitated, and shook her head. "Sister Lin Shi, I'm fine. I missed the bus back home. That's why. Wang Qian's face was a little red, and she obviously couldn't lie, so Lin Shi saw through her at a glance. Lin Shi looked at Wang Qian in front of her, and her suspicions grew even stronger. Could it be that Li Ming hadn't even let Wang Qian go? He had been so extravagant behind her back before. She had thought Li Ming was a loyal man, but it turned out that he had hooked up with countless women outside. However, now that Lin Shi has laid her cards bare with Li Ming, she is naturally no longer as angry as before. Wang Qian in front of her is beautiful, has a good figure, and has the unique temperament of a campus middle school student. It is no wonder that Li Ming would be moved. Lin Shi has no objection to Wang Qian becoming Li Ming's woman. So Lin Shi smiled slightly, poured a glass of water for Wang Qian, sat next to Wang Qian, and then spoke gently. "Qian, don't be nervous. I'm off work now. You don't have to treat me like the deputy warden. You already call me Sister Lin Shi, so just treat me like your sister. If you have anything, tell me. I'll help you. I don't know when your brother Li will be released from prison. As for him, we don't know when he will be back." Chapter 175. I underestimated her. With Lin Shi's gentle persuasion, Wang Qian also let down her guard a little. She felt that the sister Lin Shi in front of her was different from the last time, with a stern face and a ferocious look. Maybe Sister Lin Shi wanted to maintain the image of deputy warden when she was at work, so she pretended to be cold and heartless. Now that she is off work, her true character is revealed. Wang Qian looked up at Lin Shi, who was smiling like a flower. She thought Lin Shi was very beautiful and gentle, and had an indescribable nobility about her. Her every move and gesture was like that of a lady from a noble family. If it comes down to figure and looks alone, she doesn't think she is inferior to Sister Lin Shi. After all, everyone has a different style, and there is no absolute one who is better looking. But if you add this innate temperament, she would feel a little ashamed of herself. Wang Qian couldn't help but think that if the gentle Sister Lin Shi and Brother Li became a couple, they would truly be a perfect match. Moreover, both of them hold high positions and can see each other every day in prison. Perhaps this is the perfect girlfriend for Brother Li. If he had a girlfriend like Sister Lin Shi, then Brother Li wouldn't have cheated on his wife and wouldn't have so many women. If I were to be with Brother Li, would I be sure that he would only like me? Big Brother Li still hasn't accepted her, so how could she be qualified to make Big Brother Li like only her? Wang Qian felt a slight pain in her heart when she thought of this. She couldn't suppress her aggrieved emotions. Then, she heard Lin Shi's gentle voice and finally couldn't hold it back any longer. Her eyes became hot and tears burst out. "Sister Lin Shi, I really like Big Brother Li. But Big Brother Li has never accepted me. I've hinted so clearly. I can also feel that Big Brother Li likes me, but I don't know why. Big Brother Li just won't accept my confession. Sister Lin Shi, what should I do?" Wang Qian sobbed and spoke to Lin Shi beside her with grievance. She was so aggrieved at this point that she let it all out without hesitation. But she could never have imagined that the person she chose to confide in was actually the woman of Brother Li, whom she had been thinking about all the time. Lin Shi, who was standing by, was also a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that Wang Qian was not Li Ming's woman. Looking at Wang Qian, who was crying in front of her, Lin Shi smiled bitterly. I really didn't expect that she actually misunderstood Li Ming. Faced with such a beautiful girl who came to him on her own initiative, Li Ming was able to control his desire and not make a move on Wang Qian. This really made Lin Shi look at Li Ming with a higher opinion. It seemed that he was not so desperate that he would eat anything. He still had his bottom line. Lin Shi came back to his senses and patted Wang Qian's shoulder gently. Qian, maybe your brother Li's refusal to accept you is a form of protection for you. You know he's the warden, and there must be many women who like him like you. If he agrees to every one of them, wouldn't it be a mess? I think your brother Li must be afraid of hurting you, so he didn't accept your feelings. But if you really like him and want to be with him no matter what, then I can help you. Lin Shi smiled slightly and said mysteriously. At this moment, Lin Shi actually liked this straightforward and brave Wang Qian. Anyway, Li Ming has one more woman, one less, no more, so adding Wang Qian is not a bad idea, but the premise is, Wang Qian herself is willing. Wang Qian, whose tears were still streaming down her face, was slightly stunned when she heard Lin Shi say that. Then she suddenly stood up and looked at Lin Shi excitedly with a look of surprise. Really, Sister Lin Shi, can you really help me? Lin Shi nodded affirmatively, but then she changed her tone and spoke seriously again. Qian, don't be too happy just yet. You need to think carefully about whether you really want to be with your brother Li no matter what, even if, you know he has many other women besides you. You know how good your big brother Li is. He won't just have one woman by his side in the future. If you can accept that and don't care if he's with multiple women at the same time, then I can help you. But if you're still concerned and want to monopolize big brother Li, then I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. Even if I help you temporarily, it will end up hurting you later. Lin Shi advised earnestly. She did not hide it from Wang Qian. She explained the interests involved to her clearly and let her make her own choice. When Wang Qian heard this, the confusion on her face surfaced again. Her mother Wang Xian had just said these words to her today, and this was exactly what she was struggling with. She came to Li Ming because she was conflicted and impulsively wanted to ask him for clarification. But Li Ming happened to be out of jail today. Wang Qian sat back on the sofa dejectedly, her delicate face filled with frustration. Seeing this, Lin Shi did not try to persuade her anymore. She had already said enough. If Wang Qian didn't like Li Ming so much and just gave up, the result might be better for her. After all, not every woman can be as understanding as Xia Hong. Lin Shi shook her head and said nothing more. She slowly stood up from the sofa and planned to get the intercom from the desk to ask the prison guards outside to clean up a guest room to accommodate Wang Qian. But just as Lin Shi stood up, Wang Qian's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Sister Lin Shi, if I'm not mistaken, you are also one of Brother Li's women. The sudden sound in the office made Lin Shi stop in surprise. She raised her eyebrows and turned to look at Wang Qian, who was looking up at her with a burning gaze on the sofa. An inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She didn't expect Wang Qian to be so perceptive, or maybe she was too straightforward. Seeing Wang Qian's innocence like a student, she didn't expect that she would actually dare to guess, and guess correctly. I underestimated her. Mingdu Hotel. Room 3066. Li Ming was sitting on the TV cabinet with his back to the TV, just across the wall from Huang Ying's room next door. Yang and Huang Ying were still on the phone, and the time displayed on the phone screen was already 39 minutes. Li Ming was still enjoying the sauna in Yang's room, but he didn't notice that it was getting late. In room 2021, sisters Lu Ryu and Lu Ruyan had already prepared to welcome Li Ming's visit, but from day to night, there was still no news from Li Ming. Confused, Lu Ruyan called Li Ming. Pity. I called several times and still. On the phone, the two sisters looked at each other and felt as if the sky had fallen. Li Ming actually blocked her number? What's going on? Chapter 176. Save me. Why am I always on the phone? Could it be that Brother Li has blocked me? Lu Ruyan held the phone tightly in her hand, listening to the busy tone, with a look of anxiety and worry on her face. No, that shouldn't be the case. Brother Li said he would come today, so he shouldn't break his promise. He might be on the phone with someone important right now, so let's not disturb him for now. He must have been delayed by this call and didn't have time to come. Lu Ruyu quickly calmed down and didn't think about it any further. In her mind, Li Ming didn't seem like the kind of bastard who would take advantage of others and not recognize them. Well, I don't think Brother Li can block me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called us on his own initiative and just made a feint. Lu Ruyan also patted her chest and thought about it calmly. She didn't think Li Ming would be so bored that he would call them just to trick them. Ruyan, do you feel that this scene seems familiar? We used to keep those stinky men hanging in the same way, but before, it was the men who were worried about whether we would respond or not. But now, it's us who are worried about whether we would respond or not. Lu Ruoyu's tone was a little sad. Not long ago, they were the ones taking the initiative, but now the situation is completely reversed. Ha ha ha. Sister, now that you mention it, It seems to be true. It turns out that this is how those stinky men felt before. It's a bit weird to say it. I feel sorry for them. If I had known they were so tortured, I would have sent more emoticons at that time. Lu Rian chuckled and said sorry, but there was still no ripple in her heart. Women are like this. They will be extremely empathetic to the man they like and will be willing to give everything for him. However, they will have no feelings for those who are their backups. No matter how affectionate the other person is, she will not feel the same way. But Lu Ruiyu pursed her lips. She felt that the two sisters seemed to have fallen into it without knowing when, just like the men they had deceived before. All those men pay is money and worthless feelings, and it doesn't matter even if there is no result. But what these sisters have given is more than just love. If Li Ming abandons them one day when they are old and ugly, they will cry so hard that they won't be able to find the rhythm. If you want to avoid this kind of result, you must either get Li Ming's true love or get enough benefits from Li Ming. Although they are clean, young, and beautiful, and they are sisters, which can give Li Ming an extraordinary feeling, but no matter how beautiful something is, people will get tired of it eventually. Lu Ruiyu couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although she likes Li Ming, she doesn't want to put everything on Li Ming's shoulders. Even if she wants to be with Li Ming forever, they also need to improve themselves. Otherwise, the higher Li Ming rises, the further away he will be from them and their sisters. Thinking of this, Lu Ruiyu got up from the bed, took off the fluffy tail and put it aside, then walked to the cabinet beside her, took out 2 thick books, and walked in front of Lu Rian. Rian, Brotherly hasn't arrived yet. We're just waiting anyway. Let's read for a while, and try to get ashore as soon as possible. Lu Rian frowned when she heard her sister say that, but she still took one of the books. The room suddenly became quiet, with only the rustling of pages turning. And on those 2 thick books, a few big words are particularly eye-catching. Civil Servant Quick Guide. Lu Ruiyu and Lu Rian were engrossed in their reading. They had no idea that right above their room, Li Ming was also busy improving himself at this time. Thanks to the magical effect of the 10-ingredient tonic pills, Li Ming not only did not feel exhausted, but instead he didn't know where the strength came from. Yang Yang's confidence gradually disappeared. What are the cows in the land that are being talked about online? Why is it that reality is not like that? The netizens are misleading me. Yang Yang wiped the sweat off his forehead and thought aggrievedly. Li Ming looked at Yang Yang's expression and smiled smugly, surprised at his own fear. This time, it was all the same. It was enough to show how much harm Lin she suffered from him that day in prison. Thinking of this, Li Ming had another evil idea in his mind. He said to the pitiful and touching Yang Yang in front of him, "Then you can ask her to come over." Li Ming had a wicked smile on his face. Looking at Yang Yang's angry and helpless expression, he felt very proud in his heart and waited for Yang Yang's performance with anticipation. When Yang Yang heard this, he felt both love and hate for Li Ming. She didn't know why Li Ming had become so bad after not seeing him for a while, and she didn't know where these wild ideas came from. Even though she was fully prepared mentally, she was still made to laugh and cry by Li Ming's bizarre ideas, and it was really unbearable. But she didn't want to spoil Li Ming's fun. After all, Li Ming had just given her a big surprise, let alone asking Huang Ying to come over, even if a few more came. She must be happy to do so. After all, she is sharing the pain. It's just Li Ming didn't want to call Huang Ying on his own, and he insisted that she call him Huang Ying. How could she, a girl, have the nerve to ask? Yang Yang took a deep breath and finally adjusted himself. Helplessly, he had to do as Li Ming wished. So, Yang Yang adjusted his breathing and spoke into the phone still held to his ear. Huang Ying, save me. Chapter 177 Traveling Together. At the same time, in Huang Ying's room, she leaned against the head of the bed, holding the phone in one hand and listening to the conversation between Li Ming and Yang Yang on the phone. The current situation has already broken through her psychological defenses. If she said anything more, how could she feel embarrassed? But hearing Yang Yang's crying, Huang Ying couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. They had been on the phone for so long. It was inevitable that she and Yang Yang had developed some sympathy for each other, and now facing Yang Yang's pleading, Huang Ying's mind was in turmoil. She gritted her teeth and stretched her body. Apart from feeling a little weak, she seemed to be fine. After all, she had been training for many years and was naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Moreover, the emotions that had been brewing for so long had already become difficult for her to digest on her own. So, Huang Ying sat up, went to the bathroom, and put on another set of bathrobes. After calming down, she finally spoke. "Help me, open the door." After Huang Ying finished replying, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted and a fire of hope rose in her heart. Her face was red and her head was a little dizzy. She didn't know that she could be so bold as to actually agree to Yang Yang's request. Ever since she met Li Ming, her bottom line has been lowered again and again. The scene that she could only dream of has now become a reality. But Huang Ying didn't hate it. This novel experience was exactly what she wanted. It was precisely because of this that Huang Ying agreed to stay with Li Ming. She was just a little embarrassed, after all. But as the saying goes, a man follows his wife wherever she goes, and her instructor Li likes this. How could she, an obedient woman, disobey orders? Huang Ying secretly comforted herself. She was just following the instructor's orders. It wasn't her own initiative. Li Ming had been observing Huang Ying through the warning halo. Seeing Huang Ying's series of actions, he smiled slightly. He knew that Huang Ying would definitely agree. He had experienced this before. Once Huang Ying's nature was unleashed, what she could do was beyond his imagination. Therefore, it was within Li Ming's expectations that Huang Ying would agree to Yang Yang's rescue. Huang Ying had already opened the door in the warning aura, and Li Ming naturally brought Yang Yang with him, and the two of them went to the door together to welcome and open it. With a click, the door was opened by Li Ming, and Huang Ying saw a scene that shocked her extremely. Although she was mentally prepared, the scene in front of her still made her blush and stunned. But Li Ming smiled evilly, not giving Huang Ying any chance to regret, and pulled her into the room. With a bang, the door is closed. Yang Yang finally retired after achieving success. Instructor Li Ming is online. Dr. Yang Yang has taken a leave of absence. Huang Ying seamlessly connected and replaced Dr. Yang's position. Huang Ying couldn't help but recall her life in the training camp. Her parents died when she was young, and she had no memory of her family. As far as she could remember, she had been studying and training day after day in the training camp. There are many little boys and girls with the same background as her. These children should have been enjoying a happy school life in a safe school, but they started physical training at a very young age. They rolled around in the mud pit all day long, exposed to the scorching sun, and sweat broke out in layers. Fortunately, the food in the training camp was very good and the children were well nourished. Moreover, because they started training from a young age, the children quickly adapted to this kind of life. The next step was to strictly follow the instructor's training tasks and constantly squeeze out my potential, but extremes can backfire. The constant mechanical training has made their minds numb and their emotions indifferent. Although there is a psychological counseling course every week in the training camp, it does not have much effect on these children who have never felt any warmth. All their principles are to obey orders. This is a mark engraved in their genes and has even become their instinct. Finally, when they grew up, the psychological counseling instructor gave them the last lesson, which was that in the future when carrying out tasks, they should open their hearts and try to let themselves have more emotions, whether good or bad. Under the premise of not affecting the mission, they can appropriately find some interests and hobbies that interest them. Although most of their duties are to protect important leaders and be qualified special caregivers, but don't think of yourself as a machine without emotions. Only by learning to empathize with others and being able to perceive the emotional changes of people around you can you perform your tasks more humanely and be more accepted by the mission targets. Huang Ying had only vaguely understood what was said before, having subconsciously memorized these profound words. However, after spending so many days with Li Ming, she finally truly understood what it meant to be a person with 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was only at this moment that Huang Ying felt complete. She was no longer a machine that only knew how to carry out tasks. Montenegro prison. Lin Shi looked at Wang Qian in surprise. She had underestimated this girl. She didn't expect that based on her few words, this girl could actually guess the truth. Lin Shi looked at Wang Qian's burning gaze and nodded slowly. She didn't deny it, and there was no need to deny it. She is Lin Shi, Li Mingming's legitimate fiancée. Since this girl has guessed it, that's fine. She just doesn't like to talk in such roundabout ways. After Lin Shi nodded, she slowly sat back on the sofa. Her whole temperament changed again. From the gentle sister just now, she immediately turned into the image of a dignified and generous wife. She smiled slightly and said to Wang Qian, "That's right. Since you guessed it, I won't hide it from you. Soon, your big brotherly will marry me. But I don't mean to brag, because your big brotherly has more than one woman. Although he will marry me, I will not interfere with his other women. That's why I said that if you really want to be with him no matter what, then not only will I not stop you, I can even help you. Now I've told you everything I should and shouldn't say. The rest is up to you. However, considering your young age, I'm giving you a piece of advice. Li Ming isn't right for you." After Lin Shi finished speaking, she looked quietly at Wang Qian, whose face was a little pale. Wang Qian suddenly felt a headache, which was not the pain she should endure at her age. Her peers were still having sweet romances in school, but she had no choice but to enter the society and met such an outstanding man like Li Ming. Li Ming had raised her vision to the highest level. He was the most perfect man she had ever met in her life. This man also helped her find her mother and cared for her meticulously. With all this, how could Wang Qian fall in love with another oddball? If she went back to school now, those seniors and school idols who made her talk about them and discuss them privately would no longer be in her eyes. Meeting Li Ming was her luck, but also her misfortune. After hearing Lin Shi tell her all the interests so frankly, Wang Qian couldn't help but have some doubts. So Wang Qian pursed her lips and couldn't help but ask directly, "Sister Lin Shi, you are such a beautiful woman, and you hold a high position. You can find any man you want. Why are you willing to share brotherly with other women?" When Lin Shi heard this, but she just smiled slightly. She had naturally thought about this question and had asked herself it before. Even if Li Ming did something unforgivable to her, it wasn't completely unforgivable. It wasn't like they had to get married just because they slept together and lost their virginity. If you really want to know what she is up to, maybe it's because Li Ming can make her happy. The following is more exciting. As usual, add to the bookshelf, click to urge the update, and work hard on typing. I wish everyone good luck. Chapter 178. You are still young. Of course, Lin Shi couldn't tell Wang Qian directly like this. She just smiled mysteriously at Wang Qian, left a few words, and then got up to help Wang Qian arrange a room. You are still young, you will understand why later. Wang Qian curled her lips in dissatisfaction when she heard this, and thought to herself, "Who's young? I'm almost 20. Li Ming also said she was young. Lin Shi also said she was young. There's nothing I can't tell her. Even if she's a child now, but if I tell her clearly, she won't be a child anymore. She's already 20. The conversation between the two ended there, and soon a prison guard came up and took Wang Qian back to the guest room where she had stayed last time. Although Wang Qian didn't come to a conclusion on the topic they discussed, Lin Shi saw that Wang Qian didn't seem to be disgusted at all. Maybe this girl still had evil intentions. But now that Li Ming is gone, this is the only way. After Wang Qian was taken away, Lin Shi checked the time and wanted to call Li Ming, but when he was about to press the dial button, he hesitated. Li Ming didn't tell her when he left, so if she called him, would she think that she wanted to check on him? She had promised not to interfere with Li Ming's affairs with other women, so naturally, she would not break her promise. Lin Shi simply put her phone down again. After all, there was no rush for this kind of thing. She could talk about it after Li Ming came back. As for Wang Qian, considering that she has the potential to become Li Ming's woman, let her stay in prison first. If Li Ming knew about her demeanor as a wife, he probably wouldn't be able to find fault with her. Lin Shi had no idea how lively the atmosphere would be if she called right now. Li Ming missed Su Qinghuan a little at this moment. Among all the women he had, Su Qinghuan's strength was definitely at the top. If she knew that he was extraordinary now, she would definitely be shocked. However, Su Qinghuan has not contacted him since returning to City A, and he doesn't know what progress Tan Qingqing's case has made. Li Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. If he continued thinking about it, the emotions that had just calmed down might be stirred up again. After all, just the 3 words Su Qinghuan were enough to make him fantasize. After taking a shower, Li Ming wiped the water off his body and walked in front of the 2 women, but the 2 women fell asleep in pairs again. Li Mingbin wanted to tell Huang Ying that he was going to the 2nd floor, but before he could do so, Huang Ying and Yang Yang were so tired that they fell asleep, so he had to give up. Li Ming quietly picked up his cell phone again, changed into a bathrobe and put it on, then tiptoed to open the door and walked out. With a click, Li Ming closed the door, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Ming couldn't help but feel that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had made the same move when he just came out of Huang Ying's room. Li Ming smiled slightly, shook his head, and walked towards the elevator. It was already dark outside, so Lu Ruyu and Lu Ruyan must have been waiting impatiently. However, he was really busy and couldn't spare time. With so many women around, Li Ming was also very troubled. Without noticing, he found himself surrounded by so many beauties with different styles, and each of them was as beautiful as a flower. It was not that Li Ming fell in love with everyone he saw, but these women were too attractive. If Li Ming did not eat them, it would be a waste of treasures, not to mention the rewards of treasure chests. At this moment, a red treasure chest was quietly floating in his mind, which was used to capture Huang Ying. However, Li Ming did not want to open it now. He wanted to wait until he returned to the prison, took a good bath, and burned incense before opening it. Maybe he could get a useful reward. Of course, he also learned his lesson. If he was prescribed a pill similar to the 10-herb tonic pill again, he must not take it rashly, so as not to cause irreparable consequences. Soon, Li Ming had already arrived on the 2nd floor and stood at the familiar door of 2021. Just as Li Ming was about to knock on the door opened with a click. Opened it from the inside. Lu Ruyan's little head poked out from the crack of the door, and saw Li Ming's face full of surprise. Li Ming was a little confused. How come Lu Rian knew he was coming as soon as he arrived at the door? Could it be that Lu Rian also awakened some kind of warning aura? Before he could even ask, Li Ming was pulled in through the crack of the door by Lu Rian. In this situation, Li Ming had a bit of an illusion, as if this scene had happened before, but just now it was him who pulled Huang Ying into the room, and now it was Lu Rian who. Montenegro Prison. Infirmary. Xia Hong and Xun Jia were sitting side by side on the bed. Both women were wearing loose pajamas, with their 4 long legs hanging naturally. I don't know where Xia Hong got a wooden foot-soaking bucket from. At this moment, hot steam was rising from the bucket, and 2 pairs of white and tender feet were soaking in the bucket, crossing and overlapping. Xun Jia and Xia Hong both had comfortable expressions on their faces. Today, Xun Jia gave the prisoners an intensive training, and the strength of the remaining teams has improved by leaps and bounds, especially the group of Tan Xingqing, Wang Xian, and the newly joined Guya and Asha. Not only are the 4 of them extremely good-looking, but they also have graceful figures and some basic dance skills. With Xun Jia's special care and devilish training, they are making progress even faster. Although Wang Xian is slightly worse, she makes up for her shortcomings with hard work and is not too far behind the other 3. She was about to complete the task assigned to her by Li Ming. With the current strength of the 4 of them, winning first place in the competition would not be a problem. If the competition is over, Xun Jia probably won't be able to stay in prison for long. Thinking that Xia Hong would definitely not be able to escape Li Ming's clutches after leaving the prison, Xun Jia couldn't help but feel a little worried. So Xun Jia considered his words carefully and spoke tentatively to Xia Hong beside him. Hong, after you came to prison, all the guys who used to pursue you came to me asking about you. And that school hunk, what's his name? He knew you broke up with your ex, so he came to me right away, wanting me to set you up, but you were in a bad mood at the time, so I ignored him. Now he's working at a big hospital, he's quite handsome, and he's a top-ranked surgeon. How about I contact him, and you two can rekindle your relationship? Chapter 179. He is awesome. Xia Hong listened to Xun Jia's lobbying with ulterior motives, shrugged helplessly, and spoke. Jia, don't try to persuade me. I know what you mean, but I don't even look at other men right now. And I didn't even look at the men you mentioned back then, let alone now. Xia Hong looked down at her feet in the tub, and her mind flashed back to the time when she was in the hospital, and it made even her favorite high heels difficult to wear. The images that kept appearing in her mind made Xia Hong blush slightly, and her body temperature rose a little. However, Xun Jia thought she was just soaking her feet, so she didn't care and was still trying to find a way to dispel Xia Hong's idea. Oh, don't they say that when a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes? We were all students before, and we didn't know how to dress well. Now that we have entered the society, clothes make the man. That guy should dress well. How come he is the most handsome boy in the medical school? As Xun Jia spoke, she rummaged through her phone, trying to find a recent photo of the person Xia Hong was talking about. But as he was flipping through the pages, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked embarrassed. Xia Hong naturally did not miss the change in Xun Jia's expression. She looked at Xun Jia's phone curiously, only to see a warm daily photo of a family of 3 on the screen. The male protagonist in the photo was none other than the campus hunk of the medical school who Xun Jia had once liked Xia Hong. Seeing this, Xia Hong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Their children are already this grown up. I'd better not break up their happy life. Even though my warden is a bit philandering, we are all willing to follow him. If I had to choose, I would rather be the warden's mistress than his sole spouse. Apart from the warden, I really won't be moved by other men. Jia, please stop trying to persuade me. As for you, Jia, if you have a good man, you should look for one yourself. Since you don't like the warden, that's fine too. You haven't been hurt like me, so you can definitely find a good man and live a normal married life. Most of our classmates are married and have children, and we're the only ones missing. I have a warden now, so you're the only one left. Also, if you want to have a child, I can tell you from a very professional perspective that you must do it as early as possible. Don't wait until you're older. Even if you're healthy, the risks will be greatly increased. So, why don't you pick one of these men that you like and give it a try? Xia Hong seized the opportunity and counterattacked Xun Jia, leaving Xun Jia speechless. She never thought that being urged to get married by her parents when she returned home would be one thing, but now she was also being urged by her best friend. Didn't she really care about her own life now that she already had a man? Xun Jia gave Xia Hong a reproachful look, and for a moment, she didn't know how to make Xia Hong change her mind. Ever since Xia Hong confronted her, Xun Jia has been trying every possible way to break them up, but with almost no success. Xia Hong, who is so love-brained, cannot listen to a single bad word from Li Ming, and she blushes from time to time. I wonder what she is thinking. Xinjia couldn't help but ask angrily. Xiaohong, tell me the truth. What kind of magic potion did Li Ming give you to make you so obsessed? I'm embarrassed to tell you. Xinjia was really mad at Xiaohong and could hardly control her emotions. When Xiaohong heard this, she pinched her chin and began to recall every detail of her time with Li Ming. Then, she didn't know where she was thinking about, but her face suddenly turned red just as Xinjia had expected. She looked like a shy little woman in love. A girl's blush is more important than anything else. Xinjia was stunned when she saw Xiaohong's expression. She began to doubt her own thoughts. She wondered if Xiaohong and Li Ming really loved each other and ignored worldly concepts. Instead, she was determined to break them up, thinking they were unreasonable, and unknowingly ended up being at a disadvantage. Xiaohong's current appearance was something she had never experienced with her ex. Perhaps. Xiaohong and Li Ming. Is this love? Xiaohong blushed for a while, then turned her head to look at the somewhat dazed Xinjia. She really hoped that Xinjia could like Li Ming with her, so that the two best friends would have a companion and would never have to be separated. So Xiaohong's mind turned, and suddenly a good idea came to her mind. Xiaohong suddenly leaned forward, put her lips close to Xinjia's cheek, and whispered something into Xinjia's ear. Xinjia's expression changed from frowning to being a little dazed, and then her eyes widened. Her face also turned a girlish red, just like Xiaohong. Not only that, Xinjia's body temperature also rose sharply. Finally, with an expression of disbelief and shock on her face, Xinjia slowly lowered her head. Her gaze focused on the wooden barrel where she and Xiaohong were soaking. Xiaohong's crystal clear, white and tender jade feet painted with red nail polish gradually came into Xinjia's sight. Xinjia was shocked and began to have wild thoughts. Xiaohong actually gave Li Ming. Now Xiaohong is soaking in the same wooden barrel with her again. Doesn't that mean I also gave Li Ming? Thinking of this, the redness on Xinjia's face has spread all over his body. Compared to Xiaohong, it is even worse. In comparison, Xiaohong is not popular anymore. Mingdu Hotel. Room 2021. As the night deepens, sisters Lu Ryu and Lu Ruyan lay on the bed, reading the thick books in their hands. But as time went on, the two of them became a little absent-minded. At first, I thought Li Ming was delayed by the phone call, and he might come later if he had something else to do. But the longer the two sisters waited, the more disappointed they became. Finally, Lu Ruyan was the first to throw the book aside. She sat on the bed, arms folded, somewhat angrily. She ripped off the fluffy tail tied behind her back and tossed it aside. Seeing Lu Ruyan's actions, Lu Ryu slowly put down the book, feeling a little insecure. Sister, maybe he won't come? It's so late now. If there's anything he needs to do, it won't take until midnight. And they didn't even return our calls. It's obvious they don't care about us. I'm so angry. We've prepared so carefully for so long and waited so long. And in the end, we waited in vain. Whoa, sister, I can't take it anymore. I want to cry. Lu Ruyan pouted in grievance, tears already welling up on her face. But her face was covered with exquisite makeup that she had spent a long time putting on. If I cry my eyes out like this, and if Li Ming really comes again, then all my efforts will be in vain. Lu Ryu frowned, but she had no other options. She wanted to comfort her sister, but there was nothing she could say because she herself didn't know if Li Ming would come tonight. So, Lu Ryu, who was a little disappointed, shook her head slightly and advised softly in a weak tone. Ruyan, never mind. Maybe big brother Li won't be coming tonight. Let's put everything away and wait for next time. Lu Ruyan, who was feeling aggrieved and about to cry, interrupted Lu Ryu without waiting for her to finish her words. Next time? There won't be a next time. He's a liar. So, if I count to 3, if he shows up before me, I'll pretend nothing happened. If he still doesn't show up, we don't have to wait any longer. He'll just eat us up and not care about us anymore. We're not important at all. We've been hunting geese for years, and now we've been pecked in the eye by a swallow. He's a tough one. We accept defeat. Lu Ruyan angrily jumped off the bed and stood at the door of the room. She held the door with one hand and started counting. 1, 2, 3. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and suddenly opened the door a crack. She suppressed her emotions and looked out the door. In the originally empty corridor, at this moment, there stood a man who had been haunting the two sisters. Brotherly. Add bookshelf. Click to urge update. Thank you, big guys. I wish you good fortune. Chapter 180. Let's talk business first. Lu Ruyan was surprised and pulled Li Ming into the room. She knew that she came to the door just out of spite, but she didn't expect that her brotherly would actually show up. And it showed up so timely. So, in her surprise and excitement, Lu Ruyan no longer concealed her longing for Li Ming. After pulling Li Ming into the room, she threw herself into Li Ming's arms. Lu Ruiyu, who was sitting on the bed, was equally surprised when she saw this scene. She had originally given up, but she never expected that Brotherly would actually come, and he was only wearing a bathrobe. However, the two girls were so happy that they didn't care about these details. Lu Ruiyu got off the bed and watched her sister Lu Ruiyan throw herself into Li Ming's arms. Although she was more reserved than her sister, at this moment, she also had the urge to throw herself over and feel Brother Li's arms. Li Ming held the beautiful girl in his arms, but he did not favor one over the other. He smiled at Lu Ruiyan and then opened his arms, motioning Lu Ruiyu to come over. And Li Ming. Ben was still wondering how Lu Ruiyan could predict the future and know that he was at the door. But at this moment, I was holding two beauties in my arms, and I couldn't think too much about it. It was really because of the way they were dressed today. The alert aura that had just cooled down for a moment was activated in seconds. The two girls didn't know who they learned this from. I saw that Lu Ruiyu and Lu Ruiyan were both wearing a black jumpsuit with hollow lace and backless design. She wears black over-the-knee stockings on her legs, and there is lace on her thighs. That's not all. The two women's lace backless jumpsuits were tightly wrapped around their bodies, showing off their perfect figures. There were two black bows on the collarbones, one on the left and one on the right. The deep V neckline was made with some unknown craftsmanship, but a few simple black straps connected the upper and lower parts. It was truly beautiful. What caught Li Ming's attention the most were the pink, fluffy ears on the two girls' heads, which combined sexiness and cuteness into one, making Li Ming's blood boil just by looking at them. This erotic scene made Li Ming scream in pain. He quickly swallowed his saliva, bit the tip of his tongue, and came back to his senses. Gently pushed the two women away. Ruiyan, I'm sorry, you must be waiting anxiously, Li Ming said gently. Lu Ruiyan pouted and looked unhappy when she heard this, while Lu Ruiyu smiled with relief and spoke slowly. Brotherly, I'm glad you can come. It's okay for us to wait a little longer, but I'm just worried that Brotherly won't come and won't like us anymore. Yes, Brotherly, we have been waiting for you since we received your call. We really waited until the flowers withered and almost thought you would not come. Lu Ruiyan also took over the conversation and said aggrievedly. Li Ming looked at the pitiful expressions of the two women and could only apologize. Thank you for your hard work. I'm wrong this time. I was delayed because of something, so? Brotherly, it's okay, no need to explain. As long as you're here, we're happy. We don't blame you. It's just, we just miss you so much. My sister and I spend all day studying, and whenever we have free time, we think of you. But we're afraid you're busy, so we don't dare disturb you. When you called me this time, my sister and I were so happy. We were so excited that we felt disappointed when you didn't come. But the moment you came in, all our resentment disappeared. We are so happy that you still have us in your heart. Lu Ruiyu lowered her head slightly, looking like a considerate little woman, which made Li Ming have a better impression of her. Not only do the two women have top-notch figures and looks, but most importantly, they are sensible. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful the two women were, Li Ming would not touch them. He still has a sense of propriety in his heart. He will definitely not touch women who cannot be provoked. And now, the twin sisters in front of us have been richly rewarded for their understanding. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction, took the two girls' hands, and moved them to the bedside, just about to say something. But the various strange props neatly arranged on the bed made Li Ming stunned again. His eyes unconsciously turned red. It was obvious that his blood was boiling and he was going crazy. Li Ming swallowed and glanced at the smiling Lu Ruiyu and Lu Ruiyan's sisters. He began to guess the purpose of these things. After just a slight thought in his mind, some disgusting scenes rushed into Li Ming's mind, almost making Li Ming die on the spot. Lu Ruiyan was about to say something, but was interrupted by Li Ming's wave of his hand. Li Ming waved his hands with a blushing face, as if he couldn't stand the stimulation in front of him. He took a deep breath and then spoke. Ahem, Ruiyan, let's get down to business first. Lu Ruiyu and Lu Ruiyan looked at each other, their eyes revealing cunning. After blinking, they understood what each other meant. They were right. Li Ming liked. Brotherly, what's the urgent matter? What's more important than the gift we prepared for you? Lu Ruiyan took a step forward with charming eyes and said in a soft voice. Oh, calm down first and listen to me. Li Ming quickly took a step back, fearing that he would lose control of himself. Even though it was his first time experiencing such a scene, he needed to calm down. Then just tell me. Lu Ruiyan sat back on the bed, picked up the small braid beside her, and patted it rhythmically in her palm. She looked at Li Ming subtly, and an intriguing curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Li Ming trembled all over and quickly said, Ruiyu, didn't you say before that you wanted to take the civil service exam? Today I attended a meeting at the Prison Administration Bureau in City S. I think the environment there is pretty good, and this department is usually very busy, so I wanted to ask if you have any thoughts about working there. If you do want to go, I can arrange it for you, and you don't have to bother taking the exam. If you don't like this department, I can keep an eye out for you when a suitable position becomes available later. The current director is my friend, a woman. I'm relieved if you go, but the decision is still yours. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Maybe there will be better ones in the future. Li Ming said these words calmly, regardless of how explosive his words were. It's true that this job is just ordinary for him, but for ordinary people. The thing in Lu Ruiyan's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Ruiyu's eyes widened, unable to calm down anymore. Chapter 181 I want them all. Lu Ruiyu and Lu Ruiyan both widened their eyes in shock, with an expression that said, I must have heard it wrong. However, although the beauty was shocked, she was still a beauty. After Li Ming finished speaking, he looked at the two identical, beautiful faces in front of him, and slowly looked at the two women from top to bottom with an admiring eye. But he suddenly wanted to find the difference between the two women. Last time it was the first time for both of them, so Li Ming was a little flustered and did not observe carefully. Now it seems that the sister standing there, Lu Ruiyu, is a gentle type. She always speaks softly and is very understanding and reasonable. On the other hand, her younger sister, Lu Ruiyan, is a bit playful. Although she looks the same, her words and actions are like a little witch, quirky and clever. She has a simple mind, but she is also vigilant. When she was a gold digger before, it was often the younger sister who took action while the older sister gave advice behind the scenes. The sisters joined forces and made the men they hoped dizzy. The two women were easy to distinguish based on their personalities, but if they stood together without speaking, even if Li Ming could see them clearly, he wouldn't be able to tell which was which. However, he knew that the two women had little experience last time, so he held back. But this time, Lu Ruiyan and Lu Ruiyu looked at each other. They all saw the shock in each other's eyes. They really didn't expect that the surprise would fall on them like this. Prison administration? Although they don't know much about this department, but adding the word Jew at the end, doesn't that mean? Did they just go ashore so inexplicably and happily? These days, the two girls got up early and went to bed late to study the study materials. The more they read, the more uncertain they became. They even had the idea that it would be easier to become a gold digger. But they also understood that they couldn't keep gold diggers forever, and something would happen sooner or later. Now that they were involved with Li Ming, they couldn't do those things anymore. After all, they were Li Ming's women, and if they had other thoughts, wouldn't it make Li Ming unhappy? Naturally, they wouldn't do such a thing. So they decided to study hard and keep up with Li Ming's pace. Maybe when Li Ming saw their efforts, he would secretly take action. But what was unexpected was that the two women had just planned their next step when Li Ming brought the good news so easily and happily. Really? Brotherly. Lu Ruiyu came back to her senses first, looking at Li Ming with excitement on her face, and said tremblingly. Lu Ruiyan, who was sitting on the bed, calmed down after hearing this. She immediately found her cell phone and searched for information about the administration. As her fingers slid across the screen, the shock and surprise on her face became more and more intense. Sister, look quickly. Lu Ruiyan excitedly raised her cell phone in front of Lu Ruiyu, letting Lu Ruiyu see the information she had found. After Lu Ruiyu saw it, the expression on her face became even more exciting. Li Ming, who was watching the expressions of the two women, finally spoke with a smile. Yes, it's true. If you want to go, I will arrange it. Upon hearing this, the two girls smiled happily and spoke in unison. We want to go. We really want to go. Brotherly. Thank you so much. Lu Ruiyu and Lu Ruiyan were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. If they hadn't been afraid of getting their delicate makeup wet, they would have burst into tears. Lu Ruiyu thought to herself that they had indeed followed the right person. Li Ming's power even exceeded their imagination. In the past, their sister's targets included some second-generation powerful men from influential families. But after getting to know them a little, they gave up on them because those second-generation powerful men only wanted their bodies and were even more clear-headed than ordinary people. They would never promise or agree to anything to them. But Li Ming was completely different. The two of them had not yet asked for Li Ming's help, but within a short period of time, Li Ming had quietly arranged their work. What a good department. Li Ming's energy and character exceeded their imagination. Brotherly, why are you so kind to us? You don't mind us being gold diggers and cheating on you last time, and you've helped us find such a great job despite the past. We don't know how to thank you enough. Lu Ruiyu held back her tears of excitement and spoke to Li Ming Dao emotionally. Yes, brotherly. I was just blaming you for not coming for so long. It's really my fault. If I knew that brotherly had done so much for us, We would be happy to wait for as long as we wanted. Woo-woo. You are so kind. Lu Ruyin took a wet towel from the bed and covered the corners of her eyes, fearing that her tears would wet her makeup. Li Ming looked at the two women's performance, waved his hand gently, and smiled. Don't cry, don't cry. It's just a job. It's nothing to me. You decided to follow me last time, so I won't treat you unfairly. You can work here first, and I'll transfer you to a better place when there's a chance. Li Minghua's big promise came true as soon as he opened his mouth. Looking at the admiring eyes of the two women, he felt a little flattered. Although Yang Yang was also assigned to the administration bureau, Yang Yang has more experience than the two women. After all, he was also in the prison system before. So although it was a surprise, it was not as joyful as the Lu Ruyu sisters who felt by crossing classes. Even if Li Ming doesn't care about them anymore in the future, with this job, the two girls can live a stable and worry-free life, which is equivalent to having a golden rice bowl. This is a job that countless ordinary people dream of. And this, in Li Ming's mouth, it was just an ordinary job. The sisters Lu Ruyin and Lu Ruiyu, who were standing aside, couldn't stop crying. Faced with this sudden surprise, they felt that all the experiences in the past that they had brushed aside lightly suddenly came together and then suddenly exploded. The grievance that came from nowhere directly broke through the two women's defenses, and they fell into it without any power to fight back. Li Ming hurriedly coaxed one, then the other, until his lips were worn dry. Finally, he managed to coax the two women. If you keep crying, it will be dawn soon. After the two women stopped crying, they threw the civil servant quick guide they had studied so hard into the trash can. After learning this stuff, both girls suffered some hair loss and lost a lot of brain cells. This time they are finally liberated and don't have to learn it anymore. The two girls looked at the time, glanced at each other, and then smiled slightly. This smile was bright and charming. Huang Ying and Yang Yang also woke up at this time. Add to bookshelf. Click for more updates. Get rich. Understand? Thank you. More exciting tomorrow. Chapter 182 Lustful. Neither of them noticed Li Ming. Yang Yang didn't have any ideas yet, but Huang Ying was a little worried. The warden left without saying goodbye again, and no one knew where he went. No wonder he was so accurate in shooting last time. It seems to have a lot to do with his physical fitness. The steadier his hands are, the more accurate his shooting will be. Even she, who has been receiving special training for many years, felt sore all over at this moment. Huang Ying couldn't help but think that if Li Ming also received some formal training, with his physical fitness, he would definitely be able to master fighting skills and even become a soldier king. It's a pity. The chief probably won't let the warden participate in dangerous tasks. It's a pity for his extraordinary physical fitness. Huang Ying shook her head and found her cell phone again. She was about to call Li Ming again to find out his location, but his finger hesitated on the dial button for a while, and he was a little afraid to press it. She was afraid that Li Ming was with someone again. What if she called again and the warden ordered her not to hang up? Her hands and feet were numb now, and it would be difficult for her to protect Li Ming. Thinking of this, Huang Ying struggled, but she slowly put down the phone. She was scared. Yang Yang stretched out lazily. Although her body was also very sore, she also felt some strange sensations that made her feel fulfilled. She looked at Huang Ying's hesitation, smiled slightly, and took the initiative to speak. Huang Ying, you want to call Li Ming, right? I advise you not to. You know how powerful Li Ming is. I suspect that this voice is probably Warden Li directing the work in one of the rooms. If you call, you might be asked to put out another fire. Huang Ying sighed when she heard that, put down her phone, looked at Yang Yang, and said with some helplessness in her eyes, I guess so. The two of us are no match for him. No wonder he has so many lovers. Ordinary people simply can't satisfy him. It seems like he'll provoke even more people in the future. Yang Yang listened to what Huang Ying said, but smiled nonchalantly. Huang Ying, I think it's better to have more people. As for me, I've never wanted any status. Li Ming gave me what I wanted, and I'm very grateful to him. Call it an exchange or something else. I like it, Li Ming likes it, and that's all. If Li Ming doesn't want me anymore in the future, I'll be happy to be alone. So no matter how many women he has, I don't care. Having more people can help share the pain. I'm glad you're here this time. Otherwise, I'd have lost half my life. Yang Yang saw it very clearly, and that was also the idea Huang Feihu had instilled in her. Li Ming could help her, and she also enjoyed it. Why not have the best of both worlds? It's better than being mediocre, finding a mediocre boyfriend, and living a mediocre life. Moreover, she did not lose out at all by following Li Ming. Both mentally and physically, Li Ming gave her feelings that ordinary people could not give her. But Huang Ying, who was standing by, felt a bit bitter when she heard this. She also didn't mind how many female friends Li Ming had. It was really her mission to protect Li Ming, and she didn't call Li Ming out of any possessive desire. But her body was really too exhausted at the moment, and she didn't know where the warden had gone. Listening to the hazy sounds coming from all around, Huang Ying was afraid that it was not from their level. The more she thought about it, the more helpless she felt. She secretly blamed herself for being useless and not being able to satisfy the warden. Huang Ying decided that she would make up for her knowledge in this area when she returned this time. No matter what she did, Huang Ying wanted to do her best. Yang Yang and Huang Ying looked at the time, endured the pain in their bodies, got up and took a shower, and then lay down comfortably. Huang Ying did not return to her original room. After spending a few hours together, she no longer rejected Yang Yang. The warden knew that they were resting here and might come back to find them, so Huang Ying didn't leave. After tossing and turning for a while, the two fell into a deep sleep again. And at this time in the Montenegro prison, the prison ward where the prisoners are held, Guya and Asha were in the cell, staring at each other. Both of them were awake, and no one knew what they were thinking. The cell they were in was a 4-person room, and the two sisters were both on the lower bunk, head to head. At this moment, Guya and Asha gathered together. Both women hugged their knees and looked at the darkness in the cell. This scene was extremely familiar to the two girls who had been imprisoned since they were teenagers, but they couldn't sleep tonight. The two women were thinking about the time in the library. They had come to the warden on their own initiative, but he remained unmoved. Even when they threatened to have sex with him, the warden showed no mercy and subdued them. They didn't know what the problem was, so they couldn't sleep. They had seen Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian, who practiced dancing with them today. They were no less beautiful than them. Why didn't the warden like them? The fact that the warden repeatedly called Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian out had long been spread throughout the prison. Even if there was no evidence, the rumor spread like wildfire after being spread by these prisoners. Everyone said that Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian were the warden's people, but if they could become the warden's people, why couldn't the two of them? So Guya and Asha were even more distressed. While the second supervisor was sleeping, the two girls got together and talked in a low voice. Asha, what do you think we should do? We finally got to see the warden, but he ignored us. If the competition is over and life goes back to normal, it will be even harder for us to see the warden again. Guya, I don't think the warden dislikes us, but rather that he's worried about us. Look at Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian. These two women are so tight-lipped, they won't reveal a single word to us. The warden must have specifically instructed them to do so. And looking at their cheerful expressions, they must have been pampered by the warden quite a bit. If we want to be favored by the warden, we have to think of a better way. This is what happened. But we've taken off our clothes, and the warden didn't even look at us. What else can we do? Guya said angrily. Asha also frowned, thinking about Li Ming's preferences. However, they had always been secretly observing Li Ming and had no idea what Li Ming liked, unless they grasped the irresistible lust of both men and women. Chapter 183 The Real Usage. Asha suddenly had an idea. The only chance to meet the warden would be the next competition. If he still wanted to attract the warden's attention. Asha raised her eyebrows, and a bold idea came to her mind. Guya, how about? Wait until the next dance competition, and then we can secretly design a dance, and then when we perform it, we can directly perform it. It's guaranteed to catch the warden's attention. Dance. What dance? So what if they dance well? The warden has seen it before. Besides, so many teams are dancing it. He must be aesthetically fatigued. Guya asked doubtfully. Upon hearing this, Asha smiled mysteriously and slowly spoke to Guya. What about a dance that involves taking off clothes? Guya was slightly startled when she heard Asha say this, then said in disbelief. What? That kind of dance? You mean, in front of so many people, during a formal competition, doing that kind of dance? Asha nodded heavily and confirmed again. That's right, let's do that. Anyway, there's no man in the entire prison except the warden, so there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a semifinal. Even if the two of us do this kind of dance in the second half, we'll pass it easily. If we want to win the warden's favor, this is the only chance. Otherwise, I'm afraid we really don't have any chance. After hearing Asha's plan, Guya was still a little hesitant. It was not that she was afraid of being seen. They were all women and there was nothing to be afraid of. She was worried that it might backfire and upset the warden. After all, the warden had specifically told them to dance well and win a place last time. If they messed around like this, what would happen if the warden got angry? But if you think about it carefully, if they make the warden angry, maybe the warden will come and punish them personally. Then wouldn't they have another chance to be alone with the warden? Thinking of this, Guya also made up her mind. The two women looked at each other in the darkness, their eyes filled with determination. Since attracting the warden is not possible, then making him angry is not a bad idea. The worst that can happen is that he will be beaten with his braids. Isn't this exactly what the two women want? After finalizing the plan, the two women began to plot quietly again. Happy times always pass quickly. The sky has brightened before I knew it. Mingdu Hotel. Room 2021. Li Ming sat up from the bed refreshed and was once again surprised at the power of the 10-ingredient tonic pill. Li Ming still remembers the effects of the 10-ingredient pills: enhanced physical performance and significantly increased endurance. Consecutive high-intensity exercise will only make you stronger. Now it seems that the effect description is not false at all. If it were in the past, he would have been listless and his eyes would have been dull after exercising so many times in a night. But now he is refreshed and has no sign of fatigue. He is not even sleepy after not sleeping all night. Li Ming clenched his fists slightly and actually felt that his strength had increased slightly. It was as powerful as the evil magic skills in martial arts novels. Could this be the true use of the 10-ingredient tonic pills? If all his women gathered together, and he continued to become more and more courageous, then over a long period of time, his physical fitness would increase at an unimaginable speed, and it would even be possible for him to become a Superman. Li Ming thought about it and became excited again. It seemed that he still didn't have enough women. Even if they didn't have treasure chests, he would always take care of them. After all, who could resist the fact that their body became stronger and stronger? Li Ming was secretly shocked by the effect of the tenfold tonic pill. Sure enough, everything produced by the system was of the highest quality. So far, except for the useless language proficiency, the other skills were unimaginably powerful. However, it would be a bit of a waste to give these powerful skills to himself. He had been living comfortably in the city. Except for the assassination attempt on himself when he was a child, all these years had been peaceful. All his powerful skills had no place to be used. Those disposable perverted props could only be used by himself. He couldn't hand them over even if he wanted to, and he had no good solution. He also felt a little worried. After all, although the props given by the system were all drawn by him, and what was opened in the treasure chest was completely random, these skills and props gave him a feeling that he was about to face danger. Li Ming didn't know if this was an illusion or he was just overthinking it. The treasure chest rewards were random. But judging by the nature of previous systems, will the system really lose control of itself after an upgrade? If he has withstood the test of the system, will it really regard him as the master and stop causing trouble except for giving him treasure chest rewards? Li Ming always felt that this mysterious system was not that simple. He still remembered that he refused to get Tan Qingqing out of prison and even used a precious good guy card to avoid a system punishment. But then the system seemed to understand human nature and immediately gave itself the right to choose whether to continue to own the system or to completely divest itself of it. But the price was to give up all existing skills. After that experience, Li Ming always felt that there was a mysterious force controlling this system, and that mysterious force let him go so easily, making the system a pure auxiliary for me. Li Ming frowned, constantly recalling every detail of his life since acquiring the system, but ultimately shook his head. There was no point in thinking too much. He could only take things one step at a time. Anyway, the system had only given him benefits so far, so he could only think about future matters later. Li Ming came back to his senses, picked up his cell phone to check the time, and then without disturbing anyone, he put on his bathrobe and left the room carefully again. Li Ming returned to the third floor and passed by Yang Yang and Huang Ying's room. He did not disturb them and went straight back to the room he had previously booked for Huang Ying. After returning to the room, he went into the bathroom and washed off the strange smell on his body. Then he dried himself and put on his uniforms that were neatly folded aside one by one. After a while, a handsome and elegant prison warden regained his former charm. After tidying up his clothes in front of the mirror with satisfaction, Li Ming opened the door and went downstairs. Since I'm already in S City, how can I not go see Tan Qingqing? Anyway, I promised Zhou Linlin that it would be in the evening. It's still early now, so I can go and see how Tan Qingqing's case is going. So Li Ming went downstairs while sending a message to Huang Ying, telling her that he was going out for a while and not to worry and to wait for him at the hotel. Then he called Tan Qingqing. At the same time, in a luxuriously decorated single-family villa in S City, Tan Qingqing is still sleeping soundly. The phone rang suddenly. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, a fair jade hand passed over Tan Qingqing and took the mobile phone placed on the bedside. She looked closely at the name displayed on the screen, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 184: The King of Sloppiness. Hello? What are you looking for, Qingqing? Li Ming didn't have to wait long. The call was connected immediately. A pleasant voice came from the phone. Li Ming was slightly stunned when he heard it, but then he immediately reacted and said in surprise, Su Qinghuan, you're here too? When did you come back? Li Ming was genuinely surprised. Didn't they say Su Qinghuan was going back to City A for a case? How could he be back so soon? He had just been thinking of testing Su Qinghuan's strength, but he didn't expect it to come true without any effort. Since Su Qinghuan is with Tan Chengcheng, neither of them can escape. When Su Qinghuan heard Li Ming's question, she smiled charmingly and continued. I just arrived from last night's flight. Cheng Cheng went to pick me up last night and came back very late. She's not awake yet. Do you want me to call her? Li Ming was secretly delighted when he heard this, but he said, no need. Where are you? Send me your location. I'm also in S City now and will be there soon. Let her sleep first, otherwise she won't have time to sleep soon. Su Qinghuan's lips curled up slightly when she heard that. She knew Li Ming's strength. It had only been a few days, and Li Ming was so arrogant again. Could it be that he got lost when driving to the airport last time, and she didn't give him enough fun? Or after trying it with Tan Chengcheng, she got addicted and couldn't stop? Su Qinghuan chuckled and said frivolously, Warden, can you do this? Why don't you go to a restaurant first and order a dozen plates of oysters before coming back? Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll come standing and leave lying down. When Li Ming heard Su Qinghuan teasing him like that, he was not angry, but instead the smile on his face became even bigger. Li Ming thought to himself, when a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. The days when you were in charge of the main position will never come back. After today, when you, Su Qinghuan, hear my name, Li Ming, your heart will beat faster. Li Ming smiled evilly and quickened his pace. He did not explain to Su Qinghuan and spoke directly. Just don't run position. Su Qinghuan snorted when he heard that, but still sent the location to Li Ming. Then Li Ming hung up the phone, and it was obvious that he was rushing here. Su Qinghuan stretched and gently pushed Tan Chengcheng, who was still sleeping beside him. Tan Chengcheng felt Su Qinghuan's movements, turned over sleepily, muttered something, and wanted to continue sleeping. It was obvious that she had not slept enough. But Su Qinghuan didn't let her go. He reached out and gently scratched her exposed back with his fingernails. Tan Chengcheng felt itchy and finally couldn't help it. She opened her eyes and looked resentfully at Su Qinghuan, who was giggling beside her. Qinghuan, what are you doing? Stop making trouble and let me sleep a little longer. When Su Qinghuan saw that Tan Chengcheng had woken up, she giggled, stopped moving, but said, Okay, go to sleep. Your Warden Li will be here soon anyway. If you don't clean up, I won't take care of you. After Tan Chengcheng finished speaking to Su Qinghuan with resentment, she turned over again and was about to fall asleep again. But suddenly she heard the words, Warden Li. She opened her eyes abruptly, turned her head to look at Su Qinghuan in disbelief, and asked in confusion, Qinghuan, what did you say? Warden Li? He's coming. Su Qinghuan lifted her hair and nodded with a smile. Yeah, I just answered the call you made. He said he'd be there soon, and I sent him the location. Seeing how excited he is today, it's inevitable that he'll have to go through some trouble soon. Chengcheng, you better be prepared, haha. Upon hearing this, Tan Chengcheng's sleepiness disappeared without a trace. The last time she and Su Qinghuan played the role of flight attendants suddenly emerged in her mind. That novel experience still popped up in her mind from time to time, and she could not forget it for a long time. Although she missed him very much, it had only been a few days. Was Li Ming coming again? Oh, I haven't cleaned up yet, and the room is a mess. If the warden sees me, he'll think I'm the king of slovenliness. Tan Chengcheng came to her senses and looked around in shock. She saw that the room was filled with messy clothes except for the big bed where the 2 women were lying, and all kinds of underwear and stockings were thrown around. It was a mess. But she is not a sloppy person. She seldom comes back to this house, and every time she comes back she just comes to change clothes. The housekeeper she hired only comes once a week to wash the clothes she took out before putting them back into the closet. Su Qinghuan's flight was too late last night, so Tan Chengcheng didn't bring her back to the villa. Instead, she came to this nearby villa to spend the night. But she didn't expect that the warden would come over. What should I do? Tan Chengcheng was so anxious that she suddenly sat up from the bed and began to clean the house in a hurry, but there were too many clothes to clean up at once. Su Qinghuan looked at the busy Tan Chengcheng and couldn't help but smile. She thought for a moment and then spoke mysteriously. Chengcheng, you'd better not clean up. You should clean yourself up now. We can go out later. We don't have to stay in the room. Upon hearing this, Tan Chengcheng paused while packing her clothes and looked up in surprise, only to see Su Qinghuan with a sly smile on her face. She didn't know what she was thinking of. The flight attendant from last time was also Su Qinghuan's idea. Seeing her smile like that again this time, Tan Chengcheng suddenly felt uneasy, wondering what bold ideas Su Qinghuan had. So Tan Chengcheng swallowed and asked tentatively, Not in the room. Then where else could it be? Upon hearing this, Su Qinghuan calmly stood up and began to put on his clothes. He did not respond to Tan Chengcheng's words, but just kept grinning evilly. Finally, Tan Chengqing couldn't stand Su Qinghuan's delay anymore, so she threw Su Qinghuan on the bed and began to attack the soft flesh around Su Qinghuan's waist, trying to force Su Qinghuan to tell her what he was planning. But she still underestimated Su Qinghuan. She saw that Su Qinghuan ignored Tan Chengqing's tickling completely. He turned over and took the initiative. He easily knocked Tan Chengqing to the ground and tickled her waist like Tan Chengqing did. Tan Chengqing was ticklish to begin with, and this was unbearable for her. She didn't even hold on for a second and surrendered immediately. Seeing her surrender, Su Qinghuan smiled slightly and let her go. Then he still didn't tell her where they were going, but just urged Tan Chengqing to wash up and put on makeup. Tan Chengqing succumbed to Su Qinghuan's tyranny and had no choice but to go to the bathroom to wash and dress. After a while, two stunning beauties who had finished packing appeared in the living room. Today, Su Qinghuan did not wear her lawyer's suit. Instead, she tied her long hair behind her head and wore a simple black dress, revealing two slender, straight, and white long legs. She wore a pair of Tan Chengqing's black high heels, which made her already tall figure even taller. Chapter 185. Watch a movie. At Su Qinghuan's strong request, Tan Chengqing also put on a dress. The style was similar to the one Su Qinghuan was wearing, but it was white. Thanks to Tan Chengqing's super long beautiful legs and the pair of nude high heels she specially selected, the famous nude high heels can be called leg extenders. At first glance, Tan Chengqing is simply legs below the neck. If Su Qinghuan wasn't originally very tall, she would have almost been outshined by Tan Chengqing's beautiful legs. Two women stood together in front of a huge floor-length mirror, one in black and one in white. They were two stunning beauties with stunning looks, and their long and sexy legs were extremely charming and breathtaking. The woman in the black dress has her eyes slightly raised, while the woman in the white dress has eyes full of autumn water. Their every move and gesture is full of charm, and they are truly stunning beauties. Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengqing were both very satisfied with their outfits today. After admiring themselves in the mirror for a while, they came to the living room to wait for Li Ming's arrival. Until now, Su Qinghuan still hadn't said where he was going, so Tan Chengqing had no choice but to pout and let it go. The villa where the two girls were now was not too far from the Mingdu Hotel where Li Ming was, so the two girls did not have to wait for long. Li Ming followed the navigation address to the gate of the villa area. The security at the door was stricter than Li Ming had expected. Even after seeing the uniform Li Ming was wearing, they did not let him in easily. This made Li Ming very impressed, so he cooperated and waited at the door for the security to contact Tan Chengqing. The security guard politely called Tan Chengqing's home phone. After getting Tan Chengqing's confirmation, he raised the lift bar at the door and let Li Ming's car in. This villa is about the same size as his home in City A and is not too luxurious. The only difference is that the area where his home is located is strictly controlled. Not only the area around his home, but even the entrance to the villa is guarded by armed guards. It would be a dream for any outsider to get in. Li Ming drove the car all the way to the door of Tan Chengqing's house, got out of the car, looked around, and then walked up and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the voice sounded, the door opened. Li Ming saw two stunning beauties, one in black and one in white, walking out from inside. They were none other than Tan Chengqing and Su Qinghuan. You came pretty quickly. Why are you in such a hurry? My Warden Li. Su Qinghuan spoke first with a smile on his face. Tan Chengqing stood behind Su Qinghuan with a blushing face and smiled at Li Ming. Well, it's close. I came to S City to do some business and happened to be nearby, so I came to see you. Li Ming looked at the two stunning beauties in front of him and felt his blood boiling again. It was not because Li Ming was a loser like he had never seen a beautiful woman, but the visual feast in front of him was difficult to describe in words. Those two pairs of shiny long legs are crystal clear when the sun shines on them, and there are no pores on their delicate skin. If the two women are interested, they can get countless rewards by showing their legs during the live broadcast. It's so perfect. Even Li Ming, who had seen it more than once, performed like this, which was enough to prove how outstanding he was. Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengqing saw Li Ming staring at their legs, but they didn't mind. Instead, they took a few steps forward and got closer to Li Ming. Li Ming, let's go, get in the car. Come with us for a walk today. I've been in S City for so long, and I haven't been shopping before. You wouldn't be reluctant, would you? Su Qinghuan walked forward and lifted Li Ming's lowered head, making him look into his eyes, and then he spoke. Li Ming was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He was so engrossed in watching that he had already begun to imagine the plot in his mind. Why did he suddenly have to leave? However, Li Ming was naturally not an animal who only knew how to indulge himself. Su Qinghuan came here to help, and Li Ming also owed Su Qinghuan a favor, So he immediately came to his senses and responded with a smile. Of course. No wonder you're all dressed up so beautifully today. You're going out to party. With all that on the street, I wonder how many men would bump into telephone poles just to watch you walk. It's totally against the rules. Even Li Ming couldn't help but admire her, let alone other men. Su Qinghuan smiled wickedly and replied calmly. That's exactly what we're looking for. But with Warden Li here, I'm sure no one would dare act rashly. Let's go, Chengcheng, get in the car. Tan Chengcheng nodded, smiled sweetly at Li Ming, then walked up and followed Su Qinghuan into Li Ming's jeep. Li Ming shook his head helplessly. He had already anticipated the reactions of the men on the street. He was afraid that they would be envious and hate him to death when they saw him leading this pair of beauties. But Li Ming naturally wouldn't care about their feelings. The dream lover in their eyes was just a part of his daily life. Li Ming's mouth curled up slightly. Then he turned around and got into the car, taking the two women straight into the city. Chengcheng, you are familiar with this place. Let's go shopping. Li Ming drove and casually asked Tan Chengcheng behind him. Well, if you want to go shopping, why not go to the mall? There is a skyscraper in the city center. It's very large and has everything. Why not go there? Tan Chengcheng thought for a moment and suggested. Okay, the shopping mall is fine. I like it. Let's go there. Li Ming, drive faster. Su Qinghuan opened the car window in the back seat, looked at the surrounding scenery, and said in a good mood. Li Ming naturally had no objection. It didn't matter where he went, so he set the navigation and headed towards the skyscraper city at a high speed. After a while, Li Ming stopped the car with the two women and arrived at the skyscraper city mentioned by Tan Chengcheng. The skyscraper city is indeed as its name suggests, with everything from clothing, department stores, restaurants, and entertainment. It also covers a large area, more than 10 stories high. No wonder it is called the skyscraper city. As soon as Tan Chengcheng, Li Ming, and Su Qinghuan walked into the mall, they attracted the attention of all the men and women present. Li Ming still underestimated the power of the two women. Not only the men, but the women present also looked at the three of them in shock. All of them were amazed by the combination of this handsome man and beautiful woman. The long legs of the two women sparkled white under the incandescent lights of the shopping mall. All the men passing by kept their eyes on them, and even the murderous looks of their girlfriends were ignored. After all, if your girlfriend is angry, you can coax her, but if you miss such a beautiful scenery, you really miss it. Although the three of them became the focus of the crowd, they did not look unusual. It was obvious that they were often looked at like this and were used to it. The three of them were chatting and laughing as they strolled around the mall. From time to time, Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengcheng's silver bell-like laughter could be heard. Behind them, Li Ming, who was wearing a uniform, was like a bodyguard for the two women, helping them carry large and small bags of clothes while they were shopping. Finally, the two women, somewhat tired from strolling around, arrived at the top floor of Sky City. There was a luxurious giant screen theater and special VIP viewing rooms. When Su Qinghuan arrived here, her eyes lit up and she couldn't move her feet anymore. Su Qinghuan looked at Tan Chengcheng meaningfully. Before Tan Chengcheng could react, Su Qinghuan started talking. Li Ming, this place is nice. How about let's watch a movie? Chapter 186 VIP box. Watch a movie, sure, but it's a bit early now. Li Ming was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he replied. What's the big deal? Who says movies have to be watched at night? Let's go get a VIP room. Su Qinghuan excitedly took Tan Chengcheng's hand and went straight to the ticket office, not giving Tan Chengcheng a chance to react. The ticket seller was a young girl who looked to be in her 20s. Seeing Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengcheng running towards her, she felt inexplicably nervous. The two girls were so beautiful and elegant that the little girl felt a little ashamed of herself. She secretly compared herself to the two girls in her heart and felt that she was like an ugly duckling, while the two girls in front of her were the real white swans. Hello, what do you need? The ticket girl asked nervously. Hello, is your VIP movie room an independent room? Will we be disturbed by others? Su Qinghuan asked. It's an independent room with a lock on the door, so no one will disturb you. Besides, there are no guests in the VIP area at this time, so it's very quiet if you want to go there. There is also a separate giant projection screen and a sofa for watching movies in the room. If you get tired of watching movies, you can rest on the bed in the back. There are also free drinks, fruit plates, and popcorn. The movie watching experience is very good. The little girl explained the VIP movie watching box to Su Qinghuan and the other two very professionally, and Su Qinghuan's eyes became brighter and brighter after listening. So she waved her hand and handed a bank card to the ticket girl. Su Qinghuan said excitedly, Please open the biggest and best one for us, with a bed. You can keep the drinks and fruit plates, and don't need to bring them in. Just give me 3 bottles of water and swipe your card. Su Qinghuan couldn't wait any longer. Although she had been in a relationship with Li Ming for a long time, it was all at school. After all, Li Ming was accompanied by bodyguards every day and was taken home directly after school, so the two of them had never been out and about. Now that he has entered society, Li Ming no longer has bodyguards. With such a good opportunity, Su Qinghuan naturally wants to experience everything he has never experienced before. Start at the cinema today. The ticket girl obediently took the bank card, and after a few operations, she took out a room card and handed it to Su Qinghuan. Then she took out 3 bottles of water and took the 3 of them straight to the VIP area. The little girl was very sensible and opened the innermost room for the 3 of them, which was relatively quiet. The box was a little different from the hotel room. When you opened the door, you would see a sofa for watching movies and a large projection screen. There was indeed a large reclining bed in the back, as she said. The girl inserted the room card into the wall, and the box was powered on. The originally dark room suddenly lit up. The 3 of them then discovered that there were no windows in this box. Curtains blocked the walls on all sides, which effectively protected their privacy. After Su Qinghuan took a quick look around, he was very satisfied. So she smiled and said to the ticket girl, "We're going to rest here for a while. Don't bother us. Just put the water down. When the time is up, just refill it for me. I'll go out and pay the bill." The little girl nodded as if she understood, then turned and left the box. She also considerately closed the door for the 3 of them. It was unknown whether she had guessed something or if this had happened before, so she was used to it and didn't seem surprised. As the little girl left, the atmosphere in the box became ambiguous. It was only then that Tan Chengqing realized something was amiss. She looked at the somewhat uneasy atmosphere between Su Qinghuan and Li Ming and asked nervously, Qinghuan, we're here to watch a movie, right?" Upon hearing this, Su Qinghuan put the bag in her hand aside, with a mysterious smile on her face. She turned to look at Tan Chengqing and whispered, "Watch a movie? Who comes to the cinema to watch a movie? What's so good about the movie? And it's in this VIP box." "We are here to watch a movie, of course." As Su Qinghuan's voice gradually fell, Tan Chengqing's face turned red in an instant. She was finally sure that the place Su Qinghuan had been keeping silent about in the morning was actually the cinema. Tan Chengqing had been mentally prepared for Su Qinghuan's boldness, but at this moment, she still never expected that she would dare to do this. She originally thought Su Qinghuan would take her to a hotel, and then, but is it really okay to do this in a movie theater? Tan Chengqing's heartbeat kept accelerating. She looked at Li Ming nervously, hoping that Li Ming would say something. It's a pity that Li Ming is going to disappoint her again. Li Ming-sung had already made some guesses when he saw Su Qinghuan's excited look outside. After all, when they were in school, Su Qinghuan always showed this expression, which meant that he must have had a new and novel idea and wanted to try it with him. When Su Qinghuan gave him that evil smile just now, Li Ming was already prepared. As expected, Li Ming could only say that this was very Su Qinghuan. Li Ming put the pile of packaging bags in his hand on the bed beside him, looked at Tan Chengqing with a smile, and said softly, "Chengqing, don't be afraid. Don't listen to her nonsense. We come to the cinema to watch movies. If she doesn't want to watch, we can watch it together." Li Ming comforted Tan Chengqing attentively, although he also thought it was very good and exciting here. But we still have to consider Tan Chengqing's feelings. After all, not everyone can accept Su Qinghuan's audacity. So Li Ming walked forward and pulled Tan Chengqing, pressing her onto the sofa for watching movies. Then he also sat on the sofa in the middle, found the remote control, and turned on the projector. As the projector was turned on, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed and were automatically turned off, and a movie selection interface appeared on the big screen. Li Ming took a casual look and selected an action movie to play. The speakers in the box suddenly started to sound, and the sound echoed in the box, giving him an immersive feeling. Su Qinghuan, who was standing aside, smiled slightly, not caring about the actions of Li Ming and the others at all. She just walked forward and sat on the armrest of Li Ming's sofa, with her slender white legs crossed, close to Li Ming. The toes of her high heels trembled slightly, touching Li Ming's pants intentionally or unintentionally. Li Ming felt Su Qinghuan's movements. Although he felt a little hot in his heart, he did not show it, and let Su Qinghuan move around. Although Tan Chengqing next to him seemed to be staring at the screen, he couldn't help but glance at it out of the corner of his eye, and was secretly shocked in his heart. Su Qinghuan was not in a hurry at all, and looked at the big screen with interest. As the movie played, the screen suddenly went black at the beginning, and then a charming voice came from the speakers in the box. The screen went from black to bright, revealing a man and a woman whispering in each other's ears, their voices extremely ambiguous. It was the hero and heroine in bed. Chapter 187 for convenience. The 3 people in the box all had their own thoughts. When Tan Chengqing suddenly heard this charming voice, his face turned red. She thought Li Ming really wanted to watch the movie honestly. So why did he suddenly play this kind of movie? How could he watch it? Could it be that Li Ming also wanted to? Was he hinting at her? Although this wasn't her first time with Su Qinghuan, she was actually a little scared of the situation this time. If someone suddenly barged in, the consequences are disastrous. Tan Chengqing looked at Su Qinghuan and Li Ming beside him in fear, watching their next move. Li Ming was also a little embarrassed when he saw the scene on the screen. It wasn't a foreign action movie, so why did it start with a critical hit? This wasn't intentional, mainly because he had never seen it before. Su Qinghuan, who was beside Li Ming, burst into laughter when he saw this. Ha ha ha, you still say you don't want to? It's you, right? I haven't even thought about watching this kind of movie on such a big screen. I've never seen it before. It's quite exciting. Su Qing was laughing so hard that she fell backwards, revealing her beauty. Her two white and tender thighs were swinging back and forth. With the background sound of the movie, Li Ming was drooling. Well, it's a misunderstanding. How about changing the movie? Li Ming picked up the remote control and asked tentatively. Don't change it. This is good. It's passionate. I like it. Su Qinghuan snatched the remote control from Li Ming's hand, not letting him change it, and tilted his body, slid down from the armrest of the sofa, and sat directly in Li Ming's arms. Li Ming felt the warmth and softness of the beauty in his arms. He was already a little excited, but in an instant, a halo of alert appeared on his face. Which man could resist such temptation? Li Ming said that he certainly could not. The blood rushed up from bottom to top, breaking through his psychological defenses in an instant. Su Qinghuan naturally felt the change in Li Ming the first time. She turned around and glanced at Li Ming with a seductive look. Tan Chengqing and her younger sister Tan Qingqing have depended on each other since childhood. The two girls came from a relatively wealthy family. Unfortunately, their parents both passed away unexpectedly when they were in their teens, leaving only the pair of sisters who were still in school. The two sisters instinctively inherited their parents' estate and lived the rest of their lives in contentment. However, their eldest uncle took over the custody of the two sisters and took the estate that the two girls should have received for himself. It would be fine if he had simply taken their parents' inheritance and raised the two sisters well, but the infuriating thing is that their uncle didn't give the two girls a penny to spend, and even made them drop out of school early and go out to work to earn money. The two girls had no living expenses and naturally could not continue their studies, so they had to drop out of school and find jobs. They struggled together, worked everywhere, and did many jobs, but after being exhausted, the two women found that if they only relied on working, their lives might be like this, and there would be no way out. The 12-hour workday made them numb, and they had no time to think about future plans, so the two sisters decided to quit their jobs and start their entrepreneurial career. However, starting a business is not easy. Although they can always get some preferential treatment due to their good looks, the more beautiful the face, the more troubles they will have. The two women first used up all their savings to open a drugstore. At the beginning, the business was really good and prosperous. However, because a drugstore needs a practicing pharmacist to comply with the regulations, the two sisters hired a practicing pharmacist from the original drugstore to put him in charge of the business at a high salary. But troubles also followed. The two women were threatened by the invited pharmacist that if they didn't stay with him, he would not be a practicing pharmacist in the pharmacy. The two women naturally refused, and after a big quarrel with him, they drove him away in anger. But the next day, relevant personnel received a report and came to check their pharmacy. Naturally, the two women could not produce the qualifications of practicing pharmacists, so they had no choice but to temporarily close the pharmacy. They wanted to hire another pharmacist to work there with a high salary, but before the two women could react, someone reported that their pharmacy was selling fake drugs. Then, 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3, some strangers who had never been to their pharmacy came with fake medicines that they got from somewhere, and insisted that they be held responsible. The two women were so anxious that they had no choice but to call the police. But the law does not punish everyone, and we cannot arrest them all, so after giving them a verbal education, we let the matter go. After this incident, the reputation of their pharmacy was completely ruined. Even if they really found a pharmacist to come, the business of the store would plummet. In the end, the money they earned was not enough to cover the losses. The two women were so sad that they had to close the store again to stop the losses in time. The two women were desperate and accidentally got the news about drug smuggling. Since others could use dirty means to deal with them, what was wrong with them smuggling some drugs? Tan Chengqing was still hesitating, but Tan Qingqing couldn't stand being bullied all the time, so she resolutely took out her last savings and invested in the smuggling industry. But this trend was out of control. The low-priced medicines of the two women were extremely popular among consumers, and major pharmacies were scrambling to buy them. Not only were they cheap, but the efficacy was exactly the same as that in China. Both pharmacies and individuals were eager to buy their low-priced medicines, and the two women also seized the opportunity to smuggle them crazily. Finally, when the two women were making a lot of money, a big boss noticed their smuggling activities, but the big boss only met with the two women once and gave them a light nod. What it means is that you can make money, but you have to give him a share of it. Otherwise, if he doesn't agree, you won't be able to sell another bottle of medicine. Under his threat, the two women had no choice but to give him half of their profits. However, their efforts were not in vain. Their business was successful from then on and grew bigger and bigger, and finally they established a company. If the sisters hadn't been set up, they would probably have gone public as planned. Unfortunately, the two women were unlucky and were deceived by that bastard who pretended to cooperate, which led to their current fate. Fortunately, the two women had some foresight and had secretly transferred their property and laundered it through formal channels, thus avoiding the fate of having their illegal gains confiscated. Tan Chengsheng was secretly glad that she met Li Ming later. He not only helped her sister reduce her sentence, but also took good care of her. Maybe the two sisters had hit rock bottom and rebounded. After meeting Li Ming, everything went smoothly. Tan Chengsheng's case was overturned and the retrial would be held soon. By then, with Li Ming's care, Tan Chengsheng will be able to come out and reunite with her sisters in just a few years. Moreover, the two women's property is enough for them to spend freely in their next life. When their sister Tan Chengsheng is released from prison, the two women will no longer have any worries and will not start a business again. The two women can just enjoy life to the fullest. Tan Chengsheng was very satisfied with the current result. She felt relieved after talking with Tan Chengsheng. She smiled more often recently, so she let Su Qinghuan take her and Li Ming to do whatever they wanted. But now, no wonder Su Qinghuan insisted on her wearing a dress this morning. Turned out to be, it's for convenience. Chapter 188, I Will Never Give Up. Li Ming turned up the volume of the movie so loud that only the music and dialogue could be heard from outside. Moreover, Li Ming did not turn off his alert halo today. After all, he was in a movie theater where there were many people and eyes, so he had to be careful. Su Qinghuan was very unrestrained. In the hot summer, he wore cool clothes. Even if the door of the box was suddenly opened, no one would notice anything unusual unless they looked carefully. Tan Chengsheng nervously pinched the hem of her skirt, her face flushed, her legs pressed together, and her eyes not blinking. The movie in front of her was obviously very exciting, and she was watching it very attentively. The VIP giant screen box is indeed worthy of its reputation. This kind of movie-watching experience has opened the door to a new world for Tan Chengsheng. With the continuous advancement of technology, 6D real-life movies have developed to the point where people can feel as if they are in the scene. If she wants, she can even interact with the human figure. Don't doubt it, technology is so advanced. Outside the box. To Li Ming's surprise, there were people like them who came to the VIP box to watch a movie in broad daylight, and most of them were young couples. The boys held the girls' hands and entered the box, and the movie started. As the movie played, the little boy gave the little girl a tentative hug. The little girl did not refuse, and the little boy moved closer, obviously wanting to have a kiss. The little girl shyly pushed him a few times, but then reluctantly agreed to the boy's wishes. Adolescent boys and girls, who already have nowhere to vent their energy, express their emotions under the pretext of watching movies, but it only involves kissing and hugging. The Bureau of Prisons. Zhou Linlin was fiddling with her cell phone out of boredom. The screen displayed a man's photo and his detailed information. As for the man's appearance, although he is not as outstanding as Li Ming, he is above average and a bit handsome. The man had a resolute and righteous face, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his eyes were full of depth. He looked like a decent guy. Of course, how could Zhou Linlin's sister and brother-in-law introduce her to a villain for a blind date? The man was carefully selected by the two of them and was the most suitable blind date partner for Zhou Linlin. But Zhou Linlin couldn't help but curl her lips when she looked at the man's photo and information. You're such a wimp, you're not worthy of me. Just wait and see how I disgust you tonight. If you retreat, I'll look at you with respect. But if you keep pestering me, haha, I'm not going to let my fists down. Zhou Linlin stared at the screen with gritted teeth, wishing she could punch the man's eyes out. Sudden, the cell phone in Zhou Linlin's hand vibrated violently, and then the phone rang. Zhou Linlin was absorbed in thinking about tonight's plans when the sudden phone call startled her, and she quickly looked at the screen. On the screen was a call from Lin Shi's mother, her elder sister. Zhou Linlin curled her lips again and picked up the phone reluctantly. Hello? Sister. What's up? I'm busy with official business. If you have something to say, please speak quickly and keep it short. I have a meeting soon, and I'm so busy. Zhou Linlin pretended to be busy with official business and sent Lin Shi's mother away. Bah, I don't know what kind of person you are. What's so busy about a director? I'm telling you, on tonight's blind date, be normal. This is China. This is a city. Don't mess around. Our mother told us before she left that her biggest concern is your lifelong event. Let me help you choose a man you can entrust your life to. This Lu Yi tonight is quite capable and has a bright future. He's also upright, gentle, and comes from a humble background. He's a perfect fit for you. You should get to know him well. Your brother-in-law and I both like this guy. Don't waste our good intentions, you hear me? Lin Shi's mother warned her own sister with a look of disappointment. This younger sister caused her so much trouble. She had been jumping around like a monkey since she was young, and when she grew up she became a tomboy. It was a waste of her beautiful face. At that time, their parents saw that Zhou Linlin's personality was too lively and they couldn't control her at all, so they had to send her to the army for training. Unexpectedly, her behavior got out of control. Zhou Linlin suddenly shines in the army. She shows great talent at a young age and has won many awards in various competitions. As a female soldier, she has achieved results that many male soldiers cannot do. This is not the end. Because of her extraordinary talent and her ability to thrive in the army, one day she is suddenly selected by a special department of the army to undergo devilish training. I thought she would definitely be frustrated this time and would calm down after seeing the bigger world. But no one expected that Zhou Linlin was also extremely resilient. She trained madly all the way, overcame all obstacles, and actually made it into the special department. After that, Zhou Linlin disappeared without a trace. Even her biological sister rarely saw her, and Lin Shi had no memory of her aunt. This time, Zhou Linlin returned injured after carrying out some unknown mission. That's when Lin Shi's mother wanted to help Zhou Linlin get married, let her stay in the city, and live an ordinary life. Otherwise, maybe one day Zhou Linlin would die like her brother Lin Shi, and how would she have the face to face her parents in the future? Thinking of this, Lin Shi's mother's voice was a little choked, and she gave earnest advice again. Linlin, I don't mean to interfere in your life. It's just that you're my only sister. If anything happens to you, how will I live? You know I'm doing this for your own good. You're not young anymore, so don't make me worry about you anymore. Please stay. Okay. Zhou Linlin held up her phone, quietly listening to Lin Shi's mother's nagging without saying a word. She understood everything. She knew her sister was doing this for her own good, but she had never been one to keep quiet since she was little, and it would have been fine if she hadn't gotten involved in those things, but now she couldn't get away from them. If she hadn't been injured during this mission, she would still have a lot to do. How could she stop here and send her away with just a mere position as director, just wanting her to live an ordinary life? So all her years of training, all the crises, and everything that had been paid to train her were just wasted? Zhou Linlin will never accept this. However, she naturally couldn't show it at this moment. She certainly didn't want to make her sister worry, but she wouldn't give herself to a strange man just for this. She is Zhou Linlin, a man who lives in a greenhouse and cannot stand the wind and waves. He doesn't deserve it. Zhou Linlin narrowed her eyes and replied, "Oh, my dear sister, I know. I will definitely behave myself and won't do anything rash. I will definitely not let you worry. You can rest assured. Don't you trust me? Don't worry." Chapter 189. My hands are itching. Zhou Linlin was just being perfunctory with Lin Shi's mother, not wanting her to worry. Lin Shi's mother gave Zhou Linlin a good lecture before she gave up. She also reminded Zhou Linlin to buy some clothes for the blind date and not to go on a blind date in her uniform. After Zhou Linlin nodded and said, and Lin Shi's mother hung up the phone. Zhou Linlin had just put her phone on the table and breathed a sigh of relief when another message came. Zhou Linlin had a bad feeling, but he still picked up the phone again to check it. Sure enough, it was Lin Shi's mother again. "Zhou Linlin, go buy some clothes at the mall. Right now? When you get there, take some pictures for me. Don't Photoshop them. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Zhou Linlin curled her lips again and covered her forehead. Why is my sister so nagging? It's really even more nagging than their mother. I don't know how Lin Shi can stand it. I'm speechless. Zhou Linlin stood up from the chair reluctantly. Although she didn't want to go, she had to go buy 2 pieces of clothes to comfort her sister. Otherwise, she would be annoyed by her nagging, so it would be good to relax. So Zhou Linlin went straight down the office building, drove to the parking lot, drove her military jeep, turned on the navigation, searched for a shopping mall, then stepped on the accelerator and sped out. The shopping mall displayed on Zhou Linlin's phone navigation was exactly where Li Ming and the other 2 were at the moment, Skyscraper City. Thanks to the sensible girl who sold tickets, there were no passers-by walking back and forth in front of the door of the VIP viewing box where the 3 of them were. Li Ming was also distracted and kept an eye on the movements outside with a warning halo, so they were not disturbed. After walking out of the box, the two women's temperament from the inside out greatly added to their beauty. Li Ming, who was standing behind the two women, did not show any sign of dejection at all and was even more energetic. The three of them continued to stroll around the skyscraper city. It was still early, so Li Ming was not in a hurry. As they walked, they arrived at the men's clothing area. The two girls suddenly wanted to buy some clothes for Li Ming. Otherwise, seeing that Li Ming always wears uniform and has few changes of clothes. Although he was handsome, he was a little out of touch with reality and too eye-catching. So Li Ming was taken by the two women into a men's clothing store. As soon as the three of them entered, Li Ming was startled by the person who appeared in front of him. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Only then did he confirm that he was not mistaken. The woman in front of him, dressed in men's clothing, looked at him with the same surprised expression. It turned out to be the person he was going to meet tonight. Zhou Linlin. Sister Zhou Linlin? Li Ming exclaimed. Xiao Li? Wow, you're here shopping with some beauties. Could these two beauties be yours? Zhou Linlin was surprised for a moment. Then she reacted immediately and smiled mischievously at Li Ming. Ahem. Sister Linlin, why are you here, wearing men's clothes? Li Ming coughed and asked instead of answering. Hey, I'm going to a dinner party tonight, so I came to buy 2 pieces of clothing. I just looked at the women's clothing section, and they were all too girly to suit your sister. So I came to the men's clothing store to have a look. It's a good thing you're here, so take a look at what I have. Zhou Linlin chuckled and sensibly didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she turned around in front of Li Ming in men's clothes. Thanks to Zhou Linlin's tall yet powerful figure, she looks good in any rag, not to mention the branded men's clothing she wears, a neutral-style black loose t-shirt, khaki overalls, and black marten boots. The more handsome and cool it is, the more casual it is, the more delicate it is, and it is easy to master. Li Ming waved his hand and began to praise. Sister Linlin, your outfit is indeed beautiful, cool, and sassy, but isn't it a bit inappropriate for an evening occasion? Zhou Linlin nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. That's exactly the effect I want. Otherwise, why would I wear it? It looks so good on me. What should I do if he keeps pestering me? Or this outfit is more comfortable. It turns out that I am suited to wearing men's clothes. Zhou Linlin turned around in front of the mirror again and decided to wear this outfit tonight. It would definitely make the man give up. By the way, how about you get one too? Wearing a uniform isn't very nice. Get yourself a nice one, and I'll pay for it. If you can make a little more sacrifice and get a colorful one, that would be even better. Zhou Linlin looked at Li Ming with some excitement, and her mind had already begun to imagine how handsome Li Ming would look in a non-mainstream outfit. Li Ming quickly shook his head when he heard that. He also had his idol burden. If he was asked to wear colorful clothes like a little gangster, his temperament would not allow it. Otherwise, he would be exposed. Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengcheng, who were standing by, watched the conversation between Li Ming and Zhou Linlin, both with thoughtful expressions on their faces. The two girls were also very sensible. Since Li Ming didn't introduce them, they didn't go up to talk to him. They just stood by with a smile, choosing clothes for Li Ming. Zhou Linlin glanced at the two women, with a puzzled look in her eyes. She guessed that these two beauties, who were no less beautiful than her, might be the women outside of Li Ming's family whom Li Ming planned to arrange to work under her. She was no longer surprised by this, and was not at all surprised that Li Ming had a woman outside. Being in their circle, she was much more accepting than Lin Shi. However, Zhou Linlin saw that Li Ming had no intention of introducing the two women to her, so she did not rush to talk to them. She just exchanged polite smiles with Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengcheng. The three women all understood each other tacitly. Su Qinghuan took out a set of clothes that was more suitable for Li Ming, stuffed it into Li Ming's hand, and asked him to go to the fitting room to try it on. Li Ming obediently walked into the fitting room. But at this moment, suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed in colorful clothes, with a big gold chain around his neck and a gangster-like look on his face walked into the store. The middle-aged man walked into the store and saw 3 super beauties in the store with very different styles, but all equally beautiful and charming. He was stunned for a moment, his eyes burning with passion. He looked up and down at the sexy Tan Chengcheng and Su Qinghuan. Meanwhile, Li Ming had just walked into the fitting room and closed the door, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Otherwise, given the uniform he was wearing, the middle-aged man wouldn't have dared to look at the two women so brazenly. Seeing this scene, Zhou Linlin on the side suddenly curled up a devilish smile. Zhou Linlin, my hands are itching. Chapter 190, I give you my life. Hey, hello ladies. If you have time later, I'd like to treat you to a meal and some beer. I'm familiar with this area, so let's get to know each other and have fun together. The middle-aged man wearing a big gold chain swallowed his saliva and took the initiative to step forward and start a conversation. He had never seen such beautiful women in real life. They all looked like movie stars. He was dazzled and didn't know which one to choose from. But he thought he was rich, and since he was overwhelmed by the choices, he decided not to be picky. Any one of them would be fine. So the middle-aged man approached Tan Chengqing and Su Qinghuan while talking and rubbing his hands with a smile. Compared to Zhou Linlin's neutral style, he still prefers these two sexy girls in cool clothes. Although there are many beauties on his phone, he has also made many offline appointments, but they all look terrible in public. Without beauty filters, they are not as pretty as passers-by. As for the three girls in front of him, they are so pretty that they are rare in real life. How can he not be moved? So he didn't care about anything else and came to the two women with a grin. Tan Chengqing was slightly startled. Looking at the man in front of her, who looked ferocious and had a serious expression, it was obvious that he was not a good person. She was a little scared, but when she thought of Li Ming who was changing clothes inside, she felt relieved. When Li Ming comes out later, this person will definitely not dare to do it again. Tan Chengqing took a step back without answering, but Su Qinghuan was not panicked at all. She knew that Li Ming could call a car full of bodyguards with just one phone call. No matter how powerful this burly middle-aged man in front of her was, he could not compare to Li Ming, who had a mysterious background. So Su Qinghuan patted Tan Chengqing's shoulder gently, motioning her to hide behind him, and then he opened his mouth to refuse. Sorry, we don't have time, and we don't want to get to know you. If you don't have anything to do, please don't bother us. Su Qinghuan's tone of voice clearly expressed his refusal. If an ordinary person heard such a rejection, they would have left tactfully. But it is obvious that some middle-aged people in today's society are not so sensible. The middle-aged man didn't care at all after hearing what Su Qinghuan said. Instead, he thought that this woman was not only beautiful, but also had a nice voice. If she was his woman, she would be so old. He was not angry, and his face smiled even more. After glancing at Su Qinghuan from head to toe, he spoke again. Hey, beautiful lady, when you're out and about, you rely on friends. Making friends is always helpful. As for me, I just love starting a business, and I accidentally made it big and strong. I don't have any other special skills, but I've made a lot of money. If you have any difficulties in this regard, please let me know. This is my business card. The middle-aged man patted his trouser pockets, took out 2 business cards from his pocket, and was about to hand them to Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengqing with a lewd smile on his face. The middle-aged man made no secret of his intentions. He winked at the 2 women and almost said openly, I have money. If you want money, just make friends with me and make him satisfied. He has plenty of money. Su Qinghuan and the other girl naturally understood what the wretched man in front of them meant. Su Qinghuan frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. She naturally did not take the man's business card, but instead felt a little disgusted with the man's persistence. What does this bastard think of them? Just because he has a little money, he doesn't know how high the sky is? He thinks they're the kind of women who can do whatever they want for money? Su Qinghuan took a step back with Tan Chengqing and said while suppressing his anger, We're not interested in being friends with you. Stay away from us. As soon as Su Qinghuan finished speaking, the middle-aged man's face turned unhappy. He didn't expect the 2 women to be so disrespectful. He even wanted to take advantage of the woman taking the business card to secretly touch her hand, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed. The middle-aged man felt embarrassed when he saw this. He suppressed his smile, slowly took back the business card, and threatened without giving in. Beautiful ladies, I'm only talking to you nicely because you're pretty. If you don't give me face, and I get angry, you won't have a good ending. To be honest, I run a loan sharking company, and I have a bunch of young men under me. They're young, and it's hard for me to control them. If they don't obey me and do something irrational to you, then don't blame me for not being nice to you today. The middle-aged man's threatening words reached the ears of everyone present. The clothing store clerk nearby was watching the show, secretly jealous of Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengqing's beauty. Seeing them being harassed and threatened, he felt very relieved. However, the clerk also saw Li Ming walking into the store in uniform, and the woman who had just taken off her uniform. Although she did not know the level of the uniform, it looked like she was of high status. Listening to the man's threats, the clerk felt a little sympathetic towards the loan shark boss. He had hit a wall and didn't even realize it, yet he was actually threatening people? He wouldn't be able to do anything to them verbally, but such an obvious threat. I'm afraid it's going to be a disaster. As expected by the store clerk, Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengqing could no longer contain their anger as they listened to the man's threats. They had never imagined that in broad daylight, such a scum of society would exist. Seeing someone good-looking, they would go up to him and use bribes and threats. Was there still any law? Was there still law? Su Qinghuan was so angry that he was about to call out Li Ming to teach this gangster a lesson. But Zhou Linlin, who was watching quietly at the side, had an unusually bright smile on her face. Under the gaze of everyone present, Zhou Linlin took a step forward, walked in front of Su Qinghuan, and blocked the man's gaze. She looked at the wretched man with an evil smile on her face and spoke slowly. Usury? How high? Look at my looks, how much can I borrow? As soon as Zhou Linlin finished speaking, the man's unhappy expression disappeared after a moment of pause. Instead, he rubbed his hands excitedly and said to himself, although this woman is dressed in a neutral style, her face is very beautiful. Look at her height, long legs, and temperament. If she changes her clothes, she will be no worse than the two women behind her. Moreover, you can tell at a glance that she is a person who knows what's interesting. She is much more fun than the two behind her. He wasn't greedy. He was satisfied with just one of the three beauties. So the man handed the business card to Zhou Linlin again and said with a smile, "Oh, my sister, such a beauty. Why would I need a loan shark? No need to borrow money. We are all family. What's mine is yours. I can spend it as I please. Just have a good talk with you, brother. I will give you my life." The man handed over his business card and looked at Zhou Linlin's delicate face, almost drooling. He looked like a pig. Chapter 191, I'll make abalone noodles for you. When Zhou Linlin heard this, the smile on her face became even brighter and weirder. She stretched out her hand as if to take the business card handed to her by the man, but her eyes were fixed on the man's chin. Zhou Linlin just felt a little itchy in her heart, and she couldn't help but express it. She could no longer control her body, and her body was trembling slightly with excitement. Finally, when Zhou Linlin's hand touched the business card handed to her by the man, a lustful light flashed in the man's eyes, and he turned over his palm, wanting to touch Zhou Linlin's little hand. He was grinning from ear to ear, and in his mind he was already imagining that in a moment this beauty in front of him would be taken advantage of by him, shyly pull her hand back, then wink at him seductively, and then succumb to his financial resources and go to the hotel with him to make love. Thinking of this, the lustful light in his eyes became brighter, and his mouth began to drool. The beautiful and exquisite face in front of him made him tremble with greed. It's at this moment. The door of the dressing room inside suddenly opened. Li Ming finally changed his clothes and opened the door. He glanced around and saw the scene in front of him. Zhou Linlin was quick-witted and quick-handed. Before the wretched man could take advantage of her, she smiled strangely and finally couldn't bear it anymore. The right leg in the overalls moved slightly, and the overalls were suddenly tightened by Zhou Linlin's tight leg muscles, and then she made a swish sound. Raise your legs suddenly. The huge power belt made the overalls emit a sonic boom sound. Zhou Linlin kicked upwards and accurately kicked the wretched man on the chin. The man had no time to react before he was kicked so fiercely that his whole body left the ground. He stayed in the air for a second before suddenly falling to the ground. The man's body fell freely, and before he could even move, he was knocked unconscious by Zhou Linlin's kick. Everyone present was stunned by Zhou Linlin's actions. No one expected that Zhou Linlin would suddenly attack, and no one expected that Zhou Linlin's seemingly slender body would have so much strength. This steady, accurate, and fierce kick could actually kick a middle-aged man weighing at least 170 or 180 pounds into the air. He fainted, and his life or death was unknown. Even Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengqing behind Zhou Linlin were seeing this kind of scene for the first time and were extremely surprised. Li Ming, who had just walked out of the fitting room, happened to see Zhou Linlin's incredibly powerful kick. Even though the kick wasn't directed at him, he felt a chill on his chin. Zhou Linlin is so cruel. Awesome. Haha. So cool. After Zhou Linlin finished the kick, she slowly lowered her legs that were in the standing split position, looking a little crazy as she couldn't help but yell. This time, the itch that had been growing in her heart was completely relieved with this kick. The refreshing feeling made Zhou Linlin breathe a sigh of relief, feeling extremely satisfied. When Li Ming saw this scene, he came back to his senses and walked to the three women with his uniform in his hand helplessly. The three girls then discovered that Li Ming had changed his clothes and came out. Although Li Ming was wearing a handsome black suit that Su Qinghuan had chosen for him, this was obviously not the moment to appreciate Li Ming's handsomeness. There was a man lying on the ground, and his life or death was unknown. Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengqing were both a little worried. Su Qinghuan had already thought about the aftermath. If anything happened to the man lying on the ground and they were sued for assault, how would she fight for their legal rights? But Li Ming and Zhou Linlin looked at each other without any panic. Li Ming looked at the scene in front of him and spoke helplessly. Sister Linlin, what's going on? He's using such a heavy hand. How could he not? Li Ming stopped talking and looked at Zhou Linlin tentatively. Zhou Linlin chuckled when she heard that and said nonchalantly, "It's okay. I'm holding back. I know my limits. I won't die." This stinky man tried to touch your two friends and threaten them. He's a loan shark. I couldn't stand it, so I helped you. Don't be polite. It's just a small matter, haha. Zhou Linlin was very happy and excited. Apparently, this kick today gave her a little satisfaction. Since she was transferred to the city, she has been injured and unable to train. She has been feeling very suffocated these days. Now that she has warmed up a little, she feels refreshed. It's like an old smoker who hasn't smoked for many days suddenly takes a puff of strong cigarette. Even if it is secondhand smoke exhaled by others, it makes him feel refreshed. After hearing what Zhou Linlin said, Li Ming turned around to look at Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengqing. After receiving the nods of agreement from the two women, he looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground with his eyes closed. The colorful clothes, the tattoos on his exposed arms, the big gold chain around his neck, and the fact that he is a loan shark all prove that he is a villain. Li Ming took out his cell phone and slid his finger across the screen, obviously wanting to call someone to clean up the mess. But Zhou Linlin on the side stopped Li Ming's action. Hey, Shaoli, this is my territory. Leave it to me. You don't have to worry about it. You can continue to go shopping. Don't forget to come to the management bureau to find me in the evening. I will take care of such trivial matters myself. Li Ming was stopped by Zhou Linlin. He was stunned at first, but after listening to her explanation, he did not insist. He knew Zhou Linlin's identity, and this little thing was indeed nothing. So Li Ming nodded, didn't bother to be polite with Zhou Linlin, put away his phone, and smiled. Okay, Sister Linlin, we'll leave first. I'll be there on time tonight, don't worry. Upon hearing this, Zhou Linlin waved her hand in satisfaction, signaling Li Ming and the other two to continue shopping, as the dinner in the evening was the big deal. This magical de-stressing tool that came to her door was just an appetizer. Hearing him say that he had a bunch of less obedient brothers under him, Zhou Linlin was a little excited. She was just worrying about how to get through the afternoon, and now there was something fun. She, Zhou Linlin, loves to teach people to be obedient. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhou Linlin slowly walked over to the unconscious man lying on the ground, aimed, and kicked him again. Blood gushed out of the man's nose, and he was awakened by the piercing pain. After regaining consciousness, he saw the stunning face with a devilish smile before him, and suddenly felt a chill in his heart rushing up to his head. Li Ming and the other two who turned and left naturally had no idea what was going to happen next. They continued to do what they were supposed to do. Although the two women were a little worried, they felt more confident when they saw that Li Ming and Zhou Linlin looked indifferent. The three of them walked around the skyscraper city again and bought a few sets of clothes for Li Ming before they stopped. After finding the jeep parked downstairs, the three of them drove directly back to Tan Chengqing's villa. When the three of them pushed the door open and entered, the house had already been cleaned and tidied up by the housekeeping staff that Tan Chengqing had arranged in advance. Tan Chengqing and Su Qinghuan looked at each other, both with subtle smiles in their eyes. Li Ming, it's still early. You've been shopping all morning. You must be hungry. There's abalone in the refrigerator. I'll make you some abalone noodles. Tan Chengqing had no worries this time and spoke softly. Chapter 192 Marriage. Abalone noodles? You have the skill? Li Ming said in surprise. He thought that Tan Chengqing was a novice and would never do such things. It's just noodles. What's so difficult about it? Qingqing and I used to cook for ourselves. Qingqing's noodles are more delicious than mine. It's just that Qingqing is in prison now. She can't even eat good food if she wants. When Tan Chengqing said this, his face darkened again. Even with Li Ming's special care, prison is still a prison after all. It's impossible to eat whatever you want like outside. The last time I saw Qingqing, she had lost weight. Chengqing, when I get back to the prison, tell me what she likes to eat, and I'll buy it for her. She's already adapted to life there and doesn't have to do any work. All she does all day is eat. When you see her next time in prison, you'll know she's doing fine. Li Ming also comforted her when he saw this. He thought that Tan Chengqing was in prison now and was no different from those prison guards. The work in the library was very easy and basically just involved some leisure time. Moreover, Tan Chengqing has had a relationship with him now, so Li Ming naturally won't treat Tan Chengqing unfairly. After hearing what Li Ming said, Tan Chengqing smiled again. She was just grateful for Li Ming's help before, but now after many contacts, she really fell in love with this gentle and capable boy. Well, I'll go downstairs then. Tan Chengqing nodded, and was about to change her shoes and go to the kitchen to make a bowl of abalone noodles for Li Ming herself. Su Qinghuan, who was standing by, also took off her high heels, put on slippers, and walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down, waiting to taste the abalone noodles made by Tan Chengqing. Li Ming followed closely and sat on the sofa next to Su Qinghuan, chatting casually. Qinghuan, how long will you stay this time? Su Qinghuan replied with a smile upon hearing this. I'm not leaving this time. I'll wait until Tan Qingqing's case is retried, which should be soon. And you? When will you return to prison? Li Ming nodded and replied. As for me, I should be back tomorrow. I have a dinner with Director Zhou tonight. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be back tomorrow. After hearing what Li Ming said, Su Qinghuan asked curiously, Director Zhou? That powerful woman just now is the director? No wonder she's so good at fighting. She kicked that bastard unconscious in one kick. So handsome. And she's also very beautiful. How about you take her in too? With a sister like this, you'll feel safer. Li Ming guessed that Su Qinghuan was going to say something treacherous, and as expected, he actually let him take Zhou Linlin in. How dare he do this? You have to know that Zhou Linlin is Lin Shi's aunt, and she is her biological aunt. If something really happened between Li Ming and Zhou Linlin, no matter how magnanimous Lin Shi is, she would not be able to tolerate it. Moreover, Zhou Linlin is within the sight of Lin Shi's father, Lin Aigua. Lin Shi's parents are still trying to arrange a blind date for Zhou Linlin. If they knew that she didn't even let go of Lin Shi's aunt, then his marriage to Lin Shi would be in jeopardy. It's set. Li Ming couldn't help but recall Zhou Linlin's graceful kick in the men's clothing store just now. It's no exaggeration to say that she looked heroic and charming. But he couldn't touch this woman. Not to mention others, his father probably wouldn't forgive him either. Li Ming shook his head and was about to say something to Su Qinghuan when his cell phone suddenly rang. Ding-ling-ling. A quick ringtone rang, and Li Ming took out his cell phone from his folded uniform and opened it to check. It was Huang Ying's phone number. It seemed that she had just woken up. After all, she was too tired last night. Li Ming understood very well. Li Ming smiled evilly and answered the phone. Huang Ying, is she awake? At the same time, in Mingdu Hotel, Huang Ying was now dressed neatly and put on her uniform again. She was alone in the room that Li Ming had prepared for her. Naturally, she had seen the message Li Ming sent her a long time ago. She had originally planned to obey the order and wait for Li Ming to come back. But a phone call made Huang Ying completely unable to sit still. So after hanging up the phone, Huang Ying immediately called Li Ming. Warden, the commander just called me and asked me to bring you to the base to meet him soon. He also mentioned the deputy warden and your marriage. He sounded very happy. He asked me to tell you to eat more good food to replenish your body. As Huang Ying finished speaking, Li Ming finally realized. Did Dad call Huang Ying? Did Lin Shi confront her parents? Otherwise, why would his father mention his marriage with Lin Shi? It seems that Lin Shi told her parents about their relationship, and then Lin Aigua called his father, so this happened. Although Li Ming had made preparations, now that it involved the parents of both sides and was on the agenda, Li Ming couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, getting married, it was his first time. But why did Dad let Huang Ying take him to the base? Li Ming was puzzled and asked Huang Ying. Base? What base? Where is it? Did my father tell me why I had to meet him there? Huang Ying shook her head slightly on the other end of the phone. Warden, the commander didn't say why he was going there. I can't tell you the location of the base due to confidentiality agreements. I can only say it's far away. If you call the commander personally, perhaps he will tell you. Upon hearing this, Li Ming knew that his father had indeed not said anything to Huang Ying, but only asked her to take him there. As for whether he should call his father, he was still a little hesitant. Over the years, he rarely took the initiative to call his father. It was always his father who called him. Moreover, when he heard that his father was going to arrange his marriage, he was a little nervous. So, Li Ming said to Huang Ying, I understand. Please wait for me at the hotel. I'm going to have a dinner with Director Zhou tonight, so you don't have to come with me. I know your instructor Zhou Linlin is here, so you can rest assured. Huang Ying hesitated slightly before answering. Warden, the instructor is very capable, so I'm naturally relieved. I'll wait for you at the hotel. Well, okay, I'll be back when I'm done, don't worry. After Li Ming gave the instructions, he hung up the phone. This sudden news made him a little panicked. He wondered if other men would feel the same way when they learned that they were about to get married. Su Qinghuan, who was standing by, watched Li Ming finish the call. From the few words she heard, she seemed to have heard about marriage. Li Ming is getting married? To whom? How could she not know about such a big thing? Su Qinghuan's face was full of curiosity and excitement, and she didn't feel unhappy at all because the person he was going to marry was not her. Chapter 193 The Ancients Never Lied to Me. And what leader did Su Qinghuan hear about? What base? For a moment, she thought she had misheard these words. Wasn't Li Ming's father a wealthy and powerful tycoon? Why was he still talking about a leader? Could it be that Li Ming is the son of an official? Su Qinghuan thought again of Li Ming's current identity, the warden of Black Mountain Prison. The position of prison warden is naturally not ordinary. She knows that this position is very high, but she always thought that Li Ming's father spent a lot of money to arrange Li Ming in this position. But whether it was Li Ming and Zhou Linlin's composure at the mall today, or the few words she just heard, it seemed that her previous assumptions were a little off. Judging from this situation, the possibility that Li Ming is the son of an official is very high. But in comparison, Su Qinghuan was more interested in the so-called marriage, so she asked directly, Li Ming, are you getting married? Is this true? Li Ming was still thinking about his father's order in his mind. He came back to his senses when he heard Su Qinghuan's question. He knew that Su Qinghuan had heard his phone call with Huang Ying, so he didn't plan to hide it from her. So Li Ming nodded and spoke honestly. It's true, but I don't know when. It was Huang Ying who called just now, and you heard it. The truth should be revealed after you meet my father. After Su Qinghuan got Li Ming's confirmation, she asked curiously. It's not like in a TV show, a marriage of power, a political marriage. You don't know who the woman you're marrying is, do you? Li Ming smiled slightly when he heard this and explained helplessly. That's not the case. The person I married was Lin Shi, my childhood playmate. She's now the deputy warden of our prison. She's very different from what's portrayed in those TV dramas. Oh, the deputy warden of your prison? Then you see each other every day. If you get married, you can still cheat on me in the future. You promised me before that when I want a child, you have to lend me your seed. When Su Qinghuan heard that Li Ming's future wife was actually his deputy warden, he suddenly became anxious. They had to meet during the day at work and at night after get off work. Wouldn't Li Ming have time to cheat on her? Everything else doesn't matter, but if Li Ming becomes a henpecked husband, then it will be the end. Both she and Tan Chengqing will have nothing to eat. Su Qinghuan was getting a little anxious when Tan Chengqing came out from the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of abalone noodles. Tan Chengqing didn't hear the conversation between the two, but only heard Su Qinghuan's words about borrowing sperm. She walked up to the two of them with some confusion, put the noodles on the table, and looked at the scene in front of her with some surprise. Qinghuan, what are you talking about? Borrowing sperm? Tan Chengqing asked in confusion. Oh no, something terrible has happened. Chengqing, Li Ming is getting married. We sisters will have nothing to eat, Su Qinghuan said exaggeratedly. Today she discovered how amazing Li Ming was. Before she could even enjoy herself, Li Ming was about to get married? Getting married wasn't a big deal, but not letting her eat would be a big deal. Get married? Tan Chengqing was also very surprised when she heard this. Although she had never fantasized about marrying Li Ming, she was still a little shocked when she heard the news suddenly. Seeing the shocked expressions on the two women's faces, Li Ming didn't let them continue to guess and explained with a wry smile. Don't overthink it. Even though we're getting married, she won't care about what I do outside, so you don't have to worry. Just be the same as before. Qinghuan, didn't you always say that a marriage certificate is just a piece of waste paper? Why are you so surprised? After listening to Li Ming's explanation, the two women felt relieved. Since Li Ming said that it would be fine as before, then his marriage partner must be a person of sentimental character. After hearing what Li Ming said, Su Qinghuan wanted to get to know his fiancée. Maybe that person was as imaginative and carefree as she was. However, contrary to Li Ming's expectations, Tan Chengqing accepted the news very easily. Tan Chengqing smiled, pushed the abalone in front of her towards the two of them, and spoke gently. You two should eat it while it's hot. It will get cold soon. Since Li Ming said it will be the same as before, that's enough. Even if you can't come to see me in the future, as long as you continue to take care of my sister in prison, I will be satisfied. Whether Li Mingjie gets married or not makes no difference to Tan Chengqing. Her biggest obsession now is her younger sister Tan Qingqing. As long as her younger sister lives a better life, she is fine with anything. Even if Li Ming really doesn't come to see her, she might miss the time she spent with Li Ming, but she will definitely not disturb Li Ming's married life. Just as she said when she first dedicated herself. She doesn't need Li Ming to be responsible for her. Li Ming, who was standing aside, looked at Tan Chengqing and Su Qinghuan with some emotion. Both women were so gentle and sensible. Even though she knew he was getting married, she still stayed with him and did not hate him at all. What she said came from the heart, and she did not lie to him. This made Li Ming like the two women even more. So Li Ming took the abalone noodles handed to him by Tan Chengqing. After inhaling it violently, Li Ming wiped his lips and put down his bowl and chopsticks with satisfaction. The same was true for Su Qinghuan, who was standing by. She had not expected that Tan Qingqing's cooking skills were so good. The two of them praised the delicious abalone noodles while eating. Finally, after the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Ming looked at the time and found that there was still plenty of time. Li Ming exchanged a glance with Tan Chengqing and Su Qinghuan, who had cleared the dishes. Happy times are always short, and before we know it, it's evening. The sky was already getting slightly dark, and Li Ming looked at his phone again. This time it was almost time. Li Ming dressed himself neatly in front of the mirror, holding his uniform in his hand, not being so conspicuous. He wore a simple black shirt with a slightly open collar, straight-leg suit pants, and his everyday leather shoes. It was a very simple outfit, but when worn on Li Ming, he naturally looked different from ordinary people. Although there is a saying that clothes make the man and gold makes the Buddha, but it is exactly the opposite for Li Ming. No matter what kind of clothes he wears, when he wears Li Ming with a model-like figure, he will become a male model walking on the catwalk of Fashion Week. So handsome. After admiring his own handsomeness, Li Ming said goodbye to the exhausted Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengcheng and walked out of the gate of Bai with the car keys. Li Ming got on the jeep he drove and stepped on the accelerator. The vehicle sped out and headed straight for his destination. Prison administration. And within the administration, Zhou Linlin has been waiting for a long time. She was wearing the clothes and pants she bought today, and she looked very heroic standing in the office. But she didn't notice that the collar of her new loose black t-shirt. But there was a drop of blood. Chapter 194 is on the agenda, just as Li Ming was about to arrive at the Prison Administration Bureau. At the same time, in Montenegro Women's Prison, Lin Shi had changed into a white nightgown. Her previous pajamas had been torn into pieces by Li Ming, and this was the new one she bought. Lin Shi leaned against the window, looking out through the increasingly dark night, his eyes a little dull. Obviously his attention was not there, and no one knew what was going on in his mind. Today, after Lin Shi's mother hung up the phone with Zhou Linlin, she suddenly called Lin Shi. She knew her daughter's temper, and she was just like her father. So Lin Shi's mother was also very worried about the progress between her and Li Ming. She didn't think that her daughter would be bullied. It was good enough that Lin Shi didn't bully others. She was just concerned about Lin Shi's love life. Originally, she didn't agree with Lin Shi working in the prison, but she couldn't change Lin Shi's temper. Now, if they can get along well with Li Ming, and the two families get married, the couple can return to the city and live an ordinary life. Thinking of this, she still very much supports her daughter being with Li Ming. Although Zhou Linlin always made her worry, today her good daughter really gave her a surprise. When Lin Shi shyly said that she and Li Ming were in love and were ready to get married, Lin Shi's mother was extremely surprised. It took a while for her mouth to close with its mouth open. She thought that even if the two of them were attracted to each other, they had just started dating. She didn't expect that they would both want to get married so soon. Lin Shi's mother was surprised and immediately approved their marriage. They were childhood sweethearts, so it was natural for them to be together when they grew up. The parents of both sides have been close for many years, and their families are well matched. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. This is simply a match made in heaven and impeccable. In this case, what else could Lin Shi's mother complain about? Naturally, she wanted the wedding to be completed quickly, and both parents were also very worried. So Lin Shi's mother hung up the phone and called the good news directly to Lin Shi's father, Lin Igwa's private phone. Lin Igwa saw that it was his wife calling, so he picked up the phone immediately. As Lin Shi's mother repeated the story, a smile could not help but appear on Lin Igwa's face, which was wide-eyed and angry. After hanging up the phone, Lin Igwa drank a sip of tea and slowly dialed the number of Li Ming's father, Li Yutian. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang 3 times before Li Yutian picked up the phone. Hello? Lao Lin. What happened? Li Yutian's voice was no longer as unrestrained as when he spoke to Li Ming. Instead, his voice was serious and he asked solemnly. Lin Igwa listened to Li Yutian's voice, but forced a slightly ferocious smile on his face. Although it was ferocious, he was indeed smiling. He kept it a secret for a while and spoke slowly. Old Li, I have something to ask you. Last time we made a bet, was that girl's red wine you said had been buried for over 40 years true? I hope my expectations are in vain. Hearing this and listening to Lin Igwa's relaxed tone, Li Yutian slowly relaxed his frown. As long as nothing happened, everything was fine. Li Yutian couldn't help but speak in a frivolous tone and replied, Oh, who am I, Old Li, to lie to you? After I got married, I buried the 8 jars with my own hands, just waiting for my son's wedding day to open the jars and take out the wine. What's the matter? Are you greedy? Not even greedy. If you want to drink, then try to match your precious daughter up. If they get together, I'll let you drink as much as you want. Ha ha ha. Lin Igwa listened to Li Yutian's pride on the phone, raised his eyebrows, and spoke again. That's good. You know how much I can drink. Don't feel bad if I let you drink it all. Let's set a date. When will we go and dig out the wine? Li Yutian was stunned when he heard this, and then he seemed to think of something and asked in surprise. Oh my God, Old Lin, what date are you going to set? Could it be that your daughter Lin Shi and my son are really getting married? Li Yutian's eyes widened in surprise. Didn't Huangying say last time that Li Ming and Lin Shi were a little awkward and not ideal? How long had it been since then? And they were already together? When Lin Igwa on the other end of the phone saw that Li Yutian had guessed it, he didn't keep him in suspense anymore and just laughed and said, Great, it works. Just get ready to dig out the wine. This time I want to drink my fill and not stop until I'm drunk. Ha ha ha. Lin Aigua and Li Yutian spoke on the phone for several minutes before Li Yutian hung up and told Li Ming's mother the good news. At this point, Li Ming and Lin Shi's marriage was finalized, and they were just waiting to find a good day for the two to get married. In Montenegro prison, Lin Shi felt relieved and turned around to sit on the bed. She had already anticipated that after she told her mother, the news would spread to everyone, and her wedding to Li Ming might take place soon. Now Lin Shi thinks back on it. Although it was Li Ming who took possession of her by force, and she almost died that night. But now that Li Ming has told her everything, their relationship has quickly heated up, the emotions that had been suppressed have been released, and the two are back to normal. Lin Shi is looking forward to her wedding. Although her and Li Ming's identities meant that the wedding would not be grand, that day was also the moment when she established her position as the legal wife. No matter how many women Li Ming has outside, she, Lin Shi, will always be Li Ming's legitimate wife, and that is enough. Thinking of this, Lin Shi's face slowly revealed the strange smile that Li Ming had secretly seen with his alert halo, the one she showed to herself in the bathroom mirror. At this moment, Li Ming finally drove to the door of the Prison Administration Bureau. As soon as his car arrived at the door, it was stopped by the guards. Then the guards called Zhou Linlin as instructed to inform her of Li Ming's arrival. Li Ming was also happy to wait for Zhou Linlin to come out in the car. Soon, a military green jeep drove out of the administration compound, and it was Zhou Linlin herself. Li Ming looked at the jeep in front of him and could tell at a glance that it was a military car, an especially made one. The glass was all bulletproof glass. Judging from the thickness of the car body and the load-bearing capacity of the tires, Li Ming guessed that this car must be no simple one. Seeing Li Ming looking at her car, Zhou Linlin smiled slightly, waved her hand, and spoke. "Don't just stand there. Get in the car. I'll take you for a ride." Zhou Linlin lowered the driver's window and knocked on the door, making a thudding sound. There was a hint of pride in her eyes. Her car was indeed specially made and had special modifications. This car was her treasure, and it was many times better than Li Ming's jeep provided in the prison. Whenever she saw others looking at her car with surprise and envy, she would feel secretly happy. Chapter 195 Lu Yi. Li Ming didn't hesitate to open the car door and got into Zhou Linlin's car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Ming looked up and saw that the dashboard of the jeep was covered with various instruments and buttons whose functions were unknown. The seats were also very comfortable. Even though Zhou Linlin drove a little recklessly, Li Ming didn't feel any bumps. It was much better than his car. Seeing this, Zhou Linlin smiled complacently and spoke. "Xiaoli, this car of mine is pretty good, isn't it? It's a modified car. Ordinary people can't drive it on the road. Only those who have made contributions to our dragon country and repeatedly completed difficult tasks can have this privilege. With this car, you can run red lights at will. As long as you don't hit anyone, you can even drive on the curb and no one will dare to stop you. How about it? Awesome, right?" Zhou Linlin couldn't help showing off the greatness of her car to Li Ming, which really made Li Ming a little moved. However, Zhou Linlin also said that this car is not something that ordinary people can drive. Even if his status is extraordinary, he does not have this privilege. So Li Ming could only speak enviously. "Sister Linlin, your car is really awesome. I don't think my dad's car is as awesome as yours. With this quality, this comfort, and this power, if I were to drive this car outdoors, it would be like driving on flat ground. It's amazing." But Zhou Linlin, who was feeling proud, coughed awkwardly after hearing what Li Ming said and stopped showing off. She almost forgot Li Ming's identity. His father's car was no worse than hers. Li Ming didn't think his father's car was good. That was because he didn't know the value of it. In comparison, his car was at most a modified big toy, but the one that Li Ming's father was sitting in was the crystallization of Dragon Country's technology. "Hey, Xiaoli, your dad's car is also very good. If you have a chance, you can try driving it. Don't be fooled by its unprepossessing appearance. It actually has a lot of secrets inside. But you can drive it, but you can't touch the buttons on the dashboard," Zhou Linlin said. Li Ming smiled and nodded when he heard this. "I know, but my dad doesn't let me drive. I always sit in the back and can't reach the buttons in the front. But is his car really as good as yours?" Zhou Linlin nodded heavily while driving, confirming. "It's much better than my car. But that car isn't something that just anybody can ride in. If you ask me, Xiaoli, why don't you come with me to the army to train and get one of my cars to drive? It's much better than that crappy Jeep of yours." Upon hearing this, Li Ming touched the car door with some longing, but had no choice but to explain. "Forget it. I don't have a chance. You know my family. Lin Shi and I are similar. My parents and Lin Shi's parents don't want us to be in danger. They just want us to live ordinary lives. So, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to serve the country with you and make great achievements in this life. Li Ming thought that he was going to marry Lin Shi soon, and after the marriage he would definitely ask him to have children to carry on the family line and leave descendants for the Li family. At this juncture, even if his father knew about his abilities and skills, he would not let him go to a dangerous place. Zhou Linlin is Lin Shi's aunt, so she naturally knows the inside story. So she didn't say much. She looked at Li Ming sympathetically and didn't continue the topic. After all, not everyone is like her, who refuses to obey the Chinese government and has been acting recklessly since childhood. Soon, with Zhou Linlin's skillful driving skills, she drove Li Ming to tonight's destination, Xiahitang. Xiahitang is a hotel, but it is not an ordinary hotel. It is a high-end private custom hotel that requires reservations to be received. Xiahitang's storefront is not big, and its location is not in the city center, but in a slightly remote outer ring road. The restaurant is a 3-story building, a unique one. The Little Lotus Pond sign is not very conspicuous, but it makes people feel comfortable inexplicably, without the overbearing feeling of a large restaurant. Zhou Linlin parked the car and took Li Ming to the entrance of the small lotus pond, where a waiter came out to greet them. The waiter was a man. He bowed slightly to Li Ming and the other man to show his respect, and then spoke politely. Hello, welcome to Little Lotus Pond. Do you two have an appointment? Zhou Linlin nodded when she heard this and uttered 2 words lightly. Lu Yi. The waiter suddenly realized what was going on and bowed politely to the 2 of them before motioning them to follow. Li Ming followed with some curiosity, looking at the environment of the small lotus pond. He actually understood a little bit why Zhou Linlin was so reluctant to go on a blind date with Lu Yi. Although the decoration and interior scenery of the small lotus pond are very good, giving people a feeling of spring breeze, and it is tall, tasteful, and profound. But Li Ming sensed a kind of unpleasant hypocrisy beneath this superficial style. All in all, it's a bit too pretentious. A restaurant is a restaurant. It would be good if your food is delicious, but if you do all these fancy things, such as custom orders and elegant sentiments, not only Zhou Linlin doesn't like it, but Li Ming is also a little disgusted. Li Ming suddenly recalled what Zhou Linlin had said when she asked him for help. She said that Lu Yi was too calculating, always calculating, disguising himself, and using any means necessary. Climbing from an ordinary person to a high position was naturally not easy. Although this person certainly did not make any mistakes in principle, otherwise Lin Shi's father would definitely not introduce him to Zhou Linlin. But within the rules, he must be like a fish in water. Maybe Lu Yi had too many dealings with officials, so he thought Zhou Linlin would also like this kind of pretentious atmosphere, so he chose this place. However, Li Ming knew what kind of person Zhou Linlin was. He could only say that Lu Yi had flattered the wrong person. Really, Zhou Linlin's expression suddenly turned cold the moment she entered the small lotus pond. She didn't like socializing in the first place, but she didn't expect Lu Yi to choose the kind she disliked the most. If Lu Yi found a barbecue stall and ordered some skewers and beer, she would still look at him with respect, but such an environment made her already impatient heart even more irritable. However, she remembered her sister's instructions and followed the waiter to keep the appointment. As Zhou Linlin walked, she winked at Li Ming next to her, signaling him not to slack off and to act according to the plan. Li Ming responded with a smile and was very cooperative. Finally, the 2 were brought to the box at their destination. Peony Hall. Zhou Linlin raised her eyebrows, unable to contain herself any longer. She took a deep breath and then pulled Li Ming through the door. Zhou Linlin didn't knock on the door, and with a bang, she pushed the door open. Zhou Linlin and Li Ming finally met Lu Yi, who was highly praised by Lin Shi's parents. Chapter 196. Be good. There was only a rectangular table in the Peony Hall with a bouquet of flowers on it. At one end of the table sat a man wearing an executive jacket and all black. He wore glasses, had his hair combed meticulously, and had a standard, friendly smile on his face. Even though he was the only one in the box, he sat up straight, his hands casually placed on the table, fingers crossed, his eyes fixed on the empty seat across from the table, no one knowing what he was thinking. Zhou Linlin and Li Ming did not knock on the door, but pushed it open and walked in, just in time to see this scene. If Zhou Linlin were asked to find fault with him, she naturally couldn't find any, but there was just a feeling that made people dislike him, which made Zhou Linlin very disgusted, and she wanted to punch his glasses to pieces. Li Ming followed Zhou Linlin's footsteps into the box, and also saw Lu Yi. No matter how Zhou Linlin had criticized Lu Yi before, he couldn't generalize and still had to see it with his own eyes. But when he saw the scene before him, he was in a trance and thought that Lu Yi and those so-called high-ranking officials who had visited his home before had similar temperaments and faces as if they were carved from the same mold, especially that iconic smile, which he was too familiar with. Li Ming only needed to take a quick look to know that Lu Yi was indeed extraordinary. He was so young, not much older than him, but he had already developed the aura of a king. He was indeed a person that Lin Shi's parents loved very much, and he would achieve great things in the future. But these are just outsiders' opinions. The main thing to look at is today's protagonist, Zhou Linlin. After Li Ming glanced at Zhou Linlin's face, he curled his lips, knowing in his heart that Zhou Linlin probably didn't like Lu Yi. And it seemed like she wasn't just unimpressed, she was even a little annoyed, because Zhou Linlin had already quickly put on a weird smile that matched Lu Yi's. And Lu Yi in the box. He was slightly startled when he heard the box door suddenly open. Then he stood still and straightened his body, then slowly turned his head towards the door to check the identity of the person who came. At this time, he found that the person who came in was Zhou Linlin, whom he had been waiting for a long time. Lu Yi was overjoyed and quickly stood up to greet her, smiling and saying hello to Zhou Linlin. "Hello, Director Zhou. I've long heard of you. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but I've been busy with official duties lately and can't leave City Z for a while, so I've delayed it until today. I'm so sorry. Director Zhou, please take a seat." Lu Yi came forward and wanted to shake hands with Zhou Linlin, but Zhou Linlin just looked at Lu Yi with a standard smile on her face and did not extend her hand to give him face. So Lu Yi felt embarrassed and immediately withdrew his extended hand and asked Zhou Linlin to take a seat instead. His ability to adapt to changing circumstances is so superb that no one can detect any flaws. It is obvious that he is very experienced. "It's okay. I know you're busy. It's better to be busy," Zhou Linlin replied indifferently, but she didn't move because there was only one seat reserved in the front. If she sat down, where would Li Ming sit? At this time, Lu Yi also saw Li Ming, who followed Zhou Linlin in, and he asked in confusion, "Who is this little brother?" When Zhou Linlin saw Lu Yi asking the question, her eyes lit up and she was secretly delighted. She then took the initiative to introduce herself to Lu Yi. "This is my cousin, Li Ming. I'm sure Director Lu won't mind. My cousin didn't have dinner tonight, so I brought him here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be at ease leaving him home alone." Zhou Linlin looked at Li Ming and immediately changed her expression. Her face was full of doting, which made people couldn't help but start to fantasize. Although Li Ming felt that Zhou Linlin's acting was a bit exaggerated, when he saw Lu Yi's expression pause slightly, and he was stunned for a moment, Li Ming knew that Lu Yi really fell for it. When Lu Yi heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately reacted, stepped forward, and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Li Ming, and spoke cordially. "Oh, what did Director Zhou say? Why would I mind? It turned out to be my cousin. My cousin is really a handsome man. He is so handsome and tall. He can be a model. That's great. He is really excellent. You came at the right time today. You can eat whatever you want later. The food here is very good. Please eat more, cousin." Lu Yi took Li Ming's hand and began to shake it, looking very hospitable and showing no disgust at all. But what Lu Yi didn't know was that the war had already started from the moment the two entered the room. Zhou Linlin suddenly smiled evilly, then her face turned serious. She walked directly between Lu Yi and Li Ming, grabbed Li Ming's hand, and pulled it down hard, and the two men's hands were torn apart by her. Then, under Lu Yi's shocked eyes, she slowly spoke. "I'm sorry, Director Lu. I don't like my cousin to have contact with other people, even men." Zhou Linlin picked up Li Ming's hand, which had just been held, and said to him with a hint of disgust, "Good boy, go wash up quickly. It's time for dinner." Hearing this, the corners of Li Ming's mouth twitched, and he almost couldn't help laughing. However, he naturally couldn't expose Zhou Linlin at this time. So Li Ming gritted his teeth, nodded obediently, turned around, and walked out of the box to find the bathroom. At this moment, the only people left in the box were Lu Yi, whose face was disheveled, and Zhou Linlin, who had regained her normal smile. No matter how graceful Liu Ye was, he never expected that Zhou Linlin would dislike him just because he shook hands with that boy. When the leader asked him to meet Zhou Linlin, he didn't say that Zhou Linlin was like this. When Zhou Linlin first walked in, he was a little surprised. Even though she was not dressed up, the exquisite beauty on her face could not be faked. She was as beautiful as a fairy, without any flaws. He liked her very much. But Zhou Linlin didn't give him face at first and didn't shake hands with him. This was understandable. After all, he was here for a blind date. If Zhou Linlin was more traditional, it would be understandable for her not to shake hands. But she actually brought her cousin here for a blind date. Bringing his cousin along would have been fine, as he could have just pretended Zhou Linlin had found a family member to help her with some advice. However, as soon as he shook hands with Zhou Linlin's cousin, Zhou Linlin looked disgusted and openly told him to go wash his hands. Even with all his years of experience, he'd never encountered something like this before. Everyone was just being polite and saying hello to each other. So why did it come to Zhou Linlin? Thinking of this, even Lu Yi was a little confused for a moment, but he knew Zhou Linlin's identity and naturally could not neglect her. So he smiled again and asked Zhou Linlin to sit down. He left the private room and asked the waiter at the door to bring a stool and tableware. In a short time, Lu Yi sorted out his mood and returned to his original state of mind. He is here for a blind date today. Chapter 197, Is Your Cousin Serious? Soon, the waiter brought a chair over and placed it next to Zhou Linlin at her request. Li Ming also came back from the bathroom and sat next to Zhou Linlin. Lu Yi, with a smile on his face, held the tablet for ordering food and gestured to Zhou Linlin to order. Li Ming couldn't help but admire Lu Yi's state of mind. He could act as if nothing had happened. When he came back, Lu Yi even gave him a rather flattering smile. Obviously, he really thought of himself as Zhou Linlin's cousin. Li Ming curled his lips and felt sympathy for him. Zhou Linlin didn't hesitate to take the tablet for ordering and started ordering randomly. She ordered whatever she saw without being polite to Lu Yi at all. While ordering, he also spoke to Lu Yi. Director Lu, your planning bureau must be quite lucrative. If I order too much, you'd better tell me. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for us two siblings to spend money on you. Zhou Linlin said this, but her hands did not stop moving at all. She chose the one that was more expensive. Lu Yi's eyes twitched when he heard this. He wondered if Zhou Linlin was testing him, so Lu Yi replied slowly. Director Zhou, you're joking. Although our planning bureau is involved in review and approval, it's all official business. Moreover, I'm the director, so I have to lead by example. I wouldn't dare to do anything like that. But, Director Zhou, I'll just call you Miss Zhou. Let's not be so polite. You can just call me Lu Yi. You can order whatever you want today. I've never been a big spender, and I haven't spent much of my salary in all these years. It's fine if you order everything. It's a great opportunity for us to try out the cooking skills of Xiao Hatong's chef. Lu Yi's answer was impeccable and generous, so Zhou Linlin couldn't find any pain points. So she handed the tablet to Li Ming and winked at him. Li Ming knew that he was being asked to do something again. Li Ming secretly said sorry in his heart. Then he operated on the tablet for a while, and then submitted the menu without changing his expression. Then I listened to Lu Yi and Zhou Linlin talking to each other. Ms. Zhou, this is my first blind date. I apologize for any inadequacies in my hospitality. Zhou Linlin replied calmly. It's my first blind date too. It's nothing, just a meal. Honestly, I didn't want to come, but my sister kept urging me to come, so I just came over to take a look and also take my cousin out for a nice meal. Lu Yi smiled and was not annoyed by the rejection in Zhou Linlin's words. Instead, he continued calmly. Miss Zhou, you don't have to think of this as a blind date. Let's just treat it as making friends. When the commander first told me about this, I was also very surprised. But I'm also of marriageable age, so? Ha 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 ha. When I saw Miss Zhou today, I felt that I made the right decision. Miss Zhou's beauty really surprised me. I really hope to be good friends with Miss Zhou, or even get closer. Lu Yi was neither humble nor arrogant, and made his attitude clear. Moreover, this marriage was arranged by the leader. Even if he didn't like Zhou Linlin, he would not refuse. Not to mention that Zhou Linlin was as beautiful as a flower. He would not refuse. If he could get in touch with Zhou Linlin, his position would definitely not stop there. If anyone could become the leader's brother-in-law, then his future would be bright. Lu Yi saw it very clearly, so no matter how Zhou Linlin made things difficult for him, he would not be unhappy. He believed that people are made of flesh and blood, and he was not bad either. Since he had this opportunity, he must seize it and warm Zhou Linlin's heart. Unfortunately, Zhou Linlin's heart really isn't made of flesh and blood. Zhou Linlin didn't answer after hearing this, but turned to look at Li Ming, who was sitting quietly beside her. In the car, Zhou Linlin told Li Ming that he should just follow her instructions and act according to her cues. They could act as affectionately and disgustingly as they wanted. Otherwise, Lu Yi would definitely not give up his pursuit of Zhou Linlin so easily. So Zhou Linlin smiled evilly, raised her hand, and pulled one of Li Ming's hands, who was sitting quietly beside her, and put it in her hand. Then a doting smile appeared on her face, and her palm kept caressing Li Ming's left hand, muttering to herself. My dear, are you hungry? The food will be here soon. Don't worry, it's all my fault. After dinner, I'll take you shopping. I'll buy you that game console you liked last time. I'll play with you tonight. I'll stay up all night and play with you as much as you want. If you get tired, I'll hold you to sleep, my dear. After Zhou Linlin finished speaking, the two men in the box froze for a moment. Li Ming knew Zhou Linlin was holding back something big, but he hadn't expected her to be like this. What was his identity? A spoiled cousin? A captive canary? Or someone obsessed with her sister? Why didn't Zhou Linlin tell me earlier? It must be because she was afraid that I wouldn't cooperate, so she hid it. and asked me to act on my own will. But what should I say in this situation? When Li Ming was in distress, Lu Yi also failed to control his facial expression. He widened his eyes slightly and opened his mouth. He had thought that if Zhou Linlin was unwilling, she might deliberately make things difficult for him, or even reject him coldly. He was mentally prepared, but he never expected Zhou Linlin to play such a trick. Is this cousin a real cousin? Why does he look like Zhou Linlin's gigolo? Lu Yi looked at Li Ming again. He hadn't paid much attention to him at first, but now, looking at Li Ming's handsome face and tall figure, the more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong with this cousin. If he wasn't so handsome that he could be compared to a male model, then, could he be a male model? Zhou Linlin actually brought her lover to go on a blind date with him? This is a bit hard to explain. Lu Yi's face looked a little ugly for a moment, but he did not act impulsively. Instead, he observed Li Ming's actions. Li Ming didn't know what he was thinking. He stretched out his other hand directly to Zhou Linlin's delicate face, lifted her chin slightly, and spoke to Zhou Linlin with a deep affection. Cousin, of course I don't blame you. Let's go home after dinner. I don't want to play video games anymore. I want to play something else. As Li Ming spoke, he moved closer and closer to Zhou Linlin's ear, and his voice became softer and softer. Finally, his lips were almost touching Zhou Linlin's ear, and he whispered, Sister Linlin, you are so bad. When Zhou Linlin heard this, her face suddenly turned red. She didn't expect Li Ming to be so bold as to tease her in return. Originally, she arranged for Li Ming to play the role of a spoiled cousin, letting Lu Yi know that she was a brother-supporting demon and had some unclear relationship with her cousin, so that Lu Yi would give up on her. But Li Ming's reaction really surprised her. Zhou Linlin resisted the urge to throw the owner of the itchy voice over her shoulder and nodded with a slightly red face. She was still trying her best to play the role of a brother-supporting demon, not wanting Lu Yi to discover her flaws. Lu Yi, who was standing by, was so shocked by Li Ming's actions that his jaw almost dropped. It's confirmed. This cousin is not serious. Chapter 198, even a dog wouldn't do it. Lu Yi's face had turned a little dark at this time. Although he had made sufficient mental preparations, he did not expect Zhou Linlin to be so excessive. Did the chief introduce him to such a woman? Or did the chief want me to take over, to prevent this bad atmosphere from spreading and having a bad influence, so he let me? Lu Yi's mind was full of thoughts as he tried to guess the chief's arrangement. If he was just Zhou Linlin's husband in public, not caring about her private life, and exchanging his marriage for a bright future, this deal was not impossible. But he couldn't figure out whether this was what the leader meant and what Zhou Linlin was thinking. He could only wait and see. So, Lu Yi coughed lightly and spoke tentatively. Miss Zhou, I wonder where your cousin is employed. Judging from his handsome appearance, he must be in a high position. Upon hearing this, Zhou Linlin slapped away Li Ming's hand that was constantly making trouble, gave Li Ming a reproachful look, and then replied to Lu Yi. No, my cousin doesn't have to work. I'm afraid she'll be too tired, so I usually take care of her. She just needs to be responsible for making me happy at home. That's enough. I can't bear to let her do anything else. If she gets into a small accident and ruins her beautiful face, I'll be heartbroken. So, my cousin has to accompany me every day, otherwise I won't be at ease. Zhou Linlin said this with a hint of meaning, and she didn't know whether Lu Yi could understand what she meant. Anyone who wants to find a partner has to have a burdensome cousin hanging around in front of them all day long. That would be unbearable. When Lu Yi heard Zhou Linlin say this, his misunderstanding deepened. Sure enough, she understood what Zhou Linlin meant. If they were together in the future, this cousin would have to stay at their house and make Zhou Linlin happy all day long. Wherever Zhou Linlin was, the cousin would have to be there too. Then doesn't this mean that she wants me to be a puppet, be her husband in name only, and then indulge her in having an affair with her cousin? This cuckold, this job, even a dog wouldn't do it. If a dog won't do it, I'll do it. It's just a marriage. If I can help him take another step forward, 2 or 3 steps, why not? I'm young, and the leader is old. In a few years, if I can make it through and one day take the position of leader, then everything will be worth it. Thinking of this, Lu Yi's eyes were determined, and just as he was about to say something, the door of the box was suddenly knocked. Lu Yi paused for a moment before he could speak, then asked the person outside to come in. It turned out that the person knocking on the door was the waiter who came to serve the food. The waiter pushed a food cart and placed the dishes on the table one by one in 7 large plates and 8 large bowls, and then introduced the special features of each dish to the 3 people. Zhou Linlin was not polite when ordering the dishes. The dining cart was almost full of food, but Lu Yi was not panicked at all. It was just a small amount of money. He was just waiting for the waiter to finish serving the food, and then he wanted to talk to Zhou Linlin about something important. Finally, The waiter finished introducing all the dishes on the food cart, then pushed the food cart out, but for some reason he forgot to close the door. Lu Yi was about to warn him, but another waiter appeared outside the door, pushing a cart full of oysters into the private room. It looked like there were at least dozens of plates. Lu Yi frowned slightly when he saw this. He thought the man was here to sell oysters and was about to ask the waiter to leave, but the waiter pushed the food cart directly to Zhou Linlin's cousin, who was waving at him. Watching Zhou Linlin's cousin move the oysters from the food cart to the table one by one and piling them up high, Lu Yi's breath was held in his throat. Only then did he realize that these dozens of plates of oysters were actually ordered by Zhou Linlin's cousin. Not to mention whether he has such a big stomach. Even if he could really eat it all, he is not afraid of overdosing and having a constant nosebleed. Lu Yi looked at Li Ming's big belly in silence. He was like a starving ghost, only concerned with eating. He began to waver in his decision. If he were to live in the same house with this cousin who only cares about eating, I wonder if he can handle it. Lu Yi is still struggling. When Zhou Linlin saw Li Ming's operation, her eyes lit up. She looked at Li Ming with appreciation and then said, "Cousin, eat slowly. I'll peel the shell for you. Even if this thing is useful, you can't eat too much. You're really amazing. You eat so much. How can I sleep at night?" Zhou Linlin's somewhat ambiguous voice reached Lu Yi's ears, and he was petrified on the spot. These two people were not hiding their relationship from others. He was her blind date. How about I leave? Witnessing this scene with my own eyes was more painful than killing him. Li Ming, who was eating oysters one bite after another, picked up an oyster and slowly handed it to Zhou Linlin's mouth. Then he said lightly, "Sister, you should eat too. Eat more. If you eat too much, we can stay awake at night." Li Ming responded to Zhou Linlin in the same ambiguous way, completely ignoring the life or death of Lu Yi opposite him. To be honest, Li Ming was a little impressed by Lu Yi. If he had faced this scene, he would definitely not be as calm as him. He would sit there expressionless, not saying a word, like a stone man. No one knew what he was thinking. How could he be so patient? He was indeed a man who could accomplish great things. Zhou Linlin opened her mouth and took the oysters handed to her by Li Ming, sucking them into her mouth happily with a happy and satisfied smile on her face. Li Ming was a little dazed by the look of her face, and someone who didn't know would have thought that the two of them had some ambiguous relationship. But as the protagonist, Li Ming certainly knew the inside story. He couldn't help but give Zhou Linlin a thumbs up under the table, from an angle where Lu Yi couldn't see, to praise her acting skills. Zhou Linlin noticed Li Ming's movements and grabbed him. At an angle where Lu Yi couldn't see, she twisted Li Ming's thigh hard. Li Ming felt pain, but he didn't say anything, for fear that Lu Yi would find out. However, Li Ming would not suffer any loss. Under the pretext of picking up another piece of oyster for Zhou Linlin, Li Ming's big hand was placed directly on Zhou Linlin's leg, and he pinched it lightly in revenge. Li Ming thought, "If you pinch me and I pinch you, we'll be even." However, Zhou Linlin's legs are really elastic. When he pinches them with his palms, he can feel the muscles tense, ready to go, and full of power. But Li Ming was not afraid of Zhou Linlin's attack at all. Now that this atmosphere had been created with great difficulty, Zhou Linlin would naturally not destroy it. Didn't you see that Lu Yi's face opposite him was turning pale? If the two of them tried harder, maybe they could succeed. Zhou Linlin felt the hot palm on her thigh, and just as Li Ming expected, she did not overreact. However, Zhou Linlin's face did turn slightly red, and her eyebrows raised unconsciously. She licked her lips. She really didn't expect. Li Ming is so brave. Chapter 199. Give it a go. Zhou Linlin thought to herself. This little bastard actually took advantage of the time when she couldn't get angry and directly touched her thigh. She is really not spoiled at all. You know, the last man who did this had grass on his grave that was so tall he didn't know how many meters high it was. This Li Ming is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. He even dares to take advantage of her. Thinking of this, Zhou Linlin smiled even more happily. She glanced at Lu Yi's dark face opposite her. She knew it was almost time. Of course, she couldn't forget the important matter just to deal with this little bastard Li Ming. So Zhou Linlin rolled her eyes and wanted to try harder. So she pushed Li Ming's hand on her thigh aside in front of Lu Yi and said, "Oh, cousin, this is not okay. Stop touching me. Eat first and wait until we get home." Zhou Linlin's acting skills are off the charts. Her face is blushing, her eyes are full of spring, and she is reluctant but also willing. Plus, she is so beautiful, it really makes people feel impulsive. Li Ming fought hard for several rounds today, but he was still like this, and Lu Yi. Seeing Zhou Linlin acting like this, he first felt a primitive impulse, and then he immediately realized that no matter how sexy, charming, or alluring Zhou Linlin was, it was not for her. The bad boy opposite had touched her thigh, and they were flirting with each other in front of him. He really didn't take him seriously. Lu Yi was filled with rage, his face becoming increasingly darker. He couldn't eat a single bite of the delicious food in front of him. He felt like vomiting when he saw the adulterers opposite him. He already started to blame the chief, who introduced Zhou Linlin to him. Is he going to be the one who takes over, enduring the daily grind of this bastard, and then rise to prominence? Or is he going to walk away in anger, leaving the impression of being ungrateful in the eyes of the leader, and then his career is going to be bleak? Lu Yi frowned. It was really hard to choose. In his impression, it has been confirmed that he is to be the scapegoat. Otherwise, Zhou Linlin is also the head of a department, so how could she be so ignorant of the ways of the world? It is obvious that this is done for him to see. Lu Yi's mind was in turmoil, not knowing what to do. But Zhou Linlin, who had been paying attention to Lu Yi, was extremely shocked by Lu Yi's current calmness. Zhou Linlin thought, I've made it so obvious, and he still doesn't understand what I mean. Is he a ninja turtle? Her blind date is flirting with another man, her cousin, and she can tolerate that? Is he a man? Isn't that enough? If he doesn't react, I'm going to risk it all. Zhou Linlin felt ruthless and had a bolder idea in her mind. Li Ming was eating oysters while keeping an eye on Lu Yi. He admired him in his heart. He could endure to such an extent. If he didn't become an official, who would? He deserved to be able to do great things. But if this goes on, after acting with Zhou Linlin for a long time, it won't do anything. It just makes her face uglier and uglier. It's still far from what Zhou Linlin wants, for Lu Yi to leave the table in anger. Li Ming was still thinking about countermeasures, but Lu Yi made another decision at this time. He was indeed angry, but only for a moment. He thought about his current status, power and money, none of which he could give up. Zhou Linlin was right. His planning bureau was indeed very lucrative, and even though he didn't want it, all kinds of things still flowed into his pocket in a reasonable way. He knew the importance of his identity, and he knew that countless people were watching him, waiting for him to get into trouble and bring him down. So he didn't dare to make mistakes in principle and was conscientious. However, he gradually discovered that even if he didn't make mistakes and did everything according to the rules, there would still be all kinds of people who would take the initiative to offer him benefits, and they were reasonable and legal, so he couldn't refuse. Gradually, he got used to it. After all, he wasn't doing anything behind the scenes. Everything was done according to the rules. But he didn't expect that his seemingly diligent approach would unexpectedly win the favor of the chief, who even introduced him to the chief's wife's sister, clearly trying to cultivate him. So he came to the appointment with great enthusiasm. But I didn't expect the leader's cultivation would come at such a high price. But he also figured it out. He had worked so hard to get to his current position. If he failed at this critical moment, he would never forgive himself. He was just a scapegoat. The worst that could happen to him was that he would go out early and come back late, and stay away from this pair of dogs. That would be fine. He has endured all these years, so what is there to worry about? For a bright future, he, Lu Yi, endured it. Then Lu Yi's eyes became determined, and his face no longer turned dark and gloomy. Instead, a smile gradually appeared on the corners of his mouth, just like when the three of them first met. He no longer stared at Zhou Linlin and Li Ming opposite him. Instead, he picked up the chopsticks and started to taste the food on the table, as if he didn't see anything, and asked you to continue. Zhou Linlin and Li Ming were stunned for a moment. The two of them had no idea what Lu Yi was thinking. How could he have recovered so quickly? How could Lu Yi be so happy eating when two of them were so disgusted? Or perhaps they underestimated Lu Yi. Is this the consciousness of an official who climbed up step by step? The atmosphere in the box suddenly changed. Lu Yi began to eat with relish, while Zhou Linlin and Li Ming, who had just finished their work, looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. They were completely confused about what was going on. When Zhou Linlin saw this, her eyes suddenly became fierce. She didn't know if her previous performance had worked, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. In order to completely get rid of Lu Yi's subsequent entanglement, she gave it her all. Zhou Linlin picked up a prawn from the table with her chopsticks, then put down her chopsticks and cleaned the prawn in just a few bites. Then Zhou Linlin swallowed and spoke to Li Ming in a soft voice. Hey dear, you love the imported prawns I picked the most, right? Here, have some. As soon as Zhou Linlin finished speaking, she put the shrimp in her hand directly into her mouth, holding half of it. Then, with a slightly blushing face, she put her cheek close to Li Ming's mouth, signaling Li Ming to come over and bite her imported prawns. Li Ming had never seen such a scene before, and he had never said that he would play such a big game before. But Zhou Linlin's mouth was close to him. If he didn't take it, wouldn't Lu Yi see through his flaws? It seemed Zhou Linlin had made up her mind. She wouldn't stop until she disgusted Lu Yi and drove him away. Li Ming saw the seriousness in Zhou Linlin's eyes and swallowed hard. looking at her beautiful face, her white teeth showing as she held a shrimp in her mouth, and her pink tongue in her slightly opened mouth, which was holding the shrimp. Plus, Zhou Linlin is Lin Shi's aunt. Li Ming's aura of vigilance suddenly turned on. Chapter 200 Imported Prawns. Li Ming felt something was wrong with himself and quickly crossed his legs so that Zhou Linlin wouldn't notice his embarrassing situation. Zhou Linlin was still in front of him waiting for him to eat the imported prawns. Li Ming's mind was full of thoughts, but time passed in a flash. After Li Ming reacted, he looked at Zhou Linlin, then slowly opened his mouth and moved towards the shrimp in Zhou Linlin's mouth. Under Lu Ye's indescribable gaze, Li Ming actually ate Zhou Linlin's imported prawns. Although Li Ming was very careful, he couldn't see his lips, so his strength was inevitably uneven. The moment he held the shrimp in his mouth, he inevitably touched Zhou Linlin's smooth and soft lips. The moment their lips touched, they felt like they were electrocuted and shuddered all over. Zhou Linlin quickly relaxed her grip and left the prawn intact to Li Ming. Li Ming also took it calmly and put it all into his mouth. Li Ming savored the sweet prawns in his mouth, his body growing hotter as his mind began to wander uncontrollably. The same went for Zhou Linlin. She naturally felt Li Ming's touch, and this special feeling made her feel a little uncomfortable. Although he was doing it to disgust Lu Yi, this little bastard Li Ming didn't pay any attention at all. Was he trying to make the fake into real? She knew that Li Ming had a lot of romantic interests around him, and he even went shopping with 2 stunning beauties during the day. Logically, Li Ming should have experience, so how could he have accidentally kissed her? Could it be that this little bastard did it on purpose? Did he have bad intentions towards me just because he saw me as beautiful as a fairy? He touched my thigh and kissed her deliberately. In the end, Lu Yi was not disgusted and left, but I was actually involved. Zhou Linlin had so many thoughts in her mind that she forgot to watch Lu Ye's performance. Lu Yi had just made up his mind that no matter how this couple messed around, he would pretend not to see anything. However, he didn't expect Zhou Linlin to even bring out imported prawns. If they continued, wouldn't they French kiss in front of him? Lu Yi didn't want to watch it anymore, mainly because it was too heartbreaking. You two could do whatever you wanted secretly, but it really made him uncomfortable to do it in front of him. So Lu Yi finally spoke. Well, Miss Zhou, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I know what to do. After all, the chief is here. I'll have a chance to talk to him about it when I get back. I won't tell anyone about your relationship with your cousin. I'm a very tight-lipped person. So, let's end the blind date here. I'll be leaving now. You guys can enjoy your meal. If it's not enough, you can order more. I've already paid a deposit, so it's definitely enough. So, Miss Zhou, goodbye. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he picked up the mobile phone beside him, waved to Zhou Linlin and Li Ming who were still standing there, turned around and left the box as if escaping. It seemed like he was running away. At this time, Zhou Linlin and Li Ming in the box looked at each other again, with joy in their eyes. It was obvious that their plan worked, and Lu Yi was really disgusted by them. Zhou Linlin was overjoyed and was the first to speak happily. Li Ming, it worked. Ha 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 ha, it really worked. I knew my method worked. No man can stand such a big cuckold. Look how scared he is. He even ran away. I can rest assured now. I can finally have some peace and quiet. My sister's been nagging me so much lately that my ears are almost calloused. Li Ming put down his chopsticks upon hearing this. He had just eaten a lot of oysters and was full. Now that Lu Yi was gone, he didn't need to pretend anymore. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, "You're amazing. If you weren't an imported prawn, maybe he could have endured it. He must have seen how beautiful you are, Sister Linlin, and couldn't bear to leave." Zhou Linlin blushed slightly when Li Ming mentioned imported prawns, and she angrily said, "You dare mention imported prawns, you little bastard? Tell me the truth. Did you do that on purpose? You even touched my lips. Did you also have some inappropriate thoughts about me because of my beauty?" Li Ming heard Shan Linlin's angry rebuke and gave a sheepish smile, hastily explaining, "Sister Linlin, I didn't. It's really not that. I'm just inexperienced and couldn't grasp the distance properly. You were so frivolous. I wasn't prepared, and I almost couldn't catch your joke. Luckily, he scared me off. Otherwise, if you had done something even more extreme, I don't know what to do." Zhou Linlin laughed out loud when she heard this. She didn't believe Li Ming's words. He was hugging women all day long, and he told her he had no experience? Who would believe that? This little bastard might have really been attracted by her beauty and deliberately took the opportunity to take advantage of her. She is Lin Shi's aunt. If Lin Shi and Li Ming broke up, that would be fine. But if they got together, it would be disgraceful for her, as an aunt, to kiss her nephew's husband. Zhou Linlin pinched her waist and said, "Bah, you're just hoping I'll go too far. Don't think I don't know those 2 girls are yours. You're messing around out there, kid. Be careful that Lin Shi finds out and cuts off your genitals." When Li Ming heard this, he thought of that scene in his mind and was suddenly shocked. He no longer had to cross his legs, and his blood instantly turned cold. Although he knew that Lin Shi was very open-minded and would not do such a thing, but this scene, just thinking about it, made him shudder. Li Ming naturally wouldn't tell Zhou Linlin about Lin Shi, so he could only laugh awkwardly again, scratch his head, and ignore her. Zhou Linlin was sensible enough not to continue talking about this topic. After all, they had already kissed each other. Fortunately, Lu Yi was scared away, otherwise she would have lost a lot. Let's go, we're done. Eating these is boring. I'll take you out for beer and skewers. Zhou Linlin waved her hand, stood up, and was about to leave. But Li Ming looked at the table full of untouched delicious food and felt it was a waste. He thought that he might have to go back to prison tonight or tomorrow morning, so he might as well pack up the dishes and take them back to improve their meals. So Li Ming called the waiter and packed up the dishes on the table one by one. Finally, Li Ming and Zhou Linlin returned to the car, carrying 2 large bags each. Under the watchful eyes of the Ziyitang service staff, the jeep sped away with a roar and soon disappeared at the end of the road. Although it was already night, it was still early and neither of them was in a hurry. Zhou Linlin simply drove Li Ming directly to a barbecue stall in a night market. This barbecue stall was quite large, with over 20 tables set up. 3 stoves were working simultaneously, and amidst the lingering smoke, it was clear that business was booming.